A single leaf pierces the heavens. What are the 7 leaves? After 6 years in the world of Douluo continent, Mo Wintian finally awaited his soul awakening. His father, a level 41 soul master of the Battle Soul sect, his mother, a level 29 healing soul master, and his sister, even more impressive, an 18-year-old Battle Soul sovereign, and a mentor at the Royal Academy. The family of 4 hurried to the Soul Awakening Hall, where his father exchanged pleasantries with the white-haired elder in charge of the awakening, a level 45 Battle Soul master, before brazenly cutting in line. The children waiting behind were left in astonishment. Why does he get to go first? Can't you see his father is a viscount? His sister, Mo Yudi, clad in a pink robe, laughed as she embraced him. Are you nervous? I'm a genius mentor after your awakening. I shall teach you how to cultivate. Mo Wintian silently scoffed. The era of Tang San? Just wait, this is also my time. The white-haired elder produced 6 black stones, arranging them in a hexagon. Step inside and extend your right hand. As Mo Wintian stepped into the formation, golden light particles surged towards him, tenfold more than those of the nearby children. The elder's eyes brightened. This aura could be a top-tier martial soul. As the brilliance faded, a plant with 7 shimmering leaves emerged in his palm. 7-leaf grass? The elder frowned. I've never heard of it. Let's measure your soul power. The moment the crystal ball touched his hand, it erupted with blinding light, causing the elder to stagger back 3 steps. Preternatural full soul power. The elder exclaimed, what on earth is this martial soul? Gazing at the 7-leaf grass, Mo Wintian suddenly recalled the words of the sword god. 1 leaf obscures the stars. 1 leaf can fill the sea. What 7 leaves? His heart raced. This martial soul is undoubtedly extraordinary. His sister rushed over to embrace him. My brother is a genius. His father laughed heartily. Just as I expected from my son. The children in line behind them stood dumbfounded, their eyes turning red with envy. What exactly is the origin of this 7-leaf grass? Is it even more formidable than the Haotian hammer? With his preternatural full soul power, can he stride confidently through the city of Tiendo? Even more thrilling, a shadow flickered through the crowd, casting a cold smile at the 7-leaf grass. Interesting, let's take it back to the Soul Palace for further study. Who is this person? Do they intend to seize him? Mo Wintian clenched his fists, the 7-leaf grass gently swaying in his palm as if responding to his fighting spirit. Can he keep his secret safe from here on? Will this 7-leaf grass truly enable him to become the sword god? The elder suddenly leaned closer to his father, whispering, this martial soul bears an uncanny resemblance to something legendary. What legend? Could it be related to the Shura god? Next, Mo Wintian. The elder's voice faded. Mo Wintian took a deep breath and stepped into the awakening formation. Golden light particles gathered, and a plant emerged from his palm's even leaves, wilted and resembling wild grass. What is this? A minor grass martial soul? The elder frowned. It is a 7-leaf clover. A mutated one. Mo Wintian promptly elucidated. However, his heart was brimming with joy. This martial soul amalgamated the healing properties of his mother's verdant leaf and the resilience of his father's gigantic sword. And it even possessed toxicity, control, healing, and poison, a triumvirate. The elderly man produced a crystal orb. Let's measure your soul power. Your parents are both soul masters, so you should be formidable. As soon as Mo Wintian placed his hand upon it, the crystal orb illuminated brilliantly, dazzling to the eyes. Innate soul power level 7. The elder exclaimed with excitement. Impressive. A prodigy of the healing type. Will you accompany me back to the Spear Hall? We have abundant resources. No, my sister has instructed me to attend the Royal Academy. Mo Wintian resolutely declined. What a jest. Entering the Spear Hall is easy, but exiting is a different tale altogether. Stepping out of the awakening circle, his sister, Mo Yudi, enveloped him in a tight embrace. Level 7. Even higher than I was at your age. His father beamed with pride. My son is truly remarkable. Yet, Mo Wintian was deep in contemplation. The 7-leaf clover may seem unassuming, but with its blend of toxins, healing, and resilience, this combination is simply overpowered. However, there was a limitation. Just like the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, a maximum of level 79. Is this for real? Suddenly, someone in the crowd murmured, 7-leaf clover? I believe I have seen it in ancient texts, said to be the accompanying herb of Azura. Mo Wintian's heart skipped a beat. Azura? Could the phrase become a god of the sword through Azura from the sword gods verses be related to this? The elder, hearing this, altered his expression slightly and leaned in discreetly. Child, Do not speak of this martial soul matter to outsiders. What secrets does this 7-leaf clover conceal? Is the level 79 limitation genuine? Or is there a means to transcend it? Who was the individual that mentioned the Erasure's accompanying herb? Was it mere coincidence or intentional? Mo Wentian clenched his fists, the 7-leaf clover gently swaying in his palm, as if it were proclaiming, "Just wait. I shall make you aware of the might of the 7 leaves." Next, as he enters the Royal Academy, will he encounter Tang San? Who among them will prevail? Good brother, have you awakened the verdant leaf? Fear not, sister will protect you. Mo Yudi embraced Mo Wentian, her face etched with concern. From a distance, the details were unclear. All that could be discerned was that it was a plant martial soul, distinct from his father's colossal sword. Upon returning home, his father, Mo Jun, hastily closed the door. "Quickly, summon your martial soul for us to see." The 7-leaf clover materialized in Mo Wentian's palm, its 7 leaves drooping. This is a degraded version of the 9-leaf celestial herb. The 7-leaf clover. Mo Jun gasped in astonishment. Our ancestors spoke of the 9-leaf celestial herb having the power to mutate martial souls. The first-generation ancestor consumed it, transforming his iron staff martial soul into a long sword, nearly achieving the title of a titled Douluo. Where can we find the 9-leaf celestial herb? Mo Wentian's eyes sparkled. This could remedy the deficiencies of his martial soul. Just a legend. Our ancestor encountered it only once. Mo Jun sighed. However, the method of harvesting has been passed down. When the 9-leaf celestial herb emerges, a titled Douluo shall appear. The voice of his mother echoed from the kitchen. "Stop boasting. Come and help with the cooking." Mo Jun immediately donned a flattering expression. Coming, coming." The sibling duo behind him laughed until they could hardly stand. Only their mother could keep their father in line. "Sis, I'm at the pinnacle of 7th level soul power, soon to reach 8th level." Mo Wentian clung to his sister's leg, coaxing, "Will you take me to the Sunset Forest to hunt for SoulRing? The duration of the SoulRing should be based on my choice." Mo Yudi raised an eyebrow. "You wish to select a SoulRing that exceeds the limits?" Yes. His sister was a level 38 soul sovereign, far more amenable than their father. There was a good chance she would agree. Mo Yudi fixed her gaze on his 7-leaf clover and suddenly smiled. "All right, but you must tell me what secret this herb holds. Could the 7-leaf clover truly be related to the 9-leaf celestial herb? Would Mo Wentian be able to discover the 9-leaf celestial herb and break through the 79 level restriction? How many years of soul rings would he choose for the journey to the Sunset Forest? Would there be any mishaps? Even more thrilling, Mo Jun secretly retrieved an ancient book, pointing to an illustration. "Look at the pattern on the leaves of this 7-leaf clover. Doesn't it resemble the emblem of the Shura god?" Mo Wentian's heart skipped a beat. Could this martial spirit genuinely be connected to the Shura god? What would his sister encounter in the Sunset Forest? Was Tang San also hunting for soul rings? Will they cross paths? I thought it was something serious. No problem. Your soul ring before becoming a soul sovereign is guaranteed by your sister. Mo Yudi patted her chest, taking full responsibility. Mo Wentian's heart soared with joyous was it. He could now choose a soul ring that exceeded the limits. However, his smile faded as he turned. Each leaf of the 7-leaf clover bore a unique significance. Faith, hope, love, luck, fortune, prestige, and true love. Yet, restrictions accompanied these. Every 10 levels marked a hurdle, and one must lift the limitations to advance. Fortunately, it could transform into 9-leaf clover at that time. It will undoubtedly surpass all martial spirits. Mo Wentian motivated himself. The next day, his sister dragged him outside. "Come, they'll take you to the Tindo auction house to broaden your horizons." At the dining table, Mo Yudi stuffed her mouth with soul beast meat and mumbled, "Mom's cooking is 100 times better than the Academy chefs. Big sis, when I grow up and cook for you, will you work for me?" Mo Wentian joked. "Burp. Sure, they'll be waiting." Upon arriving at the entrance of the auction house, 2 guards crossed their weapons. "Please present your identification." Mo Yudi produced a plaque, and the guards immediately granted them passage, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Mo Wentian's eyes widened. The auction house resembled a fairy tale castle, resplendent with gold and dazzling treasures that left him in awe. "Sis, is that a century-old soul bone? Stop shouting, that's a replica." Suddenly, a plant appeared on the auction stage, lush and green, somewhat resembling his 7-leaf clover. The auctioneer announced, "Mysterious herb, starting bid of 50 gold soul coins. It is said to enhance the resilience of martial spirits." Mo Wentian felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could this herb be the key to completing the 7-leaf clover? His sister noticed his thoughts and raised an eyebrow. Do you desire it? Yes. Yet, the two of them possessed merely 10 gold soul coins, a meager allowance from their mother. Do not fret. Watch me. Mo Dai suddenly smiled, a mysterious glint in her eyes. What exactly is this herb? Can it truly enhance the 7-leaf clover? What scheme does his sister have to acquire it? Are there hidden clues regarding the 9-leaf celestial herb in the auction house? More thrillingly, when Tian spotted a familiar figure, clad in a black robe and donning a mask. The individual was fixated on the herb, their gaze menacing that this person from the spirit hall, or perhaps another faction. Do they covet this herb as well? And Mo Dai quietly clenched her fist, her soul power beginning to surge. It seems this trip to the auction house is bound to stir up trouble. Will this herb ultimately find its way into Mo Tian's hands? Why must those ahead not present proof? Mo Tian questioned the knight blocking their path, his brow furrowed in confusion. The knight paid him no heed, merely repeating, "Please present proof." Mo Dai unleashed her soul power, her yellow and purple soul rings glowing yellow, purple. The knight immediately knelt on one knee. "I apologize, esteemed soul master. Please proceed." Mo Tian could not help but think. Indeed, strength is the ultimate authority. Upon entering the auction house, his sister suddenly lifted him. "You are too short, let me hold you, so you can see better." Tian's face flushed, and he quickly turned away. His sister's embrace was far too alluring. "Are you feeling shy?" Mo Dai planted a kiss on his cheek. "How will you find a girlfriend when you grow up? You should focus on yourself first." Mo Tian rolled his eyes. His sister was 18 and still single. The auctioneer was a captivating woman, immediately announcing, "The first item for bid, the Millennium Snow Silkworm. It can counteract all poisons, starting bid at 50,000 gold soul coins." Mo Tian's eyes widened. This was a remarkable item. 50,000. A portly merchant raised his paddle. 100,000. A tall, slender man promptly countered. The two engaged in fierce competition, driving the price up to 150,000 sold. The gavel struck down. Mo Dai sighed. "We only have 50,000. That is insufficient." However, Tian's gaze was fixed on the next item. It was an herb, its leaves twinkling with specks of light, subtly resonating with his 7-leaf clover. The auctioneer called out, "Heavenly Star Herb. Stabilizes martial souls. Starting bid at 3,000 gold soul coins." Tian's heart sank. This herb could undoubtedly mend the flaws of the 7-leaf clover. But 3,000 gold soul coins was beyond their reach. His sister, sensing his thoughts, suddenly smiled. "Do not worry. I have a plan." She discreetly retrieved a small vial from her bosom, filled with a transparent liquid. "This is the essence of your medicinal bath. It can fetch a handsome price to..." Mo Dai intends to sell the medicinal bath essence in exchange for tianqing grass. This medicinal bath has been crucial in helping her sister elevate her soul power from level 6 to 38. Suddenly, a plump merchant interjects, "I will take the tianqing grass for 5,000. Another bids 6,000. The price continues to soar. Can Mo Dai's medicinal bath essence truly fetch such a sum? Even more thrilling is the sight of Mo Tian, who spots the figure in a black robe reappearing, intently fixated on the tianqing grass, a cold smirk playing on his lips. What are his intentions? Will the tianqing grass ultimately fall into Mo Tian's hands? Can this herb truly stabilize the 7-leaf grass martial soul? Without warning, Mo Dai raises her bidding paddle, declaring, "I will exchange this for tianqing grass." She tosses the medicinal bath essence onto the stage, and as the liquid meets the air, it releases an intense aroma of herbs. An immediate hush falls over the crowd. Is this substance worth more than tianqing grass? Next up, an unknown spatial soul guide, adorned with mysterious inscriptions, starting bid at 10,000 gold soul coins. The auctioneer unveils a red cloth to reveal a ring shaped like a medicinal cauldron, accompanied by a piece of leather scroll. Tian's gaze locks onto the leather scroll, his eyes widening in sudden realization. The characters inscribed are traditional Chinese. These are the very letters he encountered in the books of his previous life. "I am Gu Hong of the Eastern Gene, soul transplanted to this realm." He silently recites, his eyes brimming with warmth. This is the legacy of the alchemical master Gu Hong. Within it lies the method to transcend martial soul limitations, alongside divine cultivation techniques. 10,000 gold soul coins. Mo Tian raises his paddle with fervor. The crowd erupts in astonishment, staring at him as if he were a fool. Is this child insane? He intends to purchase something the royal family cannot unlock. He He must be merely playing around. His sister Mo Dai feigns pulling him back. Have you lost your mind? Spending 10,000 gold soul coins on a useless item? Yet, a glint of cunning sparkles in her eyes. She has already sensed something amiss with her brother sold. The auctioneer's hammer strikes down at M.O. when Tion's heart swells with joy indeed. The fortunes of the seven-leaf grass do not deceive. This is a stroke of luck. As the next item is unveiled, the audience gasps in unison. Inside a cage is a cat girl, complete with a tail and cat ears, weeping inconsolably, a rare cat girl made. Starting bid at 50,000. The onlookers are entranced, bids flying in rapid succession. M.O. and Tion, too, is captivated. This cat girl shares the name of the blue cat he once cared for in his past life. But having just spent all his money, he can only watch helplessly. Suddenly, the plump merchant raises his paddle. 100,000. The cat girl trembles in fear, her tears flowing more profusely. M.O. and Tion clenches his fists. Once I profit from Guhong's legacy, I shall rescue her. Yet, as he grasps the ring, he senses something amiss. The ring feels ablaze in his hand. The seven-leaf grass martial soul suddenly igniting, resonating with the ring. What secrets does this ring conceal? Can it truly transcend martial soul limitations? Will Mo and Tion be able to save the cat girl? What is even more thrilling is that the figure in the black robe has re-emerged, fixating on the ring in Mo Wenshin's hand with a malevolent gaze. He seems to be aware of the origins of this ring. Will the figure in the black robe take action to seize it? Can Mo Wentian preserve the legacy of Guhong? I, Mo Wentian, am willing to take Master Guhong as my teacher and inherit his alchemy skills. Only a fool would refuse. It's not like one can't have other teachers after taking on a mentor. As long as I inherit the alchemy skills and in my heart recognize him as my master, that is all that matters. Mo Wentian opened the time-space divine fate ring according to the method, and indeed, as stated on the sheepskin scroll, there was no possession and no abnormalities. Mo Wentian's consciousness, after the operation of his soul power, arrived at a vast space, approximately tens of thousands of cubic meters. There were piles of gold soul coins that were not much different from the current ones, as well as various spiritual herbs and cultivated medicinal materials. It turned out to be a spatial soul guide that could store living things, truly worthy of being a divine-level spatial soul guide. Mo Wentian felt an immense joy in his heart. Celestial grade, Tianxin grass. Montag Vencian was pleasantly so heist. According to the introduction of the celestial product catalog passed down from the ancestors of the Mo family, Mo Wentian recognized many celestial products. In the central position of the medicinal herb cultivation area, there was a solitary heavenly material and earthly treasure. The surrounding 1,000-year spiritual herbs and 100-year medicinal plants seemed to be worshipping it, all facing towards it. Mo Wentian couldn't possibly overlook this. This is precisely the celestial grade herb, the heavenly star grass, which has an effect on healing-type soul masters that is no less than that of the supreme rare herb, the heavenly chrysanthemum. For assault-type beast soul masters. P.S. Seeking support, seeking recommendations, seeking investments, seeking monthly tickets, seeking rewards, daily 3 requests, as taught by the math teacher in physical education. Manually amusing. Chapitre 5, Nomeles Technique. Looking at the appearance of the heavenly star grass, it seems to be on the verge of ripening. Mo Wentian speculated that the Tianxin grass might have been cultivated not long ago during the era of Guhong and Douluo, based on a maturation time of celestial products, which is roughly around 10,000 years ago. Not far from the medicinal field, there was surprisingly a thatched cottage. Mo Wentian was even more certain that this spatial artifact was not as simple as he had imagined. There might be hidden functions. And this thatched cottage had definitely been inhabited by people. But now, even though he knew how to open the space, he still couldn't enter it with his body. As his consciousness entered the space inside the thatched cottage, he discovered a bookshelf filled with various Taoist texts and alchemy notes. Suddenly, Mo Wentian noticed that there were many densely packed characters on the stone table inside the cottage. It began with unnamed cultivation method, and, as he read on, he found not only inner strength techniques, but also a set of lightness skills, the Jixian Shenfe. There was also a set of eye techniques, the Puang Ji Miao, and a set of palm techniques, the Bai Tao Shou. Of course, the most important part was a legacy of medicinal pills. All were engraved in Chinese characters, but they were different from Guhong's handwriting, appearing even more ancient and seamlessly integrated with the stone table. After reading, a beam of light shot into Mo Wentian's mind, startling him. Then he realized that his consciousness had exited the ring space. Although it felt long, it was actually just a short moment. Mo Wentian revealed a joyful expression, not fearing that someone would secretly discover his unusualness. After all, no one else would know what he had gained, nor would they care about the joys of a child. Although the Douluo continent was fraught with danger. Aside from the Spirit Hall, other forces seemed rarely involved in the underhanded schemes of killing and plundering. It was uncertain whether it was due to the strength of the Spirit Hall suppressing the situation, or if it was because of the high discernibility of spirits, making it unfavorable for hiding. Therefore, he only needed to pay attention to the people from his Spirit Hall, within the capital of the Tiando Empire. It was relatively safe for the time being. Only after the Spirit Hall cleansed the power structure would crises emerge. Of course, these were just Mo Wentian's analyses and might not be correct, as there was no absolute safety. 100,000 gold soul coins for the first time, 100,000 gold soul coin for the second time, 100,000 gold soul coins for the third. The alluring auctioneer was about to knock down the auction hammer. Mo Wentian saw the situation and shouted directly, 110,000. Are you crazy? We don't have that much money. Mo Yudi was truly panicking this time. If they couldn't come up with so much money, the two of them would definitely not be able to leave the auction house today. It's important to know that even the 50,000 gold soul coins in her hands were earned because her father had his own soul hunting team. Plus, she had secretly sold some of the enhancement potions that Mo Wentian had refined to accumulate this much. Mo Wentian certainly knew this. After giving a reassuring glance, he looked with great interest at the cat girl on the stage. One must understand what fate awaits these cat girls once they are bought by those wealthy merchants and nobles. Although he did not consider himself a saint, he still felt compelled to lend a helping hand to such pitiful individuals, especially since this cat girl shared the same name as his pet cat in his previous life. 111,000 gold soul coins for the first time, 111,000 gold soul coins for the second time, 111,000 gold soul coins for the third. The female auctioneer was just about to knock the hammer to finalize the deal when a gentle voice interrupted. 12,000 gold soul coins. I ask everyone to give me, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, a favor. If the young friend here is short on funds, I can bid on your behalf. After speaking, the person looked towards Mo Wentian. It was clear at a glance that the speaker was someone who had long held a high position, exuding an air of nobility, and was exceptionally handsome. Guest number 1 bids 12,000 gold soul coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The alluring female auctioneer's eyes lit up with joy. Typically, cat girls would sell for around 100,000 gold soul coins, and this additional 20,000 gold soul coins would all contribute to her performance. Mo Wentian was quite interested in this soul that was between a body soul and a beast soul, and he didn't want to owe anyone a favor for no reason. He secretly speculated that this person was likely the master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Wow, this uncle is so handsome. Beside him, Mo Yudi looked at the gentle middle-aged man with stars in her eyes. However, no matter how one looked at it, it seemed like the gaze one would have when looking at a pile of gold soul coins. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm sorry. I have the ability to pay myself. Thank you very much. I will offer 130,000 gold soul coins. Mo Wentian smiled kindly at the man, understanding that Ning Fengji was worried about him being young and possibly short on money, wanted to help him out. However, he didn't want to owe a favor for nothing, as the space ring he had just obtained contained countless gold soul coins. In the original work, Ning Fengji, the master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, often bought cat girls, and even if he didn't bid, it was very likely that Ning would buy them. However, his god-level soul guide ring contained a nearly limit level 98 super title Douluo, who was also an alchemist's entire wealth. A mere 130,000 gold soul coins was just a small fraction of it. Mo Wentian expressed that he was wealthy and did not care about such amounts, not wanting to owe a favor. Oh, I'm truly sorry. It seems I was being overly concerned. I believe the young friend shares the same purpose as me. So please treat this poor person kindly. Ning Fengji said with a wry smile and a shake of his head. No problem. Mo Wentian nodded to show goodwill, indicating that he would help. There are countless pitiful people in the world, and he naturally wouldn't help everyone he encounters. However, he wouldn't stand by and do nothing if he could help within his means, and it would be beneficial to him. Wentian, do you have that many gold soul coins? The money I brought is not enough. Should you go back and inform Mom to take out the gold soul coins saved at home? Mo Yudi, who was nearby, didn't believe that Mo Wentian had the ability to pay and wanted to send him away to think of a solution or ask the person she disliked for help. Don't worry, sister. I still have some gold soul coins saved here, enough to use. Mo Wentian said confidently, reassuring Mo Yudi. Huh? Did you secretly sell some of the medicinal baths you refined? Mo Yudi looked at Mo Wintian with sparkling eyes. Mo Wintian smiled, but did not speak. 130,000 gold soul coins for the first time, 130,000 gold soul coins for the second time, 130,000 gold soul coins for the third time sold. Once again, congratulations to this young master for acquiring this auction item. The woman looked at Mo Wintian with eyes full of interest. He was simply the golden son-in-law of her dreams. So wealthy at such a young age. Others thought the same, believing that Mo Wintian was the young master from some great noble family. Unaware of the importance of gold soul coins, they looked at the heartbroken face of Mo Yan beside him and felt that she had been taken advantage of by little Wintian. After all, over 100,000 gold soul coins was no small sum, definitely a heavy blow for an average noble family. However, all of this was within Mo Wintian's calculations. He appeared to be a foolish rich man, but in reality, he harbored great wisdom. Now, no one was paying attention to the two of them, which was the best proof. The next item up for auction would be the last item of this auction and also the most valuable highlight. Indeed, this was the purpose of holding this auction today. It was the soul bone that ranked among the top 3 in the Soul Master Dream rankings on the continent. Although it was only a 1,000-year soul bone, it was still exceptionally precious, with a starting bid of 2 million gold soul coins. The woman spoke excitedly, as if she felt honored to auction such an item. Mo Wintian, however, was not very interested, as it was just a millennium-old soul bone. He planned to take his sister Mo Yudi back. The harvest was already sufficient, and being too greedy might lead to losses. Mo Yudi reluctantly glanced at the soul bone on the stage before walking out as well. Accompanying them on the way back was the cat girl Douluo. Mo Wintian chose to check out in a backstage area when he pulled out a mountain of 130,000 soul coins. He truly surprised the looks of the nearby staff and his sister. Fortunately, there weren't many people in the backstage, just staff members. The employees of the Tiendo auction house are all professionally trained and would not compromise their reputation for such a small amount of money. Mo Wintian walked home with his sister Mo Yudi, followed by a cat girl named Douluo. Douluo was a mutated martial soul awakener, a fusion of a physical martial soul and a beast martial soul. She had been captured and ended up being auctioned at an auction house. The cat girl retained human features but had a cat's tail and ears, giving her a unique beauty. Sister, let's buy some clothes for Mom and Douluo before we go back, Mo Wintian said, holding Mo Yudi's small hand. Okay, this time I will definitely splurge a bit on you, my little hidden rich kid. Mo Yudi replied happily with a nod. She held Douluo's hand and walked towards the shopping district, treating her like a younger sister. After shopping for half a day, Mo Wintian spent over 100 gold soul coins, preparing several sets of exquisite and expensive clothes for himself. Luckily, both he and his sister had spatial soul guiding devices, so they didn't have to carry things themselves. Otherwise, after shopping for an afternoon, he would have been exhausted. After all, he was only 6 years old, and having to accompany women shopping was truly a tragic and sad story. While shopping together, Mo Wintian bought various items for her and even included Douluo when buying for his sister and mom. Gradually, Douluo opened her heart, sincerely thanking Mo Wintian for saving her and treating her like family. At this moment, Mo Wintian was dressed in finely crafted clothes, exuding both elegance and heroic spirit, without too many adornments, but still embodying the noble style of a soul master. Meanwhile, Mo Yudi and Douluo became even more beautiful and captivating, attracting the attention of many passers-by along the way. Mo Wintian bought the cat girl for 2 reasons. First, he disapproved of the trafficking of people and felt pity for her. Second, his family needed someone to assist and accompany his mother. If he hadn't encountered her, it would have been fine, but since he did and he was capable of helping, based on his observation with the broken forgetting eye, he found her kind-hearted. Mo Wintian also had an experiment in mind that would benefit both of them. So why not? The unnamed technique and the broken forgetting eye were both directly transmitted to the depths of his mind, akin to a spiritual initiation, but it required starting from the lowest level of cultivation. Thus, Mo Wintian could already use them simply at this point. Of course, if it weren't for the cat girl being visually appealing, he wouldn't have shown such kindness. He would have preferred to spend that money on a satisfying meal of soul beast meat. Buying a cat girl to please the eyes was fine, and for someone with a kind heart, Mo Wintian held her in high regard. After giving some gold soul coins to his sister, Mo Yudi, the group finally returned home happily. P.S. Please support by collecting and recommending, and help by viewing more ads in the browser. Chapter 6. hunting soul rings on the Douluo continent. There was no systematic method for refining medicine. Mo Wentian had spent countless resources since childhood and found a few remnants of formulas from the Mo family warehouse to research a spiritual liquid similar to foundation building, which could enhance physical strength. Now, with the inheritance of alchemy from Master Gohong, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Time flies, and half a month quickly passed. Aside from occasionally returning to the academy to teach, the others in the Mo family are immersed in cultivating the unnamed martial arts technique. The unnamed martial arts technique has a total of 12 levels, with levels 1 to 10 corresponding to the 9th to 99th ranks of the Douluo continent. Since it was directly transmitted into their minds, with explanations included, Mo Wentian familiarized himself with it a few days ago and then taught the first 5 levels to his sister and mother. In the absence of success in researching Do's martial soul, Mo Wentian also gave a simplified version of the first 2 levels to the cat girl Do for her to cultivate, hoping it could bring about a change for this martial soul. Mo Wentian dared to boldly pass it on to Catwoman because after successfully cultivating the Eye of Forgotten Awareness, he could clearly sense a person's malice or goodwill. He believed that Do wouldn't leak it out, and since it was only a reduced version of the first 2 layers, he thought there wouldn't be any issues. Of course, Mo Wentian also held a somewhat experimental attitude, wondering if he could break through her innate soul power and martial spirit limitations. His father rarely returned home, so Mo Wentian decided to wait until the end of the month when he came back to teach him. Mo Wentian does not have sectarian biases. As long as they are his family, he believes that if he can enhance their strength, he will not keep it to himself. Of course, Mo Wentian is not naive. Even with family, he will not teach everything, as this is also for everyone's safety. After all, if this cultivation method were to leak, it would cause significant upheaval across the Douluo continent. If it were Tang San, he would definitely keep it a secret, not even telling his family or parents, fearing exposure and the potential for life and death crises. The two have different styles. It's hard to say who is better or worse, but simply that their thoughts differ. After all, one lived in a world filled with deceit and intrigue, making him more cautious, while the other lived in a peaceful era. However, in comparison, Mo Wentian values familial bonds more, while Tang San is more mature and composed. Mo Wentian had already prepared an excuse for the origin of his cultivation method, claiming that he bought it for 1 gold soul coin. He said that when he went out, he accidentally met an old man named Gohong, who was astonished by him and said he was extraordinary with amazing talent. The old man also mentioned that he had a few unparalleled divine skills, selling them for just 1 gold soul coin. So he bought it, but of course, Mo Wentian's story was just a cover. It had been half a month. Mo Wentian, after diligent cultivation and with the help of the elixirs he developed, successfully broke through 2 levels of soul power, reaching level 9. Even his mother, Dong Ruoling's soul power level, broke through the long-standing boundary due to the unnamed technique, reaching the realm of soul sovereign at level 30. I'm about to break through to level 10 and become a soul master. Sister, let's go to the edge of the sunset forest this afternoon to get a soul ring. Mo Wentian said, blinking his big eyes at his sister, who was whispering with their mother, Dong Ruoling. All right, I estimate the breakthrough will happen in the next couple of days, and finding a suitable soul ring for Mom will also take a few days. So let's go to the sunset forest this afternoon. Mo Yudi thought for a moment and agreed. Yudi, is it safe? Should we wait until your father comes back to go together? Dong Ruoling said with some concern. Don't worry, Mom. I'm already a high-level soul sovereign, and besides, I made arrangements with a friend to go to the sunset forest together to help her cousin obtain a soul ring. Her cousin's martial soul is very special and will greatly assist us in obtaining the soul ring. Her martial soul is an extremely rare healing-type martial soul. Although she is only level 20, it has exceptional healing abilities, and no matter how many soul rings, it will have the same effect on soul masters below level 40. Plus, with your support, Mom, there won't be any accidents. Mo Yudai patted his chest confidently and said, Sister, what is the name of your friend's cousin? Mo Wentian seemed somewhat familiar with the martial spirits that were all healing soul skills and couldn't help but ask. But the cousin from afar seems to be named something Lingling. The martial spirit, however, is unforgettable to me. It's called the 9 Hearts Begonia martial spirit, and there can only be 1 inheritor per generation. At the same time, there can only be 2 9 Hearts Begonia soul masters alive. Only when one dies can another appear in the next generation. It's probably the rarest martial spirit on the Douluo continent. Mo Yudi scratched her beautiful hair and then recalled, it really is her, Yi Lingling. Mo when Tion speculated in his heart that it might be this existence. Only she would possess such a special martial soul. Yes, it is Yiling Ling, huh? Wait, how do you know when Tion? Do you know her? Mo Yu Dai subconsciously replied, and after realizing it, asked with some confusion. I don't know her. I've only heard of her. I've heard that she possesses the rarest martial soul on the continent, the Nine-Heart Begonia, but I don't know anything else. Mo Wentian helplessly denied, saying he wouldn't tell his sister why he knew. His family had become accustomed to it. Since childhood, Mo Wentian had been different from others. Exceptionally intelligent, often researching herbs and exercising his body when there was nothing to do, never playing with peers. In his free time, he enjoyed reading ancient texts and historical accounts of the continent. In the afternoon, after the family had prepared their gifts and essential supplies for outdoor living, they left the cat girl Dodo to look after the house and went to the south gate of Tiando City. Although Dodo was only about 10 years old, her figure was no less than that of Mo Yudi. It was unclear whether this characteristic was common among cat-type martial souls. Dodo usually didn't practice very seriously, but she was quite well-behaved and obedient. To her, Mo Wentian had no other thoughts, treating her simply as a little sister. After all, he considered himself to be a person in the world, although his personality had been somewhat assimilated by his environment and seemed a bit childish. His experiences still counted for something. At noon, on a hot summer day with a blazing sun overhead, he asked, Sister, the person you are waiting for hasn't arrived yet? Mo Wentian looked at the scorching sun in the sky and couldn't help but ask, It should be almost there, right? I'm dying from the heat. Let's find a cool place to sit for a while. Mo Yudi already had a sweaty expression on her face. Just then, a clear voice rang out. Hello, are you Sister Mo Yudi? I'm really sorry for being late. My cousin said she had something come up and couldn't accompany me. So, she asked me to join you all to get the soul rings for some support. I'm really sorry to trouble you. The girl, about 9 years old, had a flushed face and ran over in a hurry, clearly feeling the heat, and shyly apologized to Mo Yudi. It's fine, we just arrived too. Since we're all here, let's set off. Seeing the girl rushing over, Mo Yudi didn't blame her, but instead said gently, The girl shyly followed behind Mo Wentian. Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian extended his hand to Yi Lingling, who had already regained her composure. Hello, Ome Yi Lingling, a level 20 healing soul master. At this moment, Yi Lingling had not yet developed the cold demeanor of adulthood. Her personality was quite cheerful, and she was a girl who easily felt shy. Mo Wentian did not continue to engage in deeper conversation. After all, they had just met, and if he appeared too enthusiastic, he might be seen as a weirdo. Of course, no one would think that the 6-year-old Mo Wentian could be a weirdo. They would just think, you know. An hour later, everyone arrived at the Sunset Forest. Looking into the depths of the Sunset Forest, Mo Wentian thought, I wonder if Douluo has discovered the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye at this moment. This time, I must take the opportunity to investigate. At this time, Douluo was still only an 89 level soul Douluo. Although he was not as famous as the future title Douluo, Poison Douluo, he was still quite renowned in Heaven Do City. If I want to go for a control-type spirit, I need to consider soul rings that enhance the resilience of my martial soul first. Compared to the inherent toxicity and healing ability of the martial soul, the resilience ability is actually the weakest. Montag Vencian Analyst. As for me, I can only consider the healing ability, as long as the age is appropriate. It will be fine. Yi Lingling also expressed her opinion shortly after. Then let's first look for spirit beasts with healing abilities. This way, we can also enhance our strength in obtaining soul rings, and relatively speaking, healing-type spirit beasts are easier to deal with. Mo Wentian said to the path-clearing Mo Yudi in front of him, I think so too. The appearance of the inkstone has long been what I imagined. Mo Wentian didn't argue, but instead followed Yi Lung coldly behind his mother. Originally, his mother wasn't in a hurry to obtain a soul ring, but unable to resist Mo Wentian's request and worried about her son's safety, she decided to come along. Mo Wentian planned the third soul ring for his mother to be a 1,000-year soul ring that increases speed, so it will be placed last. Dong Ruoling's first soul ring was obtained from the Minglu deer in 1999, and its ability is healing. It can restore 20 of the life force of soul masters of the same level. The second soul ring comes from a 400-year-old Qianjunet, which increases the power attribute of the assisted person by 10. This support ability is indeed not bad. Dong Ruoling's martial soul is also a mutated martial soul, the green leaf grass. However, due to the limitation of her innate level 3 soul power, she has been unable to break through level 30, for a long time, which is why she has been neglecting her training. Mo Wentian may not yet be at level 10, but after practicing the nameless martial arts and internal skills, it can be said that his actual combat power is no less than that of an average Great Soul Master. However, due to the short time of acquisition, he is only just starting out. Mo Dai, a level 38 Soul Master, has refined his soul power further after practicing internal skills. He has also mastered the rudiments of the transcendent immortal movement taught by Mo Wentian, making it easy for him to deal with soul beasts under 1,000 years old. The group searched for quite a while and encountered several soul beasts along the way, but none were suitable. They found a suitable place to set up camp and decided to wait until dawn to continue their search, as they were currently only on the outskirts of the soul hunting forest. After Mo Wentian sprinkled some powder to repel ordinary soul beasts, they quickly took care of their basic needs and returned to their tent to rest. Although the soul beasts here were relatively weak for safety reasons, they chose to rest in one tent, especially since there were two support-type soul masters to consider. Since they hadn't ventured deeply into the sunset forest, they weren't worried about encountering soul beasts they couldn't handle, and the group fell asleep peacefully. Mo Wentian is only 6 years old, and Yi Lingling naturally doesn't mind the gender boundaries. After all, Xiao Wu and Tang San are already 12 and still sleep in the same bed. Early in the morning, before it was bright, Mo Wentian got up, left the tent, and only after he had gone out did Yi Lingling secretly open her eyes, a beautiful blush appearing on her face, showing her enchanting beauty at such a young age. It turns out that after Yi Lingling fell asleep, she became a bit restless, mixing around like she did at home. Since they were all sleeping in the same tent, they were relatively close to each other, and her slender legs ended up resting on Mo Wentian's belly. After Mo Wentian woke up, he tried to move away gently, but he still woke Yi Lingling. However, Yi Lingling was shy and continued to pretend to be asleep. Only after Mo Wentian went out did she dare to open her beautiful and captivating eyes. Chapter 7. The Nine-Colored Deer. Mo Wentian jumped onto the top of a huge tree after leaving the tent, sitting cross-legged and entering a state of meditation. After circulating his soul power along the route of an unnamed technique for a full cycle, he stopped his cultivation and began practicing his martial skill, the Eye of Breaking Illusions. The cultivation of the Eye of Breaking Illusions is similar to the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Generally, eye techniques are best cultivated using the first ray of purple energy at sunrise. However, in addition to relying on purple energy, the Eye of Breaking Illusions can also be enhanced by increasing mental power. With recent cultivation, Mo Wentian's Eye of Breaking Illusions had reached the entry-level stage of the first layer, Illusion. The Eye of Breaking Illusions has 5 layers. The first layer, Illusion, allows one to see some superficial things and weaknesses. The second layer, Breaking Void, allows one to see the essence of matter. The third layer, Breaking Illusion, can dispel all illusions. The fourth layer, True Eye of Breaking Illusion, can launch mental attacks against opponents, dealing damage even to titled Douluos if hit. The fifth layer, Light of Breaking Illusion, is at the divine level of mental power, something that Mo Wentian cannot comprehend at this time, and even the ability itself is unclear. As the golden crow rose, purple energy gathered around Mo Wentian and was gradually absorbed by him. After the last trace of purple energy was absorbed, a golden light flashed in Mo Wentian's eyes. His vision expanded infinitely, and he suddenly noticed 2 nine-colored deer, one large and one small, appearing in the southeast direction. The nine-colored deer is a rare soul beast with a natural ability for healing and impressive speed, making it perfect for Yi Lingling's 9-heart sea pearl. Without understanding the theories published by the master, Mo Wentian and the others might have to look for other plant-type healing auxiliary soul beasts. However, with his understanding of martial soul theory, Mo Wentian believed his knowledge, having read the Douluo kind of novels in his previous life, was even superior to the masters in general terms. Moreover, the nine-colored deer is also a relatively rare soul beast, and its healing ability would undoubtedly be powerful. Target spotted. Wake up. The target is 600 meters southeast. Mo Wentian jumped down from the giant tree and shouted seriously into the tent. Swish, swish. A sound of wind passed by, and the first to appear was not his sister, a level 38 battle soul master, nor his mother, a level 30 support-type soul master, but Yi Lingling, a level 20 healing soul master. Swish, swish. Another sound of wind passed. Wow, Lingling, your reaction speed is so fast. It seems I need to practice my vigilance more. Mo Yudi said with surprise as she looked at Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling's face turned slightly red, but she didn't speak, as she had already woken up and was not just quick to react and alert. What's wrong? Wentian, did you find a suitable soul ring? Mother Dong Ruoling came out, asking with confusion. Yes, we're lucky. Let's go quickly, stay hidden. The target is about 600 meters southeast, Mo Wentian said with a happy expression. Then activated the celestial escape technique and rushed ahead. The others quickly followed, cautiously, afraid of startling the nine-colored deer soul beasts. As the scenery changed, they found that the landscape ahead became even more beautiful and enchanting. The view before them was no less than the stunning scenery of the Star Doe Forest from the Douluo Conan anime that Mo Wentian had seen in his previous life. In front of them, the large and small nine-colored deer were drinking water from a flowing stream. It was also fortunate for Mo Wentian and the others that they camped not far from where the nine-colored deer came to drink every morning, allowing them to discover the traces of the nine-colored deer. The nine-colored deer was adorned with 9 colors and emitted a faint glow, especially beautiful at night. However, its attack power was not strong. Its speed was extremely fast, and in terms of strength, a 1,000-year-old nine-colored deer was even inferior to a 500-year-old ordinary soul beast. Yet, it possessed unparalleled speed and strong healing abilities. Mo Wentian cautiously introduced the group. Be careful as you approach. Don't startle them. They're so beautiful and cute. Are we really going to take action against them? Yi Lingling said, looking at the colorful deer ahead with some reluctance. I don't want to take action against them either, but the conflict between soul masters and soul beasts is unavoidable. At least for now, we are unable to change this situation. These two soul beasts are currently the most suitable for you and Mom. The age of the larger one is about 1,100 years, and the smaller one is around 700 years, Mo Wentian said, noticing the reluctance in her eyes and comforting her. Mo Wentian has never been a kind person, especially in the predator-prey world of Douluo continent. However, he has always held an appreciative attitude towards those who are kind-hearted, which is why he patiently offers advice. Well, Yi Lingling is also a reasonable person, unlike some young ladies from large sects who are willful and reckless. Similarly, Yi Lingling's mother is a powerful soul sage. Although she is only a healing type with relatively low combat power, she understands that obtaining soul rings does not necessarily require them to be the same plant or animal type. Almost all forces above Soul Douluo are aware of the limitations in acquiring soul rings. It's just that they haven't studied it as thoroughly as the master has. These are open secrets within the major forces, just as everyone was preparing to summon their martial souls. The nine-colored deer seemed to sense impending danger and raised its head to look around warily. Come on, sister. Mom is empowering you. You should use your strongest soul skill without being careless and let them escape. I'll support you from the side, Mo Wentian said with a serious tone. Although the nine-colored deer has no combat power, its speed is extremely strong. Mo Wentian didn't want to go up personally, but as a level 9, even though his physical strength could compare to a great soul master who hadn't obtained a soul ring. He lacked offensive soul skills and was temporarily not a match for the 1,000-year nine-colored deer. Even the nine-colored deer soul beast, which didn't have much attacking power, was not something Mo Wentian could stop at this moment. He could only assist and disrupt from the sidelines. The power of green leaves. Dong Ruoling summoned her green leaf grass martial soul and empowered Mo Wentian and Mo Yudi. Mo Wentian instantly felt an increase in his physical strength by about 10%. He used his lightness skill to block the escape route of the nine-colored deer. With his third soul skill, Scarlet Flame Wind Howl Blade, Mo Yudi summoned the Scarlet Flame Sword Martial Soul and first attacked the larger nine-colored deer. Countless sword blades, mixed with tiny flames, shot towards the body of the 1,000-year-old nine-colored deer like wind blades. With a cry of pain, the larger nine-colored deer was knocked back 5 meters by the strike. After a few seconds, it stood up and, without looking back, began to flee into the distance, charging straight towards Mo Wentian, while at that moment, the smaller deer had already had its limbs broken by Mo Yudi and could not move. Mo Wentian, upon seeing the situation, activated his lightness skill to evade and then employed the Bai Taozhen show technique, striking towards the legs of the 1,000-year-old nine-colored deer with hands that moved like ocean waves. Indeed, with the combination of the evasion skill and the Bai Taozhen show strike, the heavily injured nine-colored deer had no way to dodge and was hit, breaking its front and back legs. Unable to move, Mo Wentian was about to step forward to capture the nine-colored deer. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and the nine-colored deer's legs seemed to have recovered as it stood up and limped forward. Mo Wentian felt a bit reluctant upon seeing the situation. Even ants cling to life, let alone soul beasts. However, Mo Yudi did not care much about this and directly rushed to catch the nine-colored deer. At this moment, the speed of the nine-colored deer was such that even Mo Wentian could easily catch up, not to mention Mo Yudi. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. If you do not kill the soul beasts, others will, and if powerful soul beasts encounter weak humans, they will not hold back either. Mo Yudi brought back the nine-colored deer, holding it upside down, and said to Mo Wentian, "I understand." Mo Wentian also realized that he needed to change his previous mindset. In this world of survival of the fittest, if you do not kill soul beasts, you cannot become stronger. Thus, sympathy is one thing, but killing is still necessary. His current self was not enough to change the rules of Douluo continent, and he had no obligation to do so. All he could do was to try to kill as few soul beasts as possible. P.S. Congratulations to this book for receiving a station short message and about to be signed. To repay the support of the readers, after the successful signing, there will be 2 additional updates with at least 3,000 words daily. Chapter 8. Mother Yao Yi Lingling closed her beautiful eyes with reluctance, holding a dagger in her hand, unable to bear to look at the small deer with hatred in its eyes. In the end, she opened her beautiful big eyes and ended the life of the little deer with the dagger in her hand. A dazzling yellow halo lit up, and Yi Lingling coldly closed her eyes, sitting cross-legged to begin absorbing the soul ring. Watching from the side, Mo Yudi looked at her with approval, recalling how she had performed during her second soul ring acquisition. Even she had not done as well. Not far away, Dong Ruoling, although also only at level 30, was accustomed to it and efficiently ended the life of the 1,000-year nine-colored deer with a purple soul ring glowing from its corpse. Seeing the two enter a state of absorption, Mo Wentian and Mo Yudi were also vigilantly observing their surroundings. Absorbing a soul ring could not be taken lightly. One must be alert to their surroundings. If one fails, they could suffer serious injuries, or worse, their martial soul could shatter and they could die. Fortunately, after 2 hours, Yi Lingling completed her absorption, and her mother, Dong Ruoling, was nearing the end as well. After cultivating an unnamed internal skill, her mother could be said to have accumulated strength over time. In martial soul cultivation, there is no saying of stagnation leading to regression. With daily accumulation, her foundation was incredibly solid, and the cultivation of the unnamed skill was also rapid. Suddenly, Dong Ruoling's complexion changed, alternating between blue and white, becoming quite unpleasant. Something's wrong. Mom is encountering difficulties in absorbing the soul ring. Mo Yudi said anxiously, looking at her mother with concern. Mo Yudi is decisive and ruthless in character, but very good to his family. He is quite relaxed in front of his family, like a child. However, when faced with situations, he does not like to think and prefers to act immediately with his sword, far from being as calm as Mo Wentian. Don't worry. If I'm not mistaken, this is a chance for Mother, Mo Wentian said, looking at the special power gathering above his mother's head with a confident expression. Sure enough, after a short while, Dong Ruoling's complexion gradually began to recover, and energy started to gather at the top of her head. Above her head, a pair of antlers gradually took shape. Mo Wentian couldn't help but smile at his mother's appearance at that moment. Dong Ruoling looked just like the support character Yao Mei from a tower defense game he used to play in his past life. His mother, in her 30s, was as charming as a newly adult young girl. Indeed, this was an external spirit bone, as rare as a 100,000-year spirit ring. According to statistics, external spirit bones rank second on the dream list of spirit masters in the Douluo continent, making them extremely rare, with abilities that could improve as the spirit master's strength increased. Mo Wentian spoke with the air of someone who knows everything. Wow, so beautiful. Oh no, once we go out, others will definitely think that my mom and I are sisters instead of mother and daughter. Mo Yudi completely lost the decisiveness and coldness she had when hunting spirit beasts and returned to her usual carefree personality. Yeah, so cute. I want one too, Yi Lingling said enviously as she looked at Dong Ruoling, who had finished absorbing the spirit bone and stood up. They were the same kind of spirit beast, but only Dong Ruoling obtained the antlers. It would be a lie to say she wasn't envious. Haha, wanting it but unable to get it. Mo Wentian recalled a joke from a past life and couldn't help but laugh, not expecting Yi Lingling to be so honest, saying whatever came to her mind. HM, why are you all looking at me with such strange expressions? What is going on? Dong Ruoling, caught off guard, looked at the three with a puzzled expression. Here, take a look for yourself. Mo Yudi took out a mirror from the Space Soul Guide and handed it to her mother, saying, "Wow, is this me? What's going on?" Dong Ruoling looked at her young and beautiful self in the mirror with a face full of surprise. The pair of antlers on her head made her look even younger. "Yes, Mom, you're not mistaken. If I'm not guessing wrong, this is the treasure that soul masters dream of, an external soul bone. Before I successfully obtain the soul ring, you need to learn to control it as soon as possible and see if you can put it away. Otherwise, it's too conspicuous, and if someone sees it, it will definitely attract the attention of those lurking in the shadows." Mo Wentian said seriously. This concern is not without basis. Although this soul bone attached to the antlers resembles some decorative features on female soul masters, let us not forget that mother is not a soul master. And upon closer inspection, one can see the differences between the two. Better to be safe than sorry. The four of us must keep today's events to ourselves. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After hearing this, Mo Yudi glanced at Yi Lingling and said seriously, "Yes, I will keep it to myself, not even telling Mom." Yi Lingling also nodded earnestly in agreement. "Mom, what soul skill did you obtain? Tell us about it." Seeing the atmosphere a bit serious, Mo Wentian changed the subject. The support ability of my third soul skill is acceleration, which can increase the speed of soul masters below level 40 by 10%. Dong Ruoling's face lit up with joy as she said happily. Not bad. Its effect is already quite powerful. Although it is far from the supporting ability of the continent's #1 auxiliary martial soul, the 7 treasure glazed tile, it is still well above the level of ordinary auxiliary soul masters. Mo Wentian also felt happy for his mother and said with satisfaction. Finally, Yi Lingling also reported the effect of the soul ring skill she just obtained. Unlike Dong Ruoling's support ability, Yi Lingling's soul skill is the healing ability of a 9-colored deer, which can heal even broken legs. As long as the injury just happened and no body parts are missing. The 9-heart begonia excels in healing. It has only one ability. Regardless of how many soul rings it has, the soul skill remains singular. This is precisely its terrifying aspect. Its ability is a range-wide group healing, with the healing extent controlled by the soul master's intent. The higher the level and the more soul rings, the broader the healing range. No one asked about the soul skill brought by Dong Ruoling's external soul bone, and Dong Ruoling did not volunteer to share. But Mo Wentian knew that the uniqueness of external soul bones is far more powerful than ordinary soul bones, so the obtained soul skill must not be weak. Mo Wentian did not know whether he would be able to obtain an external spirit bone in the future, nor did he think about taking Tang San's external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances. Adhering to the principle of a laid-back development, Mo Wentian did not want to provoke anyone. But if someone dared to offend him or his loved ones, he would never show mercy. 5 days later, Mo Wentian sat cross-legged on a giant tree. Having absorbed the last wisp of purple energy, a golden brilliance flashed in his eyes, and the soul power within his body flowed rapidly through the 8 extraordinary meridians. Suddenly, Mo Wentian felt as if something within him had shattered, and then the soul power that had been flowing swiftly slowed down, followed by an instantaneous release of all the pressure. Mo Wentian's 7-leaf grass martial soul was automatically summoned from within his body. At this moment, the 7-leaf grass martial soul was completely transparent and shimmering, displaying a rainbow of colors. If it were a flower instead of a blade of grass, it would surely be considered extraordinary. However, it was just a blade of grass, and it was common knowledge on the continent that grass-type martial souls were inferior to flower-type ones. Grass-type martial souls were not uncommon, mostly belonging to control-type martial souls. But there were virtually no grass-type martial souls that could break through to the title Douluo level, while many flower-type martial souls had achieved that. The shortcomings of grass-type martial souls were obvious. They feared fire-type soul masters, as evidenced by Ma Hongjuan's series of plant-related incidents in the original work. Flower-type martial souls were different. A well-known example was the chrysanthemum Douluo from the Spirit Hall, whose martial soul was the extraordinary flower, the strange petal chrysanthemum. Chapter 9. Century-old ghost vine. In the early morning, the dawn was radiant, scattering like broken gold, bathing people in warmth. During these 5 days, the 4 of them had not been idle, continuously searching for suitable soul rings, and had explored several areas where soul beasts suitable for Mo Wentian's soul ring were active. Because Mo Wentian had a wide range of requirements for his first soul ring, snake-type soul beasts like the mandala snake and plant-type soul beasts like the ghost vine were quite suitable for his need for resilience, making them easier to find. Of course, This was referring to the Sunset Forest. If it were the Star Doe Great Forest, the time required would double. Although the Star Doe Great Forest had a greater variety of soul beasts, the areas in which they were active were also larger and more dangerous, making them harder to find. Now that they had broken through level 10, it was time to set off. Mo Wentian murmured to himself before jumping down from the top of the giant tree and arriving in front of his mother and sister. Wentian, was that soul power fluctuation just now your breakthrough? Mo Yudi asked with a surprised expression. Yes, that's right. I finally broke through to level 10. Let's get ready and head to the area where the ghost vines are active, Mo Wentian said joyfully as he looked at the three of them. His mother remained silent, simply looking at her son, who had been a source of ease for her since childhood, with a look of contentment. Next to her, Yi Lingling also looked at Mo Wentian. After spending time together, the 3-year-older Yi Lingling developed a sense of illusion, as if Mo Wentian were the older brother, knowing everything about soul beasts. In reality, Mo Wentian was the type who understood a little about everything but excelled in nothing, able to impress young girls with his knowledge. Most of his time, aside from researching alchemy, was spent learning about soul beasts. He also had his own unique insights into the theory of soul masters. Although it is theoretically possible to increase soul power without obtaining a soul ring, Mo Wentian did not completely agree with this notion. While it is true that one can increase soul power, the speed of enhancement after obtaining a soul ring is undoubtedly faster. If a level is low, the difference may not be obvious. But you can make a comparison, cultivating for 1 hour at level 10 versus cultivating for 10 minutes at level 90. Which do you think results in a greater quantity or pure quality of soul power? Undoubtedly. Not to mention the bottleneck phase, the speed of increasing soul power is far inferior to the cultivation speed after obtaining a soul ring. Just the difference in soul power gained from high-level cultivation compared to low-level cultivation can highlight the disparity in the cultivation speed of some geniuses. From Tang San, we can see that in the early stage, he only increased by 19 levels in 6 years, while in the later stage, he increased by dozens of levels in 5 years. Although part of this can be attributed to his learning about soul beasts in the early stage and later fortuitous encounters, it also indicates that the master's theory somewhat hindered Tang San's early cultivation speed. Even if Xiantian Gong is not as good as the internal skills in the unnamed techniques, it is still a top-tier internal cultivation method that can significantly enhance cultivation speed. With the cultivation speed of innate full soul power combined with Xiantian Gong, it is only comparable to the level of his peers like Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong, who work hard at their cultivation, which further illustrates this point, especially considering the time wasted on obtaining soul rings along the way. Mo Wentian gave himself a thumbs up, marveling at his own cleverness. He thought that despite the slight time difference, every time he obtained a soul ring, if luck was not on his side, it could take nearly a month. If he rushed to the soul beast forest to obtain soul rings whenever he was close to a breakthrough, he wouldn't waste cultivation time. If at level 20, he could be faster by 1 level than others with the same talent, then continuing this way would mean that after reaching level 90, it would be equivalent to a gap of nearly 5 levels. The time spent obtaining soul rings 9 times would take at least around 9 months. Therefore, if he could assess his cultivation speed and bottleneck situations, there would be no need to wait until after a breakthrough to go, or to wait after cultivating for a while to go. That would be a complete waste of time. Of course, this also meant that Mo Wentian didn't need to consider the strength of his physical body. However, he felt that in the early stages, Tang San also didn't need to think about these things. This was one of the reasons Mo Wentian didn't go to Nodding City to seek the master as his teacher. In his previous life, when watching Douluo, Mo Wentian believed that in the early stages, women affected Tang San's speed of cultivation breakthroughs both early and late. Just look at how Tang San's breakthrough speed increased after Xiao Wu's death. It wasn't until he arrived at Douluo that his understanding of soul masters deepened, leading him to the correct conclusion. It wasn't that women influenced men's speed of action. Tang San wasn't being lazy, only focused on love. It was all delayed by the learning of soul beast knowledge and the master's not entirely accurate conclusions. It wasn't incorrect, but could only be said that the master's level was low and lacked understanding of higher level concepts. Although Mo when soul power is lower, it does not hinder his broad perspective and deeper understanding of the continent. Soon, the 4 arrived at the territory of the Ghost Vine. Unlike ordinary soul beasts, plant-type soul beasts rarely had the ability to walk on the ground 1,000 years ago, and even if they could, it would come at a great cost. There are gains and losses. Although the Ghost Vine is a 100-year soul beast, it is much stronger than ordinary 1,000-year soul beasts that are not good at combat. The group did not dare to be careless at all. When they were 50 meters away from the ghost vine, they summoned their martial souls to ensure they could unleash their maximum combat power instantly, hoping for a quick resolution. Watch this. Third soul skill, Crimson Flame Wind Howling Blade. Before Dong Roaling support could enhance Mo Yudi's attributes, she impatiently used her third soul skill to attack the ghost vine. Although the ghost vine is a 100-year soul beast, its toughness exceeds that of 1,000-year soul beasts. It is entirely black, but covered in greenish-blue patterns, giving it an air of mystery. Indeed, when the ghost vine saw Mo Yudi's attack, countless tentacles grew from its body, intertwining to form a wall of plants. Although it did not completely block Mo Yudi's fire attribute attack, it consumed a large portion of the power of the third soul skill, resulting in only minor injuries. Such strong toughness, capable of blocking most of the fire attribute attack. Montauk veen Sion exclaimed in surprise. The power of the green leaves. The speed of the green leaves. But Mother steadily enhanced Sister's attributes. Sister, don't use your third soul skill anymore. Save your soul power for the final blow. Mo Wintion's third soul skill has a large consumption. For a soul beast with strong control and attack like this, one cannot unleash full power like when dealing with a 9-color deer. Alright, first soul skill, Flame Crying Sword Dance. Mo Yudai reacted and realized that the method used against the 9-color deer was not applicable to the ghost vine. Seeing that the strongest attack was ineffective, she decided to engage in a war of attrition and used her first soul skill, which consumed the least energy. The sister's flame wind sword martial soul was unleashed with the first soul skill and began to dance, moving like a fairy in the fire amidst the wind, in conjunction with the immortal step technique. In an instant, the countless roots of the ghost vine were sliced apart by the flame wind sword martial soul. Huh, is that all? Look how powerful I am. Question the heavens. Mo Yudi was completely defenseless against the ghost vine that had been struck by herself, and she couldn't help but glance at Mo Wentian. However, before Mo Yudi could react, the severed part of the ghost vine suddenly grew back in an instant, becoming even thicker and more lush, sweeping towards the several people. Damn it, this is parasitism, the step of the exiled immortal. Mo Wentian grabbed his mother and Yi Lingling, instantly disappearing from the spot. Without a target, the ghostly vines retracted and began to wrap around Mo Yudai from all directions. Blocked from retriat, Montag Udivas instantly bound tightly. As the vines whipped and pierced her fair skin, Mo Yudi instantly became disheveled and in a state of embarrassment. Ah, it hurts so much it's killing me. That damn ghost vine, I'll fight you to the end. Just as Mo Yudi was about to forcibly activate her third soul skill, a beam of light descended upon her, and her injuries instantly improved. 9 Heart Begonia, absolute healing. A clear and melodious voice rang out. Yi Lingling activated her area-wide healing soul skill on Mo Yudi. With her silver hair and the beauty of the 9 Heart Begonia flower, her charm was greatly amplified at this moment. 9 colors, double attributes. The mother was not to be outdone, her antlers radiating brilliance. 9 colors, stunningly beautiful. Mo Yudi instantly felt a surge of power throughout her body, with both her strength and speed doubling, and even her consumed soul power recovering by about half. D. Third soul skill, Crimson Flame Wind Howling Blade. The flame wind sword in Mo Yudi's hand instantly grew several times larger, unleashing waves of fiery blades attacking the ghost vine's main body. Puff, puff, puff. The ghost vine's main body was instantly left in a shattered state. Mo Yudi still harbored resentment, retracted her martial soul, and with bare hands, struck fiercely at the ghost vine's main body. The ghost vine visibly shrank and became withered at a noticeable speed. Mo Winiang saw the situation and quickly shouted, "Stop, stop, stop. If you don't stop, my soul ring will be gone." He thought to himself, "Indeed, the ancients do not deceive me. It's better to offend a petty person than to offend a woman. When a woman becomes violent, where is there room for a man?" Mo Yudi reluctantly put away her fist. "Humph, how dare you cut my skin? You must be tired of living." Mo Yudai proudly kicked the ghost vine again. Mo Wentian couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, secretly thinking that it was fortunate the ghost vine was just a plant-type soul beast. If it had been a beast-type soul beast, the situation would have likely been even more unbearable. After changing her clothes, Mo Yudi came to Yi Lingling and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lingling. If it weren't for you, we definitely wouldn't have dealt with this troublesome guy so easily." She glanced at Mo Wentian, who was not far away preparing to absorb the soul ring, and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear as she spoke. "Ah, no need to thank me. It should be me who thanks you," Yi Lingling replied, feeling embarrassed that this carefree sister would come specifically to thank her. "Hee, let's not be polite. From now on, you are my sister. If anyone bullies you, just come to me and I'll help you vent your anger." Mo Yudi suddenly smiled and warmly said to Yi Lingling while holding her arm, "Sister." Yi Lingling, who was used to being alone, was also touched and embraced Mo Yudi. "Do not ask about the operation of the nameless technique." Sitting cross-legged around the corpse of the ghost vine, I began to absorb the soul rings. Chapter Ziche, Ghost Vine Parasitique Sword. Mo Wentian used his own soul power to draw in the soul ring, summoning the martial spirit 7-leaf clover. The age of this ghost vine, which Mo Wentian initially estimated to be around 400 years, actually exceeded his prediction, reaching 499 years. Just 1 year short of breaking 500. Confident in the strength of his own body, Mo Wentian did not think he would encounter any accidents. This age was also just right for Mo Wentian to verify whether his guess was correct, and whether the limit of the soul ring was closely related to the strength of the physical body. The first leaf of the martial spirit's 7-leaf clover automatically bloomed when Mo Wentian reached level 10, just waiting for the additional soul ring. A hint of black began to emerge on the leaf, and a circle of yellow soul rings appeared around it. Mo Wentian did not notice that after the first leaf of the 7-leaf clover bloomed, his physical strength had significantly increased, surpassing twice the usual enhancement provided by soul rings obtained from martial souls. Suddenly, the roots of the 7-leaf clover martial soul began to change, becoming more resilient and gradually taking on the shape of a sword. The quality of the martial soul received a considerable boost, especially in terms of its resilience attribute. After the first leaf of Mo Wentian's martial soul was infused with a soul ring, the quality of the martial soul actually improved. The soul skill obtained from the first soul ring was incredibly powerful and highly practical, similar to Tang San's 5th soul skill, the blue-silver Overlord Spear. Moreover, it consumed very little energy, and with additional training, this state could be maintained for a long time. Mo Wentian speculated that the changes were brought by the first soul ring, but he did not know that this was precisely the ability granted to him by the first leaf of the 7-leaf grass martial soul. Although each leaf has its own limitations, each leaf brings Mo Wentian special enhancements to his abilities. With each soul ring obtained from a leaf, the quality of the martial soul is improved. One of the benefits of the first soul ring is the powerful soul skill that can change the form of the martial soul, which is a result of the first leaf blooming. Mo Wentian didn't know this. He felt that although 7-leaf grass couldn't be considered a useless martial soul, it wasn't exactly good either. The attributes of the martial soul were too complicated, including healing, toxicity, and toughness. In terms of quality, it could only be considered average. And due to its plant nature, its weaknesses were quite evident, making it slightly below average. However, what Mo Wentian didn't know was that although 7-leaf grass was weak, it had its special aspects. It was the only martial soul in the Douluo continent that could grow, which was why there were so many limitations. "So, what soul skill did you obtain?" His mother, Dong Ruoling, asked with concern, and everyone turned to look at Mo Wentian, who had stood up. "It's an attack-type soul skill. Look, the first soul skill is Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword." Mo Wentian directly unleashed his first soul skill. The 7 leaves of the 7-leaf grass martial soul merged into one, transforming into a sword hilt, while the roots became a slender blue sword. The slender sword was entirely blue, with a dazzling black pattern running from the hilt to the tip of the blade. Why should a man not wield a hook sword? To conquer the world and its heights. 1,000 miles of yellow clouds under the fading sun. The north wind blows and swirls the snow. Do not worry about having no friends on the road ahead. Who in the world does not recognize you? Mo Wentian held a long sword. Combining the techniques of the true hand of the Azure Tide with the steps of the exiled immortal, he danced with the sword in his hand, reciting poetry inspired by the moment. Although only 6 years old, he was robust from years of body training, appearing more mature than the average 9-year-old child, resembling a graceful young man. On the Douluo continent, where spiritual energy was abundant, humans generally matured early. "Wow, so handsome. No wonder he's my brother, Mo Yudi." Beside him, Mo Yudi, although not understanding poetry, felt a vivid imagery arise as she listened. Such famous lines often stirred emotions, even for those who did not understand poetry. Watching Mo Wentian in his ancient-style attire, wielding his slender sword and reciting verses with his ethereal steps, made Moud's eyes sparkle. Yi Lingling also gazed at the scene with admiration. Who wouldn't like someone with good looks, talent, and ability? Their mother, Dong Ruoling, smiled as she watched her son dance with the sword in the wind, understanding his ambition to become a battle spirit master, which was now being realized, filling her with immense satisfaction. My first soul skill is called Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword, inheriting the resilience of the Ghost Vine while acquiring a parasitic skill. Mo Wentian put away his martial soul and walked over. As for why his martial soul transformed into a slender sword, changing its form was certainly due to the enhancement ability brought by the first leaf of the 7-leaf grass martial soul. Although different from his parents' martial souls, Mo Wentian never doubted anything. After all, even his sister's martial soul was different from their parents, and her martial soul had also undergone mutation. Otherwise, even with the foundational spiritual liquid that Mo Wentian researched assisting her, she wouldn't have achieved her current spirit power level. Now, after mutation, Mo Wentian's martial soul inherently possessed resilience, and upon merging with the Ghost Vine's resilience, the quantitative change caused a qualitative shift when he used his soul skill. The martial soul would transform into the Ghost Vine sword, because he was fortunate enough to inherit the parasitic ability of the Ghost Vine. Calling it the Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword was indeed correct. That's pretty cool. What poem did you just recite? Teach it to me, so next time I summon my martial soul for a battle, I can use a line too. Montag Yudi Apoachet enviously. Do you think your flame wine giant sword is suited for such elegant verses? Mo Wentian couldn't help but roll his eyes. I don't care. You quickly think of a powerful line for me, or I won't come when you get your soul ring next time. Moud said with a threatening look and a sly smile. All right. I'll think of one for you when I have time. I really can't do anything about you. Mo Wentian truly couldn't understand why his sister had completely different personalities when hunting soul beasts compared to her usual self. That's more like it. Who told you to be my little brother? It's best to bully my little brother early. If I wait too long, I won't be able to bully him anymore. Although Moud's words sounded like that, she actually cared for Mo Wentian very much. You two are truly a pair of treasures, Dong Ruoling said gently with a smile. Sister Mo and Wentian have such a good relationship. Yi Lingling looked at the brother and sister with envy and quietly muttered, Sister, your relationship with her is also very good. Moud seemed to notice a hint of envy and slight disappointment in Yi Lingling's eyes and kindly hugged her arm. Moud is like this. Although she seems carefree, she is always very attentive in life and can observe subtle changes in people's emotions. Sister is the best. Yi Lingling happily pulled Moud to whisper. After recovering some soul power, Mo Wentian said to his mother, Dong Ruoling, I'm going over there to take a look and observe the terrain. It's said that there's a treasure land here that produces a lot of medicinal materials. If I can find it, Dad won't need to go out hunting soul beasts often, and we'll have enough medicinal materials for our cultivation. Why don't you let Yudi go with you? It's getting close to the core of the sunset forest, and what if you encounter danger? Dong Ruoling said worriedly. No need, Mom. You all wait for me here. I'll be back soon. After my breakthrough, my immortal lightness skill has improved a bit, and, generally, 1,000-year soul beasts that aren't good at speed won't be able to catch up with me. Mo Wentian refused, then explained to ease his mother's worries. Mo Wentian is not exaggerating. Most 1,000-year soul beasts are indeed massive, and he definitely doesn't have the agility of Mo Wentian's Jixian step. How could one become stronger without taking risks? All right then, just don't go too deep into the core, stay safe, and shout for help if you encounter danger. Dong Ruoling thought about it and agreed. The speed of a Jixian step is truly astonishing. Due to hunting soul beasts, the four of them are already close to the core of the sunset forest. According to the storyline, the location of the ice and fire too, I should be between the outer area and the inner core. I just need to scout around the vicinity, and no one would suspect anything. Even if the poison Douluo discovers me, he wouldn't take the life of a 6-year-old child without knowing my purpose, right? Mo Wentian thought to himself. Although there was some truth to it, it was indeed a bit risky for him. Even Tang San, who was over level 30, needed the 8 spider lances to reach the bottom of the valley where the ice and fire Yin-Yang I was located. Even if Mo Wentian discovered it now, he wouldn't have the ability to enter, even with the Jixian step, without the support of soul power above level 30. It would be difficult to descend to the valley's bottom, let alone adapt to the environment of the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye. After half a day of searching and recalling the storyline, Mo Wentian found 3 similar terrains and marked them on the map. He did not delve deeper and quickly returned to the camp where everyone was. Did you find anything? Mo Yudi asked eagerly. No, but I found a few similar places. My strength isn't enough to enter right now. We can explore later when my strength increases, Mo Wentian explained with some disappointment. The two were not worried about Yi Lingling leaking the information. After these days of contact, they regarded her as a trustworthy partner. In that case, let us set off back to Heaven Do City, Dong Ruoling said gently to the three without feeling down. Okay, the three replied in unison. Although Dong Ruoling looked young and beautiful, she always acted like an elder in front of them. The three respected her words greatly. P.S. Viewing more ads in your browser is not considered freeloading. Thank you. It's better than piracy. Thanks for the support from the readers of Chidian Reading. Chapter 11. Heaven Do Royal Junior Academy. After arriving in Heaven Do City, the group split into two routes, each returning home. It is worth mentioning that Yi Lingling's home is also in Heaven Do City. Her mother is a noble and a healing-type soul saint. However, their family lives in seclusion and does not concern itself with worldly matters. Besides her mother, there are no other combatants in the family. The healing type does have combat power, but it is far inferior to others. Since Yi Lingling's mother was at a critical point in her breakthrough, she did not have time to accompany Yi Lingling to obtain soul rings, and since there were only the mother and daughter in the family, they had to trouble her distant cousin. Sister, in a few days, are you going to take me to the academy to study? After returning home, Mo Wentian asked his sister, Mo Yudi. Smart. In a month, the Heaven Do Royal Junior Academy will start recruiting children who have just awakened their martial souls. Although it's not far, I want to take you to familiarize yourself with the environment early. Moreover, I also need to teach the new students, so I need to prepare in advance. Mo Yudi said proudly. She was very proud to be a teacher at the Heaven Do Royal Junior Academy. 3 years ago, Mo Yudi did not have the strength of a level 38 battle soul, but was less than level 30 as a great soul master. Later, thanks to Mo Wentian, she often used the medicinal baths and potions he researched to enhance her strength. Over the years, her power had surged, and she ranked among the top in the entire junior academy. If she were in any other ordinary junior academy, she would already be a vice principal. Then, sister, you have to let me be in your class. Otherwise, if I need to take a leave in the future, it'll be troublesome, Mo Wentian said somewhat reluctantly. What? You want to be in my class just to take leave? Not because of my strength, Mo Yudi exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief as she looked at Mo Wentian. Well, haha, just to put it this way, if haha. Mo Wentian scratched his head awkwardly, secretly cursing himself for accidentally revealing his true thoughts. His sister was not someone to be trifled with. A few days later, Mo Wentian has broken through to a small level, reaching level 12 in soul power. Because he absorbed a soul ring from a higher level, he is now close to breaking through level 12, which feels quite natural. At just over 6 years and 2 months old, Mo Wentian has surpassed Tang San, who had innate full soul power in breaking through at the age of 6. This is also a benefit of training the body early and acquiring the soul ring ahead of time. Of course, it is also related to the body-strengthening liquid invented by Mo Wentian. In his previous life, he had some understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, which gave him the courage to experiment and achieve results. Let's go. Have you packed everything, Wentian? We're going to find Lingling. We agreed to leave the city together and head to the Heaven Do Royal Junior Academy. Mo Yudi has been frequently visiting with Yi Lingling these days, and their relationship has been steadily improving, which Mo Wentian has become accustomed to. Yes, I have everything, Mo Wentian replied lightly. Young master, you must take good care of yourself, said Douluo, the cat girl maid, looking at Mo Wentian with a reluctant expression. Mo Wentian could only nod helplessly. He wasn't leaving too far. He was just going to the Heaven Do Royal Junior Academy outside the city for school. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss? The Heaven Do Royal Junior Academy and the Heaven Do Royal Academy were essentially the same institution, just divided into different areas. Although it wasn't far from Heaven Do City, it still took about 2 hours for a round trip. Therefore, in order to train better, Mo Wentian decided to stay in the academy and wouldn't be going home often. As for Yi Lingling, from what Mo Wentian had learned during this time, he knew she was also a student at the Heaven Do Royal Junior Academy. Unlike him, she was in her first year while he was in his 3rd year. During this period, Lingling had been getting along better and better with Mo Wentian's family. You must take good care of yourselves. There are some food supplies I prepared for you in Wentian's spatial ring. Yudi, if you get hungry, just ask Wentian for some. Dong Ruoling gently patted Mo Wentian's head reluctantly. Although she knew Mo Wentian was more mature than most children, he had never left her side since he was little, which made her somewhat worried. Don't worry, I'm all grown up now, and I'm a mentor. Why are you still so nagging? Mo Yudi said impatiently. Mom, don't worry, I'll take good care of myself. Mo Wintian said obediently. Unlike his sister, he actually enjoyed his mother's nagging after living a second life. Wintian is still the good one, unlike your sister, who is so unruly. Only your father can handle her. Dong Ruoling gently stroked Mo Wintian's cheek and looked at Mo Yudi. That's how it should be. Every time I leave, I have to be reminded about this and that. Mo Yudi muttered, her tone clearly a bit cowardly when it came to mentioning their father. All right. Just be careful on the road. Seeing her soften, Dong Ruoling couldn't help but feel tender and made another arrangement. Okay, Mom, we're leaving. Montak Vencian, although he had a space artifact ring, still carried a small bag on his back. After all, soul-guided devices are also rare items, and it's better to conceal one's lack of strength. After going out, the two walked a distance into the inner city of Tiando and stopped in front of a hotel. You're here. Come on, let's go in. The food is just about ready, Yi Lingling, who was waiting at the entrance, said with a smile as she approached and hugged her sister, addressing Mo Wintian and the others. Lingling, I told you there's no need to treat us. Why are you making such a big deal about it? It's too formal, Mo Yudi said with dissatisfaction, though her body honestly told everyone that she was hungry as she directly pulled the two inside the private room reserved by Yi Lingling. The dishes were exquisite and abundant, truly a feast worthy of a full banquet. After the waitstaff left, only the three of them remained. Mo Yudi no longer cared about her image as a mentor and began to eat heartily. Yi Lingling, who knew her sister's personality well, exchanged a glance with Mo Wintian and smiled. In no time, a significant amount of the delicious food on the table had already been consumed. That's just how my sister is. She says she doesn't want to, but her body is very honest. A typical food lover, living for food. Mo Wintian laughed heartily as he joined in, eating voraciously. Come, I'll toast with tea instead of wine. To thank my sister and Wintian for helping me obtain a satisfactory soul ring, Yi Lingling said after eating a bit and stood up. No. There's no need to be polite. You played a big role too. Mo Yudi quickly swallowed the food in her throat and raised her cup filled with fruit juice. It's different. Even without me, my sister could defeat the ghost vine, Yi Lingling insisted stubbornly. All right, no need to say more. From now on, we are good friends. And good friends don't need to be so polite. Come on, cheers, Mo Wintian said boldly, also picking up his cup filled with fruit juice, while the fine wine on the table was sadly ignored by the three of them, which felt quite inappropriate. After a satisfying meal, the three set off together toward the Tiando Royal Junior Academy outside Tiando City. An hour later, they stood before a magnificent gate. Mo Wintian looked up at the 8 large characters above his head. Tiando Royal Junior Academy. The Tiando Royal Academy has 3 entrances, backed by the rear mountain, which is also the simulated training environment. The main entrance leads to the Tiando Royal Senior Academy. The left side is the Intermediate Academy, and, at this moment, the 3 of them entered through the large door on the right. Upon entering the gate, what caught their eyes were the magnificent buildings, with intricately carved beams and painted pillars standing on both sides of the road. The layout was meticulously arranged, with pavilions and towers appearing at intervals. Mo Wintian couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed built by the royal family, with enormous financial investment. Considering the simulated training environment, it would likely require over 100 billion gold soul coins to complete in a short time. However, the Tiando Royal Academy has reached its current scale through historical accumulation, so it cannot be summed up simply in gold soul coins. Even the Tiando Empire, after so many years of accumulation and continuous financial input, must have invested over 10 billion gold soul coins. Chapter 12. The Time-Space Divine Fate rings soon. Mo Wintian was escorted by 2 beautiful women, one tall and one short, to the new student accommodation. Upon arriving at the dormitory, he discovered that it was a 4-person room, quite spacious and comparable to the conditions of universities in his past life. Choosing a spot by the window that received sunlight, Mo Wintian placed his luggage down and took out the prepared new quilt from his divine-level spatial soul guide. After the 2 women helped him set it up, they agreed to come back later to invite him for dinner and then left. Fortunately, it was still early before classes started, and no one saw Mo Wintian's good fortune. Otherwise, he would have been the subject of envy and jealousy. One should not underestimate the jealousy of children in this regard. In his past life, children at this age would pay special attention to their appearance when they saw pretty girls, not to mention the more precocious Douluo continent, where the attraction between the sexes also applied to children. This bed position was quite good. In the early morning, He could practice his eye of breaking illusions while lying in bed. Mo Wentian glanced at the angle and noticed a skylight above, feeling a bit delighted. It must be said that there are benefits to living in a top-floor dormitory. With 4 beds distributed in the corners, everyone had their own space, and besides the bed, there was also a 3-meter radius around each person. It could be called a luxurious dormitory. This shows how substantial the expenses of the Royal Academy are. In the original work, the dilapidated Shrek Academy invested no less than $1 million. And it's understandable that they wanted to rely on the Tiando Royal Academy due to lack of funds. If it weren't for the extraordinary strength of Tang San's generation of students, coupled with the support of the Tiando Empire, Shrek Academy would not have grown to its 1,000-year status and might have closed down shortly after Tang San's time. The relationship between Tang San and Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu's loyalty to love, also deeply touched Mo Wentian's heart. He would sacrifice his life for her, even self-harming to extract bones, while she would burn her life to offer soul rings for him. The friendship among the Shrek 7 monsters also made Mo Wentian, who had few friends in his past life, envious. Love is a light, and friendship is a shadow. When the light goes out, you will find that the surroundings are all shadows, and friends are the ones who can give you strength in the end. However, after arriving in the Douluo continent, Mo Wentian's attitude towards Tang San changed to one that was between that of opponents and confidants. Tang San's stubbornness, Xiao Yin's infatuation, and Lin Dong's self-centeredness are all understandable. No one is perfect. He couldn't say he disliked Tang San, nor could he say he liked him. Therefore, Mo Wentian would not take the initiative to befriend Tang San, nor would he seek suffering by becoming his enemy. Tang San was the target he aimed to catch up with, especially before obtaining the opportunity of the divine-level spatial soul guide. When Mo Wentian once thought he might fall behind Tang San for a lifetime. Now, Mo Wentian was confident he could stay ahead of Tang San. Opportunities should be seized when they arise. If heaven grants it and one does not take it, they will face blame. If he took Tang San's opportunities, Mo Wentian would not be able to go to Shrek and follow the group, clinging to their success and carelessly becoming a god. Mo Wentian also has no good feelings towards the Spirit Hall in the later stages. However, the grudges between him and Tang San can only be said to be a difference in stance. Who could define good and evil? It is up to you to judge. Mountains are mountains, water is water. Mountains are no longer mountains, water is no longer water. Yet mountains are still mountains, water is still water. After seeing through everything and understanding the essence, what does it matter? After seeing through, what can good and evil do? What about right and wrong? Everything done is merely for the sake of survival, living according to what one has seen and understood, sitting cross-legged to cultivate, without modern electronic devices for entertainment. Mo Wentian can only spend his time cultivating and studying alchemy and soul master knowledge. The term cultivation must be something countless modern people dream of. Now that he has the opportunity, how could he waste it? After breaking through to the 12th level of soul power, the speed of cultivating soul power seemed to have slowed down a bit. Wouldn't future breakthroughs be even slower? After circulating a few cycles of energy, Mo Wentian stood up and said. At this time, he looked at the sun outside, which was already just a remnant glow. Just a few cycles took up nearly half a day. It must be said that cultivation is a slow process. With the recent cultivation, Mo Wentian felt that the soul power he cultivated was more refined than that of an ordinary soul master meditating. My current speed of soul power cultivation is probably equivalent to that of a full innate soul power cultivating soul power. But because the soul power is more refined, the future breakthrough speed of soul power cultivation may not be as fast as that of an ordinary full innate soul power. However, it should resemble the cultivation speed of an ordinary innate level 8 or 9 soul power. Mo Wentian judged the speed and purity of soul power cultivation. Just as he was about to go downstairs to wait, there was a knock on the dormitory door. When he opened it, he found Yilingling and her sister. Wentian, let's go. I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the cafeteria first, and tomorrow I'll take you to the registration office, Mo Yudi said directly to Mo Wentian. In the Douluo continent, the floors are referred to as buildings, but they're more like villas, with the tallest ones not exceeding 5 stories. Although they are grand and magnificent, they are far from the towering skyscrapers of the previous life. The unique architectural style and exquisite decorative carvings are the true characteristics of the Douluo continent. The dormitory has a total of 3 floors. Mo Wentian and the other 2 quickly went downstairs, enjoying the scenery of the academy while familiarizing themselves with the environment. 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the cafeteria, which has a total of 3 floors. The food prices on the first floor are generally cheaper, suitable for ordinary small nobles to dine in. The second floor has some private rooms, with more luxurious and expensive dishes. The third floor is where the teachers dine. The dishes are similar to those on the first floor, but they are completely free for teachers and their relatives. Here is your black card. This is proof of my teacher identity. From now on, you can use this card to dine for free on the third floor. To celebrate Wen Tian's arrival at the academy, I will treat you to a free feast. Mo Yudi introduced the 2 people, although it was said to be 2 people. In fact, it was just Mo Wentian introducing himself. Well, let's go. Mo Wentian took the card and didn't mind whether it was free or not. As long as there was food, that was enough. Yi Lingling seemed to think of something, her face flushed, and she didn't refuse, following Mo Wentian upstairs. Behind them, Mo Yudi smiled slightly at the scene. At this time, the first floor had very few people, with only a few scattered groups. The appearance of the 2 girls only drew the attention of a small portion of the crowd. When they reached the food service window on the third floor, Mo Wentian swiped the black card, and the enthusiastic lady serving the food filled several plates for the 3 of them, along with a large bowl of soup. Mo Wentian kept watching the cafeteria lady's hands, wondering if they would tremble like in his previous life, but fortunately, they did not. There was tenderloin, small greens, mapo tofu, and stir-fried garlic shoots with meat. Of course, these were the names Mo Wentian gave to the 4 dishes based on their ingredients, along with a seaweed and egg flour soup. The rice was plentiful, 4 dishes and 1 soup. If the cafeteria lady's hands didn't tremble and there was more meat, Mo Wentian would have been even more satisfied. However, since it's free, why make so many demands? It's free food, and since teachers eat for free, he could always go back for more if he wasn't full. Not bad. The cafeteria food tasted decent. Although it wasn't as delicious as his mother's cooking, it was still pretty good. Come, Lingling, let me let you taste my mother's cooking. Mo Wentian took a bite, thought the taste was acceptable, and then took out 2 food containers from his spatial soul guide. Mo Wentian's soul guide is divided into 2 parts. One part can cultivate living things like medicinal herbs. The other part is used for storage, where the items inside are in absolute stillness. Mo Wentian once thought that this god-level spatial soul tool, which would absolutely appear tens of thousands of years later, was the time and space divine shuttle obtained by Tang Walin from the Holy Spirit cult's spatial storage artifact. Moreover, he gained the chance to acquire the unnamed cultivation method from it. Therefore, Mo Wentian named it the time and space divine fate ring. Opening the food box, it was still steaming hot and fragrant. It was Mo Wentian's favorite dish, braised pork and braised pig trotters. This was made from the meat of a 10-year-old soul beast. The pig-like beast and the pig trotters and his mother had put in a lot of effort to prepare it. Mo Wentian placed the food box on the dining table, and the 3 of them couldn't wait to dig in. Fat but not greasy, lean but not tough, delicious, delicious. Don't snatch it, this pig's trotter is mine. This one is mine too. This piece is tasty, mine, all mine. For large pig's trotters, a big bowl of braised pork, and 4 dishes with 1 soup, along with 3 bowls of white rice, quickly ran out. Just like that, the 3 rice lovers finished their meal in 15 minutes and left the cafeteria. They left the astonished Annie standing there, thinking to herself, wow, 3 big eaters came. Looks like I need to prepare more dishes in the future. On the way back, they enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the college, feeling leisurely and content. Mo Wentian glanced at the 2 girls who were rubbing their stomachs and couldn't help but ask, Lingling, do you and your sister usually eat this much? A crisp voice came, and Mo Wentian felt the killing intent in the sister's gaze, quickly shutting his mouth. No, it's just that the braised pork made by Andy is so delicious that I couldn't help but eat a bit more, Yi Lingling explained shyly. Oh. Mo Wentian didn't continue to ask. Just as he was about to chat about something else, an inappropriate voice came from behind. Oh, isn't this Miss Yi? What is this? Found a backer? I was wondering how you dared to refuse my dinner invitation. The owner of the voice was a young man in fine clothes, around 13 or 14, surrounded by several younger followers, clearly a child of a wealthy noble family. P.S. Wishing all readers a happy New Year 2021. May all the regrets of 2020 be the groundwork for future surprises. Also, thanks to the contracted editor Su Mu and editor Peng Lai for their support. Today, the contract for this book will be sent out, and once signed, it will be official. Thank you all for your support. 2020 has not been easy, and I hope that in 2021 everyone can turn things around. Chapter 13, The Third Prince of... What do you want? I don't like you. Why would I go eat with you? Yi Lingling snorted coldly, her expression turning grim. Oh, temper's getting better. I like it. Brothers, what about you? The young man looked at Yi Lingling with a lewd expression, and suddenly his gaze swept over to Mo Yudi, revealing a strong desire for possession. Good looking, but they're the girls the boss has his eyes on. We little ones can't dare to look too much. A young man with a weasel-like face looked at the two girls with a lewd smile. Where do these monkeys come from? Get lost. Don't block the way. Are you clowns invited by monkeys? If not, please step aside. If you are, please step aside too. We don't have time to play with you. Mo stepped forward to block the view of the group of wealthy young men and said, Monkey, he actually knows her name. Do you two know each other? A sturdy young man with not-so-bright intellect asked in confusion. Bastard, I told you to use your brain more often, but you never listen. Get lost and don't embarrass me. The roguish young man slapped the sturdy young man's head and scolded. Kid, do you know who we are? We are students of the Royal Advanced Academy of Tiando. By the looks of you, you're at most a student of the Intermediate Academy. What? Do you want to meddle in our business? A well-dressed young man, looking quite refined, arrogantly said, Linyu, why are you wasting so much breath with this kid? Daring to insult us as fools. Today, I'll make him suffer and take it back. Brothers, beat him up. The roguish young man's attitude towards this young man was obviously much better, but he still angrily ordered his subordinates. Hee, which ear of yours heard me insult you? I just asked if you are or not, so don't block the way. Mo and Tion said fearlessly. With Mo you die here. These people are just a bunch of clowns. Montak Yudi snorted coldly, her momentum erupting as 3 circles of yellow and purple soul rings appeared around her body. What do the students from the Advanced Academy still want to teach me? A teacher from a junior academy? After saying that, she activated the immortal step and charged forward, summoning her martial soul. She vigorously struck the backsides of the few advanced students with the back of her flame wind sword. Thud! Poof! Ooh, don't hit my face. It hurts. After a flurry of punches and kicks, the few of them couldn't even summon their martial souls before being severely beaten by Mo Yudi. After the 3 left, only the young man named Lin Yu was still standing. He was actually a soul respect, but just a newly acquired one. This young man approached the carefree youth with a concerned expression and asked, Third Prince, are you okay? We really kicked a hardboard this time. I didn't expect that girl to be so strong. The carefree youth sprang up like a carp, stood up, rubbed his bruised face, and said angrily, Humph. How dare she hit me? I must have that woman now. Teacher, I haven't played with this before. It turned out that this third prince was Xue Tao, the third prince of the Tiando Empire. Knowing he was no match for Mo Yudi, he pretended to be injured, lying on the ground, motionless like a dead dog, and only got up after the others left. Sister, why didn't you hit harder? That person was obviously pretending. Mo and Tion, somewhat confused, asked, It's like a lion. It won't care about the barking of wild dogs. These nobles who rely on their family background. If they hit too hard, will also provoke some shameless old dogs to get entangled. Mo Yudai seemed to have a deeper meaning as he spoke. That's right, the leader just now seemed to be some sort of prince. His family background must be extraordinary. Yi Lingling also agreed. However, the 3 of them did not know that he was actually Xue Tao, the third prince of the Tiando Empire. Of course, even if he knew, Mo Wentian wouldn't care. He was just a guy who wouldn't live past 3 years. However, Mo Wentian did have a slight doubt about the soul master beside the third prince, as there seemed to be a hint of evil in his soul power, but he didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it might just be a problem with a martial soul. After all, the quality of a martial soul does not determine a person's character. But being able to oppress students alongside a playboy like the third prince likely meant he wasn't a good person either. After sending Mo Wentian back to his dormitory, the 2 girls were about to leave when suddenly the dormitory door was pushed open. A fat guy walked in, and from Mo Wentian's perspective, this fat guy was no less than the character Ma Hongjun from an anime in terms of physique. Sorry, I didn't expect someone to be in the room. Is this room 306? The fat guy shook the backpack on his back, his chest jiggling, and with a silly smile, he asked the 2 girls in the room. Yes. Yi Lingling looked at the fat guy's chest with some displeasure and nodded. The fat guy had an innocent look, scanning the room with a simple-minded expression. The jiggling flesh on his chest was not very harmful to girls of Yi Lingling's age, but it was highly insulting. Wentian, we are leaving. Get along well with your roommate. Mo did not pay attention to it. After saying a word to Mo Wentian, he left with Yi Lingling. Wow, brother, are these 2 sisters your sisters? The chubby guy looked at Mo Wentian with envy after the 2 women left. Mo Wentian looked up at the fat kid's physique, his mouth twitching. Is this really a 6-year-old brat? He looks more mature than himself. However, this chubby figure does indeed look quite pleasant. The big one is, the small one isn't. And Mo and Tion tried her best to fit into the circle of her age and answered succinctly. They are so beautiful. I really envy you for having an older sister, said the chubby girl with a face full of envy. Mo Wentian just smiled and nodded, then sat down to cultivate an unnamed technique. After the finished speaking, he saw that Mo Wentian had ignored him and only slightly nodded, but he wasn't angry. After tidying up a bed close to Mo Wentian, he cultivated his soul power for a while and then fell asleep with a loud snore. With 11th level soul power. Not bad. He should be a genius with innate soul power above level 8, but ultimately he was still too young. After cultivating for a while, he couldn't hold on any longer. Mo Wentian's soul power circulated for a week before he opened his eyes and glanced at the fat man. At this moment, the fat man was still fast asleep, snoring away. Mo Wentian asked, "Is it already late?" and lay down asleep. The moonlight spilled down, and the stars shone in the sky. The two spent their first day at the Douluo Royal Academy in a dream. P.S. Thanks to the book friend Mo Chi for the 5 recommendation votes, Huang Ji for the 4 recommendation votes, and all the various 1, 2, and 3 recommendation votes. Thank you very much for your support, and Happy New Year to everyone. Chapter 14. Second floor of the cafeteria. As the night faded, the sky brightened. Douluo Royal Academy, Dormitory 306. Creak. A creaking sound came as Mo Wentian opened the skylight and carefully looked towards the fat guy's bed. Who? The faint sound of snoring continued without interruption. He was sleeping soundly. Mo Wentian helplessly said, "That had been snoring all night." Although he was young and his snores were small, they could still disturb one's rest if one was not used to it. Fortunately, Mo Wentian had long been accustomed to it. When he used to share a room with his parents, his father's snores were truly the definition of snores. Compared to his father's, this was nothing more than a light drizzle. Seeing the sleeping soundly, Mo Wentian sat on the bed. The skylight was large, offering a panoramic view of the sky. Feeling too lazy to practice on the roof, he directly sat on the bed and began practicing the Eye of Breaking Illusions. At this moment, the Eye of Breaking Illusions was in the mid-stage of the first level, capable of seeing through soul masters with lower levels of soul power than himself. For some enemies' techniques, he could also see some obvious weaknesses, possessing the perception of a dragon, able to sense a person's goodwill or malice. Mo Wentian places great importance on the cultivation of the Eye of Breaking Illusions, which focuses on mental strength. When a soul master reaches level 40, if their physical level is sufficient and their mental strength can reach the level of a soul master at level 50, they can attempt to break through the limitations of soul rings and obtain a 10,000-year soul ring. Only by obtaining the 10,000-year soul ring earlier than others can one compensate for the innate shortcomings of their martial soul and surpass their peers, becoming extraordinary and stunning everyone. For example, the continent's #1 auxiliary martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, the #1 attack type beast martial soul, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, and the strongest attack type weapon martial soul, the Haotian hammer, all belong to the top-tier quality of martial souls. Of course, the quality of martial souls varies from person to person, but even the Haotian hammer, which has the lowest quality, is still considered among the top-tier martial souls. Not to mention the higher quality divine martial souls like the 6-winged angel. My martial soul quality is equivalent to average, not too bad, but the shortcomings are also quite obvious, and the limitations can be quite despairing. Currently, I must find a way to make up for the gap in the innate quality of my martial soul. Otherwise, even with the help of the unnamed technique, my achievements will be limited to before becoming a super title Douluo. Mo Wen's eyes absorbed the converging purple energy, but his mind was focused on future plans. The first 2 restrictions of the martial soul were relatively easy to break, so he didn't need to think too much for now. He recalled the ice and fire duality eye. Mo Wentian's heart was filled with passion, but due to his current strength, he couldn't enter to search. However, there was another feasible method, which was to befriend Douluo. He didn't know if, by the time his strength was sufficient, Douluo would discover him in advance and set up a poison formation. He needed to prepare in advance to deal with this. Mo Wentian did not continue his cultivation. Instead, his consciousness entered the time and space divine fate ring and began to peruse the books left by his master, Gohong, about elixirs. 1 hour later, there was a knock at the dormitory door. Mo Wentian guessed it was his sister and the others coming to call him for a meal. When he opened the door, he found only Yi Lingling standing there, holding a food box. Sister went back first, so let me bring you breakfast. After you eat, don't wander around. Just focus on your cultivation. I'll leave now, Yi Lingling said, slightly blushing, and quickly ran out. It turned out that at this moment, Mo Wintian was not wearing a top. At such a young age, his physique was already well-defined. If someone said Mo Wintian was 10 years old, no one would find it strange, though it would be better if he were a bit taller. After running down the stairs, Yi Lingling rubbed her flushed cheeks, quickly shook her head, and left with a wry smile. It turned out that the instruction from her sister was for Yi Lingling to wait until Mo Wintian finished eating and then take him out for a stroll to familiarize himself with the academy. Her sister was busy preparing for classes a month later, so she entrusted this task to Yi Lingling. Just like that, a month passed quickly. Mo Wintian could enjoy breakfast delivered by beautiful girls every morning and occasionally go to the cafeteria to eat with them. A chubby roommate also benefited from Mo Wintian's luck and got to eat some of the breakfast delivered by the girls. Girls have the privilege. They can freely enter the boys' dormitory. Boys, try entering theirs. The chubby guy was named Pang Run, living up to his name. During this time, 2 more roommates arrived. One was a control-type martial soul with an innate soul power of level 7, named Mo Chi. The other was a defensive martial soul, a water spirit turtle with an innate soul power of level 6, named Song Shui. Notably, the chubby guy's martial soul was actually a mutated martial soul, the Crimson Flame Exploding Bear, with innate soul power of level 9. The few of them got along quite well. Based on Mo Chi's suggestion, they ranked themselves, Mo Wintian as the leader, the chubby guy as second, Mo Chi as third, and Song Shui as fourth. At noon, the weather was no longer as hot as before. Some trees in the academy were already showing signs of shedding leaves. Boss, let's go to the cafeteria for a meal. The new term starts this afternoon, the chubby guy said with a flattering expression as he approached Mo Wintian, chuckling. TCH, chubby guy. Wanting to eat is just an excuse. You really want to bring the boss along to get a free meal, Song Shui said disdainfully. Nonsense. How can eating be called getting a free meal? It's called saving expenses, the chubby guy said seriously. He certainly wasn't someone who lacked money for meals. Although his family was not as well off as Mo Chi's and Song Shui's, he still came from a minor noble background. All right. Since it's the start of the new term today, I'll take you to the second floor of the cafeteria for a feast. Mo Wintian spoke boldly. Boss, when did you become so generous? This isn't like your style, treating us to a meal that's not free. Mo Chi humorously looked at Mo Wintian and said, Haha, today my sister forced me to treat. What can I do? Hee, you guys are benefiting from my sister's connections. When we go, if you meet the beauties my sister brings, make sure you don't embarrass me. Let's go, it's time for a big meal. Mo Wintian felt particularly warm about this kind of teasing among roommates. Oh, I was wondering why the boss stopped taking us out for free dinners. It turns out he's treating the teacher. Mo Chi understood and said, as for beautiful women, at our age, we clearly have no interest, whether we go or not. Who cares? Mo Wintian pretended to be angry and said directly, Go. Go, why not go? It's not easy to have a meal with the boss. What do you think, fatty? Ha! Mo Chi laughed heartily and said to the fat guy and Song Shui beside him, Yes. Ha! The 4 of them laughed and chatted all the way. Soon they arrived at the restaurant. Mo Udai and Yi Lung had been waiting for a long time, and with them was a purple-haired girl who looked to be around 12 years old. Shupdefkaz, Du Guyan. Hello, my name is Du Guyan. I am Ling Ling's distant cousin and also a good friend of Udai. The purple-haired girl with green eyes extended her hand to Mo Wintian and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Mo Wintian. I'm a friend of Ling Ling and a younger brother of Mo Udai. Mo Wintian politely reached out his hand in response. Thinking of Du Gubo, Mo Wintian also wanted to befriend this precious granddaughter of Du Gubo. Hello. 3 sisters. The 3 usually talkative roommates were now honest in front of the beautiful girl. Even the usually composed Mo Chi could only say, Hello, sisters. Ha! You don't need to be so polite, come on. Today is the first day of school for you all. I'll treat you. Let's go upstairs for a big meal. Seeing these future students being so cute, Mo Udai said generously, and then led everyone upstairs. On the stairs, Mo Udai pulled Mo Wintian closer and whispered in his ear, I'll treat you. You pay the bill. Internally, Mo Udai couldn't help but complain about her wealthy brother, always keeping an eye on Mo Wintian's wallet, spending over 100,000 to buy a cat girl as a maid for home use. If she didn't know her brother well, she would definitely think he was motivated by lust. Fortunately, Mo Udai realized that her brother might just be curious and sympathetic towards the cat girl. If she had the means, she would also choose to buy her. But she didn't know that the real reason Mo Wintian bought the cat girl was because she resembled a cat he had raised in his previous life that had a pitiful gaze. That cat was the remedy that helped Mo Wintian heal from the pain of emotional wounds, which is why he spent so much without blinking. However, she still underestimated the wealth in Mo Wentian's spatial soul guide. Mo Wentian had secretly exchanged a considerable amount of gold soul coins for black cards under different identities. Mo Wentian privately even suspected whether his cheap master had some kind of peculiarity, accumulating so many gold soul coins without depositing them in the imperial bank. The luxury of the second-floor restaurant was no less than that of some large hotels in Tiando City. This was Mo Wentian's first time entering the second floor. The decor was lavish and exquisitely adorned, with even the tableware seemingly carved from porcelain jade, crystal clear and translucent. The menu in the private room only offered 3 types to choose from: VIP set, Supreme set, and Supreme Emperor set. I'll have a Supreme Emperor set. Mo Yudi opened her mouth to introduce the Supreme Emperor's package. Upon seeing the price tag behind it, Mo Wentian couldn't help but sigh. 99.99 gold soul coins. VIP package, 999 gold soul coins. Supreme package, 99.99 gold soul coins. Supreme Emperor's package, 199.99 gold soul coins. Wow, I've heard that the cafeteria of the Heavenly Doe Intermediate Royal Academy is the best in the academy, and the consumption level on the second floor is ridiculously high. Even the children from prominent families don't dare to eat here often. Today, I've truly opened my eyes. Song Shui said with a shocked expression. 19,999. That's enough for my expenses for several years. The fatty also had a face full of disbelief. Mo Chi was not surprised by this, while the 3 women seemed accustomed to it, as if they had known about the prices here all along. Sister, isn't this a bit too expensive? Although Mo Wentian had money, he wasn't one to spend it this way, so he couldn't help but ask. Don't jump to conclusions, it's definitely worth the price. Mo Yudi said with a mysterious smile. First up are some desserts, which are no different from those served in other hotels. Here it comes. 1,000-year soul beast, 8 treasure chicken. Duguyen was also surprised to see the dishes brought by the waiter. This young lady has a good eye. This is the signature dish of today's Supreme Emperor's package. The waiter bowed and said, Soul Sovereign. Mo Wentian observed the soul power fluctuations of the waiter with his and sensed a faint aura similar to that of his sister, Mo Yudi. It turned out that even the waiter was a soul master. The second floor of the restaurant was certainly not as simple as it appeared. Mo Wentian thought, somewhat shocked. The 8 treasure chicken, with its crispy skin and tender, boneless meat, is suitable for young nobles from royal families during their foundational training, as it is rich in energy and can enhance soul power. The 100-year soul beast, the red refining snake gallbladder, is prepared from the gallbladder of a high-quality 100-year soul beast. It is large and well-prepared, although eating it raw is better. The medicinal properties remain intact even after being cooked by the chef. Paired with a delicious sauce made by oneself, it looks incredibly appetizing. The 10-year soul beast. The pig-like beast's front leg meat has a golden crispy surface that looks non-greasy, with more lean meat than fat. It seems to be deliciously roasted over low heat and then steamed, enhanced by cumin and chili, making it irresistible. The 10-year soul beast, the bull-like beast's front leg meat, has a particularly chewy and flavorful texture. When paired with fine wine, it is even more delicious, though it lacks the sensation of drinking from a big bowl and eating large chunks of meat. Mo Wentian and several of his roommates all gaped in astonishment. This meal must have cost at least 10,000 gold soul coins. It truly is worth the price. Soul beast meat contains a certain amount of energy, which can help low-level soul masters who are at a bottleneck to advance. Mo Wentian's evaluation of the second floor is that it is not simple. After a meal, everyone's relationships have improved quite a bit. As for Mo Wentian's few cute and shy little brothers, Mo Yudi and Yi Lingling also regard them as younger brothers. Sister Yin Yin, I heard that your grandfather's poison skills are unmatched in the world and that you have quite a bit of research in spiritual medicine. I have admired you for a long time. Mo Wentian saw that everyone had started eating, and the atmosphere was lively, as if it had unintentionally brought everyone closer together. He complimented, That's right, my grandfather is currently on the verge of breaking through to the 90th ranked title Douluo. Otherwise, I would introduce you to him. Duguyen, not thinking much of Mo Wentian's praise, swallowed the delicious food and said regretfully, What a pity. I have some knowledge in this area and am very interested. Once Senior Dugu finishes his seclusion, I will definitely pay a visit in person. I hope Sister Yin will introduce me. Hearing that Dugubo was preparing to break through title Douluo, Mo Wentian looked regretful, not knowing whether he was regretting not being able to visit in person or regretting that Dugubo might have already discovered the ice and fire yin-yang eyes and gained the opportunity to prepare for the breakthrough. All right, no problem. Yin casually replied. Since Mo Wentian's younger brothers were still young, everyone replaced wine with juice. They enjoyed their meal and drinks. Cool, me. I toast to you with tea instead of wine. I hope the sisters will take care of us in the future. Mo Chi was much better than Fatty and Song Shui. Although he was also shy, he was polite once familiar. He raised his teacup to toast the three girls. After eating and drinking to their fill, 2 hours had passed. The three girls, being seniors and teachers, also led the four of them on a shortcut to report and split into classes. Mo Yudi is the class teacher of Class 2, and therefore the four of them were assigned to her class. The three chubby ones were excited, thinking that good days were about to come, until the three of them realized after the start of school that this was just the beginning of a nightmare. Chapter 16, Devil's Sister. In a night sky, the bright moon hangs high. In dorm room 306, after completing a full cycle of soul power operation, I looked at my three roommates who were already fast asleep. Mo Wentian smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, feeling quite satisfied that he finally broke through to level 13, breaking through one level in a month. Although it was due to the soul beast meat, especially today's 1000-year soul beast, the 8 treasure chicken significantly boosted Mo Wentian's soul power from level 12. Seeing that he didn't disturb his sleeping roommate, Mo Wentian once again immersed his consciousness into the space-time divine fate ring. Upon entering the space that can store living beings, he discovered that the Tianqing grass at the center was nearing maturity. He thought to himself that by the next time he returned home, it would be almost ready to mature. The Tianqing grass has effect for support-type soul masters, far surpassing those of control and attack types, especially among the plant-type support systems. In simple terms, in the Douluo continent, martial souls are divided into beast martial souls and tool martial souls. However, tool martial souls are further divided into 2 categories, plant-type and tool-type martial souls. Famous examples include the 9-heart sea star, the Haotian hammer, and the 7-treasure glazed tile. Beast martial souls are divided into humanoid and beast type, with humanoid also known as the main body martial soul. Beast type martial souls are more common, with well-known examples like the blue lightning tyrant dragon and the evil eye white tiger. There are also special humanoid martial souls like the angel martial soul and the ghost Douluo's ghost martial soul. Each has its strengths, but among tool martial souls, the plant-type branch, the grass-type martial souls, generally has very low abilities, and no powerful title Douluo has ever emerged from them, no matter how much they mutate. It wasn't until Tang San's emergence, when the bloodline of the 100,000-year soul beast blue silver emperor appeared, and after consuming 2 immortal grade plants with both water and fire attributes, achieving immunity to both, that this situation changed. The Tianqing grass in front of him is a type of immortal grade treasure for support systems, capable of elevating the support capabilities of plant-type martial souls and allowing for a second awakening of the martial soul. It is useful to him as well, but it doesn't have as significant an effect as his mother's Baikao martial soul. Mo Wentian was thinking about the celestial product in the eyes of the dual elements of ice and fire. He understood that celestial products could not be absorbed multiple times. Only the most suitable ones could better exert the medicinal effects. This celestial herb should be used by his mother. Although she had now broken through to the Soul Master realm, and with the help of the unnamed technique, faced no obstacles from the Soul Sect, she was getting older and had limited potential. Therefore, taking this celestial product might still hold the potential for her to advance to a title Douluo. Mo Wentian did not ask about the world's determination. He knew that at this moment, Mo Wentian had already deduced that the Eye of Ice and Fire had been discovered by Douluo and claimed for himself. This immortal great herb was likely the only one of its kind. However, Mo Wentian was confident that, with his deep understanding of the plot and the alchemy skills inherited from Gohong, he would definitely not stop at the Soul Sage realm. Subsequently, Mo Wentian's consciousness flowed through the space, looking for any opportunities he might have missed. After a quarter of an hour, Mo Wentian felt a wave of weakness in his mind. It was the first time he had stayed in the time and space divine fate ring for such a long time. Without thinking much, he exited the space, lay down, covered himself with a blanket, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, as the golden crow rose, the sun shone brightly, and the weather was pleasant. In his dreams, Mo Wentian felt a warmth on his forehead. With a sudden jerk, he sat up. "What are you doing?" Mo Wentian stood up and asked in confusion. "We saw you wake up so late for the first time and thought you were sick. We were just about to wake you up," the chubby one said worriedly. What time is it now?" Mo Wentian looked at the sun in the sky. It was almost noon. "Hey, Ling Ling sent you breakfast." Seeing that you haven't woken up, she told me not to wake you, and then left, said Mo-chi, pointing his head towards the breakfast on the central table in the room. Oh, I'm fine. I just stayed up a bit late last night. If I remember correctly, we start formal classes today, right? Mo Wentian changed the topic and said, yes, we were just about to wake you up to go with us. Otherwise, if we leave you behind, we're afraid Teacher Yudi will beat us to death. Song Shui joked. Then let's hurry up. Montak Vencian, who knew his sister well, nodded in agreement. They walked along the road, eating the breakfast that Yulingling had sent. Mo Wentian's mental power secretly gathered above his eyes, and he suddenly discovered that his eye of breaking illusions had actually broken through to the first layer of the great perfection realm. At this moment, his mental power was no less than that of someone who had just broken through to the great soul master realm. Could it be? The time-space divine fate ring can also enhance mental power. Mo Wentian pondered for a moment and soon understood where the problem lay. He had merely withdrawn his consciousness from the divine fate ring space, feeling particularly exhausted. After taking a nap, his mental strength experienced a significant breakthrough. Therefore, Mo Wentian concluded that the divine fate ring has the effect of training mental strength. As long as one's consciousness remains in the space for an extended period, reaching the limits of mental strength, it can achieve the effect of training mental strength. Mo Wentian felt a surge of excitement, but he didn't realize that the reason for such a significant breakthrough this time was entirely due to his first experience. It was this initial encounter that led to such a tremendous advancement in his mental strength. Although there would still be considerable effects in the future, they would never be as drastic as this change. We've arrived, Class 2 of the first year, Mo-chi reminded. Report. The three said in unison at the door. At that moment, they saw the classroom was already filled with students, about 30 in total, with only the 4 connected seats in the front row remaining unoccupied. Mo Wentian was still a bit unaccustomed, staring blankly at this scene. Since everyone was present, let us begin our first practical class. Mo Yudi on the stage said with a cold expression. The students below shivered in unison. Even Mo Wentian seemed to feel a chill breeze passing by. Soon, a class of 32 people arrived one after another at the practical class venue. The venue was empty. Surrounded by a lawn, it covered a vast area. The first class of the semester was a practical class. Only Mo Yudi could do something like this. Montak Vencian. Mo Yudai seems to not recognize Mo Wentian, coldly calling out his name for the first time. 2. Montak Vencian responded helplessly. Please report your martial spirit and soul power level. Yes, I am Mo Wentian. My martial spirit is the mutated 7-leaf clover, and my soul power is at level 13. Mo Wentian didn't know what his sister wanted to do, but he knew she wouldn't harm him, so he cooperatively said, hiss. A gasp of surprise echoed among the students. Impressive. Reaching level 13 at just over 6 years old, definitely a soul master with full innate soul power. A more knowledgeable student exclaimed in shock. Good, next Mo-chi. Mo Yudi was slightly surprised, but not shocked. She adjusted her expression and coldly called out. Mo-chi, martial soul ruler, soul power level 8. Mo-chi didn't expect Mo Yudi to be so serious during class. He quickly stood up and imitated Mo Wentian's serious demeanor as he said, not bad. Next, Fat Oh No Pang Run. Mo Yudi was lucky not to miscall, and corrected herself. Pang Run, he mutated martial soul crimson flame, exploding bear, soul power level 11. The fat boy, unfazed by the teasing from his classmates, reported his current soul power level with a silly grin, causing many who mocked his size to instantly fall silent. Mo Yudi began to call out names in order. The new students were all sitting on the lawn, and only those whose names were called could stand up. Gong Aoshue, martial soul, ice, snow, proud spirit zither. Control system level 11 soul master. A beautiful girl with snow-white hair glanced at Mo Wentian and proudly raised her head and said, Montak Vencian was momentarily speechless. Children are always proud and unwilling to admit defeat. Although everyone was surprised, they didn't lose their composure too much, given Mo Wentian's previous example. Next, Xia Yunxi. Xia Yunxi, martial soul. Colorful crane, level 11 support type B soul master. A cute girl with a shy expression stood up and said bashfully, Not bad. It seems there are still some talents among you. However, those with lower soul power should not be discouraged. As long as you train diligently, you will definitely achieve something. Mo Yudi saw some dejected students and couldn't help but encourage them. Sure enough, some of the downcast children instantly filled with fighting spirit. Young children may not always listen to their parents, but they definitely believe that what their teachers say is right. Today, in the first lesson, a practical class, I will select the top 10 soul masters or soul warriors among you to battle with me. Mo Udai looked at Mo and Tion and smiled. Seeing the teacher's beautiful smile, the top 10 soul masters didn't find her cute at all and shuddered in unison. The devilish reputation of this female teacher had long spread throughout the junior college. At level 38, she was among the best in the entire junior college. Due to frequent absences and a love for practical classes, she was assigned to the first grade as a new teacher for training. The college hoped she could temper her temperament and properly instruct the first-year students. However, the first class turned out to be a practical lesson. Unsurprisingly, Mo and Tion was the first to stand on the competition stage, with only Song Shui from the dormitory group managing to escape unscathed. Most of the students at the Tiando Junior Soul Master Academy came from various noble families, along with a small number of relatively wealthy ordinary families. Therefore, the students generally had innate soul power of level 5 or above. The awakening time for these students' martial souls was at most half a year, and there were about 10 of them who had soul power reaching level 7 or above. Bang! Duong! Ah, it hurts! Hiss! After a chaotic scene, unsurprisingly, among the 10 who took the stage, except for 2 females and Mo and Tion, everyone had bruises on their faces. And even Mo when Tion was constantly rubbing her rear. Hiss! The teacher is really ruthless. Mo Chi, with a bruised face, secretly glanced at Mo when Tion, who was rubbing her rear, and said, "You'll get used to it. Montak veen Sion comme fortet, vuvu." Boss, has the younger sister always been this violent since childhood? The fat man didn't have any particularly big changes, except that his face was 3 points chubbier than usual. It's okay. It should be because she became a mentor that she's so strict. Mo Wentian is not really afraid of his sister, although he was often bullied by her when he was young. Boo-hoo! Big brother, we are so doomed because of you. Why did you have to join your sister's class? The chubby one has a face full of despair. Meanwhile, his sister is looking at Mo Wentian with an innocent expression. Mo Wentian couldn't help but sigh in regret, realizing his mistake. His sister must have believed that the reason he got into her class wasn't because she taught well, but because it was easier to take leave in her class. This was a blatant show of authority. At this moment, the 32 students looked at Mo Yudi with obvious awe in their eyes. It was estimated that if Mo Yudi said 1, no one would dare to say 2. Mo Yudi looked at the scene with satisfaction. The effect was quite obvious. She had to thank Dugu Yan for the strategy. If Mo Wentian knew that all of this was Dugu Yan's idea, he would definitely stop thinking about quickly creating an antidote for the snake poison that he was targeting. Looking at the faces of others, Mo Wentian touched his own backside and thought to himself that it seemed his sister still couldn't bear to hit him. Chapter 17. The limitations of martial souls. Thus, Mo Wentian did not get to stay comfortably in his sister's class as he had hoped. There was a practical class every other day, and the cultural knowledge classes were equally rigorous, unlike the relaxed atmosphere of other junior college classes. This year's class, led by Mo Yudi, was packed with schedules. It was unclear whether it was because Mo Wentian was in this class, but his sister, who usually didn't like teaching, seemed to have fallen in love with the role of a mentor and was tirelessly devoted to it. 2 years later, Mo Wentian's class 2 has practical experience that could be considered the best in the academy, earning it the nickname Devil Class. More than a year ago, after Mo Yudi broke through to the Soul Sect realm, she gave a severe beating to the entangled third prince, Shui Tao. Whether it's the butterfly effect or not, the third prince, who was supposed to be secretly killed by Shui Qinghe, is still alive and well to this day. Shui Tao can be said to be the biggest villain in the eyes of the 32 students of Class 2. Relying on his identity as the third prince, he does whatever he wants and takes pleasure in bullying the students of Class 2, even more arrogant and overbearing than the leader of Class 1, the fourth prince. The students of Class 2 have always looked down on the faces of these two princes. Mo Wentian didn't like to show off. He spent his days solely focused on cultivation, as if he were possessed. In his first year, when he was bullied by a group, Mo Wentian would still step up to help the students of Class 2, earning him the title of boss among them. Over the past year, with the increase in practical experience, Class 2's overall strength successfully surpassed that of Class 1, which was known as the Genius Class. However, until 3 months ago, Mo Wentian had frequently skipped classes and often disappeared without a trace. It turned out that he had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. Although he had reached level 20 in soul power, he was unable to fuse with a SoulRing. That day, after using the heavenly stargrass, his mother's martial soul underwent a second awakening, successfully advancing to Soul Master, while his father was at level 45 as a Battle Soul Master, and his sister Yilingling was at level 42 as a Battle Soul Master, with a Battle Soul of level 30. They went to the Sunset Forest to obtain Soul Rings, and everything went smoothly. His mother also advanced to level 41 as a Support Soul Master, gaining her 4th soul skill to enhance soul power. It was only when Mo Wentian attempted to acquire a soul ring that he found out the green leaf grass couldn't fuse with the 2nd soul ring. Mo Wentian suddenly remembered his soul ring restrictions. 7-leaf clover. The leaves usually have 7 pieces arranged in a whorled pattern. The leaf blades are long oval, with a single stem, and are hairless. It contains weak toxins that can clear heat and detoxify, using poison to counteract poison. It is said that each of its 7 leaves represents a different meaning. The first leaf represents faith. The second leaf represents hope. The third leaf represents love. The fourth leaf represents luck. The fifth leaf represents wealth. The sixth leaf represents reputation. The seventh leaf represents true love. Mo Wentian speculates that the reason he was able to obtain the first spirit ring is due to the opportunities gained from the time and space divine fate ring, and he possesses a belief in becoming a god, thinking that he can surpass Tang San. The reason he cannot obtain the second spirit ring is due to a lack of hope in his heart. For a long time, although his relationship with Dugu Yin has grown closer, it has only been 6 years since Tang San appeared in Heaven Do City. Even though he has met Dugu Bo during this time, he still hasn't gained the trust of Dugu Bo naturally. He feels a bit lost. The divine herbs seem far out of reach, and the limitations of his martial soul make him feel somewhat anxious. Under the weight of disappointment, he failed to absorb the spirit ring. Fortunately, in the past 3 months, Mo Wentian has put aside his martial soul cultivation and has been studying various medicinal texts, successfully finding a way to resolve Dugu Yan's martial soul issues. Dugu Bo's problem is relatively easy to solve. He just needs to use auxiliary medicine to force the toxins into a soul bone, which can be resolved perfectly. However, Dugu Yan's problem is more difficult to address, especially since Mo Wentian rarely has time to learn alchemy and practice. Therefore, in terms of understanding and applying medicine, he is not as skilled as Tang San was when he first met Dugu Bo in the original story. In fact, dealing with Dugu Yan, who has weaker toxins, is even more challenging. Once he resolves Dugu Yan's martial soul issues, he will surely win the favor of the old poison master, and at that time, when he makes a request, it is certain that he will not be refused. Mo Wentian was happily thinking to himself. At that time, even if it wasn't as he guessed, using the effects of the supreme immortal herb and the magic of the ice and fire duality eyes to achieve a second awakening of his martial soul would definitely allow him to successfully absorb the soul ring. Mo Wentian felt an endless hope in his heart. Once I heal Sister Yin Yin, I will definitely make that old poison master, Dugu Bo, pay. He must personally take me to obtain the soul ring. Mo Wentian held the elixir he had refined in his hands, but he felt a deep resentment in his heart. Dugu Bo was unaware that the celestial treasures in his medicine garden were being coveted by others, and due to the restrictions of others' martial souls, even he himself had become a target, which was utterly innocent. Only Mo Wentian would dare to think of having a level 91 titled Douluo personally take him to obtain his second spirit ring, not knowing Dugu Yan's whereabouts. Mo Wentian arrived at Yilingling's dormitory. After a while, Yilingling joyfully ran out. Wentian, what brings you here? You finally remembered to look for me. I've been trying to find you lately, but you haven't been around. I didn't know what you were up to. Yilingling stood in front of Mo Wentian, pouting in mock anger. At this moment, Yilingling was nearly 12 years old, developing rapidly and looking stunning, with her silver hair neatly cascading down her back. Unlike the aloof and reclusive personality of Yilingling in the original novel, due to the influence of Mo Wentian and his siblings, she had not become introverted and solitary because of the tragedy of her family's martial soul. Instead, she had developed a cheerful personality. I have something important to discuss with you. I've found out the reason why my martial soul cannot absorb spirit rings, and I've come this time to seek your help. Mo Wentian straightforwardly said, Great, how can I help you? I'll do my best. Indeed, Yilingling, as always, was understanding and said happily. Over the past 2 years, Mo Wentian's height had reached nearly 1 meters, matching Yilingling's. As they walked along the road of the Tiando Intermediate Academy, Mo Wentian explained to Yilingling the reason for his martial soul limitations. Just as you said, the world is vast and full of wonders, and there are such strange martial souls. Then your third soul ring wouldn't be. Yi Lingling suddenly remembered something, and her face turned red as she fell silent. It should be just as you think. Mo Wentian speculated that he would likely need to understand love or possess love in order to obtain the third soul ring. As for the requirements for the fourth soul ring, Mo Wentian believed he was not lacking, and the time and space divine fate ring was the best proof of that. However, the two things he lacked, reputation and true love, were not so easily resolved. He wasn't sure if winning first place in the Soul Master competition would grant him enough reputation. He would cross that bridge when he came to it, taking things one step at a time, believing that there would be a way when the time came. Mo Wentian couldn't help but think of the limitations of his sixth and seventh spirit rings. At this moment, he had a strange feeling, as if the limitations of the second spirit ring on his martial soul had mostly disappeared. He believed that after healing Douluo, he would definitely be able to successfully absorb the spirit ring when he met Douluo again. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling was absent-minded, lost in her own thoughts. In their world, time always seemed to pass so quickly. Soon, the two arrived at a special dormitory in the Advanced Academy. After a while, a unique figure with purple hair and green eyes, Douluo, emerged from the dormitory. It seemed she had just bathed, and at that moment, Douluo exuded a special charm. However, compared to Yi Lingling beside her, it was the more innocent-looking Yi Lingling who attracted more attention. Lingling, what do you need from me? Douluo asked in confusion. At this moment, Douluo and Yi Lingling were not only close friends, but also teammates in the same battle team. Their common mentor was Qin Ming, who graduated from Shrek Academy. Qin Ming had selected 7 people from the intermediate and advanced academies to form the first team of the Tiando Royal Battle Team. It's Wentian who has something to discuss with you, Yi Lingling said, looking at Wentian. Yin, I would like to ask you to go home and inform Douluo about the matter. Just tell him that I have found a way to treat the flaws in your martial soul. Mo Wentian looked at Douluo's purple hair and green pupils and said, in the past 2 years, apart from practicing, I often have meals with Douluo and the others, and our relationship has become as close as siblings. I don't have any problems, but since it's your request, I'll talk to my grandfather again. He loves me the most and definitely won't refuse, so don't worry. Douluo clearly still didn't believe Mo Wentian's words, but she still agreed immediately. Yin, I also think what Wentian said makes sense. Look at others. No one has such unique purple hair and green pupils. Only you and Senior Douluo, one with purple hair and green pupils, and the other with green hair and green pupils. Yi Lingling, seeing that Douluo didn't believe Mo Wentian, couldn't help but support him. All right, I believe it, okay? Douluo said with a wry smile. 3 days later, Tiando City, Douluo's residence. What? You actually developed a remedy that can solve Yinner's spirit's drawbacks? Douluo said in shock. It's important to note that a year ago, Mo Wentian met with a complaint about his illness, and Douluo almost couldn't help but beat this brat to death. Although Douluo believed that Mo Wentian was right about the fatal flaws in their family's martial soul, otherwise, Douluo's parents wouldn't have died young. He didn't believe that Mo Wentian could have a solution. At that time, Mo Wentian's understanding and use of medicinal herbs were still far inferior to his own. Since he was a friend brought by Yinner, he naturally couldn't treat Mo Wentian the same way he treated Tang San. Therefore, Douluo didn't take it seriously, merely regarding Mo Wentian as a child who knew a little about pharmacology and was just playing around. At that moment, Mo Wentian, after being beaten, lost the heart to continue the conversation. After all, to go and offer treatment for someone's martial soul problem only to get beaten up was too much for him to bear. Who would have thought that 3 days ago, his dear granddaughter came to seek his help again, seeing this ignorant little brat? This kid, at such a young age, Yinner said he was not even 9 years old, already had a level 20 cultivation, so his talent wasn't bad. It wouldn't hurt to give him a chance. Douluo expressed surprise verbally, but held a trial-and-error attitude in his heart, stroking his beard and secretly thinking, yes, here are 3 pills that I spent nearly 3 months refining after giving up on cultivation. Compared to Yinner, who is not deeply poisoned, she can take 1 pill every 10 days, and after a month, she will be able to eliminate the toxins from the green phosphor snake. As for whether Douluo experiences an itching sensation between his ribs whenever it rains or is cloudy, lasting for an hour, occurring once at noon and once at midnight, and whether he suffers from needle-like pain in his head and soles during the deep night, Mo Wentian said calmly. He thought to himself that he wasn't afraid of this old poisoner not complying. Sure enough, Douluo was instantly shocked. Good boy, you actually guessed this right. I'll trust you this once. If you can really cure me in Yinner, I will agree to 3 conditions that do not violate my own principles. Douluo promised with a surprised expression. Sister Yin Yin and I are good friends, so I will naturally cure her. As for these 3 conditions, how about considering them as a reward for treating you? Senior Douluo. Mo Wentian's eyes turned, and he said solemnly, Haha kid, your wit isn't bad. I agree. Douluo stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Douluo also knew that his granddaughter had a good relationship with this kid, otherwise he wouldn't have met Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian's mouth revealed a smile, but he was secretly calculating in his heart. If he didn't take advantage of this old poison master, he wouldn't be Mo Wentian. He had to let Douluo understand where the saying, don't provoke the old man with white hair, and don't underestimate the young man's poverty came from. Douluo's problem was relatively easy to solve. All it required was a soul bone. By using the spiritual medicine from this prescription and leveraging my unique soul power circulation route, I could store the toxins in the soul bone without affecting the elder's mastery of poison skills at all. Mo Wentian handed over a prescription and said, Wonderful. How'd I not think of this? Ah, the little rascal has fallen for your little trick. I do have soul bones, and even without your special soul power operation route, with this prescription, I can successfully force the toxin into the soul bones. Douluo slapped his forehead in regret and looked at Mo Wentian confidently. Haha, come, let me demonstrate the operation route of soul power for you, senior. Mo Wentian approached Douluo, and his soul power penetrated into Douluo's body, operating along a special route. This special route is Mo Wentian's application of a human body's extraordinary meridians, which can accelerate Douluo's absorption of toxins from his soul bone. Douluo sat cross-legged, and after a quarter of an hour, he excitedly opened his eyes and exclaimed, Indeed, it works. Combined with your prescription, I am confident that I can eliminate the drawbacks of the green phosphor snake emperor martial soul within a month. In that case, I will take my leave, and I will visit again in a month. At that time, I will have something to ask for. Mo Wentian stood up to take his leave. Well, I don't have much to give you either. Seeing that you're skilled in pharmacology, this treasure pouch can store living things and has its own space inside. It should be helpful to you. I have little use for it, so I'll give it to you. Douluo did not try to retain him and took out a delicate small medicine pouch. Mo Wentian may have better options, but adhering to the attitude of not passing up a good deal, he still accepted it. When he returned to the dormitory, he found that the 3 chubby guys were not there. Having been together for 2 years, their bond was undeniable. They were solid brothers. Mo Wentian was sitting cross-legged on the bed, beginning to cultivate his soul power. Although he couldn't break through, he could still accumulate and increase some soul power through cultivation. During this period, he had relaxed his soul power training a bit, and he needed to work twice as hard to make up for it. Mo Wentian secretly thought, although there are several teachers in a class, there is only one class teacher who is responsible for leading the students in the class. And this lasts for 3 years, from the 1st grade to the 3rd grade. So, Mo Wentian's class teacher is still his sister, Mo Udai. P.S. I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, and I kept thinking about the upcoming change in contract status, so I exploded in advance and wrote 2 long chapters of nearly 8,000 words. I hope to get some recommendation votes for support, and after the contract status changes, those with monthly tickets can also leave a few for this book. Hee. Chapter 18. The Butterfly Effect, Seeking Votes. Boss, you don't know, if it weren't for Teacher Sister appearing today, our Class 2 would have almost been beaten down by the 4th Prince and his people from Class 1. Song Shui said with a face full of indignation and relief. Yeah, boss, the 4th Prince has been very arrogant and overbearing lately, just like his brother, the 3rd Prince. The chubby boy said, with a simple and timid personality, somewhat afraid. I understand. After a while, I'll personally settle the score with Shuebong. As for the 3rd Prince, Shui Tao, I think he won't dare to show up at the junior academy in this last year. Mo Wentian said nonchalantly. After dealing with the 3rd Prince, the 4th Prince popped up again before long. More than a year ago, the 3rd Prince led some senior students to bully our chubby classmates quite a bit. They had a mix of hatred and fear towards the 3rd Prince. Fortunately, the 3rd Prince was afraid of Sister Mo Udai. He had the heart of a thief, but not the courage, only daring to bully students like them. Once Mo Udai was not around, even Mo Wentian would sometimes be blocked, leading to fights. Although they were all senior students, relying on his transcendent steps, Mo Wentian had never suffered losses, but the chubby ones were always left battered and bruised. Moreover, the school did not prohibit this phenomenon. On the contrary, it somewhat supported it, calling it encouragement for competition among students. Mo Wentian didn't know whether the 4th Prince was truly boasting or if he was intentionally pretending due to the bizarre death of the 2nd Prince. However, Mo Wentian knew that once he gained strength, He would never help such scum ascend to the throne like Tang Xin did. Because of the butterfly effect, the third prince, who was supposed to be dead, was still alive. What Mo Wintian didn't know was that when Xueqing has sent someone to eliminate the third prince, he was often beaten up because he wanted to take revenge on Mo Yudi for the beating he received. He roamed the junior academy, bullying students. And after failing to gain any advantage, he ended up bullying boys and girls in the senior academy, inadvertently displaying the demeanor of a spoiled rich kid, which happened to save his life. Until 3 months ago, when Mo Yudi broke through the Battle Soul sect and went to the senior academy. She taught him a harsh lesson, and he probably had to lie in bed for at least half a month. He still hadn't dared to appear in the junior academy. It's not good to appear. I heard that the third prince, Xue Tao, was severely beaten recently and lay in bed for half a month. Could it be that you, boss, arranged for someone to do it? Mo Qi, who was well informed, looked at Mo Wintian with an excited yet slightly suspicious gaze. I don't have such great ability. It was all done by my sister. Mo Wintian thought of the scene where Duge Yin, Yi Lingling, and his sister ganged up on Xue Tao, and he felt a rush of satisfaction. With Duge Yin around, the third prince could only suffer this hidden loss. As Prince Xue, he had a good relationship with the poisoned Douluo and wouldn't let them offend Duge Yin and the others, so he didn't dare to use underhanded methods. Wow, as expected of the teacher, so powerful. The teacher is imposing, even daring to hit the third prince. The chubby boy looked like a little fanboy, raising his chubby fist and shouting, "Impressive, impressive," as expected of the teacher. Mo Qi and Song Shui both looked at him with great admiration. "Let's go eat. I'm happy tonight, so I'll take you to the second floor of the restaurant." Mo Wintian was in a good mood today, thinking about the solution to the martial soul problem, and also recalling the mountain of gold soul coins piled up in the divine fate ring, which had turned into quite a few black cards. He couldn't help but speak generously. After all, what people fear most isn't having no money to spend, but having money with no place to spend it. Nobody wants to die with money left unspent, right? Thinking of the financial restrictions represented by the fourth soul ring, Mo Wintian decided it was time to plan his future path properly. "You guys go to the restaurant and wait for me. I'll go call my sister and them to join us," Mo Wintian instructed before heading downstairs to his sister's place. In the restaurant on the first floor, at the stairs, Mo Wintian and the 3 girls saw a commotion in the crowd ahead and approached to find themselves instantly enraged. It turned out that the fourth prince of Class 1, Xuepeng, had blocked the passage on the second floor, believing that the 3 country bumpkins, including Fatty, were unworthy of dining there. "Fatty, who hit you?" Looking at the slap mark on Fatty's face, Mo Wintian cast a cold gaze at Xuepeng and the others. Fatty's personality was the exact opposite of his martial soul. He was not one to provoke trouble, especially when the other party was the fourth prince of the empire. He glanced at the fourth prince with a somewhat evasive look. "It's you, Xuepeng." "Very well." Mo Wintian looked at Mo Qi, who nodded, indicating that it was indeed Xuepeng's doing. Mo Qi was usually well informed. Although he didn't know what his family did, it seemed he wasn't particularly afraid of Xuepeng. So he nodded and said, "It was indeed Xuepeng's doing. I was just arguing with them when you guys arrived." Sister Mo Yudi and the lonely Yin did not speak, as it was not appropriate for them to intervene in the children's scuffle. Yi Lingling, however, pulled Mo Wintian's hand with some concern. Mo Wintian patted Yi Lingling's soft little hand, signaling her to relax. With a burst of soul power, before Xuepeng could react, a shadow flashed past, and Xuepeng was instantly sent flying, crashing against the wall, his face swollen like a toad. "Bang! You dare to hit me? Don't think that just because you have your sister, you can do whatever you want. Mo Wintian, I will make you pay for this." Xuepeng, not noticing the furious Duge Yan behind him, threatened Mo Wintian with an angry expression. "Is that so? I'm doing whatever I want. What can you do about it?" Mo Wintian sneered, addressing his sister and the chubby guy outside the crowd. "Let's go, sister, chubby, let's head to the second floor for a feast." "Oh, okay." The chubby guy quickly agreed, feeling deeply touched. "What, do you look down on the 3 of us? You dare to threaten our Wintian?" Mo Yudi said playfully as she walked past the standing Xuepeng. "Youpf." Seeing Mo Yudi, Xuepeng didn't dare to make threats. After all, Mo Yudi was someone valued by the 3 committee members. Looking at Duge Yin behind Mo Yudi, Xuepeng's eyes narrowed again, and he shut his mouth. With the granddaughter of his backer right there, he wouldn't dare to act arrogant, even if he had 10 times the courage. It wasn't until the group had left that Xuepeng cursed loudly. "A bunch of useless fools, get lost. Get the hell out of here, what are you looking at? Move aside." The onlookers scattered instantly. Boss, should we find them? One of the lackeys, with a sinister expression, was about to ingratiate himself. Get lost. Find your mother. Useless trash. Just mentioning it made Shueping feel a wave of weakness. On the second floor, back in their usual spot, this wasn't the first time Mo Wentian treated everyone to a meal in the past 2 years. It was actually the third time he invited everyone to eat on the second floor. Everyone knew about Mo Wentian's wealth and was not the least bit polite. One Supreme Emperor's set meal, please. Even Mo Yudi was unclear where Mo Wentian got so much money. Mo Wentian privately exchanged a portion of gold soul coins at the bank, and now he has no less than 1 million gold soul coins in his card. Good. Welcome. Please enjoy these fruits and desserts. Your set meal will be ready soon. A smiling female soul master server said respectfully. The kitchen on the second floor of the restaurant is very mysterious and never allows outsiders in. It is rumored that the second floor is contracted by a hermit family called the Nye family. Every day, a large amount of soul beast meat is sent to the second floor kitchen. The business is not only aimed at the students of the Tiendo Royal Academy, but also at all soul masters in the Tiendo Empire. Although it is not always bustling with customers every day, there is still a steady flow of people. Soon, the server responsible for serving the dishes brought up exquisite dishes made from soul beast meat. The first dish of the Supreme Emperor's set meal is made from different 1,000-year soul beast meats, which I have never seen before. Duguyin said with some confusion while looking at her companions. This dish is called Heart of 7 Apertures, made from the heart of a 1,000-year 7-colored deer. The server introduced with a smile. Mo Wentian and the others had no objections. Soul beasts were natural enemies of humans. Aside from soul beasts that transformed into human-like beings after 100,000 years, other soul beasts were ultimately just food for humans. It's important to understand that just as humans eat soul beasts also eat humans. The concepts of good and evil are merely differences in perspective. Soon, the dishes were all ready. The food here was still so delicious, and the speed of serving was very fast. Mo Wentian took a bite and couldn't help but praise. Of course, I heard that the chefs here come from hidden families and possess unique cooking spirit souls, which greatly enhance the flavor of the dishes. Duguyin was the only one, aside from Mo Wentian, who was still savoring her food slowly. Her sister and Yi Lingling had already disregarded their image and were fighting with the fat guy and others for food. I must come and see how they cook sometime, Mo Wentian said with interest. Yeah, haha, let's eat quickly, or we'll only have soup left. Duguyin seemed to enjoy this atmosphere and also joined the fray for food. Mo Wentian couldn't help but smile, and he didn't mind. This was his true nature. After dinner, everyone discussed that once Mo Wentian advanced to the Great Spirit Master, they would take the opportunity to heavily exploit this big tycoon again. Even Yi Lingling, who had always supported Mo Wentian, stood on their side this time. Since the 3 girls claimed they were not good at drinking, everyone agreed that this time they would only have juice and save the tasting of fine wine for when Mo Wentian advanced to the Great Spirit Master. Mo Wentian didn't really believe what the 3 women said. The girl from his previous life claimed to be bad at drinking, but that was basically a lie. When it came to drinking, she could easily take down 3 strong men by herself. Chapter 19. Evil Soul Master. The next day, the entire academy was buzzing about the incident where the 4th prince had been defeated in a snow avalanche. Class 2, led by Mo Yudi, has gained fame once again, and the leader of Class 2, Mo Wentian, has also risen to prominence, earning the title of Prince's Nemesis. The little brothers of Class 2 feel incredibly proud, walking with their heads held high, full of pride and confidence. Mo Wentian practiced his eye of breaking illusions early in the morning and in the evening. His consciousness sank into the time-space divine fate ring to train his divine sense. Usually, when there was nothing to do, his consciousness stayed in the time-space divine fate ring, unless he couldn't hold on any longer. Recently, Mo Wentian rarely attended classes, and Mo Yudi had also relaxed the management of the class. After finishing classes in the morning, there was nothing to do in the afternoon, so the students were given a break to cultivate freely. That afternoon, Mo Yudi arrived at the dormitory door of Mo Wentian. Hello, teacher. Are you looking for the boss? The boss is inside. Still cultivating, the 3 chubby ones stood up in unison and said respectfully, Well, no need to be so polite to the teacher after class. I have something at home, and I'm taking Wentian back with me. If he doesn't come to class tomorrow morning, you can inform the classmates to practice freely, Mo Yudi said in a friendly manner. She had a good relationship with Mo Wentian's little brothers privately, but in class, it was strictly business. Yes, teacher, we guarantee to complete the task. The chubby one stood straight first, looking as if to say, Leave it to me, you can rest assured. Well, Wentian, have you finished your cultivation? Just in time. I have something to tell you. You need to come home with me. Mo Yudi's expression was somewhat unhappy, as if she was hiding something on her mind. Montak Vencian, seeing the situation, couldn't help but nod in confusion. After entering Tindo City, his sister, who had been silent all the way, suddenly spoke heavily. Wentian, have you heard of the Evil Soul Master? I've heard of them. Why? Did you encounter one, sister? Mo Wentian asked, puzzled. No, it was Dad who encountered them. Father was seriously injured, and his entire soul hunting team was wiped out. If it weren't for your Jishian's step allowing him to escape, even his life would likely be in danger. Mo Yudi said with lingering fear. What? How is Dad now? Is he okay? Are Uncle and Auntie dead? Mo Wentian was taken aback and asked about his father's and the other relative situations. I've already had Yin Yin escort Lingling home in advance to treat Dad. With Lingling's martial soul's special properties, as long as it's not a fatal injury, he can recover quickly, so don't worry. Mo Yudi comforted him, but the worry in her eyes showed no signs of diminishing. Mo family mansion. Mom, where's Dad? What's the situation? Mo Wentian asked anxiously as he looked at Dong Ruoling, who was waiting at the door. It's okay, he's resting inside, but we need to pack up and move, Dong Ruoling said, glancing reluctantly at the small courtyard she had lived in for nearly 20 years. Why do we have to move? Where are we going? Is it the Evil Soul Master? Mo Wentian asked, puzzled. Yes, the Evil Soul Master is vengeful and is the most evil organization on the continent. This time, my team discovered a stronghold of the Evil Soul Master while hunting soul beasts in the Stardew Forest. Including me, there were 7 of us. And your other uncles and aunts have surely been brutally killed by the Evil Soul Master. Only I managed to escape using your lightness skill, but I was seriously injured. After Lingling's treatment, I have finally improved and stabilized my condition, Mo Jun said, stepping out of the house with hatred in his eyes. Mo Jun's team consists of his childhood companions, 4 men and 3 women, all strong individuals at the soul realm level. After 30 years of bloodshed and 30 years of hunting souls, their bond is undoubtedly deep. Now, separated by life and death, Mo Jun's father must be feeling very tormented. Mo Wentian had met these uncles and aunts before, and upon hearing that they were likely dead, he felt a deep sadness. Why are you out? You should be resting and healing, Dong Ruoling said with a look of reproach, clearly worried about her father Mo Jun's injuries. I'm fine now. I'm indebted to that girl Lingling for saving me, Mo Jun explained, a hint of sorrow still on his face. Mother, where are Yin Yin and the others? Mo Yudi asked, not seeing Duga Yin and Yi Lingling. Lingling exhausted herself after treating your father, so I had her rest in your room to recover. Yin Yin was entrusted by your father to go to the Duga residence to report the news about the Evil Soul Master. Dong Ruoling replied somewhat absent-mindedly. What? This is crazy. Mom, how could you let her go home alone? The Evil Soul Master must have already entered Heaven-Do City to pursue Dad. If something happens, how are we going to explain it to the Poison Douluo? Mo Yudi said with concern. Dad, you should still have the strength to fight, right? My sister and I will chase after Yin Yin and notify the Poison Douluo. No matter how bold the Evil Soul Master is, they won't attack in the noble area. And high-level Evil Soul Masters aren't that easy to infiltrate Heaven-Do City, Mo Wentian analyzed, while looking at Mo Jun and his sister. This area is inhabited by some middle and small nobles. If a battle breaks out, the surrounding noble powerhouses would be more than enough to deal with the Evil Soul Master. Although it will affect future cultivation, I can still exert the power of a Soul Master. Don't worry, go quickly. It's my oversight for not stopping her from returning home to report to the Poison Douluo, Mo Jun said, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Mo Wentian and Mo Yudai hurriedly made their way towards the Poison Douluo's mansion. On the street leading to Dugu Bo's residence, in an empty alley, several figures were engaged in battle. It's poisonous. Everyone cover your mouths and don't breathe. This little girl is covered in thorns, hard to deal with. A group of masked black figures faced off against a woman with light purple hair and black eyes. Several of them were at the soul respect level. Duga Yin, using the poison from the green phosphor snake, held off a few of them, but for the time being, she couldn't break through the encirclement. Just as she was about to be caught by the masked figures, she exclaimed, "Who are you? Why are you capturing me? My grandfather is the famous titled Douluo, Poison Douluo." Seeing that she couldn't escape, Duga Yin couldn't help but threaten them with the name of the Poison Douluo. "Ha! Poison Douluo, I'm so scared. Just the weakest titled Douluo offended the organization, and no one can save you. The leader of the masked figures used his soul skill to disperse the poisonous mist and laughed heartily. You, seeking death, Douluo Yin angrily shouted. Third soul skill, green scale, purple poison. In her fury, Douluo Yin unleashed her strongest soul skill. Third soul skill, storm tornado. Third soul skill, rage of red flames. Third soul skill, rampaging bull charge. The 5 black-clad figures did not hold back anymore. First, a soul master used storm tornado to blow away the snake poison. Then 4 other soul masters attacked Douluo Yin, but none aimed for vital points. Their goal was to capture Douluo Yin and coerce the poisoned Douluo into serving the organization. Green Wave Hand. Mo Wentian and Mo Yudi arrived just in time to see this scene and used the Celestial Step and the True Hand of Baitao to block an attack. The third soul skill, Crimson Flame Wind Hellblade. Mo Yudi summoned her martial soul and used her third soul skill. Although she was slightly slower, she still managed to block all the remaining attacks, forcing the attackers to retreat. Who are you to dare oppose the great evil god? The masked leader threatened as he looked at Mo Yudi, who was at the soul sect level. I don't believe in any so-called evil god. So don't try to threaten me with something you fear. It's useless. Montauk Yudi replied coldly. She was filled with anger towards the evil soul masters, as those teammates of her father had watched her grow up. How dare you insult the great evil god? Boss, let us take them out together. One of the masked men, furious at Moud's insult to his faith, shouted. Retreat. The masked leader looked at the flame wind sword martial soul in Moud's hand and said cautiously. But one of the masked men hesitated. Shut up. I said retreat. Follow orders. The masked leader turned and left. The quality of a martial soul can be roughly inferred just by its appearance. Sword-type martial souls generally have innate soul power that is not lower than level 5, and their quality is astonishingly high, definitely in the upper tier. Seeing the flame wind sword martial soul, the masked leader was reminded of the recently famous demon sword fairy in the imperial capital. At level 41 in the Battle Soul sect, she was invincible against anyone below the Battle Soul King. It's not that there aren't any beings in the imperial capital that could contend with her, but rather that the demon sword fairy stood undefeated beneath the Battle Soul King. Her graceful movements, the mutated martial soul flame wind sword, and her proficient combat experience were all reasons for her undefeated status. At the age of 20, achieving such accomplishments with innate level 6 soul power, the demon sword fairy Moud had become an idol in the eyes of countless mid and low-level soul masters. Sister Mo, why didn't you chase after them? Why did you let them escape? Douluo Yin said with a pale face, somewhat unwilling. She was also full of confidence in Moud's strength. Yin, it's not that I don't want to keep them, but the night is long and dreams are many. No one knows how many evil soul masters are lurking in the dark. Our priority is to inform Senior Douluo first. Mo Wentian explained from his side. Okay, then let us hurry. After thinking for a moment, Douluo Yin agreed and quickly led the two to the Douluo residence. Chapter 20. The Eye of Ice and Fire. Douluo residence. Mo Wentian reported to Poison Douluo about the matters concerning the evil soul masters and expressed his hope that Poison Douluo could report it to the Empire and the Spirit Hall. Although the Spirit Hall, under BB Dong's leadership, has begun to lose its fairness and is no longer the cradle for the vast majority of civilian soul masters, it remains the greatest enemy of the evil soul masters and the most feared existence. As long as the Spirit Hall exists, the evil soul masters dare not leave the shadows for even a day. They can only lurk in the dark, acting like rats. In the original work, one of the important reasons the evil soul masters did not appear was due to the looming presence of the Spirit Hall. Mo Wentian does not believe that the grievances between the Spirit Hall and Tang San in the early stages can be judged as right or wrong. It can only be said that the positions are different. The Spirit Hall also has its benefits, such as eliminating evil soul masters and discovering civilian soul masters. Among other things, 2 days later, the Empire, in conjunction with the Spirit Hall, publicly announced that they had eradicated a large stronghold of evil soul masters. However, the reality was that only a few small cats remained in the stronghold, and most of the high-ranking members had already left. The speed of the evacuation further deepened the higher-ups' vigilance towards the evil soul masters. Although there were only 2 or 3 small cats, they still managed to capture a soul saint and over a dozen soul kings, which can be considered as having dismantled an evil soul master stronghold. And Mo Jun's contributions were significant. Mo Wentian's family moved away from their original residence. On a snowy night, the Great Emperor, in gratitude for Mo Jun's intelligence and for their safety. Spent a fortune to have professional soul masters build a luxurious mansion overnight opposite the residence of the poisoned Douluo for the Mo family to live in. He also elevated Mo Jun's title to a viscount, and the first-generation earl receives a monthly subsidy of golden soul coins from the empire. Mo's family at the dining table. The atmosphere is heavy, and the air is filled with a sense of sadness. You shouldn't keep a long face. Our family's safety is the greatest blessing from heaven. It's fine not to hunt soul beasts. It saves me from worrying all day at home. Mother Dong Rualing seems dissatisfied with Dad's behavior and can't help but say, what does a woman understand? Mo Jun was in a bad mood and just let out a light hum to express his dissatisfaction. Dad, you have now been promoted to account, so you won't need to go out hunting soul beasts anymore. Just stay home and accompany Mom. Mo Yudi looked at her father's eyes, which still couldn't hide the sadness, and couldn't help but change the subject. With a pleading look, she said to her father, Sister, the Snow Knight Emperor elevated your title to Earl, and it's not without reason that he values your potential as the Sword Fairy. Mo Wention is also intentionally diverting his father's attention, hoping he won't remain immersed in sadness. The young lady is now an idol in the eyes of most girls in the entire Tiando city. Cat girl Dodo looks at Mo Udai with pure admiration and praises her. Let's eat. The delicious food can't be stopped by your mouths. Mo Jun noticed his children's intentions and, feeling somewhat touched, tried to disguise it. He chuckled, haha. Only love and good food should not be disappointed. Let's eat. Mo Wentian chuckled to ease the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Young master, eat slowly and leave some for me. I also like this braised pork knuckle. Catgirl Dodo was also a little foodie, adorably competing with Mo Wentian for the food. Dodo's martial soul is a special existence that lies between beast martial souls and innate martial souls, making soul power cultivation difficult. Even with a decent innate soul power, it's hard for her to achieve much. With Mo Wentian's unnamed technique to assist her, she has only managed to reach the level 17 Soul Master realm in the past 2 years. However, being a little maid is not too low. If given the chance, Mo Wentian might also strengthen her a bit. Although Dodo is older than him, Mo Wentian is still an adult soul and has always regarded her as a younger sister, without any other thoughts. Mo Wentian is still immature, but only when it comes to his parents and relatives. After finishing his meal, Mo Wentian arrived alone at the Duga mansion. On the way, he thought, although it hasn't been a month yet, it's only a few days away. It's better to obtain the second soul ring in advance. The appearance of the evil soul master made Mo Wentian a bit worried. With this thought, Mo Wentian arrived at the Poison Douluo's mansion. In the Poison Douluo's study, he said, Kid, you can't wait any longer. Haha, I knew you wouldn't be able to hold back. Speak up. What are your conditions? As long as it doesn't go against the principles, I will definitely help you fulfill it. The Poison Douluo looked at the entering Mo Wentian with a rosy complexion and laughed heartily. Although it hasn't been a month yet, Dugu Bo has already forced out most of the toxins, and his granddaughter Dugu Yen has even removed the disadvantages of her martial soul. Even her abnormal purple hair with green highlights has turned into a normal color, mixed with light purple. Senior Dugu, Mo Wentian was about to speak when Dugu Bo interrupted him, saying, Hey, don't call me senior. Your personality is very to my liking, and you helped me and Yen eliminate the drawbacks of our martial souls. Just call me old Poisoner brother. Poison Douluo was naturally carefree and didn't have the pretentiousness of other title Douluo. Well, then I'll call you old Poison. Mo Wentian recalled Yan's green-scaled snake venom and dared not call him big brother anymore. Moreover, no matter how harmonious and amiable Dugu Bo appeared, he was still a veritable title Douluo, deserving of respect, even though he was jokingly referred to as the weakest title Douluo. However, since he had such demands, it was hard for Mo Wentian to refuse. That's right. Go ahead, the old Poison Master, have always been a man of my word. As long as it can be done, I will fulfill it for you. Dugu Bo said with satisfaction. Actually, for you, old Poison Master, my first condition isn't a big deal. You just need to nod in agreement. Mo Wentian felt a bit embarrassed and said, Oh, what is it? Go ahead and tell me. Poison Douluo, feeling curious, responded. I heard that you have a medicinal garden, and I would like to enter the garden to pick some spiritual herbs to treat my father's illness. Although my father's injuries have healed, his martial soul has been damaged. If it isn't treated quickly, reaching Soul King would be the end. Strangely, Mo Wentian felt as if he was not robbing Dugu Bo of his immortal items, but rather seizing Tang San's opportunity. I thought it was something else. No problem. I'm in a good mood, so I agree. You can use whatever you want from the medicinal garden. No need to be polite to me. Haha. But you, kid, are really well informed. I just acquired that treasure land not long ago, and you already knew about it. Douluo said generously. Well, thank you so much, old poison master. I will definitely remember you when I refine pills that help with soul power cultivation. Unlike Tang San, Mo Wentian had the means to refine immortal items into pills, maximizing their effects. Well, then I'll be waiting for you, Douluo said nonchalantly. Now, continue with your second request. Douluo continued. I want to create a force, so I hope you can help me manage it, old poison master. Mo Wentian finally revealed his own plans, wanting the old poison master to work for him. No, I've gotten used to my freedom. I can't stand constraints. Change the conditions. The poison Douluo directly rejected. Listen to my conditions first, and then you can refuse if you want. I won't restrict your freedom normally, and I will provide you with a subsidy of 100,000 gold soul coins each month. You only need to serve me for 10 years. After 10 years, you can leave or stay as you wish, and currently, this force consists only of you, me, and my family. The number of people will not increase too much in the future. You only need to ensure their safety occasionally before their soul power grows. No one can command you. Even my orders as the leader must seek your opinion. Your status will be equivalent to that of a supreme elder, and your responsibilities will be akin to that of a security advisor. I will provide you with cultivation resources, ensuring that you break through your current realm. After 10 years, if you still wish to leave, you can go or stay as you wish, and I will not hinder you. Mo Wentian knew that Douluo would not agree easily, so he continued to lower the conditions to tempt him. Add one more condition. If there is something I don't want to do, even you, the sect master, cannot force me to do it, and you have no right to interfere with what I want to do. Douluo stroked his beard, looking smug as if his scheme had succeeded. He still held a skeptical attitude towards Mo Wentian's claim of improving one's realm. However, because Douluo had privately discussed the miraculous effects of Mo Wentian's elixirs with him and confirmed their ability to enhance levels and strengthen one's foundation, Douluo still felt a hint of expectation in his heart. All right, it's a deal. Mo Wentian could see what kind of scheme he was plotting. However, having boarded the pirate ship, he still wanted to get off. Mo Wentian could only say that even if he were a titled Douluo, he was just thinking too much. Mo Wentian has too many means to make Douluo submit. You little brat, quickly tell me your third condition. Douluo saw that Mo Wentian agreed without a second thought, instantly losing his triumphant expression, and said somewhat displeased. I haven't figured out the third condition yet, but you should accompany me to your medicinal garden first to fulfill the first condition. By the way, while you're at it, catch me a control-type soul beast that's been around for about 800 or 900 years, preferably one that also has strong poison. Mo Wentian began to exercise the privileges of his sect leader, asking Douluo to obtain soul rings for him. Good kid, does this count as the third condition? You never said I had the obligation to get soul rings for you. You just agreed, and before I even got my salary, you want me to work? You did say that I was only responsible for your safety. Douluo said, somewhat dissatisfied. The existence of a titled Douluo is not so easily swayed. Mo Wentian thought about it and realized that he couldn't be too demanding. He wanted the horse to run fast, but also didn't want it to eat grass. Since that's the case, he added a third condition. Whenever the core members of the sect need to obtain a soul ring, you must unconditionally help them acquire it. Rest assured, apart from my family, the core members will not exceed 10 people. Mo Wentian quickly arranged the path for obtaining the soul rings before the soul sage. Well, this is more like it. It's settled then. Let's go, old man will take you to the medicinal garden. After saying this, Douluo, feeling a bit proud, secretly led Mo Wentian out of Heaven Do City. In the sunset forest, outside the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, two figures, one large and one small, flickered. Upon arriving here, Mo Wentian discovered that it was a cliff he hadn't entered during his previous explorations. With Mo Wentian's current level of soul power cultivation, he couldn't enter such a high cliff alone and could only rely on the poison Douluo to take him in. Chapter 21, Temporal Prison. Mo Wentian and Douluo arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire, where the air was thin and the spiritual energy was rich. If it weren't for Mo Wentian's soul power far exceeding that of ordinary people, his strong physique, and the protection of an unnamed technique, he certainly wouldn't be able to stay there for long. Fortunately, on the way, they encountered a 935-year-old soul beast, the Medusa snake, which was hunting. At this moment, the Medusa had already been beaten into a non-human form. Oh no, a non-snake form, by the poison Douluo. The ninth spirit ring of the poison Douluo came from an 80,000-year-old Medusa snake king, So Douluo had a bloodline suppression over this 900-year-old Medusa snake. After a beating, it did not dare to move an inch, filled with fear. The Medusa, being a snake-type soul beast, and the queen among them, met the requirements for control-type spirit beasts and also possessed extreme toxicity. It was undoubtedly the best choice for Mo Wentian's second spirit ring. Encountering such a rare soul beast was undeniably a sign of good fortune for Mo Wentian. In that moment, the disappointment of not being able to obtain a spirit ring vanished without a trace. Heaven does not disappoint those with a sincere heart. Those who work hard are not forsaken by heaven. Based on Mo Wentian's strong insistence, Douluo had no choice but to believe that Mo Wentian could adapt to the environment of the Eye of Ice and Fire, bringing the almost dead Medusa soul beast along with him into the Eye of Ice and Fire. The Eye of Ice and Fire had one side red and the other side snow white, with some crystal-like or sticking out of the ground, surrounded by countless rare herbs and exotic plants. The air was filled with rich life energy, making it a paradise for plant-type soul beasts. Those are thousand-year snow silkworms. So many snow silkworms. And thousand-year spirit ginseng, that S-star spirit grass. Before he could absorb the spirit ring, Mo Wentian saw quite a few top-quality medicinal materials and spiritual herbs, exclaiming in surprise. Indeed, as one of the three great treasures, the Eye of Ice and Fire is a wholesale market for celestial-grade medicinal herbs. Mo Wentian looked around at the abundant spiritual medicine with some emotion. What are the three great treasures? Don't worry about that now. The items are right here, and they can't run away. It's better to resolve your spirit ring issue quickly, as this little snake is about to run out of breath. Douluo first asked out of curiosity, but seeing the Medusa on the verge of death, he couldn't help but remind him. All right, let us obtain the spirit ring first. Mo Wentian picked up the dagger and struck at Medusa's 7-inch position with one blow. A deep yellow soul ring floated up from Medusa's corpse. Without hesitation, he sat down, circulated his soul power, and began to guide and absorb the soul ring while sitting cross-legged. Who am I, and where is this? Mo Wentian's consciousness appeared in a bottomless dark space. Endless darkness filled with black holes, each black hole seemingly housing immense terror, among which there were 9 gigantic black holes. No one could answer Mo Wentian's questions. He walked and walked until he was nearly exhausted, when suddenly, a light appeared at the end of a passage. Believing that where there is light, there is an exit, Mo Wentian gathered his last bit of strength and finally stepped inside. After countless years, he finally waited for someone fated to come. An ancient yet indifferent voice echoed in Mo Wentian's mind. Who are you? Where are you? Where's this? How did I end up here? Mo Wentian was a bit panicked and asked several questions in a row. The owner of the time-space key. There's no need to panic. This is the illusion of the prison in the infinite time-space, which holds countless powerful beings from the birth of the world to the present. I'm the Void Sword God, one of the 9 strongest beings. 1,000,000 years ago, I was suppressed by this time-space prison and am now on the verge of fading away, without a trace, formless and intangible, existing only in this small space without freedom. The old and indifferent voice, noticing Mo Wentian's panic, explained what this place was and introduced itself, but the voice seemed to lack much emotion. Since you are so powerful, why are you imprisoned here? Mo Wentian stabilized his emotions, intrigued by the mysterious person's words, and asked with some curiosity and confusion. When the world was first born, the time-space prison already existed, incredibly mysterious. Even for a powerful being like me, who is immortal and indestructible. Once I surpass the limit of 100 billion years, I cannot escape the suppression of the time-space prison. Every day, I am drained of my lifespan by the time-space prison in the endless space until my lifespan is exhausted. To encounter a holder of a time-space key before my lifespan runs out can be considered a blessing from the river of destiny. The presence of the mysterious voice this time carried some emotional fluctuations. The entire space seemed to resonate with the changes in its emotions. Was a time-space key? Could it be the time-space divine fate ring? Did it bring me here? Mo Wentian asked in confusion. That's right, the space-time divine fate ring? That's quite fitting. There are a total of 9 space-time keys distributed across different universes, although on the surface it appears to be just a rather ordinary space ring. What it represents is the beginning of the fortune of an entire universe. Fortune is formless and intangible, apart from the chosen one of the world's fortune. The owner of the space-time divine fate ring, as well as those close to them, will also be influenced and become the chosen ones of fortune. This divine fate ring represents the fortune of the third universe we are in. The aged, mysterious voice was filled with kindness, as if reflecting light from the past. The third universe? Does the Douluo continent belong to the third universe? Mo Wintian muttered to himself. I don't know where the Douluo continent is, but the auras carried by people from different universes are different. At the dawn of the world, only the 9 great universes coexisted. I can sense a strong aura of the third universe from you, but strangely, it seems that the aura of the origin of the universe is also mixed in your soul. The mysterious person said with some confusion in their voice. Could it be? The world of my past life is not as simple as it appears. Mo Wintian recalled a sentence he saw online before, which said that in that world, the small blue planet is the origin of all things in the universe. What is the origin of the universe? And why have I come here? Mo Wintian asked with confusion. The origin of the universe is the place where the universe was born, the center of the 9 great universes. I was once the strongest in the third universe, and this time-space key was a significant support for my growth. Naturally, there's a way to guide you here. This is not the true space-time prison, but rather a consciousness projection space created by me using the time-space key based on the location of the space-time prison. The mysterious figure answered Mo Wintian's question and explained why Mo Wintian appeared here. So you brought me here to have me inherit your legacy? Mo Wintian asked calmly. Exactly. Are you willing? The mysterious figure immediately asked. I am willing. Mo Wintian had a strong premonition that if he refused, he would be sent away in an instant, missing such a great opportunity, so he spoke up directly. To inherit the legacy of the Void Sword God is your honor. Although your talent is lacking, your fortune is decent. You are qualified to inherit my Void Sword God's legacy, carrying the sword of the God of Void. You will shine again, making the time-space tremble and causing the universe to pause. After the mysterious voice finished speaking, a beam of light surged deep into Mo Wintian's mind. In Mo Wintian's mind, countless memories of basic sword techniques emerged, along with some experiences from the Void Sword Goddess childhood. After watching them once more, Mo Wintian's emotions seemed to grow indifferent. Only after you ascend to the realm of deities can you truly receive a part of my inheritance. You're still far from being able to bear my inherited power. What appears in your mind now is merely the essence of my sword techniques from when I was weak. Although they're all basic moves, they're extremely suitable for you at this moment. I have sealed the true inheritance for you, and I have also concealed the aura of the key to time and space. Before you become strong, no one will be able to perceive its preciousness. Cultivate your nameless technique well, and also the eye of forgetting. This is a perfect foundational technique and the key to unlocking the inheritance. I look forward to you fully unlocking the inheritance in the future. The voice grew weaker and eventually disappeared from the world. The completely vanished Void Sword God did not undermine Mo Wintian's confidence, but he understood that the probability of Mo Wintian reaching his own realm was extremely low. It was said to be possible, but it also depended on whether fortune favored him. However, even he could not predict how far he could go. Perhaps he would stop before reaching the realm of deities, or he might reach the realm of the God King, or even attain his own realm. Mo Wintian's consciousness felt as if it was being pulled by something, and, after a moment of pain akin to a needle prick, it instantly returned to its original state. Mo Wintian discovered that he had successfully absorbed the soul ring of the Medusa soul beast. It felt as if everything that had just happened was an illusion, but the sword techniques that now resided in his mind proved that it was not an illusion. However, Mo Wintian did not know that the foundational sword techniques of the Void Sword God, learned in his youth, were not something he could fully grasp at this moment. If Mo Wintian's mental strength did not become strong enough in the future, each time he observed those techniques, his personality would be influenced by their profound meanings, becoming colder, more indifferent, and as calm as still water. Only by ignoring everything in his heart could the sword in his hand unleash its perfect power. Of course, this was also due to his insufficient mental strength, which made him susceptible to influence. When mental strength reaches a certain level, it will not be affected by the sword in hand. After checking his internal soul power level, he found that he had reached the peak of level 21, which was the benefit of absorbing a soul ring beyond his level. The second leaf of the 7-leaf grass martial soul provided a significant boost to mental strength, making Mo Wintian's mental power far exceed his soul power level, which would greatly benefit his path to becoming a god in the future. In addition to the changes in mental strength, he also experienced a doubling of physical strength and a further enhancement of his martial soul quality. Mo Wen-tian discovered that almost every time he absorbed a soul ring, his physical strength would increase significantly, which was definitely not comparable to an ordinary soul master's advancement. This was also the uniqueness of the seven-leaf grass martial soul. The enhancement of the martial soul's quality made him have many more expectations for the seven-leaf grass martial soul. Chapter 22. Immortal Grade Immortal Herb. Mo Wen-tian felt that his physical strength was still somewhat lacking in absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, but the gap was definitely not large. As for the absorption of the second soul ring, Mo Wen-tian actually wanted to try to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, but he encountered the rare 900-year soul beast Medusa, which was not weaker than a 1,000-year soul beast and was even more suitable for him. How about it, little monster? You're truly a genius, able to absorb soul rings beyond your level at such a young age. Douluo was already prepared to forcibly interrupt Mo Wen-tian's soul ring absorption if he failed. Unexpectedly, Mo Wen-tian absorbed it so easily. I've been practicing my body since childhood, and my mental strength is not inferior to that of an average high-level soul master. So absorbing soul rings under 1,000 years is not too difficult for me, Mo Wen-tian said nonchalantly, which made Douluo grit his teeth in frustration. Although the experience in the illusionary space broadened Mo Wen-tian's horizons and allowed him to see a wider world, he did not feel any pride. Instead, he understood his own weaknesses even more, especially with the special restrictions on his martial soul rings. He was destined not to cultivate at a rapid pace like the protagonists in other novels. However, his growth potential was definitely the highest in Douluo continent. Every time he obtained a soul ring, the quality of his martial soul would rise a level. If this continued, Mo Wen-tian estimated that after becoming a soul emperor, the quality of his martial soul would be comparable to that of the Seven Treasures glazed tile pagoda. Even so, you live up to the name of Little Monster. It seems my choice was not wrong. Poison Douluo praised, his tone quite fortunate. All right, old Poison, everything is taken care of. I'll cultivate here for a while and study the herbs around. Please go back and inform my parents. Don't let them worry. Just tell them I'm in seclusion for cultivation. And remember not to forget to bring me food. Mo Wen-tian acted like the master of the herb garden and started to send off his guests. You little monster. Since that's the case, the old man will take his leave. Just be careful not to destroy the herb garden. By the way, what are the 3 great treasures you mentioned? I feel like I've heard of them somewhere before. You haven't told me yet? Poison Douluo suddenly remembered something and asked curiously. Oh, I forgot to mention it. It's not a big deal. Huh, do you see that red and blue pond? That is the core of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. The ice and fire yin-yang eye is one of the 3 great treasures, along with the Qian Kun questioning emotions valley and the lake of life, collectively known as the 3 great treasure basins. Among them, the ice and fire yin-yang eye is the weakest, but it is the most suitable holy land for plant-type soul masters to cultivate. Mo Wen-tian happily recounted the origins of the 3 great treasures to Poison Douluo, recalling that he possessed one, which made him quite happy. Oh, I didn't expect this herb garden to have such origins. No wonder the quality of the herbs is so good and their growth speed is so fast. It seems I've been ignorant, and it's your good fortune, kid. I'm taking my leave now. Douluo sighed after hearing this, but showed no reluctance, his figure flashing as he directly left. This place is indeed suitable for plant-type soul masters to cultivate. It truly is a holy land for plant-type soul beasts. The air is filled with elements of ice, fire, and life. Even without consuming immortal herbs, it can greatly increase the ice and fire immunity of plant-type soul masters. After checking the surroundings, Mo Wen-tian spoke to himself with some delight. Following the core of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Mo Wen-tian began his exploration and discovered a total of 13 mature, immortal-grade herbs. Among them, one was an extraordinary immortal-grade herb that did not appear in the original work. Growing beside the spring of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, inside a huge rock. It relied on the rock for existence and could be said to be well concealed. If Mo Wen-tian had not specifically searched for this extraordinary immortal-grade herb, he would have definitely not found it. Its name was 9-leaf immortal grass, also known as 9-leaf swordgrass. It can enhance the quality of the martial soul, and as long as the martial soul's form is close to a sword shape or is a weapon martial soul, it can cause the martial soul to mutate into a sword form. The records did not mention whether plant-type martial souls could turn into sword martial souls. Mo Wen-tian was not particularly concerned. With the first soul skill in place, Even if he cultivated ordinary grass to a high level, he could still break through the heavens and destroy stars. The other 12 herbs were all immortal-grade herbs that appeared in the original work, including 8-petal immortal orchid, autumn water revealing dew, blazing fire apricot blossom, octagonal profound ice grass, coxcomb phoenix sunflower, chilwa tulip, heartbroken red, water immortal jade skin bone, odd mushroom sky-connecting chrysanthemum, snow-colored swan kiss, and 9-rank purple ganoderma, among which there were 2 9-rank purple ganodermas. In the original work, one was given to the master to break through the level 30 limit of the martial soul, and one was used to revive Xiao Wu. These top-tier immortal gray herbs are generally not visible in the outside world, except for a few special immortal herbs, and they would never appear in clusters. In the special environment of the 3 great treasure basins, ordinary plants cannot grow because they cannot adapt to the unique climate. However, the 3 great treasure basins are the breeding grounds for all precious plants. Moreover, they allow these rare plants to grow in a time frame shortened by 10 times. Their medicinal effects are immense. Generally, when a soul master consumes them, they can undergo earth-shaking changes, completely transforming their constitution and enhancing their talent, making even becoming a god not a difficult task. In fact, the value of a single immortal herb can be more precious than a 10,000-year soul ring. In the original work, Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong were able to become gods by using immortal-grade herbs to compensate for their martial soul deficiencies. If one encounters a suitable immortal herb, a single suitable immortal herb can create a divine being. Without immortal herbs, whether the Shrek 7 monsters can become gods is a question. Thinking of this made Mo Wentian feel a hint of guilt, but it quickly disappeared. This was a gift promised by Douluo Bo to him, and it had nothing to do with Tang San and the others. Although he had watched the continent several times in his previous life, without direct contact, no one truly understood Tang San's character. He certainly couldn't let a hint of guilt prevent him from picking immortal herbs or giving them to Tang San. If he did that, he would be foolish, and he might even be interrogated by Tang, how in a small black room, about the origins of the immortal herbs. With this thought in mind, he resolved that after he grew stronger, he wouldn't hit Tang San too hard and would go a bit easier on him. Mo Wentian did not intend to intervene in the grievances between the Spirit Hall and Tang San. The premise was that the Spirit Hall would not provoke him. Otherwise, the sword in Mo Wentian's hand was not for show. Mo Wentian firmly believes that what he holds in his hand is a sword. Since receiving the childhood memories of the Void Sword God, Mo Wentian feels that there is only the sword in his hand, and no other thing is allowed to exist. Even a blade of grass, in Mo Wentian's heart, is also a sword. Moreover, there is the existence of celestial grade 9-leaf immortal grass. As for women, they only affect the speed of drawing the sword. Influenced by the thoughts of the Void Sword God, Mo Wentian's cultivation in the future becomes more diligent and his affection for the sword deepens. What I need now is the celestial grade Wangshuan Qiushui Du, which can increase the cultivation speed and level of my Eye of Breaking Illusions, making it the best choice for enhancing mental power. Mo Wentian felt as if he had been influenced by the memories of the Void Sword God, becoming much more mature and composed. According to the heritage left by the old man Gahong, a golden finger, a cough. It was the transmission records from his master who had passed away many years ago, combined with the special techniques for picking celestial products passed down from the Mo family ancestors. He transplanted all these celestial products into the space-time divine fate ring. In an instant, Mo Wentian felt that the spiritual energy of the ice and fire duality I seem to have thinned out a bit. Mo Wentian knows that the Eye of Ice and Fire still hides a great secret, but it is not something he currently has the ability to explore. After selecting some top-tier spiritual roots and herbs from the celestial products, Mo Wentian sat down next to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Initially, he felt a bit uncomfortable and had difficulty breathing, but after gradually adapting, he took out the celestial product called Wangshuan Qiushui Du. On the surface, Wangshuan Qiushui Du appeared unremarkable and inconspicuous, with the herb being entirely emerald green. Strangely, in the middle of the emerald green herb, there were 3 snow-white leaves, with a few droplets of water on the white leaves, resembling the dew left behind after a fresh morning. The effect of Wangshuan Qiushui Du is that consuming it can cultivate the ability to see through all kinds of extraordinary objects. Although the method of consumption is similar to how Tang San takes the dew, what Tang San does not know is that the rarity of Wangshuan Qiushui Du lies not only in the essence within the droplets, but also in the herb itself. According to the records in Gu Hong's herbal classics,
The essence of Wangchuan Qiushui dew can be extracted through a special technique, ensuring that the herb does not wither after consuming the essence from the leaves. Mo Wenyan used a special soul power technique to imprint a unique mark on the root of the celestial product in his hand. Before obtaining a soul ring, he would not have been able to perform this special technique, but now, with soul power far exceeding that of an ordinary 21st level soul master, it was not a significant problem. The Eye of Ice and Fire appeared to have little change, with only a few dozen herbs missing, which was negligible for the entire Eye of Ice and Fire. Mo Wenyan did not empty the entire medicinal garden like Tang Sen did. He only took some mature, celestial products and top-grade spiritual herbs. He even saw a few immature, celestial products. It seems they were the few types that appeared in Douluo number 2, and Mo Wenyan did not pick them in advance, allowing them to grow here. After leaving seeds and planting them in the medicinal garden within the time and space divine fate ring, he carefully consumed the dew of the longing for autumn water and began to sit cross-legged and cultivate the eye of breaking illusions. Chapter 23. 3 years after absorbing the longing for autumn water dew, Mo Wenyan did not rush to absorb the celestial products. The eye of breaking illusions had also been elevated to the perfect level of the second layer of the void-breaking realm. A week later, Mo Wenyan returned to the Heaven Do Royal Academy with Douluo, Little Monster. I'm going to check on Yin Yin first. Remember to invite me to the second-floor cafeteria for dinner tonight, Douluo said casually, as if talking to an old friend. Mo Wenyan said on the way back that he would treat everyone to a meal to celebrate the breakthrough. Douluo, still with a childlike heart, also wanted to join the young people's gathering and expressed that it wouldn't be too much to ask for a meal after taking so many precious herbs from him. Mo Wenyan quickly responded that not just one meal, but 10 meals would be no problem at all. If Douluo knew the effects of these elixirs, he might be furious to think that they were only worth 10 meals. All right, I definitely won't forget. You stay with Sister Yin Yin, so I can find you later. I'll head back to the dorm first. After giving his instructions, Mo Wenyan parted ways with Douluo and headed toward the junior college dormitory area through the right door. Boss, you're finally back. Did you break through? What soul ring did you get? As soon as he entered, the stood up excitedly and hugged Mo Wenyan, asking happily. Mo Wenyan pushed aside the lump of meat in front of him, and instead of being as enthusiastic as before, he said with some disdain, The second soul skill comes from a century-old Medusa soul beast, Medusa's Gaze, a control-type soul skill. In battle, it can immobilize soul masters below the soul sage rank for 2 seconds. What? Only 2 seconds? What kind of soul ring did you absorb, boss? Song Shui asked, somewhat dissatisfied due to his limited knowledge. You fool, 2 seconds is already top-notch. Didn't you hear it's for soul masters below the soul sage rank? Immobilizing for 2 seconds in battle allows for a lot of things to be done. If I'm not mistaken, as the boss's soul power increases, it won't be impossible to limit those above the soul sage rank as well. Mo Chi said irritably, as if he was quite knowledgeable in these matters. Mo Wenyan just nodded lightly in response. Boss, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You got the soul ring. Why do you still look unhappy? The chubby guy asked foolishly. No, it's getting late. I'll take you to the restaurant on the second floor for dinner. I might be coming back less often in the future. Mo Wenyan knew that this might be due to the slight influence of just comprehending the sword technique, which had made his personality a bit cold. So the chubby guy felt that he was unhappy. He couldn't help but explain. Mo Wenyan didn't realize that if he continued to indulge in the profundities of swordsmanship, he would fall even deeper. However, it wasn't a big deal. As long as he strengthened his mental power after getting started, it wouldn't be an issue. Huh, boss, you're not going to take leave again, are you? Mo Chi said with a face full of disbelief. Mo Wenyan had taken quite a few leaves over the past 3 years, and it was always the 3 of them who went to ask for it. And it's even longer than last time, but I will still come back to check occasionally. After all, I'm still a student of Tiando Academy, Mo Wenyan explained reassuringly. Mo Wenyan has already decided to enter seclusion for cultivation, and the place for his retreat is the Eye of Ice and Fire. In the evening, the cafeteria of the Tiando Royal Junior College, on the second floor of the restaurant, is still brightly lit. In a large private room, Mo Wenyan's family of 4, along with their cat girl Dodo, 3 roommates, and the granddaughter of the solitary Douluo, had a big table set up. This time, Mo Wenyan ordered 3 sets of the Supreme Emperors. They also prepared drinks to celebrate his breakthrough of the second soul ring limit of his martial soul. However, by the end of the night, only Mo Yudi and Yi Lingling remained sober at the table. No one used their soul power to dispel the alcohol. So even the old guy, The poisoned Douluo was sprawled on the table, unable to get up, while Mo Jun, the dad, was already dead drunk and was taken by his mom to the top suite on the second floor of the cafeteria that had been booked in advance. Fortunately, Douluo Yin was still somewhat sober and managed to return to her room to rest, albeit unsteadily. Mo Wentian, only left with his sister and Yi Lingling, could no longer hold on and fell asleep on the table, snoring lightly. The next morning, Mo Wentian found himself back in the suite. When he arrived at yesterday's private room, he discovered the three chubby friends still sprawled under the table, fast asleep. He couldn't help but sigh in pity. Poor little thing. Unloved and uncherished, a single dog. Time flies, and years pass swiftly. It has been 3 years since Mo Wentian first came to the Ice and Fire Duality Eye. 3 years ago, after taking the essence of the Autumn Water Elixir, he returned to the Heaven Do Royal Junior Academy. His broken illusion I had successfully broken through the intermediate levels and reached the perfection of the second level of the Broken Void Realm. But he had yet to break through to the third level of the Broken Illusion Realm. During this time, Mo Wentian had given the rare mushroom Skyflower to his father, who was a strong attack-type soul master. Although it wasn't a perfect fit, the rare mushroom Skyflower was more suitable for beast martial souls than for weapon martial souls. However, with the help of the Nameless technique, it could still unleash its maximum effect. Mo Wentian did not keep the Nameless technique to himself. His family members were also cultivating it. Initially, Mo Wentian viewed it as merely a profound soul power cultivation method. But after being pulled into an illusion by the Void Sword God, he realized that the Nameless technique was not as simple as it appeared. Although it couldn't compensate for the deficiencies of martial souls like celestial herbs could, it was undoubtedly the greatest protective charm on the road to becoming a deity. His sister Mo Yudi had also taken the 8-petal immortal orchid, and both of their levels had now reached the Spirit King realm. Given their innate levels, it was impossible for them to reach the 50th level Spirit King realm so quickly. One could say that the family was a typical grassroots, noble family. But due to an opportunity, everyone except Mo Wentian had undergone tremendous changes. If Mo Wentian hadn't come to the Douluo continent to create the marrow body medicinal bath, his sister might have only reached level 30 at most, and his father wouldn't have broken through to level 40. The opportunity of the celestial grade items also propelled the family's cultivation to new heights once again. Mo Wentian sometimes thinks that this is not much different from those who were frustrated in their past lives. The only difference is an opportunity, a chance to soar to great heights. The flaws and limitations of his own martial soul are akin to the difficulties faced in his previous life. If not resolved, one will struggle to break through these challenges for a long time. Once solved and broken through, the mood will be incredibly pleasant, but soon new challenges and difficulties will arise. After consuming the celestial grade 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot hairpin, Mo Wentian's martial soul defects were compensated. And after a year of cultivation, he successfully reached the level 30 soul master realm. For 3 years, Mo Wentian focused solely on honing his swordsmanship, without deliberately seeking love for the sake of cultivation. Now that he has fully absorbed the effects of the celestial grade medicine, he wonders if consuming the 9-leaf swordgrass would allow his martial soul to advance and eliminate its restrictions. Mo Wentian looked at the solid shackles on his martial soul and couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. However, he didn't dare to take the risk, fearing that absorbing the 9-leaf swordgrass would make the restrictions even more rigid. Moreover, every time he couldn't help but want to absorb it, that feeling became even stronger. When obtaining the soul rings, Mo Wentian encountered new difficulties. The 3rd leaf of the 7-leaf grass, which symbolizes love, was unable to empower the soul ring for a long time. It had been 2 years since he stopped. During these 2 years, Mo Wentian gradually became silent and taciturn, without complaints or celebrations. After leaving the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eyes, Mo Wentian arrived at the academy, the Tiando Royal Advanced Academy. Now, Mo Wentian was over 12 years old, with a soul power of level 30, which definitely qualified him as a genius, leading to his early admission to the Advanced Academy. Yi Lingling had once invited Mo Wentian to join the Tiando Royal Battle Team, but he had declined her offer. Mo Wentian plans to form his own team, the Demon Gate Team, but it is still in the initial stage, with only Fatty and Mo Wentian for now. In addition, a killer organization called Mo Men, founded by Mo Wentian, has emerged on the continent. Besides the Douluo family, there is also the Yi Lingling family, and, of course, the 4 members of the Mo family are indispensable. Yi Lingling's mother is also a level 74
healing soul saint. 6 years ago, Yi Lingling obtained her soul rings with Mo Wentian because at that time, Yi Phoenix was in seclusion, breaking through to the level 70 soul saint realm. With Douluo Bo taking action and Yi Lingling adding fuel to the fire, for some unknown reason, Yi Phoenix, who has always been ignorant of worldly affairs and yearns for a reclusive life, actually agreed to join Mo Men. On the continent, the influence of Mo Men quickly rose, and its scale continued to expand. Although it is not as renowned as the upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects, due to the presence of the poison Douluo, its top combat power is even stronger. The Mo sect is quite special. It never targets ordinary soul masters, only evil soul masters, assassinating them. Over the years, many evil soul masters have been killed, yet the number of evil soul masters has only increased, and those hidden in the shadows have gradually come to light. As a result, the Mo sect has faced hatred from some soul masters who have been persecuted by evil soul masters, as well as from some self-proclaimed righteous soul masters. The Mo sect acts without distinguishing between good and evil, only judging right and wrong. Over time, it has gradually been labeled as the demon sect by some who consider themselves righteous. Mo Wentian didn't pay much attention. The demon sect is just the demon sect. After all, a name is merely a code. Those self-proclaimed righteous soul masters, no matter how glamorous they appear, are ultimately just rotten at the core. What difference is there between hypocrites and evil soul masters? Chapter 24. The Demon Sect. Mo Wentian found Yi Lingling, who was preparing to go to the Great Soul Arena for the Great Soul competition. Now 15 years old, Yi Lingling had grown into a graceful beauty with exquisite looks. Long silver hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, dressed in a flowing silver and white wide-sleeve dress from the Magic Merchant Association's industry. She was pure and elegant, with a graceful demeanor. Even with Mo Wentian's current composure, he couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. However, due to the influence of the sword's essence, Mo Wentian had become incredibly dull when it came to emotions. Upon seeing Mo Wentian, Yi Lingling felt a bit of joy in her heart. Mo Wentian was one of her best friends. Naturally, she was happy to see him after several days and was about to say something when Mo Wentian spoke directly. Lingling, I need to talk to you. Well, if you come to find someone when you have something to do, but forget about them when you don't, it's no wonder you're single. Oh, all right, what is it? Although Yi Lingling had some complaints about Mo Wentian's behavior, she still responded understandingly. Aren't you all participating in the Soul Arena competitions to train for the Advanced Soul Master competition? I want to join you for a while. Mo Wentian stated his purpose. Then let me discuss it with teacher Qingming. Yi Lingling felt a bit of joy, thinking that Mo Wentian wanted to join the Tiando Royal team. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Mo Wentian remembered that he still needed to form the Demon Soul Sect team and wanted to ask the well-informed Mo Qi to help find suitable talented students from the academy. Mo Wentian was quite strict about talent requirements, so Mo Qi and Song Shui could only be eliminated, but over the years, with the help of some top-tier spiritual herbs from Mo Wentian, the 3 roommates had all reached above level 20. Only the chubby one had reached level 29 as a great soul master. Of course, this was largely thanks to Mo Wentian's contributions with those near-immortal quality spiritual herbs. The 4 of them had always lived together, only moving from dormitory 306 in the junior academy to dormitory 302 in the senior academy, still sharing a room. Big brother. Haha, why are you back? How long are you planning to stay at the academy this time? Just as he was about to leave, Mo Qi happened to meet him at the door. It shouldn't be too long. I need your help with something. Mo Wentian said directly. No problem. I said that your business is my business, and your family is my family. Mo Qi replied cheerfully, his face filled with gratitude. Mo Qi's family was a large noble family with a decent status in the empire, responsible for intelligence in the empire. However, despite having innate soul power of level 7, Mo Qi had never been given much importance because he had an older brother who was 3 years older and had reached level 8 innate soul power. A year ago, Mo Wentian gave Mo Qi a top-tier spiritual herb, which, although primarily aimed at strengthening the foundation, helped Mo Qi break through from level 18 to level 20, making his family take notice of him and earning him respect from his parents. Mo Qi felt immensely grateful to Mo Wentian. Help me find geniuses with innate soul power above level 8. I want to form a team for the Advanced Soul Master competition. They should be around my age and above level 20. Mo Wentian was not just looking for teammates. He was also seeking core strength for the future of the demon sect. Only soul masters above level 70 could be considered core strength. Generally, without opportunities, those with innate level 7 soul power would definitely reach level 79, and breaking through level 80 would require chance. Those with innate level 8 could definitely reach level 89, while those with innate level 9 could become title Douluo. However, Mo Wentian had a way to help level 89 soul Douluo break through, which was why he sought geniuses above innate level 8. Well, you know there are only 3. Mo-Chi looked at Mo Wentian with confusion. Which 3? Are you talking about Lingling and Sister Yin? They have their own teams. Mo Wentian said, puzzled. No, isn't the chubby one of them? Also, there's Gong Aoshue and Xia Yunxi, who were admitted early to the senior academy with us. It seems you usually only focus on cultivation and rarely pay attention to our classmates. Mo-Chi analyzed logically. These two have always regarded you as their goal. If you personally invite them, it's quite likely to succeed, but Gong Aoshue might be a bit troublesome. She is as proud as her name suggests. Moki explained. Oh, those two I do have some impression of. Mo Wentian recalled them. After all, he was the class leader of Class 2. Although he couldn't remember them too clearly, he generally recognized them. Where are they now? I'll go find them to discuss. Mo Wentian asked curiously. You should ask Teacher Mo about that. Our classmates with fast cultivation speeds have always been following her advancement. Teacher Mo knows best. They are all her students. Mo-Chi indicated he was not sure, as Mo Yudi would know more about the movements of those girls. He was TA creep, so he had no habit of stalking girls, making it impossible for him to know their whereabouts. Mo Yudai has advanced to Soul King, and like Mo Wentian, went to a high-level academy, but one is a mentor and the other is a student. Oh, then I'll take my leave. Mo Wentian couldn't help but sighed how he had become so engrossed in his training that he even forgot this little detail, marveling at the wonders of the basic sword techniques of the Void Sword God. Over the years, the sword techniques and insights in Mo Wentian's mind not only greatly enhanced his combat ability, but also made his emotional intelligence somewhat dull. If it weren't for Wang Chuan's autumn water exposure, Mo Wentian might have already become foolish by now. Although the management of the demon sect was initially structured and established by Mo Wentian, after he devoted himself entirely to the sword path. It was Mo Jun who personally managed everything as the acting sect leader. At first, his family was somewhat worried about Mo Wentian's transformation, but they gradually came to terms with it. Sigh, I don't know what is wrong with the boss. He has become more and more silent over the past 2 years. Mo-Chi looked at Mo Wentian's back, shaking his head in confusion and talking to himself. Montakudis pezona domitoli. Mo knocked on the door. Who is it? Wait a moment. A clear and pleasant voice came from inside the house. It's me, sister. Mo Wentian didn't know what was going on inside and said, Ask Tien, you can come in yourself. Mo Yudi was still as kind to Mo Wentian as ever. She pushed open the door and found that her sister was wrapped in a bath towel. Although it was tightly wrapped, her wet hair and flushed face indicated that the girl had just finished bathing and hadn't had time to change yet. I'll go back to my room to change clothes first. If there's anything, I'll tell you later, Mo Yudi said and went to her bedroom to change. Okay. Mo Wentian had nothing to do, so he took a good look at his sister's residence. He discovered that there were 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, along with a large bathtub that almost occupied the area of a whole room. The living room was furnished with some feminine items, but apart from these, there are also various weapons like knives, guns, and clubs. At 24 years old, Mo Yudi was still single. According to her mother's explanation, Mo Yudi had a crush before the age of 15, a mutual affection that they were too shy to confess. Until the day she hunted for a soul ring. A man who appeared out of nowhere was swallowed whole by a soul beast while trying to save her from killing it. Since then, Mo Yudi had never been in a relationship again. Although her personality remained unaffected, she became exceptionally ruthless towards soul beasts and enemies, always beating them until they couldn't move before she would stop. This led her to particularly enjoy real combat, developing a tendency for violence. Coupled with her beauty and strong abilities among the youth, she earned the title of Mo Yudi, the Sword Fairy. Speak up, my little assistant. You wouldn't come to me without a reason. What do you need my help with? Mo Yudi said as she emerged in a black brocade robe. Well, I want to ask you to pull 2 people into the Demon Gate. These 2 are your students, and if I go alone, I might be rejected, so I hope you can come with me, Mo Wentian stated candidly. It must be Gong Aoshue and Xia Yunxi. Among my students, only these 2 have the talent that would catch your eye. Mo Yudi directly pointed out Mo Wentian's intentions, knowing exactly what her brother was up to. Yeah, Mo Wentian said lightly. Sigh. I really have no way to deal with you. With your expressionless face, when will you ever find a girlfriend? It's giving me a headache. Mo Yudi looked like she was really worried. All right, let's go. I'll take you to find them. Montakudi sa'it helplessly. Inside a girl's dormitory. Two beautiful young girls were talking about something. Outside the door, Mo Wentian followed Mo Yudai to this place. Chapter 25. Ao Shui Yun Shi Ao Shui. You're already level 28. That's amazing. I'm only level 26. You're really impressive. In the room, Xia Yun, she said enviously to Gong Ao Shui. It's nothing. You're a support type soul master, so your cultivation will naturally be a bit slower. As a control type soul master, I will cultivate a bit faster, but still not as good as the teacher's younger brother. The girl said somewhat dejectedly, but her face still showed confidence. Yeah, but I heard that the teacher's younger brother has an irreparable flaw in his martial soul. Every time he tries to obtain a soul ring, he fails. I heard he's been stuck at level 30 for almost 2 years now. Xia Yin, she said regretfully. So, with our innate full soul power talent, we will definitely surpass him in the future, even though he is an extraordinary talent in soul power cultivation. Gong Ao Shui said confidently. Oh, is that so? I dare say, if I hadn't come today, your future achievements would definitely be far behind mine. But since I came today, you still have hope of catching up to me. Mo Wentian's voice came from outside the door. He wasn't eavesdropping on the two. It was just that they were speaking without any concealment, and he naturally heard everything clearly. These talented individuals can apply for their own cultivation residence. And the two of them lived in an independent small courtyard filled with various plants. Huh, teacher, why are you here? Xia Yin, she looked up to see her teacher, Mo Yudai, and Mo Wentian, her face instantly turning red. After all, being caught discussing someone behind their back was quite embarrassing. Teacher, Gong Ao Shui politely greeted Mo Yudai first, and then looked at Mo Wentian and said, Mo Wentian, what do you mean by what you just said? Are you looking down on us? Not all. I'm just confident in myself. Mo Wentian replied nonchalantly. You? Fine, haha. Then tell me why we can never catch up to you if we don't have you around. Gong Ao Shui said, feeling somewhat frustrated. This was indeed different from looking down on herself, but it still felt unpleasant. Because I came this time to invite you to join my force. As long as you agree to join, my force will provide you with cultivation resources you don't have, so you'll have a chance to catch up to me. Mo Wentian said, managing to control his emotions and speaking calmly. What force can provide us with cultivation resources we don't have? Even without your help, I can catch up to you quickly. Gong Ao Shui said confidently. Xia Yin, she looked at Mo Wentian with genuine regret, her face full of apology. Mo, when he waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. He looked at Mo Yudi, seeing that Mo Winnie was not going to let her go. Mo Yudi had no choice but to step forward and say ahem. Ao Shui, you should know that 10 years ago, I was still an ordinary soul master. However, after Winnie turned 4, my cultivation has never stopped growing. Well, we naturally know this. Our teacher is an idol in the eyes of our generation of female students. But what does this have to do with joining Winnie's faction? Summer Yunshi asked curiously from the side. Gong Ao Shui also looked at Mo Yudi, wanted to hear her explanation. Of course it's related, because the teacher joined a faction that Winnie mentioned and obtained rare cultivation resources, which is why she could continuously improve. Although Mo Yudi didn't answer completely truthfully, she didn't lie to the two girls either, looking at her brother with some gratitude. That's just my sister being modest. And it also relates to her hard work in cultivation. The resources provided by my faction cannot be said to allow you to advance like my sister, but they can bring about significant changes in your future soul master careers. Mo, when he concentrated his mental strength to control his personality, which had been influenced by the sword's essence. Okay, I don't know what faction you're talking about, but if it can really be as the teacher said, I agree to join your faction. Gong Ao Shui was determined to become stronger and trusted Mo Yudi's words, having known her since childhood. I agree too. Summer Yunshi looked at Mo Yudi's eyes, which seemed to be filled with little stars, eagerly wanting to join the demon sect. Well, my faction is the rapidly developing demon sect on the continent, and the strongest among us is the title Douluo known as the Poison Daw Dugabo. You will definitely not regret today as choice. Mo, when he said in one breath, and his gaze turned cold again. Demon sect. I see. Only the mysterious demon sect could cultivate a genius like our teacher. Gong Ao Shui said with some surprise. No wonder the teacher's title is the Demon Sword Fairy. It makes sense now. Summer Yunshi's every word was about Mo Yudi, as her admiration for her seemed ingrained in her bones. Well, since that's the case, I'll take my leave now. You can look for your sister for your future cultivation resources. After speaking, she turned and left. What? You're leaving just like that? I thought you were going to take us to see the legendary base of the demon sect. Gong Ao Shui said, somewhat dissatisfied. Right now, you don't have the qualifications. By the way, I have formed a battle team called the Demon Soul Team. And you two will need to practice team cooperation with the other team members, so be prepared. Farewell. After Mo, when he finished speaking, he disappeared in a few flashes. Don't mind him. Winnie is currently cultivating a special self-created soul skill, and his mental strength needs to be fully invested in his consciousness, so he seems a bit cold. Today was already good. He said quite a bit to win you over. Mo Yudi apologized to the two girls. It's okay, teacher, we don't mind. The two girls shared a glance, as if they had a tacit understanding. Well, this is a spiritual medicine that Winnie gave me, made from top-grade spiritual herbs. It has a great effect on soul power cultivation. You can take it with peace of mind. There are no side effects, and it can also strengthen your foundation. Mo Yudi handed each of them a pill and explained. The two girls happily accepted it and swallowed it without any hesitation. Mo Yudi can be said to be the most trusted person by them apart from their family, which is why they acted so decisively. The two women sat cross-legged and began to absorb the essence. After absorption, it is believed that they could at least increase by 2 levels. The reason Mo Wenti entrusted the two so much is also because Mo Yudi has a very good relationship with them, which made him feel at ease. Among the ingredients, there is a component of 9th grade purple Ganoderma, which Mo Wentian spent 1 stalk of immortal grade purple Ganoderma and dozens of top-quality spiritual herbs to refine. There are a total of 9 pills, with the 3 chubby ones each taking 1, and the 2 women each taking 1 as well. Yi Lingling and Duguyan also each took 1. Because of the resistance to immortal-grade substances after consuming them, Mo Yudi and the others who had taken the immortal-grade pills could not utilize the remaining medicinal power until it was fully digested. The last pill Mo Wentian decided to give to Douluo. After all, Douluo has put a lot of effort into the development of the demon sect and has made significant contributions. Mo Wentian even thought that once he has the ability to protect himself in the future, he might also give Douluo an immortal-grade herb to change his aptitude. Mo Wentian returned to Tiando City, not going home, but instead entering the residence of Douluo. Chapter 26, The Grand Soul Arena. Old Toxic, here is your pill. I'm leaving. Upon arriving at Douluo's study, without waiting for him to speak, he directly threw out a pill and left gracefully. Sigh, this little monster. I wonder if this is good or bad. Douluo looked at the disappearing figure of Mo Wentian, then stared blankly at the pill in his hand, expressing some concern. Since the little monster personally delivered it to me, it must not be an ordinary pill. Douluo regarded Mo Wentian as a close friend despite their age difference. Although Mo Wentian had become much colder in the past 2 years, it was only in words. In action, he still did many touching things. Knowing that Mo Wentian's pills had significant benefits for cultivation, Douluo swallowed it directly. Suddenly, a gleam of light appeared in his eyes, and the bottleneck of his 91st level soul power actually loosened. Without daring to hesitate, he sat cross-legged and began to operate his soul power. 1 hour later, Douluo opened his eyes, revealing a look of joy. In recent years, although Mo Wentian often sent him some pills, their effects were far inferior to this one. However, it had brought his soul power to the peak of 91. Now, after taking this pill, he had directly broken through the bottleneck of level 91, reaching level 92. Incredible! There is actually a pill that can help a title Douluo advance. It seems I need to remind the little monster. Douluo stood up, muttering to himself with a serious expression. In fact, Douluo was completely assuming. If he didn't have absolute trust or confidence in eliminating others before they exposed themselves, Mo Wentian would never have given such a miraculous pill to anyone else. These 9 pills had been refined by Mo Wentian 2 years ago, and their time spent together had led Mo Wentian to fully trust Douluo, which is why he handed over the last one to him. Mo Wentian returned home, and Catgirl Dodo began to busy herself, making hot water and cooking, while also asking about his well-being. His parents were not at home. They were handling affairs related to the demon sect. After dinner, he took a hot bath and sent the clingy Dodo away. Mo Wentian lay on his bed, and his consciousness entered the time and space divine fate ring, where he began to exercise his spiritual power while studying the basic sword techniques in his memory. Although these sword techniques were fundamental, They contain the essence of swordsmanship. If his spiritual power was not strong enough, he could easily fall into endless darkness and be unable to escape. Mo Wentian, who lacked emotions, did not actually have no feelings. They were just buried deep in his heart. Some subconscious actions still showed concern for his family and friends, but most of the time, he appeared very indifferent. Due to his continued study of sword techniques, the consumption of his spiritual power increased more than threefold. Once his spiritual power was nearly exhausted, Mo Wentian finally fell into a deep sleep. The next day, at the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena, this was the last time the Heaven Do team would compete in Heaven Do City. After the competition, Qin Ming would lead the Heaven Do team to other cities for soul training, ultimately arriving in Soto City to meet the Shrek's 7 monsters. Mo Wentian was aware of this timeline, so he decided to train with the Heaven Do team for a year and a half, ultimately to experience the future Shrek 7 monsters. Most importantly, he wanted to see what was special about Tang San, the destined child. Mo Wentian's indifferent personality does not affect his decisions or actions, and this is also thanks to the efforts of Wang Chuan Xiushui. Mo Wentian is now close to entering the 3rd level of the Broken Illusion realm, with his mental strength nearing a breakthrough, reaching the peak of the 2nd level, equivalent to the soul realm of a soul king. If it weren't for his insufficient physical strength, Mo Wentian would even consider a 10,000-year 3rd soul ring. However, Mo Wentian really does not want to settle for experiencing love, so he can only go out to train more, hoping to encounter love. Everyone longs for love, and even Mo Wentian, like most men, hopes for multiple wives. But Mo Wentian is inherently a contradictory person, desiring love yet unwilling to compromise. In his past life, plus the current 12 years, he is a total of 32 years old and still a single man. Coupled with the damn sword technique insights, Mo Wentian's emotional expression seems quite lacking. Currently, among the girls Mo Wentian has encountered, only Yi Lingling remains single. As for the 2 young girls who just joined the demon sect, Mo Wentian has no interest in them at all. They're too young, and he automatically ignores them. As he thinks about it, Mo Wentian realizes that his emotions have actually fluctuated, feeling that spring might have arrived. The 3rd leaf, symbolizing love, may bloom during this trip to Soto City. He looks at the handsome man walking towards him, well-dressed with a neat appearance and short hair that looks exceptionally spirited. This is Qin Ming, the youngest soul emperor on the continent since Tang Hao, and the teacher of Yi Lingling and the others. Hello, I am Qin Ming, Lingling's teacher. I know you are Mo Wentian. Behind Qin Ming are 7 people, led by Yu Qianheng, the first team of the Tiando Royal Battle Team. Hello. Montauk Vincian replied politely. Wentian, you're here, that's great. Yi Lingling came over, held Mo Wentian's hand, and said warmly. Mo Wentian's ice-cold heart seems to have melted a bit, and his expression has become more human-like. I want to participate in the soul fighting competition with you all. Mo Wentian spoke directly and straightforwardly. Well, teacher Qin Ming. Yi Lingling looked at Qin Ming with a pleading expression. All right, Lingling, I have my own plans. If you want to participate in the soul fighting with our heavenly dual royal team, it's not impossible considering Lingling and Yin Yin, but you must possess certain strength. What do you think? Qin Ming interrupted Yi Lingling's words and looked at Mo Wentian. How do you want to prove it? Mo Wentian directly asked. With my team, let's have a one-on-one soul power duel. If you win, you can stay and join the training. If you lose, you can still learn with us. But you won't be able to participate in the soul fighting training. Qin Ming had no intention of making things difficult for Mo Wentian. He just wanted to see Mo Wentian's strength. If his strength was sufficient, he could still join the training of the Tiando battle team. If his strength was not enough, then he had no right to let someone join the training of the Tiando battle team. All right, who among you will have a one-on-one soul power duel with me? Mo Wentian looked at Yu Qianheng and the others. Wentian, you don't have to look at me. I won't fight you, otherwise Grandpa might scold me again. Du Guyan said somewhat indignantly. It turned out that last time she was about to spar with Mo Wentian, but was stopped by Dugubo and ended up getting scolded. Unbeknownst to her, Dugubo's intention to prevent her from fighting Mo Wentian was actually for her own good. Mo Wentian's current strength of his martial soul is not to be taken lightly. Although it is still the 7-leaf clover martial soul, the improvement in quality is significant. It has integrated the ultimate ice and fire attributes of the fire apricot and the 8-cornered ice grass, making the current 7-leaf clover impervious to both water and fire. Incredibly resilient, and each leaf contains substantial toxins and healing effects, especially the leaves enhanced with soul rings. These leaves can regrow after being picked and have excellent healing properties. The rhizome is not only as tough as a sharp sword, but also contains toxins comparable to the Medusa snake of the blue scale snake. If someone is cut by the rhizome and cannot consume the leaves of the seven-leaf clover to detoxify, although it won't lead to death, they will be weakened for several days after exhausting their soul power, unable to cultivate, and with a poor appetite. It can be said to have quite a nasty effect. Since you all are not willing to take action, then I will. Yu Qianheng, seeing that several teammates were reluctant to offend Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling's friends, had no choice but to personally step in as the captain. Yu Qianheng has a noble identity, outstanding talent, and is as handsome as Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian was exceptionally cute as a child, and now he is even more outstanding in appearance. Hee, Tianheng, you must show some mercy, otherwise, looking at Lingling, you never know when she might give you a hard time later on. Dugu Yin joked playfully with Yu Tianheng. You, Yin, I won't talk to you anymore. You should think carefully about your lover, or you might end up being knocked out of bed by Mo Wentian. Yi Lingling potet her lips siditely, a bit angry as she retorted to Dugu Yin. Of course, this was just playful banter between close friends and should not be taken seriously. At this point, Dugu Yin had already confirmed her relationship with Yu Tianheng. All right, Lingling, I help plead for Wentian, and you still make fun of me. No way. I must make Tianheng teach Wentian a lesson, just to annoy someone. Dugu Yin pretended to be angry and glanced at Yi Lingling, deliberately speaking to Yu Tianheng beside her. You, Yi Lingling snorted coldly, then thought of something and cautiously approached Mo Wentian to remind him. Wentian, be careful. Captain Yu Tianheng's martial soul is the continent's #1 attack-type beast martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. He is almost at level 40 and is intentionally suppressing his soul power cultivation to participate in soul master level soul fights with us. When you battle, definitely don't clash head-on with the captain. I believe you could defeat him. Thank you. Mo Wentian was somewhat touched that Yi Lingling could help him instead of her team. Yi Lingling took Mo Wentian to register for a fighting spirit identity token. The name was aptly chosen as Tian1, which means Heavenly Inquiry. Soon, the fighting spirit arena arranged for their match. Watching the teams battling on the fighting spirit stage, Mo Wentian couldn't help but marvel at the diverse and bizarre martial spirits. One of the teams on stage was the Silver Fighting Spirit Team, a soul master team at the soul respect level called the Evil Ling Team. The captain, Xie Ling, had the martial spirit of the evil demon tiger, was a level 39 attack type soul master, and had 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The vice captain, Xie Tan, had the martial spirit of the Millennium Ghost Vine, was a level 37 control type soul master, and also had 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The other 5 members were all soul masters above level 35. When Tianheng and the others had just entered the soul respect level, they had once lost to this team. However, unlike these soul masters who had long been active in the Great Fighting Spirit Arena, the members of the Tiando Royal Team were still quite young. Seeing that Mo Wentian was curious, Qin Ming couldn't help but introduce him to the team. Mo Wentian nodded in agreement. Sir, your fighting spirit match is about to begin. Please proceed to the preparation area. A servant approached Mo Wentian and Yu Qianheng respectfully. The Tiando Great Fighting Spirit Arena wouldn't normally arrange matches for ordinary people, but Qin Ming was different. He was a significant figure entrusted with important tasks by the 3 committee members of the Tiando Academy, who had specifically requested them to come to the Great Fighting Spirit Arena for training. Mo Wentian and the others quickly arrived at the single combat spear preparation area. It was unclear how Yi Lingling and her teammates, Dugu Yin and the others, managed to do it, but they somehow ended up in the front row cheering area, picking up cheering sticks, cracking sunflower seeds, and eating candied hawthorns. Mo Wentian and Yu Tianheng exchanged smiles and stepped onto the stage. Montak Vencian, with a 7-leaf grass martial soul, is a level 30 battle soul master with 2 yellow soul rings. Mo Wentian didn't specify what kind of control system he belonged to, as even he couldn't distinguish which category his martial soul fell into. Yu Tianheng, with a martial soul Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, was a 39th level assault system soul Douluo, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Yu Tianheng also introduced himself with a clasped fist. After all, it was just a friendly match, not a real battle. Otherwise, Mo Wentian wouldn't foolishly announce his soul skills and levels without knowing his opponent's soul abilities. Chapter 27. The Flying Sword Shocks. All the next duel was between the captain of the Tiando Royal Team, Yu Qianheng, and the newcomer soul master from the Tiando Empire, Tianwen. Would their match bring us a different visual experience? Now I announce that this soul battle officially begins. please both sides introduce yourselves. The host lady stood on the soul guide device designed specifically for martial soul duels, flying around the arena. The scene shifted to the audience below. Who is this kid named Tianwen? I haven't heard of him. A fat businessman in the audience asked his companion with a puzzled expression. I don't know. But according to my cousin's second wife, aunt's granddaughter's boyfriend, this kid named Tianwen privately challenged Yu Qianheng from the Tiando royal team and just registered his identity. The companion proudly introduced his connections. A few people nearby wiped their sweat. Look, is this something a person should do? The audience below instantly became enthusiastic, starting to place bets. Mo Wentian had odds of 110, while Yu Qianheng had odds of 1.5. Betting on Mo Wentian would yield 10 times the reward if he won, while betting on Yu Qianheng would only yield 1.5 times the odds. This kid clearly looks like a pampered child from a family that hasn't experienced real combat. He definitely isn't a match for the genius Yu Qianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family, especially since there's a 9-level difference in soul power. It's going to be a one-sided battle. It seems I can make a lot of money from this bet. A tall, thin businessman who bet 10,000 gold soul coins on Yu Qianheng said to his friend beside him. I also bet 5,000 gold soul coins on Yu Qianheng. This Grand Soul Arena must be crazy to open such a betting market. The friend looked confused. Hearing this, the fat businessman walked directly to the counter and said, I bet 30,000 on Tianwen to win. Tianwen to win? The counter lady looked up to confirm again. Yes, is that not allowed? The fat businessman replied confidently. It's allowed, okay. I'll process it for you right away. Here's your receipt. Please keep it safe. The beautiful counter lady respectfully handed the receipt to the businessman after completing the transaction. In a mysterious private box, Your Excellency, the Demon Lord, as you requested, the betting market has been set up. Only a few people betting on Tianwen to win are holding on to a sliver of hope. Only one businessman has bet 30,000, but it doesn't have much impact. This time, less than 100,000 gold soul coins were bet on Mo Wentian's victory, while there are a full 5 million gold soul coins bet on Yu Qianheng's victory. A manager from the Tiando auction house respectfully reported to a masked figure. All right, you may leave. Go inform the high-ranking officials of the Tiando Empire about the origin of the Shura team at the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena. Send personnel to assist in eliminating the Shura team. The masked figure in black robes sat there without any movement. Only a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yes, Your Excellency, the Demon Lord. The manager cautiously closed the door and retreated. On the arena, Mo Wentian and Yu Qianheng stepped out of the preparation area. Hearing the host's words, they both summoned their martial souls. Mo Wentian, Martial Soul 7-Leaf Clover, 30th level Soul Douluo, with 2 yellow soul rings. Mo Wentian clasped his fists and announced his martial soul level. Yu Qianheng, Martial Soul Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, 39th level Assault System Soul Douluo, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. Yu Qianheng also returned the salute earnestly, announcing his martial soul level. The soul battle begins. The beautiful host lady arrived at the soul guide device on the battle platform, and once it ascended, she shouted, Heya! Mo and Tian and the other person were not polite at all, and they rushed towards each other right from the start. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged several moves. Be careful by Tao's hand. Mo Wentian unleashed the true hand of the Azure Tide and reminded him, Hey, Yu Qianheng, caught off guard and not summoning his martial spirit, was nearly knocked off balance by a palm strike from Mo Wentian. Third soul skill, Wrath of Thunder. His pride wound T allow him to be defeated by a kid whose soul power was far inferior to his own. He summoned his martial spirit and unleashed Wrath of Thunder. His whole body was filled with electric light, as if a giant dragon was roaring silently. Mo Wentian, be careful. Yu Lingling, watching from below, couldn't help but shout in worry, not even realizing that her concern for Mo Wentian had long surpassed the bounds of friendship. First soul skill, Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword. Although the noise was loud, Mo Wentian still heard Yu Lingling's concern. He nodded slightly, not daring to be careless. And after summoning his martial spirit, he instantly changed its form. A blue slender sword appeared in his hand, the sword body transforming, with 2 ice and fire patterns appearing next to the black lines in the middle. The 2 leaf-shaped sword tips with soul rings became extraordinarily beautiful and eye-catching with 2 yellow circles. Second soul skill, Gaze of Medusa. Without forcibly interrupting Yu Qianheng, Mo Wentian waited until Yu Qianheng finished his skill before using his second soul skill. Hey, crash, crack.
The energy contained in Wrath of Thunder was immense, actually able to flow through the ghost vine parasitic sword into his body. Fortunately, his seven-leaf clover martial spirit was resilient enough. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand this blow. Mo Wentian was sent flying a few meters back but steadied himself, secretly analyzing in his heart. Yu Qianheng was also restricted for 2 seconds, unable to move, missing the chance to pursue. Thunderous might. As Yu Qianheng recovered, he launched another strike at Mo Wentian. Celestial Step, Azure Tide Hand. Mo Wentian chose not to confront directly this time. Instead, he used his lightness skill to evade the attack and struck towards Yu Qianheng's back from the side. His steps were graceful and his speed extremely fast. Yu Qianheng didn't have time to react and instantly felt as if a wave had crashed into him, pushing him back 3 meters. I underestimated you. From now on, I will take this seriously. Dragon Transformation. Yu Qianheng set aside his previous disdain and began to respond with full force. In an instant, Yu Qianheng's left arm transformed into a dragon, increasing his strength several times. Mo Wentian could only activate the Immortal Step, using his sword techniques to block. However, to outsiders, it appeared that Mo Wentian was more relaxed, with a fine sword in his hand resembling countless swords forming an impenetrable defensive wall. Mo Wentian's soul power, though far superior to that of an average soul master, has not yet reached the level of a soul ancestor, and he does not dare to bet that his soul power is deeper than Yu Qianheng's. He can only passively defend, hoping to consume some of Yu Qianheng's soul power, and wait until their soul power is nearly exhausted before delivering a fatal blow. Sure enough, Yu Qianheng, seeing that he could not break through, began to feel anxious. Damn it, I can't match Mo Wentian in speed, and no matter how strong I am, it doesn't help. In a private box in the audience, Tianheng still could not let go of the pride of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Not being able to catch up in speed, using stillness to respond to all changes is the best strategy. Being so anxious, the outcome is already determined. Qin Ming, seeing this, couldn't help but think. The teammates beside him looked nervously at the arena. Meanwhile, De Yin, sitting in the audience, couldn't help but ask Yi Lingling beside her with some concern. Lingling, will Wentian hurt Tianheng? No, Wentian knows how to measure his actions. Yi Lingling, having put aside her worries, began to comfort De Yin. The second soul skill, Gaze of Medusa. Seeing that Yu Qianheng's soul power had been significantly depleted, Mo Wentian directly unleashed his second soul skill. His figure flashed, and with a striking hand, he instantly sent the bewildered Yu Qianheng flying. Before he could get up, Mo Wentian's sword flew out, astonishing everyone. The long sword fiercely pierced towards Yu Qianheng's face. You lost. Cough, cough. Yes, I lost. Yu Tianshang coughed a few times, looking somewhat blankly at the sword body transforming into 7 leaves and returning to Mo Wentian's body. Although he still had the strength to fight, losing was not something he couldn't accept. It was just the pride in his heart that made it difficult for him to come to terms with it. With very little soul power left and his physical strength severely depleted, he wouldn't have been unable to withstand Mo Wentian's palm, which sent him flying and gave Mo Wentian the opportunity. Mo Wentian's soul power was also severely depleted, but fortunately, his physical strength remained abundant, which was the benefit of having trained his body since childhood. Congratulations to the Tian-1 contestant for winning this soul fighting competition. The host girl still had a shocked expression on her face, her mouth agape, not expecting that such an exciting duel would suddenly have a decisive outcome. What a load of nonsense about the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. It made me lose so many gold soul coins. Impossible, impossible. How could Tian-1 possibly defeat the genius of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family? My gold soul coins. The area was filled with cries of despair, and those who had won by chance pretended to comfort their losing companions with sad faces. Yi Lingling pulled De Yin into the private room and found that Mo Wentian and Yu Qianheng had already returned inside. This time, your soul fighting was very exciting, especially you, Mo Wentian. I announced that you are qualified to train with the Heaven Do Royal Team, temporarily as a substitute for Team Heaven Do. Qin Ming announced as everyone gathered. However, besides Yi Lingling and De Yin, who congratulated Mo Wentian, everyone else looked unhappy. Although De Yin was worried about Yu Qianheng's condition, she was also puzzled as to why Mo Wentian seemed happy. Mo Wentian didn't say anything, just nodded, and then said, "Since there's nothing wrong, I'll leave first." Lingling, Yin Yin, what about you? We're fine too. I'll accompany you home. Let Yin Yin stay and talk to the captain, Yi Lingling said. Yes, she should talk to him. A man can be proud,
but he shouldn't be overly proud. Excessive pride is foolish, Mo Wentian said, seemingly referring to Yu Tianheng in the corner of the private room. Yu Hum, team member Osro had a good relationship with Yu Tianheng, stood up wanting to say something, but remembering Mo Wentian and Yi Lingling's relationship with Du Guyan, he could only sit back down and snort coldly to himself. Remember to prepare for tomorrow morning. Come to the training base with Lingling to find us. We will leave the Tiando Empire tomorrow to participate in the soul fighting in other cities, Qin Ming said. He didn't say much, as he was quite willing to do so. Appropriate competition could make the team members work harder in their training. Mo and Tian didn't care about what the other team members thought, nodded, and walked out. If they held a grudge against him just because he defeated Yu Tianheng, then those people weren't worth his concern. He left the Grand Soul Arena with Yi Lingling. The sky was dim, and the lights were bright. Walking on the quiet path, Yi Lingling had a look of hesitation on her face. What's wrong, Lingling? Don't ask the heavens, but ask the way. Asking the heavens, you came to the Heavenly Fight Royal Team because... Yi Lingling said hesitantly. Because why? Mo Wentian looked at Yi Lingling with a face full of confusion. It's because, well, it's nothing. I hate it, you fool. Seeing Mo Wentian staring at her intently, Yi Lingling couldn't help but shyly stomp her foot on the ground and said, Mo Wentian thought that Yi Lingling scolded him for being a fool because he was affected by the sword intent, so he didn't argue back. Humph. You can go back by yourself. I'm almost home, goodbye. Yi Lingling said somewhat resentfully. After saying that, she left without looking back. How was this a bit inexplicable? Mo Wentian scratched his head and muttered to himself. P.S. My writing isn't particularly good. After all, I've only written over 600,000 words of novels and just recently moved out of the beginner stage. I hope everyone can be understanding and supportive. The fact that you're reading this means you have already invested your time. There's a bit of low point here, but my writing has improved quite a bit after this section, especially after the 70 chapters went online. I've made significant progress. Keep it up. Thank you for your support, and I hope for full subscriptions. Chapter 28. The lilies of my hometown have bloomed. I've applied for a new book cover, but I was cursed by a lily master, and I'm not sure if I can survive this. As a fellow newcomer, my book should be different from others that have been cursed. Please support with recommendation votes. Friends with book coins don't need to donate, but can invest to earn returns. If the number of investors reaches 100, the author's work will receive a slight recommendation boost. This book really needs recommendations to accumulate readers, and several author friends have given chapter recommendations, especially the Lily Master. I'm very grateful. Please leave recommendation votes. This book needs your support even more. Monthly votes are also very important, but I won't be too greedy. Whether this book can achieve good results and reach millions of words depends on you, brothers. Please help invest. You can invest after reading for 10 minutes. And only chasing investments require book coins. If you don't have book coins, you also have 3 free investment opportunities. Chapter 29. The Journey of the Fighting Soul. Mo Wentian returned home. He lay on the bed, not practicing nor doing anything inappropriate. He couldn't help but recall his experiences over the years, from the moment he was born to learning the characters of Douluo continent, then crying for gold soul coins to buy medicinal materials, researching body-tempering medicinal baths, awakening his martial soul, obtaining treasures at the auction house, seizing opportunities, and then facing the limitations of martial soul rings, encountering evil soul masters, and plotting for the divine item of the ice and fire Tuinai, until he obtained the inheritance of the void sword god. It wasn't exactly smooth sailing, but he could say he had profound luck. Although Mo Wentian's current mindset would not be easily affected, he thought about Tang San, who by now should be nearing level 30. In another year, Tang San would be heading to Shrek Academy to study. Although he didn't plan to flatter Tang San, he still wanted to experience it for himself. Now, Mo Wentian was almost 13 years old, unless he went to Soa City to sign up for Shrek's assessment right now. It would be impossible after a while. However, Mo Wentian had no intention of entering Shrek at all. He didn't understand what the point of entering Shrek was. Undeniably, the achievements of the people from Shrek were significant in the end. Although they had the training of masters and others, he had similar, if not better, opportunities in his own demon sect. The reason they could become gods was undoubtedly due to the immense contributions of divine items. Now that he had divine herbs in his possession, going to Shrek would only bring him discomfort. Apart from the divine items used by his family and the one used for refining divine pills, Mo Wentian kept all the others to research how to refine them into divine pills to maximize their efficacy. The next day, Mo Wentian bid farewell to the little maid Dodo, as well as the poisoned dog Abo. and began his wandering soul fighting journey in the big city with Qin Ming's team. Outside Tiando City, on the road, inside the carriage. Lingling, where's our first stop? Even Mo Wentian didn't notice that he was talking much more in front of Yi Lingling, and his mental focus was sharper, fearing to say something wrong that would upset Yi Lingling. The Great Soul Arena in Sylv's City. Yi Lingling seemed to still be angry with Mo Wentian, but she still answered simply, "Oh." Mo Wentian noticed Yi Lingling's unhappiness and weakly nodded. Uffed. Seeing the usually indifferent Mo Wentian act like this towards her, Yi Lingling couldn't help but laugh out loud, sounding like a pig. Of course, this was under the premise that there was such a beautiful pig in the world. All right, I won't tease you anymore. The teacher's goal is for us to first train in the major cities of the Tiando Empire, then proceed to the Star Luo Empire for soul fighting training, and finally head to the more famous royal big cities for further training. Yi Lingling gave Mo Wentian a detailed introduction to the upcoming objectives. Mo Wentian only knows that the Tiando royal team will go to Soto City, but he doesn't know exactly when. From what he hears, Mo Wentian guesses that Soto City is likely one of the last few stops. Wentian, haven't you ever been outside of Tiando City? Beside him, Dugian noticed that Mo Wentian had been quiet along the way, only occasionally chatting with Yi Lingling. Watching Yu Qianheng play around with Asuro and the others, he couldn't help but feel a bit bored and said to Mo Wentian, who was curiously admiring the beautiful scenery along the way, and for the first time, Mo Wentian realized that, apart from the Sunset Forest, the Tiando Royal Academy, in Tiando City, he hadn't been to any other places in nearly 13 years. It's a bit embarrassing to say out loud, but fortunately, Mo Wentian's reaction time was slow, so he didn't think too much about it. Haha. Next, you should let Lingling accompany you to explore a bit more. Although Dugian is also a member of the demon sect now, she doesn't know that Mo Wentian is the sect leader. She thinks he is just a genius cultivated by the demon sect. Because of her relationship with the poisoned Douluo, she treats Mo Wentian more like a younger brother. Yi Lingling's family also doesn't know who the leader of the demon sect is. In the eyes of these demon sect members, Mo Wentian is a genius favored by the demon lord, who is the manager of the demon sect, while Dugobo is the publicly recognized title Douluo of the sect. Right now, Wentian is always dazed and not fun at all. The Wentian from when he was younger was much cuter, and I don't want to play with him. Yi Lingling pouted intentionally, looking at Mo Wentian, whose gaze was still directed out the window, and couldn't help but respond. Mo Wentian withdrew his gaze and looked at Yi Lingling. Hee. What's wrong with you, Wentian? Is the scenery outside beautiful? Or is our Ling even more enchanting? Du Guyan teased with a mischievous smile from his side. Yin, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Yi Lingling stomped her foot shyly and huffed. Both are beautiful. Mo Wentian remained indifferent towards others, even to the familiar Du Guyan, showing no enthusiasm. Du Guyan, who was already familiar with Mo Wentian's personality, had no intention of letting him off the hook and continued with a teasing smile. Then tell me, what's so good about it? The scenery is good. The people are good. Mo Wentian was taken aback, his emotional fluctuations becoming more apparent. What's so good about people? Dugian glanced at Yi Lingling's already developing figure and, with a half-smile, continued to question, looking at Mo Wentian. Seeing this, Yi Lingling held back her shyness, also blushing as she looked at Mo Wentian, her gaze fixed, as if she really wanted to know what he thought. The two girls looked at Mo Wentian like a big gray wolf, and in that instant, Mo Wentian felt a spark of clarity, momentarily breaking free from the influence of the sword technique's profound meaning. He couldn't help but think to himself that the women outside the city were like tigers. People are good, and their hearts are even better. Montauk Vencian nodded affirmatively. This answer is about right. There aren't many girls like Lingling in our family. So beautiful and kind-hearted. You should take your time, or else there will be nothing left. Dugian kindly reminded. Dugian knew how many people Yi Lingling had rejected over the years, never getting close to any boys and maintaining a significant distance even from her teammates. Except for Mo Wentian, to whom she showed great care and closeness. 2 years ago, Mo Wentian's personality changed drastically due to the influence of swordsmanship mysteries, becoming very cold towards everyone, even his sister Mo Yudi, with whom he used to be affectionate. The only person he treated similarly to before was Yi Lingling. Although he claimed to be immersed in self-created soul skills, few believed it, thinking that something had gone wrong with his martial soul cultivation, and he was deliberately using that excuse to avoid worrying his family. Yi Lingling knew the limitations of Mo Wentian's martial soul,
He had previously told them about the restrictions of the seven-leaf grass martial soul. This strange martial soul was unheard of by Yi Lingling and the others. So they naturally assumed that it was this unusual martial soul that affected Mo Wentian's personality. However, since he still remembered his friends and family when it came to good things, they didn't mind too much. What are you talking about? What do you mean there's nothing left? You're the one who has nothing left. Oh right, you already have nothing left, don't you? Yi Lingling looked at the approaching Yu Tianheng. You brat, Tianheng and I are completely innocent. Dugu Yan's face turned slightly red as if recalling something. Ahem, you're making fun of me. Yi Lingling smiled brightly, not saying anything further, as she looked at the approaching Yu Tianheng. The carriage was large, powered by 3 century-old soul beasts, the wind horses. A single carriage could seat over a dozen people and still have ample space. So the conversation among the 3 was unknown to Yu Tianheng. We're almost at Silva City, Yenner. Let's get off and walk into the city. Yu Tianheng had no intention of entering the city in a flashy manner like other young nobles from big families. Using 3 century-old wind horses to pull the carriage was merely to save time, leaving the coachman behind. Qin Ming took 8 team members and got off the carriage to walk into the city. After a brief inquiry, they learned about the Grand Soul Arena of Silva City. They arrived at the Silva's Grand Soul Arena to prepare to register Mo Wentian as a substitute member of the Tiando Royal Team. Mo Wentian had no objections. Although he had defeated the team captain Yu Tianheng, he was, after all, a newcomer and did not plan to participate in the Senior Soul Master competition alongside the Royal Battle Team. He was only participating in the Great Soul Arena competition, and any identity was irrelevant. Chapter 30, Azura Team's Life and Death Battle. Hello, Miss, please add a substitute member to my team, Qin Ming said, throwing a token to the waitress. Respected Soul Emperor, hello. You have special authority to register substitute team members. This is your identification proof. Please keep it safe. The waitress bowed respectfully and returned the token to Qin Ming. Typically, the number of registered team members is fixed, but some special high-level soul power groups have the right to add members. In any context, some people will have such or other privileges. As the youngest soul emperor on the continent after Tang Hao, Qin Ming was valued by the Snow Knight Emperor, so he had this privilege. Vane Xian, take out your identification proof, Qin Ming said gently to Mo Wentian. Here, Mo Wentian took out his identity token, still speaking very few words. However, he was clearly much more polite towards Qin Ming. One must hold a sense of reverence to achieve success. When dealing with the strong, one must have respect. Although Mo Wentian's character was influenced, he never looked down on the powerful. Even towards the familiar Douluo, Mo Wentian remained close yet respectful. As long as someone was stronger than him, he would hold them in esteem, of course excluding enemies. No matter how strong the enemy, if they dared to harm his family or friends, he would make them understand the wrath of a common man, spilling blood for miles. Moreover, he was not just a common man. He was the leader of the demon sect, no less than the ruler of a kingdom. His wrath could be likened to that of an emperor, whose anger could cause the deaths of millions and bloodshed for thousands of miles. Qin Ming took the token and handed it to the service girl at the counter. After a short while, the service girl returned with the Battle Soul token representing Mo Wentian's identity. Thank you. Please show me the information for tonight's Silver Battle Soul team at the Soul Master level. No need to be polite. This is what we should do. Here is all the information for the Silver Battle Soul team participating in tonight's battle. May I help you with anything else? After handing over the information, the service girl looked at Qin Ming with hopeful eyes. Nothing else, you can go now. After receiving the information, Qin Ming quickly reviewed it and called all 8 team members together, saying, tonight, there will be a Silver Battle Soul team called the Azura Team. All members above level 38, which is very suitable for your training. I suggest you initiate a life and death battle. Consider it. Only 7 of you can participate, and I will arrange for the other to observe closely. I have no objections. Yu Tianheng expressed his agreement. The other team members nodded in response. Yi Lingling looked at Mo Wentian and said to Qin Ming, Teacher, I am a healing type, so I don't need to go on stage. With Wentian and their strength, they will definitely be able to defeat the Azura team. Even if injured, they can jump off the stage and admit defeat. I can heal them in time, no matter how severe the wounds. That's fine. I will arrange for you to be in the closest position off stage. My goal is to let you see blood, Qin Ming said seriously. Everyone nodded solemnly. Except for Yu Tianheng, none of them had ever truly seen blood. Mo Wentian also expressed no objections. As he is now, a soul master below level 40, he wouldn't claim to be invincible, but he can definitely stand undefeated.
Even if he encounters difficulties, with the help of the Jishin step, his teammates will not be in any danger. Life and death battles can be divided into two types. One is a fight to the death where any means and weapons can be used, and one must either kill or be killed. The other type also involves life and death but allows one to jump off the stage to concede defeat, offering a higher degree of freedom. The type chosen by Mo Wentian and his team is the latter. Although Mo Wentian's swordsmanship has reached a good level, he has never seen blood, which is an important reason for his passive defense in the battle against Yu Tianning. This fight could be said to be Mo Wentian's first real battle, aside from fighting soul beasts, and it is different from the practical training his sister and Douluo provided him. This is a battle where a slight mistake could lead to death. Carelessness is not allowed. Soon, Qi Ming laid out detailed tactics for everyone. Wentian is the fastest, even faster than the typical agility-type soul masters of the same level. His first soul skill can maintain the sword form for a long time, and his attack power is very high, making him the most suitable main force along with Tianning. The vice captain, Douluo Yan, is a level 38 control-type soul master who uses poison to restrict opponents' movements, responsible for protecting the safety of other team members. Asro and Yufeng, as agility-type soul masters, are also capable of self-protection and are responsible for supporting and restraining the members of the Shura team. The Shimo brothers, as defense-type soul masters, are responsible for restraining their own opponents. After Wentian and Tianheng deal with their opponents, they will assist in personally eliminating them, showing no mercy. Your enemies, the Shura team, are even more brutal than the vicious teams that have long been involved in unregulated life and death fights. Although they are only a soul master-level team, they take pleasure in killing in regular life and death battles and love to see the despair on their enemies' faces when they surrender but cannot. The team members responded seriously in unison. The next match features the renowned Tiando Royal Silver Soul Fighting Team from Tiando City, an extremely powerful team composed entirely of soul masters. There is also the familiar Shura team from our Sylvis Grand Soul Arena, which has achieved 36 consecutive victories. Please look at the big screen for the introduction. The host of the soul fighting is a male soul master sitting on a flying soul guide device, holding a horn-like soul guide in one hand and pointing at the big screen to introduce. Captain Yu Qianheng, Martial Soul Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, level 39 attack type soul master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Vice Captain Douluo Yan, Martial Soul Green Scale Snake, level 38 control type soul master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team member Asro, Martial Soul Ghost Leopard, level 34 agility type soul master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team member Shimo, Martial Soul Black Tortoise, level 36 defense-type soul master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team member Shimo, Martial Soul Black Tortoise, level 35 defense-type soul master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team member Yufeng, Martial Soul Wind Bellbird, level 34 agility-type soul master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Substitute member Mo Wentian, Martial Soul 7 Leaf Clover, level 30 control-type soul master, with 2 yellow soul rings. My goodness, I just looked at the data, and it's unbelievable that this is not even the strongest force of the Tiando Royal team. Are they overly confident or do they have faith in themselves? There is even a formal team member named Yi Lingling, Martial Soul 9 Heart Begonia, a level 39 healing soul master, with a best soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple, who is not participating in this competition. The host exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, go Tiando team. The Tiando Royal team will surely win." The audience below instantly ignited with passion, especially those who bet on the victory of the Tiando Royal team, who shouted even louder. Now, let us look at the introduction of the Shura team. Seeing the audience's enthusiasm ignited, the host added fuel to the fire and continued pointing at the screen, saying, "The Shura team will surely win. Go, we will win." The cheers were even stronger than those of the Tiando Royal team supporters. Then everyone looked at the big screen. Chapter 31, using their plans against them. The host read out the details of the soul fighting competition to the audience. Shura team captain, Roman, Martial Soul Hell Trident, level 39 attack type soul master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Vice captain, Rosa, Martial Soul Yellow Sand Wasp, level 39 control type soul master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Substitute member, Suifeng, Martial Soul Ice Flame Bird, level 34 attack type soul master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Wow, it turns out the Shura team also has substitute members, and they even put a new member on stage this time. Team member, Rodin, Martial Soul Red Flame Shield. Level 39 Defense Type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team member, Luo Hao, with 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple soul ring. Team member, Luo E with 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple soul ring. The Shura team didn't even have a support type Soul Master participating, which seems to indicate they changed their minds after seeing our lineup. Qi Ming looked at the opposing team members on stage and felt slightly relieved. Now, I announced that both teams will summon their martial souls, and the soul fighting begins. The host, with a pair of black martial soul wings behind him, flew into the air along with the soul guide host stand away from the battlefield. Both sides arranged their formations, summoned their respective martial souls, and without hesitation, began to choose their opponents. Go! Attack! Both sides did not dare to be careless. As soon as they were on stage, a real team battle broke out. Yu Qianheng faced off against the opposing Captain Roman, and Du Yin faced the Vice Captain Rosa. Mo Wentian did not face off against the weakest Soul Master, Sui Feng, but instead encountered their defense type Soul Master, Luo Dan. Both sides matched up against their respective opponents. Although the members of the Tiando Royal team had lower soul power compared to their opponents, their soul ring configurations were superior. Qi Ming, who was analyzing the situation in the room, was ready to rush out and concede if anything went wrong. He could not afford to jeopardize the safety of these children, each of whom had a notable background. The defense of the opposing defense type Soul Master relied entirely on the giant shield in his hand, which itself had little defensive capability. Given Wentian's attack power and speed, there was no issue facing the opposing defense Soul Master. It seemed this child possessed a very unique insight, able to quickly analyze and identify the most suitable opponent for himself. There should be no problems on this side. With Wentian's speed and attack power, the opposing Qian shield's flames could not touch him. Unexpectedly, he was likely to be the first to resolve the battle. Seeing Mo Wentian choose to challenge the Soul Master with the Qian shield martial soul, Qi Ming nodded in appreciation. The arena was enormous, with a diameter of nearly 100 meters, and the audience seating could accommodate around 60 to 70,000 spectators. The seats were fully occupied, and Yi Lingling was watching from one of the closest seats to the arena. Just behind her was the VIP box of the Tiando Royal team. Qi Ming, worried about Yi Lingling watching alone, stepped out and moved her side. Haha kid, you still haven't weaned off, have you? A plant-type martial soul daring to provoke me. A defense-type soul master with fiery attributes truly doesn't know the meaning of danger. Luo Dan mocked from the opposite side. Mo Wentian looked at the scarlet flame shield martial soul opposite him, his expression showing no change. Only a hint of a cold smile at the corners of his mouth. Hell, with my strength, I can completely defeat the Soul Master with the Scarlet Flame, Shield, Martial Soul. Since he thinks his fire attribute can restrain my martial soul, why not use this to my advantage, catch him off guard, and end the opponent as quickly as possible? Mo Wentian's mental strength would break free from the constraints of the sword intent during battle, merging with his consciousness, making his mind exceptionally clear, as if he was born for combat, lacking only a true life-and-death struggle. Looking towards Yu Qianheng, he was also engaged in a fierce clash with the opposing captain. Kid, you still have the leisure to watch your teammate. Prepare to die. First soul skill, Crimson Flamestorm. Just because a defense-type soul master doesn't mean their combat ability is weak. On the contrary, some defense-type soul masters have impressive offensive capabilities as well. Mo Wentian gazed at the flame storm surrounding Luo Dan, his expression serious. Without hesitation, Mo Wentian directly unleashed his first soul skill. The first soul skill, Ghost Vine Parasitique Sword. The two sides engaged in battle. The other team members also restrained their respective opponents, but it was clear that, aside from the captain and vice captain, as well as Mo Wentian, everyone else was in a passive defensive stance. The Erasure team's techniques were extremely fierce, with each strike aimed to be deadly. Mo Wentian did not directly use the Exile the Mortal step, but even so, his speed was not inferior to that of agility-type soul masters of the same level. Second soul skill, Shield Flame Light. Luo Dan, seeing that his speed couldn't keep up with Mo Wentian, instantly used his second soul skill. Countless fiery illusions formed from the shield and charged towards Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian's eyes flashed with surprise as he swung his long sword to block the soul attack. Kid, you've fallen for my trick. No matter how you change your form, you are still a plant-type soul master. Accept your death.
Luo Dun's face revealed a vicious expression as he licked his somewhat dry lips and laughed loudly. Soon, countless sparks began to erupt from Mo Wentian's long sword, as if it would disintegrate at any moment. Bang! A sound of something burnt and broken echoed, as the ghost vine parasite sword shattered into countless pieces, its surface marked with scorch marks. Seeing this, Luo Dun no longer hesitated and charged directly in front of Mo Wentian, using his third soul skill to ram directly at Mo Wentian's head. If this hit, Mo Wentian's head would surely burst open. Third soul skill, Earth Charge. You've fallen for it. Ghost Vine Parasite Sword, Parasite, Celestial Step. Mo Wentian's lips curled into a slight smile as he leaped into the air. The shattered sword body of the Ghost Vine Parasite Sword instantly reassembled into a brand new Ghost Vine Parasite Sword, flying into Mo Wentian's hand as he descended from above. Puff! A flash of blood appeared as the Ghost Vine Parasite Sword plunged completely into Luo Dun's head from top to bottom. I forgot to tell you, my martial soul is 7-leaf grass, fire immunity, Mo Wentian said as he landed and looked at Luo Dun, who died with his eyes wide open. Puff! Hearing this, Luo Dun instantly closed his eyes and fell to the ground, lifeless. Mo Wentian showed no mercy. Since the opponent wanted to kill him, he would not hold back either. Luo Dun, you despicable one. You all will die. The captain of the Erasure battle team, seeing his fellow clansmen being killed, instantly erupted in anger and actually forced back Yu Qianheng, who was known for having the strongest beast martial soul, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. His strength was astonishing. The audience's enthusiasm was ignited. Wow, so exciting, so powerful. Tianwen, so strong. This Tianwen is incredible. He actually killed the level 39 defense system Soul Master Luo Dun in a higher level battle. Yes, this Luo Dun is also very formidable, able to force back a Soul Master of the same level with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. His martial soul quality must be high. You guys are quite ignorant. According to insider information, the entire Erasure battle team comes from a mysterious family with considerable power. This is getting interesting. An informed audience member couldn't help but interject. Regardless of what outsiders said, Qin Ming under the stage seemed to have anticipated this and was not surprised. Since he dared to act against the Erasure battle team, there must be backing from the Empire. Kid, you're done for today. You 1T get out of the arena. Even if you miraculously survive. The Luo family 1T let you go. Luo Dun showed no fear. Even with one less member, the team still appeared confident on the surface. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family fears nothing. Yu Qianheng replied coldly, not paying any attention. The other team members, seeing this, also stopped and rearranged into a new formation. Mo Wentian glanced at Luomen's expression, his face revealing a look of helplessness. His teammates had just been fully engaged with their opponents, thinking that their soul power was severely depleted, when in fact they hadn't even consumed a third of it, wasting a perfect opportunity for an attack. The purpose of this soul battle was to see blood. Looking at the fallen and split Luo Dun, the teammates' faces turned pale. However, since the battle was not over, they all endured the urge to vomit, their faces ashen. This state was indeed not a good opportunity for an attack. Chapter 32, Crisis Hee. Kid, are you backing down? Do you dare to come out and face us one-on-one? Luomen suddenly put away his angry expression and looked mockingly at the members of the Tiando royal team. If it weren't for a one-on-one duel, I think we would have taken you out long ago. Mo Wentian retorted. Seeking death. Let us go together and kill that kid first. After saying that, he led the other 6 teammates straight towards Mo Wentian in the center of the crowd. At this moment, among the 6 teammates, aside from Dugian and Yu Qianheng, who looked slightly better, only Mo Wentian maintained a normal expression. Mo Wentian showed no hesitation. Activating the steps of the banished immortal, his long sword is impenetrable as the legendary Dugan 9 swords, with no flaws to exploit. What are you all doing? Hurry up and help Wentian. Third soul skill, Azure Scale, Serpent Venom. Dugian was the first to react, shouting at the crowd. And only then did they realize what was happening and rush to block their opponents. This time, the enemy had advanced alone to capture Mo Wentian. Dugian's Serpent Venom took effect, restricting the movements of the 6 opponents. Mo Wentian and the others quickly consumed the prepared antidote. With his second soul skill, Medusa's Gaze. Taking advantage of the opponent's moment of unpreparedness, Mo Wentian unleashed his second soul skill, restraining a speed-type soul master who was attacking Yu Qianheng. At the same time, Mo Wentian looked at Yu Qianheng. As expected, Yu Qianheng did not disappoint Mo Wentian, Without hesitation, he transformed into a dragon, extending a claw that instantly caused the head of the speed-type Soul Master opposite him to explode. The scene was extremely brutal, blood splattering everywhere. Damn it, don't hold back. Come on, let them see our means. Luo Min could only watch helplessly as Luo Min's head shattered like a watermelon under the attack from Mo Wentian. With the fusion of martial souls, Hell Yellow Wasp Fork, Luo Min surprisingly fused his martial soul with Luo Sha, resulting in a more massive martial soul. The Hell Yellow Wasp Fork. Surrounding the martial soul was a haze of yellow sand, and the sharp points of the three-pronged fork were as sharp as a wasp stinger. A chilling light emanated, exuding a menacing aura. Not good. I didn't anticipate that they had a martial soul fusion skill. In the audience, Qin Ming and Yi Lingling looked tense, with Qin Ming ready to concede at any moment to save his teammates. Duge Yin and the others released their soul skills, trying to block this attack. Before the opponent could launch their offense, Mo Wentian shouted, "Use all your soul skills with full force. Don't let them fuse completely." Without hesitation, all attacks were directed at Luo Min's martial soul fusion skill. However, Mo Wentian was faster. Using the transcendental step, the Ghost Vine parasitic sword flew directly towards Luo Min, attempting to interrupt their martial soul fusion with flying sword techniques. Dream on. The other three members of the Shura team blocked him. Hee, you fell for our trick. With his second soul skill, Medusa's Gaze, Mo Wentian instantly activated the transcendental step, appearing behind Luo Sha, simultaneously using the True Wave Hand and his second soul skill. Not good. Luo Sha, be careful. Luo Min exclaimed in shock upon seeing this. Too late. True Wave Hand. With that, Mo Wentian's hand instantly became like ordinary waves. Swiftly grasping Luo Sha's neck, and under the concentrated soul power, Luo Sha's neck instantly twisted like a twist of dough. Thunder's Fury. Yu Tianheng seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch that sent Luo Min flying. Luo Min could not get back up. The four-sided Xuanwu turtle shells of the Shura brothers detached and rapidly crashed towards Luo Min, forming a domain. And Luo Min was instantly heavily injured and fell to the ground, just as Mo Wentian was about to charge forward to deliver a finishing blow. A flying Soul Emperor suddenly soared into the air, shouting, "The Shura team concedes." The Shura brothers, Osro, and Yufeng all breathed a sigh of relief, their faces turning pale. Yufeng could not hold back and started to run aside to vomit. Even Yi Lingling in the audience, no longer tense about her teammate's safety, turned pale at that moment. Mo Wentian stepped down from the arena. Although his soul power was significantly depleted, his physical condition was not too bad. "Are you okay, Lingling?" Mo Wentian asked with concern. "I'm fine." Ugh. As soon as Yi Lingling finished speaking, she saw a bit of blood accidentally smeared on Mo Wentian's palm and immediately felt another wave of nausea. "Wentian, you won't be able to find a girlfriend like this. Hurry up and wash your hands." Although Duge Yan's face was slightly pale, it was not her first time experiencing such a situation, so she still had the energy to pay attention to Yi Lingling's condition. Okay. Mo Wentian looked at the drop of blood on his finger and realized what he needed to do. No one knew what happened after the soul battle. All they knew was that the next day, all members of the Shura team, except for the Wind who possessed the Ice Flame Bird Martial Spirit, as well as the other Luo surname team members and the Soul Emperor leader, were found dead outside Silva City. In the morning, on a large carriage leaving Silva City. "Teacher Qin Ming, where are we headed next?" Mo Wentian asked Qin Ming beside him. "To Chihua City," Qin Ming replied. Does the teacher want us to compete with the team from Chihua Academy?" Yu Qianheng said, somewhat surprised. Chihua Academy is one of the 5 elemental academies, and their strength should not be underestimated. I want you to encounter them in advance to enhance your combat experience and familiarize yourselves with each other as strengths, which will help with your teamwork, Qin Ming explained. Don't worry, teacher, we will definitely achieve victory. Yu Qianheng and the others all patted their chests in assurance. Although Qin Ming nodded on the surface, he felt a tinge of worry inside. After defeating the Shura team, Yu Qianheng had clearly become more arrogant. However, not wanting to dampen their enthusiasm, Qin Ming could only shake his head helplessly. The proud son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Tianheng, clearly wasn't someone who could be easily persuaded. Only by being defeated by a soul master weaker than himself might shatter his pride and make him realize his mistakes. Mo Wentian didn't say much. After this battle, he truly integrated into this group, and his strength was recognized by everyone. Along the way, aside from cultivating soul power, Everyone chatted during their leisure time, enjoying themselves. He looked at Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin not far away, whispering to each other. Wentian, when are you planning to obtain your third soul ring? Asked Yi Lingling, who was bored and turned to Mo Wentian. Huh, didn't I tell you? The restriction on my third soul ring hasn't been lifted yet. Mo Wentian withdrew his focus from comprehending sword techniques and looked at Yi Lingling in confusion. Oh, then, haven't you thought about when it might be lifted? Yi Lingling said, somewhat frustrated. Well, I think it should be soon, Mo Wentian replied, feeling an inexplicable premonition in his heart. Yi Lingling nodded happily in response. Mo Wentian had a puzzled expression, wondering why women were so changeable. Unable to understand, he could only sigh again. A woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. If the current women saw Mo Wentian's expression, they would surely shout straight man. Iron straight man, I would call you the strongest steel-reinforced concrete straight man. Chapter 33. A chance encounter with Zhu Zhuqing in the city of Blazing Fire. At the Blazing Fire Academy, a group of special guests arrived today, led by Qin Ming. Members of the Tiando Royal Battle Team represented the Tiando Royal Academy and issued a challenge to the Blazing Fire Academy, one of the 5 elemental academies. In no time, the news spread and caused a sensation throughout the city of Blazing Fire. The Blazing Fire Academy accepted the challenge. Lingling, you'll need to participate in tomorrow's battle. The combination of the Shurja brothers is also essential. However, remember, this is just a sparring match between academies. While we must give our all to show the strength of our Tiando Royal Advanced Academy, we must also keep in mind that friendship comes first, competition second. We can't be as ruthless as we were in the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena, Qin Ming said, holding the challenge letter with an expression of anticipation as he addressed Yi Lingling and the others. Wentian, this time, I plan to let all 8 of you participate in the battle. The Blazing Fire Academy has already agreed. Do you have any strategies or plans to share with everyone? Qin Ming didn't ask the captain Yu Tianheng, but instead turned to Mo Wentian, who had the lowest soul power. Clearly, Mo Wentian's calm demeanor during the fight at the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena and his outstanding insight had successfully caught Qin Ming's attention. I don't. Mo Wentian's words made the members of the Tiando Royal team feel embarrassed. It was just too direct. Ahem. Tianheng, do you have anything to say? Qin Ming coughed a couple of times awkwardly to cover up his embarrassment and turned to Yu Tianheng. Fortunately, after spending some time together, they had already gotten used to Mo Wentian's way of handling things. They also understood that Mo Wentian's personality wasn't meant to make Qin Ming uncomfortable. On the contrary, Mo Wentian had always treated Qin Ming with great respect. Ahem. Based on the intelligence from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, I have analyzed that the Blaze Academy has always looked down on the Plant System Academy, which is also one of the 5 elemental academies. Among them, the vice captain of the Blaze Academy's team, Huo Wu, is powerful and on par with Huo Wu Shuang, but her personality is extremely proud. Although she has a woman's body, she harbors the ambitions of a man and is the absolute core of the Blaze team. My suggestion is for me to directly confront the opposing team's captain, Huo Wu Shuang, while the other members hold back their respective opponents. Mo Wentian should face their vice captain, Huo Wu, and use her contempt for Plant System Soul Masters and her proud personality to lure the enemy in, delivering a fatal blow while she is unaware of Mo Wentian's fire immunity. This would completely defeat the core of the Blaze Academy team. Yu Tianheng outlined a seemingly decent strategy, summarizing it as the strategy of capturing the king first when capturing a thief. It seems, Tianheng, you have made quite a bit of progress recently, being able to analyze the most suitable strategy for the current situation based on the enemy's personality flaws. That's already very good. However, this time the main purpose is for practice, so we should try to avoid any verbal disputes as much as possible. After all, this is their territory, Qin Ming instructed with some concern. Understood. Several team members replied in unison. That night, in a luxurious hotel in Blaze City, after dinner, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Mo Wentian was just about to return to his room. He had just used his room card to unlock the door when a shadow suddenly flashed by and someone actually entered his room before him. Search over here. You all search over there. Don't let her escape. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain to the young lady. A group of masked men in black forcefully stormed into the hotel, but fortunately, these black-clad individuals seemed to have some sense and didn't dare to rush into the guest rooms. Mo Wentian quietly took out the room card and walked in, closing the door behind him. The hotel, part of the Demon Gate industry, was known even to them from the star Luo Empire. Not seeing the person he was looking for, he hurriedly left. He couldn't tell if someone was hiding in the shadows around the hotel,
trying to lure out the person they wanted to find. A chill swept over him. But Mo Wentian, not sensing any killing intent, did not move. He then saw a girl dressed in dark purple, with a voluptuous figure, a cold demeanor, and beautiful looks, holding a dagger pressed against her waist, saying, "Don't speak, I mean no harm. I just want to stay for one night to avoid my enemies." Mo Wentian ignored the dagger behind him and lay down on the sofa, stretching lazily. After a while, he said, "Hey, why didn't you tell them about my whereabouts just now?" The aloof girl, with a pair of cat ear hair accessories on her head, after getting familiar with the surroundings, curiously spoke to Mo Wentian. "No particular reason. You just resemble my maid." Mo Wentian didn't think twice and spoke directly. Seeking death. Even if you save my life, you can't insult me like this." The cat-eared girl slashed through the air with her hands like sharp blades, preparing to strike Mo Wentian with her claws. "You're not my match." Mo Wentian finished speaking, and his figure flickered like a ghost, returning to his original position, but in his hands, he now held a pair of cat ear hair accessories. Looking at the aloof woman across from him, she had long black hair cascading over her shoulders, stunningly beautiful, like an ordinary yet extraordinary beauty. "You, rogue, bastard, philanderer, you." The aloof woman did not move recklessly. From a previous scene, she could tell that she was not a match for the slightly handsome man in front of her. However, in line with a woman's nature, even if she couldn't win, she still wanted to scold him a few times. She opened her mouth to curse at Mo Wentian, but after a couple of insults, she realized she didn't know how to continue. It's not like before. Mo Wentian thought that the cat ear hair accessory was real, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be fake. It was not right. It was baffling. Looking at Mo Wentian, who was neither angry nor taking any further action, the woman felt a bit confused as she calmed down. "It's nothing. I didn't mean to insult you. It's just that my maid is a cat girl. So I said you resemble my dodo a bit," perhaps attracted by the woman's appearance. Mo Wentian rarely broke free from the influence of the swordsmanship's profound meaning. "Oh, so your maid is named Dodo. That's a nice name. Thank you for taking me in and not chasing me away." Once the woman realized that Mo Wentian had no ill intentions, she felt slightly relieved and lowered her guard. "No need to be polite. Those men in black don't seem like good people. Saving you was just a small effort on my part." After breaking free from the influence of the profound meaning, Mo Wentian seemed to have improved his emotional intelligence, at least not speaking so directly and making it uncomfortable. "In any case, I have to thank you. By the way, what is your name?" "My name is Zhu Zhuqing from the Star Luo Empire. Those men in black were sent by my sister, and they have been chasing me all the way." The girl seemed very grateful to Mo Wentian, introducing herself, but still intentionally or unintentionally probing into Mo Wentian's background. Zhu Zhuqing, nice to meet you. My name is Mo Wentian. You can call me Wentian. I'm from the Heaven Do Empire, the Heaven Do Royal Advanced Academy. I came to Blaze City just to broaden my horizons, so you don't need to worry too much." Mo Wentian was somewhat surprised and answered her question to reassure her. He wasn't too surprised by this outcome. After a brief interaction and understanding, it was not difficult for him to guess that the girl in front of him was Zhu Zhuqing, one of the 7 monsters. Chapter 34. The 8-person team's soul fight. After Zhu Zhuqing responded, she couldn't help but feel a bit curious as she observed Mo Wentian, who had fallen silent again. "How about I sleep on the sofa? You can go to your room," Zhu Zhuqing tentatively asked, feeling a bit shy. "No need. You go to the bedroom. I'll just sleep on the sofa in the living room. The bathroom is in the bedroom, so if you want to take a shower, just do it yourself," Mo Wentian reminded her. After saying this, he directly sat cross-legged on the sofa and began to cultivate his soul power. Seeing Mo Wentian resting in the living room, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit shy, but considering she hadn't had time to shower for so long, she still went into the bedroom. Before long, the sound of dripping water could be heard from the bedroom. Mo Wentian didn't expect that such a luxurious suite would have such good soundproofing on the outside. It's so poor on the inside. It wasn't until an hour later, when the sound of running water disappeared, that there was finally no noise. Mo Wentian couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, women are a different species from men. When a man takes a shower for more than 20 minutes, his friends might say, "You're taking quite a long time. You must be really clean." If it goes over half an hour, it's like, "What? Why are you taking so long? What are you doing?" And if it exceeds 50 minutes, they might say, "Make sure to rest." However, when a woman takes a shower for an hour or so, it seems perfectly normal, perhaps because of the larger surface area of their bodies. To this, the single Mo Wentian expressed, "I don't understand." The next morning,
Mo Wentian brought back breakfast outside the hotel and said to Zhu Zhuqing, "Eat it while it's hot. When are you planning to leave?" Those men in black don't seem to have left yet, Mo Wentian kindly reminded, but he didn't express any intention to help. Thank you. My soul power injury has almost recovered. I will leave this afternoon, Zhu Zhuqing responded somewhat coldly. This is a healing pill and another one for cultivating soul power. Both have no side effects. If you trust me, take them before you go. If you don't, you can skip it. All right, I'm leaving now. I still need to participate in the soul fighting competition at noon today. I need to prepare in advance. It was unclear whether Mo Wentian had no immunity to these beautiful women or if it was because Zhu Zhuqing was one of the Shrek's 7 monsters. So, whenever Mo Wentian faced Zhu Zhuqing, he would break free from the influence of his swordsmanship insights, just like with Yi Lingling. Mo Wentian felt that it was still more related to the identity of the Shrek 7 monsters. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing insist on leaving, he didn't stop her. But with Mo Wentian's keen eyesight, it wasn't hard to notice that Zhu Zhuqing was seriously injured, contrary to her claim of almost recovering. For some unknown reason, Mo Wentian directly ignored Yi Lingling, the top healing soul master companion, subconsciously not wanting to let Yi Lingling misunderstand. Mo Wentian placed the elixir next to the food and then closed the door as he left. He arrived at Yi Lingling's residence and knocked on the door. After a while, as if she had just finished bathing, Yi Lingling peeked out with a slightly damp little head wrapped in a bathrobe. Although it was tightly secured, this kind of temptation was even more deadly. Mo Wentian, you're up so early. The soul battle doesn't start until afternoon. No need to rush. Come in and sit down first. I'll go change. After Yi Lingling finished speaking, she led Mo Wentian into the guest room and shyly ran into the bedroom, closing the door behind her. Leaning against the door, she covered her chest with one hand, her face slightly flushed as she patted her developing chest. Although there was still some distance compared to Zhu Zhuqing, it wasn't far off, and she didn't know what she was thinking. About half an hour later, Yi Lingling emerged wearing a silver blue vintage wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress, stepping into cloud boots. With exquisite hair accessories adorning her head and her silver long hair cascading like a waterfall. Her beauty was exquisite to the extreme. Even Zhu Zhuqing, known as one of the Shrek 3 beauties, fell short in comparison to Yi Lingling's appearance. Mo Wentian was momentarily lost in thought, but quickly shook his head and came to his senses. Lingling, let's go. The teachers might have already left. Qi Ming had gone to the Liuhe Academy earlier to discuss matters with the teachers there, and by now he was probably heading to the Great Soul Arena. As for Duge Yin and Captain Yu Qianheng, sorry, they were on their honeymoon and had no time to call you. The others had also tactfully left together. Those who understood, understood. Although Yi Lingling still appeared aloof in front of outsiders, she seemed like a different person in front of familiar people, extremely obedient and sensible. The two of them stopped by Snack Street and enjoyed some local delicacies from the Liuhe city. Unfortunately, one of the specialties, barbecue, was not available in the morning. After finishing their meal, they strolled around the streets of Liuhe city and bought some daily necessities. Unlike the typical novel scenes, they did not encounter any annoying things or people disrupting their world. They arrived at the Great Soul Arena of Liuhe city. The arena featured a fiery red Central European architectural design, with tall and imposing walls, and the arena itself adopted the ancient gladiatorial style of Central European architecture. Welcome everyone to the Great Soul Arena of Liuhe. Today, the teams competing are from the Royal Advanced Academy of Tiando Empire and the Advanced Academy of Liuhe city. Let's wait and see. The host, a young lady in charge of the Soul Power Duel, eagerly spoke to the packed audience. Wow, great. Yi Lingling excitedly pulled Mo Wentian into the Great Soul Arena. The dance performance had officially started, and the atmosphere was lively with sounds of excitement and inquiries everywhere. They reached the preparation area and found that everyone had gathered. The two entered together, and the others looked at them with ambiguous expressions. Duge Yin came over to tease. Oh, isn't this our little beauty and the cool little handsome guy? Why do you both look so happy? What you been up to? Yin Yin, what are you thinking? We just went out to have a meal together, nothing else. If you don't believe me, ask Tian. Yi Lingling quickly explained. MHM. Mo Wentian nodded in agreement. Oh, what took so long to eat? It's almost noon. Duge Yin looked at Yi Lingling and Mo Wentian with a playful smile. Are you interrogating us like criminals, Sister Yin Yin? Seeing Yi Lingling's awkward expression, Mo Wentian interjected. Oh, you even know to protect the girl now. Wentian, you're performing well lately, Duge Yin said, looking happily at Mo Wentian. The other teammates, curious, also gathered around to watch. It seemed that wherever they were,
there were always bystanders. Let us just watch the performance. We're about to start the duel, and Mo Wentian quickly changed the subject. Since the tactics had already been discussed yesterday, everyone turned their attention to the performance on stage. Although it was a private box, the walls were made of a hard, glass-like mineral, allowing those inside to see outside, while those outside could not see in. Behind the duel stage, there was a large projector-like soul guide device, which did not affect the view of the audience sitting far away. The dancing ladies were all slim and extraordinarily beautiful, making Mo Wentian sigh. Indeed, Douluo, the two-dimensional world, had no unattractive women, and it was not just a reputation. After the dance performance, the host, sitting in the flying device, excitedly announced, "Next up, it's the thrilling Team Soul duel moment. Please welcome the members of the Tiendo Royal Team and the Liuhua team to the stage." Mo Wentian and the others saw this, and also walked out of the private room, heading to the backstage, and then walked towards the arena from outside. The Flame Battle team on the other side did the same. The spotlight was also shining on the members of both teams, and the audience below was cheering loudly for the teams they supported. Mo Wentian stood in front of Yu Lingling, shoulder to shoulder with Yu Tianheng at the forefront. Compared to the already grown Yu Tianheng, Mo Wentian was slightly shorter in stature and did not possess Yu Tianheng's striking good looks, but in terms of temperament, he was superior, each having their own strengths. Below, the host, with an excited expression, said, "Now, both teams will summon their martial spirits to show mutual respect and enter the martial spirit introduction phase." Since it was a friendly match reported by the United Soul Arena, both sides maintained a relatively friendly demeanor. Chapter 35, 9 Heart Begonia Heaven Do Royal Team Captain, Yu Tianheng, Martial Spirit, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Level 39 Assault System Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Vice Captain, Dugian, Martial Spirit, Emerald Python, Level 38 Control System Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team Member, Mo Wentian, Martial Spirit, 7 Leaf Grass, Level 30 Control System Great Soul Master, with 2 yellow soul rings. Team Member, Yu Lingling, Martial Spirit, 9 Heart Begonia, Level 38 Healing System Auxiliary Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team Member, Easluo, Martial Spirit, Ghost Leopard, Level 34 Agility Attack System Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The Blaze Fire team consists entirely of fire attribute martial spirits. Both sides took their positions, and the soul battle began. After the female referee finished speaking, she moved away from the soul battle platform. "Let's start the fight," Yu Tianheng said as he charged directly at Huowu Shuang. Mo Wentian then faced off against Huowu. Huowu was a very beautiful woman with long, dark red wavy hair, delicate features, captivating eyes, and a tall, well-proportioned figure. At this moment, she was surrounded by the glow of her martial soul, emanating a faint red light. "Oomph. As a control-type soul master, how dare you, a plant-type soul master, confront me, a fire-type soul master? You really don't know the meaning of danger." Huowu was indeed as proud as the information Yu Tianheng had gathered, looking down on plant-type soul masters. First soul skill, Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword. Mo Wentian, as always, first changed the form of his martial soul. To be honest, Mo Wentian still preferred the sword. He liked the feeling of having a sword in hand. The first soul skill, Fire Flame, Yeni, Fire Dance, also used her first soul skill, and Mo Wentian was instantly surrounded by countless flames. Fortunately, this kind of flame didn't cause much damage. It was just a bit stronger than ordinary fire, infused with a bit of soul power. However, Mo Wentian still pretended to be afraid of the flames, wielding the Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword to keep the flames away from his martial soul. On the other side, Yu Lingling was protected in the middle by the Graphite brothers, fighting against the attacks of the 3 fire-type soul masters opposite them. As long as she was injured, Yu Lingling could easily heal herself with a wave of her hand, making it seem effortless. The confrontation between Yu Tianheng and Huowu Shuang was evenly matched, with no clear victor. Meanwhile, Devian's Green Scale Serpent Poison had the upper hand, suppressing the opposing soul masters. The third soul skill, Resistance Fire Ring. Seeing that she couldn't hit Mo Wentian, Fire Dance directly used her third soul skill. Mo Wentian, however, was not very afraid and deliberately slowed down the swing of his long sword, aiming to stab at Huowu's waist. Suddenly, a ring of fire firmly locked onto the Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword. The fire ring began to compress and shrink, and it seemed that the Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword could not withstand the pressure of the fire ring, shattering into countless fragments with a bang.
Mo Wentian seemed to be injured and spat out a bit of fresh blood, his face pale. Oof. Admit defeat. Second soul skill, Flame Tornado. After saying that, Huowu rushed towards Mo Wentian without hesitation, and countless fire tornadoes appeared around her, the power of the flames being several times that of the first soul skill. Mo Wentian's lips curled into a faint smile. Indeed, parasitism. The second soul skill, Medusa's Gaze. The ghost vine parasite sword instantly reassembled into a sword body and flew into Mo Wentian's hand. Fire Dance, caught off guard, was instantly controlled, and with a swift turn of the sword, it was placed against Fire Dance's neck, the entire sequence of movements flowing seamlessly. You lost. Mo Wentian said, Humph. You're playing tricks. Huowu snorted coldly. You lost. Mo Wentian continued, Humph. You just wait. I won't give up so easily. After saying this, Huowu directly jumped off the arena. Mo Wentian looked at the Sure family brothers and others, noticing that everyone was completely unharmed. Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia martial soul left the audience in awe. No matter how injured the teammates were, they could be treated quickly. Sure Mo and the others fought recklessly, without any concerns for their safety, forming a perfect defense network with Yufeng and Osro to protect Yi Lingling. Mo Wentian knows that without herself, the core of the team wouldn't be the control systems Duge Yin, nor the strong attack systems Captain Yu Tianning. It would be Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling is definitely the absolute core of the battle team. As long as she is protected, the team will have no worries in team battles. In the original work, during the final battle with Shrek, the only one still standing on the stage was Yi Lingling. Although her combat power was almost zero, her ability to provide team-wide healing made her the best support and the most crucial part of the team. Oof. Seeking death. Mo Wentian's expression suddenly changed, and he activated his second soul skill with the Celestial Step. He swung his long sword, instantly turning the agile fire-type Soul Master opposite him into a bald man, completely unreasonable. Seeing this, he still wasn't satisfied, so he kicked and punched the lewd man several times to vent his anger. Serves him right. Yi Lingling huffed upon seeing this. It turned out that this agile Soul Master had taken advantage of the flying-type Soul Master's distraction. When he looked at Mo Wentian, he rushed in front of Yi Lingling, attempting to grab her chest area, hoping to catch her. However, of all the places to grab, he chose to go for Yi Lingling's ample bosom. Mo Wentian instantly exploded with rage, no longer hiding his strength. He activated the Celestial Step and used his swordsmanship with such finesse that he shaved the opposing Soul Master down to a bald head, leaving not a single eyebrow behind. The guilty Soul Master dared not move anymore and could only endure a beating from Mo Wentian. Get lost. Mo Wentian kicked this opponent off the stage again. Although it seemed like he used a lot of strength, he actually just employed skillful force, resulting in no swelling from the injuries, just a bit of a bruised and battered appearance, which looked rather frightening. At this moment, Mo Wentian's soul power could still release his second soul skill 2 more times. He was preparing to demonstrate it when he looked at his teammates, who stared at him as if he were a devil. It was as if they were saying, the head can be severed, blood can flow, but the hairstyle cannot be messed up, and they all looked at Mo Wentian in fear. Why are they looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face? Mo Wentian turned to Yi Lingling and said, You don't have flowers on your face, but you looked really cool just now. Yi Lingling happily replied to Mo Wentian. Ahem. Mo Wentian glanced at the teammates beside him, who had expressions as if they hadn't heard anything, coughed a couple of times awkwardly, and didn't respond. He turned to the other opponents and said, You might as well admit defeat, otherwise. Mo Wentian looked at the person who had just stood up in the audience, with a shiny bald head and a face swollen like a ball. No, like a head. The few people opposite him all shook their heads in fear and retreated. Even Huo Wushuang, who had stopped fighting, stepped back and said, We admit defeat. You win. Thus, a dramatic scene unfolded. The Blaze battle team collectively conceded, although there were reasons for Huo Wu and another team member being eliminated. It was undeniable that the members of the Blaze battle team were filled with apprehension as they looked at Mo Wentian. That lightning-fast speed, the extraordinary swordsmanship, and the strange soul skills made it hard to defend against. Is this really something a 30th level Soul Master can do? The audience was not angry. Mo Wentian's astonishing sword technique and lightning speed while cutting apples had indeed amazed many, making it seem natural for the Tiando royal team to win. However, some disgruntled gamblers were cursing and complaining, but they dared not cause a scene. At the entrance of the hotel, Mo Wentian was just about to return to his hotel room when a fiery red figure approached him. Chapter 36, Untitled Chapter. The cat went missing and only returned the next morning. I don't know if it was in heat, but it was limping a bit, although there were no obvious changes in its reproductive organs. Is there anyone knowledgeable who can tell me if the cat was forced? It's really frustrating. My strong male cat went out looking for a female cat, and now an 8-month-old female cat is also out looking for a male cat. Isn't being a house cat good enough? Chapter 37. The cat went missing. Mo Wentian. Is it convenient for you? Come with me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. The woman approached Mo Wentian with a somewhat cold and domineering demeanor. This. Mo Wentian looked at Yi Lingling and said awkwardly, "It's fine. You can go with her." Yi Lingling, however, generously replied, "Then I'll go." Mo Wentian followed Huo Wu down a small street, knowing the plot well and understanding Huo Wu's personality and what she was going to say. However, he didn't know that after he followed Huo Wu to the small street, Yi Lingling, feeling frustrated, stamped her foot and angrily walked back to her place. "I told you to go, and you actually went. What a blockhead. You're strong, but next time we meet, I won't go easy on you. You better wait for me to challenge you." Huo Wu pushed Mo Wentian against the wall, acting like an older sister teasing her younger brother. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving," Mo Wentian said lightly as he pushed Huo Wu away. "Oomph, are you even a man?" Huo Wu huffed irritably upon seeing this. "No, I'm still just a boy," Mo Wentian answered directly, walking towards the hotel entrance. Interesting. So, you're Mo Wentian, huh? I'm really going to have some fun with you," Huo Wu said to herself, intrigued as she watched Mo Wentian's back. Wow, just hearing a boy got her interested, just like some women from my past life. But Mo Wentian wouldn't fall for this kind of woman. Something so precious for the first time. How could he give it to someone he doesn't feel anything for? So it's destined to be useless. Even if she's interested. Back in his hotel room, he found that the meals in the food box and breakfast had already been eaten and cleaned up, but he didn't find Zhu Zhuqing anywhere. His first reaction was that the cat was lost. He called her name, but got no response, searching the entire room. Suddenly, Mo Wentian noticed a piece of paper under the leg of the living room table, and 3 black lines appeared on his face. Is this something a person would do? Mo Wentian bent down to pick up the note. It read, "Congratulations. You found a message, which shows that you are sincerely looking for me. Thank you, Mo Wentian. You are a good person. I have already taken the elixir, and my soul power has increased by 1 level. Thank you. I will be going back now. If fate allows, we will meet again. If I have the chance, I will go to Heaven Do City to find you. Next time, it's my turn to treat you to a meal. Zhu Zhuqing. Sigh, this little cat is quite interesting. Does she have a good person card? She even knows to be grateful. Not bad." Mo Wentian smiled wryly, feeling a bit helpless. He wasn't too worried about this, as a soul master. If Zhu Zhuqing wanted to escape, only he, with his unique skills at the same level, could catch up. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing's phantom cat martial soul had the added effect of concealment. He opened the door and arrived at Yi Lingling's door. He hesitated for a moment, wanting to knock but feeling uncertain. Just as he turned to leave, the door suddenly opened from the inside. It seemed that Yi Lingling had been waiting for him. "Mo Wentian, you're here. Come in and have a seat," she said, showing no signs of anger, as gentle as ever. After Mo Wentian sat down on the sofa, Yi Lingling casually asked, "Wentian, did that woman come to you for something?" "Not really. She's just interested in my strength, and said she wants to defeat me next time we meet," Mo Wentian answered honestly. "I see." Yi Lingling seemed to ponder for a moment. It is said that girls understand girls better when a woman starts to show interest in a man. It marks the beginning of romance. Montag Vencian ansviet seriously. The still too young Mo Wentian did not know that women, including girls, are absolutely the gentlest existence in front of their admired objects on the surface, and there are indeed some who are genuinely like that. However, without 3 to 5 years, you can hardly understand her inner thoughts. With Yi Lingling's jealous personality, Mo Wentian in the future would definitely be a henpecked husband. "Lingling, next, I want to go out alone to practice. Once I have enough experience, I will go to Soto City to establish a business. And then I will meet you at the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City of the Barak Kingdom." Mo Wentian found that after participating in 2 soul fights, he had performed exceptionally well, as if he was born with calmness. He felt that staying in the team would not yield much benefit. It would be better to go out alone to practice, which would be more beneficial for his improvement, with his speed and agility. He didn't need to worry about safety issues. If he wanted to escape, even a Soul King might not be able to catch up to him. The Soul King level is already considered a rare expert in Douluo continent, and most people there are still ordinary. Even among Soul Masters, Ordinary soul masters make up the largest proportion. Huh? Soto City? Why do you want to wait for us there? No. Why do you want to leave? Do you dislike me? Yi Lingling first expressed confusion, then realized that Mo Wentian wanted to leave the team to practice. And she asked with a bit of a silly and sad expression. No, silly girl, what are you thinking? Didn't I just say? I just want to go out to practice. Staying here doesn't mean much for my breakthrough in soul power. Moreover, I will still come and meet you. Mo Wentian quickly explained, as he did not want any sad expression to appear on Yi Lingling's face. Who says it doesn't mean much? Well, then why must we meet in Soto City? Yi Lingling wanted to argue that staying here was absolutely the best place for him to break through his SoulRing limits. However, it was too explicit, after all. They hadn't clarified their relationship, and the shy Yi Lingling had to give up and asked why they would meet in Soto City. Because there's a strong team in Soto City, and I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. So I need to go to Soto City to protect you. Mo Wentian finally said a romantic line normally. How annoying. Who needs your protection? Then you must remember not to be late. Yi Lingling's face instantly turned red, her heart raced, and while she said she was annoyed, her heart was blooming with sweetness. It is rare to find such a pure girl. Boys should not let go when they encounter one. Don't worry. The demon sect has a business task that requires me to go to the Barak Kingdom in advance to handle it. I will wait for you in Soto City then. Mo Wentian also didn't consider a conversation. His father, Mo Jun, wanted Mo Wentian, the sect master, to take more responsibility for the demon sect's business, striving to expand its commercial reach beyond the Tiendo Empire and establish a foothold in some relatively powerful kingdoms. Although the demon sect is developing rapidly, it is expanding outward with the Tiendo Empire as its core. Now it has entered a bottleneck period, and to expand further, it can only develop outward. The demon lord is really something. With so many people in the demon sect, why does he have to use you, Wentian? Yi Lingling couldn't help but complain a bit. As fellow members of the demon sect, one is the behind-the-scenes sect master, while the other is just an ordinary talented member. It's not that Mo Wentian didn't want to tell Yi Lingling, but the demon sect was in a developmental stage and needed background support. Without any background, Mo Wentian could only rely on Douluo and his mysterious sect master identity to intimidate enemies. But maybe the demon lord has his own intentions and difficulties. Mo Wentian thought of the changes in his father in recent years and couldn't help but understand as he walked to the window. The two did not speak further. Standing by the window, looking at the night sky of the Blaze City outside, the unique red buildings added 3 parts of beauty, 3 parts of charm, and 3 parts of luxury to the night sky. Chapter 38. Solo training the next day. After explaining the situation to Qin Ming, Mo Wentian left the team to practice alone. He traveled along the edge of the Stardoe Forest, heading north, hoping to find opportunities suitable for him to break through level 30. However, along the way, he didn't gain much. Remembering that he wanted to establish his own team, he noticed many talents, but most of them failed to catch Mo Wentian's eye, either because their innate soul power was lacking or their character was poor. One day, Mo Wentian arrived at a town where the air was filled with a murderous aura. Mo Wentian was startled. After investigating, he suspected that this place was very similar to the entrance of the City of Slaughter. Mo Wentian did not linger much longer, as he still felt somewhat weak with his current strength. He planned to return and check back when his strength was more comparable. If he could obtain the inheritance of the Shura god, it would undoubtedly shorten his growth period significantly. Even if he couldn't obtain it, the power of the killing field was worth Missouri Wentian's dedicated training here. Such a domain, characterized by its oppressive and restrictive nature, was undoubtedly the most suitable for swordsmen. As one of the 3 law enforcement gods of the Divine Realm Committee, the Shura god was also among the top combat powers among the 5 divine kings in the realm, making it the most suitable existence for Mo Wentian before he fully awakened the complete inheritance of the Void Sword god. Leaving the small town and continuing north, Mo Wentian practiced and trained along the way. Half a month later, he arrived at a city in the Luo Empire called Gongxin City. Indeed, this was the Gongxin City known as the Metal Capital. Mo Wentian felt that he needed a sword sheath, a sheath to carry his weapon spirit, the Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword, after it transformed from the 7-leaf grass. Only by keeping the sword body present at all times could Mo Wentian better comprehend the sword intent and control the training time of the weapon spirit transformation of the Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword. Mo Wentian's goal is to allow the martial soul to maintain the form of the Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword for a long time. Therefore, a sword sheath is essential. which is why Mo Wentian came to Gongxin City, known as the metal capital. In the original work, this is where Tang San procured rare metals in the later stages. With his eye of breaking illusions, which has reached the peak of the second layer for a long time, he can definitely achieve results no less than those of Tang San at that time. Mo Wentian has a feeling that the moment he breaks through to Soul Master and obtains the Soul Ring is the moment when his broken illusion eye reaches the third level of the broken illusion realm. The reason he has been unable to break through to the third level for so long is largely due to the limitation of his soul power level being too low. Mo Wentian's perspective has changed compared to the past. He no longer cares too much about the level of soul power, but rather focuses on future achievements. Everything he does now is to prepare for what lies ahead. The third leaf, symbolizing love, cannot be forced, but it will come in due time. Love, whether good or bad, will be experienced or possessed when the right age is reached. The fourth leaf represents wealth, and Mo Wentian is unsure how to assess it. So he has taken out most of his belongings from the time-space divine fate ring to establish the influence of the demon sect, generating wealth through money. The money-making ability of the demon sect can be said to be second only to the seven treasure glazed tile school. Mo Wentian, although influenced by the sword intent, is not foolish. He is just emotionally dull and speaks in a rather indifferent manner. Over the years, the business operations of the demon sect have adopted many modern commercial strategies and introduced some necessities that have never appeared in the Douluo continent. With the backing of the poison Douluo, these profitable ventures, although envied by many forces, can only proceed as planned. Selling candy hawthorns, selling ice cream, authentic devil instant noodles produced by the demon sect, selling lamb skewers. As he approached the snack street, Mo Wentian felt a sense of returning to his past life. Things like ice cream and instant noodles do not exist in the Douluo continent. They were all brought out by Mo Wentian through the demon sect. As he walked along, eating a bit, he was browsing, looking for more delicious food. Suddenly, Mo Wentian noticed a mobile stall ahead that was selling tofu. Selling tofu. The vendor selling tofu was an unattractive man who was cutting tofu with one hand while using the other to wipe his nose, and then went back to serving tofu. This instantly turned Mo Wentian's appetite off, and he felt nauseous, quickly distancing himself from the snack street. Upon arriving at the city center, he found that blacksmith shops were as numerous as the hairs on a cow, with rare metals and unrefined ores being sold everywhere. Or as something akin to the gambling stones from his past life. For ordinary people, it can mean sudden wealth or sudden poverty, heaven or hell. He entered a shop, took a quick look around, and realized that as long as he got close enough, his broken vision could still discern the size of the energy inside. Although Mo Wentian's spiritual power is not yet at the Soul King level, without specialized eye techniques, one cannot see through the contents of the ores without the soul realm of a limit Douluo. Mo Wentian had looked at dozens of pieces in a row, and the mental energy consumption was not small. He found that 3 of them contained abundant energy. 2 large ones and 1 small one. Surprisingly, the small piece had even more concentrated and pure energy. Boss, how much for these 2 pieces? Mo deliberately revealed the desired appearance, asking about the 2 slightly larger pieces next to the smaller one. This adult indeed has an eye for quality. These 2 pieces have been certified by experts and are definitely worth a considerable amount of metal, priced at 3,000 gold soul coins. No bargaining. The boss is a middle-aged man with a sharp nose and monkey-like features, looking just like a shady businessman. It's too expensive, even if there are rare metals inside. Their value wouldn't exceed 5,000 gold soul coins at most. Mo Wentian shook his head and said, "That's not right. You should think of it this way. Even if it's 5,000 gold soul coins, you can still make a good profit." The unscrupulous merchant's eyes turned, and he continued to deceive. "Forget it. I'll just buy a smaller one." "How much is this small one?" Mo Wentian said, 500. "Take it if you want it." The merchant's interest instantly dropped. Seeing his youth, he thought he was an easy target, but unexpectedly, he was just a seasoned player. This is 500 gold soul coins." Mo Wentian took out 500 gold soul coins and handed them to the crooked merchant. How much for a bundle?" Mo Wentian stopped beating around the bush and said directly, 2,000 gold soul coins. Although he knew it was impossible to deceive Mo Wentian, seeing that Mo Wentian had chosen 2 large pieces again piqued his interest. He didn't dare to ask for a higher price and offered a roughly similar amount. Even so, it could still be considered a small profit. Mo Wentian does not care. "You may make a small profit, but I will never lose." Mo Wentian directly took the small ore and placed it into the time-space divine fate ring, preparing to put the larger one inside as well. Suddenly, a group of people walked in from outside, led by a young man dressed in luxurious attire, who appeared to be a formidable soul master. Wait, this brother. I also have my eye on these two pieces of ore. I wonder if you would be willing to part with them. I am willing to pay double the price. The leading young man said with great demeanor. Sorry, I'm also interested in them. Not for sale. Mo Wentian directly refused. Kid, you're asking for trouble by turning down my big brother's offer. He is willing to pay double, and you still dare to refuse? A thin young man behind him pointed at Mo Wentian and snorted coldly, but was stopped by the leading young man. Shut up. Since that's the case, we'll take our leave. It's been a disturbance, the leading young man said as he led his subordinates away. At least he knows his place. Mo Wentian murmured as he retracted his faint killing intent. On the other side, as the few young men were leaving, the thin young man said, Big brother, why didn't you let me continue? That kid is really too unappreciative, daring to refuse your request. The leading young man replied, If you had continued, we might not have been able to walk out of that door. When you pointed at that kid, I felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He spoke with a grave expression, relying on this feeling to avoid countless dangers in the past. But we can't just let go like this. The thin young man said unwillingly. Even he felt a chill down his spine just now, as if he were being pointed at by a sharp sword. Don't worry. Since he dared to offend me, it won't be so easy to let it go. This is our territory. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Looking at that kid's appearance, he is probably visiting Gongxin City for the first time. We have plenty of opportunities to play with him. The luxurious young man's demeanor changed, replaced by a ruthless expression. Clearly, Mo Wentian's sword intent had angered him. But it was undeniable that such people were not good individuals to begin with. This display was merely their true nature being revealed. Mo Wentian didn't pay much attention to this small episode. He found a hotel that looked quite nice and paid a month deposit. Mo Wentian planned to stay here for a while longer to purchase more ores, gather some rare metals, and forge a sword sheath in the form of a martial soul. Chapter 39. Controlling the opponent so they can't move. Back at the hotel, in a neat and elegant suite, Mo Wentian slowly pried open the two large ores with soul power and a dagger. 10,000-year soft silver mother. 10,000-year cold iron. Indeed, they're good things. Mo Wentian looked at the millennium-quality soft silver mother and the millennium cold iron in his hands and couldn't help but praise. He carefully decomposed the last relatively small ore. What is this? This is actually the legendary treasure from the South China Sea. The 10,000-year soul, beast, deep sea, sinking, silver mother. It is said to be an essential material for making the storm pear blossom needle and the Buddha's fury tang lotus, and is simply the best material for crafting the core of the seven-leaf grass sword sheath. Mo Wentian was taken aback as he looked at the flawless gem in front of him. The gem was a deep green color and appeared semi-transparent. It weighed as much as 10 pounds, and, combined with some other precious materials and ores, it could definitely create the most perfect sword sheath. This luck was something even Tang Sen couldn't compare to. Indeed, as the Void Sword God had said, the secret of the time and space divine fate ring was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. It was related to the fortune in the cosmos. Even if it wasn't the source of fortune in this universe, it must be a key part of the core of fortune. However, due to the hardness of the deep-sea silver mother, an ordinary blacksmith simply couldn't forge it. The status of the Blacksmith Association was low, far inferior to the esteemed position of the Spirit Hall within the Soul Master Association. Only in this city, known as the Steel City, Gongxin City, did have some standing. If it were merely forging ordinary materials, it wouldn't be difficult to find a suitable blacksmith. But such an incredibly hard golden stone material could only be hand-forged by legendary master blacksmiths. In that case, he could only look for materials first and see if there would be an opportunity later. Among the three great master blacksmiths on Douluo continent, aside from Tang Hao, who should be protecting Tang San's growth, the other two were the Titan clan, with Lu Gao being one of them. Lu Gao was the true god of forging. Although he was only at the Soul Sage level, his forging skills surpassed those of the other two. He was the president of the Blacksmith Association, and it wouldn't be difficult to invite him with the power of the Demon Gate. However, Mo Wentian knew that since Lu Gao was only at the Soul Sage level, he might not be able to refine the essence of the deep-sea Silver Mother. Therefore, he still needed to consider the other two, but for safety's sake, Tang Hao would be more suitable. As Tang Sen mentioned in the original work, the Silver Mother of deep-sea silver could not be melted through flames. Only a powerful enough expert could soften it through absolute strength and skill to forge the desired sword sheath. Mo Wentian wanted the sword sheath to be made of a material that was hard enough to contain the energy of a martial soul, ensuring that even after advancing to the title Douluo level or even higher, it could still be used in battles without being eliminated. If it's going to be done, it has to be done to the best of its ability. This sword sheath not only needed to withstand the power of a martial soul, but could also be used as an extraordinary weapon. Mo Wentian arrived at the blacksmith shop again, just like yesterday, continuing to sift through the wool and search for ores that might contain rare metals. He didn't start from where he left off yesterday, but went to an area he hadn't explored before. This time, he wasn't as lucky. There was only one ore with energy far exceeding its actual value. The owner recognized him and knew he wouldn't be able to cheat him, so he didn't inflate the price. Just like that, Mo Wentian bought the raw stone for 800 gold soul coins. Mo Wentian was preparing to take away the sizable raw, or when the group he encountered yesterday unexpectedly returned to the shop, as if they were deliberately lying in wait. Sensing that there were actually 3 advanced soul realm experts lurking in the shadows, Mo Wentian felt that the newcomers were not here for a friendly visit. Sure enough, the young man, dressed in lavish attire, spoke with a hint of menace. "Kid, you think you can just buy what you want on our turf and leave?" Behind him, a lackey wore a confident expression as he looked at Mo Wentian. "Hey, no rudeness, my friend. I am Gung Tian, the son of the city lord of Gongxin City, a level 35 assault type soul sovereign. May I request that you open your raw stone here so that we can broaden our horizons?" Gung Tian introduced himself, seemingly gentle but with an underlying threat. "Not that impressive," Mo Wentian replied. "I am a level 30 control type soul sovereign. Do you have any advice to offer?" Mo Wentian did not give any face to this hypocrite. His expression was cold, and his tone indifferent as he directly rejected the offer. You don't appreciate the kindness. A control-type soul master, just over level 30. I thought you were something special. You all stay back. Let me deal with this ignorant kid myself." After saying this, Gung Tian no longer concealed his intentions, summoning his hammer-shaped martial soul and advancing towards Mo Wentian. As the son of the city lord, Gung Tian was boastful yet extremely afraid of his father. He usually pretended to be elegant and polite, but this was just a superficial act. His father, having had him late in life, was strict yet very indulgent towards him, understanding his personality and aware that he had a tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong. Hence, he was not worried about Gung Tian offending anyone, so he allowed him to act freely. Initially, he thought Mo Wentian had some skills, so he didn't dare to offend him directly yesterday. Instead, he lay in wait for Mo Wentian and brought 3 high-ranking guards from the city lord's mansion to protect him, which gave him the audacity to act so recklessly. You overestimate yourself. Seeing that there was no room for de-escalation, Mo Wentian also stopped holding back, summoning his martial soul and using his first soul skill to change form. With the step of the immortal, he flipped his long sword, moving as fast as lightning, instantly turning the unsuspecting Gung Exine into a bald head. I will kill you. I will kill you. Everyone attack." Gung Exine felt a chill on his head, touched it, and found it was incredibly smooth, even making a sound when rubbed, instantly going mad as he pointed at Mo Wentian. "Speak again, and you die." Mo Wentian shot a sharp glance at Gung Exine, and before his words fell, his figure suddenly appeared behind Gung Tian. Gung Tian instantly dared not move. The few followers behind him didn't even dare to breathe. "This young master, please spare my young master, or we won't be able to explain ourselves. How about we each take a step back and keep our distance?" At this moment, 3 soul masters stepped out from the shadows, led by a middle-aged man who looked solemnly at the ghost vine parasitic sword in Mo Wentian's hand. You all can leave now," Mo Wentian said. Mo Wentian did not want to cause trouble and did not plan to leave Gongxin City until he had collected enough rare metals. Although the materials for the sword sheath could be used with just these 3 types, Mo Wentian preferred not to use them all up and wanted to gather several kinds of rare metals to make a 9-colored sword sheath. "Young master has good skills. You don't seem to be a control-type soul master, do you?" The middle-aged man at the forefront looked at the sword in Mo Wentian's hand and thought to himself that if it were aimed at his throat, he wouldn't be able to dodge it, and he was unsure about its attack power. If the attack power was sufficient, even all of them together wouldn't be a match for him. It was better not to offend such talent. They understood their young master's character. He must have been provoked somehow, which made him unhappy, and since they had no confidence, they sought help from the lady. However, they had also instructed that if it wasn't a malicious person,
Just teaching them a lesson to vent some frustration would be enough. And it shouldn't be blown out of proportion, which led to the earlier scene. Could it be that he could incapacitate his opponent? Isn't that what a control type is for? Montag Vencian retorted. In an instant, a group of people fell silent. Big brother, is this how your family evaluates control? All right then, young master, I'm truly sorry. Since that's the case, we'll take our leave for now, and we'll definitely bring my young master to your residence to apologize another day. The middle-aged man was left speechless by Mo Wentian's words. He approached Gung Tian and apologized to Mo Wentian. No need. Just don't disturb me again. Mo Wentian turned and left the blacksmith shop. The owner of the blacksmith shop had long been scared and was squatting at the back door of the shop. Seeing this, he dared to come out and continue his business. Chapter 40, Goodbye, Zhu Zhuqing. And so, 3 months passed in a row. Mo Wentian wandered around different raw stone shops every day, secretly taking away most of the precious metal stones. After 3 months, his mental strength had become increasingly robust, and the distance from which he could detect raw stones grew longer, with the quantity increasing as well. Over these 3 months, he had taken away all the raw stones containing metal from thousands of blacksmith shops in the Metal City. On the surface, this seemed to have no impact, but the actual effect was significant. The name Metal City would likely become a misnomer in the next 3 years. The precious metal stone materials Mo Wentian had acquired could easily be used to make not just one, but even 109 colored sword sheaths. However, if quality was the only consideration, adding over 10 pounds of deep-sea silver mother to the sword sheath would limit him to just a few. He had no more. He intended to keep the surplus materials as the foundation of the demon sect. Although the current value of these metal stones was not excessively high, once the Tang sect rose, with hidden weapons proliferating and soul-guided devices emerging, these materials would undoubtedly become extremely precious. That day, Mo Wentian originally planned to return to the Tiando Empire, but thinking of the cat, thinking of that sexy cat girl, Zhu Zhuqing, he suddenly felt that since he was already there, he might as well take a look. After all, they were friends, and if he was not mistaken at this time, Zhu Zhuqing might be heading to the Barak Kingdom for Shrek Academy. She might encounter dangers along the way, so he thought it would be better to help her and travel together to the Barak Kingdom. This way, the journey wouldn't be dull. And so, early that day, Mo Wentian rented a carriage and headed to the capital of the Star Luo Empire, Star Luo City. Compared to the tall buildings of Heaven Do City, the architecture of Star Luo City leaned more towards exquisite luxury and grandeur. The strength of the Heaven Do Empire's royal family was far inferior to that of the martial-focused Star Luo royal family, relying instead on tall city walls and the mediation of the Spirit Hall to maintain peace over the years. Upon entering the city and returning the carriage at the post station, Mo Wentian casually pulled a passerby aside and asked, "Hello, this brother. Could you tell me how to get to the Zhu family?" The young man replied, "You must be from out of town. You asked the right person. I have lived in Star Luo City since I was a child, and I am very familiar with the Zhu family. The Zhu family has been intermarrying with the royal family for generations and is the most powerful family after the royal Dai family. Just go straight ahead and then turn right. It's not far from the palace. The largest residence there is the Dai family." The passerby kindly introduced Mo Wentian to the Zhu family, as anyone who could establish a connection with the Zhu family was undoubtedly a powerful soul master, which explained the warm reception. "Thank you." Mo Wentian expressed his gratitude and slipped him a gold soul coin. A gold soul coin could purchase what would amount to thousands of yuan in his past life, enough to cover several months' expenses for some impoverished families. The man was instantly overjoyed and repeatedly thanked him, then looked around to see if anyone was watching before quickly putting it away, heading home to cook for his wife and buy nutritional supplements for his son. Upon arriving at the Zhu residence and confirming the location, Mo Wentian did not go directly to pay a visit. The original work did not specify Zhu Zhuqing's status within the Zhu family, but it was assumed that Zhu Zhuqing, who had fought tirelessly for life and freedom, would not have a very high status. After investigating around without any leads, Mo Wentian went to a restaurant with a unique name, Fairy Beyond the Sky. This was one of the properties of the demon sect. At the counter, Mo Wentian's expression was cold, but the conversation with the attendant was quite humorous. "The king covers the earth tiger. Little chicken stewed with mushrooms. The king covers the earth tiger. The pagoda subdues the river demon." After repeating the code twice, Mo Wentian was led to the backyard by a young servant. In a room, the servant asked, "Sir, what can I do for you?" Those who knew this code were core figures of the demon sect. Although the restaurant owner was just a soul master, he was the representative of the demon sect in the Star Luo Empire. The demon sect does not judge status by soul power level. Seeing Mo Wentian, who was so young yet already at the soul sovereign level with exceptionally pure soul power, led them to speculate that he was a key talent being cultivated internally, thus treating him with great respect. Help me find out the recent news about the second young lady of the Zhu family, Zhu Zhuqing. Mo Wentian stated his purpose directly. Yes. After the restaurant owner responded, he took Mo Wentian to a secret room and began to review documents, as this was the intelligence base of the demon sect in the Star Luo Empire. After a short while, the owner said, "Sir, the second young lady of the Zhu family went out for training half a year ago and returned 4 months ago. During that time, her soul power has risen by 2 levels. She is now a 29th level Great Soul Master. That's quite an improvement. It seems it's not just the effect of the elixir. She must have worked hard in her cultivation." Mo Wentian was surprised that a basic foundational elixir without any heavenly properties could bring about such a significant change in Zhu Zhuqing. He remembered that at this time in the original work, Zhu Zhuqing had only reached the 27th or 28th level after going to Shrek Academy. Now, the second young lady of the Zhu family had suddenly disappeared this morning, and the Zhu residence was sending people to search for her. However, according to the information from the demon sect, many of those searching were sent by the eldest young lady to hunt down the second young lady. They were still searching in Star Luo City and might still be active within the city. Do we need to send people to investigate? The restaurant owner asked, seeing that Mo Wentian seemed to know the second young lady. No need. You did well. I'm leaving now. I will definitely report to headquarters and give you a bonus. Without waiting for him to understand what a bonus meant, Mo Wentian had already left. Mo Wentian speculated that Zhu Zhuqing was likely to leave through the east gate and head towards the Ballot Kingdom, so he waited on the essential road outside the city, not worrying about her comfort within the city. There were many eyes and ears inside the city, and even Zhu Zhuqing's sister, the esteemed crown princess, did not dare to bring the family struggles into the open. Sure enough, after dark, in a forest 10 miles outside the Star Luo Empire city, a figure swiftly flew by, followed closely by a few other figures. Mo Wentian, who was lying in wait in the distance, also sensed the movement and rushed over. Mo Wentian's 7-leaf clover martial soul can now maintain the form of the ghost vine parasitic sword for a long time, without consuming much soul power. Wrapped in a piece of cloth, it hangs on his back. Like a qualified swordsman, the sword is always by his side. As the leaves of the 7-leaf clover, symbolizing love, stir restlessly, Mo Wentian no longer contemplates the profound meanings of swordsmanship, so his mental energy remains relatively focused. He activates the celestial step and secretly follows the figures ahead. After traveling a few more miles, the slender figure ahead, realizing they couldn't escape, stopped and shouted back. "Did she send you? Huh? Why aren't you running anymore? No one sent us, you little girl. Shout all you want. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat raw." The leader was a masked soul master at the soul respect level, and the other masked soul masters were all at the great soul master level. Hee. Aside from my good sister, no one else will come to capture me, the woman in black said with a desolate smile. This slender woman in black was Zhu Zhuqing, whom Mo Wentian was looking for. "Stop wasting time. Since the second miss has been recognized by you, there's no way for you to escape today. Let's go together. Don't let her get away." Several black-clad individuals instantly surrounded Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing quickly summoned her martial soul to respond, and the situation became perilous. Chapter 41. Immortal grade elixir. Zhu Zhuqing faced 5 opponents alone, relying on the advantage of her martial soul, and for the time being, she wouldn't be captured by them. Suddenly, at that moment, the leading agile attack type, Soul Respect, taking advantage of Zhu Zhuqing being engaged with the other 4 soul masters, unleashed his 3rd soul skill and launched a sneak attack on the battling Zhu Zhuqing. "Be careful," Mo Wentian, hidden in the shadows, quickly called out as a warning. Though he warned in time, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't evade in time and could only slightly shift her body to the left, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike aimed at her neck and heart. With a loud crash, Zhu Zhuqing was directly knocked to the ground. Her clothes on her thigh and chest were hit by the soul skill, leaving several bloody marks, her fair skin clearly visible. But those streaks of blood stood out prominently under the pale moonlight. "Are you okay?" Mo Wentian activated the celestial step and arrived in front of Zhu Zhuqing, helping her up with a worried expression. Wentian, why are you here?" "I'm fine, help me up. Quickly, let us go." Zhu Zhuqing struggled to get up, and before Mo Wentian could refuse, she spat out a mouthful of blood, unsure if it was due to her heavy injuries or because she was excited to see him. "Don't worry, I'm here." Mo Wentian did not let Zhu Zhuqing get up. Instead, he wrapped one arm around her waist. With one hand holding the sword and the other supporting her, Zhu Zhuqing's pale face instantly showed a hint of color. She struggled slightly, but seeing she couldn't break free, she allowed herself to lean into Mo Wentian's embrace. What girl doesn't have a youthful longing? What girl doesn't hope that when danger strikes, a prince on a white horse will appear to save her? Even someone as aloof as Zhu Zhuqing. For someone of similar age who had saved her and helped her soul power increase by 2 levels, she couldn't help but develop a fondness for him deep down. "Kid, I advise you to leave quickly and not meddle in others' affairs. Wanting to be a hero, saving a beauty comes at a price," said the masked soul master at the forefront, seemingly concerned for Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian is not a novice in the world. Encountering such a thing, it would be a ghost if he could just walk away. "Oh, I'm curious to know what price needs to be paid." Mo Wentian looked playfully at the few men in black across from him. "Oomph. Completing the mission is the priority. Don't waste words with them. Let us go together. Catch them. Not a single one should escape." One of the men in black behind seemed unfazed by the leader and directly interrupted the conversation, saying, "The price is your head." The leader of the men in black was the first to summon his martial soul and charge forward. "1 white, 2 yellow, he. With this little strength, you dare to boast, unaware of your own demise." Mo Wentian saw the configuration of the soul master with the highest soul power across from him and said coldly. The 4 black-clad individuals behind him also had SoulRing configurations of 1 white and 1 yellow, while only the one who interrupted the leader's conversation had 2 yellow rings. In a battle of such strength, there was no doubt about the outcome. Holding Zhu Zhuqing, he leaped into the air, his right hand wielding a sword. The sword's shadow cutting through the crowd like lightning under the illumination of the white moonlight. Zhu Zhuqing was horrified to discover that the 5 black-clad individuals seemed to have frozen, not moving at all. Thud, thud. 5 heads then fell neatly to the ground, blood gushing from their necks like a fountain, particularly conspicuous in the night. Zhu Zhuqing was instantly taken aback. Sorry, I couldn't hold back," Mo Wentian said, feeling a bit embarrassed at Zhu Zhuqing's fright. "It's okay. Thank you for saving me once again." Zhu Zhuqing pushed Mo Wentian away, sitting cross-legged on the ground, regaining her aloof demeanor. "Well, it was just a coincidence. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't just stand by either. Here, take this pill. It will help with your injuries and also enhance the quality of your martial soul a bit." Mo Wentian felt a special sensation when he was with Zhu Zhuqing, which helped him break through the limitations of his 3rd soul ring. As time passed, Tang San had now turned 12 and was close to reaching level 30. If he did not break through soon, he would likely miss many opportunities. In his previous life, while reading the novel Douluo, Mo Wentian admired Zhu Zhuqing's character, which was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, strong and brave, with a kind heart. Her ability to defeat her sister in the later stages, yet not treating her sister the same way her sister had treated her, showed her inherent kindness. Therefore, when he was with Zhu Zhuqing, Mo Wentian felt this way, and coupled with the fact that he had put aside swordsmanship training, the 14-year-old Mo Wentian was at the age of first love. Zhu Zhuqing was also so beautiful and captivating that he inevitably developed some affection. However, it was merely affection and nowhere near the deep feelings he had for Yi Lingling, though Mo Wentian himself was unaware of it. Being relatively upright, Mo Wentian did not do anything inappropriate, and even now, with Zhu Zhuqing revealing her charms, he merely handed her a pill. "Thank you." Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately her desire to become stronger prevailed, and she put it into her mouth. Mo Wentian let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the situation, hesitated for a moment, and then consumed it, indicating that he still believed in himself. If he were unwilling to accept it, thinking it was some sort of love potion, he would have left without hesitation. He wouldn't go to warm up a cold shoulder. After Zhu Zhuqing took the elixir, she summoned her martial soul and began to cultivate. She gradually felt a slight warmth in her lower abdomen, and the wounds on her body started to itch. After a while, she discovered that the wounds had disappeared. Her soul power also increased by 1 level, reaching the same level as Mo Wentian. "How do you feel?" Mo Wentian stood up without saying a word, and Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. It should be noted that even Mo Wentian does not have many of these pills, as this is a top-quality immortal pill refined from half a stalk of Chihuahua tulip and the remaining stalk of a 9th-grade purple mushroom as the main materials. Mo Wentian only had 6 pieces in hand, I have reached level 30, and I feel like my martial soul has changed, as if it has undergone a second evolution. Zhu Zhiqing said, somewhat incredulously, with a huge curiosity about Mo Wentian's identity in her heart. Evolution is not the same as a second awakening. It is an evolution based on the original martial soul, similar to how the 7-treasure glaze tile elevates to the 9-treasure glaze tile. It seems that it really is as I thought. Mo Wentian said happily. What? Do you mean you weren't sure this change would happen beforehand? Zhu Zhiqing asked, puzzled. That's not it. A change was certain. This is a pill refined from a semi-legendary celestial grade herb plus countless top-tier spiritual herbs. Mo Wentian couldn't dare to say that Zhu Zhiqing was his first experimental subject. He only knew there would be benefits beforehand, but didn't expect that although the celestial grade pill couldn't increase soul power by 6 or 7 levels like a whole celestial grade herb, the improvement in martial soul quality was not lacking at all. What is a celestial grade? Zhu Zhiqing asked, confused. Celestial grade is the divine grade among spiritual herbs, which takes 10,000 years to mature. A single celestial grade herb can change a soul master's fate. Mo Wentian explained to Zhu Zhiqing in detail. Thank you for giving me such a precious pill. I really don't know how to repay you. Would you be willing to be my friend? The usually aloof and emotionally detached Zhu Zhiqing said to Mo Wentian gently, moved. No need to be polite. Haven't we already been friends? Does that mean you didn't consider me a friend before? Sigh, what a pity for such a good pill. Who made you give it to me? I didn't force you. All right, it's not too late to consider me a friend now. After getting to know each other, Mo Wentian experienced Zhu Zhiqing's proud demeanor as a woman. At this moment, Zhu Zhiqing had not summoned her phantom spirit cat martial soul. If she did, she would discover that the phantom spirit cat was still undergoing a more thorough evolution, until it evolved into the phantom dark spirit cat. The power of the celestial grade pill was not just about enhancing the quality of the martial soul and a bit of soul power. The next morning, after a good rest, the two did not mention where they were going, yet they did not suggest parting ways, setting off eastward together toward the direction of the Barak Kingdom. Chapter 42. Worse than beasts on the road from the Star Luo Empire to the Barak Kingdom. In a desolate area, a man and a woman were traveling together. Their speed was not fast, but from their every move, it could be seen that they were not ordinary people. Both were soul masters with considerable soul power. They were none other than Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhiqing, who were unwittingly heading to Soto City in the Barak Kingdom. Wentian, how come you're outside Star Luo City? After a night of rest, Zhu Zhiqing, whose injuries had healed, calmed down and asked, somewhat puzzled. I came to the Star Luo Empire for some matters. After finishing my business, I happened to pass by Star Luo City and unexpectedly heard that the second miss of the Zhu family was missing. Remembering the people who captured you last time, I was worried you might have an accident, so I rested not far outside the east gate on a hunch, try to see if I can counter you. Mo Wentian thought carefully about his words and slowly explained. The reason he wanted to go to Xinghua City was also to see if he could encounter Zhu Zhiqing. In his previous life, when he read novels, he felt a deep pity for Zhu Zhiqing. Of course, in his past life, he was just a homebody, an LSP. Although he had a passionate romance once, it ended in failure. Well, thank you so much. I didn't expect you to care so much about my safety. But meeting you means my luck isn't too bad, Zhu Zhiqing said playfully, changing her usual aloof demeanor in front of Mo Wentian. Haha, of course. I'm the inheritor of the god of luck, and those who know me won't have bad luck, Mo Wentian said half jokingly, half seriously. Puffed. So full of yourself. Hurry up and let's get going. Zhu Zhiqing retorted with a playful scoff, then started running and jumping ahead. Sigh. Why is it that when I say the truth in a different way, you still don't believe me? Mo Wentian looked at Zhu Zhiqing's back, shaking his head helplessly, and quickly caught up. Soon, Mo Wentian reached Zhu Zhiqing, who had stopped ahead to wait for him. After walking a distance in silence, the two continued on their way. Mo Wentian couldn't help but ask, Zhu Qing, do you want to get your soul ring first before heading on your journey? No need to trouble yourself. I want to go to Shrek Academy to study first. The teachers there will help me get it. Zhu Zhiqing hesitated for a moment, but still refused. Oh, Shrek Academy? Are you also going to Soto City? Mo Wentian asked with a feigned surprised tone. How do you know Shrek Academy is in Soto City? Zhu Zhiqing looked at Mo Wentian suspiciously, wanting to see if he was intentionally trying to follow her to Shrek Academy. Because my family's business is expanding towards Soto City, so I naturally know about Shrek Academy there, Mo Wentian said half-truthfully. Zhu Zhiqing, who was inexperienced in the world, couldn't pick up on any clues.
Now, Mo Wentian was 14 years old, and although he might have seemed a bit immature when he first arrived in Douluo continent due to not having fully developed, even with his past life memories, his behavior had matured significantly after practicing sword techniques and understanding the essence of the heart. While he wasn't exactly like an old man, he had become quite adept at handling situations with composure. Most people really couldn't tell what he was thinking. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing seemed a bit disappointed. No matter where it is, women are like this. If you say, I intentionally approach you to go to Soto City together, she would think you have ulterior motives. If she determines you're not intentionally getting close to her, she would then feel disappointed. Thus, women are indeed a contradiction, even though Mo Wentian understood this. He didn't know why it was so. By the way, why do you want to go to Shrek Academy instead of staying at Xinghua Imperial Academy? Mo Wentian asked curiously, seemingly wanting to know Zhu Zhuqing's reasons for going to Shrek Academy. I originally wanted to see a scumbag, but now I don't want it anymore. It's just to become stronger and also for freedom. I've heard Shrek Academy is a monster academy that only accepts geniuses, and the teaching staff is very strong. Zhu Zhuqing stated honestly without any concealment. That's true. Being suppressed by your sister everywhere in the Xinghua Empire, you definitely can't calm down to cultivate properly. Given the Zhu family's relationship with the Xinghua royal family, it's also not easy to go to Tiando Imperial Academy. Shrek is indeed a good place to go. Mo Wentian did not try to change Zhu Zhuqing's mind. Although neither of them realized it, they had unknowingly become confidants who could talk about anything. Mo Wentian felt that the third leaf of the seven-leaf clover was showing signs of blooming, but there always seemed to be something missing. Therefore, he had not reaped any rewards. In fact, Mo Wentian did not know that although he had no malicious intentions, the influence of his past life's memories led him to unconsciously approach Zhu Zhuqing, making his fondness not entirely pure. Moreover, their relationship had not developed to the level of love. Zhu Zhuqing agreed, then revealed a look of wanting to say something but hesitating. What's wrong? Do you have something to say? Mo Wentian noticed Zhu Zhuqing's hesitation. I want to know which academy you study at. You seem to be the most powerful peer I've ever met. Even the crown prince is not as formidable as you. Zhu Zhuqing was initially a bit hesitant, but thinking about becoming stronger, about freedom, and about love, she gathered the courage to ask. Well, I'm a student at the Heavenly Do Royal Advanced Academy. As for why I'm so powerful, it has little to do with the academy. It's all my own talent. The academy just provides me with a place to learn about soul master theories. Mo Wentian shamelessly said, sounding a bit like someone boasting about themselves. You're being improper again. Zhu Zhuqing blushed a little and exclaimed, trying to cover her inner shyness. How am I being improper? I'm only speaking the truth. Why don't you believe me? Since Mo Wentian's mental strength accidentally broke free from the influence of the sword technique's essence, he hadn't entered a state of comprehension again. So he naturally wasn't affected and had become cheerful and talkative. All right, I believe you, genius. You are the most amazing genius. Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes, having re-evaluated Mo Wentian. He couldn't take flattery without getting carried away. Thus, the two of them walked and paused along the way. And what was originally just a month's journey had turned into a month and a half without reaching Soto City. Just as they entered the territory of the Balak Kingdom and passed a small village, Mo Wentian sensed that something was wrong. A strong smell of blood filled the air. Be careful, I'll go check it out first. Mo Wentian instructed Zhu Zhuqing, and with a flicker of his figure, he entered the village. Inside the village, there were severed limbs and corpses everywhere. Infants, pregnant women, the elderly, children, and some robust young men in even more tragic states. It was like a hell on earth. Walking into an alley, he found it filled with the bodies of young women, all with faces showing extreme terror, their clothes completely tattered. He could vaguely see some traces of what had happened afterward, and Mo Wentian's face turned ashen. Help! Help! Someone save me! You are all devils, beasts, devils. Whoa. A woman's desperate and angry scream came from the underground of a house in the distance. You're hiding well. Why aren't you hiding now? I didn't expect to encounter such a gem in this countryside. Luckily, the adults left after draining the blood pool. Otherwise, such a beauty wouldn't be ours, brothers. I'll go first. You all line up. Don't fight with me. A series of lewd voices followed. Yes, boss. There were a few scattered voices behind. Probably 5 or 6 people. Mo Wentian did not hesitate, breaking through the illusion, and his spiritual power surged forward like a flood, discovering that there were only soul masters below the level of soul sovereign. However, the energy of these soul masters contained a kind of evil energy. Evil soul masters. Mo Wentian roared in anger. Who dares to come here? It's a soul master. We should leave quickly and not care about this woman anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 men in black suddenly burst out from the basement. Chapter 43. Cheng Zi, you want to leave? You have to get past me first. Mo Wentian, holding a sword, looked at the 5 men with a pale face. Upon seeing the 2 yellow soul rings on Mo Wentian's martial soul sword, the leading evil soul master let out a slight sigh of relief. Take them down quickly and leave immediately. You scum, you're worse than beasts. Wentian, do you know who they are? Zhu Zhuqing, with a grim face, came to Mo Wentian's side. It was evident from her pale face that it was her first time experiencing such a scene. Evil soul masters, Mo Wentian said seriously. Another one is here. Hurry, let us resolve this quickly before the spirit hall people find us. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave. A masked man, seeing Zhu Zhuqing fighting alongside Mo Wentian, lost interest in admiring her beauty. Evil soul masters live in the shadows, and everyone wants to hunt them down. Being discovered is a dead end. Cough, cough. 2 benefactors. Hurry and go. I'll hold them off. You go find a strong one from the spirit hall. You're no match for these evil soul masters. At that moment, a staggering figure emerged from the basement. It was the woman who had called out, her clothes somewhat tattered, but crucial parts were still covered. The woman was a soul sovereign, looking about 15 or 16 years old, yet she was severely injured, standing fearlessly in front of Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing. Her martial soul was a special 4-eared monkey, the 4-eared clever monkey, indicating she was an agility-type soul master. No need, these people can't escape, Mo Wentian said confidently. 2 soul masters, we are also following orders. Why not let us go? We want to interfere with you. The leading evil soul master, seeing the situation becoming more complicated and noticing the confidence of the other side, hesitated a bit. If it were just one person, they could surround him, but with 3, it definitely wouldn't be easy to deal with. That girl had already exhausted a lot of their soul power, and now with 3 people, even if one escaped, they would still be caught by more powerful soul masters. Not to mention, these 2 young soul masters might have powerful protectors behind them, leading him to soften his stance. Dream on. The 3 responded in unison. How dare you not let us have it easy? Then let us fight to the death. Exactly, let us go. The 2 masked men, unable to contain their killing intent, summoned their martial souls and charged forward, while the other 3 companions prepared to surround them. The fish may die, but the net will not necessarily break. Zhuqing, you take one for practice, the other 4 are mine. Mo Wentian's figure flashed before the woman in the lace shirt like a ghost, and with the coordination of his second soul skill, the Ghost Vine parasitic sword, he swiftly severed the heads of 2 black-clad men. The strong attack system within the control system is terrifying, just as Mo Wentian said. Controlling and eliminating the opponent when they cannot counterattack is what the control system is about. A control system that renders the opponent immobile is indeed powerful. The long sword flipped, and the sword shadows flew, dazzling under the blazing sun. As blood splattered, 5 evil soul masters were reduced to just 1, who was also at an absolute disadvantage under Zhu Zhuqing's assault. They were no match. The strength of these low-level evil soul masters is generally weaker than that of ordinary soul masters. They rely on abnormal means to enhance their soul power, which has limited potential, not to mention compared to geniuses like them. As Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her second soul skill, the Netherworld Hunter Claws, this evil soul master, already significantly weakened, was instantly torn into countless fragments by the sharp blades. Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing did not leave immediately. Instead, they found some tools and dug a huge pit. The woman in the hollow shirt, who had recovered some of her injuries, also helped with the digging. They buried the villagers properly. Mo Wentian also learned the name of this village, Chengjia Village. This surviving female soul master is the most outstanding genius in the history of Chengjia Village. The martial spirits of Chengjia Village are mostly ordinary monkeys with little combat power, relying on their agility to hunt for a living. Some even have soul power of only 1 or 2 levels. This woman's martial spirit underwent a mutation, becoming extremely fast with strong attack power, possessing innate level 9 soul power, making her an undeniable genius. Her name is very elegant, Cheng Zi. After burying the bodies, both Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing wore expressions of sadness. They're not saints, but when faced with such matters, they couldn't help but feel anger from the bottom of their hearts. Giving these people a proper burial and using the heads of these few minions to honor them is the only thing they can do for the villagers. Cough, cough. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would be like the ordinary uncles and aunts. I cannot coexist with those despicable evil soul masters. Cheng Zi staggered to Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing to express her gratitude. Tears of hatred streaming from her eyes as she spoke of the brutal murder of the villagers by the evil soul masters. No need to be polite. Anyone who encounters such a situation within their means would not stand by. As human beings, there are some bottom lines that cannot be crossed. Mo Wentian said with some emotion, I still don't know the names of the two benefactors. In the future, Zi will definitely repay you. Cheng Zi did not look down on the two just because they were 2 years older. On the contrary, she was very grateful and respectful. Montauk Vencian, this is my friend, Zhu Zhuqing. Mo Wentian introduced. Are you really friends? Cheng Zi looked at Zhu Zhuqing and then at Mo Wentian, finally showing a faint smile on her face. Well, I don't know if you have somewhere to go, but if not, I can introduce you to a place where you can frequently interact with evil spirit masters. If you want to take revenge, it will be more convenient and easier there. Mo Wentian saw that her soul power and character were both quite good and wanted to cultivate her into the demon sect. I had already graduated from Balak Academy in advance, and this time I returned home to bring protection to my hometown. Unexpectedly, I encountered evil soul masters slaughtering villages and had to hide in the basement. In the end, I was still discovered, but thanks to you, my benefactor, as long as you say a word, I am willing to serve under your power. Cheng Zi seemed to understand people's hearts and immediately saw Mo Wentian's intention. You must have heard of the emerging forces on the continent in recent years that specifically target evil soul masters, right? Mo Wentian did not speak, but looked at Cheng Zi and said, could it be? Is the benefactor a person from the demon sect? Cheng Zi speculated. Montauk Vencian was Zolmavat so peist. Cheng Zi was indeed exceptionally intelligent. No wonder she could graduate from the Kingdom Academy at such a young age. This is my identity token. After you go to Tiando City, head to any of the industries of the demon sect, find the person in charge inside, and they will arrange your position. You just need to focus on cultivating, and when the demon lord gives out tasks, you can execute them. Generally, the demon lord won't assign other tasks except those targeting evil soul masters. Mo Wentian handed over a token that was entirely black. One side had the character Mo carved in Chinese, while the other side had the character Mo inscribed in the language of Douluo continent. Here, S.A. pill for cultivation. You know the pill sold by the demon sect, right? This one is not sold to the outside. It's a top-grade pill. If you're lucky, it might help you break through to the next level of soul power, and it has healing properties. Mo Wentian then handed over a top-grade spirit pill. Thank you, benefactor. Cheng Zi expressed her gratitude with a full face of appreciation. For someone who had just saved her, to also bring her such a precious pill was remarkable. Cheng Zi didn't know whether to say that Mo Wentian was generous and unconcerned or that he lacked experience. But when such a thing fell upon her, all that remained was endless gratitude. Mo Wentian, who had long since cultivated the eye of forgotten to the second layer's perfection, would certainly know this. The perfected void-breaking realm allowed one to clearly perceive a person's good and bad. Chapter 44, Spirit Hall, Su Yuntao. The entrance of the desolate village. Mo Wentian and Cheng Zi, both healed and having broken through their realms after taking the elixir, waved goodbye. We will meet again. I'm sure it won't be long. Mo Wentian said with a mysterious smile. Yes, benefactor, we will meet again. Cheng Zi turned back with a slight smile, her expression exuding unique elegance and heroism. Mo Wentian merely glanced at her, a hint of astonishment in his eyes, before quickly shifting his gaze. However, Zhu Zhuqing beside them keenly noticed this moment and seemed a bit distracted, lost in thought. The bodies of the villagers from Chengjia village were gathered together by the three of them and buried, which could be considered a form of peace. They offered a tribute with the heads of 5 soul masters above the great soul master level, and Mo Wentian felt he had done his duty. However, his hatred for evil soul masters became even more pronounced. After regaining their composure, the three of them left the village together. Cheng Zi parted ways with the two and headed towards the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City. We should leave soon, or we'll be in trouble. The Spirit Hall is likely to send someone to check the situation, and it wouldn't be good if we were misunderstood. Mo Wentian said to Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed lost in thought. Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly. What's wrong, Zhuqing? You seem to be in a bad mood. Mo Wentian sensed something was off and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Yes, there is. No. All right, then let's hurry and leave. Mo Wentian glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was about to become irritable, and decided not to argue further.
thinking it must be that time of the month. Someone's coming. It seems we can't leave for now. Just as Mo Wentian was about to leave, he noticed more than 10 great soul masters in standard spirit hall uniforms approaching from a distance, medals indicating their rank hanging from their chests. Mo Wentian didn't leave immediately. If he did, it would only raise suspicion. Who are you? Have you seen any traces of evil soul masters? What happened to the village ahead? Why is there such a strong smell of blood? The leading great soul master from the spirit hall stopped Mo Wentian and Zhuqing, questioning them as they had just exited the village and didn't appear to be evil soul masters. We are students from a high academy in the Tiando Empire, just passing by. As for the evil soul masters, we only encountered a few small fry at the soul respect level, who have already been dealt with. Mo Wentian didn't hide anything and spoke directly, not out of fear of these soul masters, but rather to avoid trouble. He believed in facing issues head-on, being a laid-back person when possible, and developing quietly without causing waves was the right path, but he was indeed afraid of complications. Mo Wentian's personality can't be described as good, but it is definitely suitable for growing up in the Douluo continent. Compared to Tang San, who is a troublemaker, Mo Wentian is already quite low-key. When Tang San was born, the 100,000-year-old blue-silver Emperor Ain was discovered by the Spirit Hall and sacrificed to death. Tang Hao was severely injured, and Qiang Sunji was fatally wounded and killed by Bibi Dong. After meeting Xiao Wu, she sacrificed herself in the middle stage. And although due to the protagonist's halo, all his close ones were eventually resurrected, it cannot be denied that the events around Tang San are quite dramatic, with the world revolving around him. The master accepted Tang San as a disciple, and as a result, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was completely wiped out. Although it had nothing to do with Tang San, his family was the only one among the 3 major sects to be completely destroyed. Tang Chun, a 99th level limit Douluo, encountered Tang San and died, with the Shura God inheritance being passed to Tang San, partly because Tang San destroyed the city of Slaughter. The Sea God Island's high priest, Poseidon, provided Tang San with the inheritance of the Sea God position and died. The Spirit Hall offended Tang San and was ultimately wiped out. Although most of these events were not directly caused by Tang San, it is undeniable that they are all connected to him. Those who are close to Tang San are either unlucky or fortunate, like the relatively unfortunate Songhui Academy from the Spirit Hall and the lucky Shrek 7 Devils. The major events happening throughout the Douluo continent basically revolve around Tang San. Saying he is a troublemaker, Mo Wentian feels that it is not an unfair accusation. Perhaps this is the reason for the protagonist's halo. He brings trouble wherever he goes, but always manages to turn danger into safety. Montauk Vencian, although not lacking in luck and even surpassing Tang San, is not as trouble-prone as Tang San. Apart from being involved with an evil soul master force, he only has enmity with the 3rd Prince Xue Tao and the 4th Prince Xue Bong. However, ever since the 2 brothers learned about Mo Wentian's connection with Douluo, they have been retreating and showing great respect whenever they see him, not daring to retaliate, even if beaten. At this moment, someone from the crowd entered the village to investigate the situation. Seeing that Mo Wentian and his companion did not look like evil soul masters and resembled academy students, several soul masters from the Spirit Hall had no suspicions. The leading young man continued to investigate. Did you solve it? What is your name? If it is really as you said, the Spirit Hall will definitely reward you. Sujun Tao, check if the information on the soul awakening of the students from the Tiando Royal Academy is correct. The leading soul master seemed to be the head of this group and spoke to a soul master behind him. Mo Wentian, 30th level control type battle soul master. Mo Wentian did not care about any rewards. He only stayed to cooperate with the Spirit Hall's investigation to avoid trouble. All right, leave it to me. When I was in Nodding City of the Tiando Empire, I was responsible for collecting intelligence on soul awakenings. Boss, you really chose the right person. This soul master had a decent appearance, but his martial soul was somewhat amusing. It was a lone wolf martial soul that resembled a dog. He only dared to come in front of Mo Wentian after summoning his martial soul. Nodding City? Suyun Tao, it's truly an honor to meet you. Mo Wentian was surprised as he recalled who Su Yuntao was. The name of the tool man, Su Yuntao, is well known, and he didn't expect to encounter this strongest tool man, the divine awakening master here. He decided in his heart that he would definitely find a way to recruit Su Yuntao privately, letting him work for the Demon Gate, specifically responsible for awakening the martial souls of the children of those in the Demon Gate. He would even offer 10 times the treatment of the spirit hall to recruit this strongest tool man. However, this guy is also recognized as blind, so he would need to find someone to assist him later. Hee. I didn't expect my brother to have heard of me. Brother, you are indeed a genius student from the Tiando Royal Academy. Truly impressive. At just 14 years old, you've already reached the soul ancestor realm. Poor me. I still don't know when I will break through to level 30 with a martial soul of the 7-leaf grass. Su Yuntao pulled out a thick book from somewhere and quickly flipped through a few pages and indeed found the information on Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian also cooperatively summoned the 7-leaf grass spirit. This shows that the Spirit Hall's ability to control information about Soul Master data is indeed extraordinary. It's just average. I believe you'll break through in the future. Mo Wentian comforted perfunctorily. What's taking so long, Su Yuntao? You're still dawdling after I asked you to check something. If you keep babbling, just roll back to your nodding city and awaken your spirit. You've been responsible for soul awakenings in Flamestone City for so long and haven't discovered any good talents, yet you're still dragging your feet over checking some information. The leading Grand Soul Master behind him, although also a level 29 Grand Soul Master, was clearly of a higher status than Su Yuntao and spoke impatiently. I've checked, boss. Look, he really is a student of the Tiando Royal Academy, and he's a genius Soul Master. Su Yuntao quickly turned back, holding the book in his hands. Just then, the personnel from the Spirit Hall who went to investigate the village also came out. Boss, the investigation is complete. There isn't a single living person in this village. Only some new graves, quite large, likely containing many people. We also found the corpses of 5 evil soul masters and some heads. This is their token. A Grand Soul Master from the Spirit Hall bent down to hand over a token inscribed with the word evil. Chapter 45, Rose Hotel. It seems it really is the work of evil soul masters. Su Yuntao, make a record of this. We'll report back first. The leading young soul master ordered when he saw that the investigators had returned, directing others without doing anything himself. Mo Wentian secretly murmured to himself. Could be the son of the city lord? All right, boss. Su Yuntao nodded and bowed, feeling that it was truly a violation of his title as a divine awakening practitioner. Many protagonists who traveled to Douluo continent had to go through him to awaken various innate, full soul power martial spirits, future deities. The people from the Spirit Hall quickly disappeared without a trace. After they had all left, a trace of barely noticeable disappointment appeared on Su Yuntao's face. Brother Yuntao, if things aren't going well in the Spirit Hall, you could try the Demon Gate. Here, that's my token. Take this token with you, and your treatment will be dozens of times better than in the Spirit Hall. Mo Wentian saw that only Su Yuntao was left, and took out a token representing his identity from the time and space divine fate ring, throwing it to Su Yuntao, saying, All right, thank you, brother. I can't stay any longer. I will definitely go seek refuge with the demon sect. Su Yuntao was initially taken aback, but soon reacted, tucking it away carefully and saying, You have to know that with Douluo in charge, the current demon sect is just as formidable as the lower 4 sects. Unlike other sects, the demon sect is a rising power that is still rapidly growing. Currently, the power dynamics on the continent are quite clear. The upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects, the martial soul hall, and the 2 great empires, the demon sect and the evil soul master forces. Apart from these major powers, there are only various kingdoms and universities, which are slightly weaker forces. Do we still need to cooperate with you on any investigations? Mo Wentian also politely asked. No, brother. I can fill in these details myself. I don't want to trouble you anymore. Su Yuntao quickly waved his hand, indicating that he could manage. Well, then we're off. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Mo Wentian dug a corner for someone and then directly said goodbye. See you, brother. When you have time, I'll treat you to a meal. You should go accompany your sister-in-law quickly, or she will get angry. Su Yuntao glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was kicking stones by the roadside, and ambiguously said to Mo Wentian, No, it's not sister-in-law, it's a friend. Mo Wentian quickly explained, Well, it's just a matter of time. I'm a veteran in this, haha. You need to hurry, brother. The proportion of talented female soul masters on the continent is far less than that of male soul masters. Many high-level soul masters are still single at their age, without any offspring. By the time I want to find one, it might be too late. Su Yuntao ernist Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian agreed verbally, but secretly thought, Aren't you also single right now? Given this situation, after leaving Nodding City, your ideal goddess probably got married. Sigh, if you don't work hard when you're young, you'll be left lamenting in old age. Su Yuntao sighed, perhaps confirming what Mo Wentian was thinking. Wives should indeed be cultivated from a young age. Otherwise, when they grow up, it might be hard to find one. After leaving Chung family village with Zhu Zhuqing, the two arrived in Soto City in just 2 days. Soto City, with its Central European architectural style, primarily features silver and white, accented with other colors, adding a beautiful veil to this Central European city. After inquiring about the enrollment time for Shrek Academy, they found that there was still some time before the plot began. Although Mo Wentian did not plan to participate in the plot, he still needed to seize these time points. Upon entering the city, Mo Wentian said to Zhu Zhuqing beside him, "Let's find a hotel to stay first." The two searched several hotels, but all the rooms were fully booked, leaving only one room available. Mo Wentian seriously doubted whether the hotel staff had misunderstood something. What to do, Wentian? It seems there's only one room left. How unfortunate. Why not just randomly pick a hotel? Zhu Zhuqing, confused and unable to differentiate the tricks of these hotels, said, thinking it was truly such a coincidence. Let's go. Don't ask anymore. I don't want to look for it. I'll just casually check it out. Worst case, I'll sleep in the living room. I've done it before. Rose Hotel. Mo Wentian looked at the name of the hotel in front of him, feeling a bit speechless and frozen in place. Well, there's no need to ask. There's only one room left. What an elegant name. Let us stay here today. Zhu Zhuqing thought Mo Wentian was speaking to her and couldn't help but exclaim. Just don't regret it. Mo Wentian thought to himself. The little girl isn't afraid, so why should a big guy like him be scared? After glancing at Zhu Zhuqing's youthful face, he silently took back his earlier thought about her being a little girl. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly remembered something, and a blush appeared on her face. Entering the hotel, the interior decorations were very luxurious, yet had a romantic ambience. Various floral decorations, precious utensils, and some unknown adult products were displayed at the counter, which were quite rare, even for Mo Wentian in Tiando City. Could you please give us 2 rooms? Mo Wentian directly probed the waiter, saying, Hey, I'm really sorry, sir, but we only have 1 luxury suite left. The waiter was just about to agree when he caught a glimpse of Zhu Zhuqing behind Mo Wentian and instantly apologized. Is there really only 1 room left? Mo Wentian asked again, Hey. Yes, there's only 1 room left. The waiter said in a strange tone with a hint of ambiguity. Then let's take it. It's not like we haven't stayed before. No need to dawdle. Zhu Zhuqing said directly. Indeed, once a girl has experienced it for the first time, she won't care about the second, third, or even more. All right, miss. Here are your room cards. A deposit of 100 gold soul coins is required, and you can stay for 10 days. When the time is up, you'll need to come back to the front desk to pay again. The waiter glanced at Mo Wentian with an odd expression, revealing a hint of envy in his eyes. Here. Mo Wentian threw out a small bag filled with gold soul coins. The waiter waited and confirmed that the quantity of gold soul coins was more than enough. After receiving the room card, the two of them arrived at the door of the room, which had Red Ocean written on the top. They didn't encounter any glitch plot twists or characters like Dai Mu Bai. Upon entering the room, they saw the floor covered with roses, and in the center of the main hall was a huge heart shape made of roses. Mo Wentian looked around and sadly discovered that there were no doors in any of the rooms. Several rooms were interconnected, with only a 3-meter-wide red soft bed. A hint of blush appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's face, barely noticeable. Nowadays, girls mature much earlier than boys, despite Mo Wentian being older. He might not understand these matters as well as Xiao Wu. Even compared to Zhu Zhuqing, he wasn't much better off. Ugh, how are we supposed to stay here? Should we check out? Mo Wentian said with a confused expression. No need. Let's just leave it at that. I trust you. Zhu Zhuqing said with a flushed face. Mo Wentian didn't know that Zhu Zhuqing's trust in him was based on the belief that he was a blockhead. Otherwise, he wouldn't know if he would transform into a demon on the spot. The large bed was more than enough for 2 people, but after lying down, Mo Wentian couldn't sleep, feeling as if there was a fire burning in his lower abdomen. He simply sat up on the bed and began meditating. Zhu Zhuqing, pretending to be asleep beside him, shook her head in disappointment. She had made her feelings so obvious, yet this blockhead didn't seem to notice at all. The night quickly passed like this. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, Mo Wentian didn't go out to absorb the morning's purple chi from the sun. His broken illusion had already reached a bottleneck, and absorbing more purple chi was useless. However, his long-established biological clock still woke him up on time. Chapter 46. The worker, Douluo. After waking up, Mo Wentian saw that Zhu Zhuqing was still asleep. So he went to the bathroom and looked at the transparent glass-like walls of the shower. Mo Wentian gritted his teeth and decided to quickly take a shower. The heat from last night, combined with a night of cultivation, left him with some sweat stains on his body, making him feel sticky and uncomfortable if he didn't wash up. He hurried into the bathroom, changed into slippers, grabbed a towel, and started taking a cold shower. In less than 10 minutes, Mo Wentian finished washing up and quickly changed into a new set of clothes before walking out of the suite. Mo Wentian didn't notice that after he left, a blush appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's sleeping face. When he arrived at the hotel lobby, Mo Wentian called a waiter. "Hello, what breakfast do you have here?" Mo Wentian never spares himself when it comes to food. "Yes, we have steamed buns, dumplings, soy milk, and tofu pudding for breakfast. Fried dough sticks, spicy soup, 8 treasure porridge. These delicious breakfasts all come from the demon sect, passed down from the demon sect," the waiter skillfully introduced. Mo Wentian was extremely surprised that the demon sect's influence had already reached Soto City. Under his father's leadership, the demon sect had truly become stronger. Although these items originated from Mo Wentian himself, he never expected them to penetrate the lives of ordinary people so deeply. "I'll take 2 servings and have them delivered to the Red Ocean Suite. I'm going out for a bit and we'll be back soon." Mo Wentian tossed 2 gold soul coins and walked out of the hotel. Seeing Mo Wentian's generosity, the waiter hurried off to prepare his order. After leaving the Rose Hotel, it wasn't long before Mo Wentian arrived at a tavern, which, unlike luxury hotels, appeared more ancient and heavy, with an elegant ancient style. It is one of the main industries of the demon sect, and the Penglai Tavern is the exclusive brand of the demon sect. The Penglai Tavern in Soto City occupies a vast area and was built according to the requirements in Mo Wentian's letter. Since the tavern does not open early in the morning, Mo Wentian did not reveal his identity this time when he met with the informant. Instead, he used a special soul-guiding device at the side door of the tavern to notify Douluo to come to Soto City, employing a unique communication method of the demon sect. To ensure Douluo would be willing to come, Mo Wentian even sent a specific message. The confidentiality of this information is naturally very high. It is not in the language of Douluo continent, but most of the high-ranking members of the demon sect can understand it. The message read, "I have arrived in Soto City. Old Poison, please come quickly. If you have any loose cultivator friends, feel free to call them as well. We have matters to discuss that concern the major affairs of the demon sect, and it must be reliable. There are benefits for you, so please make sure to come. Montak Vencian." Yes, Mo Wentian wants to make a big move this time. He still has 5 top-grade immortal pills, 1 for Yi Lingling, 1 for his mother, and he plans to give one of the remaining 3 to Douluo, leaving 2 without a designated recipient, which has led him to consider expanding his influence. He wants to add another title Douluo to the demon sect, and Douluo is currently the only one he can contact within the title Douluo circle. If Douluo can invite a title Douluo to support him, Mo Wentian wouldn't mind persuading him to join the demon sect and reward him with an immortal grade pill. Although the energy from one immortal pill may not necessarily allow a title Douluo to break through, it will definitely help in the evolution of their martial soul and enhance their potential, making it more effective than taking immortal grade herbs alone. However, unlike immortal grade herbs, pills can be reused, but once potential reaches the peak, they are no longer suitable for consumption. Mo Wentian has taken 3 immortal grade herbs, and his current potential is not inferior to that of Tang Sim back then. Coupled with some ordinary top-grade pills, he has refined himself. Mo Wentian is confident he can help a title Douluo break through their boundaries. Mo Wentian planned to stay in Soto City for a long time, until half a year later when Yi Lingling's Heavenly Do royal team came to fight Shrek, after which he would return to Heavenly Do City. The first reason was to witness the talents on the continent, and the second was to get to know the Shrek 7 monsters. If he came to Douluo continent without knowing the Shrek 7 monsters, Mo Wentian would feel it was a pity. The third reason was also because of Zhu Zhuqing. However, since he established the Demon Gate, and Tang San was also destined to establish the Tang sect in the future, their competitive relationship was set and they could not end up together. But this did not prevent Mo Wentian and Tang San from getting to know each other, nor did it mean they would become enemies. The two had no grievances, and Mo Wentian would not randomly go against the Spirit Hall or Tang San. However, if someone truly provoked Mo Wentian or his family, regardless of who it was, he would not hold back, especially against evil soul masters. Over the years, countless evil soul master strongholds have been eradicated by the Demon Gate. While there might not be many title level existences among evil soul masters, the number of high-level soul masters, according to the investigations of the Demon Gate over the years, was definitely above that of the 3 major sections.
After a personal investigation by Douluo, it was discovered that evil soul masters worshipped evil gods. And these evil gods could forcibly break through the realms of soul masters by consuming their potential. So the number of soul masters was absolutely not small. If it weren't for the disunity and dispersion of the evil soul master forces, their number would definitely not be less than that of the Spirit Hall. Of course, the tidal wall level would certainly not go to the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been kept in the dark and unable to come out for so long. At the same time, Mo Wentian wanted to find Tang how to forge the 9-color sword sheath, and he needed tidal Douluo to provide support. Otherwise, he might get his materials snatched and even lose his life. After all, one cannot know a person's heart even if they know their face. No one could guarantee that Tang Hao, as a divine craftsman, wouldn't have ill intentions upon seeing treasures. Although Tang Hao was still recovering from severe injuries, he was still among the ranks of Super Douluo at level 95. Over the years, Douluo, after consuming immortal-grade elixirs, had greatly improved his strength and was promoted to tidal Douluo at level 93, but he was definitely not Tang Hao's opponent. That was why Mo Wentian said that if he had any good friends among the loose cultivators, he would invite them along. Mo Wentian planned to strengthen Douluo again before seeking Tang Hao, timing it just right to catch up with him before he left. After finishing his tasks, Mo Wentian leisurely returned to the Rose Hotel. Upon entering the Red Ocean couple suite, he found that Zhu Zhuqing was already up, and the table was filled with breakfast food, some of which were native to Douluo continent, and some brought by Mo Wentian through the Demon Gate. Why haven't you eaten yet? You don't have to wait for me, Mo Wentian said, feeling warm inside. It's okay, I'm not hungry. The waiter said you would be back soon. Let's eat together. Zhu Zhuqing smiled and said habitually. They had known each other for almost a year, and during their time together, Zhu Zhuqing would always wait for Mo Wentian to sit down before she started eating. When eating, Zhu Zhuqing never spoke much. Although she wasn't the gentle type who chewed slowly, her demeanor was as pleasant as a gentle breeze and light rain. Shrek school starts in 3 months, and I still have things to do during this time. Zhuqing, would you like to join my force? I can't always accompany you, but after joining my force, I could take you along for some things. I will bring people to help you obtain your 3rd spirit ring. Montag Vencian unterstützt zu Zhuqing's Pläne. So he took the opportunity to propose the condition of joining the Demon Gate. After consuming immortal-grade elixirs, Zhu Zhuqing's potential was now even beyond that of the original work. Okay, I am willing, Zhu Zhuqing said seriously without hesitation. No need to be so serious. The Demon Gate is quite free internally. I have a good relationship with the Demon Lord and can request to give you the greatest freedom, apart from not being able to join other sects. There are no other requirements. Mo Wentian wanted to keep his identity as the leader of the Demon Gate a secret, before the Demon Gate became powerful. Its leader was an unintentional source of mysterious deterrence. Don't make it difficult for me. If it doesn't work, then... Zhu Zhuqing hadn't finished speaking. There's no doesn't work. A man cannot say doesn't work. Mo Wentian directly interrupted. This time, Zhu Zhuqing's voice was as small as a mosquito's, and she stopped speaking. Chapter 47. Overseas Island. While Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing were waiting for Shrek School to start outside Douluo continent, on a small island, lived tens of thousands of mid to low-level soul masters. Inside a great hall, several men in black were kneeling on the ground, looking solemn, as if they were worshipping the deity in their hearts. I heard that not long ago, the Shura team was silenced by the people from the Heavenly Do Imperial Academy, said a young man in white clothes with white hair, looking about 15 or 16 years old, in a cold tone. Saint Sun, do not be angry. In addition to the Shura team, a few evil soul masters who stayed behind in Chung Family Village after we left a few days ago have not returned and are likely exposed as well. One of the black-clothed men pleaded in fear while kneeling. Useless, while the others are useless. I didn't expect even Luo Min and Luo Sha to be discovered and not escape a disaster. When can we live openly under the sun of the continent? The young man scoffed, but when mentioning the Shura Team's leaders, Luo Min and Luo Sha, his expression clearly changed, showing anger mixed with a hint of sorrow. Saint Sun, please calm down. As long as faith endures, evil soul masters will exist forever, the kneeling black-clothed men said fervently. Get lost. All of you get lost. The white-haired young man became even angrier upon hearing this. Such great power. If you can't maintain your composure, how can I entrust the future of evil soul masters to you? A middle-aged man, also in white clothes and with white hair, slowly walked in from outside the hall. The black-clothed men below, upon seeing this, showed even more fervent expressions. Y'all can leave now.
The white-haired middle-aged man said lightly to the black-clothed men. Yes, great offering. The black-clothed men slowly retreated, and the white-haired middle-aged man sat down behind the young saint's son, raising his hand to deliver a crisp sound. Slap. Why did you hit me? The white-haired young man had no time to dodge, and after saying this, another slap came, sending him flying. Why the anger? Why dare to disrespect the evil god? The middle-aged man did not answer his question, but instead asked coldly. Huh. In your eyes, there is only your evil god. Do you still have this son in your heart? The saint's son stood up, disdainfully spitting out blood-stained phlegm, stubbornly looking at the white-haired middle-aged man. At this moment, Luo Sheng's heart was filled with infinite desolation. Two good friends he grew up with had suddenly died, and he could only shrink in such a place where human warmth was increasingly absent. Sanson, I know you're sad about the deaths of Luo Min and the others, but as the spokesperson of the evil god, I bear an important mission and cannot leave the evil god island. The tiger, even if it is ferocious, would not eat its own cubs. How much less would a human do so? Although the middle-aged man with white hair could not allow anyone to desecrate the evil god, knowing that desecrators must die, he still felt a pang of compassion when he saw Luo Sheng, whose mouth was stained with blood and had a stubborn expression. He couldn't help but explain, since you cannot leave Evil God Island, then let me go. Whether I live or die is none of your business. Luo Sheng continued to look stubbornly at the man. As the chosen heir of Evil God, how can you easily leave Evil God Island? No, I do not agree. You cannot leave Evil God Island. The white-haired man, who was the high priest of the evil god, Luo Feng, refused without a second thought. I've had enough. I will no longer let you control me. I won't stay in this inhumane place unless you kill me today. Luo Sheng also looked defiantly at the white-haired man, with a hint of death in his eyes, completely unconcerned about the difference in strength. Saw what is wrong with staying on Evil God Island? Even powerful soul saints and soul Douluos treat you with utmost respect. You can have anything you want. Why do you still want to go out? The white-haired, middle-aged man, who understood Luo Sheng's character, seemed to have aged 10 years, and could only counsel him painfully. Why? You don't understand me at all. You ask why Luo Min, your disciple, my brother in my heart, died at the hands of the enemy. You don't think about revenge, and you don't allow me to go either? I'll roar. Luo Sheng shouted angrily. Enough. Don't you know the rules of Evil God Island? The high priest cannot step out of Evil God Island until death. The white-haired, middle-aged man, Luo Feng, said sternly. You can't go out, but can't you send someone out? After all, you are still afraid of the retaliation from the two great empires and the Spirit Hall. A mere demon sect has made you, a dignified 99-level ultimate Douluo, helpless. You are afraid that the evil spirit master organization will be destroyed in your hands. Luo Sheng disdainfully pointed out the reason Luo Feng was afraid to take revenge. Luo Feng fell silent. He had to admit he was indeed afraid of the annihilation of the evil spirit master organization, afraid of the evil goddess punishment. He wasn't afraid of losing his own life, but he was more afraid of the evil god blaming him and implicating his only son, Luo Sheng. If it weren't for the inability to leave Evil God Island, the strength of the evil spirit masters was not inferior to that of the Spirit Hall. Evil God Island was also a sacred place in the hearts of the evil spirit masters. However, with the oppression from the Spirit Hall and internal conflicts, the evil spirit master forces had split into two parts, one led by the second high priest, hidden in the shadows of the continent, and the other was the orthodox faction of Evil God Island, led by the high priest Luo Feng and the Luo family. Originally, Luo Feng's son, Luo Sheng, awakened with innate full soul power at the age of 6, possessing twin martial souls, and gained the evil god's recognition. He was the most hopeful leader to unify the evil spirit master organization and lead them out of the dark place. Having gained the recognition of other priests, including the second high priest, Luo Sheng could be said to be the future of the evil spirit masters. However, he coincidentally faced Bibi Dong, who had grown up to be a twin martial soul possessor and became the Pope of the Spirit Hall, leaving the evil spirit master organization to only exist in the shadows. Moreover, with the emergence of the demon sect, which suppressed the evil spirit master forces everywhere, Luo Feng, who was deep in thought, suddenly changed his expression and looked at Luo Sheng seriously, saying, "All right, since that's the case, I agree to let you leave Evil God Island, but you must promise me that after you advance to the 80th level soul, Douluo realm, you will definitely return to inherit the evil god's legacy." Okay. As long as you let me leave Evil God Island, I will promise you anything.
Luo Sheng did not expect that his usually stern father would actually agree to let him leave Evil God Island. He was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted and assured him. Thus, the 52nd level twin martial soul possessor and the holy son of the evil spirit master organization, along with his battle team, secretly arrived on the continent. Mo Wentian, who was still leisurely strolling in Soto City with Zhu Zhuqing, had no idea that danger was slowly approaching the members of the Tiando royal team, as well as himself and the demon sect. The demon sect itself was powerful and might be able to escape this calamity, but if it specifically targeted the Tiando royal team and himself, it was very likely that even Mo Wentian would find himself in a very tricky situation. Even the danger to life was not impossible. Chapter 48. Tang San and Xiao Wu. Time flies, and years pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it has been 14 years since they arrived on Douluo continent. One day, at the Rose Hotel, a girl with a ponytail and long legs, along with an ordinary-looking sunny boy, arrived. "Hello, do you have any rooms available?" The boy politely asked the receptionist at the front desk. "Hello, yes, we do. We have top-notch suites here. You know." The receptionist winked at the boy. However, the boy across from her seemed to not understand the meaning. "Great. Xiao Wu, there's still rooms here. Finally, we don't have to sleep on the streets." The boy was none other than Tang San, who was joyfully talking to the blushing Xiao Wu behind him. "Yes, finally found a hotel that isn't fully booked." "Xiao San." Xiao Wu quickly responded, as if trying to hide something. Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing, who had been dining not far away, were watching everything clearly. Knowing that Tang San would come, Mo Wentian would not miss this scene. From Xiao Wu's lively entrance, with her unique hair accessories and pink dress, Mo Wentian was certain that it was indeed Xiao Wu and Tang San. Mo Wentian saw the change in expression on Xiao Wu's face after she came in. Mo Wentian secretly thought, 100,000 years of rogue rabbit is solid evidence. But on the surface, he complained. As expected, he is a blockhead. Next to him, Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes and said bluntly, "Are you talking about yourself?" Is that so?" Mo Wentian awkwardly touched his nose and said, "To be fair, Mo Wentian, who has now put down his swordsmanship training, is indeed much more enlightened than someone like Tang San, who is just a blockhead." Since the second day after arriving at the Rose Hotel, Mo Wentian opened another room called Blue Demon, right across from Zhu Zhuqing. It would be a lie to say he wasn't attracted to Zhu Zhuqing. However, compared to her, Mo Wentian actually liked Yi Lingling a bit more. Therefore, he had to intentionally maintain some distance from Zhu Zhuqing. Mo Wentian didn't know how to break the limitations of the third soul ring of his martial soul. What does love mean? Is it physical, or is it spiritual, or perhaps both? If we talk about the spiritual aspect, Mo Wentian feels he understands it now. He can clearly sense that he likes Yi Lingling and knows he absolutely doesn't want Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai to become a couple. Although he can't be sure of Yi Lingling's feelings, he simply likes her without any reason. He doesn't even understand it himself. If childhood friendship doesn't count as a reason, it must be because feelings developed over time. Mo Wentian swore that it definitely couldn't be lust, before asking for Yi Lingling's consent. He didn't want to have an intimate relationship with Zhu Zhuqing. However, things often don't go as smoothly as one would like. Tang San politely said, "Could you please prepare 2 rooms for us?" "Oh, I'm really sorry, but we only have 1 room left," the male receptionist said, not taking things seriously as usual. "Xiao Wu, look?" Tang San awkwardly looked at Xiao Wu. "1 room is fine. We've shared a bed since we were 6 in Naughty City, right?" Xiao Wu said nonchalantly. "All right then, please, help us with the paperwork." Tang San handed over a bag of gold soul coins. The receptionist gave Tang San a room card. Just then, someone interrupted. "Wait a minute. You're new here, right? Don't you know the rules? You always have to leave 1 room for me. Go call your manager." He turned to the receptionist again. The receptionist looked awkwardly at Tang San. A noble-looking blonde man had his arms around 2 twins. "It seems like this big brother came first, right?" Tang San said gently. "So what?" The blonde man said nonchalantly. Before Tang San could respond, Xiao Wu, who was behind him, was unhappy. As the leader of Notting Junior Academy, she had never been treated this way. She stepped forward, her waist swaying. "So what? Get lost. Just because you have some money doesn't make you special." The blonde youth sneered. Very good, little girl. You have quite the temper. Dare to talk to me like that? I see you're soul masters too. Come on, all of you together. I'll give you a chance to make me get lost. Or you can show me how to get lost. I want to see who's getting kicked out today." They didn't notice Zhu Zhuqing sitting nearby, eating. Since the blonde man entered, she had been staring at them, her eyes showing disgust when she saw the blonde youth with the twins. Upon hearing the rule about always leaving a room for him, her expression seemed to turn flat, with a hint of sadness that was hard to detect. But her body unconsciously moved a little closer to Mo Wentian, as if seeking a sense of security. Xiao Wu showed no intention of backing down. Ready to confront him, Tang Xin reached out to stop Xiao Wu. After observing the surroundings, he stepped forward to stand in front of Xiao Wu, preparing to say something. A figure in professional attire stepped in front of the blonde man with a smile, saying, "Hey, Dai Xiao, let's talk it out. My little business can't handle this kind of trouble. Hey, Manager Wang, you really know how to do business. Every time I come, there's only one room left." Dai Mubai implied. "Haha, Dai Xiao, please don't say that. The new subordinate doesn't know the rules. I'm sorry. I'll arrange a room for you right away." "How about that?" Manager Wang said with a forced smile. Dai Mubai didn't say anything, looking at Tang San. This room was reserved by Dai Xiao. You two might want to choose another place." Manager Wang said awkwardly to Tang San and Xiao Wu. "Why? We won't allow it. Just because you think we're young, you think we're easy to bully. I want to beat him into a pig's head," Xiao Wu said unhappily, with a pout and a sassy stance. She was 7 parts cute and 3 parts charming. "Haha, now that you want it won't be so easy." Dai Xiao's expression turned slightly angry as he stepped forward to block them. You two should apologize to Dai Xiao, and this matter will be settled. Don't be stubborn. Or else," Manager Wang hurriedly advised. "Stop talking. I'll take care of all the losses," Dai Xiao said impatiently. Seeing this, Manager Wang could only step aside. Xiao was about to step forward again when Tang San stopped her once more. "Let me handle this." "Why? I could do it myself. I want to beat him into a pig's head," Xiao Wu asked unhappily, pointing at Dai Mubai. "I said I would always protect you," Tang San said seriously. Looking at Xiao Wu immediately became obedient, her face turning slightly red. Even her rabbit ear hairpin seemed to shyly droop its ears. "No need to argue. I said you can both go together." Dai Xiao interrupted their sweet exchanges. Tang San's gaze turned cold as he looked at Dai Mubai. "Then you should be careful," Xiao Wu said worriedly to Tang San. Tang San slowly walked to the center of the hall and assumed a fighting stance. "Please teach me." Dai Xiao flew in and clashed with Tang San, who was using the Xianyu hand, and found himself at a disadvantage. At that moment, a voice rang out across the hall. "Haha, with such little skill, you dare to be arrogant? You two have disturbed my meal." The voice was neutral, coming from Mo Wentian, who was dining not far away. Chapter 49, Love Blossoms. Mo Wentian had long black hair and bright, expressive eyes. Although his appearance couldn't be described as stunningly handsome, he could rival Dai Mubai in looks. His unique black hair was neatly tied back, adding a touch of elegance and carefree charm. What's wrong? Do you want to meddle in our affairs?" Dai Mubai retracted his gaze from Tang San and looked directly at Mo Wentian. "Not at all, but you're interrupting our meal. If you want to fight, then let's do it. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Mo Wentian showed no respect for Dai Mubai. After Mo Wentian encountered Zhu Zhuqing, the plot had already changed, making it clear that Dai Mubai and he would not become good friends. "Sorry, I apologize for disturbing you. How about we step outside to fight?" Tang Xin used his purple extreme magic eye and noticed that Mo Wentian's level was higher than his own. And the sharp-eyed Tang Xin also felt a strong sense of threat from Mo Wentian. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing behind Mo Wentian, he sensed that her soul power was also above his and Xiao Wu's. Not wanting to cause trouble, he politely apologized, as they were indeed in the wrong. Dai Mubai, however, ignored Tang San. You're Zhu Zhuqing? What are you doing here?" Dai Mubai, having seen Zhu Zhuqing before, couldn't believe that she was following Mo Wentian. I'm here because I'm here. What's wrong with that?" Zhu Zhuqing, however, unusually wrapped her arms around Mo Wentian's, speaking flirtatiously. "You." Dai Mubai was furious, but had nothing to say, as he had indeed been caught in a compromising situation by his fiancée. However, whether it was revenge or realization, he then turned to embrace his twin sisters, pulling them into his arms as he said to Zhu Zhuqing, I didn't expect you to be such a woman. It's better not to have you." Seeing that neither of them was interested in continuing the fight, Mo Wentian remained silent, simply feeling the softness on his arm, experiencing an internal struggle between pleasure and conscience. If I say one more word, I can make you unable to speak for 3 days. Do you believe it?" Mo Wentian, feeling a bit displeased, said to Dai Mubai. Looking at Mo Wentian, who was defending him, Zhu Zhuqing's determination became even more evident. Choosing Mo Wentian was indeed not a mistake.
Hee hee. What does it matter to you? Boring. Let's go. Darlings, we're going to get a room. Dai Mubai, losing interest, decided not to continue. Offending 4 people at once was a bit tricky, even for him. Dai Mubai should not have provoked this fight. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would definitely not be Mo Wentian's match. Hey, why are you so arrogant? Even if you helped us, we wouldn't thank you. Xiao Wu stepped forward and said to Mo Wentian, no need to thank me. Who thanked you? Self-indulgent. We're leaving. Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San, snorted, and then pulled him into the hotel suite area. Mo Wentian has a good impression of Xiao Wu, but it's not the romantic kind. It's more about her personality and her loyalty towards love. Mo Wentian cannot love Xiao Wu like Tang San, with only Tang San in his eyes, but that does not prevent him from appreciating Xiao Wu. At the same time, Mo Wentian lacks the heart of a rabbit knight. After all, who wouldn't want to hold one person's hand, choose a city to grow old in, and guard a lifetime of white-haired love? However, these aspirations are destined to be unfulfilled after the turmoil he experiences on the Douluo continent. He can only choose to continually grow stronger. But everything changes after meeting Zhu Zhuqing. It all becomes empty talk, just thoughts, yet does not hinder him from appreciating this kind of love. After spending these days together, Mo Wentian's heart is quite conflicted. On one hand, his youthful impulses make him long for Zhu Zhuqing's closeness. On the other hand, he resists because of Yi Lingling, creating an extreme contradiction. This kind of mentality in his past life would undoubtedly be typical of a scumbag. Let's go. Look at a room. Zhu Zhuqing beside him seemed to be stimulated by something, making up her mind. Without waiting for Mo Wentian to refuse, she pulled him to the Red Ocean suite. Once the two entered the room, they couldn't help themselves. The red carpet and the soft bed resembling a sea of roses set the mood. They first shed their packaging and then began to lick ice cream. Later, they learned to wash their faces like cats. Finally, they became straightforward and direct, targeting the essentials. Mo Wentian didn't know if he was dreaming. Everything felt so surreal. Everything that needed to be done had been done, and even things that weren't supposed to be done were done. The goddess from the previous life's novel was now playing with him. After an hour, the two, exhausted from playing, fell into a deep sleep. Except for the last step, everything that should have been done had been done. What happened in the room was unknown to outsiders. They only knew that Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were sleeping next door, woke up the next morning with dark circles under their eyes like pandas. Although the soundproofing of the wall was excellent, it was only effective for ordinary people. For soul masters with keen senses, the close distance rendered it ineffective. Unlike the previous life, the world of the Douluo continent leaned more towards a feudal society like that of ancient China, so those over 12 years old were generally considered adults, which was different from the tragic situation of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Mo Wentian woke up in the morning feeling refreshed, no longer avoiding Zhu Zhuqing's closeness. The two of them have known each other for over a year, from their encounter in the City of Fire to getting acquainted outside the City of Stars, and then to deepening their bond in the City of Soto. They have grown from boys and girls into young men and women. Although they have not completely transformed, they have done everything they should do, with just the final step remaining. Perhaps people on the Douluo continent mature earlier. Mo Wentian is now about 1.8 meters tall, and even Zhu Zhuqing is over 1.7 meters. With their slender figures, you all understand, so I want to elaborate further. Mo Wentian came to the front hall to order food. Although Zhu Zhuqing was a level 30 soul master, she was still a girl. After specifically ordering red date porridge, bird's nest porridge, and various foods to replenish energy and blood, she returned to her room. On her way back, she saw Tang San and Xiao Wu just coming out of a room. The two of them avoided Mo Wentian's gaze, as if they were hiding something. Back in the room, Mo Wentian saw Zhu Zhuqing still sleeping peacefully and gently covered her with the blanket that had slipped down. He then sat cross-legged beside her, inwardly reflecting. At this moment, the 7-leaf grass martial soul seemed to be quite happy, swaying left and right. Mo Wentian learned from the message conveyed by his martial soul that the 3rd leaf, representing love, had finally bloomed. This meant that Mo Wentian could finally obtain his 3rd spirit ring. After such a long period of accumulation, coupled with the medicinal power of 3 immortal herbs, Mo Wentian's spirit power was now on par with that of a high-level spirit master. After obtaining the spirit ring, breaking through would definitely not be as simple as just reaching level 31. After cultivating for a week, just as Mo Wentian was getting up and preparing to go out, he heard a knock on the door. Opening the door, he found 2 female attendants carrying various exquisite, nourishing sweet porridge. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had just woken up. shyly hiding under the covers and refusing to come out. After the two attendants set the breakfast on the dining table in the suite and left, Zhu Zhuqing still covered her head with the blanket and wouldn't come out. Hey, it's not like you haven't seen it before. Come on, get up. I ordered some delicious sweet porridge for you. Come on, get up and I'll feed you. Mo Wentian chuckled. Don't, listen. You turn around, I'm getting dressed. If you don't turn around, I'll be angry. Zhu Zhuqing said somewhat angrily. All right. Mo Wentian, seeing the situation, obediently turned his back. Dressed and ready, Zhu Zhuqing sat beside Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian wanted to feed Zhu Zhuqing, but was coldly refused by her. Don't ask why the monk can't figure it out. It's you who takes the initiative, it's you who is shy, and it's you who is distant. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. However, Mo Wentian is still wholeheartedly by her side, caring for her and asking about her well-being. He embodies the image of a good man. If you don't pamper your own woman, how can you comfort someone else? Do not ask the world to make a decision. No one can harm them. Otherwise, even if it costs my life, I will make those who harm them pay the price. Chapter 50. Soul Emperor Stronger. Tomorrow is the day for Shrek Academy's enrollment. Zhu Zhuqing considered various factors and decided to study at Shrek. While the two were waiting to rest, Douluo sent a message to Soto City. However, Mo Wentian did not appear. Instead, they met in secret, and Douluo gave the poison Douluo 3 top-grade elixirs. One was given to Douluo, one to Douluo's friend, and the last one was a reward for crafting the 9-color sword sheath for Tang Hao. Although his friend was only an 89th level soul Douluo, he was not someone Mo Wentian could directly control. Therefore, it could only be done covertly through the poison Douluo. At the same time, enough rare goldstone materials were provided to the poison Douluo so that he and his friend could use them before going to trade with Tang Hao. Having obtained the opportunity of the ice and fire yin-yang, Tang San's potential would definitely not be as high as in the original work. But for some reasons, and a potential sense of conscience, he still offered one elixir. The main reason was the prideful heart at play. How could the path of cultivation be without rivals? That would indeed be too lonely. Mo Wentian speculated that Tang Hao might give Tang San a dose, or they might share half and half. However, none of this was Mo Wentian's concern. Mo Wentian felt that meeting Tang Hao alone posed no guarantee of safety. Even if he met with the poison Douluo, he could only do so as a junior, which felt too oppressive. In front of a titled Douluo, if they give you 3 points of mercy, you will definitely not survive to 5. Mo Wentian clearly did not have the ability to protect himself in front of a titled Douluo, so he would try to avoid the meeting as much as possible. That night, the two, as inseparable as glue, experienced some indescribable events. The next morning, Mo Wentian got up and prepared various nourishing foods and porridge for Zhu Zhuqing. In fact, with Zhu Zhuqing's physique as a soul master, she didn't really need these, but considering it was Mo Wentian's kind intention, she didn't refuse. When they arrived outside the city, they just happened to run into Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were traveling together. Flirtatious ghost, why are you also heading outside the city? Are you students of Shrek Academy too? Xiao Wu said to Mo Wentian without any reservations. Ahem, Xiao Wu. I'm sorry. This big brother here, my little sister has been spoiled by me since she was young. Tang San coughed to remind Xiao Wu and then apologized to Mo Wentian. It's fine, I don't mind. Mo Wentian, free from the influence of the sword intent, finally felt like himself at that moment. His usual temper was surprisingly good. Of course, if it were a man giving himself a nickname like that, he might not have been so polite. Hey, flirtatious ghost, what's your name? Who told you to be so flirtatious? You didn't tell me your name. Xiao Wu pouted her lips cutely and said angrily, My name is Mo Wentian, considering that Zhu Zhuqing would stay at Shrek Academy. Mo Wentian chose not to offend Tang San and Xiao Wu. Nice to meet you. I'm Tang San. Please take care of me. Tang San introduced himself solemnly with a fist salute. I'm Xiao Wu, as in dancing. This sister, you're so beautiful. What's your name? Xiao Wu also happily introduced herself and then looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly. Xiao Wu, you got that wrong. Zhuqing is not bigger than you. Mo Wentian said with a hint of meaning. Huh? Tang San and the others looked at Mo Wentian in surprise and confusion. Tang San was surprised that Zhu Zhuqing was already level 30, yet he was still not as strong as her. Xiao Wu thought her identity had been discovered, but after looking around, she felt it was unlikely. She lowered her head to look at her own developing figure, and then glanced at Zhu Zhuqing's prominent features, instantly feeling unhappy. Zhuqing was only 11 and a half years old, just developing faster than others, you know?
Mo and Tian looked at Tang San with a knowing gaze that all men understand. Tang San's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Oof, pervert. Casanova. Singa, let's go. Don't let him corrupt you. Xiao Wu pulled Tang San, wanting to leave. Xiao Wu, it's fine. Mo Xiong is just joking. Mo Xiong, if I'm not mistaken. You're also heading to Shrek Academy, right? Tang San affirmed. Yes, but I'm taking Zhu Qing there. I'm a student of the Tiando Royal Advanced Academy. Montauk Vencian explained. You are a student from the Imperial Capital Academy. No wonder. Tang San was taken aback. It turned out to be a student from a prestigious academy. He soon felt relieved, thinking that he could still surpass Mo Wentian in the future. From his appearance, it was also evident that Mo Wentian was older than him. Yes, I should be about 2 years older than you. Mo and Tian seemed to have guessed Tang San's thoughts and explained, Zhu Qing is really impressive. She's only 11.5 years old, probably 2 months younger than me, yet she's at a higher level than Sange. Xiao Wu looked at Zhu Qing with envy. Tang San couldn't help but tease, Xiao Wu, if you weren't always playing and not training seriously, you would also be at level 30 by now. You're saying that, but you often forge weapons too. Xiao Wu replied, unhappily. All right, but we're different. Forging is also a form of training, Tang San said helplessly. Soon, the four of them arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Looking at the long line and then at the shabby academy sign, they all showed puzzled expressions. Sangu, the master wouldn't have been deceived, right? What kind of academy is this? Why is it so run down? Xiao Wu muttered discontentedly while looking at the sign of Shrek Academy. Tang San also hesitated a bit, but didn't speak. Instead, his gaze became serious as he looked at the teacher responsible for receiving the registrations. He had never encountered such a powerful presence. This old man was the strongest person he had met since arriving at Douluo continent. Mo Wentian also looked at Li Yusong, the teacher from Shrek Academy who was in charge of the registration. He knew that this teacher had a martial soul called Dragon Pattern Staff and was a soul emperor with a level above 60. At this moment, it seemed that there was some sort of argument ahead. I advise those who are trying to take advantage of the situation to go back quickly and not waste their registration fees. Once registered, it is non-refundable. The 3 characters Shrek in Shrek Academy represent a type of monster soul beast, meaning that it only accepts monsters. What is a monster? A monster is a student who is more talented than a genius, with the minimum standard being to break through to the Great Soul Master level before the age of 12. If you haven't reached the Great Soul Master level or are over 12 years old, you should go home quickly. After saying this, he revealed a series of soul rings. White, yellow, purple, black. Indeed, a 6-ring soul emperor. You are committing fraud, using your power to intimidate others. I don't believe there is anyone who can break through to the Great Soul Master level before the age of 12. A middle-aged man with a child, although looking fearful, still retorted for the sake of the gold soul coins. Mubai, it's up to you. Li Yusong said to the golden-haired youth not far away in the tree. Okay, teacher. What? Still don't believe me? I, Dai Mubai, 14 years old. Shrek student, level 37 Assault System Battle Soul Master. Dai Mubai looked disdainfully at the middle-aged man who had a hint of fear on his face and released 3 soul rings. Yellow, purple. Sigh. What bad luck for me. Let us go. Dad will take you to another academy. The middle-aged man, seeing this, dare not cause any more trouble and quickly left with his child. Seeing this scene, some people who didn't meet the standards and were trying to take advantage also gradually withdrew. It was the same as Shrek Academy as it was elsewhere. The written regulations stated that those who do not meet the age requirements would not be allowed to participate in the assessment. Yet some still came with hopes of slipping through. The registration fee of 10 gold soul coins is quite a lot for ordinary people, but no one feels sorry for such people. Soon it was Tang San's turn to test his bone age. Chapter 51 Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy. Admissions Office. Although it was called the Admissions Office, it was just a temporary pavilion built in front of the village. Tang San, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass, Innate Full Soul Power. Level 29 Great Soul Master, age 12, Blue Silvergrass. The teacher in charge of the reception, Li Yusong, looked up in surprise at Tang San. Yes, teacher. It is Blue Silvergrass. Does this count as a monster? Tang San said calmly. Yes, but I'm curious how Blue Silvergrass is cultivated so quickly. Come here. Child, let me check your bone age. After saying this, he touched Tang San's hand. You've practiced the soul skill in your hand. Li Yusong said in astonishment. Then stretch out your calf. Let me take a look. Okay. Tang San cooperated. You're indeed 12 years old. You can go to the next round. Li Yusong said after checking. Wait a moment, teacher, we are together.
Tang Sen looked at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. However, Mo Wentian did not line up. It was fine for him to go in and take a look, but joining Shrek Academy was not an option for him. Moreover, he did not meet the age standards. Good, good. I didn't expect that this year a lot of little monsters have come. The dean will be so happy that he won't be able to sleep. Li Yusong looked at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing and could generally tell what level they were. Thus he was surprised. Xiao Wu then stepped forward and filled out the information. Xiao Wu, Martial Soul, Soft Bone Charm Rabbit, Innate Full Soul Power, Level 29 Great Soul Master. Another Innate Full Soul Power. When did Innate Full Soul Power become so common, like buying one and getting one free? At this point, Li Yusong was already numb with surprise. He touched Xiao Wu's palm and nodded. She is actually younger than Tang San. After saying this, he looked at Zhu Zhuqing and then at Mo Wentian beside him. Are you also registering? Looking at you, you should have exceeded the age requirement of 12 years, right? But if your soul power exceeds that of a soul master, it wouldn't hurt to ask the dean for an exception because you are all together. Li Yusong said to Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing. Mo Wentian was not angry and said calmly, Teacher, I am not the student who wants to enroll. She is. Some things cannot be judged by appearances. Beside him, Zhu Zhuqing's cold face showed a hint of blush that was hard to notice. Yes, teacher. Zhuqing is only 11.5 years old, a few months younger than me, said Xiao Wu, who was also helping to clarify. Well, in that case, come over and register. Li Yusong also felt he had been a bit too absolute. Zhu Zhuqing, 11.5 years old, Martial Soul, Dark Spirit Cat. Innate Level 9 Soul Power, Level 30 Soul Master. 11.5, Level 30 Soul Master. Li Yusong exclaimed in surprise as he read out Zhu Zhuqing's soul power level. It is known that, generally, the younger the age, the higher the soul power, and the greater the future achievements. Li Yusong had been astonished many times today. He then turned to Mo Wentian, who was watching the scene, as if he were looking at a golden soul coin. This young man, I see you have remarkable bones, and your soul power is not inferior to that of your companion. How old are you this year? Can you let me test you? If the age difference is not too great, I will personally help you plead with the dean. Thank you, but no need. I already have an academy. I came this time to accompany Zhuqing to see what the living environment is like. Montag Vencian politely declined. Well, that's really too bad, Li Yusong said disappointedly. At this moment, a sarcastic voice came through. Hee, I thought it was some genius, but can't even dare to take a test. Afraid of embarrassing yourself? At this time, Dai Mubai looked at Mo Wentian with eyes full of anger. How can an experienced player who often lingers in the flower bushes not notice Zhu Zhuqing's changes? Since Tang San's arrival, Dai Mubai had been paying attention to Zhu Zhuqing's transformation. Now, looking at Mo Wentian, how could he not understand? If you want to compete, I don't mind accompanying you to the end. Mo Wentian looked at Dai Mubai and said. 2 deep yellow soul rings also appeared on him, with a faint hint of purple on the second soul ring. The level of soul power was evidently that of a soul master. Come on. Who's afraid of whom? After saying that, he also released 3 soul rings, his momentum not inferior to Mo Wentian's. Dai Mubai was very angry at this moment, feeling a sense of green above his head. What kind of behavior is this? Step back, Mubai. Shrek Academy is not afraid of trouble, but we also don't provoke it lightly. Do you not understand any rules by acting like this in front of the academy? Li Yusong sternly reprimanded from the side. I'm sorry, teacher, I lost my composure. Dai Mubai took a deep breath, controlled his emotions, retracted his martial soul, and said apologetically. Mo Wentian observed the situation and decided to retract his martial soul. It's better not to cause trouble if it can be avoided. He agreed with the famous saying of Shrek Academy's Dean Flender. A soul master who doesn't dare to cause trouble is not a good soul master. However, he would add, if there's a problem, don't be afraid to face it. If there's no problem, don't go looking for trouble. In the blink of an eye, even the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda's martial soul appeared. The little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong, also passed the first round of assessment. Teacher, can I accompany Zhuqing to take a look inside? Once things settle down, I will leave. Also, I would like to discuss sponsorship with your dean on behalf of the demon sect. Mo Wentian saw that there were not many people around and requested Li Yusong. Since it wasn't an investment, but a sponsorship matter, the dean would likely be willing to talk to you. However, the dean is not in the academy right now and will only return in the evening. You should go in and keep your companions company for now. When the dean comes back, I will inform him to find you. Thank you. Mo Wentian wouldn't sponsor her for nothing. He was just considering that Zhu Zhuqing would be studying here for a while. And since she had no background here and her relationship with Dai Mubai wasn't good, he needed to find her support. Mo Wentian is not afraid of Flanders betraying him or being unfavorable to him. Douluo and his friend are currently waiting in the shadows of Shrek for Tang Hao's appearance. Although Douluo doesn't know why Mo Wentian is so certain that Tang Hao will show up. He doesn't doubt it and follows Mo Wentian's instructions to wait in the shadows early in the morning. After all, everyone has their own secrets. He also wonders if Tang Hao, who is hidden in the dark, will end up fighting the old poison. Thinking of Douluo, Mo Wentian can't help but wonder if they will discover each other in advance and start a fight. However, he then remembers that with the ultimate immortal pill, the poison Douluo has advanced to rank 94 title Douluo, and with a friend who has just advanced to title Douluo, even if they're not a match for Tang Hao in his prime, they should be able to protect themselves against the currently injured Tang Hao. That's right, yesterday, Douluo's friend was originally only a rank 89 Soul Daw, but after taking the immortal pill given by Poison Douluo, he successfully broke through to title Douluo. Douluo assured that his background is absolutely clean, and he has known this partner since childhood, so he can be trusted completely. Chapter 52. Soul Sage. The assessment has a total of 4 stages. In the second stage, everyone was informed that they could directly skip to the 4th stage. During this time, they encountered an uncle selling sausages. Mo Wentian recognized this uncle as Oscar, one of the future Shrek 7 monsters, who possesses innate, full soul power of the food system. Additionally, there's a little princess from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect who also entered the 4th stage early. When entering the 2nd stage, Oscar sold sausages right above Mo Wentian's head. For some unknown reason, Dai Mubai did not remind everyone and appeared absent-minded, not knowing what he was thinking. Although Mo Wentian knows where Oscar's sausages come from, he doesn't mind at all and buys 10 sausages at once, giving 1 each to Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ning Rongrong. He keeps 2 for himself. And Zhu Zhuqing also has 2 sausages forcibly stuffed in her hands by Mo Wentian from the Time and Space Divine Fate Ring. He took out seasonings like cumin and chili powder to sprinkle on them, and he started eating them 1 bite at a time, savoring the flavor. Oscar's sausages can be eaten like this? Dai Mubai's expression was strange. Although he secretly resented Mo Wentian for taking his fiancée, he couldn't help but feel curious about Mo Wentian's eating style, since no one mentioned the scene when Oscar summoned the sausages. The hungry crowd quickly finished the warm sausages in their hands. Mo Wentian knew how this sausage was made, but it wasn't hard to swallow. This sausage was clean and not some dark cuisine. It was just that the incantation was a bit lewd. Upon reaching the 4th level, he saw a middle-aged strong man who looked like a teacher, lounging comfortably in an old armchair, basking in the sun. Wow, there are quite a few little monsters this year. It seems Flander won't have to worry about finding the Monster Academy anymore. He'll be too happy to sleep. Mubai, I'll take over as the examiner for the 4th level. You could just watch from the side. The short and stout middle-aged man stood up, clenched his hands together, loosened his joints back and forth, and shook his neck as he spoke. Well, okay, Teacher Zhao Wujia, good luck to you all. Dai Mubai said with a sympathetic look at Tang San. Come on, you 5, if you can last a stick of incense's time against me, you pass the assessment. Zhao Wujia said without any modesty. Teacher Zhao Wujia, that cool kid isn't from our academy. He's here to discuss sponsorship for Shrek Academy with the principal. Dai Mubai reminded him from the side. Oh, kid, you're looking for the principal? He's not here. You don't seem very old, and your soul power is quite good. How about you practice with these students and spar with me? Upon hearing it was about sponsorship, Zhao Wujia's tone noticeably softened, but his itching hands couldn't help but speak up. All right, I'm happy to oblige. Mo Wentian was struggling to find an excuse to participate in the competition. He couldn't bear to see Zhu Zhuqing suffer any harm, even during the assessment. All right, I'll give you half a stick of incense's time to discuss tactics and get to know each other. If you can't pass my test, even if the dean comes, you won't be able to stay, Zhao Wujia said to Mo Wentian and the others. The group nodded. Tang San was the first to introduce himself. My name is Tang San. My martial soul is Blue Silvergrass, and I'm a level 29 control system soul master. You can call me Xiao San, just like you do with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu as in dance. My martial soul is the soft-boned enchanting rabbit, and I'm a level 29 attack system soul master. Xiao Wu added playfully. Hello everyone. My name is Ning Rongrong. My martial soul is the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, and I'm a level 26 support system soul master. Xiao Wu, you all are so amazing. You've reached the soul ancestor realm so quickly. Ning Rongrong, standing aside, was very polite and generously complimented them. Zhu Zhuqing.
My martial soul is the Nether Cat, and I'm a level 30 agility attack system soul master. Zhu Zhuqing remained aloof towards outsiders, even when it came to future classmates. Mo Wentian was a bit worried, as his butterfly effect might cause Zhu Zhuqing to have trouble integrating into this group. Hello everyone, my name is Mo Wentian. I am older than all of you, and Zhuqing calls me Brother Tian. You can call me Brother Tian, just like she does. Zhuqing is the youngest among you all, only 11 and a half years old. I can be considered a level 30 control system soul master, so I'll leave the tactical arrangements to you. Tang San. Montak Vincian. Although he had some research on tactics, deliberately gave Tang San a face-saving remark. Alright, since that's the case, I won't be polite. The auxiliary ability of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda is unmatched in the world, so Rong, you are our top priority. Zhuqing is the fastest and will take turns with Tiangu to protect your safety. Xiao Wu and I will coordinate as one strong attack system and one control system for the main offense, while Tiangu and Zhuqing will provide support. As long as we hold on for a stick of incense, we can consider ourselves victorious. Tang San did not understand Mo Wentian's martial soul, nor was the control system as simple as it seemed, so this arrangement was quite reasonable. As Mo Wentian put it, if you can make the enemy unable to move, that's the control system. It's even more perplexing than the strong attack system. Well, alright. However, I heard from my dad that teacher Zhao Wujia seemed to have been a Soul Emperor powerhouse 10 years ago. In the darkness, one person managed to escape from the siege of 16 Soul Emperor bishops from the Spirit Hall, successfully breaking through the encirclement, disappearing without a trace, and has been missing for decades. He is likely already a soul sage now. Even though he has been missing for decades, he is notorious on the continent, known as the Unmoving King, with the martial soul of the giant golden bear, which has extremely strong defense, but is not good at speed. I didn't expect him to be a teacher at Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong introduced Zhao Wujia's background and characteristics of his martial soul to everyone. I didn't expect we would be facing a soul sage powerhouse. I thought he would be similar to teacher Li Yusong outside, who is probably a Soul Emperor powerhouse. It seems we need to be extra careful. Tang San said solemnly. The 5 of them discussed their soul skills and worked out a more detailed strategy, with Mo Wentian also offering some insights. The others couldn't help but be enlightened. Little monsters, how's the discussion going? Time's up, let's get started. It's been a while since I've moved my muscles and bones, so let me loosen you up a bit, Zhao Wujia said, taking out a stick of incense, placing it on a nearby table, and provocatively challenging everyone in the open space. The others remained silent, their expressions heavy as they watched Zhao Wujia. Get into formation. Summon your martial souls. The 7 treasures are famous. The first is strength, the second is speed. Ning Rongrong first boosted Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing with 2 enhancements. Xiao Wu. Seeing that Zhao Wujia had no intention of attacking first, Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu. Received, second soul skill, Charm. Xiao Wu suddenly activated her first soul skill against Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia's eyes hesitated for just a moment, and before he could react, Tang San's first soul skill followed closely. First soul skill, Bind. I'm going to add some fire for you. Second soul skill, Medusa's Gaze. Mo Wentian saw Zhao Wujia momentarily caught off guard and bound like a dumpling, and couldn't help but take advantage of the situation. Before Zhu Zhuqing could step forward to assist, Xiao Wu. First soul skill, Waist Bow. Xiao Wu seized the opportunity to use her second soul skill, Waist Bow. She instantly appeared above the motionless Zhao Wujia, using the Waist Bow. It hurts like hell. Zhao Wujia instantly transformed into a small boat shape, his head almost touching his thighs, and he couldn't help but scream. As the 2 seconds of strong control time passed, before Zhao Wujia could break free from the restraints of the blue silvergrass, second soul skill, Ghostly 100 Claws. Zhu Zhuqing's Ghostly 100 Claws attacked in succession, instantly dealing another 100 points of damage to Zhao Wujia's sturdy body. Second soul skill, Medusa's Gaze, Xiao Wu. Mo Wentian used his second soul skill again, only to feel the soul skill vanish in an instant, and quickly shouted, self-created soul skill, 8-section throw. In an instant, Mo Wentian felt a significant reduction in pressure, while the unfortunate Zhao Wujia was being mercilessly tossed and turned in the air by Xiao Wu. This was the most violent throw in Xiao Wu's soft skills. Once the first throw was executed, there was almost no chance of resistance. With a thud, Zhao Wujia was kicked to the ground, face down, and his ding facing up, completely devoid of the dignity of a soul sage. Dust filled the air, and the fall was indeed quite harsh, making one wince just by watching. Suddenly,
An astonishing pressure emanated from Zhao Wujie. The blue-silver grass on his hands and feet instantly shattered into countless fragments. Very good, very good. You have successfully enraged me. Next, I will show you what true combat from a man looks like, Zhao Wujie said with a fierce expression as he looked at the few people. Although these soul skills were not very harmful to Zhao Wujie, they were extremely insulting. The expressions of the few people turned serious. As they did not expect, such a perfect combination would only inflict some superficial injuries on Zhao Wujie. Mo Wentian was not afraid. In the original work, Zhao Wujie had a fierce appearance, but a kind heart. He wouldn't truly harm anyone. However, he still looked serious as he faced Zhao Wujie. Although there wouldn't be any fatal injuries, it could easily turn into a beating. Even knowing he was outmatched, Mo Wentian stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Zhu Zhuqing. His martial soul transformed into the ghost vine parasitic sword form. Only with a sword in hand did Mo Wentian feel confident that he could protect himself with his speed and swordsmanship, along with the cooperation of Tang San and the others. Of course, it would be even better if Tang San could use hidden weapons. Chapter 53. Hidden weapons and sword techniques strike together. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong quickly enhanced Mo Wentian's strength and speed. Xiao Wu, step back, you all protect Rongrong, Tang San said, unwilling to be outdone as he stood in front of Xiao Wu. Why? I can protect myself, Xiao Wu replied, unhappily. I said I would always protect you. Tang San patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, and she obediently slowly retreated to Ning Rongrong's side. 7 treasures, glazed tile. First, strength. Second, speed. Ning Rongrong quickly provided Tang San with an enhancement as she looked enviously at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Oof. Do you think I'm not here? You little brats. Zhao Wujie's voice came over. Why not call us little bear cubs? Xiao Wu muttered, her thought process seemingly different from the others. Second soul skill, great strength diamond palm. Zhao Wujie glared at Xiao Wu, no longer daring to be careless, summoned his martial soul, and directly used his second soul skill against the nearest Tang San. Not good. Mo Wentian was greatly shocked and stepped forward using his self-created defensive sword technique. 7 sword gate to rescue Tang San. Ghost Shadow Mistrace. Tang San was not idle either. He did not expect Zhao Wujie to suddenly launch an attack with his soul skill, so he quickly activated Ghost Shadow Mistrace and Xian Jade Hand to defend. Bang! Huck! Tang San's Jade Hand clashed with Mo Wentian's Ghost Vine sword, and they tacitly retreated together after this attack. However, Zhao Wujie saw that the two were too fast and had no intention of pursuing them. Although he could catch up, it would be troublesome, so he adopted a different tactic. Ignoring Mo Wentian and the others, he pursued Ning Rongrong and the other 3 behind. Third soul skill, gravity enhancement. Before the two could react, Zhao Wujie cunningly smiled and used the gravity soul skill to restrict their movements. Ignoring Mo Wentian and the others, Zhao Wujie directly used his 4th soul skill, position tracking, locking onto Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. The 4th soul ring flew out and directly ensnared the unprepared Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu together. Once caught by the position tracking effect, within 100 meters, they could be instantly pulled closer using the jumping force. The two were instantly bound by the soul ring. The pressure made them gasp for air, unable to help but scream. Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, 2 anxious voices rang out simultaneously. The time isn't up yet. It's only been half a stick of incense. And you want to give up already? Zhao Wujie looked at the incense and saw that it was only halfway burned, laughing heartily. Let go of Zhuqing, Xiao Wu. Come at me. Another furious voice echoed in unison. Mo Wentian and Tang San exchanged surprised glances at the same time. You 2 little guys are quite in sync. Since that's the case, let's release them. As long as they withdraw from the battle. You 2 little loaches must fight me openly and honestly. No running away. If you can last until the end of an incense stick, it will still count. Zhao Wujie laughed heartily. All right. The 2 responded in unison. Splash. Indeed, the soul rings flew back to Zhao Wujie, and Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing instantly fell from midair. Mo Wentian and Tang San quickly embraced their respective partners. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were clearly injured and needed rest. Dai Mubai, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but twitch his lips. It was one thing for these 2 to show off their affection in front of him, but the problem was that one of them was his fiancée, Yi. Although he hadn't seen her many times, she was still officially his fiancée, Yi. Dai Mubai felt a wave of complexity in his heart. Rongrong, come over and help Zhuqing and Xiao Wu.
Mo when Tian, with a bad expression, said, good brother Tian, you all be careful. Mo when Tian stuffed a healing pill into the mouths of Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, one for each. Only then could the two barely stand with the help of Ning Rongrong's body. A hint of surprise flashed in Tang San's eyes. This was the first time he had seen a healing pill on the Douluo continent. However, he didn't rashly ask about it, as everyone has their own secrets. Xiao San, don't hold back anymore. I know you have more tricks up your sleeve. Mo Wentian said gravely. Tiange, you too. Seeing that Mo Wentian actually used the precious healing elixir to heal Xiao Wu, he felt very grateful and couldn't help but call out to Tiange. Don't act like a woman, dragging it out. If we keep stalling, we'll almost run out of incense. Zhao Wujia, seeing this, interrupted the two unhappily and took out another stick of incense, breaking it into two pieces and lighting it again. The two were speechless. You two little monsters are so hard to deal with. If I don't use my martial soul's true form, it really won't be easy to handle you two. Let's get started. After lighting the incense, Zhao Wujia quickly moved to the center of the arena and said, all right, Xiao San. Mo and Tian's eyes moved slightly as he directly said, second soul skill, parasitism. In an instant, Zhao Wuji was wrapped up again by the blue silvergrass. It turned out to be the seeds left behind when the blue silvergrass shattered, just now. 7 swords break. Mo Wentian hesitated for a moment before directly using his strongest self-created soul skill. The long sword in his hand suddenly grew several times larger and split into 7 blades, 2 of which looked even sharper than true sword martial souls. He directly thrust towards Zhao Wujia's chest. Tang San, not knowing where he got so many hidden weapons, shot them toward Zhao Wujia like a rain of pear blossoms. His soul power controlled the hidden weapons as if it were free. Damn, is he trying to kill me? First soul skill, immovable king body. Instantly bursting through the control of the blue silvergrass, a strong golden light erupted. Rebounding the attacks suffered within 3 meters around him. Fortunately, Mo Wentian's long sword and Tang San's hidden weapons relied on weapon damage, rather than direct damage. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured. For soul skill, position tracking. However, Mo Wentian's figure moved like a charm, executing the celestial step, while the sword of faith and the sword of hope among the 7 swords were completely unaffected, directly piercing Zhao Wujia's 2 thighs. Ah damn, you little brat. You're so ruthless. Caught off guard, Zhao Wujia immediately clutched his bleeding thigh. Fortunately, Zhao Wujia's immovable king body had extremely strong defense. He only made 2 small holes on the edge of his thigh, and nothing more. There's something even harsher. Be careful, Teacher Zhao. Seeing this, Tang San did not hold back either. Before he finished speaking, several golden needle-like hidden weapons had already flown toward Zhao Wujia's face. Poochie. Ah, damn insidious. Ah, it hurts so much. Zhao Wujia's 4th soul skill was immediately, and he quickly covered his wound to block his face, but it was too late. He was still pierced by a few needles, each sinking into his flesh. Cursing in pain, he fell to the ground, unable to get up. Ugh, you guys are impressive. Beside him, Dai Mubai was dumbfounded. Someone known for their defensive power like Zhao Wujia was actually breached by 2 little kids today. Zhao Wujia lay on the ground, not knowing whether he was too embarrassed to get up or if he was really in too much pain, rolling around on the ground. Tang San went over to retrieve the dragon beard needle, while Mo Wentian also stuffed a healing pill into Zhao Wujia's mouth, but Zhao Wujia still couldn't get up. Covering his face with both hands, if one looked closely, it was easy to see that Zhao Wujia's face was covered in bruises. Teacher Zhao, the time is up. Can we say we've passed? Tang San glanced at the burnt incense and asked, there will be plenty of opportunities to fix you in the future. I'm leaving Mubai. Take them to get familiar with the dormitory. After saying that, he turned and ran off, disappearing without a trace. But it was also a roundabout acknowledgement that they had passed the assessment. The few of them exchanged smiles and went to check out the dormitory. At this moment, Dai Mubai no longer wanted to show any hostility towards Mo Wentian. Her gaze towards Mo Wentian and Tang San was filled with caution. These two are too ruthless. They hit without striking the face, and they scold without exposing weaknesses. Each one is more ruthless than the last. Chapter 54. Late night, in the woods the sky was getting dark, and the moon was about to rise. Shrek Academy. Principal's office. Principal of Shrek. I am here, representing our demon sect, to sponsor Shrek Academy. Of course, this is also because Zhu Zhuqing, a disciple of the demon sect, will be studying here in the future, so we decided to sponsor Shrek Academy with 50,000 gold soul coins for free. Mo, when Tian spoke to the Shrek Academy's Dean Flinder across from him. Ah, thank you so much. The Demon Gate truly deserves its reputation as one of the top forces on the continent. I have long admired the Demon Gate, and I never expected to be able to reach a cooperation with your esteemed organization today. It is truly an honor. Flinder looked like a shrewd businessman with retro glasses, a waxy complexion, and a cunning expression, speaking with a courteous demeanor. However, he was thinking to himself that this was a good opportunity. It seemed he was in for a stroke of luck, and he wouldn't pass up a windfall. It wasn't impossible to genuinely cooperate with the Demon Gate. They could acquire Shrek Academy and would initially invest 5 million gold soul coins to develop Shrek Academy. He wondered how the Dean felt about that. And Mo and Tian sat across from the Dean's desk with a smile at the corner of his mouth, as if 5 million was a casual matter for him. God, 5 million? Are you sure it's not 55? But forget it. The teachers at Shrek Academy are used to being casual and don't like to be constrained. My dream is to make Shrek Academy flourish. With the purpose of teaching and nurturing, I don't want it to become a means of profit for capital. Flinder's eyes sparkled with excitement. 5 million, not 500,000. Indeed, when a big shot lets slip through his fingers, it's the lifelong goal for poor folks like us. Mo and Tian had long anticipated that Flander would react this way. One of the reasons for Flander's financial strain in the original work was his reluctance to provide talent for the kingdom, which led to a lack of investment. The conditions can be discussed slowly. My goal is not to make the Shrek Academy a tool for the Spirit Hall, but rather to rely on voluntary participation. Moreover, not everyone can enter the Spirit Hall. I can guarantee the title of a high-level academy for Shrek Academy, allowing Shrek's students to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition and provide a simulated training environment. Dean Shrek, you will still be the Dean, and all expenses of the Academy will be covered by the Spirit Hall. You will still be the Dean and can hold a 10 stake in the Academy. And aside from expenses, you will also receive a monthly living allowance of 3,000 gold soul coins. What do you think? Will you consider it? Mo, when Tian's voice seemed to be filled with magic. At this moment, Flanders had already begun to daydream. He showed no signs of being a soul sage. He had imagined himself becoming the headmaster of the continent's top academy, receiving the awed gazes of thousands of students. Upon returning to his office, his desk was piled high with gold soul coins, and there were 2 beautiful maidservants attending to him. Hey, cough, cough, excuse me, I have no objections. No objections. Such a proposal is not bad at all. I agree with what you said, but we will need to discuss the specifics with the other teachers tomorrow. As for the issue of compensation, the teachers at Shrek Academy need to have a living expense of over 1,000 gold soul coins per month. If you agree, I will call them tomorrow to discuss, and we can handle the transfer procedures for the specifics. Flanders didn't forget to take one last jab. All right, even if you don't mention it, the demon sect won't mistreat the teachers of Shrek Academy in terms of compensation. Mo Winiang expressed no objections, but he had actually given it some thought. Acquiring Shrek Academy, if it could still become the #1 Soul Master Academy on the continent like in the original work, would definitely enhance his reputation and status as the hidden boss. Unlike the identity of the leader of the demon sect, which he couldn't reveal due to insufficient strength, exposing his identity could destabilize the lower ranks. However, the identity of the hidden boss of Shrek Academy could be made public, and once exposed, it would be known throughout the continent. In this way, the restrictions of the 6th Spirit Ring would surely be lifted. The 6th leaf of the 7 leaves grass represents prestige, fame, and status. Bang! Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia. Not far away, in Zhao Wujia's room, the window suddenly opened as he was applying medicine. 2 unfamiliar soul power fluctuations came, detectable only by soul masters above the soul sage level. Who is it? Zhao Wujia thought it was an old enemy coming to seek revenge, fearing it would affect the academy's students. So he chased after it and arrived at the back mountain outside the academy. Flinder, who was discussing matters with Mo Winiang, also changed his expression and summoned his martial soul, the 4-eyed cat eagle, to pursue as well. Mo Wentian had long suspected this and did not dwell on the past. It was merely Tang Hao seeking Zhao Wuji to settle scores and establish his authority. He dealt with the younger ones before confronting the older ones. Mo Wentian, however, did not know that waiting in the back mountain were not only Tang Hao, a titled Douluo, but also the poisoned Douluo, who had secretly completed a deal with Tang Hao. Tang Hao was familiar with this friend of the poisoned Douluo, so the transaction went exceptionally smoothly, without even a contest taking place before they reached an agreement. Old Jack, why are you here? We're going to deal with this little bear. What are you doing here? Tang Hao, cloaked in a robe, seemed quite familiar with the poisoned Douluo's friend. I can't just stand by while our genius from the demon sect is being bullied. Besides, that kid Xiao San has grown up under my watch. Isn't it reasonable for me to teach him a lesson? Old Jack, hunched over, was neatly dressed with meticulously combed hair, forming a stark contrast to the disheveled Tang Hao. Indeed, he was the village chief Jack from Holy Soul Village. Now a 90th level titled Douluo. After speaking, both of them turned to look at the poisoned Douluo. Old Jack was about the same age as Douluo, and their soul power was not much different either. However, Old Jack's martial soul was damaged, preventing him from advancing in soul power. So he withdrew from the Soul Master world to retire in Holy Soul Village. After encountering the severely injured Tang Hao and saving him and his son from the Spear Hall's search, he took advantage of his position as village chief to give Tang Hao a new identity. This is also why Tang Hao resided in Holy Soul Village. The reason Old Jack dared to scold the titled Douluo Tang Hao was that, although his martial soul was damaged, his strength was not much weaker than the severely injured Tang Hao at that time. Tang Hao allowed Old Jack to scold him partly because Old Jack was his savior. That little monster is an important figure in our demon sect. If he's bullied, how could I, the first powerhouse in the open of our demon sect, not come? The poisoned Douluo, seeing the two looking at him, stroked his beard and said, "How many titled Douluo does your demon sect have? I never expected you, Old Jack, to also be one of them." Tang Hao couldn't help but marvel at the mystery of the demon sect as he looked at the two. There's no way to repay the grace of rebirth. I can only serve the demon sect. Otherwise, who knows when my old friend might throw a few poisonous snakes into my bed in Holy Soul Village to scare me. Old Jack seemed particularly happy, as he had been at the Spirit Douluo level for more than a decade, and had become disheartened, but unexpectedly managed to break through to the titled Douluo level. How could he not be happy? While the three were talking, a raucous voice came from nearby. "Damn it, get out here, you bastard playing tricks. Oomph, little bear, we're out now. What can you do to us?" The poisoned Douluo stepped forward first, and his 9 rings of soul power emerged, scaring Zhao Wujia into shivering, unable to move as if his feet were filled with lead. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Before he could catch his breath, Tang Hao and Old Jack stepped out one by one, each with a soul ring, exuding an even more imposing aura. Chapter 55, Stardew Forest, Shrek Academy. In the back mountain woods, Zhao Wujia looked at the first 8 best soul rings appearing around Tang Hao and Old Jack, thinking it was over. Suddenly, a dazzling red ring appeared around Tang Hao. Zhao Wujia instantly collapsed, feeling the pressure from the 3 titled Douluo before him. Flinder couldn't help but wonder if titled Douluo were as common as cabbages. 3 lords, I wonder what brings you to Shrek. Flinder hasn't been very hospitable. Please forgive me. It seems there is some misunderstanding. Flinder deduced from the martial soul that the one glowing with green light was the poisoned Douluo, the openly recognized strongest of the demon sect. Upon seeing one of the martial souls crackling with electricity, he was even more shocked. I've met Lord Haotian. W what? Haotian. Lord I. Did I do something wrong and offend the 3 lords? At this moment, Zhao Wujia felt like he wanted to die. Nothing wrong. You did well. However, since you bullied a little brat, the old ones naturally have to come out and talk some sense into you. It's been a while since we stretched our muscles, don't you think, little bear? Tang Hao said in a strange tone, instantly pressuring Zhao Wujia to stagger. I'm sorry, Tang-san, no wonder. Please spare me this time, my lords. I won't dare again. Zhao Wujia quickly bowed and apologized. Even if I don't deal with you for Xiao San's sake, you should consider the opinions of this lord and the poisoned Douluo. You've offended not only the son of the demon sect's demon king, but also his future daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia quickly looked at Flinder. Boss Flinder, you can't just leave me out of this. Well, just bear with it. I can't help you. But don't worry. The 3 lords won't take your life. You're tough. Just let them vent their anger on you. Flinder comforted him without any sense of loyalty. Don't worry. Haha. We won't use martial souls. We just want to stretch your muscles. The poisoned Douluo chimed in, stirring up trouble without fear. At this moment, Zhao Wujia's heart was crumbling, feeling that these seniors were not adhering to martial ethics, bullying a young man like him. Soon in the back mountain woods, a series of wails like ghosts and wolves erupted. Was it a decline in morality or a distortion of humanity? Flinder mourned for Zhao Wujia. He had heard about the earlier match, where several youngsters had beaten Zhao Wujia, who was being careless. Although a few students were accidentally injured in the process, Zhao Wujia's injuries were even more severe. Zhao Wujia had wanted to stretch his muscles during the day, and now 3 titled Douluo were very understanding and,
considerate in helping him stretch his muscles in the evening. Such treatment was unique in the entire continent, and he couldn't help but sigh about how difficult it was to manage this batch of students, each of whom had a more frightening identity than the last. Tang San and Xiao Wu were obvious. Tang San's father was the youngest titled Douluo on the continent and a direct disciple of the #1 sect, Haoqian sect. Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, was the #1 support sect on the continent. Even Zhu Zhuqing was a genius from the continent's most promising emerging top sect, and seeing Mo Wentian represent the demon sect to acquire Shrek and have the poisoned Douluo vent his anger for him, his identity was not simple either. There wasn't a single ordinary person. Flinder felt overwhelmed. In the temporary accommodation room of Shrek Academy, Mo Wentian, who had listened to an hour of screams, finally fell into a deep sleep with an unusual expression. The next day, in the morning, Mo Wentian was pulled out of bed by Douluo Little Monster. You sleep so comfortably. I, the old poisoned Douluo, am venting my anger for you. And you're here, sleeping soundly. Come on, let us go get your third spirit ring. Douluo knew that Mo Wentian could obtain a spirit ring when contacting him secretly. Why are you sleeping? I don't want to enter the state of comprehending sword techniques. Let's go. Oh, and bring Zhu Qing along. As Mo Wentian got up, ready to go to the Stardow Forest with the poisoned Douluo to obtain the spirit ring, he remembered Zhu Zhuqing, who hadn't obtained a spirit ring for a while, saying, "This is fine. You really are something, managing to snag a wife without any effort. I used to think you had a personality like mine, and was always worried you couldn't find a girlfriend." Poisoned Douluo saw that Mo Wentian was emotionally dull in the past and had really put in a lot of effort. After spending so long together, he had already regarded Mo Wentian as his grandson. How could he possibly refuse to help his future granddaughter-in-law obtain a spirit ring? Mo Wentian brought Douluo to Flinder's office to explain the situation regarding Zhu Zhuqing obtaining her soul ring, and all the teachers were present. Flinder had already discussed this with the teachers and was willing to accept support from the Evil Spirit Hall. Douluo was somewhat surprised. All these academy teachers were extraordinary. The lowest among them were Soul Emperors, and it was rare to see even a few Soul Emperors in the Evil Spirit Hall. Having met the poisoned Douluo, we have already discussed and are willing to cooperate with your sect, so when shall we? Haha, that. Flinder said with a mischievous grin while rubbing his fingers together. You're asking me about such a trivial matter? Just discuss it with the little monster. Douluo replied with a grim expression. On the way, Mo Wentian shared his plans with Douluo, who naturally knew about the investment in Shrek Academy. Over the years, Douluo had been thriving, becoming well-known among titled Douluos, and had privately defeated his old rival. Naturally, he did not suffer injuries as described in the original work, nor was he saved by Prince Xue. However, asking him to come up with 5 million gold soul coins was clearly beyond his means, and Flinder's request was quite embarrassing for him. Ahem, such a trivial matter can be discussed with the dean. It's better not to trouble the poisoned Douluo. Ahem. Don't ask about it, if the heavens don't say anything. But once it's said, I found that the expression on poisoned Douluo's face became even worse. Yes, sorry. Your Excellency said. Flinder was a bit confused, but he quickly agreed. This is the total starting fund of the Academy, 5 million gold soul coins. You can handle it as you see fit. I believe in Dean Flinder's ability to maximize the funds. Mo Wentian did not linger on this topic for long and directly handed 5 black gold cards to Flinder. Holding the 5 gold cards in his hand, Flinder was extremely excited and said emotionally, "Thank you, young Master Mo. I will definitely not disappoint the cultivation of the Demon Gate." Having received the gold soul coins, Flinder had already regarded himself as a member of the Demon Gate without Mo Wentian's consent. It's fine, just work hard. I believe that Shrek Academy will thrive under our leadership. By the way, Dean, if there is nothing else, I'll take His Excellency the Poisoned Douluo and Zhu Zhuqing to the Stardow Forest to obtain the third soul ring. Mo Wentian didn't want to show off in front of this group of soul saints and soul emperors. It was too oppressive, so he took the opportunity to suggest leaving. 2 days later, on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, 2 men and 1 woman, 1 old and 2 young, arrive at the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Chapter 56. Holy Son Luo Sheng Little Monster. Your martial soul is indeed strange, with so many limitations. It's just you who can cultivate so quickly and still have time to study swordsmanship. If it were me, I really wouldn't know how to cultivate well. You've been at the Soul Master level for so long, and after the Soul Ring breakthrough, it surely won't be as simple as just breaking through to level 31. After entering the Stardow Forest, Douluo remained relaxed and careless, looking at Mo Wentian and couldn't help
but admire Mo Wentian's immense talent. Old Poison, you're almost a super title level powerhouse, yet you still envy me, a mere soul master. This really leaves me at a loss for how to respond to you, haha. Mo Wentian was in a good mood, chatting and laughing with Poison Douluo along the way. Zhu Zhuqing, who was beside him, couldn't help but smile. She felt incredibly proud that her lover could earn the admiration of a title Douluo. The two of them were within a meter of Poison Douluo, so they didn't have to worry about safety too much. Let's quickly find a suitable spirit ring and head back. Old Jack is probably waiting anxiously in Heavendo City. We had already agreed to go deep into the Sunset Forest together to get him the 9th spirit ring. For the little monster I made him wait alone in Heavendo City. Poison Douluo said, and began to speed up, with Zhu Zhuqing following suit. As the sky darkened, the moonlight on Douluo continent was bright. The night enveloped the Stardow Forest, which was peaceful. However, this peace was merely a superficial illusion. The dangers often lurked beneath the calm surface. As they slowly entered the central area, Douluo Bo's expression began to turn serious. You must remember, when entering the Stardow Forest for training without protection, you must always pay attention to the movements around you. Be careful, and also be wary of encountering other spirit masters. Never approach unfamiliar people. The most dangerous here isn't the spirit beasts, but the spirit masters. At least half of those who died while hunting spirit rings in the Stardow Forest perished at the hands of their fellow human spirit masters. There are no imperial rules here, nor the constraints of the spirit hall. The only rule here is the survival of the fittest. Poison Douluo took the time to educate the two along the way. Yes, we will be careful, Zhu Zhuqing replied obediently. Someone's ahead, be cautious. You two stay here. I'll go check the situation. Douluo Bo suddenly changed his expression, sensing that there seemed to be a camp about 100 meters ahead, with quite a few spirit masters inside, including 3 powerful soul Douluos. Moreover, the fluctuations of their spirit power carried a familiar trace of evil energy. He instructed Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing to wait here while he went ahead to assess the situation. All right, be extra careful, and try to avoid conflict. Mo Wentian's soul power is far beyond that of ordinary people, and he clearly sensed something. Even if he wanted to leave now, the other side would notice and come check, so it was safer for the Poison Douluo to go alone. He could also pressure the other side with his momentum, making them dare not act rashly. If he brought along his 2 burdens, it would only give the other side a chance to underestimate them. After all, the opponent had the advantage in numbers, and even if they had a title Douluo on their side, the 2 of them would still provide the opponent with a handle to grasp. You two hide your presence well. Douluo Bo also went to investigate with a serious expression. Holy Sun, I must thank you for helping me break through to the 41st level Soul Master realm. A seductive girl, about 17 or 18 years old, seemed to have just broken through and was thanking a handsome young man with white hair and white clothes. The white-haired man looked to be about the same age as Mo Wentian. No need. I brought you out not to help you obtain spirit rings, but to have you accompany me in seeking revenge. Your swift advancement to Soul Master is the greatest gratitude you can give me. I want to ensure that nothing goes wrong and lead you to defeat them with absolute superiority. Then use the heads of all members of the Tiando royal team to honor the spirits of my Luo men, said the white-haired man with hatred. Who are you? The 3 Soul Daw suddenly became vigilant and looked around, guarding the Holy Sun Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng also looked seriously at the hiding place of the Poison Douluo. It turned out to be the Poison Douluo who heard him say he wanted to use the members of the Tiando royal team to honor the spirits of Luo men. This was serious. After all, Douluo was the vice-captain of the Tiando royal team, and even Mo Wentian was a substitute member of the Tiando royal team. Seeing that he had accidentally exposed his position, the Poison Douluo simply walked out. A circle of spirit rings appeared around him. Title Douluo. One of the Soul Daw stepped forward and clasped his fists as he asked, appearing with 8 rings of the best spirit ring configuration. The Poison Douluo thought to himself that Tang Hao and Old Jack setup looked quite impressive and had a lot of pressure. He had never thought of this before. But on the surface, he maintained a dignified appearance. Why do I need you to ask what I'm doing? This area is mine now. If you want to hunt spirit beasts, go to another area. The Poison Douluo said unreasonably with a snort. Senior, this doesn't seem right. We were here first. Holy Sun Luo Sheng said with a somewhat unsightly face. It seemed he was quite unafraid and did not show much apprehension. My word is righteousness, whether to yield or not. Do you think I, a dignified title Douluo, have no face at all? The Poison Douluo initially wanted to fight and check the strength of the few people,
But seeing that the leading youth seemed unafraid and was indeed the center of this group, he feared that if a fight broke out, he might not be able to control the situation and take care of Mo Wentian and the other two. So he changed his mind. All right, since you say so, we'll give you some face. I am Luo Shang, and I hope the senior will not speak of what you heard today. Otherwise, the force behind me also has title Douluo level combat power and can fight with you. Luo Min was polite, advancing and retreating with reason, seeming to take a step back. But his words were not without a hint of threat, and his momentum was not weak at all. Oomph. You dare to threaten me. The poison Douluo was displeased. It seemed he was being given face, but it felt like charity to him. We dare not. We will leave. Although it appeared they were afraid, they were actually retreating with a measure, and soon the group packed up their camp and left this area in the opposite direction. After the poison Douluo saw them leave, he pondered. This group had a total of 10 people, 3 old men and 7 young people, all around 17 or 18 years old. Each had strong soul power, with 4 soul masters and 3 soul kings among them. Their talents were not inferior to his granddaughter Douluo, and only a little monster could surpass them. But even then, they could only reach Soul King at this age, similar to those 3 Soul Kings. Among them, the Holy Sun was one of the 3 Soul Kings. It seemed that the little monster had encountered a rival. Although this group also had a trace of evil Soul Master aura, their soul power showed no signs of being forcefully enhanced, indicating some connection to evil Soul Masters. Douluo muttered to himself. Returning along the same path, Douluo felt it necessary to remind Mo Wentian. Chapter 57. The Third Spirit Ring in a relatively hidden place. Behind a giant rock. Zhu Qing, you wait here. I'll go check the situation. With my speed, I can still. What can you do? Young man, you have no patience at all. You're still too impetuous. It seems you need to train more. Before Mo Wentian could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the somewhat stern voice of the returning Douluo, clearly dissatisfied with Mo Wentian's performance. Well, I was just worried that something unexpected might happen to you, old poison. Mo Wentian did not argue and said, what kind of accidents can I encounter? Forget it. I can't be so impulsive in the future. Hearing Mo Wentian's words, Douluo felt a bit moved and refrained from lecturing him further. It can be said that Mo Wentian, the current leader of the demon sect, is merely in charge of most of the sect's pill resources and economy, and is now just a nominal leader with almost no real power. Of course, this is also because Mo Wentian is too lazy to manage and has become a hands-off manager. Core members, Father Mo Jun, the Demon Lord, the actual controller of the demon sect, someone not to be trifled with. Core members, Sister Mo Yudi, the Sword Fairy, who has been bullied since childhood, and Mo Wentian also feels she is not to be trifled with. Core members, Mother Dong Rualing, the logistics head, who is gentle but still not to be trifled with. Core members, Title Douluo, Poison Douluo, the strongest in the demon sect, truly not to be trifled with. As for Old Jack, Yi Lingling, Yi Phoenix, and Douluo, they can only be considered internal members. Hearing Douluo's words, Mo Wentian couldn't help but awkwardly scratch his head. The usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but laugh when she saw Mo Wentian, who usually had everything under control, in such a predicament. Old poison. What was the situation earlier? Mo Wentian felt even more awkward and couldn't help but change the subject. Don't worry, it's fine now. But who knows what will happen in the future? In front of us are 3 Contra and a team of 7 talented soul masters. The fluctuations in their soul power suggest a close relationship with the evil soul masters. I just managed to scare them off. Douluo said somewhat proudly. Scare them off? What happened? Mo Wentian couldn't help but question. Douluo then truthfully told Mo Wentian and the others everything he had heard and what had happened. These people haven't been heard of before. They should be reclusive individuals, perhaps closely related to the evil Soul Master organization. They probably don't know your background either. After all, you only revealed your soul ring without summoning your martial soul. Otherwise, things might not have ended well today. The Stardow Forest is fraught with danger, and no one knows when the threat will strike. So that so-called Saint Sun must have considered that fighting you would bring unnecessary trouble, which is why he retreated. It seems we should inform Lingling and Sister Yin Yin in advance. Let's start looking for suitable soul rings overnight, and Old Poison should join us to speed things up. Mo Wentian analyzed based on the words of the Poison Douluo. Although Mo Wentian sometimes becomes careless and underestimates his opponents, overly relying on his lightness skill, he had to admit that in terms of speed, he was still far inferior to the title Douluo. All right, let's go. After speaking, Mo Wentian took Zhu Zhuqing's hand, while Douluo held on to Mo Wentian, and the three of them held hands as they moved inward, with Douluo leading. They indeed moved much faster than if they were walking on their own. Along the way, Douluo avoided many unsuitable soul beasts. With the mental strength and speed of a titled Douluo, the search speed was quite fast. 2 hours later, Douluo suddenly stopped. Shoo! Douluo made a silent gesture and pointed to two soul beasts that were fighting not far away. After enveloping himself in soul power, Douluo continued. This is actually a soul beast over 1,000 years old, the dark spirit cat tiger, which can contend with a top-tier soul beast, the ice serpent phosphor dragon. That is over 4,000 years old. It seems to have undergone some kind of mutation. Otherwise, its speed wouldn't be so fast. Yes, both of these soul beasts are top-tier. One excels in speed, while the other is known for its defense. Mo Wentian couldn't help but speak up upon seeing the situation. The three of them looked over and discovered that the two soul beasts were currently unable to harm each other. However, it was still evident that the ice serpent phosphor dragon held a clear advantage, yet couldn't take down the dark spirit cat tiger, which excelled in speed. Zhu Qing, your soul ring has been found. The dark spirit cat tiger's rank is said to be above that of the nether spirit cat. Perhaps your martial soul might take this opportunity to achieve a second evolution. The other one is also good and qualifies to be my third soul ring. Mo Wentian knows that Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul is undergoing evolution after consuming the top-grade immortal pill, but it is relatively slow and requires a process. Now, this opportunity can greatly shorten that process. Alright, I also think the soul beast is very suitable as my third soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing also has a kind of illusion. Ever since she saw this dark spirit cat tiger, her martial soul seems to be stirring with excitement, and even the speed of evolution has increased significantly. Old poison. Don't dawdle. These two soul beasts have suitable age. Both are top-level soul beasts, and it still requires your intervention. Mo Wentian suddenly found himself in trouble when he was caught off guard by the ice flood dragon, which struck him with a tail swipe. After stumbling to his feet, he already showed signs of defeat and couldn't help but say anxiously, sigh, young people are always so impetuous. Leave it to me. I'm just a worker in this life. I didn't expect your luck to be this good. The poisoned Douluo couldn't help but feel a bit self-deprecating and envious. He knew that with Mo Wentian's current physique, not to mention a soul beast of over 4,000 years, even a 6,000-year-old soul beast could potentially be absorbed. However, the quality of soul rings and soul skills isn't solely determined by their age. A soul skill from a top-tier soul beast of 4,000 years would still be superior to that of an ordinary soul beast of 6,000 years. The dark spirit cat tiger also belonged to the top-tier soul beasts and was extremely lethal, being one of the most elite assassins among soul beasts. With incredible speed and formidable attack power, it wasn't afraid of other soul beasts that were stronger than itself, often managing to defeat stronger opponents in battles. The poisoned Douluo didn't take it lightly and immediately unleashed his martial soul's true form, the Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor. He swung his massive tail, delivering a tail swipe that sent the ice flood dragon crashing into a nearby boulder, breaking several giant trees along the way. The Emerald Scale Serpent turned around and bit the dark spirit cat tiger, releasing a burst of toxic mist energy. The dark spirit cat tiger instantly became weak. Quickly kill it. Almost lost control. Douluo reminded Zhu Zhuqing, who was still in a daze nearby. Oh wow, so powerful. Is this the strength of a titled Douluo? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in shock as she came to her senses. Mo Wentian handed over a finely crafted dagger, clearly made of extraordinary materials. Zhu Zhuqing was about to step forward to end the life of the dark spirit cat tiger, but she noticed the pleading tears in its eyes and couldn't help but hesitate. Zhuqing, Mo Wentian, well aware of the rules of this world, couldn't help but remind. Zhu Zhuqing was also not soft-hearted. With a whoosh, a dazzling purple soul ring floated up from the soul beast. Without hesitation, she sat cross-legged and began to absorb the soul ring. 10 minutes later, on the other side, the poisoned Douluo quickly finished his battle as well, dragging over the ice dragon phosphor beast's horn with both hands. He was still cursing, damn, this guy is really tough, my hands are sore from it. With a thud, dust flew up, cough cough. Luckily, he was a few meters away from Zhu Zhuqing, who was absorbing the soul ring. Otherwise, the dust would have been unbearable. Mo Wentian coughed a few times and cast a somewhat resentful glance at the poisoned Douluo. Haha, sorry, it wasn't intentional. Come on, let's quickly end this guy's life. Mo Wentian, considering the soul ring, chose not to hold it against this old man. Of course, in reality, it was also because he couldn't defeat him. Otherwise, he would definitely make him understand why the flowers are so red. He took out a dagger that glimmered with cold light from his ring and plunged it into the 7-inch position of the ice serpent phosphor dragon, which was filled with a desperate desire for an early end to its life. This ended the life of the pitiful soul beast, whose eyes were filled with a longing for release. From this, one can see how tragic the ice serpent phosphor dragon was after being attacked by the poisoned Douluo. Chapter 58, Two Soul Bones. The purple soul ring lit up, and sitting cross-legged, Mo Wentian began to absorb the soul ring. Mo Wentian was not prepared to use the 9-leaf sword grass right now. Perhaps for other martial souls, taking celestial grade items earlier is better. But the 7-leaf grass martial soul is different. Currently, it has only utilized the properties of poison and resilience. Its healing ability, although not weak, has not been put to use except for alleviating the toxins in his own martial soul. Therefore, it is rarely used. After consuming 3 celestial grade items, Mo Wentian's 7-leaf grass martial soul had an incredibly solid foundation, compensating for its deficiencies. However, the medicinal power accumulated within him was too strong, making it insufficient to take another celestial grade item in a short period. If he forced himself to take it with Mo Wentian's body strength, he wouldn't explode and die, but he would lose most of the medicinal power of the 9-leaf sword grass, which he naturally was reluctant to do. Celestial grade items are not unusable repeatedly. Rather, their medicinal power is too potent, and generally ordinary soul masters can only withstand the power of 1 celestial grade item at most. The 2 celestial grade items Mo Wentian consumed, the Gaze of Autumn and the Ice and Fire, clearly do not fall into this category, primarily serving to solidify his foundation. However, the soul power enhancement from consuming 3 celestial grade items is still above that of a single celestial grade item, thus accumulating a significant amount of medicinal power. Clearly, now is not the time to consume more. As the nameless technique operated, his soul power began to draw on the soul rings, slowly absorbing the energy within them. 2 hours later, Mo Wentian successfully absorbed the 3rd soul ring in peace, and the 3rd leaf of the 7-leaf grass martial soul bloomed. The reward brought to Mo Wentian was a wonderful special ability, as his sword intent entered an unknown marvelous realm. Mo Wentian was still unsure whether this special ability was brought by the martial soul. In this state, cultivating soul power would yield results several times greater than usual, and he finally comprehended the last ultimate move, the Annihilation Sword technique. However, he would not use it unless in a dangerous situation, because using it would mean a life or death scenario. Mo Wentian named it the Annihilation Sword technique, believing that it would soon be perfected and form a systematic skill. At the same time, Mo Wentian had some guesses about the 7-leaf grass martial soul, believing that its future achievements were limitless. Just as Mo Wentian suspected, the 7-leaf grass brought the following abilities. The first leaf enhanced his soul skill capabilities, granting him a soul skill similar to Tang San's 5th soul skill, the blue-silver Emperor Spear. The second leaf provided him with the ability to break through mental power limitations, significantly enhancing his mental power, raising it 2 major levels above his soul power without consuming the autumn water dew. The ability of the 3rd leaf was even more astonishing, albeit hidden. It doubled his comprehension and, by chance, allowed Mo Wentian to grasp the threshold of the 1st realm of the sword realm, the Ruthless realm. When the 3rd leaf bloomed, an imperceptible beam of light silently entered Mo Wentian's mind. The change brought by this beam was the doubling of his comprehension. Mo Wentian just felt that his mind had become much clearer. He stood up, unaware of the fortune he was in, and shook his head with some regret. "What's wrong, Brother Tian?" Zhu Zhuqing asked anxiously as she surrounded him with concern. It turned out that more than an hour ago, Zhu Zhuqing had finished absorbing her soul ring, and, knowing that Mo Wentian was absorbing a soul ring that was above his level, couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Therefore, she had been keeping watch over him. Seeing Mo Wentian finish his absorption with a face full of regret, she couldn't help but ask with concern. "It's nothing. Sai, my 3rd soul skill is not bad. It's a range-wide control soul skill and is still capable of growth. It's just that the range is a bit short within a 4-meter radius. The speed of all enemies of the same level is reduced by 30%. For every 10 levels of soul power I increase, the delay reduction effect increases by 10%. The higher the enemy's soul power, the worse the effect, with a tier for every 10 levels. Mo when Tian shook his head and explained. So strong. Does that mean when Brother Tian reaches level 90 and becomes a title Douluo, he can delay and slow down the speed of title Douluo of the same level by 80% within the range of his soul skills? Zhu Zhuqing said in surprise. Yes, that's one way to understand it, but each level of title Douluo is vastly different. It has to be within the same small level. Levels above and below 95 are like heaven and earth, so there are still differences, said the poisoned Douluo who walked over to join the conversation. Yes, alas. What a pity. Mo when Tian shook his head and sighed. You should be content. Your soul skill, which has the potential for growth and is similar to domain control, is definitely an exceptional one. You've struck it rich, yet you still aren't satisfied. Douluo said sourly from his side. Mo when Tian shook his head, looking somewhat insufferable, and said, You misunderstand. I'm actually quite satisfied with this soul skill. Although the range is a bit small, combined with my self-created sword technique, it's definitely the best life-saving soul skill. In team battles, it's a punishment that the opponent cannot cross. What I sigh about is that with my unbelievable luck, I still didn't obtain an external soul bone. That's really embarrassing. External soul bone? Brother Tian, what is an external soul bone? Is it a soul bone? Zhu Zhuqing said with a puzzled expression from his side. An external soul bone is a very special and rare type of soul bone. Its value far exceeds that of ordinary soul bones. According to statistics, external soul bones rank second on the list of dreams for soul masters on the continent, only beneath the 100,000-year SoulRing. You really dare to think big. I have cultivated to the title Douluo level, and I have only obtained one soul bone, and that is already extraordinary luck and excellent character. Yet you still dare to hope for an external soul bone. Poison Douluo had an expression that suggested he thought it was absurd, and took the opportunity to show off his own luck. Indeed, soul bones are extremely rare, and external soul bones are even rarer. Douluo was originally just a loose cultivator, and it was through opportunity that he reached the title Douluo level, being able to obtain a head soul bone over 70,000 years old is indeed something to be proud of. Mo when Tian did not refute, but he still felt a bit unbalanced in his heart. It was one thing not to know that Tang Xin would obtain the external spirit bone 8 spider lances at level 30, but knowing about it inevitably led to some expectations. Moreover, he was aware that he would see his mother obtain the external spirit bone at level 30. Mo when Tian had indeed considered taking Tang San's 8 spider lances, but the Stardow forest was so vast that searching for them was akin to a fantasy. Confidently, Mo when Tian thought that if even his mother could obtain an external spirit bone, then getting an external spirit bone for his 3rd spirit ring shouldn't be too much to ask. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He silently concluded that opportunities must be fought for on one's own. Relying on luck, such an elusive thing, was simply too unreliable. All right, let's see if these 2 soul beasts left any spirit bones. Zhu Zhuqing noticed Mo when Tian's gloomy mood and changed the subject by pointing at the 2 soul beast corpses. It was true. Some spirit bones wouldn't manifest visibly, so it was worth checking. Perhaps they could find a piece of spirit bone. Douluo also thought it was possible, so he stepped forward to examine the dark spirit cat tiger and began to feel around for bones. He first checked the head and found no spirit bones, then moved on to the arms, spine, and torso, but still found no spirit bones. Mo when Tian, however, was not so troubled. His eyes flashed with a golden light as he looked at the corpse of the dark spirit cat tiger with his piercing gaze, and couldn't he help but brighten up. He said with excitement, Your character is lacking old poison. Let me try dissecting it. Oof. If I give it to you, I'll still have 2 spots left. I don't believe that with my character, I can't touch a soul bone, while you can. Douluo confidently said as he tossed the dagger. Mo when Tian would never engage in a battle without certainty. Now, with the successful advancement to the early stage of the 3rd layer of the broken illusion, through the absorption of the SoulRing, his soul power has reached level 34, which can be described as a rapid improvement. After 2 years of accumulating soul power, it has finally erupted, and his foundation has become incredibly solid. He directly picked up a dagger and aimed for the right leg bone. After removing the flesh, a very complete right leg bone soul bone appeared, radiating colorful light and standing out distinctly in the darkness. This soul bone, over 1,000 years old, is quite good and intact. Zhu Qing gave it to you, and you have no objections, right, old poison? Mo when Tian picked it up and played with it for a moment before casually throwing it towards Zhu Zhuqing, saying, Be careful. Who? Douluo waved his hand, ready to say it was no problem, just a 1,000-year soul bone. Suddenly, a gust of wind came, and a huge whip-like martial soul shot towards the soul bone. Douluo, caught off guard, did not summon his martial soul and was forced to take a step back. The soul bone was also swept away by the whip. Since you all don't care about this soul bone, I'll gladly accept it. A dark attribute, soul bone. The Holy Sun should like it, right? Thank you. A figure in black from a distance laughed triumphantly. Seeing this, Douluo quickly stood in front of Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing, looking ahead. He saw a person in a black robe, dressed similarly to the group of evil soul masters, and his expression darkened. The newcomer was actually a titled Douluo. Sir, attacking from the shadows doesn't count as heroic. Do you dare to have a one-on-one duel with me? Douluo dared not step forward to test, fearing that the opposing soul master might not observe the rules of martial arts and take Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing hostage. He tried to probe with his words, No, I know I'm no match for the poisoned Douluo's great name, but I think it's not difficult for me to leave. Farewell. This soul bone shall be considered the interest for the years that the demon sect has continuously destroyed my evil soul master strongholds. The figure in the black robe seemed to possess a special self-created technique for concealment, and after a few flashes, he disappeared from sight. The poisoned Douluo instantly stood up, wanting to chase after him, but Mo Wentian held him back. He shook his head helplessly. This person has a concealment soul skill and has probably been observing for quite some time without us noticing. Even if you chase after him, you might not find him. Moreover, there is an even better soul bone here. Mo Wentian looked at the corpse of the ice serpent phosphor dragon beside him and said, What? There's another one? Douluo exclaimed in surprise. Really? Zhu Zhuqing also put away her disappointed expression and looked at Mo Wentian with excitement. Sorry, Zhuqing. I was careless just now. That person should be a titled Douluo who happened to pass by, and he is from the Evil Soul Master Organization. This soul bone will be given to you. Mo Wentian patted Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder to comfort her. No, I don't want it, Brother Tian, this is yours. I can't take it. Zhu Zhuqing knew that if the soul ring and soul bone came from the same soul beast, the effect would be better than having them separately, so she firmly refused. You two don't give in yet. Sigh, this really drives me crazy, 2 soul bones. That damn evil soul master. I will find them to settle this score sooner or later. Little monster, hurry up and see if there are any soul bones, or else it will be a false alarm. The nearby poisoned Douluo said, somewhat displeased when mentioning the soul bone, although a 1,000-year soul bone was nothing to him. Being taken away in front of him still made him very upset. Chapter 59. Right arm bone that said, the two still believed in Mo Wentian, and since he found the soul bone with the first strike, he must have a special method to sense it. The two looked at Mo Wentian with eager expressions, hoping he could really reveal a soul bone. Mo Wentian had just roughly sensed the energy fluctuations at the right hand bone of the ice serpent phosphor dragon, and fortunately, he didn't have time to speak out. He still cared a lot about the soul bone that was taken away. He had always been the one to rob others. But unexpectedly, after a day of hunting wild geese, he was pecked in the eye by a goose. He secretly remembered this grudge against the evil soul master. With the enmity between the demon sect and the evil soul masters, even without this grudge, the two would eventually clash. Moreover, there was that so-called evil soul master saint. According to Douluo, that so-called saint was about the same age as him and had already reached the level 52 Soul King. Mo Wentian also felt a sense of urgency. Next year is the Advanced Soul Master competition for the entire continent. And this Holy Sun's Evil Soul Master team is actually not inferior to the golden generation of the Spear Hall. However, Mo Wentian still held a winning mindset about this. With the 6th leaf of the martial soul, the restrictions of the soul rings, and the reputation and prestige, wouldn't it be easy to win a championship? Mo Wentian did not know that the limitation of this soul ring was a test from the heavenly way of this universe. His ancestral star in his past life was extraordinarily unique, being the origin of the 9 great universes, which is why there is an unknown bloodline hidden deep within his soul, since he descended onto the Douluo continent. The trajectory of the world has already begun to undergo unknown changes. Breaking open the dragon arm, a colorful glowing soul bone slowly floated up, its brilliance extremely dazzling in the night, which was the right arm bone of the ice flood dragon. It even contained 4 sharp claws, making it more complete than the right leg bone soul bone of the dark spirit cat tiger. Quickly put it away. After leaving the Stardoe forest, we will absorb it. Let's go. After seeing such a complete soul bone, which was nearly twice as complete as a typical right arm bone, Douluo cautiously looked around,
fearing that another evil soul master might come to snatch it away. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of rope for 10 years. Even title Douluo is no exception. Well, that's fine. Mo Wentian agreed and put away the soul bone, pulling Zhu Zhuqing along as they started their journey back. At dawn, the three finally emerged from the Stardow forest. The early morning light illuminated their faces, and even Mo Wentian had a sense of returning to another world. 2 days later, in Soto City. Along the way, Mo Wentian had already informed teacher Qinming of the Tiando Royal Battle Team about the situation, explaining the issue with the evil soul master. Mo Wentian also sent Zhu Zhuqing back to Shrek Academy for her studies. On the way, he said, Zhuqing, don't always have a cold demeanor at school. You should learn to communicate more with your classmates and build good relationships. Understand? Mo Wentian knew that these days should be when Flander finished teaching Ning Rong Rong, and they practiced soul fighting at the Soto City Soul Arena. After that, they would break through level 30 and head to the Stardow Forest to obtain soul rings. Nowadays, Shrek Academy could be considered his own property. These talented individuals, with a little training, still had the potential to become gods. A normal person wouldn't choose to antagonize such people, right? So how about I establish a good relationship with Dai Mubai? A playful smile appeared on the usually cold face of Zhu Zhuqing as she said, You dare. Anyway, except for Dai Mubai, you must keep your distance from that scumbag. Mo Wentian's expression was somewhat unpleasant as he spoke. Of course, he knew that Zhu Zhuqing was joking with him, but he couldn't quite tolerate such jokes and expressed his jealousy. As for Dai Mubai's character, Mo Wentian couldn't say he liked him, but he didn't dislike him either. He appreciated his loyalty, but he really couldn't stand his flirtatious nature. It might be that this type of person has decent qualities, but due to the education they receive from a young age, their mindset is different from others, leading them to be irresponsible and flirt with multiple people. Although he couldn't say he was infatuated, he would definitely never be fickle. Mo Wentian was serious when it came to women. All right, I was just joking, teasing you, making you dislike my cold demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing said triumphantly. Indeed, women's thought processes are different from men's. Shrek Academy. Why is the main gate changed after going out for a while? Did the principal think the old gate was too outdated? Although she said she didn't want Mo Wentian to dislike her cold appearance, Zhu Zhuqing was actually making an effort to change. Just then, the two arrived in front of Shrek Academy's main gate and noticed the change in the Academy's plaque. So she playfully teased, maybe Principal Flander has had a conscience awakening. Mo Wentian couldn't help but laugh when he thought of Flander's stingy demeanor. In fact, buying Shrek Academy wasn't without the intention of finding a support for Zhu Zhuqing. Without Dai Mubai's connections, Zhu Zhuqing was the only one among the Shrek 7 monsters without any backing. As for her family, it's better not to mention it. The other motives, such as fame and talent, were merely products of that thought after it occurred to him. After sending Zhu Zhuqing back to the girls' dormitory, Mo Wentian didn't stay but went alone to the dean's office. Upon knocking and entering, he found both Flander and Zhao Wuji, the two deans, present. Both deans are here. What would this be about? Mo Wentian looked at Flander, who seemed to be writing a letter, and couldn't help but ask, Mo Xiao, you're just in time. I just discussed with Vice Dean Zhao Wujia, and we've decided to invite a master with rich theoretical knowledge to teach the children theory. I'm currently writing the letter. Look. Flander paused his pen and looked up to see Mo Wentian's opinion. As for the matters of the academy, you have full authority to make decisions. So there's no need to ask for my opinion. Mo Wentian knows that the master of theory mentioned by Flander must be his good buddy Yu Xiaojiang. Although he doesn't quite like the master's character, the master's theories do have some effect on these low-level soul masters. So there was no intention to refuse. Thank you for your trust, Mo Xiao. Right now, Shrek is still in a phase of losing money, but don't worry, Mo Xiao, once we start making money. The Demon Gate 9, we teachers of Shrek Academy. Flander patted his chest and assured, No problem. I haven't paid attention to how Flander arranges these dividend issues. Well, I'm just here to see if there's been any progress from the dean in the past few days. The construction issues of the college can wait, but the accommodation and meal issues must be prioritized. We cannot shortchange the students of the college on this matter. Mo Wentian stated the purpose of his visit. He planned to enter seclusion and cultivate for a period of time until Yi Lingling's team arrived in Soto City. Therefore, he decided to make all necessary arrangements, as he couldn't bear to treat his woman poorly. All right, young Master Mo, don't worry, I'll go to Soto City tomorrow to contact the best food supplier, Flanders said with a pained expression on his face, while his heart was bleeding. It was as if he was digging into his own flesh. Being a stingy person, Flanders couldn't bear to spend on himself, let alone change the food for the academy, without feeling the pinch. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, Dean Shrek. After saying this, Mo Wentian left Shrek Academy, preparing to return to the Magic Guild's base in Soto City to absorb the right arm bone of the Ice Flood Dragon. Chapter 60, Yi Lingling's arrival back at the Magic Guild's residence in Soto City, the Peng Lai Tavern. The backyard was spacious, and the person in charge arranged a very nice room for Mo Wentian. After entering, he dismissed everyone. He didn't want anyone to disturb him and only took out the right arm bone of the Ice Flood Dragon after confirming it was safe. Although it was less than 5,000 years old, it belonged to the top-tier soul beast, the Ice Flood Dragon. Since it came from the same soul beast as his third SoulRing and was relatively intact compared to other right arm bones, he decided to use it. Mo Wentian did not, like other traversers, disdain even the 10,000-year soul bones. One must understand that even a 1,000-year soul bone is rare. So where would there be so many 10,000-year soul bones for him to absorb? Mo Wentian does not have high requirements for the soul bones of the limbs. As long as there are suitable soul bones, it is fine. Only for the head's wisdom soul bone and the torso's soul bone are the requirements relatively high. The wisdom soul bone can increase mental power, which is very helpful for reaching level 100 and becoming a deity. A strong torso bone can connect with the other soul bones on the body, forming a complete set of soul bones. Just like Tang San after reaching level 60. With the addition of external soul bones, he directly formed a set of armor. A month later, Mo Wentian emerged from seclusion and let out a long sigh. Now, the purity of his soul power was absolutely no less than that of a soul king level expert. He had also refined the sword techniques he had created himself. Against a soul king, he wouldn't be without the strength to fight back. Mo Wentian has only visited Shrek Academy once during this time to check on Zhu Zhuqing's training situation and has been staying at the Peng Lai Tavern, overseeing some matters related to the expansion of the demon sect. Shrek Academy is different from other academies, although the academy has changed from its previously dilapidated state. The rural atmosphere can still be sensed. The villagers' residences in the village have collectively moved to the surrounding areas, and Flender has spent quite a bit of gold soul coins on this. He has also hired many villagers to handle some trivial matters for the academy, such as pruning flowers and cutting grass. These villagers not only did not refuse, but were quite pleased with the arrangement. Since the number of students this term is still relatively small, even though the entire village has been acquired to expand into the grounds of Shrek Academy, the usual training grounds have not changed and remain unused. Flender has been genuinely worried about this for a long time. In the backyard of the Peng Lai Tavern, Mo Wentian's accommodation conditions are quite good. Although it lacks the elegance of the Rose Hotel, it offers a touch of poetic charm that the Rose Hotel does not have. The architecture of the restaurant and the rooms in the backyard leans towards an ancient style that reflects a secluded mountain retreat. The Peng Lai restaurant also covers a considerable area, featuring a large backyard with bamboo groves, flowing water, and rockeries, everything one could wish for. Mo Wentian still prefers this style of residence. Knock knock. A knock sounded from outside the door. Please come in, Mo Wentian said. I have seen the higher-ups. Someone is looking for you at the tavern. Two girls who claim to be members of the Tiendo royal team, the tavern owner respectfully reported. The owner of the Peng Lai Tavern was surprisingly a soul king-level expert, considered a small overlord in Soto City. Due to its large area, unique dishes, fine wine brewed from bamboo, and elegant environment, the Peng Lai Tavern's business was gradually thriving in Soto City. The Peng Lai Tavern only offered delicious food and wine, along with unique tea products, but did not provide accommodation, which indeed left some soul masters who preferred this style feeling despondent. No matter what those soul masters said, they were unwilling to let them stay in the backyard for a night. With the support of the Demon Gate, no one dared to cause trouble at the Peng Lai Tavern. Besides the tavern owner and a few core members, only Mo Wentian could stay in the backyard, and he had the most central position. Upon arriving at the front of the tavern, the owner led Mo Wentian to an elegant private room. Although it was called a private room, it was essentially a bamboo-walled space without a roof or door, semi-enclosed. It was a quiet area for tea and meals, suitable for discussing elegant and interesting matters, as well as a designated area for drinking and dining for enjoyment. Here, there were soundproof soul guide devices invented by the Demon Gate, making it impossible for anyone below the soul Douluo level outside the room to eavesdrop on the conversation. This was also one of the reasons why the Peng Lai Tavern was so popular. Wentian, you finally came. If you hadn't come, Lingling would have gone to find you. As soon as he stepped through the door, he was spotted by the sharp-eyed Yin, who stood up to welcome him and patted Mo Wentian's shoulder, teasing him. Yin Yin, what nonsense are you talking about? Weren't you also eager to see Wentian? Humph. How can you still say that about me? Wentian, how have you been the past year? Yi Lingling first retorted back, and then couldn't help but look at Mo Wentian with a face full of longing. The members of the Tiando royal team all had expressions of delight as they looked at Yi Lingling. I was looking for Wentian for other matters, but I didn't expect someone to mention Wentian every day. I remember who it was that dreamed and called out Wentian's name yesterday. Douluo Yin began to expose Yi Lingling's secret. All right, enough teasing Lingling, haha. Thank you for your concern. I'm doing well. I've already broken through to the 34th level of the Soul Master Realm, and I'm about to catch up to you, Mo Wentian gently said to Yi Lingling. But he felt a bit anxious in his heart, unsure of how to face her. Whether it was Zhu Zhuqing or Yi Lingling, neither was the kind of person that could share a husband. His desire to embrace both sides was still a long and difficult journey. If they were to meet, it would definitely be a battlefield. Fortunately, Yi Lingling was a healer. Otherwise, Mo Wentian really didn't know what kind of scene would unfold when the two met. Mo Wentian and Yi Lingling's relationship, although not yet explicitly stated, is something everyone is aware of. Could it be that you understand? Yi Lingling habitually nodded and suddenly realized. Mo Wentian looked at the other members of the Tiando royal team, signaling them not to reveal the limitations of their soul rings. Everyone looked at Yi Lingling with puzzled expressions. What do you understand? We all understand, right? Ha! Douluo Yin quickly interrupted with an ambiguous smile. Douluo Yin also understood that this was not the place to discuss such matters. Although she had a good relationship with these team members, they were all geniuses from different factions representing their own interests. So it was better not to expose anything if possible. Yes, we all understand, huh? Yufeng and others also joined in teasing. All right, everyone stop messing around. The reason we came to find Wentian this time is to let everyone know that our soul battle training journey will end at Swoto City. I have decided to let Wentian take the stage in the final soul battle competition, replacing Asro to cooperate with you all for the last match. After that, we will return to the Tiando Royal Academy to prepare for the Continental Elite Advanced Soul Master Competition. You have no objections, right? Got it. We have no objections. The Tiando Royal team had been together with Mo Wentian for more than half a year, and they all understood each other well, so there were no disagreements. There is one more thing that needs to be confirmed with Wentian. Yin Yin, you can talk about it. Qin Ming gestured to Douluo Yin to speak. Teacher Qin Ming, this is something Wentian informed me about, and I was just about to confirm it with him. It's regarding the evil soul masters. Do you all remember the incident at the Silver Soul Battle Arena? Douluo Yin said seriously to everyone. Of course we remember. That was the first stop after we left the Tiando City Soul Battle Arena. Yu Tianheng replied. The Shura team, the force behind those people, is the evil soul masters. Now, there's an extremely powerful team among the evil soul masters that is seeking revenge for them, consisting of 3 soul kings whose strength is not below that of the Spirit Hall. Douluo Yin succinctly summarized the situation. The other teammates understood what Douluo Yin meant as their expressions turned serious. That's right. Although the evil soul masters will stop at nothing. Based on what the poisoned law has heard, they should be planning to use those dark means against us only after defeating the Tiando team. But we should also pay more attention to our safety and try not to go out alone. Mo Wentian added. Everyone understood what the dark means referred to. It was nothing more than skinning and drawing blood, refining it into human flesh elixirs. This was the usual style of evil soul masters. However, what everyone didn't know was that the strength of the group, led by the Holy Sun, was genuinely cultivated by themselves. Unlike other evil soul masters who acted in such a manner, it wasn't that the Holy Sun and his group were kind-hearted. On the contrary, they would condone their subordinates to do these things. They simply looked down on such actions, having absolute confidence in their own talents. The people sitting on the smooth benches made of wood all shivered. Having never seen a pig run, could they not have seen a pig before? If it weren't for the Wuhuan Hall suppressing them, the evil of the evil soul masters would have long caused suffering for all living beings on the Douluo continent. From what Douluo revealed about the strength of the Holy Sun and others, Mo Wentian couldn't help but speculate that perhaps the evil soul masters had long been on par with the Wuhuan Hall, having plotted for a long time, but had to retreat because Bai Dong, Qian Rinxue, Tang San, and others had all ascended to godhood in the later stages. His crossing over had triggered a butterfly effect, thus prematurely bringing out the evil soul master forces. In fact, Mo Wentian's speculation was quite close to the truth. It was precisely because he established the demon sect, targeting the evil soul master forces everywhere, and together with the Tiando Royal Battle Team,
killed a hidden evil soul master team in the Sills arena. The captain of this team, Luo, was someone the evil soul master Holy Sun regarded as an older brother since childhood, and he was expelled from the evil god island only because he had committed a crime. The emergence of the evil soul master Holy Sun already indicated that the evil soul master forces would not hide in the dark as in the original work, but would inevitably fight a life-and-death battle with the demon sect. Sigh, it's all my fault for dragging everyone into this trouble with the evil soul master forces. I will definitely ensure everyone has safety during this period. Once we return to Tiando City, we will be safe. The evil soul masters absolutely dare not show themselves in Tiando City. According to Wen Tian, since they want to defeat us first before taking revenge with such arrogance, their competitive spirit must be extremely strong. I suspect they might look for an opportunity to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, to defeat us on the competition stage, and even. Qi Ming didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood. Since the evil soul masters chose to emerge again, they likely no longer feared the current Wuhuan Hall and might even take their lives on the competition stage. Evil soul masters have existed since ancient times, experiencing both prosperity and decline, but they have never disappeared. Mere evil soul masters, our blue Electrotyrannosaurus family is not afraid. Yu Tianheng noticed that everyone's expressions were somewhat heavy and coldly snorted. Right, just a bunch of rats that can only engage in some dirty deeds in the dark. My Yuji family will not be afraid either. Yu Feng echoed. Seeing this, the others also rallied. Wen Tian, do you have something you're hiding from me? Yi Lingling looked at the still, silent Mo Wen Tian, who seemed to be thinking about something with some suspicion. No. How could I have anything to hide from you? Mo Wen Tian secretly broke out in a cold sweat and quickly denied it. He had just been wondering whether Zhu Zhuqing would also be affected by his butterfly effect and encounter any safety issues. He didn't expect Yi Lingling to be so sensitive. It is said that a woman's sixth sense is very strong, and now it seems true. The ancients were indeed not wrong. Oh fine, I believe you. Tomorrow we will be fighting against the Shrek team. This is our last soul fighting match. Here is their player information. We've all gone over it. Do you want to take a look? Yi Lingling picked up a document from the table and handed it to Mo Wen Tian. Well, I've been in Soto City for a while, and I know quite a bit about the Shrek team. Let me introduce some precautions to you, otherwise, we might very well lose to them if we are careless. Mo Wen Tian didn't refuse and naturally took over, adding some information with a pen as he spoke. Wen Tian, you really underestimate us, don't you? Do you know? Ling Ling and Yin Yan's soul power levels have already caught up to mine. Both are at the 39th level soul master now, soon to be promoted to the 40th level soul sect realm. With you and me, dealing with a team of soul masters at most at the 37th level shouldn't be an unwinnable situation for us, right? Yu Tianheng patted Mo Wen Tian's shoulder and said. Mo Wen Tian thought about it, and although Zhu Zhuqing is currently stronger than in the original work, she would no longer be able to perform the martial soul fusion skill with Dai Mu Bai. With the change in her martial soul, Zhu Zhuqing's current talent is no less than Dai Mu Bai's, and may even surpass him. Naturally, the martial soul fusion skill cannot be performed, and even if it could, Zhu Zhuqing would probably not agree to it. However, the only difficult issue remains the problem between Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling. Well, that's true, but we shouldn't be careless. In addition to the Shrek Captain Dai Mu Bai, we also need to pay attention to the Vice Captain Tang San. Captain Dai Mu Bai's true identity is the second prince of the Star Luo Empire, with a martial soul, Evil Eye White Tiger. A level 37 assault type soul master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. He has extremely strong talent, and his combat power is not weaker than that of the same level blue Electrotyrannosaurus. Vice Captain Tang San, alias Thousand Hand Azura, with a martial soul, blue silvergrass, a level 32 control type soul master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. This Tang San is extremely skilled at breaking poison techniques, is well versed in pharmacology, and possesses exceptional skills. Sister Yin Yan, you need to be especially careful of him. Mo Wen Tian appropriately reminded them, and also provided an introduction to the true names of the Shrek 7 monsters in the materials. However, he did not mention Zhu Zhuqing's situation. Zhu Zhuqing was currently quite tricky, especially her third soul skill, which even Mo Wen Tian found troublesome to deal with. Therefore, Mo Wen Tian had been conflicted about this. If he didn't participate, he wouldn't be able to defeat Tang San. Mo Wen Tian wanted to see if he could change the plot and defeat Tang San in advance. If he participated, he was worried about the potential issues between Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing. Hence,
Mo Wentian decided to wear a mask in the competition. To do this, he specially took out a 9-colored sword sheath, which could perfectly disguise the appearance of the martial soul ghost vine parasitic sword. It was a peerless sword sheath crafted by the poison Douluo using deep-sea silver mother as the main material, forged from 9 rare and precious metals. Teacher Qin, who gave you this information? Haha, it's really hilarious. Wentian, you too? A blue-silver grass, martial soul, actually requires my special attention? What antidote to poison? I bet with just his first soul skill, he won't be able to handle it, said the somewhat dissatisfied Douluo with a laugh. Yeah, Wentian, what's so noteworthy about a blue-silver grass martial soul? Agreed Yufeng, who was beside them. Yinzi, Wentian is right. Even if Wentian didn't say anything, I would remind you to be extra cautious. Yufeng, being careless is one thing, but as the vice-captain of the Tindo royal team, you shouldn't be so negligent. Underestimating your opponent, I can guarantee that with such a mindset, you will surely lose. Having confidence is good, but you shouldn't be careless. You must know that the Shrek team was just registered as an Iron Fighting Spirit team a month ago, and now, just a month later, they have already been awarded the Silver Fighting Spirit Medal. They undoubtedly have their strengths, Qin Ming said. Douluo stuck out her tongue and shot a fierce glare at Mo Wentian, but did not dare to refute Qin Ming. Although the Tindo royal team, except for Yi Lingling, consisted of proud individuals, they were all genuinely respectful of Qin Ming, not just because he was their teacher, but also due to his strength deserving their respect. According to the records of the Martial Soul Hall, he was the second youngest Soul Emperor, second only to Tang Hao. And one could say Qin Ming was their goal of effort. Yes, what the teacher said is correct, but we need to add one more point to our considerations, which is their support, Ning Rongrong. Yi Lingling, unlike the others, approached Mo Wentian and opened the materials, saying, Mo Wentian only felt a faint scent of fragrance wafting over, reminiscent of a woman's body fragrance, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Beside him, Yi Lingling seemed to sense something, her face slightly flushed, but she still looked seriously at the team members. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Last name Ning? Could she be a direct descendant of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, which is known for having the world's best auxiliary martial soul? Next to them, the distinguished Yu Tianheng murmured, trying to recall where he had heard this name before. After remembering, he couldn't help but ask in surprise. Yes, if she really is Ning Rongrong, then it can't be wrong. I've seen her a few times in Heavendo City. Not only is she from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, but she is also the daughter of the school's master, the most outstanding genius of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although she is still young, when combined with the school's unique distraction control methods, she is not to be underestimated. Yi Lingling, chiming. As someone knowledgeable about auxiliary systems, Yi Lingling shared Ning Rongrong's background with everyone after understanding it. Meanwhile, on the other side of Soto City, a similar scene was unfolding at the hotel where the Shrek team was staying, where Ning Rongrong was also introducing Yi Lingling's uniqueness to her fellow Shrek teammates. After hearing Yi Lingling's introduction, Douluo and the others also became cautious. Moreover, from Mo Wentian's words, it seemed he was very familiar with the Shrek team, and he placed even more importance on Tang San, suggesting that he was a key figure among them. The group discussed the formation for tomorrow's battle and was just about to pack up and head back to the hotel to rest when both Mo Wentian and Qin Ming spoke up simultaneously. Wait a minute, teacher, you go first, Mo Wentian said awkwardly. Well, there's one more thing you need to pay attention to. This battle is different from the past. It's a friendly spar, and you must not injure your opponent, especially you, Yin Yan. Do you remember? Qin Ming cared a lot about his Shrek juniors. Why, teacher? Douluo asked in confusion. There's no reason. You'll understand after your match is over. Qin Ming did not answer Douluo's question directly, leaving her hanging. However, for Mo Wentian, who knew the truth, it was just a lonely tease. It's getting late. Teacher, you shouldn't go back to the hotel today. Let's stay a night in the Penglai bamboo forest. I've already asked the owner to prepare new bedding. Mo Wentian just smiled. Seeing that Qin Ming was not speaking, he stood up and said to a few people. Mo Wentian was certainly not doing this for those people. He simply hadn't seen Yi Lingling for a long time and wanted to find an opportunity to talk with her. Just to talk, nothing more. A few team members instantly looked delighted. They knew that the elegant environment of the Penglai restaurant, along with the picturesque bamboo grove in the backyard, was a rare beauty that many soul masters longed to experience for just one night, but could not. Now, they had actually been invited to stay for a night. It is said that the more difficult something is to obtain, the more one cherishes it. The Penglai restaurant captured this psychology. offering accommodations only to important guests and never to outsiders, which indeed attracted a lot of attention from Soul Masters. Qin Ming simply nodded and did not refuse. They knew that Mo Wentian had a mysterious background and a close relationship with the owner of the Penglai restaurant. Therefore, they had long anticipated this. See, I told you Wentian would let us stay in the Penglai bamboo grove for a night. Now you believe it, don't you? Du Guyan, who had seemingly predicted this, laughed heartily. She had long known that the Penglai restaurant belonged to the demon sect, and that Mo Wentian had joined the sect even earlier than her, holding considerable power. Yes, yes. Yin Yin, you really are insightful. The Shimo brothers, who looked quite rugged, surprisingly also enjoyed such elegant places, complimenting Du Guyan with admiration. The backyard of the Penglai restaurant was the Penglai Bamboo Grove, which featured mountains and water, with a bamboo garden at intervals. After arranging for everyone, Yi Lingling was naturally assigned to her own bamboo garden. Each bamboo garden had 3 or 4 rooms, and they chose one close to Mo Wentian. After tidying up, Mo Wentian brought Yi Lingling to the rooftop. The rooftop was covered with a layer of grass mats. Mo Wentian, having little to do in his spare time, loved to lie on the rooftop and gaze at the stars, and now with a beautiful companion, it felt even more wonderful. Wentian, I miss you so much. Sitting half on the rooftop, Yi Lingling leaned against Mo Wentian's back and suddenly expressed her feelings. I miss you too. Mo Wentian was initially taken aback, but soon realized that all his actions had definitely been noticed by Yi Lingling. Now, he had merely taken the lead in breaking the ice, and he responded with deep feelings. However, as soon as these words left his mouth, a cold and icy figure flashed in his mind, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Mo Wentian knows his own heart. The one he has loved the most in this life is still Yi Lingling. Although the two have known each other since childhood and are very close, they have never broken through the final barrier. Later, he encountered Zhu Zhuqing, a character he admired and liked from his past life while watching Douluo, and he was naturally drawn to her, which led to their relationship. Mo Wentian felt a mix of emotions in his heart. As a man, he yearned to love only one person until old age and to cherish one person for life. But in the end, he couldn't resist temptation. He could only blame the allure of having 2 people by his side. However, he vowed in his heart to treat these 2 well for a lifetime and not to pursue other women. With these thoughts, the 2 remained silent, gazing at the bright moon and stars in the night sky. One was lost in thoughts, pondering how to embrace both and make them accept each other. The other was free of distractions, enjoying the rare warmth. Chapter 62, Torturing Tang San, Part 1. The 2 shared heartfelt conversations on the rooftop, opening up about their feelings of longing. It wasn't until midnight that they each returned to their rooms to sleep. Their relationship was officially established. The next morning, everyone arrived at the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. The members of Shrek quickly arrived as well. One Tian, as captain of Shrek, assigned Tian Hung to handle Tang San, while Yin Zi would deal with him. You were tasked with confronting Shrek's agile spirit master, Zhu Zhuqing. This spirit master's speed is extremely fast, even much faster than Osro from the agility system, which is the main reason I chose to let you take the stage. In the waiting area, Qi Ming specifically instructed Mo Wentian. It is well known that Mo Wentian's control system speed surpasses that of Osro from the agility system. Mo Wentian didn't find anything strange. He couldn't help but feel a bit nervous as he glanced at Yi Lingling beside him when facing Zhu Zhuqing. He had a sense of guilt akin to that of a thief, but fortunately, at this moment, Mo Wentian was wearing a specially made half-mask resembling a devil, which gave off an imposing aura. Thus, no one noticed his unease. At this time, Mo Wentian had long, shiny black hair and bright, piercing eyes, complemented by the half-devil mask, presenting a unique charm. Yi Lingling beside him was captivated, looking proud as if to say, "Look, this is my man." Since arriving on the Douluo continent, apart from the troubles caused by the limitations of his martial soul and the mental training of the sword goddess will, Mo Wentian had hardly faced any setbacks, and he was filled with confidence, feeling that even Tang San at this moment was no longer a threat. After a moment, having arranged the tactics, Mo Wentian and the others looked towards the stage. At that moment, a lady dressed in a white gown appeared on stage, elegantly adorned in a long white dress, with long brown wavy hair, a slender waist, and astonishing curves. Holding a conical sound amplification soul guide, her beautiful face displayed a professional smile. It is my honor to see all the distinguished guests again. It is a privilege for me to host today's Team Soul Battle competition. I am the host Odo.
The upcoming Soul Battle is a contest between two Silver Soul Battle teams, which is the highlight of today. Let me give you a little hint. They are all quite young, but already possess Silver Soul Battle medals. Only the word genius can describe them. The name Douluo was the same as that of Mo Wentian's little maid, causing him to glance at her a few more times. A wave of gasps arose from the audience. In the waiting area, a crisp and pleasant voice came from beside him. Is it beautiful? Beautiful. No, it hurts. Mo Wentian didn't have time to react to the beautiful answer from the world. Suddenly, a pair of jade-like hands appeared around his waist. He instantly felt the soft flesh at his waist as painful as if it had been pricked by a needle. Beautiful, just beautiful. Yi Ling Ling's cold voice came through, and Mo Wentian immediately shivered, raising his hands with a pitiful expression to indicate his surrender. Only then did Yi Ling Ling spare him. Mo Wentian felt a surge of worry in his heart upon seeing the situation. After a moment, he thought, what if he accidentally exposed his identity? How would he manage the aftermath of this jealousy? Mo Wentian couldn't help but question whether the tenderness before establishing a certain relationship was genuine. Now, let me introduce the Tiando Royal Team from the Tiando City of the Tiando Empire. The Tiando Royal Team is composed entirely of Soul Masters at the Soul Emperor level, with immense strength, and their medals have already reached the Silver Fighting Soul level. Please welcome their arrival with your applause and cheers. The host on stage, Douluo, continued, "Oh, the Tiando Royal Team will surely win. They will win." The shouts echoed from the audience below. Mo Wentian and several teammates arrived at the front desk, lining up in order. The lights dimmed, resembling a star-studded treatment. There were also the newly crowned Silver Fighting Soul Medal Shrek team from our Soto City, whose strength should not be underestimated. They excel at overcoming the strong with the weak and recently defeated the Frenzy team, which had all members at the Soul Master level and had won dozens of matches in a row. Shrek! Shrek! Shrek will win. The cheers of support were equally strong as those for the Tiando Royal Team. Now let us have both team captains greet each other amicably. Please look at the big screen for the introductions of both teams. The host pointed to the large screen behind the arena and said, Tiando Royal Team, Captain, Yu Qianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, Level 39 Attack System Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Vice Captain, Devien, Martial Soul, Emerald Python, Level 39 Control System Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team Member, Tian 1, Martial Soul, Sword, Level 34 Control System Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team Member, Yu Feng, Martial Soul, Wind Bell Bird, Level 36 Agility Attack System Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team Member, Yi Lingling, Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia, Level 39 Healing System Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team Member, Shi Mo, Martial Soul, Xuanwu Turtle, Level 38 Defense System Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team Member, Shi Mo, Martial Soul, Xuanwu Turtle, Level 37 Defense System Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Shrek Team, Captain, Evil Eye White Tiger, Martial Soul, White Tiger, Level 37 Attack System Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Vice Captain, Thousand-Handed Azura, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, Level 31 Control System Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team Member, Zhu Zhuqing, Martial Soul, Dark Ghostly Cat, Level 32 Agility Attack System Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Except for Zhu Zhuqing, the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters did not have much change from the original story, and only Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun were still at the Great Soul Master level. Dodo's Martial Soul is a cute, gentle, peace-loving animal, the White Dove, and he is also a Soul Master. Now I declare that this team battle soul match begins. 3 soul rings lit up, white light gushing from behind, and suddenly, a streak of white appeared in the brown hair, followed by a pair of pure white wings sprouting from the back. With a flap of the wings, without needing to use the soul guide on the Fighting Soul platform, they flew above the arena. Clothes can cover the body, masks can hide appearances, but eyes cannot. The Shrek 7 monsters, although all wearing masks, were recognized by Mo Wentian at a glance, given he knew their identities. On the other side, Tang San and his team were also observing their opponents, and their gazes briefly lingered on Mo Wentian before moving away. Mo Wentian sighed in relief upon seeing the situation, and then he decided not to think too much about it. The most important thing was to defeat Tang San and the others first. Fortunately,
Mo Wentian wasn't using his real name in the Soul Arena, and for that, he took out 100 gold soul coins to bribe the front desk of the arena, changing his martial spirit information to that of a sword. After showing the martial spirit's sword form, the front desk happily modified Mo Wentian's information. Ever since the poisoned Douluo brought the two back more than a month ago, Tang had found the poisoned Douluo and gave Mo Wentian the forged 9-color sword sheath. He then rushed to Heaven Do City, preparing to go to the Sunset Forest with Old Jack to obtain a soul ring. It was said to be a soul beast over 90,000 years old, extremely suitable for Old Jack's 9th soul ring. Chapter 63, Torturing Tang San, Part 2, Soto City, Great Soul Arena. Soul Fighting Platform. Both sides were ready, and the passionate atmosphere of the Soul Arena was about to ignite the entire venue. The host, Dodo, was also fixated on the Soul Fighting Platform below. Please guide us. Dai Mubai and Tang San made gestures and politely clasped their hands. Don't think that just because we said nice things, we will go easy on you. Let's go. Yu Qianheng still couldn't hide his prideful nature. Even though he felt satisfied with Tang San's polite demeanor, he showed no signs of weakness on the surface. After saying that, he engaged in a fight with Dai Mubai, exchanging punches and kicks, and for a short time, neither could gain the upper hand. It was known that Dai Mubai was 2 or 3 years younger than him. Now, they were almost on par, and Yu Qianheng couldn't help but doubt whether it was right to compress his soul power to participate in the soul fighting competition without breaking through to the Soul Master realm. Dai Mubai was only a year or 2 older than Mo Wentian. Once they were the same age, it was hard to say who would win or lose. His pride wouldn't allow him to lose to his peers. He shouted to his teammates, "Let me handle this. You guys don't interfere." "All right, boss." The other teammates, except for Mo Wentian and Yi Lingling, responded with serious expressions and began to engage with their opponents. Mo Wentian faced off against Zhu Zhuqing, who immediately launched a ghostly claw attack, which was even more powerful than before. However, her true intention was to strike directly at the mask on Mo Wentian's face. Mo Wentian couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, unsure if he had exposed something. He hurriedly defended himself with his swordsmanship. Fortunately, aside from his first and second soul skills, he hadn't used his third soul skill or soul bone skill in front of Zhu Zhuqing. Although Zhu Qing knew the effects of the third soul skill, as long as he didn't mention its name, no one would know it was him. Mo Wentian secretly thought, if it were solely based on swordsmanship, the outcome would indeed be unpredictable, unless he exposed himself and prepared to face the battlefield. Zhu Zhuqing noticed that he had seen through her intentions. She failed to snatch his mask and became even more suspicious. She struck with deadly intent, aiming directly at his face. This wouldn't do. If she scratched him a few times, wouldn't his handsome face be left with regrets? Mo Wentian's sword seemed to multiply into dozens in his hand, resembling the Duga 9 swords wielded by Feng Qingyang in martial arts novels, ethereal and elusive, yet only defending without attacking. This was precisely Mo Wentian comprehending the foundational sword techniques of the sword god, grasping a set of sword moves known as the 5-character formula. There are 5 techniques in total: Ling character formula, E character formula, U character formula, P character formula, and Mia character formula. The Ling character formula is exquisite and skillful, with agile moves that are particularly effective against heavy and brute force enemies. The E character formula is strange and elusive, versatile in its changes, suitable for dealing with fast and nimble opponents. The U character formula is heavy and stable as Mount Tai, using stillness to control movement, ideal for defending against enemies and finding their weaknesses. The P character formula is sharp and powerful, attacking an enemy's weak points with absolute force, making it greatly effective when used in conjunction with the U character formula. The Mia character formula is ruthless, a technique conceived by Mo Wentian that may lead one into a state of merciless sword intent, unable to extricate oneself and losing rationality. Mo Wentian did not wish to find an opportunity to use this move. Over the years, stuck at level 30, he had not been idle. These sword techniques were a combination of his previously created sword moves, forming a brand new set that was even more powerful, capable of facing opponents 10 levels higher without issue. However, when facing Zhu Zhuqing, even if he found a flaw, Mo Wentian did not dare to attack, as he knew that a paper bag cannot contain fire. It would eventually be exposed. The use of the Imperial character technique was pushed to its limits, and the audience below had never seen such swordsmanship before, which required minimal soul power, leaving them all in awe. He is so powerful. Isn't he Mo Wentian? His soul skills are also different from Wentian's, but why do his gaze and height seem so similar? Tianwen,
Is it a coincidence, or? Zhu Zhuqing took a slight breath, pausing her continuous attacks, but her mind was secretly pondering. Suddenly, she thought of something, her eyes lighting up, and she used her first soul skill again, the Netherworld Thrust. Along the way, she deliberately left a flaw for Mo Wentian. Although ordinary soul masters find it difficult to interrupt their soul skills once cast, this was not a challenge for Zhu Zhuqing, who had already cultivated the nameless technique. Sure enough, seeing Zhu Zhuqing seemingly throwing herself to death by using her palm to collide with the 9-color sword sheath, the deceived Mo Wentian immediately retracted the sheath. The 9-color sword sheath was different from an ordinary sheath. It was made of extremely hard material and combined with Mo Wentian's sword techniques. Its sharpness and attack power were on par with any divine weapon. Moreover, it contained the sword body form of the martial soul 7-leaf grass. If it were to collide head-on with Zhu Zhuqing's small hand, she would definitely be injured. Although Mo Wentian's swordsmanship has not reached the realm where all things can become a sword, using the 9-colored sword sheath, crafted from an extraordinarily rare metal, as a weapon is still effortless. Mo Wentian, how could possibly harm his own woman? Wentian, it's really you, still trying to deceive me. A smug look appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's face as she suddenly stopped and said a bit arrogantly. Indeed, as soon as these words were spoken, Mo Wentian felt several gazes directed at him. Mo Wentian didn't know whether to put down or pick up the sword in his right hand, feeling somewhat at a loss. At the same time, Yi Lingling and Shrexning Rongrong both looked at Mo Wentian with strange expressions. Even Oscar had a puzzled look on his face. Only Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu were still engaged in battle against Yu Tianheng and the others. Ahem, be serious. We are in a competition. Let's talk about it after the match. Mo Wentian felt that tears were gradually appearing in Yi Lingling's eyes. Mo Wentian's deliberate concealment had long aroused Yi Lingling's suspicion. On the way here, Yi Lingling casually asked Mo Wentian why he was wearing a half mask. Mo Wentian's answer was simply because he was handsome, so he just brushed it off. Now, when Zhu Zhuqing speaks in this tone, all the doubts are resolved, and there's no way to explain it anymore. Mo Wentian underestimated a woman's intuition. Due to her woman's intuition, Zhu Zhuqing also keenly observed Yi Lingling, and the two exchanged a glance, both showing hostility in their eyes. Yi Lingling also held back her tears, looking at Zhu Zhuqing without showing any weakness. Well, Mo Wentian saw this situation and was just about to say something. Shut up. A voice rang out in unison. As soon as these words were spoken, the fighters on both sides stopped their attacks. A dramatic scene unfolded amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd. Oscar leaned in to whisper something in the ears of Dai Mu Bai and Tang San. Everyone then abandoned the fight, watching with eager anticipation at Mo Wentian and the others. What are you looking at? Start fighting. Mo Wentian felt as if he was being mocked, and a bit angrily said to Yu Tianheng and Tang San, That's right. That's right. Hurry up and fight. I'm not here to watch a romance drama. Hurry up and fight. Hurry up. Hurry up. Mo Wentian's recent sword move left the audience, who had never seen such exquisite swordsmanship, in awe, so they urged the battle to continue without saying anything excessive. Although the duel between Tang San and Duguian, as well as Dai Mu Bai and Yu Tianheng, was not as intricate as Mo Wentian's moves, it was still very exciting, keeping the audience captivated. The spectators below were loudly complaining, urging them to start quickly. Both sides had no choice but to regroup and continue fighting to avoid provoking the crowd's anger. The two women also suppressed their jealousy and didn't explode in front of Mo Wentian, giving him enough face. Both sides took their positions again. The uninformed Xiao Wu asked Tang San about the situation, and Tang San quietly explained it to her. Ugh, scumbag. Let's keep our distance from him, Xiao San. I can't believe I called him Tian Ge. Turns out he's just like Dai Mu Bai. Zhu Zhuqing really misjudged him. Xiao Wu, who couldn't stand unfaithful men, defended Zhu Zhuqing after hearing Tang San's words. Dai Mu Bai, who was nearby, felt unjustly caught in the crossfire. Although his expression was not good, he knew that Xiao Wu was Tang San's Achilles heel and didn't say anything. However, Mo Wentian wasn't going to let her off easily. Not daring to look at the two women or face Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu became the punching bag for Mo Wentian. Montauk Vincian, who was troubled and looking for a place to vent his anger, set his sights on Xiao Wu, deciding to teach this outspoken, trouble-seeking 10,000-year-old rogue rabbit a lesson first. Chapter 64. Torturing Tang San. 3. Xiao Wu. Shut up. Mo Wentian shouted. Tian Ge, I'm sorry. Xiao Wu doesn't know better. Please don't take it to heart. Tang San quickly stopped Xiao Wu from continuing,
apologizing to Mo Wentian as he positioned himself in front of Xiao Wu, fearing for her safety. Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing's attention also turned to Xiao Wu, seemingly envious of her exclusive favor from Tang San. In fact, Mo Wentian only intended to lightly punish Xiao Wu, but seeing Tang San's behavior made him feel even more humiliated. Oof. Since you want to apologize for her, then you can practice with me, Tang San. After saying this, Mo Wentian directly sheathed his sword and summoned his martial soul, the seven-leaf grass. The current seven-leaf grass could maintain the form of the ghost vine parasitic sword for a long time, especially within the nine-color sword sheath, where the waste of soul power was minimal. Alright, I've been wanting to see Tianji's swordsmanship. Let's see if my Tang Sec skills are superior or if your swordsmanship is better, Tiange. Concerned for Xiao Wu's safety, Tang San, the protective brother, also looked at Mo Wentian without backing down. Oof. Xiao San, move aside. I'm not afraid of him. Watch me blow his head off to vent for Zhuqing. However, Xiao Wu, unable to bear the grievance, being the head of Nodding Academy, still hadn't developed the composure she would later have. You'll see, take this. The five-word technique, swift sword style. Mo Wentian ignored Xiao Wu, knowing she was just momentarily angry, and directly swung his sword toward Tang San. The swift sword style, also known as the swift technique, was most suitable for dealing with someone as skilled as Tang San. Mo Wentian doesn't ask himself if he's a good person, but he still has his bottom line. However, he hasn't realized that he is being influenced by sword intent. His current behavior has become a bit extreme, and jealousy makes one ugly. But it cannot be denied that this is the real him now, daring to confront his thoughts. He wants to beat Tang San up, and he won't hesitate because of Tang San's identity. As long as he doesn't kill Tang San and just injures him a bit, Tang Hao won't do anything to him. Ghostly Shadow. Tang San dodged Mo Wentian's attack with his footwork, but his gaze was solemn as he looked at a strand of hair slowly drifting down from the air. Third brother. Xiao Wu exclaimed from behind and wanted to rush forward to help. Little girl, you should take care of yourself. My brothers will play with you. The Shimo brothers blocked Xiao Wu. Others also found their own opponents. I'm fine, Xiao Wu. Just be careful, Tang San said seriously as he looked at Mo Wentian. What a strange sword technique, it didn't completely evade. Tang San was horrified in his heart. He had only tried a probing move, using all his strength in Ghostly Shadow, yet he still couldn't completely evade. It seemed like it would be a tough battle. So how is it, Tang San? Is my sword technique acceptable? Mo Wentian felt satisfied with his current strength. It seemed that his soul power was stuck at level 30. Although his cultivation speed had slowed down considerably, his progress in strength had not lagged behind at all, especially in the realm of swordsmanship. Not bad. You can take one of my moves, control the crane, and seize the dragon. Tang San would never admit defeat, and also used his Tang Sec's ultimate skill, wanting to return blow for blow. The realm of swordsmanship is the hardest to master at the beginning, so when Mo Wentian first obtained the inheritance, he was extremely focused on comprehending the sword technique. He couldn't step outside of his insights, which led to his gains, and his personality was somewhat affected. Although Mo Wentian did not concentrate fully on comprehending swordsmanship afterward, it was because he had already entered the initial stage. As the saying goes, mastering one technique leads to mastery of all techniques. If one technique is mastered, then all techniques are connected. If one technique is not mastered, then nothing is connected. Now, Mo Wentian felt that he had entered the realm of swordsmanship, and, after breaking through to the third soul ring, it seemed that the third leaf had brought him an increase in comprehension, leading to a wonderful state where he seemed to inadvertently touch upon an unknown realm of cultivation. It should be noted that the initial stage of swordsmanship here is not the same as that found on the Douluo continent, but rather the initial stage of the sword techniques practiced by the Void Sword God in his youth. As one of the strongest beings in the universe, even the initial stage of his childhood swordsmanship should be comparable to the peak level of sword techniques in martial arts. Naturally, this was not something Tang San could withstand. If Mo Wentian fully concentrated on cultivating swordsmanship or soul power, blocking out everything from the outside world, his efficiency would be 3 times or even more than before. However, he could easily fall into a realm of enhanced strength and become unable to extricate himself. And the changes in his personality would definitely be far greater than when he first comprehended swordsmanship. Mo Wentian only slightly entered this state during his leisure time, and he felt as if his personality had become cold. Mo Wentian speculated that entering this state might only retain some basic reactions, which is slightly better than being a walking corpse. Once he launched an attack, he would become completely ruthless. This is also the reason why Mo Wentian After reaching level 30, dared not enter this cultivation state to restore his normal state. This state should be a special condition after entering the realm of sword intent. Mo Wentian did not realize how lucky he was to awaken to this state so early. Even a void sword god could only enter this state in the later stages of sword intent. He reached this threshold by chance due to his improved comprehension. He named this state the first realm of sword domain, the realm of ruthlessness. However, he had not seen much of the world's cruelty in both his past and present lives. Even though he understood the principle that being behind means getting beaten, he had never experienced it, which made him somewhat lacking in ruthlessness. Additionally, reasons such as women and family made Mo Wentian reluctant to enter the realm of ruthlessness for training. Because this state requires long-term familiarity before it can be applied in practical combat or cultivation. Without familiarity, he might easily lose control of himself. Mo Wentian's 5-character formula sword technique was effortlessly countered by Tang San's ultimate skill, the purple extreme demon eye. Tang San realized he couldn't get close at all, so he began to look for flaws in Mo Wentian's swordsmanship. Upon closer inspection, he found that there were flaws everywhere. Tang San felt overwhelmed, and following the principle that the most dangerous place is often the safest, he aimed for the most obvious flaw. Xianyu hand, still ineffective, completely blocked. First soul skill bind. Seeing that his Tang Sek's ultimate skill had no effect at all, Tang San finally started to use his own soul skills. Tang San felt quite frustrated. In such competitions, the use of hidden weapons was strictly prohibited, and the strongest aspect of the Tang sect was precisely hidden weapons. Mo Wentian knew about Tang San's grievances, but he just wouldn't say anything. As long as he didn't speak, no one would know. Moreover, Mo Wentian believed that unless it was a concentrated hidden weapon like the Rain of Pear Blossoms, no other hidden weapon could possibly break through his Yuzi Ju's defense. Oomph. I won't play with you anymore, breaking sword style. Seeing that Tang San was at a loss against him, he directly seized the opportunity when Tang San was releasing his soul skill, activating the immortal step and launching a powerful sword strike toward Tang San's head. Not good. Ghost Shadow Mysterious Track. Tang San was taken aback, not expecting Mo Wentian to act so unpredictably, bursting forth with such speed and moves before he could even unleash his soul skill, forcibly interrupting him. Breaking sword style consumed soul power differently from the other 3 styles, consuming no less than the 3rd soul skill. Facing Tang San, who wasn't using hidden weapons, Mo Wentian felt he didn't need to use his 3rd soul skill at all. 8 Spider Lances. In a moment of crisis, Tang San finally summoned his trump card, using the toughness of his external soul bone to block this strike. However, even though it was just for an instant, countless sword marks appeared on the 8 spider legs, and he was sent flying several meters away. Chapter 65, Bald 3 Brother. Poof! Seeing this, Xiao Wu couldn't care about the battle and looked at Tang San. However, the combined technique of the Graphite brothers, the 4-sided big turtle shell, crashed toward Xiao Wu like a top. Fortunately, the Graphite brothers had kind personalities and reduced their power by half, but Xiao Wu was still sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood, seriously injured. Xiao Wu, damn it! Tang San instantly exploded with rage, but Mo Wentian firmly suppressed him, not allowing Tang San to get past. At that moment, Tang San unleashed an extremely strong combat power, using all means at his disposal except for the Haotian hammer and hidden weapons. Mo Wentian just remembered that Tang San is a protective brother. In the past, when watching Douluo, there were jokes that said, when Xiao Wu gets hurt, the whole audience panics. When Tang San gets angry, the match is over. As long as Xiao Wu is hurt enough, anyone will be defeated. The legendary Hammer King is strong in every generation, and each generation of Hammer Kings strikes down the Pope. Each generation of Soul Beasts produces a king, and each generation of Soul Beasts marries the Hammer King. However, all of this seems to meet its nemesis in front of him. Although I don't want to be enemies with Tang San, he will definitely establish the Tang sect in the future, which will be in competition with my demon sect. It seems that I need to find a way to suppress him. Without any deep-seated grudges, I don't want to be enemies with Tang San. However, the two are indeed in a competitive relationship, so I can only find ways to suppress Tang San and hinder his cultivation progress. Fortunately, Tang Hao took the immortal pill himself. Otherwise, if he had given it to Tang San, wouldn't that have added trouble for me? Thinking of this, Mo Wentian felt relieved. He thought it was worth it. After taking the immortal pill, although Tang Hao didn't break through his realm, all the injuries in his body had healed, and his combat power was strong. Moreover, he promised the demon sect a condition that he would unconditionally help the demon sect through difficult times. After all, Douluo is not an easy opponent. How could he let Tang Hao off so easily? Soon, Xiao Wu on the stage could no longer hold on. With the help of Oscar's third soul skill, she flew off the stage and collapsed below it. Zhu Zhuqing also ran off the stage to support Xiao Wu, clearly not wanting to fight in this match. Seeing this, Yi Lingling also ran off the stage towards Zhu Zhuqing, and Duge Yin, fearing that Yi Lingling might get hurt, followed her down as well. However, the audience below the stage seemed oblivious to the situation with these beautiful women. Their attention was focused on Mo Wentian's exquisite and elegant swordsmanship, Tang San's agile techniques, and the satisfying punches thrown by Yu Qianheng and Dai Mubai. Although Yu Feng and Ma Hongjun were also engaged in a back-and-forth battle, they appeared somewhat dim in comparison, with Ma Hongjun barely resisting Yu Feng's agile attacks due to his martial soul suppression. The Shimo brothers and Yi Lingling had completely become spectators. Perhaps out of a sense of chivalry, the Shimo brothers did not rush to help Ning Rongrong, but instead watched Oscar with a faint smile. Ning Rongrong, seeing this, bit her teeth and applied an enhancement to both Tang San and Dai Mubai before jumping off the stage to find Xiao Wu and the others. With no combat power, it would only cause trouble to stay behind and worry her teammates. Oscar, however, was not so lucky. He got a black eye from the Shimo brothers' combined punches. Just moments ago, Oscar had been daydreaming about mushroom sausages, which had caused headaches for the two of them. But fortunately, the time was brief. Shimo brothers, you can go down. Leave the match to me and Tianheng, Tang San said, leisurely turning to the Shimo brothers while swinging his long sword. Third soul skill, Spiderweb Bind. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San released his third soul skill while Mo Wentian was speaking. The blue-silver grass condensed into a spiderweb shape and bound towards Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian did not expect that Tang San would be so insidious and cautious, and ended up being caught in a spiderweb. Mo Wentian was taken aback, sensing that something was wrong. He had been careless and just wanted to shout that the young man was not following the rules of martial ethics. There was no time to struggle, and Tang San's fierce attack was already approaching. Third soul skill, Ice No Delay. As the third soul skill was activated, Tang San's speed suddenly reverted to that of an ordinary person. Mo Wentian unleashed the spirit sword style, and the ghost vine parasitic sword in his hand seemed to come alive. The blue-silver grass woven into a web around him was all shattered, leaving no seeds behind. Oomph. Mo Wentian was a bit angry. Tang San, not wanting to rely on his teammates to win, actually took advantage of Mo Wentian's moment of carelessness to launch his soul skill against him. Sigh, he realized he was too trusting and lacked experience. Compared to Tang San, he was indeed a bit inexperienced. This highlighted the gap between someone from the martial world and someone from the modern era, but Mo Wentian was not discouraged. Tang San remained silent, and the 8 spider lances behind him were exposed, yet he still couldn't defeat Mo Wentian. At this moment, Tang San began to doubt whether his blue-silver grass martial soul was a useless martial soul. Seizing the opportunity of Tang San's self-doubt, Mo Wentian retaliated, using the celestial step to execute the spirit sword technique against Tang San at an absolute speed. Tang San's control over the 8 spider lances was still somewhat lacking, and he couldn't quickly use them to block. The sword strike came right before him, and the martial soul blue-silver grass formed a barrier. But Mo Wentian's strength successfully provoked Tang San's inner pride. Or rather, it was more appropriate to say that it struck at the pride within Tang San. The sword moves were like the thousand-handed guanyin, one after another, each strike aimed at the vital points. In a moment of desperation, Tang San didn't care anymore. Although the blue-silver grass had formed a wall in front of him, it was still insufficient, and the blue-silver grass broke apart inch by inch under the fierce sword strikes. Remember, from now on, without my permission, do not apply any soul rings to your left-hand hammer. Use your left-hand hammer to protect your right-hand grass. Looking at the breaking blue-silver grass, this sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. Tang San no longer hesitated and summoned the Haotian hammer, the chaotic cloak hammer method. Although he successfully defended against Mo Wentian's continuous sword strikes, the Haotian hammer was also exposed to the public eye. In fact, Mo Wentian didn't want to continue the attack, mainly because he didn't expect Tang San to choose to reveal the Haotian hammer. What? This is the Haotian hammer, the unique martial soul of the #1 sect in the world, the Haotian sect. Qin Ming, watching from below, was taken aback. His expression became serious, not because he was afraid Mo Wentian would lose, but because of the exposure of Tang San's martial soul, worrying whether he would be blamed by the Shrek Academy's dean.
What? The number one weapon martial soul in the continent. The Hao Ian Hammer. A dual martial soul. My God, it turns out to be a dual martial soul. Truly a genius. I didn't expect anyone to have two martial souls. The audience below was buzzing with discussions. My God, what am I seeing? Today's soul battle is simply too exciting, with unheard of miraculous sword techniques and intense, blood-pumping action. And now, even the legendary dual martial soul has appeared. Above the arena, Douluo also came back to his senses, shockingly holding the amplification soul guide and saying, Tang-san, if you don't bring out other means. Relying solely on the Hao Ian Hammer will not allow you to win against me. I know you have hidden cards, and I have plenty as well. Just admit defeat. Mo, when Tian looked at Tang-san, who was panting and had blood at the corner of his mouth, yet still had a vigilant expression towards him. He couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant as he spoke to Tang-san. Hee. Brother Tian, you are really strong, but I'm not bad either. You don't need to hold back. Let me see just how big our gap is. I want to become stronger, and I will definitely defeat you. Even if I can't do it now, I still want to know how much of a difference there is between us. Although Tang-san spoke politely, he was unwilling to admit defeat, believing he still had hidden weapons he hadn't used. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such an embarrassing position. All right, I hope you won't regret it. It's easy to get stronger. I'll fulfill your request. Mo, when Tian felt that Tang-san was a bit ungrateful. He had clearly indicated that he wanted to let Tang-san go, as long as he admitted defeat. Unexpectedly, Tang-san was polite in words, but still refused to concede. Want to become stronger? Mo, when Tian would tell Tang-san the method. With Tang-san's mental fortitude, he should be able to handle it. The second soul skill, Medusa's Gaze. Mo, when Tian directly used his second soul skill, a powerful control ability. The soul power within him was sufficient for him to unleash the soul skill twice, which is the benefit of Mo, when Tian being stuck at level 30 for 2 years. Of course, this also included the accumulation of 3 immortal herbs. Xiao-san, be careful. Dai Mu Bai, who was pushing back Yu Qianheng, suddenly heard Mo, when Tian's second soul skill and recalled something, quickly warning loudly. However, it was too late. Although Tang-san was not knocked off the stage by Mo, when Tian's attack, the mask on his face had already shattered. His short blue hair was scattered in the air. His shiny bald head was so glaring under the spotlight. Even his eyebrows were so clean. Xiao-san, be careful. Dai Mu Bai, who was pushing back Yu Qianheng and also feeling somewhat weak, suddenly heard Mo, when Tian's second soul skill and remembered something, quickly warning loudly. Mind your own business. Thunder Strike. Yu Qianheng saw that he hadn't taken down his opponent yet, and noticed that Mo, when Tian didn't rush to eliminate Tang-san. However, he didn't hold back either and directly activated his dragon transformation state. He unleashed his soul skill and clashed head-on with Dai Mu Bai. Careless, Dai Mu Bai didn't realize that the Yu Qianheng in dragon transformation had changed significantly, despite being weak in soul power and stamina. He faced the challenge head-on and was instantly knocked off the stage, crashing hard into a wall and losing consciousness. Baldy-san, this way you'll become stronger. No need to thank me. In my hometown, bald heads always become stronger. Mo, when Tian shamelessly said you. Tang-san, overwhelmed by anger, suffered a great blow and spat out a mouthful of blood, making him even more unsteady. Surrender. You need to understand the gap between us cannot be bridged by hidden weapons. Mo, and Tian continued to persuade. Another mouthful of blood was spat out. We concede, a weathered voice echoed. A somewhat worn middle-aged man on the high platform shouted to Douluo. Douluo, who was flying in the air, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted, shouting with a megaphone. Shrek Academy concedes. Let's congratulate the Heavendo Royal team on winning this team soul fighting competition. Upon hearing this voice, Tang-san on the platform seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, becoming even more dejected, slumping down on the arena. Chapter 66, True Feelings Revealed in Adversity, Part 1. Mo, when Tian didn't pay attention to Tang-san, believing that giving him a lesson would be good. His own matters were not for others to meddle in. Montak Vincian, shouldn't you explain yourself to me? A disappointed voice echoed, filled with an indescribable jealousy and anger. Sigh. Fine, you two come with me. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing waiting for him nearby, Mo, when Tian felt uneasy despite her silence, as her cold gaze still made him uncomfortable. Mo, when Tian took the two girls out of the soul fighting arena, leaving some subsequent matters to Qin Ming and the Shrek team. Both team leaders wore worried expressions. Deeply concerned, Qin Ming was worried that Tang-san would expose his twin martial souls, one of which was the continent's #1 weapon martial soul, the Haotian hammer, and whether this would bring disaster to Shrek Academy. Flinder was concerned that his benefactor, Mo Wentian, might let personal matters affect the development of Shrek. It should be noted that Shrek Academy is now a senior academy, having been approved as such by the Snow Knight Emperor, with a bright future ahead thanks to the operations of the demon sect within the Empire. Thus, both team leaders were troubled, just like in the original story, and they met privately. The Shrek team then learned that the leader of the Tiendo Royal team was also a graduate of Shrek Academy. Tang San's ability to endure was still strong. After the encouragement of the master and Xiao Wu, he temporarily stepped out of the pit of failure. But his outward smile became less and less. On the other side, Ling Ling, I love you. I know I have wronged you and am not worthy of you. I'm just a fickle person. A year ago, I met Zhu Qing, who was being chased, and we encountered each other. After a few months, I went to the Star Luo Empire for training. On a whim, I went to Star Luo City and heard that Zhu Qing was in danger. So I waited outside the city for a while and happened to save Zhu Qing, who was being chased again. Then Zhu Qing wanted to come to Shrek Academy to study, and it just happened to be on my way. We gradually got to know each other and fell in love. I didn't intend to hide this from you. I was trying to find a way to tell you the whole story, hoping to seek your forgiveness, but unexpectedly, Mo Wentian walked in front, with the two girls following behind. Mo Wentian was unaware if the two were listening as he murmured to himself in front. So your third soul ring's limitation is because of Zhu Qing? Why didn't you come to me? Is it because of strength, or is it just how men are? Yi Lingling suddenly stopped and shouted loudly at Mo Wentian for the first time. It seemed Yi Lingling was extremely disappointed in Mo Wentian. She suddenly covered her face, squatted down, and began to cry softly. Lingling, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was the third party. It's my fault. You can punish me however you want. Just please stop crying. The seemingly cold, yet warm Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yi Lingling's uncontrollable emotions and spoke with some guilt. No, it's not your fault. I only blame him. What does he take me for? What does he take you for? Sobbing. I sigh. Mo Wentian found it hard to explain himself. Although he was indeed fickle, he was definitely not frivolous. However, he acknowledged that he was in the wrong in this situation. He wanted to comfort her, but didn't know how to start. Beside him, Zhu Zhuqing didn't explode as he had imagined. Perhaps it was because their relationship had grown closer. Or maybe it was just her personality. She didn't cry or make a scene, but her attitude towards Mo Wentian had noticeably turned cold, giving him a frosty glance. Seeing Yi Lingling in tears, Zhu Zhuqing crouched down and gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. Sister Lingling, I'm sorry. Please don't be sad. Wentian is not as unbearable as you think. Compared to other men, Wentian is much better. Zhu Zhuqing had grown up among royalty and nobility, so she was accustomed to men having multiple wives. Although she despised a man's fickleness, she couldn't help but love Mo Wentian deeply, which is why she consoled Yi Lingling, unable to bear the thought of Mo Wentian being upset. Yes, Lingling, I know I was wrong. Please stop crying and forgive me. Mo Wentian saw that things had turned around and hurried forward to comfort, wanting to ask for forgiveness. Shut up. Little did he know that it was better to remain silent. As soon as he spoke, the two women scolded him in unison. All right, just don't cry. I'll keep quiet. If you cry, I'll be sad. Mo Wentian may be clumsy in matters of the heart, but he has learned a few tricks to comfort girls. Yi Lingling had indeed stopped crying. Although she remained cold towards Mo Wentian, she gradually calmed down. After a round of persuasion from Zhu Zhuqing, Yi Lingling began to somewhat like this girl who seemed cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and she no longer felt so averse to the situation. As the group fell into silence, suddenly a teasing voice broke through. What's wrong with the little girl? Why are you crying like a little kitten? Come here to your brother, and I'll comfort you. 7 young people approached, and, among them, a handsome young man with silver hair and purple eyes looked at Yi Lingling with a charming smile, extending his hand and asking, Who are you all? Mo Wentian stretched out his hand to block Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling, while Bai Tao's hand came out and slapped away the opposing palm. With a somewhat unpleasant expression, he said, Haha, Lin Luo, you've actually been pushed back by a soul master at the soul respect level. It seems you've been teasing young girls too much and your body is a bit weak, huh? The silver-haired handsome youth took 2 steps back, and a robust young man next to him laughed mockingly. Sorn, to defeat the Luo men, this kid is not an ordinary soul respect. Don't underestimate him. A person dressed in white with white hair stepped out from behind this group, and those around seemed to hold a sense of awe towards him, bowing and standing to the sides. Yes, Your Holiness, the Saint's son. The robust man, Sorn, also slightly bowed in response. No need for excessive courtesy. I've said before, you and Lin Luo can become brothers if you break through to the Soul King level before the age of 20. Now that you've broken through, there's no need for too much formality between brothers. The white-haired man was none other than the saint son of the evil soul master, Luo Sheng. His birth marked the beginning of the change for the evil soul masters. Gifted with eloquence and extraordinary wisdom from a young age, possessing full innate soul power and dual martial souls, he grew up surrounded by admiration, all of which were part of his halo. Although these words might sound uncomfortable, spoken from the saint's son's position, they serve as a form of encouragement. This saint's son is not comparable to the saint's sons and daughters of the Spirit Hall, but rather the son of the entire evil soul master faith. The evil soul masters have no pope, only the evil god above, with the saint's son beneath the evil god, followed by the great offering, the strongest among the evil soul masters. MHM. The two nodded in response under the envious gazes of their four companions. Saint Sun, in my view, even if it's just me, I can make this so-called Tianwen suffer greatly. No need for Soren to take action. The silver-haired, purple-eyed youth Lin Hao believed he had just been a bit careless and underestimated Mo Wentian, and at this moment spoke somewhat unconvinced. It turned out that the evil soul master Saint Sun and his group had exited the Star Do Forest shortly after obtaining their soul rings. Based on the intelligence from the evil soul masters, they learned that the Tiendo royal team was going to fight in Soto City. And they had been watching Mo Wentian and the others' matches from early on. Now blocking the three was premeditated. Chapter 67, True Feelings in Adversity, Part 2, Soto City. Mo Wentian's expression turned serious as he summoned his martial soul, taking the form of a sword. His soul power erupted, standing in front of the two women, with long black hair cascading down, moving without wind. You are friends of the Luo sect, the holy son of the evil soul master. Mo Wentian is not a fool and quickly guessed the identities of a few people. Seeing this, the crowd dispersed in a rush. Since the holy son Luo Sheng dared to confront Mo Wentian and the others in Soto City, he must have some backing. Mo Wentian did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. On the other side, a Soul Douluo blocked Qin Ming and his group as they emerged from the Soul Arena. Fortunately, the Shrek Academy president and Zhao Wujia were also present, and both sides held their ground without making any rash moves. At the City Lord's mansion, two Soul Douluos had also taken the Soul Sage Rank City Lord hostage, drawing out the old City Lord, who was also a Soul Douluo, while the City Guard gathered around. The Spirit Hall S sub-branch had a title Douluo personally restraining them. If Mo Wentian were present, he would recognize that this title Douluo was the one who had stolen his soul bone, resembling a whip. Currently, Mo Wentian was in a state of isolation and helplessness. Oh, have you heard of us? The evil soul master saint's son, Luo Sheng? He turned to Mo Wentian and said casually, What does it matter whether I know or not? Luo Sheng's expression annoyed Mo Wentian, who couldn't help but snort coldly. Yes, I won't do anything to you for now. A talented and interesting enemy like you. I really don't want to kill you just yet. Leave the two ladies behind you. And you can go. Luo Sheng maintained a cold expression, but looked at Mo Wentian and the others with a slightly playful tone. After saying that, he released his full aura, revealing 5 soul rings, and the 6 people behind him also unleashed their auras, all of which were above the soul master level. The ones named Lin Hao and Suo In were actually Soul King powerhouses. Zhu Qing, protect Lingling. I will protect you all. Don't be afraid. Mo Wentian looked seriously at the 7 people, showing no intention of retreating, hoping to wait for Qin Ming and Shrek's teacher to discover the situation and come to their rescue. Even if he died, he would never allow anyone to harm the women he cared about. Moreover, they were just soul kings. If necessary, he would use his final trump card, and no one would have it easy, not to mention the blood-colored swan kiss from the time-space divine fate ring. Even the 5-character secrets destruction technique would be enough to slay a soul king. However, Mo Wentian did not know that he was facing not just any ordinary soul king, but one of the true prodigies on this continent, aside from the Shrek 7 monsters after consuming celestial products. Useless. Are you still thinking that we wouldn't dare to act against you in the city, waiting for rescue? That would be a huge mistake. The forces of the City Lord's mansion and the Spirit Hall have already been restrained by my men. There are also people dealing with your teacher, but you don't need to worry too much. This time, I won't take your lives, just one of your arms as interest for killing my brother Luo Min. The real battle, I will reserve for the Advanced Soul Master competition. We evil soul masters will kill all of you in front of the Spirit Hall, of course. You can choose not to participate, but I can't guarantee the safety of your family's power. To tell you the truth, in the past 10 years,
The strength of my evil soul masters in the shadows has long surpassed that of the Spirit Hall. Once I break through to the Soul Sage realm and consolidate my power, the entire Douluo continent will have to respect my evil soul masters. Since Luo Sheng arrived in this world, he knew he was extraordinary, with memories from another world in his mind. Because of his arrival, the strength of the evil soul master faction had advanced by leaps and bounds, but due to their weak power, they could not inherit the position of the evil god. The evil soul master faction was still under the control of his father, the great offering of the evil god. Once he advanced to the Soul Sage realm, he could accept the evil god's inheritance and complete the 9 trials of the evil god, unifying the entire continent's evil soul master faction, making the destruction of the Spirit Hall not impossible. Currently, the peak strength of the evil soul masters, if united, would not be inferior to the Spirit Hall. However, if it were just the evil god island, its strength was still considerably lacking compared to the Spirit Hall, which was also the reason the great offering of the evil god opposed an early emergence. Since you insist on seeking death, then I have no choice but to fulfill your wish. Lin Hao, you play with him for a bit, and so you just watch from the side. Luo Sheng said to the handsome youth with silver hair and purple eyes standing to the side. Yes, Saint's son. Lin Hao's face revealed a look of joy. Feeling trusted by the Saint's son, 6 dark wings appeared behind Lin Hao. Turning to Mo Wentian, he said, Kid, your sword techniques seem to have strong defense. Come and try my first soul skill, Shattering Wings. Suddenly, a dark angelic figure with black wings appeared behind him, and the feathers of the wings transformed into countless tiny projectiles flying towards Mo Wentian. This is bad. The sword control technique can't block such a dense soul skill. He actually released the nemesis of my sword control technique on the first try. It seems he has figured out my soul skill. I can only use my 3rd soul skill, Ice No Delay. Mo Wentian did not hesitate to use his 3rd soul skill in combination with the sword control technique to block all the feathers. But the consumption of his soul skills was also enormous. As expected of a soul king, just the 1st soul skill forced me to use my 3rd soul skill for defense. Mo Wentian was secretly astonished, not daring to show any signs of carelessness on the surface. He did not expect this person to understand the weaknesses of his sword control technique so well. This rain-like attack was precisely the nemesis of the sword control technique. Of course, this was also because the person using this soul skill was nearly 2 major realms higher than him. Kid, not bad. Let's see you experience the power of my 3rd soul skill, Ink Shadow Black House. Lin Hao showed no surprise in his eyes. When watching from below the arena, Mo Wentian's swordsmanship was something even the Holy Son, Luo Sheng, greatly admired. Mo Wentian hadn't had time to react when he felt the environment around him change, a shock coursing through his heart. Where's this place? A mirage? What can a mere illusion do to me? Breaking the delusion eye. Mo Wentian seemed to be pulled into a small dark room. He deliberately displayed a hint of panic, while secretly using his eye technique, Breaking the Delusion Eye. Once he activated Breaking the Delusion Eye, Mo Wentian discovered that he was actually within a realm. If he hadn't used Breaking the Delusion Eye to see, he would have been engulfed in endless darkness, losing all sense of direction. A normal person would definitely go insane in such an environment for a long time. Ling Ling, Zhu Qing, where are you? Mo Wentian pretended to see nothing, groping forward like a blind person, quietly moving toward Lin Hao ahead. Mo Wentian's 3rd soul skill is also a domain type. Such a skill requires either an exceptionally good martial soul or incredible luck in obtaining a powerful soul beast for the SoulRing. Otherwise, this type of skill is definitely among the best of the best. This kid has already entered my black room domain. I can take his life at any moment. How about it? 2 beautiful ladies. Brother has avenged you. How will you thank him? Lin Hao, still unaware of the impending danger, laughed and teased Zhu Qing and the other girl. Chapter 68. True Feelings Revealed in Times of Adversity. 3. Let us use your little life to express gratitude. Breaking Sword Technique. 2nd Soul Skill Medusa's Gaze. Mo Wentian suddenly accelerated, using the immortal step to break the domain. And the 2nd Soul Skill's Single Target Strong Control Technique was unleashed. Lin Hao instantly felt his body being restrained, unable to move. Soul Bone Skill. Ice Grave. Mo Wentian's right arm suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, and with a punch to the ground, countless ice spikes instantly protruded around Lin Hao, leaving him in a state of utter disarray and suffering significant injuries. Before he could react, Mo Wentian used the Celestial Step again, activating the Spirit Sword technique. Intending to end Lin Hao's life first, and then find a way to stall for time, waiting for the demonic forces from the Punlai Tavern to come to his rescue. Oomph. A cold snort was heard as a broadsword imbued with a hurricane appeared in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao, if you don't fix your flowery tongue, you'll end up suffering for it sooner or later, said a Soul King powerhouse named and helplessly from the side. The long sword was his martial soul. The hurricane sword, which was quite similar to the 7-kill sword, but thicker and heavier in the blade. However, the heavy sword with hurricane attributes lacked the sharp killing intent of the 7-kill sword, instead possessing a certain weightiness. It was like Yongguo's heavy sword, giving a sense of a blunt weapon with great skilllessness. Cough, cough. Suo, and just take care of yourself. I can handle this kid, Lin Hao said, realizing he had underestimated Mo Wentian and had been somewhat careless, not dodging. Don't force me. Mo Wentian noticed that his attack had not worked, and his expression began to look grim. What do you do to force me? Today, I really will force you. How dare you sneak attack and hurt me? That's a soul bone skill of yours, kid. Today, your hands are doomed. Lin Hao put away the faintly frivolous look on his face and said coldly. Lin Hao's serious demeanor was quite good-looking. One of the 7, a seductive woman, twisted her waist and cast a fiery glance at Lin Hao, saying, "Tsk, Lu Ruyan, keep your filthy eyes to yourself, or I'll gouge them out," Lin Hao said with disgust as he glanced at the seductive woman. "All right, Ruyan, don't disturb Lin Hao while he's fighting. I still want to see if this kid has any other tricks up his sleeve," Luo Shang said, looking at his seemingly respectful, yet actually arrogant subordinates and teammates. Yes, Your Highness Shengzi Lu Ruyan was as her name suggested, charming and alluring. But she gave off a fox spirit vibe, her voice dripping with flirtation. Seeing that they looked down on him, Mo Wentian quickly took out a signal flare from the time and space divine fate ring, ignited it instantly, and shot it into the sky. Whoosh! Boom! A firework exploded in the sky, and Mo Wentian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I still have one last card up my sleeve, enough to hold out until reinforcements arrive. Zhu Qing and Lingling should be safe now, Mo Wentian secretly thought, while the long sword in his hand continued to clash with Lin Hao. Hee. The forces that could come from Suodo City have already been restricted by us. Even if you send out 10 more signals, it won't make any difference. The Holy Son Luo Sheng said disdainfully. Haha, that's right, young handsome guy. You said you would let the 2 little sisters behind you leave early, but you didn't. Now, without a pair of arms, you won't be able to leave. Why bother? Lu Rian said with a look of regret. Vixen. Yi Lingling stomped her small foot, coldly glancing at Lu Ruyan before nervously looking at Mo Wentian, who was in the midst of battle. Zhu Zhuqing remained icy in front of outsiders, calmly watching Mo Wentian and Lin Hao fighting fiercely. The other 2 men and 1 woman among the 7 holy sons stood like cold-blooded assassins, their faces covered, standing to the side, intently watching the 3 in battle without saying a word. Indeed, this is the first time I've seen such exquisite swordsmanship. It seems that relying solely on Lin Hao won't be enough to resolve this quickly. Thorn, go help Lin Hao. Make it quick to avoid any unforeseen changes. As the holy son of the evil soul master, he was naturally not foolish. He had already realized that Mo Wentian wouldn't waste his efforts. Knowing that the possible reinforcements were already restrained, he still sent out a signal flare. Odison, I can do it, I can. 5th soul skill, Ghostly Break. Lin Hao stubbornly refused, directly using his 5th soul skill, wanting to overwhelm Mo Wentian with his level advantage. Countless black energy beams gathered rapidly, forming a huge energy ball at incredible speed, attacking Mo Wentian in a straight line. So strong. Let us take it on first. Yeezy decision. Mo Wentian felt an immense surge of energy, with no time to retreat as the 2 women stood behind him, leaving no room for him to take a step back. It was useless. The gap in soul power was too vast. No, I can't retreat. Behind me are Ling Ling and the others. Mo Wentian's Uzizi was operating at its limit, barely managing to block the attack from the black energy sphere. The sword in his hand trembled continuously, clearly reaching its breaking point. It was at this pause that Zhu Zhuqing finally reacted, seeing how difficult it was for Mo Wentian to hold on. Rationally, she quickly pulled back Yi Lingling, who wanted to rush forward. Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing finally reacted, Mo Wentian no longer hesitated. A recovery pill suddenly appeared in his left hand, and he lowered his head to lick it down. The tip of the ghost vine parasitic sword suddenly burst forth with a strong energy, splitting the black energy sphere into 3. A loud bang echoed on either side of the road, and 2 massive deep pits appeared in the ground. Not good, I can only take it head on.
I didn't expect it to not be completely split apart. The sudden outburst of soul power was too much for Mo Wentian to block in time. He retracted the Ghost Vine parasitic sword, and his right hand revealed his soul bone to take the attack directly. As the dust settled, Mo Wentian staggered back a few meters, but the fabric on his right arm was shredded into countless pieces, blood streaming down. Wentian! Two worried voices rang out in unison from behind. Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling rushed to Mo Wentian's sides, supporting the swaying figure of Mo Wentian. I'm Yufina. I'm glad you finally forgive me, but for now, you should stay back and not interfere with my battle. I won't let anyone harm you. Mo Wentian's expression showed a hint of joy, but he quickly realized it was not the time for romance and said seriously, the 9-heart begonia is definitely healing. However, Yi Lingling and the other girl did not retreat at all. Yi Lingling summoned the 9-heart begonia, and a beam of light shone on Mo Wentian's right arm, making him feel that his injuries had healed significantly. Zhu Zhuqing also summoned her dark phantom spirit cat Martial Soul to guard Mo Wentian's side, preventing any sneak attacks from the evil Soul Master team. Lu Ruoyan, you and So, and go together, don't give them another chance. A 3-on-3 battle is more fun, and this holy sun likes it. Luo Sheng had no intention of stopping the two girls. He had been incredibly proud since childhood, believing in his own supremacy. Even his father, the evil god high priest, could do nothing about him. This was also the reason he did not personally deal with Mo Wentian. He looked down on winning through soul power and age advantages, even though Mo Wentian was one of those who indirectly killed his brother, Luo Min. After all, he did not die directly at Mo Wentian's hands. Not wanting to kill Mo Wentian so soon without knowing his identity as a member of the demon sect. And at just 16 years old, he was less than 2 years older than Mo Wentian, but had already reached the 52nd level of Soul King. Chapter 69. Authors note this book has been published for exactly 1 month since its start, receiving only 1 trial recommendation, with very few recommendations overall. The collection has barely increased, relying solely on a bare-bones collection of 300. There are 300 people who have added it to their shelves. But compared to other original works, the stickiness of Douluo fanfiction is weak, making it difficult to achieve good results. Which is also the reason most Douluo fanfictions do not reach the end. I have no other requests, if you find it okay. Watching videos daily to earn book coins, and following the reading would be the biggest support. Thank you very much for the reader support. I will resume 2 updates a day. Every bit of your support, every follow, and every recommendation is my motivation to keep going. I hope my readers will continue to support me, but that is clearly unrealistic. I would be satisfied if more than 500 out of the 300 people follow the reading. However, even so, I will not give up and will never stop updating. Here, I vow, for those who abandon the story, I will livestream sulfuric acid baths. Chapter 70. Low-quality martial soul fusion technique. When Zhu Zhuqing summoned her evolved dark phantom spirit cat Martial Soul, Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing inadvertently exchanged a glance. With her third soul skill, Gale Sun Slash, Suo In leaped onto the heavy sword, a wild smile on his face, and directly launched an attack at Mo Wentian. Lin Hao beside him also cooperatively released his first soul skill. Mo Wentian's face showed a serious expression as he exchanged glances with Zhu Zhuqing again. Unexpectedly, they both released their martial souls at the same time, intertwining their hands. It was then that Mo Wentian's martial soul fused with Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul, and a small grass with 7 leaves sprouted on the head of the dark nether spirit cat. The 7-leaf spirit cat. The 7-leaf grass on its head could provide toxins, healing, and resilience to the nether spirit cat, significantly enhancing its physical constitution and speed. It was uncertain whether this was due to cat's natural affinity for catnip, or because the 7-leaf grass itself was a special kind of catnip. Zhu Zhuqing particularly liked Mo Wentian's 7-leaf grass and enjoyed inhaling the non-existent martial soul scent on it. As they progressed to the final step, Mo Wentian had previously attempted a deep exploration of Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul while on the bed. However, at that time, Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul had not fully evolved, so it was unsuccessful, but it provided some experience. Now, they had indeed successfully combined, but because they were unfamiliar with it, they had only just achieved the combination and had not yet developed a powerful soul skill. They merely enhanced and expanded the capabilities of their respective martial souls. The nether spirit cat swiftly blocked Thorn's sword attack. The 7-leaf grass on the nether spirit cat also grew rapidly, transforming its leaves into enormous shields that blocked the attack from Lin Hao. Martial soul fusion skill. Not bad, I'll join in too.
Seeing this, Lu Ruoyan also summoned her martial soul, which was a mutated red fox with 3 tails, named the Three-Tailed Spirit Fox. The third soul skill, Enigmatic Foxfire, released 3 balls of foxfire, and after a brief delay, it locked onto the 7-leaf spirit cat in its martial soul form and the leaf lingling behind it. However, the 7-leaf grass on the nether spirit cat emitted a strong light, forming a massive light sphere that protected leaf lingling. The foxfire could not approach. Sorry, my 7-leaf grass has fire immunity. You 3 can come at us together, but you are still no match for us. Mo Wentian revealed his form and said with a mocking smile, deliberately provoking the evil soul master saint, Luo Shang. Mo Wentian's piercing gaze into human nature made him aware that this so-called Luo Shang, the evil soul master saint, was an exceptionally proud person who would never lower himself to bully the weak. However, just to be safe, he decided to mock him deliberately. Don't try to provoke me. I won't make a move. Thorn Lin, how is left to you? Don't embarrass the evil soul masters again, or else. Luo Shang didn't finish his sentence, but it was clear he was already angry. It had taken so long to deal with 3 soul kings, one of whom was a healer, and they still hadn't resolved the issue. All right, since you're so ungrateful, let you experience my personal combo skill, Gale's Severing Slash. Thorn lifted his hurricane sword martial soul, and with a style completely different from Mo Wentian's exquisite swordsmanship, he unleashed a powerful soul skill with overwhelming force, charging towards Mo Wentian with a raging wind. Qianyu. Meanwhile, the injured Lin Hao in the distance also released his 4th soul skill, Countless Feathers. A myriad of swords launched simultaneously. Mo Wentian and the others felt as if they were on the verge of suffocation. Is this the true strength of a soul king? Just now, how did Wentian manage to take on the 5th soul skill of a soul king by himself? Zhu Zhiqing felt the oppressive force brought by the enormous heavy sword in front of her, as well as the extremely sharp feathers surrounding her. She couldn't help but recall how Mo Wentian had faced such power alone just moments ago. The 2nd soul skill, Medusa's Gaze. Mo Wentian was not confident in taking the blow, so he first unleashed his powerful control soul skill to block the attacks from Thorn and Lin Hao. Taking advantage of their moment of distraction, he forcibly separated the martial soul fusion skill and wrapped his arms around Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhiqing, starting to flee towards the direction of the Penglai Tavern. Boom! A loud crash from the heavy sword attack released an energy that seriously injured the 3 of them. Even with Mo Wentian's speed, he couldn't completely evade the attacks from the 2 soul kings, and his back was instantly covered in wounds. However, he still used this burst of energy to propel himself forward several dozen meters. Mo Wentian's back was bleeding like tomato sauce, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent, as if his back had eyes, blocking all the feather attacks from the myriad of swords for the 2 women, especially the right hand that was holding Yi Lingling, where even the bones were protruding. Buffed. Lingling. Mo Wentian struggled to stay conscious, enduring excruciating pain throughout his body as he held onto the 2 girls and madly rushed forward. When he saw dozens of powerful soul kings and soul masters from the demon sect approaching, he shouted Yi Lingling before collapsing unconscious on the ground. 10 days later, the entire Tiando Empire was shaken. The demon sect went on a frenzied expansion, recklessly aiming to eliminate the evil soul master forces. Suddenly, 2 titled Douluos emerged from the demon sect, Poison Douluo Dugabo and Holy Soul Douluo Old Jack. With these 2 titled Douluos personally taking action, countless evil soul master strongholds were overturned. Yet an endless number of powerful evil soul masters also surfaced. In an instant, news of the resurgence of evil soul masters spread throughout the continent. The name Evil Soul Master was so unfamiliar since the establishment of the Wuhuan Temple. They had only dared to live in the shadows, like rats scorned by everyone. Yet their strength was unexpectedly formidable. Even the flourishing demon sect, with its dual Douluos, could not shake the foundation of the Evil Soul Masters. In Soto City, at the Penglai restaurant, in a bamboo courtyard at the center of the Penglai bamboo forest, there were fewer people around. Wu, sister, you must avenge Wentian. Wentian, wake up quickly. I'm no longer angry with you. Please wake up. Wu, wake up quickly. As long as you wake up, I will agree to be with Zhu Qing together. Wu Yi Lingling's beautiful little face was already in tears, looking pleadingly at Mo Yudi, and then she couldn't help but touch Mo Wentian's hands, which were tied up like rice dumplings, sobbing. Lingling, don't worry. Whoever dared to hurt Wentian like this, I will definitely not let that damned evil soul master Saint Sun go.
Mo Yudi heard that her younger brother was seriously injured and unconscious, so she rushed to Sotawa City without stopping. At this moment, she spoke with hatred, and a powerful aura of a soul emperor erupted from her body. Take me with you, sister. I also want to take revenge for Wan Tian. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing said coldly. She didn't cry like Yi Lingling, but her red-rimmed eyes clearly showed that she had secretly cried many times. Chapter 71, Awakening. Okay, when a magic sect takes action, I will definitely take you and Wan Tian along to get back at them. Mo Yudi responded with great authority, resembling a powerful woman in the underworld. The two girls, seeing that Mo Yudi was serious, also put away their sadness and earnestly agreed. It is a blessing for Winnie to have such confidence like you. Don't worry. If Winnie dares to bully you in the future, just come to your sister, and I will help you teach him a lesson. Mo Yudi expressed great satisfaction with the performance of the two women. Ahem. Water. It seemed as if he heard a voice that wanted to beat him up, and Mo Wentian woke up from his coma. Mo Wentian felt extremely thirsty and weakly said, I'm so thirsty. Great. You're finally awake. I'll get you some water right now. Just wait a moment. Yi Lingling, overwhelmed with excitement, didn't know what to do. She hurriedly poured a cup of water and carefully fed Mo Wentian bit by bit. Zhu Zhuqing also looked overjoyed, gently holding a handkerchief beside him to wipe the corners of Mo Wentian's mouth. Mo Yudi watched this scene, feeling happy for her brother. Wan Tian, take a good rest. I have something to do, so I'll head out first. You must keep Li Ling and Zhu Qing company and talk to them well. Okay? They've been so worried about you during the time you were unconscious. Mo Yudi smiled ambiguously, not waiting for Mo Wentian to speak, and winked at him before exiting the room. Bang! The door closed. Hey, Lingling, Zhu Qing, how long have I been unconscious? Mo Wentian looked at the two lovely girls in front of him, both gazing at him with concern and showing no signs of jealousy. He couldn't help but chuckle foolishly and asked, Are you both worried about me? Silly. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to understand what Mo Wentian was thinking and gently tapped his forehead with her finger. It's already the 10th day. Yi Lingling still had a dazed and innocent expression as she said with concern, I didn't realize I've been unconscious for so long. Thank you both. You must not have had a good rest these days. Go and take a break quickly. Mo Wentian looked at Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing, both appearing haggard, and couldn't help but feel a bit heartbroken as he said, Mo Wentian may be a bit of flirt, but I have to say he is really straightforward. Is it the right time to say such things? A flirtatious, straightforward guy, huh? I won't rest. You can rest if you want, but I want to stay here and watch you. Yi Lingling and Mo Wentian grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Although they are not as close as Xiao Wu and Tang San, they're not far behind, so they speak without any reservations. Mo Wentian couldn't help but look at Zhu Zhuqing. I don't want to rest either. Zhu Zhuqing quickly shook her head and said, Then, how about you guys sleep on my bed? Mo Wentian looked at the empty space beside the bed and couldn't help but ask with concern. Two faint responses, as soft as mosquito sounds, came from the two girls. For a moment, the relationship among the three people in the room deepened significantly. The two girls lay by the bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep, clearly having worried a lot during these days. Feeling the rare warmth, Mo Wentian was also very happy. He inwardly examined his soul power and found that after a fierce battle, his soul power was now close to breaking through the 35th level. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could achieve that breakthrough. Lying on the bed, Mo Wentian only wished to quickly enhance his soul power. The pressure from the evil soul master Saint Sun was unprecedented. Such a powerful character didn't exist in the original work. Could it be that something unexpected had occurred? Mo Wentian muttered to himself, realizing for the first time that despite being familiar with the plot, he could not control everything, as there were many things beyond his control. 3 days later, after recovering from his injuries and being able to walk, Mo Wentian began his daily training. His father, Mo Jun, sent members of the Demon Sect team to follow him at all times to prevent a recurrence of the previous situation. Now, the bamboo forest in Penglai had several new bamboo residences. The Fatty and Mo Chi also arrived, along with 3 women, Xia Yunxi and Gong Aoshua, who were both students of Mo Yudi. The other woman was Chang Zi, whom he had saved in Chengjia village. Her martial soul was a mutated martial soul, the 4-eared intelligent monkey, following Mo Wentian's guidance. She had joined the demon sect and was sent over by the demon lord a few days ago to form a small team with Mo Wentian, with plans for intensive training to prepare for the high-level soul master competition over a year later to compete against the evil Soul Master Saints team. Now, Mo Wentian was almost 15 years old, which was the same age as Tang San when he participated in the high-level Soul Master competition. With a soul power of level 34, he indeed could not compare to Tang San, but that did not mean his talent was inferior. Despite being 15, his time spent training soul power was roughly similar to Tang San's, with the limitation of his martial soul keeping him stuck at level 30 for 2 years. My age should be around the same as Oscar's, about 1 or 2 years younger than Daimu Bai, who is now at level 37. A year from now, I should be able to catch up to his level. It seems I need to speed up my soul power training. Mo Wentian felt like he was caught between a wolf and a tiger. Tang San was chasing him, while he himself was pursuing the evil Soul Master Holy Sun. Although neither of them could be considered ordinary, at this moment, Mo Wentian had lost any sense of comparison with Tang San. After all, they were not enemies. And although it would be difficult to become good friends with Tang San after this competition, Missouri Wentian did not care at all. Not being able to be friends was Tang San's loss. Given the current situation, it was questionable whether Tang San could even become a dual god-level deity. The appearance of the evil Soul Master Holy Sun made Mo Wentian realize that the future plot of Douluo continent would definitely not unfold as it did in the original work. The power dynamics on the continent had also undergone significant changes. Mo Udai took on the role of teacher for several people and began training them. Now, apart from Mo Chi, who is at level 29, all the others have reached the Soul Sovereign Realm. Fatty, Pang Run, Martial Soul Red Flame Exploding Bear. Level 32 Strength Type Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Chung Zi, Martial Soul 62 Clever Monkey. Level 36 Agility Type Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Mo Chi, Martial Soul Ruler. Level 29 Control Type Soul Master, with 2 yellow soul rings. Xia Yunxi, Martial Soul Colorful Crane. Level 31 Support Type Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Gong Aoshue, Martial Soul Ice and Snow Proud Spirit Zither. Level 32 Control Type Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Lastly, there is Mo Wentian, Martial Soul 7 Leaf Grass. Level 34 Control Type Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The 7-person team now has 6 members, and Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing both wish to leave their respective teams to join. Mo Wentian completely rejected them. After all, they still had their own teams, and she couldn't selfishly transfer them to her own team. Moreover, only one person was needed. If 2 women joined, it would be awkward for everyone. Although one might not say anything, it would be uncomfortable. Enjoying the blessings of many is not so easy. The relationship between the 2 women is currently very good. During the day, they train in their respective teams, and at night, they return to the Penglai Bamboo Forest to sleep together. The 2 women are very close, and poor Mo Wentian doesn't even have a chance to get close to Zhu Zhuqing, only able to hold hands occasionally. Time passed quickly, and soon half a year had gone by. There was less than a year until the Soul Master competition, and Mo Chi finally broke through to the 30th level Soul Master Realm. During this time, Qin Ming from the Tiando Royal team did not take his team members away, but stayed at Shrek Academy to train together, leading to a significant change in the storyline. The 3 teams often engaged in friendly matches. Although Mo Wentian's team only had 6 members and their soul power was not particularly high, they were the strongest among the 3 teams. It is worth mentioning that Yi Lingling and Duge Yin from the Tiando Royal team, as well as Yu Qianheng, had all advanced to the 40th level Soul Ancestor Realm. Shrek Academy was also developing rapidly, although it still only had the Shrek 7 monsters. The academy had been established quite luxuriously, yet it still faintly resembled a rural school's architectural style. Chapter 72. Confession. The next day, everyone packed their belongings and arrived at Shrek Academy. In a newly built residence, in a double room, Mo Chi said, "In a year, during the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition, we will definitely encounter the evil Soul Master Saints team. Since the evil Soul Masters dare to act so recklessly, there must be some backing behind them, and their strength is certainly not weaker than that of the top 3 sects and the Demon Gate. You must speed up your cultivation, otherwise, you may face life-threatening dangers." Although the Demon Gate has already reached an alliance with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, their strength is not weak. But the battles in the arena are unpredictable. Although casualties are prohibited, the evil Soul Masters will definitely not abide by the competition rules. You are the weakest in the Demon Gate team in terms of soul power,
and your self-defense is insufficient. You have just broken through to the 30th level Soul Master realm, so you must not slack off in your cultivation. I'm afraid you might encounter danger during the competition. Once you obtain your Soul Ring, I have a gift for you. But the premise is that you must work hard in your cultivation. I believe you will keep this a secret from me. Tomorrow, we will go to the Stardow Forest with the mentors from Shrek Academy to obtain Soul Rings. How many years of Soul Rings do you think you can absorb? Are you confident? Mo Wentian, having nothing to do, saw that Mo Chi had not been cultivating as usual after his promotion and couldn't help but sigh. The two were arranged to be together, of course, because Mo Wentian didn't want to expose himself as a behind-the-scenes shareholder of Shrek. Otherwise, it would be like letting his boss and students live together in the dormitory, which would definitely raise suspicions. Boss, you're really too good to me. Is it because of the pills from the core of the Demon Gate that enhance soul power? Don't worry, I definitely won't leak it out. You're so good to me. Sigh, but I've already reached the Soul Master realm. Can't I just have a good rest? Mo Chi first displayed a face full of emotion, then helplessly said. However, it was just a casual complaint. After all, he had been monitored for his cultivation during this period. Mo Wentian values everything and cherishes these friends and family especially. However, he is a bit too strict, particularly in the cultivation of these younger brothers. This also shows how much he cares about them. Song Shui has low innate soul power and hasn't been diligent in cultivation. So he is still just an outer disciple of the demon sect and has not been treated specially because of his relationship with Mo Wentian. The selection criteria for the demon sect battle team is originally prefer the lack to the excess. Mo Wentian did not let Song Shui join simply because there was a shortage of personnel. It's not that he looks down on him, but he has to be responsible for his own team and the lives of his younger brothers. The enemies he will face in the future will be powerful, and if his teammates are weak, it would be better to disband the team to reduce danger. Based on the principle of responsibility, Mo Wentian established the rule of prefer the lack to the excess. Mo Chi initially did not meet Mo Wentian's requirements, but he is serious in his cultivation, and since they are brothers, with some effort and training, his soul power can catch up. Therefore, Mo Wentian is particularly strict with Mo Chi, hoping to cultivate him well. As for the fat guy, he doesn't need Mo Wentian to worry about him. After taking Mo Wentian's pill once, he is already at level 32 soul power and is about to reach level 33. With some nurturing, he can also reach the soul ancestor realm in a year. However, this somewhat is based on Mo Wentian standards, which is still incredibly difficult for others. Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you will retreat. If you don't want to cultivate seriously, it's better to return to Heaven Do City early. Otherwise, when danger arises, it's impossible to have teammates by your side every time. You understand the principle that one must be strong themselves. Since the incident with the evil soul master Saint Sun blocking the way, Mo Wentian has become particularly focused on soul power cultivation. It can be said that although that experience indirectly allowed Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling to acknowledge each other's existence, the psychological blow to Mo Wentian was still enormous. He always believed that as a transmigrator, he had great fortune, first mastering alchemy methods, then obtaining the sword goddess inheritance, and finally acquiring all mature celestial products within the Eye of Ice and Fire, with the demon sect as his backing. As long as he develops cautiously, there's nothing in this world he needs to pay attention to except for the Spirit Hall. Unexpectedly, a force of evil soul masters that didn't exist in the original work emerged, and their surface strength is no less than the top 3 sections. Those people are only a few years older than Mo Wentian, yet all are above the soul ancestor level, with 3 being soul kings. Their strength a year later will definitely surpass that of the Spirit Hall that appeared in the original work's Advanced Soul Master competition. If these team members cannot reach the soul ancestor realm, they would just be food for the enemies. Mo Wentian hasn't paid much attention to the current cultivation of the Shrek 7 monsters. He only knows that Tang San and Dai Mubai are working harder on their soul power cultivation than ever before. This is probably also due to being impacted by Mo Wentian. Now, there are also some people from an internal demon sect who have entered the academy as teachers and management. However, the academy still only has the 7 students of the Shrek 7 monsters. The members of the demon sect do not count as Shrek students. I was wrong, boss. I will go cultivate seriously now. Seeing Mo Wentian's serious tone, Mo Chi dared not be careless, and he took Mo Wentian's encouragement to heart, adjusting his mindset and returning to his bed to sit cross-legged and start cultivating. It seems I still need to find time to refine some foundational pills. I wonder if the demon sect has gathered any celestial products by now, beyond the industries related to living conditions. The demon sect's herb business is the largest. In any force, if some people dislike it, there will naturally be others who like it. The emergence of the demon sect has given headaches to the evil soul masters, but has won the goodwill of the Spirit Hall and has established a good relationship with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Due to the relationship between the Poison Douluo and the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire, they have established a cooperative alliance with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The world is bustling for profit. The emergence of the demon sect and its rapid rise is not only due to the support from the Heaven Do Empire's royal family, but also because the demon sect has taken on the responsibility of eradicating evil soul masters, freeing up the manpower of the Spirit Hall and gaining their tacit approval. Additionally, due to mutual assistance and complementarity in industries with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and being in the same camp, plus the strength of tidal Douluos, these are all reasons on the surface. Ultimately, the underlying disputes boil down to the weighing of interests. Mo Wentian did not let his consciousness enter the time-space divine fate ring to temper his spiritual power. Instead, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate his soul power. Mo Wentian felt that he had just broken through to level 36 in the past few days and had already reached the critical point of level 35. Now, Mo Wentian's spiritual power level was far above his own soul power, and he estimated that his spiritual power was at least above the Soul King level. He was full of confidence in obtaining a 10,000-year soul beast soul ring for his fourth soul ring. Early the next day, Dean Flender personally led the team, with Vice Dean Zhao Wujia following, bringing along the 6 members of the Demon Gate team and 7 Shrek Academy students to the Stardow Forest to help Ma Hongjun and Mo Chi obtain their third soul ring. On this day, Chi Ming also chose to return to Heaven Do City with the students of the Heaven Do Royal Team to report back. At this moment, at the gate of Shrek Academy, Yi Lingling was reluctantly hugging Mo Wentian. Wentian, I have to go back. You must not fool around while I'm not around. Otherwise, I won't like you anymore. Yi Lingling shyly whispered her concerns in Mo Wentian's ear. Okay, Lingling, don't worry. After I get the soul ring, I'll bring the members of the Demon Gate team to Heaven Do City to find you. You'll see me soon. I really don't have time to fool around. Mo Wentian saw Yi Lingling's adorable appearance, patted her head, and said indulgently, Humph. I've already asked Sister Zhu Qing to keep an eye on you. As long as you interact with other girls, she will record it all, and you'll be in big trouble then. Hee hee. Yi Lingling raised her little fist proudly. I'm so heartbroken. Ling, how could you doubt my character? Mo Wentian deliberately put on a bitter melon face to cooperate with Dao. Not at all. You are just a fickle big radish. Not just a fickle big radish, but also a blockhead. Yi Lingling said angrily. Carrot? Where's the carrot? I like to eat fickle carrots the most. Suddenly, a rabbit-eared head peeked out from behind. It was the eavesdropping Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, no need to mess around. Tang San scolded. At this moment, Tang San's hair had actually grown a bit, turning into a flat top. Yi Lingling's face turned slightly red. Mo Wentian rolled his eyes, knowing that this 10,000-year-old rogue rabbit was definitely teasing him on purpose, and didn't respond. Tang San still felt uneasy about Mo Wentian shaving his head, but with Tang San's character, he wasn't that narrow-minded. He just didn't have the same warmth as before. Everyone was getting anxious, and the dean asked Xiao Wu to hurry you up. I'm just coming to take a look. After taking a few steps, Tang San turned back and said to Mo Wentian, Yeah, you go back and tell the dean. I'll be there soon. Mo Wentian spoke in a calm and normal tone after seeing Tang San. After Tang San took Xiao Wu away, Mo Wentian held Yi Lingling in his arms, stroked her beautiful hair, and suddenly felt a bit guilty for not having formally confessed yet. With deep affection, he said, White silk and red face, wishing to be close at hand. In the blink of an eye, we have known each other for nearly 10 years. Lingling, would you be willing to marry me? Mo Wentian suddenly seemed to have an epiphany as he looked at Yi Lingling in his arms and confessed deeply, I am willing. Yi Lingling was taken aback by Mo Wentian's sudden heartfelt confession, feeling somewhat unparalleled, but she still nodded vigorously. Lingling, I have prepared 2 gifts for you. One is a celestial-grade medicinal herb, and the other is a pill. I'll give you this pill first. It can enhance your soul power by 1 level, and most importantly, it can improve the quality of your martial soul. As for the celestial-grade medicinal herb, I want to present it to you as a betrothal gift in front of your mother when we get to Tiando City. Mo Wentian said gently, Thank you, Wentian. I'll accept the elixir, but such precious celestial herbs should be kept for refining elixirs.
It would be too wasteful to give them to me. Yi Lingling often spent time with Mo Wentian and naturally knew what celestial herbs were. Moreover, Yi Lingling's mother had an exceptional understanding of herbs. So how could she not be aware of the rarity of celestial products? No, it's not wasteful at all. I'll keep it a secret for now and won't show it to you. But I can tell you a love story about this celestial herb. After you hear it, you definitely won't think it's wasteful anymore. Mo Wentian leisurely watched Yi Lingling and confidently said, "All right, I love hearing love stories." Yi Lingling was also piqued with curiosity, looking at Mo Wentian with a curious expression. What is the legend? Chapter 73, Heartbreaking Red. Yi Lingling's curiosity was completely aroused. As a young girl, she particularly enjoyed listening to love stories, especially those told by her beloved. The herb I'm going to give you is a flower called Heartbreaking Red. It is said that Heartbreaking Red was originally a very ordinary peony. This peony is said to be the incarnation of the flower goddess from the heavenly realm. The story begins with a man and a woman. The man is an ordinary mortal, while the woman is the flower goddess in the divine realm, who oversees all flowers and plants in the world. The man is someone who cherishes flowers and plants, so he enjoys gardening very much. His courtyard is filled with all kinds of flowers and plants, and his favorite thing to do every day is to compose poems for the flowers in the yard. Whenever a flower withers, he feels very sad. His genuine love for flowers touches the flower goddess, who also loves flowers, and she is moved by his sincerity. Thus, the flower goddess descends to the mortal world, transforms into a woman, and meets the man. Eventually, because of their shared interest, the woman is attracted to the man, and he has long loved her, leading them to become husband and wife. However, the love between a god and a mortal seems happy, but because their romance violates the rules of the divine realm. The woman is soon taken back to the divine realm by the celestial gods, and the man loses his wife. They love each other, but cannot meet. And facing the departure of his beloved, the man feels powerless. Gradually, he becomes despondent, drinking away his sorrows, and neglects the flowers and plants in his yard, which become overgrown and neglected. By chance, the man learns that the woman's true form is the peony in his yard, and that if he burns this peony, the goddess will become immortal and spend a brief life with him. The man then realizes this, but since he is someone who cherishes flowers, he does not wish for his beloved to become immortal for his own selfish desires. So he does not do it. Instead, he daily confesses his longing to the peony. Over time, he ultimately succumbs to his unrequited love, and one day, a mouthful of blood spills onto the peony, leading to his demise. Mo Wentian reminisced and slowly told Yi Lingling about the legend of the Heartbroken Red. What happened to that last peony flower? And the goddess, what happened in the end? Yi Lingling listened, touched, and couldn't help but ask sadly at the end of the story, which was so sorrowful. In the end, the peony flower transformed into the supreme, heartbroken red among immortals, because it was stained with the heart's blood of a truly sincere person. The name Heartbroken Red originated from a man's deep love for the woman, which caused him to be heartbroken, and his blood fell upon it, thus becoming what is now known as Heartbroken Red. After the goddess learned of the man's death, she realized she had permanently lost him, and her immense sorrow turned into resentment towards the heavenly realm. She wiped away the flower's leaves, gave birth to the roots of the flower, and firmly bound her immortal body beneath the stone of the flower, with the immortal aura from the flower merging the roots of Heartbroken Red with the stone. Rising from the ground, she lamented to the heavens, "From now on, I, Heartbroken Red, shall choose my master and serve, no longer belonging to anyone. Whoever attempts to occupy or imprison me again shall face withered flowers and shattered stones, dying from blood loss." Thus, Heartbroken Red can only recognize a master through the blood of someone truly sincere in love. Only then can it be picked. Heartbroken Red can revive the dead, flesh and bones, enhance all attributes of soul masters, and can also conceal its own aura. It is the king among flowers, the supreme treasure among immortals. No matter how to nurture it, whether liked or not, I believe you will definitely be able to pick this Heartbroken Red. Mo Wentian added some drama to this legend based on the stories he heard in his previous life, saying, I like it, and I must absolutely obtain the recognition of the Heartbreak Red. Can you show me just one glance, just one glance? Yi Lingling nodded happily, as if encouraging herself, eagerly wanted to see the Heartbreak Red. No way. Mo Wentian directly refused. Look, Yi Lingling started to act cute. No means no. Mo Wentian still refused, saying that Zhu Zhuqing might come to call him soon, and if he was seen, he was afraid he would have to appease both sides again. Why? It's because they want to take a look. It's all your fault for insisting on telling me such a sorrowful and touching story. Yiding sonortet koldi. Next time we meet, it will be yours. It doesn't matter when we meet. Zhu Qing is waiting for me ahead, so I have to go now. Mo Wentian looked at the distant Zhu Qing, as if paying attention to the situation here, and said softly, "All right, then be careful." Yi Lingling felt secretly pleased and loved Mo Wentian a little more in her heart, believing that her position in Mo Wentian's heart was still unparalleled. Women are like this. Even in good relationships, comparisons are inevitable. Mo Wentian hugged Yi Lingling tightly once more. Upon reaching the front line where the main team was gathered, he found that everyone from Shrek Academy was already there, waiting for him. The members of the Demon Gate team had also arrived, led by Mo Yudi. Flinder looked at Mo Wentian with a half-smile and jokingly said, So, Wentian, did you say your goodbyes properly? Sigh the youth these days. It's not like it's a life-and-death separation. You're just going to get a soul ring. Is it really necessary to be so reluctant? Let us set off. Mo Wentian awkwardly scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed for making them wait so long. Well, since everyone is ready, let's set off. Destination, Stardow Forest. Flander took the lead and led the group towards the Stardow Forest. They passed through a small town along the way, stopping to rest at night and continuing their journey during the day. A few days later, they finally arrived again at the Stardow Forest. The Stardow Forest still looked so primitive, teeming with life, with flowers, grass, and trees growing in abundance. This time, the lineup for obtaining soul rings was quite luxurious, as both Ma Hongjun and Mo Chi had simultaneously advanced to soul respect, so they came together. The Shrek's 7 monsters, the 6 heroes of the Demon Gate, plus 2 soul saints and 1 soul emperor. Among them, only Ning Rongrong was a level 29 Great Soul Master, while the others were all at level 30 or above. In the soul respect realm, Zhu Qing did not follow Mo Wentian, but was instead in the Shrek 7 Monsters team. The Shrek 7 Monsters were quite familiar with the area, having just been here half a year ago to help Oscar and Tang San obtain their 3rd soul rings. So they were more at ease in their cooperation compared to the 6 heroes of the Demon Gate. In the past 6 months, Mo Wentian has been focused on training, either practicing alone or training with his teammates. Mo Yudi emphasizes unity among team members in her training, so the bond among the 6 is just as strong as that of the 7 monsters. The 3 girls in the team have an excellent relationship. Chung Zi, being the oldest, takes on the role of the eldest sister, while Mo Wentian and the others are of similar age, but Mo Wentian's orders are still followed, making him the big brother. Then, according to age, Mo Chi is ranked 3rd, the fatty is 4th, Gong Aoshue is 5th, and Xia Yunqi is 6th. Of course, this is a temporary ranking, and another member will definitely be added later. However, if the requirement is to be above the innate level 8 and of similar age, it will be difficult to find someone in a short time, even with the power of the Demon Gate. The geniuses that appeared in the original work are likely above innate level 8, but they either have their own teams or have no connection with Mo Wentian's faction, so they can only take it step by step. In Chapter 74, Dragonhead and Phoenix Tailbird, Zhu Qing, although not in Mo Wentian's team, keeps stealing glances at him since the 2 teams are very close to each other. Mo Wentian felt a bit embarrassed and didn't dare to look at the 3 female teammates in the team, not even a glance normally. Sigh. The people of Douluo continent are really too mature. Wives have to be taken from when they are children, or else they'll grow up to be like Flandra and Zhao Wujis, the academy directors. Fortunately, I'm quite handsome. Mo Wentian had just been thinking to himself about how mature the people of Douluo continent were, when suddenly he flipped and became narcissistic, a bit like a vendor boasting about their goods, with a smile on his face. Boss, what are you thinking? Smiling so charmingly. Mo Chi beside him curiously leaned in and asked, You misread it. Let's keep moving and stop looking around, Mo Wentian casually replied. He also noticed that the few people from the demon sect did not show the vigilance exhibited by the Shrek Academy students, which was also because, apart from Chung Zi, everyone in the demon sect team came from noble backgrounds, and their soul rings were previously handled by their elders. Mo Wentian knew this as well, but he didn't say anything. When faced with setbacks and losses, he would naturally change. Otherwise, even if he said it now, it would only be a superficial agreement. The long-held thoughts in his heart are difficult to change all at once, far less effective than learning from practice. On the Shrek Team S side, everyone was cautious. There's a situation, a soul beast is approaching rapidly. It should be a 1,000-year soul beast. We won't intervene. It's up to you, Flinder said lightly, stopping everyone and showing no intention of making a move.
Zhao Wujia and Mo Yudi also stood by. Seeing this, everyone became alert. Purple Extreme Magic Eye. Tang San was still using the Purple Extreme Magic Eye to observe, while Mo Wentian had already sensed what kind of soul beast it was with his mental power. It was a low-flying soul beast, extremely fast, fire attribute, 5 meters long, 2 meters wide, with wings that stretched about 3 meters. It should be a relatively rare type of soul beast, a dragon-headed, phoenix-tail bird. Everyone be careful. Mo Wentian, who understood soul beasts as well as Tang San at that moment, reminded everyone first. Yes, right. Hongjun, this soul beast is extremely rare and very suitable for your soul ring. It grows 1 meter every 200 years. It should be a soul beast between 1,000 and 1,200 years old. Legend has it that it is a descendant of the phoenix, a product of the combination of phoenix and dragon bloodlines. The dragon is good, but combined with the bloodline of the phoenix, it might help with your evil fire. Your opportunity has come, Tang Sin added, explaining to Ma Hongjun from the Shrek team. Great, I'm really hitting the jackpot. Brother Tion, Brother San, thank you. I'm counting on you all. If you can solve my martial soul problem, you'll be my brothers from now on. Ma Hongjun said excitedly, feeling that ever since he encountered the Demon Gate team, his luck had turned. Since Pang Run, the fatty, arrived. He had shed the name of fatty as his physique had improved significantly, and now, encountering such a rare soul beast, how could he not be thrilled? Tang Sin had some grievances against Mo Wentian, but Ma Hongjun did not. As Flinder's direct disciple, he had often been encouraged to get closer to Mo Wentian. There's no need to be polite. We're partners. Here it comes. Everyone prepare. It's coming. Don't let it escape go. Just as Tang San was about to say something more, he noticed it was getting closer and quickly shouted. Everyone summoned their martial souls. In an instant, the dazzling light of soul rings shone in the Star Doe forest, with yellow and purple soul rings making Flinder and Zhao Wujin nod in approval. Mo Yudi was watching these geniuses, not knowing what kind of tricks they were up to, looking at this and that. This luxurious lineup of geniuses, all 13 of them, had summoned their soul rings, almost all at levels above 30, but below 40. It's no wonder Mo Yudi wanted to recruit them, no? It was to provide them with a better training environment and draw them into the Demon Gate. A soul beast with a dragon's head, a bird's body, and a phoenix's tail swiftly flew over the heads of several people, but it was unfortunate for it to encounter the crowd. Medusa Gaze. Mo Wentian was the first to activate the Absolute Control Soul skill, and the 7-leaf clover was inside the specially crafted 9-color sword sheath, consuming very little soul power. So the soul skill came out naturally. Entangle. Tang San's blue-silver grass martial souls control skill followed closely behind, entangling the wings of the dragon head phoenix tail bird. The second soul skill, White Tiger Flame Wave. Dai Mubai's second soul skill attack released a white light wave, focusing on one wing of the controlled dragon head phoenix tail bird, causing it to fall to the ground instantly with severe injuries to its wing. The second soul skill, Nether Hunter Claws. After landing, Zhu Zhuqing no longer hesitated and followed up with her second soul skill. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tower has 3 aspects: speed, strength, colorful and brilliant, speed, strength, soul. The enhancements from Xia Yunxi and Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures doubling simultaneously landed on Zhu Zhuqing. The enhancement of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower is calculated based on the number of soul rings, with 1 soul ring increasing by 10%. Now, with 2 soul rings, it adds an additional 20% on top of the base 10%, resulting in a 30% enhancement. The colorful crane is different from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. It is not a legacy martial soul like the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. It is a mutation of the ordinary martial soul, the colorful crane, possessing innate full soul power, without the limitations of soul power enhancement like the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. The enhancement of soul skills is determined by rank, at the Soul Master level. The object of support is a Soul Master, which gives a 40% enhancement, and for a Soul Scholar, a 30% enhancement, decreasing accordingly. Unlike the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, which has rank limitations, the colorful crane provides significant help to the team in the early stages and excels later on without restrictions on soul power enhancement. Zhu Zhuqing's soul power is now level 34, just 1 level lower than Mo Wentian, demonstrating her diligent training, surpassing even Tang San. 2 different support effects landed on Zhu Zhuqing one after the other. Although the effects overlapped and decreased, they still resulted in a 3-2-4 effect. Support-type Soul Masters cannot assist other support-type Soul Masters, or they would touch a taboo.
but they can assist the same person simultaneously as long as the martial souls are different, still achieving the effect of 3 plus 2 equals 4. With the assistance of the two, Zhu Zhuqing's attacks became incredibly fierce, leaving the dragon head phoenix tail bird with no ability to fight back. Zhuqing, dear aunt, be gentle. Be gentle. My soul rings. They might disappear. They might disappear. Ma Hongjun, seeing Zhu Zhuqing's relentless series of attacks, shouted in fear. Too weak. Zhu Zhuqing coldly glanced at Ma Hongjun, but still stopped her hands and said, Hey, that's right. Zhuqing, you're amazing. No wonder you're the seventh sister of our Shrek 7 monsters. Ma Hongjun, not knowing whether he was praising Zhu Zhuqing or himself, swaggered towards the dragon head phoenix tail bird and said, Be careful. Mo Wentian was the first to notice something was wrong and quickly warned everyone. Zhu Zhuqing reacted and dodged to the side, while Ma Hongjun, with his back to the crowd, had just turned his head to look, only to see a dragon's head and phoenix's tail bird opening its huge bloody mouth towards him, spitting out a massive fireball beam. Mo Wentian instantly threw out the ghost vine parasitic sword transformed from the 7-leaf grass, blocking in front of everyone and turning into the 7-leaf grass, emitting a gentle glow that shielded against the flames. However, Ma Hongjun had a bit of a rough time. Although Mo Wentian's 7-leaf grass field timely blocked the raging fire attack, Ma Hongjun's hair and eyebrows were still burned into a chicken nest. Ha! Everyone burst into laughter. Even Tang San's mood improved a lot. As a fellow sufferer who had gone through similar experiences, how could he feel bad? Ha, so funny. Chicken nest, little Junjun. Let's see if we can hatch some chicks. Xiao Wu also happily joked with Ma Hongjun. Damn it, don't laugh. My head can be severed, my blood can flow, but how dare you ruin my hairstyle? I'll let you taste my flames. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Ma Hongjun instantly erupted in anger, his first soul ring lighting up as he unleashed a Phoenix Fire Line at the already weakened dragon head phoenix tailbird. The poor dragon head phoenix tailbird was already severely injured. How could it withstand the Phoenix Fire Line? In an instant, everyone smelled the scent of a burnt little bird. Ma Hongjun quickly stepped forward and resolved its life with a dagger. A purple soul ring lit up, and Ma Hongjun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone decided not to make fun of Hongjun anymore. After all, they were teammates. Mo Wentian couldn't help but say, Ma Hongjun is really a live treasure. Yes, Brother Tian is right. Brother Tian is so good. Unlike you guys, who lack humanity. You're all laughing at me. You should learn from Brother Tian. This will help with team unity. Ma Hongjun seriously started lecturing his teammates before Mo Wentian could finish. Yes, we're all teammates. Don't be like this. If you want to laugh, do it secretly. You should leave a bit of face with a little fatty. Mo Wentian said seriously. Ha, you're killing me. Brother Tian, you're so funny. Xiao Wu, who had the lowest threshold for laughter, couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. And the others also couldn't help but chuckle. Heavens earth, what kind of people are these? Ma Hongjun walked away with a face full of despair, feeling frustrated as he went to absorb the soul ring. Chapter 75. The friendship between Fatty and Fatty. All right, cough. Everyone stop messing around. It's getting late. Pay attention to your surroundings. Once we confirm there are no dangers, we'll set up camp. After Hongjun absorbs the soul ring, we'll take turns standing guard. Flinder stepped forward, stopping everyone's laughter. Yes, Dean. Everyone quickly put away their smiles and seriously observed their surroundings. Once they confirmed there were no dangers, they began to set up camp. Zhu Zhuqing came to Mo Wentian's side, standing coldly without speaking. What's wrong, Zhuqing? Mo Wentian asked with some confusion. It's nothing. I want to stay next to you. Ling Ling told me to keep an eye on you, and no girls are allowed to enter your tent. Zhu Zhuqing said expressionlessly, but what she was really thinking remained a mystery. How could that be? Don't worry, no girls will come looking for me. Mo Wentian touched his head in silence, with a black line on his forehead. Anyway, I don't care. As long as there are girls looking for you. I'm going to tell Ling Ling Jia. Let's see if you dare to flirt around in the future. Zhu Zhuqing said proudly. All right, I was wrong. Isn't that enough? Let's hurry up and set up the tent. Mo Wentian helplessly finished speaking, then began to set up the tent with Zhu Zhuqing. Everyone quickly set up their tents and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mo Wentian's spatial artifact had a huge space and brought a lot of tents. Otherwise, many would have to squeeze together to sleep. Oh, awesome. Suddenly, in front, Ma Hongjun finished absorbing his soul ring and jumped 3 feet high. Truly a nimble fat guy. Cough. Flinder had been paying attention to his disciple's situation and coughed to signal him to be mindful of his image. Teacher, guess what soul skill I got? Ma Hongjun said excitedly. What is it? Say it again. Flender clearly did not want to guess, and looked at Ma Hongjun threateningly. It's nothing. I obtained the dragon flame of the dragon-headed, phoenix-tailed bird as my third soul skill. Combined with my fire phoenix, martial soul, I named my third soul skill Phoenix Dragon Flame, which has the explosive power of a fire dragon's flames and the intense heat of a phoenix's fire. Extremely powerful. Ma Hongjun finished saying in one breath. Hongjun, feel if there are any changes in your martial soul. Tang San, who had come over upon hearing, looked at Ma Hongjun with anticipation and asked, Okay, third brother. Ma Hongjun indeed summoned his grass chicken, grass phoenix martial soul to check. Everyone looked at Ma Hongjun with anticipation, but then realized it was no different from before. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Ma Hongjun suddenly couldn't help but burst into laughter. Laugh! What are you laughing at? Quickly say what changes your martial soul has. Flender slapped Ma Hongjun on the head, impatiently asking. Teacher, I'm done. Third brother, just as you said, I can now temporarily suppress the evil fire in my body. With the increase in my soul power level, I can completely resolve the troubles of the evil fire. It's so great, haha. After finishing, Ma Hongjun laughed happily again. This time everyone did not stop him, nor did they mock him. All felt happy for Ma Hongjun. Only Mo Wentian thought to himself, poor child, finally received some mercy from heaven. Since awakening his martial soul at 6, he had often been in adult places. Who knows how many times he has been in love, none of which succeeded, having been dumped countless times. Isn't it tragic? No wonder Ma Hongjun was so happy. Thank you all, Brother Tian, Zhu Qing, Third Brother, and Boss Dai. You are truly my lucky stars. From now on, you are my benefactors. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to steal a chicken, I will never touch a dog. After laughing, Ma Hongjun came to a few people and bowed, looking very proper. But what he said made Flender's face turn black, wishing he could slap this disciple away. No need to thank, Mo Wentian said. However, Ning Rongrong beside him was not happy. Hongjun, only thank Brother Tian and Brother San. Why not thank me and Yunchi? We also contributed a bit, Ning Rongrong said with a pretentious, unhappy look. Compared to before, Ning Rongrong's personality had improved a lot at this time, fully integrating into the Shrek's 7 Monsters group, and had a good relationship with the auxiliary system Xia Yunchi. Thank you Yunchi, thank you Rongrong, thank you everyone. Ma Hongjun chuckled silly and bowed to everyone to express his gratitude. Brother Hongjun, you don't need to thank me, I didn't help much. The fat man said with a silly grin. Oscar beside him, however, exchanged knowing glances with Ma Hongjun. Fatty, speaking of which, I still have to thank you. Ever since I met you, I've given up the title of Fatty. Don't you think so, hot? Ma Hongjun said seriously while looking at Fatty. No need to thank me. You're not fat. I was originally called Fatty. Pangren said honestly while scratching his head. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were the clowns of the team, and they liked to tease the honest Fatty when they were together. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Even the usually aloof Gong, Ao Shue, and Zhu Zhuqing showed some smiles. Fatty was right. Compared to him, Ma Hongjun really couldn't be considered fat. Fatty's round belly and tall stature completely overshadowed Ma Hongjun, and only Zhu Zhuqing could compare with him. Little Wu and Ning Rongrong would blush when they saw Fatty, not knowing if it was out of anger. Everyone casually hunted some wild game and fruit to satisfy their hunger before taking turns to sleep. The next day, as dawn broke, the group continued deeper into the forest, with 2 soul saints and 1 soul emperor protecting them. Even when entering the interior, they had the means to protect themselves, not to mention that everyone was not defenseless. Even auxiliary system soul masters had combat power, just that their combat power was significantly lower compared to battle system soul masters of the same level. Now, although everyone had entered the Stardow Forest and walked for so long, they were still just circling around the outskirts, having covered less than 1% of the distance in the Stardow Forest. As the group walked through the Stardow Forest, Ma Hongjun and Fatty led the way. The little rabbits and squirrels they encountered on the way were not harmed under Little Wu's obstruction. Everyone thought Little Wu was kind-hearted, but only Mo Wentian knew the reason. However, he said nothing, feeling powerless against the world's seemingly ruthless rules. The natural law of the survival of the fittest was vividly reflected in this world where soul beasts and humans coexisted. There were good and bad people, and the same went for soul beasts. In Mo Wentian's broken illusion, I could see through the deep emotions in people's hearts, and it was not frightening. Any villain was exposed before Mo Wentian, and based on this alone, the power of the broken illusion, I was far superior to the purple extreme demon eye. Not to mention that the broken illusion, I also had the ability to break illusions and deceptions. Chapter 76. Genius Treasure, Ink Jade Bamboo. As they searched for suitable soul beasts for the ink ruler, the group's speed was neither fast nor slow. And thus, Zhu Zhuqing continuously kept an eye on Mo Wentian. Zhu Zhuqing did not notice that Ning Rongrong seemed to have a lot on her mind and frequently looked toward Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian had already sensed this and pretended not to know. He could tell that Ning Rongrong was not interested in him, but was likely testing the situation because she saw the people around him leveling up quickly. However, Mo Wentian clearly had no thoughts about Ning Rongrong. It wasn't that Ning Rongrong was unattractive. On the contrary, her appearance was on par with Zhu Zhuqing. He was not the kind of person who would develop a relationship beyond friendship with her, especially considering Ning Rongrong's personality and status, which would not allow for polygamy. Therefore, Mo Wentian was destined not to help Ning Rongrong increase her soul power level, unless she could provide something that could move him otherwise. Mo Wentian would never reveal any pills that could enhance soul power and consolidate the foundation. Wow, what a beautiful bamboo forest. Rongrong, Yunxi, come take a look. Little Wu, who was bouncing around as if she had returned home, stopped and looked at a nearby bamboo forest. It really is beautiful. Compared to Brother Tian's Penglai bamboo forest, it's just as good, and it has a bit more of nature's breath. Ning Rongrong, seeing Lil Wu calling for her, quickly withdrew her gaze and said instinctively. The three girls took a step forward, wanting to enter the bamboo forest to take a look. Oh, be careful, don't go in. The bamboo forest is dangerous. Ruler, your soul ring has been found. Montag Veen Xian suddenly exclaimed in surprise, looking towards the center of the bamboo forest and reminding everyone. Huh, where? Where is it? Boss, you're not kidding me, right? I can't see any spirit beasts. Mo Chi said with a face full of doubt. Sister, Dean Flander, we need you to take action this time. We probably aren't a match for these spirit beasts yet. Mo and Tian did not answer Mo Chi's question, looking at Mo Yu Dai and Flander instead. This is Mo Yu Zhu. Oh my, how can there be so many Mo Yu Zhu? Everyone be careful. At this moment, Tang Sen also reacted and reminded everyone. Xiao San, what is Mo Yu Zhu? I have never heard of it. Are these bamboo plants all soul beasts? Oscar, who was beside him, looked weakly at the bamboo forest ahead. No, but among them, there are quite a few soul beasts. Each of these bamboo plants is a talented treasure type of Mo Yu Zhu, belonging to the plant type soul beast category. Do you see those few purple bamboo in the middle? You must not be deceived by their appearance. Those few are soul beasts that are over 1,000 years old. No wonder Brother Tian said we need the dean to take action. Tang San's eyes flashed with purple light as he introduced to everyone. Xiao San, you really are our encyclopedia. How did you get your head to hold so much information? Dai Mu Bai, who was beside him, had already set aside his previous grudges. Moreover, he had only met Zhu Zhuqing a few times when they were children. At that time, Zhu Zhuqing had just awakened her martial soul, just a little kid, so there were no feelings involved. Therefore, the two were not familiar with each other, and since they could not defeat Mo and Tian, they could only choose to join him. If you can't beat them, join them. The relationship between Shrek and the Demon Gate team is now quite close, forming a big collective. It's nothing. These are all common knowledge. Brother Tian definitely knows this. As long as you all sleep a little less during theory classes, you will remember it. Tang San, while showing off, did not forget to include Mo when Tian. Tang San is right. I do know that there are at least dozens of bamboo. They're disguised ordinary bamboo, but are actually soul beast Mo Yu Zhu. Just the 1,000-year ones alone are no less than a few. Mo Wentian is also a rare Versailles road. Boss, is there anything special about this soul beast? Is it very useful for my martial soul? Since it concerns my third soul ring, Mo Chi must understand the function of the Mo Jade Bamboo. When the Mo Jade Bamboo exceeds 10,000 years, it will transform into a rare treasure, the celestial grade medicinal herb Mo Jade Divine Bamboo. The effect of celestial grade medicinal herbs can bring the dead back to life and create tidal Douluo. So, you tell me, is it useful or not? Mo Wentian rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, does that mean we absorbed its soul ring? And in the future, we can become tidal Douluo? Oscar looked at the bamboo forest with eyes full of stars. It's not that easy. Even 100,000-year-old black jade bamboo might not produce a single one that can advance to 10,000 years. It's precisely because of its powerful effects, which can greatly enhance various abilities of the martial soul, that it is extremely rare. However,
Even a 1,000-year-old black jade bamboo provides a significant boost to the martial soul. So it's quite suitable as your third soul ring. Since you've already obtained your third soul ring, there's no need to think about it anymore. Among these people, only Tang San's understanding of soul beasts was comparable to Mo Wentian's. Mo Wentian clearly didn't want to introduce it so thoroughly, so Tang San continued to educate everyone. Well, don't overthink it. Obtaining a soul ring is not just about the age. There's also the choice of type. Your martial souls clearly aren't suitable. The black jade bamboo, although difficult to move, can still be moved. Everyone, stay cautious and alert. Let's form a formation on the side and leave the rest to my sister and the others. Mo Wentian looked at Mo Yudi and said, Everyone responded in unison. Dean Flander, you can just oversee from the sidelines. I'll take care of these soul beasts. Mo Yudai glared at Mo Wentian and did not choose to let Flander intervene. Clearly dissatisfied with her brother Mo Wentian's arrangement. A mere few 1,000-year-old plant-type soul beasts actually required the assistance of a soul sage. Then sister, be careful yourself and don't harm the other Mo Yuju. They have a hard time surviving, so let's not wipe them out completely. We only need one. Mo Wentian awkwardly scratched his head, clearly feeling that he had made a bit of a big deal out of it. Dealing with several 1,000-year soul beasts might be a bit difficult for him and his companions, but for a soul emperor with fire attributes, it was clearly not a challenging task. All right, a piece of cake. Third soul skill, Crimson Flame Wind Howling Blade. Mo Yudai summoned the martial soul and unleashed the third soul skill, not opting for a group attack, but instead targeting the 1,000-year-old ink jade bamboo in the center area. Beside him, Xiao Wu glanced at Mo Wentian and expressed her agreement with his approach of only killing the necessary soul beasts for soul rings. Unlike some other soul masters who recklessly slaughter any soul beast they encounter, treating them like wild animals, the number of soul beasts has been steadily decreasing. Mo Yudai operates the steps of the Banished Immortal, but it is clear that he is not as skilled as Mo Wentian yet. Mo Wentian belongs to a direct inheritance. Once it enters his mind, he learns it immediately. Mo Yudi belongs to indirect inheritance. But Mo Wentian only taught her the nameless skill and the exiled immortal step, so she specializes in these two techniques. After training, she has become quite proficient. However, Mo Yudi obviously underestimated the unity among these plant-type soul beasts. What is the power of unity? A single chopstick is easy to break, 2 chopsticks are hard to break, and a handful of chopsticks cannot be broken. The third soul skill was jointly blocked by several branches and leaves of the 1,000-year-old MOU bamboo. Although many branches and leaves were burned, they managed to hold on. Dozens of MOU bamboos began to grow wildly, revealing sharp bamboo spikes that aimed at MOUD. MOUD's eyes revealed a look of surprise, clearly not expecting that these would be so united. Chapter 77, Martial Soul, Brain, Part 1. Although MOUDI discovered it in time, her cultivation of the exiled immortal step was still not as good as Mo Wentian's, remaining at the late stage of the first layer, while Mo Wentian had already reached the perfection of the second layer. Since obtaining the third spirit ring, Mo Wentian's progress in martial skills and sword techniques had been rapid. With a sudden sound of fabric tearing, a bamboo leaf actually broke through MOUDI's soul power defense, piercing the clothing on her arm and exposing her fair skin. Sister, use single target attacks, make it quick. Mo Wentian couldn't stand it any longer, wondering how his sister had cultivated to the Soul Emperor realm and even earned the title of Demon Sword Fairy. Using a group attack soul skill to target a single soul beast, was that arrogance or confidence in her own soul skills? What do you need to say? I'm just providing you with a wrong example, while also letting you understand the importance of unity. MOUD's giant sword seemed to be casually thrown, but in fact, it was wielded with all her strength, slicing towards the root of the 1,000-year-old ink jade bamboo spirit beast that had pierced her clothes like a boomerang. Women are like this, never willing to reason with you, and witches are even more so. The ink jade bamboo spirit beast, which is essentially a bamboo, has 4 limbs. Now that its root has been severed, it has fallen to the ground, motionless. If you dare to obstruct it again, this will be your fate. MOUDI shouted at the other ink jade bamboo soul beasts, and the aura of the Soul Emperor erupted. These soul beasts instantly trembled in fear, no longer daring to resist. Because MOUDI did not harm any more of their kind, the ink jade bamboo surrendered their resistance. Once the roots of the ink jade bamboo are severed, it signifies withering. Decay is just a matter of time. Hurry up and absorb it, or this plant-type soul beast will die immediately. Mo Udai dragged the millennium out of the bamboo forest and threw it in front of Mo Chi. Mo Chi was a bit at a loss, wondering how to kill it. If he split it in half from the middle without cutting at the joints, he could kill the bamboo to take the rings. Mo and Tion seemed to see through Mo Chi's thoughts and reminded him, "Oh, so that's how it is, heh." Mo Chi happily took out a dagger, ready to strike down the middle. "Wait, friends, may I ask if this 1,000-year-old ink jade bamboo can be parted with? I am willing to exchange a piece of soul bone." A voice rang out as a middle-aged man accompanied by a 13 or 14-year-old girl approached the crowd, speaking with some eagerness. Great. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, seeing this, were overjoyed and quickly responded. "There's several more of these 1,000-year-old ink jade bamboos in the bamboo forest behind. Where did this big fool come from?" The two stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, grabbing Mo Chi's hands. Mo Wentian remained silent, his piercing gaze fixed on the two individuals before him. He noticed that they both emitted a soft glow, indicating that they were kind-hearted people who genuinely wanted to make an exchange. However, Mo Wentian's eyes shifted to the girl standing beside them. Strange. Could it be her original martial soul? Why does it seem like her mind is different from others? He pondered this internally while maintaining a calm exterior. He waved his hand at Ma Hongjun and Oscar, signaling them not to cause any trouble. The two were merely playing around, excited at the prospect of gaining something, but upon seeing Mo Wentian's demeanor, they could only helplessly stand aside. After all, this still belonged to the soul beast of the Demon Gate team, and the two were sensible enough to understand that. "I can also give you a 1,000-year-old ink jade bamboo soul beast, but I would like her to join my Demon Gate team. I wonder if that would be possible." Mo Wentian extended his finger to point at the masked woman in white and said, "I won't agree just because I can get a soul bone for free." After all, he still had several 1,000-year-old ink jade bamboos behind him, and he wasn't someone who would intentionally take advantage of others. As soon as Mo Wentian finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing beside him let out a cold snort. Her gaze icy. "Don't worry, I have no other intentions. I just noticed that her soul power is quite good, and coincidentally my battle team is short of one member." Mo Wentian glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, as if explaining something to her, but also seemed to want to put the middle-aged man at ease. "Demon Gate battle team? Demon Gate?" The middle-aged man muttered in confusion. However, the woman next to him looked at Mo Wentian, then at Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who were intentionally blocking what was behind them, and with a slight smirk, said, "If I'm not mistaken, there should be more than 1,000-year-old ink jade bamboo in the bamboo forest behind you." That's right. I wasn't planning to stop you either." "Ahem, Oscar. Ma Hongjun, what are you doing?" Mo Wentian was about to say he didn't intend to stop them, but he found that Oscar and Ma Hongjun were deliberately blocking their line of sight. "Sorry, they were just joking with you." Behind them, there were still quite a few. Mo Wentian said helplessly, "It's fine. Are you members of the demon sect? If so, I can agree to let my daughter join your team." The middle-aged man, however, did not pay attention to this and instead asked Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian had a face full of question marks, wondering what was going on. After observing with his broken illusionary eyes and confirming there was no malice, he continued, "Yes, we belong to the demon sect. The people beside us are from the Shrek team, from Shrek Academy, which is also part of the demon sect's enterprises. Hello. Ahem. I am Flender, the dean of Shrek Academy, and this is Zhao Wuji, the vice dean of Shrek." Seeing this, Flender coughed and stepped forward to introduce himself and Zhao Wuji. "Hello. I am Chu Feng, and this is my daughter, Chu Yao. I have long admired the name of the Dean of Shrek Academy. The flying corner of the Golden Iron Triangle, meeting you today, truly lives up to its reputation. And this must be the renowned immovable King Zhao Wuji, as rumored in the martial world." The middle-aged man, Chu Feng, seemed particularly enthusiastic upon hearing about the demon sect. "I have long admired you." Naturally, Zhao Wuji and the others had not heard of Chu Feng's name, but they still pretended to be polite. After all, the faint aura of a soul sage emanating from Chu Feng was undeniable, making them feel it was worth the courtesy. "Ahem, why did you agree to join us upon hearing the name of the demon sect? Aren't you afraid of the demon sect?" Mo and Tion looked at Fland and coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention before asking Chu Feng and the others, why be afraid? Although the demon sect is called a demon sect, they actually do righteous deeds. The number of evil soul masters they have exterminated is countless, and they have never done bad things. They have also helped many poor people. My father and I have always admired the demon sect. We just haven't had the opportunity to join." Chu Yao, standing nearby, retorted, her eyes revealing intense hatred when mentioning the evil soul masters.
Yao Yao, sigh. What you said is also true. The reason I am willing to let Yao Yao join your demon sect is also out of selfish motives. Yao Yao's mother was killed by an evil soul master when she was still young, so we have long wanted to join the demon sect. Chu Feng called out his daughter's name and then sighed, speaking truthfully. All right, I believe you. From now on, you will be members of the demon sect. Mo Wentian has never revealed his identity, but everyone present knows that he is an important member of the magic sect, especially Mo Wentian's sister, the demon sword fairy Mo Yudi, who is one of the high-ranking members of the magic sect. Thank you. Rest assured, after we join the magic sect, we will definitely not do anything that goes against it. I, Chu Feng, swear again to the heavens if I betray this. May my martial soul shatter and I die a terrible death. I only ask that when the magic sect deals with evil soul masters, I be allowed to join and avenge Yao Yao's mother. Chu Feng also noticed that the young man before him is the core of the magic sect among the crowd and swore to the heavens. All right, welcome to join the magic sect. From now on, you will be members of the magic sect. There are still many ink, jade, bamboo soul beasts in the bamboo forest behind me. Sister, could you please catch one more? Mo Wentian happily said, then turned to Mo Udai and spoke. Mo Udai went to the bamboo forest as usual, releasing his soul power to exert pressure. After a brief clash, he soon returned with a 1,000-year-old ink, jade bamboo soul beast and tossed it in front of Chu Yao. Chapter 78, Martial Soul, Brain, Part 2. During the short time Mo Udai was away to bring back the 1,000-year-old ink, jade bamboo soul beast, the others had a general understanding of the situation. Let's leave some space for these kids, Brother Chu, otherwise they won't be able to relax with us here. Dean Flanders suggested, seeing that apart from Mo Wentian, the others in the group were too reserved to speak. This was normal, as the others were teachers and powerful soul saints and soul emperors, and Ma Hongjun and the others naturally held them in high regard. If I'm not mistaken, your martial soul should be related to a part of your body, right? The several powerful individuals spread out, guarding everyone's safety. At this moment, Mo Wentian looked at Chu Yao, who was preparing to absorb the soul ring. Huh? How do you know? Have you heard about me? The clever Chu Yao asked 3 questions in a row, puzzled and unsure how Mo Wentian knew her situation. No, I guessed it. Because the ink jade bamboo, being a plant-type soul beast, aside from special martial souls like the ink ruler, only has an effect on body-type martial souls. With the physical qualities of beast martial souls, it's clearly not needed. Only human body martial souls would require the ink jade bamboo to enhance their overall attributes, especially in the brain area. The ink jade bamboo has significant benefits for the brain's clarity. Bamboo, as a pure item of the 6 roots, if I'm not mistaken, your martial soul should be related to the brain. Mo Wentian certainly didn't come to these conclusions solely based on judgments, but he clearly wouldn't tell her that he arrived at them knowing the facts. That's right, my martial soul is the brain. Strange, isn't it? My father has the black tiger martial soul, while mine is the innate martial soul of the brain. In fact, I inherited my mother's martial soul. She was a sage and was captured by the high-ranking evil soul masters for human experimentation when I was very young. Chu Yao said with some sadness. Although she didn't say it outright, Mo Wentian knew that those who were captured for martial soul research had only one way to go: death. Don't worry. Good will ultimately triumph over evil. The higher the devil, the higher the path. We must believe in the light. The light will always stand by those who have light in their hearts. Mo Wentian comforted everyone with a bowl of chicken soup. I have always believed in light. Light will stand on the side of justice. Thank you all so much. The soul ring of the Millennium ink jade bamboo has been very beneficial to me. If it weren't for your presence, I might not have been able to find such a rare plant-type soul beast that suits my martial soul. Chu Yao once again expressed her gratitude to Mo Wentian and the others with a bow. Haha, you're welcome. You should quickly absorb the soul ring. Look over there. The ink ruler is almost done absorbing. Mo Wentian pointed at the ink ruler that was absorbing the soul ring and said, Yes, yes. The chubby guy beside him looked at Chu Yao with heart-shaped eyes and quickly added to the conversation. The wind and moon are intoxicating, the rivers and mountains picturesque. Up close, Chu Yao's elegance is unmatched, like a lotus emerging from the water, beautiful as a crown jewel. Even Mo Wentian couldn't help but secretly sigh. What a lovely person. Her face was partly covered by a transparent veil, adding a touch of mystery to her beauty. Just by looking at her, among the women, only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong could compare. They each have their own merits. In Douluo continent, it's rare to find ugly women, but such beautiful women are also extremely rare, enchanting and captivating, making one's heart feel at ease. There's a saying that goes well in another dimension. There are no ugly women. Mo Wentian didn't look much longer, avoiding his gaze and looking at Zhu Zhuqing instead. With a beloved wife at home, he felt very content. After saying this, he sat cross-legged and began to absorb the purple soul rings on the ground. More than 3 hours later, in the Stardew Great Forest, outside, in front of a bamboo grove, the sky had darkened. After discussion, everyone decided to stay overnight. They set up tents and took turns sleeping. Mo Wentian was very satisfied with the third soul skills of Chu Yao and Mo Qi. As teammates, they could provide great help to him. Mo Qi, a control-type martial soul, has a means or ruler. Although the quality of the martial soul is not very high, it is extremely unique, especially in terms of control. The first soul skill of a martial soul is, when activated, this soul skill makes the targeted single enemy immune to pain, increasing their pain sensitivity by 3 times. While enemies exceeding 5 have a 50% chance of immunity. The second soul skill is, the effect of this soul skill is to emit a powerful aura that traps enemies in an illusion, awakening their deepest fears, the greater the fear, the longer the duration in the illusion. In Mo Wentian's view, as long as they are not facing opponents related to martial souls and mental strength, or individuals like Tang San who are not afraid of illusions, this second soul skill can provide strong control in team battles. Very few people are completely devoid of fear deep within. The third soul skill allows Mo Qi's martial soul to produce countless bamboo leaves to attack enemies from all directions. It can also greatly distract enemies' attention. Although its weaknesses are apparent and its attack power is not strong, it can still provide significant assistance in team competitions against restraining soul masters. Additionally, the martial soul brings benefits to Mo Qi, enhancing his overall attributes and making his martial soul more resilient. Bamboo represents resilience and purity, and the greatest benefit it brings to Mo Qi is the enhancement of the martial soul's toughness. In contrast, Chu Yao's martial soul is even rarer, being a brain martial soul. After her detailed introduction, everyone understood the function of her martial soul, and the Shrek 7 Devils felt that having an additional brain martial soul in the Demon Gate team made their situation even more challenging, diminishing their hopes of victory. The brain martial soul has a first soul skill that analyzes weaknesses, allowing for quick identification of enemies' vulnerabilities and transmitting this information to teammates' minds. The second soul skill, tactical analysis, can quickly and accurately determine the most suitable and strongest formation for their side based on both parties' martial souls, also relaying this to teammates. The third soul skill allows her to maintain composure at all times, providing teammates with a calm mindset to find the best moment to attack, acting like a stabilizing anchor. As long as she is present, her teammates will not panic. Most importantly, she can also launch mental attacks to disrupt opponents. Similarly, while the third soul skill brought by may seem weak, it is not so. Chu Yao informed everyone that previously she was unable to analyze tactics and weaknesses as quickly as she can now, nor could she transmit the information to her teammates' minds directly, which now saves time in communication. One should not underestimate this time saving. In real combat, opportunities can be fleeting. Is indeed a genius treasure-type plant soul beast, prompting Ma Hongjun and Oscar to want to rush in and chop down the remaining 3,000-year soul beasts. However, they were stopped by Mo Wentian. After much analysis, Mo Wentian and the others finally decided to give up. Firstly, among them, only Ning Rongrong was at level 29, which was not even 30, and she was not suitable for the soul skills brought by the 1,000-year. For the others, trying to obtain it instead felt like a waste, a flavorless endeavor. Secondly, to obtain the remaining 3,000-year, they would have to eliminate all the 100-year and 10-year. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to get. The reason these grew in clusters was that they sought warmth together due to their own weakness. Thus, they were incredibly united. The reason Mo Yudi was able to take away too was that the strength of these people was formidable, forcing them to submit. However, if they were to take the lives of all their soul beasts, they would definitely resist. Even a rabbit will jump over a wall when cornered, let alone soul beasts. Xiao Wu, caught in the crossfire, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Thus, the 7 members of the demon sect were gathered, but it was somewhat amusing that, apart from the fatty and the support-type Xia Yunxi, all were control-type soul masters. In Mo Wentian's words, he was very satisfied. If he could immobilize you, that meant he had control. With so many control-type members brought to the arena for team soul fighting competitions, just thinking about that scene made Mo Wentian excited. Chapter 79. Ning Rongrong's deal back in the tent. Mo Wentian did not practice. as he had already guessed that someone would be unable to resist seeking him out that night. Sure enough, late at night, two figures were sneaking around outside Mo Wentian's tent. Mo Wentian's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Why was Zhu Qing here too? Was she planning to? Mo Wentian muttered to himself, not wanting to continue the wild thoughts. He tidied up his clothes and walked out. Tiange, Zhu Qing called out softly and affectionately. Zhu Qing, what brings you here? Mo Wentian looked at Ning Rongrong behind Zhu Qing, already knowing the answer. I have nothing. It's Rongrong who has something to discuss with you. Zhu Qing suddenly felt a bit shy as she noticed Fland and Zhao Wujie's gaze from distance. Zhu Qing, Tiange listens to you the most. You promised to help me. Ning Rongrong said anxiously, stamping her foot. Mo Wentian was a bit puzzled. Could it be that he sought Zhu Qing's help? All right, Rongrong, don't worry. Wentian won't refuse me. Zhu Qing comforted as she patted Ning Rongrong's shoulder. Thank you, Zhu Qing. Ning Rongrong said gratefully as she hugged Zhu Qing. Hey, what you two up to? Mo Wentian's expression was not good as he looked at the two girls with some speechlessness. No, it's just that Rongrong saw my martial soul evolve and often pesters me about how I did it. I couldn't resist Rongrong's pleas and told her, you won't blame me, right? Zhu Qing was always so gentle in front of Mo Wentian, really very gentle. No. How could I blame you, Zhu Qing? Mo Wentian hurriedly said. Feeling the delicate fingers at his waist, Mo Wentian quickly denied it. So you agreed? Ning Rongrong asked tentatively. Agreed? Agreed to what? Did I say anything? Mo Wentian turned his gaze coldly towards Ning Rongrong. Brother Tian, I can represent my 7-treasure glazed tile school to trade with your demon sect. It won't be for nothing. Ning Rongrong sait somet hat konshuset. Are you threatening me? The things I want, your 7-treasure glazed tile school can't provide. What do you have to trade with me? If you can bring me what I need, I might consider trading with you on behalf of the demon sect for Zhu Qing's sake. Mo Wentian knew that Ning Rongrong was just speaking without thinking, but he still coldly snorted. Compared to before, Ning Rongrong's personality had improved a lot at this time. Therefore, he didn't want to be too harsh, after all. He still had to give Zhu Qing some face. There's no threat. Brother Tian, you can set the conditions. As long as it can enhance the quality of my 7-treasure glazed tiles martial soul, I will agree to anything, and my 7-treasure glazed sect will also agree. Ning Rongrong said happily, not caring about Mo Wentian's words. Well, but you need to know that the reason Zhu Qing can enhance the martial soul's quality is that she is from my demon sect. Therefore, you have to agree to 3 conditions from me before I can notify the demon sect to trade with you. After all, the demon sect is not something I can decide alone. Mo Wentian's ability to speak nonsense has become increasingly proficient. All right, Tiange, you speak. Ning Rongrong was confident that her 7-treasure glazed tile school wouldn't be severely affected by just 3 conditions. So she said, first, you must act as a guest elder for the demon sect on behalf of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and you must consume this immortal pill in front of me. Second, the 7-treasure glazed tile school must unconditionally agree to 3 requests from the demon sect, establishing a closer alliance with the demon sect. Third, I've heard that the treasure vault of the 7-treasure glazed tile school is unparalleled and contains countless items. I don't think it would be too much to select a few things from there, right? Mo Wentian also has his own calculations. He still has a top-grade immortal pill left, and keeping it is not as beneficial as exchanging it for benefits with Ning Rongrong. If he runs out, he can just refine more. The immortal items he has left can still be used to refine a few more batches. After all, while there are quite a few sold Douluos like Old Jack, he won't take out the immortal pills to exchange for the power of a title Douluo until he figures out their personalities. The first condition proposed by Mo Wentian is that Ning Rongrong will definitely become the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school in the future. With the improvement of her martial soul quality, she is even more the best candidate for the leader. Moreover, Ning Rongrong's growth also requires time. Even if she successfully evolves into the 9-treasure glazed pagoda, it doesn't necessarily mean she can become a god. Is there a better alliance than having the future leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school serve as a guest elder for the demon sect? The second condition is simply asking for too much without thinking it through. The third condition is even simpler. The 7-treasure glazed tile school is the richest sect in the world. Apart from the Spear Hall and the 2 empires, no other force can match the 7-treasure glazed tile school in terms of wealth. Furthermore, in terms of the exquisite treasures that might exist in their treasury, the 7-treasure glazed tile school undoubtedly surpasses the 2 empires.
The seven treasure glazed pagoda, martial soul itself, has a special treasure-seeking function. Even if one doesn't recognize what the treasures are, they can still be searched and stored in the treasury. With her own eye of destruction and knowledge, she can easily find the most precious treasures. All right, I represent the seven treasure glazed tile school and agree. Thank you Zhu Zhuqing. Thank you Tian Ge. To Ning Rongrong, these conditions don't seem difficult to fulfill. If it were Ning Fingji, he definitely wouldn't agree so easily, as the second condition itself represents three conditions, while the first and third are merely additional conditions. Ning Rongrong is still too inexperienced, having not gone through major storms or having negotiation experience. Of course, if it were Ning Fingji, Mo Wen wouldn't trade with him either. It's not that he fears Ning Fingji will renege on the deal. Although the demon sect is currently not as strong as the seven treasure glazed tile school, surpassing it is only a matter of time. So there is no need to worry at all. The reason for agreeing also includes looking out for Zhu Zhuqing. No need to thank me. This is the last immortal grade pill of the demon sect, which was originally meant for me, but I don't really need it. Open your mouth. Mo Wentian did not intend to wait until later to give his answer. He spoke directly. It wasn't that Mo Wentian didn't want to take it, but he wanted to wait for the effects of the celestial medicine in his body to disappear before consuming the better nine-leaf immortal grass. The restrictions of the fourth leaf, fifth leaf, and sixth leaf were not a problem for Mo Wentian. He could easily resolve them. Luck for Mo Wentian, who possessed the time and space divine fate ring. This lucky artifact, would it be lacking? Wealth, with the entire wealth of the demon sect and the three conditions of the seven treasures glazed tile school. Would he be lacking? Reputation. As the demon lord of the demon sect and the future owner of the continent's first advanced academy, he clearly would not lack this either. The only condition for the seventh leaf to bloom, true love, Mo Wentian was not sure about. It seemed that Xiao Wu's feelings for Tang San were true love. Although he had deep feelings for Zhu Qing and Ling Ling and would give his life for them, there was somewhat of a reason stemming from his masculinity. Moreover, true love is a vague concept. He did not know the specific requirements, but Mo Wentian was not particularly worried. When the time comes, it would naturally bloom like the third leaf. Mo Wentian now felt that every time a leaf bloomed, the quality of his martial soul improved. The current quality of his martial soul was definitely among the top tier, which was not due to the celestial products. The three celestial products he consumed did not lead to such a situation for Tang San in the original work. In terms of power, it might not compare to the renowned martial souls on the continent, but it wasn't too far behind either. After experiencing the acquisition of 3 soul rings, Mo Wentian vaguely sensed that each leaf blooming would grant him some special enhancement in abilities. When he next acquired the 4th soul ring, he would be able to verify whether it was the abilities brought by the 7-leaf grass. Ning Rongrong obediently opened her mouth towards Mo Wentian. Chapter 80. Tang San and Xiao Wu depart. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him, Mo Wentian had no intention of admiring it and flicked his finger. A pill entered Ning Rongrong's throat. Ning Rongrong's pretty face turned slightly red. Before she could speak, she felt her dantian burning as the pill took effect, revealing a look of joy as she sat cross-legged and began to circulate her soul power to absorb the medicinal effects. After seeing Ning Rongrong sit down cross-legged, Zhu Zhuqing no longer cared about her modesty and embraced Mo Wentian. What's wrong, Zhuqing? Mo Wentian asked with some confusion. It's nothing. I just want to thank you. Zhu Zhuqing knew that Mo Wentian agreed to give Ning Rongrong such a precious fairy product and elixir purely for her sake, which made her very touched. In Zhu Zhuqing's view, the second condition could be big or small, with Mo Wentian's character. As long as the 7 treasure glazed tile school didn't do anything excessive, he wouldn't make overly unreasonable demands. However, it was clear that Mo Wentian would not suffer any losses. Although the original plot did not mention what was in the treasure house of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, many fan novels mentioned that the treasure house was unparalleled in the world and contained opportunities to become a deity. Mo Wentian also has a mindset of trying to see if there's a possibility of finding the opportunity to become a deity. It is destined that Mo Wentian cannot inherit the divine position. With his innate 7th level soul power qualification, no deity would value him. However, Mo Wentian has already decided to rely on himself to become a deity, but that is very difficult. In the entire continent, it may take hundreds of thousands of years to produce one. Even with the inheritance of the Void Sword God, it will take a long time to complete. Therefore,
Relying on the rewards from the divine test to shorten the cultivation time is a necessary step in his training. Mo Wentian does not want to give up on any divine test. The more, the better. Do you and I still need these? What is mine is yours. However, Zhu Qing must remember in the future not to expose the matter of immortal products and elixirs. Otherwise, even with the current strength of the demon sect, we may not be able to protect ourselves. Once Rong absorbs the medicinal power, you must privately tell her and keep it strictly confidential. At most tell her father and the two seniors of the Swordbone Do. Mo Wentian gently patted Zhu Qing's back and said with a somewhat serious expression, "All right, I've noted it down. Peep." Zhu Qing nodded seriously, indicating that she remembered, and when Mo Wentian wasn't paying attention, she secretly kissed him on the cheek. Although they had already developed a closer relationship, they had not yet crossed the final barrier. Therefore, Zhu Qing usually maintained a certain distance from Mo Wentian, especially after meeting Yu Lingling, which made this feeling even more pronounced. Mo Wentian was stirred by the fire in his heart and the desire in his loins, ready to retaliate doubly. But Zhu Qing in his arms suddenly broke free and slipped away. "Sai, what is this all about?" Mo Wentian shook his head helplessly, thinking that sooner or later he would completely consume this little cat. He didn't return to the tent, just watching Ning Rongrong absorb the medicinal power of the fairy product. An hour later, Ning Rongrong stood up, her face filled with joy. Where's Zhu Qing? Did she go back?" "Tiangu, thank you. I really appreciate it. Don't worry. I keep my promises. Tiangu, you can come back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School with me tomorrow. I'll ask my dad to open the treasure vault for you. I've already reached level 30, and after getting my soul ring, I can break through to the Soul Sovereign realm. My dad will definitely be very happy when he finds out and will not refuse your request." Ning Rongrong noticed that Zhu Qing was not around and said with some confusion, but upon seeing Mo Wentian, she immediately began to share her joy. Looking at her other companions who had all broken through to the Soul Sovereign realm, it would be a lie to say that Ning Rongrong wasn't anxious. Now that she too had finally broken through to level 30, her joy was beyond words. Zhu Qing went back. "Rongrong, summon your martial soul, and let me see if there are any changes." Mo Wentian wanted to see the difference between the effects of the immortal grade elixir and the effects of the entire immortal grade plant, so he asked Ning Rongrong. Yes, I'll summon my martial soul to take a look." Ning Rongrong recalled that it wasn't the time to be happy, suppressing her excitement as she summoned her martial soul. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tower appeared, its body a spiritual blue, delicate and transparent, like glass, exquisitely crafted. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 4 layers, 5 layers, 6 layers, 7 layers, 8 layers, 9 layers. The 9 layers evolved even before fully absorbing the elixir's potency, indicating that Ning Rongrong's aptitude was even beyond her previous level of Zhu Qing. Mo Wentian looked at the scene before him, somewhat surprised as he murmured to himself, "Wow, it's the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda from the Legends of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Oh my god, it has actually evolved. This is truly incredible. Tianyi, thank you." Ning Rongrong looked at the 9-story glazed treasure pagoda in her hand with a face full of astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief, and her gaze towards Mo Wentian was filled with gratitude. "No need to thank me. I'm only doing this for Zhu Qing. If you want to thank someone, thank Zhu Qing instead. Also, you can't tell anyone else about this. At most, you can tell your dad and the 2 Douluos from the Swordbone. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself." Mo Wentian said coldly, reminding himself that he had promised Yu Lingling and Zhu Qing not to provoke other women. "If there's nothing else, you can go back and rest. There is still a lot of medicinal power left. What you are absorbing now is just the limit of your body's absorption. There is still a lot of accumulated medicinal power that will only be revealed through your future efforts in cultivating your soul power. Your cultivation speed in the future will be more than twice as fast as before." Mo Wentian reminded her, and then walked back to the tent without looking at Ning Rongrong's expression. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong lowered her head a bit dejectedly, glanced at her chest, and shook her head in frustration. Although her development was already considered quite good for girls her age, there was no harm in comparison. No matter how much she developed, she would never match Zhu Qing's figure. At this moment, Ning Rongrong did not, as in the original plot, develop feelings for Oscar. After witnessing Tang San's talent and Mo Wentian's strength, the proud Ning Rongrong would not possibly like the food-type Oscar. The original plot had changed significantly up to this point. The Shrek 7 monsters should have already consumed celestial grey herbs by now. However, among the current Shrek 7 monsters,
only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, just like in the original work, had consumed no less than celestial-grade elixirs. Flowers bloom in 2 branches, each expressing its own beauty. In the distance, in Tang San's tent, Xiao Wu and Tang San were whispering to each other. Singo, are you okay? I finally broke through to level 34. By the time of the Soul Master competition a year from now, I should be able to break through to level 40. I know your biggest goal right now is to defeat Tiange, and I will definitely help you defeat him. Seeing Tang San's slightly dejected expression, Xiao Wu made up her mind to comfort him. I'm Fina, Xiao Wu. I'm just a bit uncomfortable. I don't know if it's right to focus on cultivating the blue-silver grass martial soul. The weaknesses of the blue-silver grass martial soul have gradually become apparent as my soul power has increased. I'm feeling very lost. I'm sorry for making you worry. Tang San said somewhat dejectedly. Oof. Is this your only ambition? As my Tang Hao's son, you can't even handle this little setback. A sudden authoritative voice came from outside the tent, and the control of the soul power was very precise, not alarming anyone outside the tent. Huh? Who? Dad? Tang San was startled and quickly protected Xiao Wu. When he looked at the figure that walked in, he exclaimed in surprise. Humph, if you can't handle this little setback, how can I tell you about your mother's situation? Sai, come with me. I'll take you to a place. Don't worry about your other companions. I've already notified the Dean of Shrek. After the Soul Master competition begins, I will take you to meet in Tiando City. The figure in the cloak had a face full of disdain, but still exuded an air of authority, looking at Tang San with a disappointed expression. Mom, at this moment, Tang San had too many questions. He didn't understand why his father was here, nor why his father was emitting such a terrifying wave of soul power. And he had no idea what had happened to his mother. No need to ask. When the time comes to tell you, I will naturally tell you. Little rabbit, come with San air. Without waiting for the two to respond, Tang Hao took one in each hand and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 81. Farewell. The next morning, the Shrek group discovered that Xiao Wu and Tang San had disappeared and were anxiously preparing to search for them. Flinder lazily walked out of the tent, yawning, indicating he hadn't slept well the night before. No need to look. Xiao Wu and Tang San have something to do and have left. They will return to meet you in Tiando City before the Advanced Soul Master competition a year from now to participate in the preliminaries. Sangu is too inconsiderate, leaving without even saying a word. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, drawing a round of eye rolls from the others. Why are you looking at me like that? It's true. Ma Hongjun mattered weakly. All right, Fatty, since Xiao San chose to only tell the dean, it shows he doesn't want to part with us, which is why he chose to leave without saying goodbye. Xiao San's departure naturally has his reasons. We don't need to worry too much. We just need to work hard on our cultivation and wait for Xiao San's return. By then, our Shrek's 7 monsters will surely dominate the Advanced Soul Master competition. Dai Mu Bai, who usually had the best relationship with Tang San, helped to explain. Yeah. Oscar and Ning Rongrong chimed in, as the saying goes, you can't bite the hand that feeds you. Yes, I was wrong, okay? Ma Hongjun just said it out of impulse, with no intention of blaming anyone. Not far away, Mo, when he watched this scene, surprised at how high Tang San's status had become among the Shrek's 7 monsters. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who still had her cold demeanor, indifferent to everyone, and did not speak up for Tang San. Not far away, a smile appeared on Mo Winnie's lips, with his perception and the probing ability of the broken, forgetting eyes. How could he not notice that Tang Hao had taken Tang San and Xiao Wu away? If it was just Tang Hao alone, Mo Winnie might not have realized it. But taking 2 people away was something he could not miss. Otherwise, his broken, forgetting eyes would be useless. With a spirit power far surpassing that of the same rank, coupled with the broken, forgetting eyes, his perception was not inferior to that of a soul sage level Flender. Dean of Shrek, since the spirit rings have already been obtained, let's leave the Stardow Forest as soon as possible. Mo Wintian walked over and suggested. Yes, Dean, let's hurry back. I still want to go back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School with Brother Tian and get the 3rd spirit ring as soon as possible. Ning Rongrong said from the side. Rongrong, you've reached level 30. That's great. Why not get your spirit ring in the Stardow Forest together? Oscar, who was standing nearby, asked with a hopeful expression. All right, let's pack our things. We will leave right away. Flinder ignored Oscar's suggestion and began to have everyone pack up to prepare to leave the Stardow Forest. Sidine, why not let Rongrong get her spirit ring before leaving? Why the rush? Oscar still didn't realize what he had done wrong. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong helplessly said, Thank you for your kindness, Oscar, but it's not necessary. Our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has a special place for disciples to obtain spirit rings.
And the spirit beasts, they're more suitable for my martial spirit. So there's no need to trouble everyone. Huh? So that's how it is. Oscar lowered his head in disappointment, feeling disheartened. He didn't expect the gap between him and the great sex Ning Rongrong to be so large. Even her spirit ring was the most suitable for her, and she didn't need to go through the effort to find it. His desire to pursue Ning Rongrong was further dampened, making him want to give up immediately. Mo and Tian watched this scene without saying anything. Perhaps originally, Oscar, as the first known food type innate full soul power soul master on the continent, had a talent that surpassed that of Ning Rongrong, who was the daughter of a major sect. However, after Ning Rongrong took the immortal great elixir, the gap in their talents had been completely closed, and she had even surpassed him. As someone from a grassroots background, Oscar was already destined to be in a different world from Ning Rongrong. Unless he could obtain an opportunity that surpassed the immortal great herbs later on, his chances of becoming a god were even less than those of Ning Rongrong. Mo Wentian quietly watched this scene. Given the relationship between Oscar and Tang San, they might eventually join the Tang sect, becoming competitors to his own demon sect, so he couldn't possibly help them improve their strength. As Ma Hongjun was a disciple of Flanders, his future was uncertain. Dai Mubai, being the second prince of the Star Luo Empire, and having taken away his little kitten, he couldn't possibly be on the same side as him. Therefore, among the Shrek 7 monsters, Zhu Zhuqing was already confirmed to be on his side. Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun could still be fought for, but he wouldn't concern himself with the others in the future. Perhaps if he encountered a crisis involving Xiao Wu later, he might help her out of consideration for her calling him Tiangu within his capabilities. However, considering the current state of the evil spirit masters that had not yet appeared in the original plot, it was uncertain if the soul-hunting actions of the Spear Hall would happen as scheduled. 3 days later, after everyone returned to Soto City, Zhu Zhuqing looked reluctantly at Mo Wentian. Zhuqing, I'll take my leave first. The simulated training environment of Shrek Academy cannot be established in a day. Dean Flanders will probably take you to Heavendo City soon to find the simulated training environment, and then we can meet again. This brief separation is for a better reunion. After we return to the Penglai bamboo forest to settle some matters, we'll prepare to head to Heavendo City. While I'm not by your side, you must work hard to train your body alone. When we meet again in Heavendo City, I have a surprise for you. Mo Wentian is preparing to meet again and intends to give the celestial item that was originally meant for Zhu Zhuqing to her. After all, Mo Wentian is not someone who favors one over the other. After giving Yi Lingling the heartbroken red, he will not forget to give Zhu Zhuqing the water fairy jade skin bone. The reason for not giving it now is that the medicinal power of the celestial item and elixir Zhu Zhuqing has consumed has not been fully exhausted. With Zhu Zhuqing's current physical strength, taking celestial herbs would not lead to her death from explosion, but it would cause some loss of efficacy. Therefore, Mo Wentian has encouraged Zhu Zhuqing to exercise more regularly and will surprise her next time they meet. All right, I don't want any surprises. Just being able to see you is enough for me, Zhu Zhuqing said emotionally. Is that so? Are you sure you don't want it? Lingling also has surprises for you, Mo Wentian said jokingly, very inappropriately. If I wanted to. Next time we meet, if your surprise doesn't satisfy me, I will, Zhu Zhuqing said angrily, but didn't know how to respond to Mo Wentian. The usually aloof little cat was extremely cute at this moment. What will you do? Mo Wentian also looked at Zhu Zhuqing's cute face with great interest. I won't pay attention to you anymore. Zhu Zhuqing said with a flash of inspiration, looking extremely adorable. All right, I am scared. I am scared. Your humble servant, am scared. Dear wife, I know I was wrong. Mo Wentian tried to ease the bittersweet atmosphere of parting with Zhu Zhuqing by jokingly saying, huffed. Annoying. Who is your wife? Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but laugh at Mo Wentian's teasing, but she still refused to back down. You, haha. All right, let's hurry up and go. Dean Flander and the others are getting anxious. Mo Wentian looked at the waiting Shrek crowd in the distance and said somewhat awkwardly, I'm leaving. Zhu Zhuqing, seeing the mixed expressions of the crowd, quickly shyly ran over and returned to Shrek Academy with everyone. Chapter 82. Return to Heavendo City after Zhu Zhuqing left. Mo Wentian followed his sister Mo Yudi and Soul Saint Chu phoned back to the Penglai restaurant. The other 6 members of the Demon Gate team naturally accompanied them. 3 days later, after handling the development affairs of the Demon Gate branch here, the group returned to Heavendo City with the eagerly waiting Ning Rongrong. After leaving, the Demon Gate's influence in Soto City returned to normal. The group traveled in a grand procession. With all members being Soul Lords or above, the sight was magnificent.
and they chose to walk instead of taking the Demon Gate's exclusive Soul Beast carriage. Although the Demon Gate was currently thriving, it was due to a fortunate coincidence that they seized the opportunity of the emergence of evil soul masters to develop. Otherwise, not to mention other sects, even the Spirit Hall could easily deal with what seemed to be a powerful Demon Gate. However, because of the evil soul masters, the Demon Gate's industries outside the city often faced attacks from them. Fortunately, the Demon Gate was well prepared and did not suffer significant losses. So Mo Wentian and the others chose to walk instead of taking the carriages marked with the Demon Gate's insignia. On the way, Ning Rongrong always inquired about the strength of the Demon Gate, either intentionally or unintentionally. Mo Wentian certainly couldn't tell her, but he said, "The strength of the Demon Sect is very weak, not as strong as your 7-treasure glazed tile school with 2 titled Douluos." Ning Rongrong looked at Mo Wentian with disbelief and said, "Brother Tian, you're lying to me again. Isn't Poison Douluo and Holy Soul Douluo both powerful members of the Demon Sect? How can they be weak?" "Huh, I wouldn't know, after all. I'm just a disciple of the Demon Sect, not an internal member. However, it is said that the strongest in the Demon Sect is not these 2 titled Douluos, nor the leader of the Demon Sect, but rather the elusive Demon Lord who is rarely seen." Mo Wentian deliberately mixed the views and perceptions. While claiming that the Demon Sect was inferior to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he also subtly hinted at the mystery of the Demon Sect. As the saying goes, those involved are confused, while bystanders see clearly. At this moment, Ning Rongrong had a feeling that the strength of the Demon Sect was far above that of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. She must tell her father after returning that the mystery of the Demon Sect should never be opposed, and they should never have any thoughts about the Demon Sect's pills. A group of several people, escorted by her sister, a Soul Emperor, and Soul Sage Chu Feng, made their way smoothly to the outskirts of Heaven Do City. However, just as they entered the city gate, Mo Wentian and the others were stopped by a squad of city guards. "Esteemed gentlemen, please cooperate with our investigation." The leader of the city guards held a portrait and passed by each of the group, comparing it with the image in his hand. They all shook their heads slightly. But when passing Mo Wentian, a hint of unusual expression appeared in their eyes. However, they then respectfully bowed and retreated. Mo Wentian found the attitude of the city guards somewhat strange, but he didn't think too much about it and was unaware of what had happened. It wasn't until Mo Wentian and his companions arrived at the Penglai Wonderland in the city of Tiando that they learned of the incident. It turned out that the 3rd prince, Shui Tao, had been attacked and nearly killed by an assassin just outside Tiando City. But he was saved by the passing Douluo. However, they were unable to capture the cunning assassin. After being rescued, the 3rd prince received timely treatment. And although his life was saved, his martial soul was shattered by the assassin's soul power and could not be restored. Initially, Mo Wentian was suspected, and even a portrait was prepared. However, upon learning this, Douluo was instantly enraged and burned all portraits of Mo Wentian in Tiando City. He also boldly stated in front of Emperor Xia and Prince Xuesheng at the Tiando Imperial Palace that anyone who dared to capture Mo Wentian would be opposing the entire Demon Sect. Although this was not known to outsiders, Mo Wentian was still able to learn the source of the news and felt touched by Douluo's protection of him. Penglai Wonderland, the headquarters of the Penglai Tavern, is a place where only soul masters are allowed to enter and where non-members cannot reside. It is a bamboo forest built at great expense by the Demon Sect within the city. In addition to stone tables and benches, fine wine and food, there is also a special tea produced by the Demon Sect, which is especially popular among noble soul masters. Even some female soul masters in Tiando City often visit Penglai Wonderland, gathering with their sisters to enjoy tea and recite poetry, relieving the pressure of their training. Many soul masters who are close to breaking through have achieved their breakthroughs in such an ambience. This is one of the reasons why Penglai Wonderland is so popular. Outsiders are unaware that some of the tea contains remnants of pills that aid in breaking through bottlenecks. However, these teas are just a small portion, consisting of the leftover remnants from the pills that Mo Wentian refined and then sent to his father, hoping they could be utilized. Mo Wentian did not expect that his father knew he liked bamboo forests, so over the past 2 years, he had arranged such a large bamboo forest in the city for him. He even used the remnants of the pills he gave to start a tea business. Generally, soul masters who had not broken through their bottlenecks were served ordinary tea, while those close to a breakthrough were given tea mixed with some of the remnants, making use of what would otherwise be waste, truly a lucrative business. As long as one entered the Penglai Fairyland, bamboo forest, everything, whether eating or doing anything, was free.
However, there was an entrance fee of 500 gold soul coins per person, which could not be considered cheap. This. Mo, when Tian looked at the advertisement posted in the Penglai Fairyland, wondering if he wanted to break through and become a higher-level soul master. Do you want to become a gentleman in the Fairyland? Then come to Penglai Fairyland. Here, you can find everything you desire. Mo, when Tian was somewhat speechless, not expecting his father, the Demon Lord, to be so good at business. Fortunately, the waiters recognized Mou Dai and didn't ask the few people for gold soul coins. Otherwise, with so many people, how many gold soul coins would they need? After entering, they didn't head towards the guest area, but instead took a detour to the staff area at the back. No one knew that behind this elegant and bustling Penglai wonderland, this area closed off to outsiders was actually the headquarters of the thriving demon sect. The bamboo forest here was even taller than in the front, with various towering stone mountains, stone bridges, and pavilions which were either originally there or moved in, but it must have taken a lot of effort. Upon reaching the back, they stopped in front of the only large hall. The group didn't go inside, but sent someone to notify the Demon Lord, who was Mo, when Tian's father. Mo Jun had now become a level 71, Soul Saint, radiating a powerful aura that exuded dominance, clearly showing the presence of a superior. When Tian, you finally decided to come back. These are all your companions, right? Mo Jun's aura of authority instantly vanished after he spoke, revealing a very gentle demeanor. I'm Beck. Dad. Mo, when Tian also missed his father a bit, but he didn't show it in front of others. Haha, it's good to be back. Good to be back. This isn't a place for reminiscing. Come, let's sit in the Great Hall. Mo Jun led everyone into the main hall. Some of the guards from the Demon Gate nearby showed expressions of surprise. It was the first time they had seen the cold-faced Demon Lord laugh. However, when their gazes turned to Mo Yudi, their expressions became understanding. It turned out that the daughter had returned, but they were mistaken. For although the daughter was Mo Jun's little darling, the son was even more so his treasure. Chapter 83. 7 Treasure Glazed Sect. Inside the main hall of the Demon Gate. After everyone sat down, this should be the young lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Sect, right? I have had dealings with your father. I must say, you resemble him quite a bit. Mo Jun looked at Ning Rongrong and politely said, Senior, you flatter me. Could it be that you are the master of the demon sect, the Demon Lord? Ning Rongrong had been staring at Mo Jun since she entered the room. And when she heard Mo Jun speak to her first, she also asked with a puzzled expression, I'm not quite a master. You all don't need to be too restrained. Just think of me as Winnie Yang's father and call me uncle. Mo Jun looked at everyone's awkward expressions and couldn't help but say, hello, uncle. The geniuses from the Demon Sect team and Ning Rongrong also stood up politely and greeted him. Soon, the waiter brought in some fruits, desserts, and specialty tea. Before long, half a stick of incense had passed. Dad, I'm going home first. Mo Yudi suddenly stood up, as if recalling something, and said, Go in. Mo Jun did not have any doubts, nor did he insist that his daughter get married early. After all, he had used all the tricks over the years. But she simply did not want to marry, and there was nothing he could do about it. Rongrong, I heard that when Xianqian wants to go to your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's treasury to pick out a few items. It just so happens that our sect's supreme elder, Poison Douluo, has been lacking a few types of spirit herbs recently. Why not let Poison Douluo go with Wen Xianqian on a trip? Mo Jun said that he was letting Duke Douluo choose the spirit medicine, but in reality, he was still worried about Mo Wentian's safety. Ever since Mo Wentian was attacked by the evil Soul Master Saint, Mo Jun had been quite concerned about his safety. Okay, no problem, Ning Rongrong replied immediately. Then we'll leave first, Dad. Mo Wentian saw that the time was almost up and remembered that he still had to go to the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. So he said, Well, this is our sect's base in Tiando City, known to only a very few people. This time, I had Wentian bring you here to familiarize yourselves. In the future, except for Wentian, you will all be cultivating here until the start of the Advanced Soul Master competition. If you have any unfinished business, you should take care of it quickly. I will give you 10 days. After 10 days, I will personally take on the role of your mentor to teach you. The others did not ask why it had to be excluding Mo Wentian. They did not have any objections to the benefits provided by the sect or by Mo Wentian. Moreover, regarding cultivation, everyone understood that Mo Wentian was the strongest among them. Although Changzi was already a level 37 soul ancestor, she was still no match for the level 36 Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian is now trying to enter that special state of cultivation. But he has been unable to do so because he has other matters to attend to. He is afraid that an accident might occur, leading to a change in his character. After leaving, everyone went their separate ways.
Mo Wentian took Ning Rongrong and set off from Tiando City to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Accompanying them was the reluctant poison Douluo Hey, little monster. It's been so long since we last met, and now you want me to come and escort you. Sai, forget it, forget it. Recently, evil soul masters have been quite rampant, so I'll just work a bit harder and accompany you to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Douluo said seemingly casually to Mo Wentian beside him. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, completely failed to realize that Old Poison was not actually worried about the evil soul masters, but rather about the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Not only was there the poison Douluo escorting them on the surface, but old Jack was also not far behind them in secret. Haha, just stop complaining. Once I pick out the items, can't I choose one for you as well? Mo and Tian laughed and said, Brother Tian, how can I let you spend so much? I'll take the lead and let the poison Douluo pick 2 more items. Ning Rongrong beside him said with a face full of grandeur. Mo and Tian secretly thought to himself, this is the legendary rich lady, or rather, a rich lowly. Huh, then I won't be polite. Douluo didn't think much of it either. Things that come for free are the most appealing, and those who don't want them are fools. Haha, Old Poison, you really have no shame. Montauk Vencian joked, bah, how much is the shame worth? The Old Poison Master blushed a bit, but still insisted, it's nothing. Soon, the 3 arrived at the gates of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the #1 auxiliary sect in the world, is naturally luxurious. The tall glazed tower is particularly eye-catching. Do you see that tall tower? That is where our treasure vault is located. Even Title Douluo won't be able to open the vault door without a key. There are 2 keys in total, one in Grandpa Jian's hand and the other in my father's hand. Both keys must be presented at the same time to open the vault door. Ning Rongrong pointed to the tallest tower-shaped building and said, as expected of the #1 auxiliary sect in the world, the foundation is indeed strong. Montauk Vencian, standing nearby, looked at the Soul Master station on both sides, most of whom were above the Soul Respect level. Mo Wentian had only seen such a situation on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria of the Tiando Royal Academy. Actually, it's nothing. The demon sect is equally powerful and not inferior to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ningrongrong modesti repliet. You two don't need to be modest with each other. My ears are getting calluses from listening to you, said Douluo helplessly. The 2 exchanged smiles and stopped discussing it. Soon, the 3 arrived in front of Grand Hall. It was magnificent, exquisitely carved and imposing, befitting the #1 auxiliary sect in the world. The grandeur of the hall was even more imposing than that of the demon sect. However, compared to the demon sect, it lacked a bit of ethereal charm, but the scenery was equally unique, with maple trees standing tall. Rongrong is back. Let me see your father. On the high platform, a handsome and noble middle-aged man, holding a scepter that symbolized authority, walked toward Ning Rongrong with a gentle expression. Dad, I miss you so much. Ning Rongrong rushed into Ning Fengji's arms and acted spoiled. Good girl, this is. Ning Fengji looked at Mo Wentian with a puzzled expression. His eyes glanced over to the last person who entered the hall, the poison Douluo. This is the Tiangu I mentioned in my letter. It was Tiangu who gave me his pills, which allowed my martial soul to evolve. Ning Rongrong introduced. Ha, Old Poison Master, what? Do you look down on our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? You didn't even say hello when you came. 2 old men walked down from the high platform, one of whom, a thin black-clad elder, looked at Douluo, who had entered the hall. Grandpa Gu, Grandpa Jian. Ning Rongrong ran up to the 2 elders as well. The Bone Douluo, seeing Ning Rongrong rushing towards him, grinned widely, but just as he was about to hug her, Ning Rongrong suddenly dodged and hugged the sword Douluo behind him instead. Ha, Old Bone, you're not doing so well in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, are you? You still can't compare to Jian Daochen's standing. How about considering coming to my demon sect? The poison Douluo joked as he walked behind Mo Wentian. Rongrong, Grandpa Bone is angry. The Bone Douluo ignored Douluo and instead looked at Ning Rongrong. Ning Fengji, standing next to them, naturally wouldn't treat the poison Douluo the same way as the Bone Douluo. The current poison Douluo was no longer among the weaker title Douluos. Half a month ago, he had advanced to the rank of 95 level Super Douluo, thanks to the cultivation pills provided by Mo Wentian. Ha! Your Excellency Poison Douluo is joking. This must be Wentian, right? Rongrong often mentions you in her letters. I am Rongrong's father. You can call me Uncle Ning, Ning Fengji said politely. But he looked at Mo Wentian's face and felt a sense of familiarity, though he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. Hello, Uncle Ning. Mo Wentian politely greeted. Chapter 84, Seven Treasure World Warehouse.
I have understood your intention this time, Wen Tian. But please allow me to take a look at Rong Rong's martial soul before I can agree to your request. Because the key to the treasure vault is not solely in my uncle's hands. It also requires the consent of the Elder Council, represented by the Swordbone Douluo, to be opened. Ning Fengji replied, stating that it needed the Elder's approval, but in reality, it was also out of his own caution. No harm. This is understandable. Mo Wentian didn't pay much attention, knowing that even if it were himself, he would do the same. Thank you, Rong Rong. Come here quickly. Summon your martial soul. Let Dad see if it's as he said. Ning Fengji gently urged Ning Rong Rong, who was playing with Swordbone Douluo, to summon her martial soul. Okay, Dad, 9 treasure glazed tile, 9 colors, how about it? Dad, I didn't lie to you, right? Ning Rong Rong summoned her martial soul with a clean and decisive move, revealing a 9-layered tower with 9 colors, emitting dazzling light. Good, good, good. Heaven bless our 7 treasure glazed sect. I announce Rong Rong as the next sect master of our 7 treasure glazed sect. Ning Fengji looked at Ning Rong Rong's martial soul, his eyes filled with excitement, unable to maintain the calm demeanor he usually wore. It really is the 9 treasure glazed tower. Rong Rong, you will definitely surpass your dad in the future and become the greatest sect master in the history of the 7 treasure glazed sect. Bone Douluo beside him laughed heartily. Don't listen to your grandpa Bone's nonsense. In my view, Rong Rong will definitely surpass the Pope of the Spear Hall in the future, becoming the strongest auxiliary title Douluo in history. Let's show Grandpa Sword how many levels you are now. Sword Douluo sang a different tune, but his words only elevated Ning Rong Rong further, and he approached her, holding her small hand. Mo Wentian quietly watched them boast, smiling without saying a word. With he lingling around, who dares to claim first or undefeated? Ahem, this isn't boasting either. With my ability to refine celestial-grade elixirs, I can definitely make Yi Lingling the strongest auxiliary type, no doubt about it. Grandpa Sword, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Ning Rong Rong felt a bit shy from the compliments, her tone carrying a hint of a spoiled child. What Grandpa Sword and Grandpa Bone said is right. Not contradictory at all. It really is so, without harming the foundation at all. It's truly amazing. I wonder if your sect has such celestial-grade elixirs. Our 7 treasure glazed sect is willing to pay any price to exchange. Ning Fengji exchanged glances with Sword Douluo, who subtly nodded. Ning Fengji's expression relaxed considerably, and he said somewhat solemnly, if your sect can provide celestial-grade spiritual herbs to the demon sect can still refine such elixirs. However, celestial-grade spiritual herbs are extremely hard to find. Don't hold out too much hope, Sect Master Ning. Moreover, even if it is celestial-grade, it doesn't necessarily mean the 9 treasure glazed tower can break through the 9-layer limit. This requires exceptional innate talent and specific celestial-grade herbs. And what Rong Rong took was the last one from the demon sect. For this reason, although the demon lord hasn't said anything, he's feeling quite pained in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that it was personally sent out by the demon lord's son, even the number 1 sect, the Haoyan sect, would dare to challenge the demon sect with the elders. On the side, Douluo Bo was speaking nonsense with wide eyes, not feeling the slightest bit embarrassed, leaving Mo Wentian stunned. So I'm really sorry for the expenses your sect incurred. Our sect will definitely fulfill its promise. Please rest assured, Lord Poison Douluo. However, it is truly regrettable that Fengji heard a method to break through the limitations of the 9 treasure glazed tower, but cannot use it. I wonder what kind of celestial grade items can help our 7 treasure glazed tower break through the limitations that have plagued it for many years. Could it be the legendary transcendent spiritual herb? Ning Fengji shook his head in regret and, after apologizing, continued to ask without losing hope. Ning. I heard Dad say it seems to be called Chiluo Tulip, combined with other celestial items and top-grade spiritual herbs to refine. However, the method of refinement is only known to the demon lord in our demon sect. Outsiders cannot know. Having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. Mo Wentian followed Douluo Bo's lead, trying to smooth things over. Poison Douluo responded, his face showing no expression as if he already knew. Thank you, Lord Poison Douluo. Thank you, Wentian, for your kindness to our 7 treasure glazed sect. I will send Uncle Sword with you to the treasury. I allow you to choose 5 items from the treasury as part of the 3 conditions. Ning Fengji and Mo Wentian tacitly ignored the second part about the 3 items. Thank you. Mo Wentian cupped his hands and said, Dad, wait a minute. I promise to let the Poison Douluo choose a piece as a reward for escorting us back to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rong Rong suddenly called to Ning Fengji.
Ning Fengji stumbled slightly, his expression unchanged, but he felt a pang in his heart. However, he quickly calmed down. It was just a piece of treasure. Not only could they gain the favor of a super Douluo, but they could also establish a friendship with a powerful demon sect. It seemed that Rong had really grown up. Moreover, the seven-treasure glazed tile school had collected so much that letting him choose might not necessarily result in picking the most precious items. Since that is the case, it's fine for the poison Douluo to go along. Uncle Jian, please take them for a visit. It's been a long time since I've seen Rong, and we have some things to talk about. Ning Fengji took out a golden key and handed it to Mo Wentian. Not worried at all that Mo Wentian would run away with the key. Not to mention that the seven-treasure glazed tile school was heavily guarded. The fact that the treasury required 2 keys to open was enough to dispel any concerns. All right, follow me. Sword Douluo Qinshin had no objections. Although he also wanted to spend more time talking with Rong, he couldn't neglect the etiquette of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Soon the three arrived in front of the highest building of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, the seven-treasure glazed tile tower. Go in. The treasury is on the top floor. Sword Douluo Qinshin led the two to the top floor. There were guards everywhere along the way, and Mo Wentian didn't understand how such a force could have been wiped out by the Wuhuan Temple in the original story. The Wuhuan Temple's power must have been immense. The treasury door required 2 keys to open. The entire tower was made of special materials, and the door was incredibly hard, constructed from an even harder material that could rebound attacks from titled Douluos, making it impossible for even titled Douluos to damage it in the slightest. It took a huge sum of money from the first-generation master of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, hiring all the renowned craftsmen on the continent at that time, and several years of effort to create the 2 keys needed to open it, which housed all the treasures collected by the seven-treasure glazed tile school throughout the generations. Upon reaching the top floor, Sword Douluo Qinshin casually remarked, Mo Wentian couldn't recognize what material it was. Through the eye of Forgotten, he could only see the immense energy contained in the stone door. He could only look at the stone door with envy. Such a large special, or as the gate to a treasure house, made it clear that the seven treasures glazed sect was indeed wealthy. The two inserted the key into the gap of the stone door, and with a buzzing sound, the stone door did not open. Mo Wentian and Poison Douluo looked at each other, but Sword Douluo was not surprised. He activated his soul power, stretched out his hands, and pushed the stone door open with considerable effort. Mo Wentian estimated that if he were alone, he might not be able to push open the stone door even with a key, as he didn't expect the door to be so heavy, likely weighing over tens of thousands of pounds. You two go in, said Sword Douluo Qinshin with reassurance, as each precious treasure had its own mark for storage, making him feel quite at ease. The two entered and found not an endless number of gold soul coins, but instead a variety of strange and peculiar treasures, most of which looked extremely ancient. Chapter 85, The Mysterious Fragmented Map. There are even top-grade golden stone materials, deep-sea sunk silver mother. Just entering the treasury and seeing such exquisite golden stone materials makes one wonder what else they might encounter later. Truly a treasure house of world civilization, reputed to have everything, Mo Wentian said with some anticipation while looking at the dazzling array of precious items before him. Little monster, don't just focus on your own selection. Help this old man find a few immortal-grade medicinal herbs, so I can advance a few steps further towards becoming a limit Douluo, said Poison Douluo whimsically to Mo Wentian. Old Poison, you really are like a toad yawning. Do you think others don't know the value of immortal-grade medicinal herbs? Mo Wentian said without any hesitation. It's just the Poison Douluo. He doesn't care about these details. If it were another title Douluo, I wouldn't dare to speak like this. Cough, cough. Just kidding. I'm at least a 95 level super Douluo. Can't you give me some face and let me fantasize a bit? The Poison Douluo, having heard Mo Wentian mention that everything exists in the world, joked back without taking it seriously. He felt a bit embarrassed by Mo Wentian's words. However, Mo Wentian suddenly stopped in his tracks, looking at a treasure within a light circle. This was the 9-colored glazed lamp, equivalent to the power of a man-made soul bone. Aside from being unable to absorb it, its skills were no different from a 100,000-year soul bone. It is a soul guide device that exists in legends, indeed. Very good. It could save one's life at a critical moment. I'll take it. Mo Wentian took down the 9-colored glazed cup and continued to observe ahead. The treasures here were all the most precious. The other layers contained only gold, silver, and jewels. Therefore, Mo Wentian did not overlook any treasures, carefully examining each one. Meanwhile, The poisoned Douluo, seeing this, also chose a section of the area to select his own treasures. A dignified, titled Douluo, truly relying on Mo Wentian, was nothing short of laughable. Over the years, the poisoned Douluo had researched many immortal-grade herbs, and had actually chosen a section of herbs to see if there were any legendary immortal-grade ones. What is this? A broken map? How can this still be stored in the treasure vault of the world? Could there be something special about it? Mo Wentian picked up a fragment of a map and muttered to himself in confusion. Activating his broken illusion eye, he hoped to see something extraordinary. To his surprise, the map emitted a faint energy which was not soul power, but seemed to be of a higher quality. Indeed, there was something different about it. I'll take it. After all, I can collect 5 items. If it really is what I've been thinking, then I'll make a big profit. Mo Wentian decided to take a gamble. If it really had something to do with the gods, it would be a huge profit. If not, he wouldn't lose anything. Continuing forward, Mo Wentian chose 2 more treasures that would be useful to him, one of which was a giant sword made of a material as tough as his sister's martial soul. The material was surprisingly not much different from that of Mo Wentian's sword sheath, suggesting it was also crafted by the renowned divine craftsman of that time. Mo Wentian decided to give his sister Mo Yudi a tool for her daily practice. This way, she could be more flexible in using her martial soul, just like him, and improve her combat power by not following the conventional methods of cultivating martial soul skills. Mo Wentian has always felt that the soul skills in Douluo continent have too many limitations, but he cannot completely give up on training his own unique soul skills, as this would be a case of seeking the distant while neglecting the near. If others have soul skills and you do not, a gap will inevitably appear. However, if others have soul skills and you also have them, and if others do not have unique soul skills but you do, then you will definitely be stronger than others. There is also a peculiar soul guide, which may not be of much use to others, but for him is undoubtedly the greatest gain from this treasure hunting journey. The 2 instruments Tranquility Mirror, an ancient and special soul guide, allows one to maintain a calm mind by inputting soul power, ensuring that one will never lose their rationality. This is simply tailor-made for the special cultivation state he comprehended after advancing to Soul Sovereign. With the 2 instruments Tranquility Mirror, he can confidently enter that state to cultivate soul power without fear of falling into it. This effectively doubles the speed of soul power cultivation, and such a gain is indeed a delightful surprise. Upon arriving at the area inspected by the poisoned Douluo, he found that it was filled with top-tier medicinal herbs and spiritual roots. Even compared to the Ice and Fire 2 instruments, the variety was not much different. But unfortunately, there were no celestial products found in the Ice and Fire 2 instruments. In the end, the 2 could only choose a rare spiritual medicine that did not exist in the Ice and Fire 2 instruments, hoping to combine it with the celestial product to refine a better celestial pill. After exiting the Heaven's Warehouse, Sword Douluo Qinshin first closed the giant stone door and then took the 2 to meet Ning Fengji. Wen Tian, consider this as the 3rd condition promised by my 7 treasure glazed tile school. As for the first condition, even if you do not mention it, Rong will undoubtedly become the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school in the future. The second condition still stands. Even allowing you to enter the Heaven's Warehouse to select 15 treasures is not a problem. What do you think? Ning Fengji asked tentatively. No, I've already finished looking. There's nothing I need in there. In fact, Mo Wentian wanted to say that there was nothing he was interested in, but he thought it was better to be low-key on someone else's territory. In that case, let's wait until you have made up your mind. As long as it does not violate the principles of my 7 treasure glazed tile school, my uncle will do his utmost to fulfill it. However, I have one more thing to ask you to inform Demon Lord. My uncle hopes that the 7 treasure glazed tile school can cooperate with the demon sect in the medicinal material business. The 7 treasure glazed tile school is willing to share the profits 80-20 with the demon sect. If celestial herbs can be collected, they will belong entirely to the demon sect. I just hope the demon sect can grant my 7 treasure glazed tile school a pill like the one given to Rong. What do you think? Ning Fengji said in a low voice, almost pleading, in order to promote the martial soul's advancement. Absolutely. If there is such a top-grade celestial pill again, I will definitely have my father personally request it from the Demon Lord. Mo Wentian found it difficult to refuse when he saw the situation. The almost free herbal business was a tempting offer, compared to strengthening the demon sect. Trading for a celestial grade item seemed quite worthwhile to him. However, given the current strength of the demon sect, which was still inferior to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, Mo Wentian naturally wouldn't consider using celestial-grade items or pills to support the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. It's important to note that the herbal business of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is definitely among the top 3 on the continent, which represents a huge profit. However, no matter how much he talked about it, he still didn't have anything, nor would he have anything. Originally, he wanted to say goodbye to Ning Rongrong, but unexpectedly, the eager girl had already gone to the exclusive secret realm of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect to obtain her soul ring in her haste to advance to Soul Master. After bidding farewell to Ning Fengji, the Poison Douluo took Mo Wentian back to their residence in Heavendo City. Each returned to their own home, and although the two families lived across from each other, they were as close as family. Mo Wentian did not go to see anyone immediately. Instead, he first came to the secret room to test the effects of the 2 instruments' Tranquil Heart Mirror. Chapter 86, Double Cultivation Speed. Sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, he operated his soul power and inputted into the 2 instruments' Tranquil Heart Mirror. As his mind moved with intention, Mo Wentian unconsciously entered a state of cultivation. The soul power quickly circulated through his body's 8 extraordinary meridians, and in less than half an hour, he completed a large circulation, achieving double the speed of his usual soul power cultivation. Standing up, Mo Wentian had a joyful expression on his face. With such a fast cultivation speed, along with the effects of a 9-leaf immortal herb, he might very well approach the Soul King realm in a year. Currently, the immortal-grade medicinal power within Mo Wentian was almost depleted, and he could soon absorb immortal-grade herbs. At this moment, the purity of his soul power was considered the highest among the Douluo soul sages, with none to rival it, almost turning into liquid. Mo Wentian estimated that once he advanced to the soul sect, his soul power would be able to transform into liquid, comparable to the purity of a soul sage's soul power. This was not just the effect of the celestial herb, but also a strong manifestation of the 7-leaf grass martial soul. The celestial herb merely played a role in compensating for deficiencies and shortening the cultivation time. Mo Wentian was almost certain that the changes in his soul power were not largely related to the celestial herb, but primarily linked to the special growth characteristics of the 7-leaf grass martial soul. With the promotion effect of the celestial herb, he had now achieved pure and substantial soul power. Coupled with this cultivation state, his future looked incredibly bright. The 2 instruments' tranquil mirror indeed had its effects, allowing him to enter this state at will. It seemed that in the future, not only would his cultivation speed double, but with proper utilization, he could even perform the annihilation technique, adding another trump card to his arsenal. How delightful. Mo Wentian stood up, filled with joy as he exited the underground training room. Once outside, he noticed that the sky was already darkening, and the entire Mo residence was brightly lit, with guards stationed every 10 meters and sentries every 5 steps, showing a high level of vigilance. "Young master, you finally came out. Did you make any gains in your training?" The maid at the door of the training room, Douluo, saw Mo Wentian's happy expression. Wow, you've reached level 20 so quickly. Not bad. You can now be considered half a member of the demon sect. I'll arrange for someone to take you to the soul hunting forest to obtain a soul ring another day. Mo Wentian looked at the increasingly mature cat girl Douluo with some surprise and said, Thank you, young master. Dodo's face first showed happiness, but then mixed with a hint of disappointment as she thanked him. Is Mom at home? Mo Wentian did not notice the disappointment in Dodo's eyes and casually asked, Yes. The lady already knows you are home and has asked you to go to the central hall to see her after you finish your training. Douluo recalled the lady's instructions and quickly replied respectfully, Yes, I understand. You can go ahead and train now. Once you reach level 29, I will teach you the continuation of the Nameless technique. When you break through to the 30th level Soul Master Realm, you will be able to become an official member of the Demon Sect. Mo Wentian set a goal for Douluo, and upon hearing it, Douluo indeed became much happier, nodding excitedly in agreement before running off to train. Mo Wentian quickly arrived at the center of the mansion. The decorations in his mansion exuded an air of ancient solemnity. Compared to a few years ago, the mansion had undergone a tremendous transformation, and even the servants were disciples of the Soul Master Realm from the Demon Sect. This reminded Mo Wentian of the treatment at the second floor of the dining hall in the Junior Academy of the Tiando Royal Academy. It seems that the Demon Sect is developing quite well now. Mo Wentian walked in with a sigh, muttering to himself, Of course, but none of this is due to someone's credit. Being a hands-off manager is truly an art, I don't even know when to go home for the new year. A slightly dissatisfied yet gentle voice came from the back hall. Mom. Mo when Tion did not argue, but simply looked at his mother, whom he hadn't seen for 2 years, feeling quite emotional. Besides, good that you're back. Now you've grown up. Once a child grows up, they no longer belong to their mother. As long as you can be safe and sound in the future, your mother will be satisfied. Dong Ruo Ling sighed and said, Mom, you've already reached the Soul King realm? So fast. Mo when Tian has cultivated the eye of breaking illusions and is now about to break through to the 3rd level of the breaking illusion realm, making it clear to him the Soul Master levels below Soul Sage. Yes, ever since I broke through to level 30 and obtained the external soul bone, my progress seems to be aided by the divine, especially after taking the celestial grade, Tianqing Grass. My cultivation has been advancing by leaps and bounds, and combined with the unnamed technique, I haven't encountered any bottlenecks and easily broke through to the 50th level of the Soul King realm. Dong Ruoling casually said this, and upon hearing it, Mo Wentian couldn't help but feel a bit jealous of his mother's cultivation speed. It's worth noting that 2 years ago, when he left, his mother had just reached the mid-40s after taking the celestial grade herb, and now she has quickly reached the Soul King realm. Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. Mo Wentian wished he could immediately take the 9-leaf celestial grass and break through to the Soul Zone realm. Mom is really amazing. Mom, did you call me for something? Mo, when he didn't want to talk about it, as it was really frustrating. After a compliment, he couldn't help but ask, what? Can't Mom call you over if there's nothing wrong? Dong Ruoling was no longer the little woman she used to be. She was now in charge of the logistics of the entire demon sect, including financial authority. Although she didn't need to manage everything personally, being in a high position for a long time had naturally given her a lot of presence when she spoke. No, of course she can. I'm just curious why Mom called me to the hall. Montak vin tsian repiatidli denit. It's nothing serious. You're not young anymore. It's time to get married and have children. When are you planning to bring Ling Ling into the family? Help your mother with the matters of the demon sect. Dong Ruo Ling, like most mothers, began to urge her child to settle down soon. Well, isn't there help for your mother to manage things? Why the hurry? Mo Wentian asked in confusion. Ahem, I don't care. Anyway, you must go to Ling Ling's house tomorrow morning and settle the marriage as soon as possible. Otherwise, you could just not come back. Dong Ruoling said awkwardly. She wouldn't tell Mo Wentian that it was the result of a private agreement between her and Yi Lingling, and couldn't help but adopt her mother's tone. All right, then I'll go take a look tomorrow. Mo Wentian originally wanted to give the heartbroken red to Yi Lingling as a congratulatory gift for their engagement, which would be quite appropriate and might even increase the success rate of claiming her as his own. In the past, Mo Wentian was full of confidence that Yi Lingling could use the heartbroken red, but now, due to the matter with Zhu Zhuqing, he felt a bit insecure. That's why he chose to give it to Yi Lingling during the engagement. With her soft and cute personality, once she was moved, she would forget everything else and only have him in her heart. If others knew what Mo Wentian was thinking, they would definitely scold him, calling him an old lecher. Well, it's time to rest early. It's getting late. In your room, I have prepared dinner for you myself. After you eat, get some rest. And tomorrow I hope to take Ling Ling home directly. After Dong Ruoling gently finished speaking, she turned and left. Mo Wentian looked at his mother's back and couldn't help but feel a bit touched. Chapter 87. Old Jack's martial soul after returning to his room. Mo Wentian was about to begin his cultivation when he suddenly felt that someone was observing him in the shadows. The ghost vine parasitic sword at his waist silently unsheathed in an instant, and the sword technique was unleashed, shooting rapidly towards the roof. Ouch! Oh my! This old bone of mine, it's not good for young people to have such a temper. An old man with a hunchback appeared, wielding his cane like steel, creating a dazzling gust of wind that blocked Mo Wentian's ghost vine parasitic sword's lethal strike. Ouch, my back! At this moment, he was holding his waist and looking at Mo Wentian with a wronged expression. Old Jack, how come it's you, the spirit Douluo? What are you doing here? Mo Wentian jumped onto the roof and found that the person lurking on the roof was Old Jack, who had already joined the demon sect. Cough, cough. It's still Old Poison, insisting that this old bone of mine come to meet you, the demon lord, at night, saying that etiquette must not be neglected. Alas, I didn't expect to be met with a sword before even seeing you. The old man really has a hard life. Old Jack said with a bitter smile. Sorry, I'm used to being cautious and have a habit of observing my surroundings before practicing. Mo Wentian would not tell Old Jack that his broken illusion was about to enter the broken illusion realm, and everything around him was within his perception. It doesn't matter. Although Old Poison and the old man are not from the same era,
the old man, and he are close friends across generations. He has told me everything about the matters of the demon sect. This time, he wants me to let you know that you can do whatever you want. With the two of us old men backing you up, even the spirit hall, old poison, and I can handle it for you. Old Jack said proudly. The title Douluo of the spirit hall is not fewer than a handful. Could it be a bit? Mo when Tion didn't say much. But everyone with keen eyes knows. Lord Demon, please do not underestimate the old poison master and me. After the old poison master advanced to level 95 and became a title Douluo, his poison skills reached the pinnacle of Douluo continent. No matter how many soul masters below level 95 there are, they cannot withstand the old poison master's poison skills. Even if he encounters the legendary extreme Douluo Douluo from the spirit hall, he can still escape. If the spirit hall dares to offend him and pushes him to a certain extent, he would dare to turn Spirit City into a poison city. As for me, I am a contemporary of Tang Chun, the extreme Douluo of the Haotian sect, and Douluo of the spirit hall, so I'm naturally not afraid of them. Old Jack adjusted his beard and said, what about the evil soul masters? Mo when Tion's understanding of the evil soul masters was still superficial. Upon hearing that Old Jack was from the same generation as Tang Hao's grandfather, he couldn't help but ask further. The evil soul masters, during the old man's youth, were a force that stood on equal footing with the spirit hall on the continent. In the end, they were defeated by the spirit hall when Douluo advanced to the 99th level title Douluo first, but they could not be completely eradicated. Most of the evil soul masters were treated to the island of the evil god, and their leader was forced to swear an oath to the deity they believed in, vowing never to leave the island of the evil god, or else the ruler of the evil soul masters would suffer the shattering of their martial soul and death. It has been over 100 years since then, and I suspect that the last evil soul master Saint's son who intercepted and ambushed you, the sect master, came from the island of the evil god. Old Jack said with a serious expression. This means that it is very likely that the current evil soul masters are not inferior to the spirit hall. Mo when Tion's expression was somewhat grim as he speculated. He couldn't be sure if they were stronger than the spirit hall, but the number of title Douluos was definitely not less than that of the spirit hall. Evil soul masters could use special means to worship the deities they believed in, and those evil deities could forcibly enhance the soul power of the sacrificers through special methods. However, those above level 95 could not be increased in this way, which might also be the reason why evil soul masters dared not fully reveal themselves. Their current emergence is merely a test. Master, your identity should not have been exposed. It was only by chance that they approached you due to the matter of the Shura team. Our demon sect and the evil soul masters are mortal enemies. If they find out you are the demon lord, they will definitely not let you off easily. We need to find ways to make our demon sect stronger. Old Jack continued to analyze based on the intelligence of the demon sect and his understanding of the evil soul masters. Old Jack, what is your martial soul? What is your strength? Mo when Tion suddenly thought of a plan, but this plan required strong military force. Clearly, relying solely on poison Douluo was not enough, so he couldn't help but ask. A group fight is not as good as the old poison guy, and one-on-one is not as good as me. Old Jack said proudly. What level are you now? Mo when Tion was surprised, thinking that he couldn't defeat Old Jack in a one-on-one fight. Level 93. But Old Poison really isn't my opponent. Old Jack said smugly. Old Jack, you really have no shame. It was I who let you win. If I had used my best techniques, how could you possibly be my match as a super Dawn? Old Poison's voice suddenly came, revealing that Douluo Bo had been secretly protecting Mo when Tion. Seeing Old Jack exposed, he felt happy that he could surpass him. But who knew Old Jack would dare to point out his weaknesses? He couldn't help but come out to argue a bit. I wonder who got beaten up badly by this old man. Old Jack said dismissively, showing no shame at being caught. It seems his words were not false. Strong. Mo when Tion could not say much more. The title Douluo at level 95 and those below were simply not on the same level. He did not expect Old Jack to break this limit and defeat the poison Douluo. Although the poison Douluo's one-on-one ability was indeed not as strong as that of the sword Douluo Chenshin, who was a powerful attack-type title Douluo, he was not weak either. Defeating the poison Douluo represented that he absolutely had the level of a 95 level title Douluo. I don't like bullying the young and the old. Don't go too far. With such a big mouth, do you believe I will put a few poisonous snakes on your bed while you sleep to cool you down? The poison Douluo still stubbornly said, but it was also an acknowledgement that Old Jack's words were not false. If he couldn't win, he couldn't win. Although my martial soul also started as a piece of grass, after the second awakening, it has now turned into a crutch that specifically targets disrespectful young Douluo. After Old Jack finished speaking, He waved the crutch in his hand. Oomph. The poisoned awe snorted coldly and did not respond, but looked at Mo Wentian and said, Master. Although old Jack has just been promoted to title Douluo for a short time, he has been trapped at the title Douluo level for decades, with an incredibly pure soul power. After taking the immortal great elixir, his soul power has advanced further, and after obtaining soul rings, his soul power has jumped 2 levels. Now, being a 93 level title Douluo, with his pure soul power and his self-created soul skill that is invincible in one-on-one combat at the same level. His strength is not at all inferior to that of the super title Douluo at level 95. Whatever you need to do, just go ahead. Nowadays, apart from the Spirit Hall and the Evil Soul Masters, whose power far exceeds ours in the Demon Sect, even the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect is probably just on par with us. The Poison Douluo said with a proud and serious expression. That's good. I was just thinking of recruiting some forces into the outer gate of the Demon Sect and need strong helpers. After I handle some personal matters, you two can accompany me to take care of it. I believe the strength of the Demon Sect can undergo a complete transformation. Mo Wentian took out the demeanor of the sect master. The Poison Douluo had long been enamored and submissive to Mo Wentian, having completely forgotten the conditions he mentioned before entering the Demon Gate, and did not doubt the truthfulness of Mo Wentian's words at all. Chapter 88. The Romantic History of the Poison Douluo. All right, old Jack, let's leave first and not disturb the sect master's rest. Douluo glanced at old Jack, as if he remembered something and had a bit of a tendency to avoid staying in front of Mo Wentian. What are you anxious about? In my opinion, it would be better for you to accompany the sect master to propose tomorrow. It would be a double celebration. Old Jack said unhurriedly. Huh? What do you mean? Mo Wentian became interested. Could it be that Poison Douluo has an old flame in the Yi residence? But that doesn't make sense, according to Ling Ling. There are only her mother, and a few servants in the Yi residence, no one else. A cough cough. Old Jack, shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? Poison Douluo awkwardly coughed twice and glared at old Jack. All right. Old man will keep quiet. Old man won't meddle in others' business. Being young is great. Sigh unlike me. Old and alone. Old Jack said with a face full of envy. Sect master, I've decided to go with you to propose tomorrow. Looking at old Jack's lonely appearance, with no children or family, thinking about himself. Once he gets married, he would be just like old Jack. He couldn't help but make up his mind. You all actually eavesdropped on my conversation with my mother. Quickly tell me why you want to go with me to propose. Otherwise, you will have to refine pills in the future. Hum. And Mo Wentian pretended to be angry and said, Ahem. It's not that I was eavesdropping, but I accidentally heard the old man eavesdropping on me. Poison Douluo shot a fierce glance at old Jack and explained, That won't do either, unless you say what you intend to do. Mo Wentian's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. He was quite satisfied with the way he interacted with these 2 Douluos. Master, you shouldn't ask him anymore. The old poison master is too embarrassed to say it out loud. Let the old man tell you instead, old Jack said, leaning on his cane and looking like he was about to tell a story, addressing Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian was quite interested in the private affairs of the Poison Douluo. About several decades ago, the old poison was just an ordinary 50th level soul master. Although the Douluo family was considered prestigious, due to the nature of their martial soul, they had only one heir, so their strength was naturally not high. One day, the young Poison Douluo went out to travel and encountered the young and beautiful Yi Phoenix in the Sunset Forest. The two were over a decade apart in age, and at that time, Yi Phoenix was in danger, as her companions were all devoured by soul beasts. Even with her 9 hearts, sea, butterflies healing abilities, she couldn't save her teammates who had already died. At the moment of crisis, the young Poison Douluo descended from the sky and saved the flourishing Yi Phoenix. They fought a bloody battle against a 10,000-year soul beast, and with Yi Phoenix's healing abilities, they eventually killed the soul beast, but the Poison Douluo was severely injured. To help him recover, the two lived together in the Sunset Forest for a while. As the saying goes, a lonely man and a woman, a hero saves a beauty, and a beauty takes care of a hero. Naturally, they developed feelings over time. However, as the Poison Douluo's injuries healed, they had no more excuses to stay in the Sunset Forest. After they left, they agreed to meet again in Tiando City, but not long after returning. Douluo's family privately arranged a marriage for him. The young Douluo had to give up his dreams of love for the continuation of his family. The Douluo family selected a suitable partner, and the martial soul had to be either a snake or a dragon type to ensure the family's legacy continued. Naturally, Yi Phoenix's unique martial soul was obstructed by both families. Upon learning of this,
The young Yi Phoenix was heartbroken and decided not to disturb the poisoned Douluo anymore. Until the day he had a granddaughter. Yi Phoenix still couldn't forget Douluo, but as the elders of her family grew older, she had no choice but to recruit a talented male soul master to marry into the Yi family. However, the man who married and could not bear the powerful legacy of the Nine Hearts Sea Butterfly family. After Yi Phoenix bore him a daughter, he went to the Nine Hearts Sea Butterfly's secret realm to obtain the legacy, but mysteriously disappeared without a trace. The girl left behind was your childhood sweetheart, Yi Lingling, which is why Doga Yin became acquainted with Yi Lingling and how the poisoned Douluo could invite the reclusive Yi Phoenix to join the demon sect. Old Jack recounted the past events of the poisoned Douluo as if they were everyday matters. Mo and Tion was already so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. It turned out that he had such a connection with the poisoned Douluo. No wonder the poisoned Douluo treated him so well. Ahem, that's roughly what old Jack said. The poisoned Douluo said with a slightly flushed face, feeling embarrassed. All right, then you can come with me tomorrow. Do you want me to prepare the betrothal gifts for you? Mo when Tion suppressed his laughter and said, No need, no need, I shall take my leave. The poisoned Douluo's face turned red as he fled in a panic. Wait for me, old poison. Old Jack also chased after him with his cane. Although he seemed slow, he disappeared in the blink of an eye, which shows that old Jack's strength is extraordinary. Ha 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 ha. Mo Wintian finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Originally, he had some concerns about the betrothal tomorrow, but now it seemed there was no need for him to worry at all. Poison Douluo had provided him with a divine assist. Upon entering the room, Mo Wintian did not resume his cultivation, but instead entered the time and space divine fate ring to train his mental strength. His broken forgetting was about to reach the third realm of breaking illusions, capable of dispelling all falsehoods and issuing substantial mental attacks. For some soul masters or soul beasts with weaker mental fortitude, mental attacks could yield unexpected effects. After re-entering the time and space divine fate ring, Mo Wintian began to organize the gains from his journey with the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. The 2 instruments, Tranquil Heart Mirror, undoubtedly had the greatest effect on him, as it could be used in actual combat and also help him enter a special double cultivation state earlier during daily training. The 9-color glazed lamp could also be used as a soul bone technique. The piece of a map containing what seemed to be a higher energy source would be set aside for now, along with 2,000 years spiritual herbs. With some top-tier spiritual herbs he had stored, he could refine another batch of pills. He organized the spiritual herbs and celestial items he needed, planning to give the Heartbreak Red to Yi Lingling and the Water Fairy Jade Bone to Zhu Yuqing. The heavenly mushroom, sky-connecting chrysanthemum, had been consumed by his father. His sister, Mo Yudi, had taken the 8-petal immortal orchid, and his mother had taken the auxiliary treasure, celestial herb, stargrass. The fiery apricot beauty and the 8-pointed mysterious ice grass had been used by him to compensate for the deficiencies in his martial soul. The autumn water gaze dew had also been used to enhance his mental strength, leaving behind the Chillock Tulip, Coxcomb Phoenix Tail, Sunflower, and the Snow-Colored Swan Kiss, with half of a 9-rank purple Ganoderma used for pill refinement. The 9-leaf immortal grass was crucial for the second evolution of his martial soul and would be needed once he approached the Soul Master realm. The Snow-Colored Swan Kiss was a highly toxic celestial item, while the Chillock Tulip could be refined into pills to neutralize the resistance between celestial herbs. Mo Wintian decided to refine all the remaining celestial items into the final batch of elixirs to enhance the strength of the people in the demon sect. He used his consciousness to gather some spiritual herbs according to the elixir formula, along with some top-grade spiritual medicines he had collected, and put them together with the celestial items. He planned to visit the ice and fire duality to refine the celestial items and elixirs before going to the Yi residence to propose the next day. Mo Wintian has a feeling that the time and space divine fate ring will undergo significant changes when his spiritual power reaches the level of a soul Douluo. At that time, he might be able to enter the time and space divine fate ring with his body, which would eliminate the need to train his spiritual power. Therefore, Mo Wintian now often uses the time and space divine fate ring to train his spiritual energy. Chapter 89. Yi Lingling's engagement the next day. Mo Wintian went to the residence of the Poison Douluo early in the morning. He called the Poison Douluo to accompany him to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Old Poison, I'm planning to refine a batch of pills. You should go and protect me. This will also give us some leverage, right? Montauk Vencian, who had just opened his eyes and was still a bit dazed as he opened the door, said to the old Poison Master, Oh, aren't we going to the Yi residence? What's this about refining pills? I must go take a look. The Poison Douluo,
who had regained his senses, suddenly became incredibly spirited. The poison Douluo was also well-versed in pharmacology and had long wanted to refine some pills, but lacked the means and time to learn from Mo Wentian. This time, he certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity. All right, just make sure to observe closely, and I'll give you 1 or 2 pill formulas to study properly. Mo Wentian. The reason why poison Douluo treats Mo Tian so well is also because Mo Wentian knows how to be a person. The gratitude for the rebirth of poison Douluo far exceeds poison Douluo's contributions to the demon gate. Is this true? Poison Douluo asked with a joyful expression. Jun Wuxi does not speak falsely. Mo Wentian also revealed his identity as the demon lord and said, "Let's go. I'll take you there." After the poison Douluo finished speaking, without waiting for Mo Wentian to agree, he quickly lifted Mo Wentian and flew towards the Eye of Ice and Fire. Inside the Eye of Ice and Fire, Mo Wentian used his soul power to control the pill furnace, which hovered in midair above the spring of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Combining the forces of extreme cold and extreme heat, he refined the most precious medicinal herbs ever, creating a furnace of pills with the highest quantity of top-tier spiritual herbs and immortal herbs. Even medicinal power extracted for Zhu Qing was reluctantly added to the furnace using a special method. Bang! With a muffled sound, a plume of black smoke rose from the pill furnace. "Little monster, did it explode?" said Poison Douluo and Mo Wentian, looking at each other. Mo Wentian, who was refining pills for the first time using the Eye of Ice and Fire, was also unsure of the situation. "Let's open it and see," he said. Mo Wentian helplessly waved his hand and said, "All right, I will personally open the furnace and take a look." He then saw the poison Douluo grasping the Dan furnace with both hands, and the Dan furnace was drawn out from the center of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye by the poison Douluo's soul power. With a loud bang, the Dan furnace was pushed open by the poison Douluo. Inside, 9 crystal-clear silver pills were particularly eye-catching among a pile of black medicinal residue, and there were also some remnants of gray medicinal residue on the inner wall of the furnace. It worked. Mo Wentian, with a joyful expression, took out a specially made jade bottle that could effectively prevent the leakage of medicinal power. After carefully placing the elixirs inside, he stored the cauldron along with the residue into a storage ring. "Is this a success?" the poison Douluo said, somewhat dumbfounded. "It only took 2 hours from start to finish, and you were able to refine an extraordinary immortal-grade elixir in such a short time? Well, the better the medicinal materials, the simpler the refining techniques usually need to be. There is no need for excessive processing. Just pay attention to the reasonable combination of materials and the balancing of their properties. However, having a unique refining method is also essential. Here are several ordinary recipes I have developed for you to study. I'll keep one of these 9 elixirs for you. When you reach the 98th rank as a title Douluo, come find me for it." Mo Wentian is currently hesitant to give the poison Douluo the elixir because he fears that the poison Douluo might not resist the temptation and take it right away. This time, the elixir has a significantly enhanced effect on soul power, and even a title Douluo can break through 1 or 2 levels. Mo Wentian decided to give 1 to poison Douluo, 1 to Old Jack, 1 to the Fatty, and 1 each to Zhu Qing and Yi Lingling, of course, not forgetting his future mother-in-law. The remaining 3 were for himself, his father, and his sister. As for his mother, he decided to skip that since she never asked about his interest in cultivation. With the current level of Soul King, the existence of external soul bones and celestial herbs meant that with her current talent, she could gradually reach the title Douluo level without needing celestial products. Giving 1 to the Fatty and Mo Chai was also to ensure they could play a crucial role in the Senior Soul Master competition a year later. Otherwise, with their current strength, they wouldn't contribute much at that time. Of course, it cannot be denied that Mo Wentian had some nepotistic tendencies. For Mo Wentian, the Fatty and Mo Chai were childhood friends who were absolutely trustworthy. The effect of each celestial pill dictated that only the first one could unleash its full potential. Taking 2 would not only be ineffective, but could also leave hidden troubles for their foundation. "What is the effect of this pill?" Poison Douluo asked, somewhat puzzled by Mo Wentian's seriousness. "It can increase your soul power by at least 1 level, but only the first pill has that effect. I decided to give it to you when you reach the bottleneck of level 98. Otherwise, with your talent, it will be difficult to break through to the 99 level title Douluo." Mo Wentian said, with a tempting expression, "No way. You have to know that the difference in soul power between a level 95 title Douluo and those below level 95 is still very significant." Old Jack was also able to reach the soul power strength of a level 95 title Douluo,
because he was immersed in the peak of Douluo for countless years and broke through with the help of immortal-grade pills. The poisoned Douluo asked with some doubt, thinking that Mo Wentian might have some misunderstanding about the super title Douluo of level 95. What I mean is the standard above level 95. As for those below level 95, at least this level can be improved. Mo Wentian made a gesture of pistol. Is this true? Are there really such magical pills in the world? Poisoned Douluo was shocked and said in amazement, Mo Wentian, you have personally experienced it. But in the past, the focus was on solidifying the foundation, while the current emphasis is more on enhancing soul power. Both have no side effects. But as the saying goes, medicine can also be poison, so each person can only take one pill of each kind at most. Poisoned Douluo, it seems that I need to keep a close eye on your safety in the future, huh? Indeed, if I don't protect Mo Wentian, any accident that happens to him would mean giving up his chance to advance to level 99 or even become a god. Let's go to the Yi family. Putting aside the matter of the pills, Mo Wentian said with a serious expression, looking as if he was about to face a death sentence. Poisoned Douluo also had a serious expression. Thus, the two old men and the young man, who couldn't quite tell if they were excited or nervous, left the ice and fire eyes. After arriving in Tiando City, both of them nervously looked around, as if they were thieves afraid of being discovered. Go call your lady and madam. Just say Mo Wentian has come pay a visit. Upon reaching the Yi family, Mo Wentian composed himself and directly spoke to the servant guarding the gate. Montak Vencian, it's the son-in-law. Madam, the son-in-law has come to propose. Hurry up, hurry up. A little girl guarding the gate ran into the house with a face full of surprise, ignoring Mo Wentian, who was still standing there in a daze, shouting as she ran. Chapter 90. Protecting those worthy of sacrifice, as the saying goes, a single thread cannot make a line, and a single tree cannot make a forest. Mo Wentian, accompanied by the title de Poisoned Douluo, went to the Yi family to propose. The little girl at the gate hurriedly went in to report. Mo Wentian and Poisoned Douluo exchanged glances, feeling a bit awkward. Is this girl a bit foolish? Soon, the little girl called for Yi Lingling and Yi Phoenix. The two women, one young and one old, each had their own charm. Yi Lingling was like a lotus emerging from the water, exuding a sense of youth, while Yi Phoenix resembled a blooming peony, giving off an air of elegance and nobility. Wentian, you finally came to find me. I heard you returned to Skydo City yesterday and have been wanting to see you, but my mom Woon Ti let me go. You're not mad, are you? Yi Lingling said as she broke free from her mother's hands and jumped into Mo Wentian's arms, speaking affectionately. Of course not. How could I be? Lingling is so well-behaved. I should have come to see you, but I was held up by some matters. The two of them openly displayed their affection for each other. You are the son of the Demon Lord, Mo Wentian. Yi Phoenix didn't glance at Douluo, but directly asked Mo Wentian. Yes, I'm Mo Wentian, Lingling's boyfriend. I am who I am, not the son of any Demon Lord. Mo Wentian emphasized without hesitation or humility that he would try to propose with an ordinary identity. Otherwise, the Demon Lord would be much more imposing than the son of the Demon King. He has personality, not bad, knows not to pressure others with power, very good. However, if you want to marry Lingling, you must pass my test first. Yi Phoenix looked at Mo Wentian with increasing fondness, but she couldn't show it on the surface. Ahem, Phoenix, I came here with the same purpose as the little monster. If there are any tests, let's bring them up together. I am willing to complete them with the little monster. Poisoned Douluo, seeing that he had no chance to speak, couldn't help but cough to attract everyone's attention and muster his courage to say, You old, shameless one. What nonsense are you talking? The children are still here. Yi Phoenix's pretty face turned red instantly, just like Yi Lingling's when she heard Mo Wentian wanted to marry her. Hey, do you agree then? That's great, Huang. I owe the little monster, the elixir. The old poison was so overjoyed that he was somewhat beside himself, and fortunately, Mo Wentian could understand his feelings. Annie, this is the betrothal gift my father asked me to give you. It is a celestial elixir made from legendary celestial herbs, the highest achievement of the demon sex elixirs. As a betrothal gift from me and His Excellency Poisoned Douluo, Mo Wentian took out a jade bottle that he had prepared in advance, and inside was an immortal-grade elixir. This elixir is considered to belong to Lingling, and this old man has to take it himself. Yi Phoenix said somewhat unhappily. She knew the value and effects of the immortal-grade elixir from the demon sect, but at this moment, she was just feeling embarrassed and deliberately making things difficult for Poisoned Douluo. After hearing this, Douluo was anxious and restless.
as he really didn't have anything good. Originally, Poison Douluo could be considered the richest person on the continent, possessing more than a dozen immortal-grade plants. But unfortunately, he had been exploited by the little monster. Then Your Excellency, Poison Douluo, this elixir is yours now. Mo Wentian looked at Poison Douluo with difficulty, his eyes rolling, and directly threw the jade bottle to Poison Douluo. Thank you, little monster, this kindness I will remember in my heart. Poison Douluo said emotionally to Mo Wentian. You gave her this pill. Could it be that you no longer want to marry Lingling? Yi Phoenix said with a displeased expression as she looked at Mo Wentian. No, Aunt, you misunderstood. I still have another one here. Originally meant for Lingling to take personally, but since Aunt wishes for His Excellency Poison Douluo to present it himself, then this kid can only take this pill as my betrothal gift. Mo Wentian said seriously, anyway, this celestial product elixir can only be taken by one person at a time for a short period. The effect of the second one will be halved, and one will also flow into Yi Lingling's hands as a congratulatory gift. All right, you little sly one, since that's the case, you have passed the first test. However, if you want to marry our 9-heart begonia soul master, you still have to pass the second test, having no descendants. You all know that there can only be 2 9-heart begonia soul masters in the continent at the same time. Once a third is born, the first will be cursed, either dying of old age or illness. If you marry Lingling, you cannot have children. Can you pass this test? Yi Phoenix did not look at Douluo, but directly asked Mo Wentian. However, her peripheral vision was glancing at Poison Douluo, clearly wanting to see his reaction. Mo Wentian fell silent for a moment, then looked up with some reluctance and asked, is there really no way to lift this curse? Sai, there's a way, but it's a one-way road. My Jiuxin Haidang has a secret realm passed down through generations. According to legend, there's a method to resolve the curse of my Jiuxin Haidang soul master deep within the secret realm. However, so far, no one has been able to go deeper because the rules of the secret realm are quite special. Only soul masters below the rank of Soul King can enter. Yet inside, there are pathways guarded by 10,000-year soul beasts. Moreover, since my Jiuxin Haidang soul masters have been passed down through generations, although their talents are exceptional and at least can cultivate to the soul sage realm, they're all support-type healing soul masters, which means their combat power is not strong, so they cannot delve deep. This is why my Jiuxin Haidang lineage has to summon someone to marry in and venture into the forbidden land of inheritance. As the son of the demon lord, I can make an exception and allow you not to enter the forbidden land. Yi Phoenix shook her head in disappointment and said, no, I don't mind for myself, but I don't want to deprive Ling of her right to be a mother. I want to enter the Jiuxin Haidang secret realm and find a way to break the curse. Mo Wentian said with a solemn expression. He had considered this issue before coming. Wentian, no, I don't want that. We can do without children. As long as you are safe, I ask for nothing more. The more Yi Lingling said this, the stronger Mo Wentian's determination to break the curse of the 9 hearts begonia became. How could he bear to see such a good girl suffer even the slightest harm? You are the one I would protect even at the cost of my life. How could I bear to let you endure any grievances? Here, the heartbroken red that I promised you. Will you marry me? Mo Wentian spoke affectionately and took out the heartbreak red from the time and space divine fate ring, kneeling on one knee to hand it to Yi Lingling. I am willing, sob sob. I dream of marrying you. Yi Lingling was moved to tears of happiness, accepted the heartbreak red, helped Mo Wentian up, and buried her forehead in his embrace, responding passionately, come, let's see if we can make the heartbreak red recognize its master. Drop a drop of blood on the bud of the heartbreak red. Mo Wentian looked at Yi Lingling with some nervousness and said, Yi Lingling followed Mo Wentian's instructions, sliding her finger to draw blood and letting a drop fall onto the flower bud. The Xiangxi Duan Changhong shook violently, and after a burst of red light, it detached from the connected Shizhongju, transforming into a vividly bright peony flower, dripping with hues of blood red. It was beautiful and enchanting, floating in mid-air. Chapter 91. The forbidden ground of the 9-heart begonia in the moment after Xiangxi Duan Changhong fell away from Shizhongju. It floated in front of Yi Lingling, resembling a child offering to her face. What kind of flower is this? It's so magical. It seems to have a life of its own. Yi Fenghuang exclaimed in surprise at this scene, increasingly satisfied with his son-in-law. Xiangxi Duan Changhong, a top-tier flower, when consumed, can enhance the quality of one's martial soul, as well as strengthen the foundation and increase soul power. It can also be used to conceal one's presence. Even a titled Douluo would not be able to detect the aura on you while carrying it. Lingling, you should take it.
I believe you will soon be able to advance to the Soul King realm, Mo Wintian advised, fearing that he would be reluctant to use it like Xiao Wu. No, I can't bear to use it. This is proof of your love for me. I won't use it to enhance my soul power. I want to keep it by my side forever. Indeed, all girls are the same. They can never resist the temptation of love and romance. However, with the elixir in hand, Mo Wintian himself wasn't particularly concerned about whether to eat it or not. With the elixir in hand, the heartbroken red longing could be left to Yi Lingling as a toy. Mo Wintian thought to himself and did not persuade any further. He looked at the poisoned Douluo, who was still standing there foolishly, not knowing what to do next, and gave him a hint of disappointment. Ahem, Your Highness poisoned Douluo. Did you forget something? Why are you still standing there? Oh, right, Huanger, this is a heavenly grade elixir, the best medicine on the continent. Here, please forgive me for my mistakes in the past. I want you to marry me, is that okay? The poisoned Douluo imitated Mo Wintian and knelt on one knee, presenting a jade bottle to Yi Phoenix. Looking at the somewhat awkward scene, it would be even more vivid with the addition of Darlong. It's time for your medicine. Mo Wintian couldn't help but shiver and quickly shook his head to clear his mind of distractions. Ugh, how annoying at this age, Brother Douluo. You're still so out of tune. Yi Phoenix said, her face flushed as she accepted the elixir handed to her by Douluo, feeling a bit shy. Hee, I'm the one who's getting older, but you haven't aged at all. You're still so young and beautiful. Douluo said with a serious expression, licking his face. Compared to before, the poisoned Douluo now seemed to be experiencing a second spring, no longer carrying the sense of old age. It was unclear whether this was due to reaching level 95 as a tidal Douluo or the effect of the celestial herb. Shameless. The kids are still here. Yi Phoenix glanced at Mo Wintian and Yi Lingling, seeing that the two were also lost in their own world, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine. They don't have time to pay attention to us. Just as the poisoned Douluo finished speaking, he didn't wait for further indulgence in their world. Andy, Your Highness poisoned Douluo, I have decided to enter the forbidden area now and resolve this issue as soon as possible. Mo Wintian believed that his strength was comparable to that of a typical 10,000-year-old beast. So he was very confident that he could break the curse of the Nine Hearts Sitang family. I wonder if I should ask the Demon Lord brother? Poisoned Douluo said hesitantly, clearly worried about Mo Wintian's safety. No need. My strength is no less than that of a Soul King-level Soul Master. If I can't defeat a 10,000-year Soul Master, I can definitely escape. Don't worry, Mo Wintian confidently said, thinking that even if he encountered a crisis, he could definitely escape using his immortal step lightness skill. At that time, he could find a place to hide while refining the 9-leaf sword grass and immortal grade elixirs, which would surely lead to a tremendous change in his strength. At the same time, Mo Wintian considered whether to take them in advance for extra safety. However, after thinking it over, he decided against it. As long as the soul beast's age did not exceed 50,000 years, he was confident he could escape. What? You say your current strength is comparable to that of Soul King? Is that true? Does your strength really far exceed your Soul Master level? Yifeng Wang looked at Mo Wintian with sparkling eyes, as if she had discovered a treasure, and asked him excitedly, What is wrong, Aunt? Montag Vencian questioned in confusion, not understanding why his mother-in-law was acting strangely. Do you know that our Nine Hearts Begonia clan has passed down a curse since ancient times? There can only be 2 Nine Hearts Begonia Soul Masters in the continent, and the inheritance of martial souls often requires descendants to take over the martial soul. The quality of the Nine Hearts Begonia martial soul is incredibly powerful. As long as one can awaken it, they will have innate soul power above level 9. However, the curse of the Nine Hearts Begonia clan seems to be a restriction imposed by the heavens on this powerful martial soul. Whenever a third Nine Hearts Begonia Soul Master is born, the first one will be cursed and die mysteriously. The birth of Lingling's martial soul caused her grandmother, a peak 89 level soul Douluo, to die. The Nine Hearts Begonia clan lives under such circumstances. So most Nine Hearts Begonia Soul Masters are indifferent to worldly affairs and have reclusive personalities. Fortunately, Lingling met you all in her childhood, which prevented her from developing a solitary character. There's a saying that is always circulated in the forbidden area of the Nine Hearts Begonia clan. When someone can break the restrictions of the martial soul and possess strength beyond that of a Soul King in the Soul Master realm, they can break the curse. Yi Phoenix spoke with excitement, but her words were filled with sadness, clearly still unable to forget the death of her mother. Huanger, you mentioned the Soul Master realm, but now the little monster is only at the Soul Respect level. Isn't this too risky? Why don't we wait until Wintian advances to the Soul Master realm before entering?
Poison Douluo asked tentatively. Although he also wanted to resolve the curse of the Nine Hearts Begonia clan as soon as possible, he was even more reluctant to see Mo Wentian take risks. Yes, Mom, let's wait a while longer before going in, Yi Lingling chimed in, clearly not wanting her beloved to take risks. However, Mo Wentian had his own plans. A year later, the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition would take place, and after the competition, no one knew what the situation on the continent would be. Thinking about how he would need to rely on the divine inheritance to advance to a title Douluo as soon as possible after the competition, he couldn't afford to delay. Looking at his mother-in-law's expression, it was clear that she wanted him to enter as soon as possible. You don't need to worry. My strength can handle 2 major levels without a problem, so now is the best time to enter. Please don't stop me any longer. Aunt, take me there, Mo Wentian said decisively. Then I will go too. You can't leave me behind. Beside him, Yi Lingling suddenly spoke with tears in her eyes. Clearly this scene triggered deep memories in her mind. Mo Wentian looked at Yi Phoenix beside him, his expression troubled as he said, Let Ling Ling enter with you. It's good to have someone to look out for you. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, I fear the demon lord won't spare my Jushin Haidang clan. Also, I agree to your marriage. After you come out, set a date to prepare for marrying Ling Ling. Yi Phoenix said in a seemingly calm tone, but in reality, she had made a significant decision, filled with a determination to succeed or perish. Okay, thank you, Aunt. Mo Wentian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this aunt didn't ask about Zhu Qing, but directly agreed to the marriage, which is also the reason why Mo Wentian has been accommodating her wishes. However, Mo Wentian was unaware that Yi Lingling hadn't told her mother about Zhu Qing at all. Is she still calling her aunt? Yi Fengwang looked at her daughter and her future son-in-law with a teasing expression. Yi Lingling's face turned red, but she didn't say anything, only gripping Mo Wentian's arm tightly. Mom? Mo Wentian tentatively called out, Haha, good, this is my good son-in-law. The secret realm can be opened once every 6 months. With Brother Douluo here, after 6 months, we can forcefully open a passage to the secret realm with our combined strength. If it can't be done, take Ling Ling and hide, and wait until 6 months later to come out. Although Yi Fengwang was very eager to break the curse of the Jiu Xen Haitang clan, she became even more worried about the safety of the two after calming down. All right, Mo Wentian readily agreed. As they talked, they arrived at the backyard. The Yi residence was large, and the architecture was very ancient, as if it had been passed down since ancient times. The Yi residence had existed in Tiando City since the establishment of Tiando City. It was a teleportation array that could directly enter the secret realm, which was the forbidden area of my Jushin Haidang clan. Only members of my Jushin Haidang clan or their sons-in-law had the right to enter. Yi Phoenix introduced it as she noticed Mo Wentian's curious gaze. Mo Wentian should respond, but in his heart, he was thinking that the rules could be deadly. It wasn't that other soul masters far superior to the same rank had troubled the Nine Hearts Sitang clan, but rather this rule. In front of a teleportation array, Poison Douluo stood to the side. Be careful. Do not go against the rules. Just bring Ling Ling back safely. Mom is waiting for you. Here are 2 wristbands. One for you and one for Ling Ling. You must wear the wristbands to enter the teleportation array ahead. Otherwise, you'll be attacked by the automatic defense mechanism of the array. Yi Phoenix handed over a pair of wristbands, pointing to the teleportation array ahead as she spoke to Mo Wentian and Yi Lingling. Okay, Mom, Yi Lingling replied obediently. Mo Wentian observed the teleportation array in front of him. He saw that the array was surrounded by a faint glow resembling a large door, and its body was a bright silver color, engraved with unknown symbols. After staring for a long time, he couldn't decipher anything. There's no need to look any further. My Yi family has had many generations, and none have been able to research anything from this. This formation, passed down since ancient times, has long been lost. Relying solely on studying these runes won't yield any results. Yi Phoenix said gently to Mo Wentian, while watching the poisoned Douluo beside them, who couldn't help but feel envious. In his younger days, he also enjoyed such treatment, unlike now, when he was often called an old fool. I was just curious to take a look. Mo Wentian scratched his head and said awkwardly, remember, it's best not to go too deep inside after entering. The spiritual energy inside is dense, and cultivating there will yield great benefits, with twice the results for half the effort. The most powerful soul beasts outside are only 1,000-year soul beast, so they pose little threat to you. If things go wrong, just find a place to hide outside. Those 10,000-year soul beasts cannot enter the Forbidden Land due to the restrictions of the secret realm, and only powerful 10,000-year-soul beasts exist inside. I entered once when I was young, but I wasn't a match for a 10,000-year-soul beast, so I only took a quick glance before fleeing the Forbidden Land Hall. Only by entering the center of the Forbidden Land Hall can one find a way to break the curse of the Nine-Heart Begonia. If you find you're not a match, just hide outside. Brother Douluo and I will forcibly open the secret realm in 6 months to bring you out. Remember to keep the wristband you have. Only then can we locate you. The two naturally agreed and walked towards the teleportation array gate ahead. Alas, it's a pity about the level restrictions of this Forbidden Land secret realm. Otherwise, I could handle those 10,000-year-soul beasts with one hand. Poison Douluo sighed from the side. Yi Phoenix merely rolled her eyes at him, her gaze turning to Mo when Tian and her daughter, who had already stepped into the teleportation array. Suddenly, with a flash of white light, Mo when Tian felt a dizzying sensation, barely holding onto Yi Lingling's hand. When he regained his composure, he felt he had entered another world. The spiritual energy was rich and the sky was blue. It was hard to imagine this was merely a secret realm attached to the Douluo continent. Looking at Yi Lingling beside him, he secretly thought it was good they hadn't gotten separated. Chapter 92. Having babies, the place they were teleported to was a lush forest, with some small animals playing freely nearby. Occasionally, small low-level soul beasts would pass by, looking at Mo when Tian and the others with curious eyes, showing no fear of humans, as if they were merely assessing their appearance. These little animals are so cute, Yi Lingling said happily, looking at the beautiful scenery around her while tightly hugging Mo when Tian's arm. After we get married, let's find a place like this to settle down and have a bunch of little babies, Mo and Tian said seriously, with a serious expression. Ha! Do you think I'm a pig beast, so capable of giving birth? Yi Lingling blushed and retorted, clearly thinking of something. Hee. What about Zhu Qing? If you each have 4, that's 8 altogether. We can have them form a brand new soul master team for the demon sect. Mo when Tian fantasized about his children forming a team full of innate, full soul power, feeling confident with the unnamed technique. Go to hell. If you want to have kids, you go have them yourself. I don't want to have so many. Yi Lingling's face turned red, her tone bashful, clearly flustered by Mo when Tian's teasing. That won't do. I can't have them alone. I need you. Mo when Tian's lecherous nature was fully exposed. Let's find a place to cultivate. The spiritual energy here is so rich, it would be a waste not to cultivate. Yi Lingling said regretfully, looking at the dense spiritual energy around them. Okay. Come on. I'll take you to find a place. Let's go. Without waiting for Yi Lingling to react, Mo when Tian directly picked her up by the waist in a princess carry. You jerk, she protested, but her body was honest, burying her head in Mo when Tian's chest, feeling the rare warmth. In front of a small mountain, Mo when Tian stopped, set Yi Lingling down, and walked to a stone wall. He gestured at something, and before the puzzled Yi Lingling could ask what he was doing, Mo when Tian answered her question with action. The ghost vine, parasitic sword at his waist, was drawn out, splitting into countless branches, transforming into 9 giant swords that plunged deeply into the stone wall, seemingly carving out a cave. Half an hour later, looking at the cave that appeared in front of him, which was like a work of art, and then towards the nearby pine forest, waterfall, and river. A secluded cave was thus born under Mo when Tian's sword. However, a rather overconfident Mo when Tian was now unfazed, sitting cross-legged to recover his soul power. Not expecting the stone walls here to be so hard. Serve you right for showing off. Yi Lingling watched Mo when Tian meditating on the stone bed in the cave, glancing at his fair face, and couldn't help but give it a gentle pinch. Seeing Mo when Tian not react, she couldn't help but giggle. Looking around, there was only a sculpted stone bed and a 9-color glass lamp used by Mo when Tian for illumination. Yi Lingling smiled wryly, realizing her beloved was indeed extravagant. She put away the 9-color glass lamp, took out a regular light source from her storage ring, lit it, and placed it in a crevice on the cave wall, instantly brightening the entire cave. Crawling beside Mo when Tian, she quietly watched him, showing no intention of cultivating, clearly using the rich spiritual energy as an excuse. Only she knew what she really wanted. Just as Yi Lingling was about to fall asleep, a strong wave of soul power erupted from Mo when Tian, seemingly signaling a breakthrough in his soul power. Mo when Tian felt his entire soul power boiling, and the surrounding spiritual energy was incredibly rich. The unnamed technique was operating wildly, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy.
Having already touched the edge of a breakthrough, Mo Wentian concentrated all his soul power towards the Run and Tong meridians, hoping to break through 2 levels with the residual power of the immortal-grade medicinal herbs. Again and again, he charged forward, failing time after time, but finally, hard work paid off. Mo Wentian successfully opened the Run and Tong meridians, entering the 4th layer of the unnamed technique ahead of time, breaking the limits of the SoulRing and reaching the Soul Sect realm in terms of cultivation level, while his soul power also broke through 2 levels, reaching the 38th level of Soul Master. As long as the amount of soul power kept up, he would soon reach the 40th level of Soul Sect. Did you break through? Yi Lingling asked with concern as she watched Mo Wentian slowly open his eyes. Yes, I broke through 2 levels, and I'm about to enter the Soul Sect realm, surpassing you, Mo Wentian said jokingly. However, if he took the immortal-grade 9-leaf swordgrass, he might really surpass Yi Lingling immediately. Huh, you're bragging. I'm a 43rd level healing system Soul Master. Even if you have obtained a SoulRing, you're still 2 levels behind me. How could you possibly surpass me? Yi Lingling said skeptically, knowing that Mo Wentian had already consumed immortal herbs, and not just one. Not necessarily. I still have an unparalleled immortal-grade herb, specifically for the 2nd evolution of martial souls. When that time comes, my soul power will experience a tremendous boost. However, if you consume the Heartbreak Red, you might be able to directly elevate to the Soul King realm like me. Mo Wentian joked, hoping that Yi Lingling wouldn't be caught up by him so soon. Bah, don't think you can trick me into taking the Heartbreak Red. That's the testament of our love. Yi Lingling said proudly, for she loved the Heartbreak Red to the extreme. Huh, it's fine. I still have some celestial pills here. Here, take one. But don't let it be known. Mo Wentian handed Yi Lingling a jade bottle, which surprisingly contained a celestial pill. Wentian, where did you get so many celestial pills? Even if your father is the demon lord, he shouldn't have this many celestial pills to give you, Yi Lingling asked, eyeing Mo Wentian suspiciously as she received the pill. Huh? This? I refined this pill myself. Of course I have more than others from the demon sect, Mo Wentian said truthfully, as he didn't want to hide anything from Yi Lingling. I'm not talking to you anymore. You're just bragging. How old are you? How could you possibly refine celestial pills? My mother is an expert in pharmacology and has studied the ordinary pills distributed by the demon sect for a long time without figuring out how to refine them, let alone this extraordinary celestial pill. Yi Lingling pouted, looking skeptical. I'm so heartbroken. My Lingling actually doubts my abilities. It hurts. As the dignified demon lord, what's wrong with being able to refine a pill? I'm a genius. Mo Wentian pretended to dramatically clutch his heart, but then said with a smug expression, Bah, don't talk nonsense. If the demon lord hears this, what will happen to our cultivation resources? Yi Lingling still didn't believe the truth that Mo Wentian spoke. Mo Wentian naturally did not explain much, knowing that sooner or later, Yi Lingling would discover the truth. Now was not the right time. The two of them reminisced about some childhood stories in the cave, and as night fell, Mo Wentian honestly held Yi Lingling as they fell asleep. A solitary man and woman, sparks igniting, did not engage in too many inappropriate actions. At most, it was just innocent kisses and cuddling. Chapter 93. The Test of the God of Life. Early the next morning, Mo Wentian got up early to practice the Eye of Breaking Illusions, starting to absorb the morning's purple energy for cultivation. Although he was always on the verge of a breakthrough, he could not seem to break through to the 3rd realm, the realm of breaking illusions. Mo Wentian estimated that it was due to his insufficient mental strength to reach the 3rd realm of the Eye of Breaking Illusions. His mental strength must reach the level of a Soul Douluo. However, he still hadn't broken through, and it seemed he would have to wait until he obtained the 4th spirit ring. With a disappointed expression, Mo Wentian stood up and did not return to the cave, but instead began to search for ingredients. Mo Wentian was ready to cook personally to showcase his skills to Yi Lingling. After searching for quite a while, he finally found a very large bird's nest on a giant tree, containing 3 or 4 fist-sized bird eggs. Mo Wentian unceremoniously took the bird's eggs and returned to his cave. He set up a stove at the entrance of the cave, took some seaweed, and cracked 2 birds' eggs to make seaweed egg soup. He then took out a frying pan from his spatial soul guide and started frying the poached eggs he loved to eat in his past life. This was the first time Mo Wentian had seen such a large poached egg, but because of his high soul power level, his ability to control the heat was naturally stronger, resulting in perfectly golden poached eggs. After sprinkling some salt, Mo Wentian couldn't help but feel his appetite surge. And poetic inspiration flowed. A pool of spring water, a pool of flowers, countless golden rays, countless clouds. White jade rises in smoke, warm blue waves. A skilled woman weaves a colorful tapestry. Good poem. I didn't expect you could compose poetry when Tian. Impressive. I'm starting to believe you are a prodigy. Yi Lingling exclaimed as she walked out of the cave and happened to hear this. She was pure and graceful, dressed in a pink-blue starry top and a flowing green skirt adorned with flowers. There was an astonishing aura about her that transcended her age. With delicately shaped willow brows and long eyelashes that fluttered like little brushes, and a pair of strikingly bright and beautiful big eyes that were exceptionally lively and expressive. Seeing her beloved prepare food for her, Yi Lingling naturally felt the need to praise him. Of course, just look at who I am. Montak Vencian Laukit Hatili. Feeling overjoyed as he gazed obsessively at Yi Lingling's appearance. Without any shame, he said, "Come on, let me taste your cooking." As Yi Lingling spoke, she prepared to serve the soup, but Mo Wentian quickly stopped her, saying, "Be careful, it's hot." "I'll do it." The two of them each had a poached egg and drank a large bowl of seaweed egg drop soup, happily lying on a patch of grass, watching the rising sunset. For 3 consecutive months, Yi Lingling and Mo Wentian enjoyed this wonderful world together. During that time, both Mo Wentian and Yi Lingling each took a celestial grade pill. Mo Wentian has advanced to the 40th level of the Soul Master Realm, and he believes that after the breakthrough, he can rise another 2 to 3 levels. Yi Lingling, on the other hand, is even more terrifying, having directly risen 6 levels to reach the 49th level of the High Soul Master Realm. The significant difference in their levels is primarily due to the quality of Mo Wentian's soul power, which is denser and has reached the peak of soul power liquefaction. Additionally, due to the lack of soul rings, Mo Wentian decided to venture into the interior to see if there were suitable 10,000-year soul beasts. His 7-leaf grass martial soul has a relatively wide range for obtaining soul rings. However, if we talk about breadth, Yi Lingling's is even wider. She only needs to consider healing abilities, and any type of soul beast with healing capabilities and an appropriate age can be absorbed. And the effects of the obtained soul skills are all the same. Isn't that something to envy? In the internal area of the 9 Hearts, Begonia's secret realm, as soon as Mo Wentian and Yi Lingling entered, they encountered the pursuit of a 10,000-year soul beast. Mo Wentian was not confident in being able to kill it in one strike. This 10,000-year tiger leopard beast was not suitable for them. So Mo Wentian naturally led Yi Lingling in a frantic escape. With Mo Wentian's current speed at the mid-level of the 3rd layer of the celestial step, he moved like a ghost. Although this 10,000-year soul beast excelled in speed, it could only eat dirt while following behind Mo Wentian. This was still because Mo Wentian was dragging Yi Lingling along. If he were alone, the beast wouldn't even be able to catch up to him. The celestial step is divided into 5 layers, and Mo Wentian's current speed at the mid-level of the 3rd layer is equivalent to that of a sensitive attack-type soul sage. Mo Wentian felt that the 4th level could definitely reach the level of a tidal Douluo. As for the 5th level, he had a feeling that it was definitely faster than the legendary limit of Douluo, even at the level of a deity. Looking at the ancient hall before him, Mo Wentian sighed. This secret realm seemed small, and he could finish exploring it in 2 or 3 days at a speed. He had not discovered any signs of human existence, and wondered why such an ancient hall existed in the depths. Creak, just as Mo Wentian and his companion were observing. The great door of the hall suddenly opened. A voice echoed, descendant of the 9 Hearts Sea Buttercup. After 100,000 years, someone has finally come to the depths of the secret realm again. I hope you can pass the test of the God of Life and break the fate of the 9 Hearts Sea Buttercup clan. An old woman stepped out from the doorway. Who are you? Mo Wentian's eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked at the old woman in front of him. Using his broken illusion eyes, he discovered that the old woman's true form was actually a 9-heart begonia flower. She was, in fact, a soul beast that had transformed into a human, with a minimum age of at least 100,000 years. Not bad. She can actually see my true form. No wonder she was able to safely bring the 9-heart begonia's legacy deep into the secret realm. The old woman looked at the brilliance in Mo Wentian's eyes and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Seeing Mo Wentian's calm demeanor in the face of danger, she praised him. You are a soul beast. Mo Wentian looked at the old woman and said affirmatively, That's right. You can understand it this way. I was originally just a 9-heart begonia flower that had gained intelligence, favored by the life goddess who traveled to the lower realm and granted me wisdom, along with unparalleled healing abilities.
tasked with finding a suitable heir for the life goddess. However, after the life goddess left, I offended an existence outside the divine realm, the evil goddess, and was cursed by her. This is also the reason why the 9-heart begonia martial soul cannot exceed 3. I have also developed a dual personality, and you're lucky that my kind side is currently in control of the body. The old woman briefly introduced her background to the two and explained the potential dangers she carried. What is a dual personality? Mo and Tion did not easily believe the old woman's words, but continued to question her, keeping a distance between Yi Lingling and the old woman. One side is for the gods, and the other side is for the demons. The side for the gods is naturally the kind side, while the side for the demons is naturally the evil side. However, whether for the gods or for the demons, I am the spokesperson of the deities and also the ancestor of the Jiuxin Haitang clan. To lift the curse of the Jiuxin Haitang clan, one must undergo the trial of the goddess of life, and only when the goddess of life personally appears can the curse be lifted. However, because I was punished by the goddess of evil, the trial of the goddess of life has also become several times more difficult. Therefore, I advise you that if you're not confident, it is better to leave. The inheritance of the goddess of life is not something that can be easily obtained. The old woman said helplessly, clearly numb to the curse on her body and not holding out much hope. I believe you. Please take us to participate in the trial of the goddess of life. Mo and Tion was closely observing the old woman's expression, his sharp eyes functioning at their peak, knowing that she was not lying. Therefore, he said, "All right, since that's the case, please come in." After the old woman finished speaking, she stepped aside from the door, indicating for the two to enter. Mo Wentian pulled Yi Lingling in without hesitation. Chapter 94, The Goddess of Sin. Upon entering the Great Hall, Mo Wentian felt as if he had stepped into a green world, a different realm, vast and magnificent. There were mountains and water, but more importantly, a sea of green. The surroundings were filled with vibrant life energy, and the air was thick with countless life elements. Mo Wentian opened the space of the time and space divine ring, allowing these life elements to flow in naturally. The medicinal garden within the ring, upon encountering these life elements, seemed to come alive like fish in water, frantically absorbing the life energy. And the immortal seeds that Mo Wentian had planted even showed signs of sprouting. Have you been in this secret realm all alone for so long? Ye Lingling, feeling an inexplicable fondness for the old woman, curiously asked. You can call me Old Ancestor or Yi Haidang. Those who possess the 9-heart begonia martial soul are my direct descendants. I have been living in this secret realm because if I were to leave, I would uncontrollably unleash the cursed side of me. It has been nearly hundreds of thousands of years since the goddess of life left here. Is this man the son-in-law of my 9-heart begonia clan? The old woman, named Yi Haitang, felt a kinship with her descendant, Yi Lingling, and kindly addressed the two of them. Yi Lingling se. You must be curious as to why I have such a long lifespan, right? Seeing that the two had no desire to continue the conversation. Perhaps due to living alone for too long, she wanted to chat with someone. It must be because the senior is a demigod powerhouse, right? Mo Wentian was not originally curious, but after hearing her words, he clearly developed a desire to explore and couldn't help but speculate. Yes, that is one reason, but it is not the only one. The existence of demigod-level beings is one reason, but they cannot survive for so long on the Douluo continent. The real reason is the life energy here. This place is one of the 3 great treasure troves, the spring of life. As long as one absorbs the essence core of the spring of life, their lifespan in this secret realm becomes infinite, living and dying together with the secret realm. Even longer than the lifespan of a 100,000-year soul beast, without the occurrence of the heavenly tribulation that happens once every 100,000 years. Although my true form is a 100,000-year 9-heart sea peach blossom, I chose the path of transformation, which was originally the most promising way to break the limitation that soul beasts cannot become gods. However, for some reason, I offended the goddess of evil, who placed a curse on me. The goddess of life is relatively kind. Upon learning of this, she only lifted half of the curse for me, unwilling to oppose the goddess of evil. At the same time, she made an agreement with the goddess of evil to open up this secret realm. As long as a descendant of the 9-heart sea peach blossom clan can complete the goddess of life's assessment and inherit the position of the god king of life, the curse can be lifted. The goddess of evil is also a god king level powerhouse, so naturally, she obstructs this process, making the difficulty of the goddess of life's assessment increase exponentially.
That SY lost my freedom and can only guard the inheritance of the goddess of life without being able to do anything. Yi Haidang seemed to recall events from the depths of her memory and began to recount the origins of the secret realm and the lineage of the goddess of life to the two of them. So this secret realm has such a history. No wonder the spiritual energy is so rich. It turns out it was opened up by a God King level powerhouse. Senior Yi, can you take us to the location of the Spring of Life first? After we have seen the Spring of Life, we will participate in the Goddess of Life's assessment. Mo Wentian tentatively asked, wanting to see if he could absorb a bit more life energy. If he could obtain a few immortal herbs, that would be even better. It would definitely be worth the trip. Follow me. It's on the way. The Life Goddess's assessment is also held at the center of the Fountain of Life. Given your current soul power, you should all be at the level of innate full soul power, right? Yi Haidang did not refuse Mo Wentian's request and treated him as a junior in her heart. Lingling is I am not. Mo Wentian said truthfully, it turns out not to be the case. It seems we have encountered an extraordinary opportunity. Let us go. I will take you to the Life Goddess pillar to test your talents and see if you can gain the favor of the Life Goddess. The two followed Yi Haidang deeper into the hall, where it was hard to distinguish whether it was inside or outside, almost identical to the external world. As Mo Wentian and the others followed Yi Haidang, they unexpectedly saw many ancient soul beasts existing within. And the surrounding environment was no different from the outside of the secret realm, with the sun in the high sky appearing almost real. Mo Wentian and Yi Lingling surprisingly felt a hint of warmth. The three of them chatted and walked for about half an hour before finally reaching the location of the Fountain of Life. Through half an hour of conversation, Mo Wentian learned about the duality of being both divine and demonic. In simple terms, it is a dual existence. Two souls reside within Yi Haitang's body, with one of the additional martial souls being a cursed existence. It wasn't naturally born this way. The evil side is responsible for the trials of the evil goddess, while the good side is responsible for the trials of the life goddess. The evil goddess, in an attempt to compete with the life goddess, naturally obstructs the inheritor of the life goddess from completing the trials. Only the descendants of the Nine Hearts Begonia, the possessors of the Nine Hearts Begonia martial soul, can come here. Clearly, the Nine Hearts Begonia martial soul is not suitable for inheriting the position of the evil goddess. The evil goddess has no intention of allowing anyone to inherit her divine position. She merely aims to annoy the life goddess. Ahead, Mo Wentian saw a high mountain with 9 giant pillars of water glowing with silver light, appearing solid and showing no signs of movement. At the foot of the mountain, a stream of water flowed down slowly, pure and flawless, filled with an unparalleled life force, resembling a fairy spring. In front was the Fountain of Life, and those 9 pillars of water light were the places where the life goddess tested talents and conducted her assessments. Depending on the talent, the goddess would assign different trials. Only by passing the 9 trials of the life goddess could one hope to inherit her divine position and break the curse of the Nine Hearts Begonia clan. As long as one participates in the trials, they can gain benefits. You are lucky to catch this opportunity while I have control over the body as permissions. Yi Haitang explained to Yi Lingling, clearly filled with expectations for her. After all, an existence with innate full soul power is extremely rare in any era. Yes, I will definitely break the curse of the Nine Hearts Begonia clan. Ancestor, can Wentian also participate in the trials? Yi Lingling replied obediently, not forgetting to include Mo Wentian, wanting him to also participate and gain benefits. Of course, since he is your fiancé. He is also considered a member of the Nine Hearts Begonia clan and meets the rules set by the life goddess. Ye Haitang affectionately Ruflet Ye Lingling's Hur, having grown fond of this obedient descendant through their conversation. Chapter 95. The Black 3 Trials. Upon reaching the creek, Mo Wentian bent down, dipping his fingers into the water and sensing the powerful life energy contained within the life water. Senior, can I take a little of this water with me? Suppressing his excitement, Mo Wentian casually asked Yi Haitang. Yes, the life water has considerable uses in the outside world. Here, apart from the several 100,000-year soul beasts responsible for the trials, no one else is qualified to use the life water. However, I am an exception because I have consumed the core essence of the Fountain of Life, the Heart of Life. I can produce as much of this spring water as needed. Take as much as you can carry. No need to ask for my opinion. Yi Haidang said lovingly, quite generously, believing that even if Mo Wentian filled his spatial soul guide, he wouldn't take much. Thank you, Senior. My spatial ring is quite large. Mo Wentian not having found any immortal herbs, didn't dare to ask, as the effects of the immortal herbs were known to more than just himself. Gaining some of this spring water was already excellent, so he reminded her that his spatial soul guide had a larger capacity. Go ahead, Yi Haidang thought to herself. How big could it be? And waved her hand impatiently. Then you two continue chatting. Lingling, I will go get some spring water. Mo Wentian gave Yi Lingling a glance, signaling her to talk more with Yi Haidang. Then he obediently jogged over and placed his hand, which was wearing the time and space divine fate ring, into the small stream, opening the passage between the ring and the outside world. A vortex instantly appeared in the spring of life within the stream, beginning to flow into the spatial ring. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. Is it done yet? Why is it so slow? Yi Haidang, who had been talking to Yi Lingling and lost track of time, called out in confusion when she saw Mo Wentian still collecting seawater. Almost just a moment longer, it will be full soon. Mo Wentian looked reluctantly at the life spring, which had already receded to half an arm's length, feeling a sense of regret. His consciousness sank into the time and space divine fate ring, where he began to channel a stream into the life spring next to the medicinal garden. Surrounding the garden within the ring, the immortal grade seeds that were nourished by the life spring began to sprout one by one, and the time for them to mature was significantly shortened. 5 minutes later, the stream within the time and space divine fate ring took shape, becoming self-sufficient, and he reluctantly returned to Yi Lingling and the others. All right, I didn't expect to be delayed for so long. You brat, your spatial ring is really big. Lingling, did you see the platform at the center of those 9 water columns? You must rely on your own strength to successfully stand on it to be qualified to accept the assessment of the goddess of life. Yi Haidang emphasized the word you two, as if specifically guiding them. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Mo Wentian sensed the hidden meaning in the words, clearly wanting him to take Yi Lingling along. Mo Wentian didn't know what dangers lay ahead, but his intuition told him it wasn't that simple. So, he tightly grasped Yi Lingling's hand and operated the immortal step to its limit, wanting to rush directly to the platform. Suddenly, the previously calm surface of the lake erupted with gigantic waves, grand in scale, crashing against the lake with explosive sounds. This was no ordinary lake water. Even the waves of the sea would pale in comparison. Turning his head, Mo Wentian discovered that these massive waves were actually stirred up by Yi Haidang. Mo Wentian estimated that without the cultivation of a soul emperor, it would be very difficult to pass through, but he was special. He picked up Yi Lingling, operated the immortal step to its limit, his figure like a phantom, leaving behind afterimages as he walked along the giant waves toward the center platform. When Mo Wentian stepped onto the 10-meter square platform, both of them felt a surge of energy quietly disperse, and the surface of the sea instantly became calm. Congratulations on passing the test. Now, who will step forward first? Yi Haidang said as he stepped onto the platform, hands clasped together, facing the pillar of life. His eyes filled with a devout light. Mo Wentian and Yi Lingling immediately felt a tightness in their hearts, knowing that the real test was about to begin. Through their conversation, they understood that a slight mistake in the divine temple assessment could lead to death. I'll go first. As a man, Mo Wentian naturally stepped forward and said, setting an example. Mo Wentian wanted to see what kind of results he could achieve with his innate level 7 soul power and his not-so-outstanding martial soul quality in the trial of the god of life. Yi Haidang, a demigod, had a solemn expression. She slowly raised her hands, bringing them together in front of her chest, palms facing each other with a half-finger gap between them. A milky white silver light gradually appeared in the center of her palms. When a milky white silver light filled the palms of the demigod Haidang, the light suddenly burst forth, enveloping the entire area around the god of life's pillar in a silver glow. Immediately after, a beam of light flashed beneath the goddess pillar, and a silver light followed the patterns on the pillar, swiftly climbing to the top. Demigod Haidang turned around to face Mo Wentian, pointing at his body with her right hand. A silver beam of light descended from above, enveloping Mo Wentian. Bathed in this attention, Mo Wentian looked around with a dazed expression, feeling warm all over. The color of the beam began to change to blue, then to white, and then to yellow, before slowly shifting to purple. Just when Mo Wentian thought it was about to end, the beam continued to deepen. As time passed, the purple light turned to black, and then continued to deepen slowly. The ascent of the black light was very slow, pausing at 1/3 of the way up. The goddess pillar of life trembled without warning,
but nothing else happened. Just as Mo Wentian was about to ask if the goddess pillar was broken, 3 beams of black light shot out, forming a 3-face square light screen. Each face of the screen had some special silver characters. Sigh. Black level trial 3. I didn't expect your talent to be so average. I don't know how you cultivated. It must have been tough for you, child. You must have endured a lot of hardship to achieve your current strength. However, it's all right. Completing the Black Level Trial 3 should be relatively easy for you with your abilities. Demigod Haidang looked at Mo Wentian with pity, finally understanding why he was so obsessed with wealth. It turned out that with such average talent, if he didn't have that personality, he wouldn't have the current strength. All right then. Mo Wentian felt that the half-god Haidang must have misunderstood something. His own cultivation, while not completely smooth sailing, was certainly not as hard-earned as others might think. The strength he had now was simply due to luck. 3 beams of light converged, transforming into 3 points of black light that simultaneously imprinted onto Mo Wentian's forehead. Looking at his reflection in the water, Mo Wentian discovered a triangular black pattern had appeared on his forehead. Shortly after, a piece of information was transmitted into his mind. Mo Wentian stepped back, thought for a moment, and then said to the half-god Haidang, Senior Yi, please hurry up and assess Lingling. Haidang, seeing that Mo Wentian's expression was calm, also turned to look at Yi Lingling, her eyes filled with anticipation. With full innate soul power, how many assessments could her descendant achieve? Chapter 96. Something that makes Yi Lingling embarrassed. Haidang was facing Yi Lingling, her right hand pointing at her, when a silver beam of light descended from above, illuminating Yi Lingling as if she were a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, stunningly beautiful. The color of the beam flashed by, as Yi Lingling, who had consumed 2 celestial great elixirs, saw her talent significantly enhanced on top of her full, innate soul power. The blue patterns flashed by, turning white, then quickly shifting to yellow, purple, black, and red. After turning red, the patterns did not stop, only pausing after breaking through the top of the beam. Suddenly, the beam began to tremble without warning, causing the surface of the sea to shake as well. With a loud bang, a sound that seemed to break the limits resonated in the minds of the 3. A 9-colored light rose from the beam, while simultaneously, the beam shot out a colorful light, transforming into 9 square light screens that fell in front of Yi Lingling. 9 colors, 9 hues. The inheritance of the god of life. Heaven has finally allowed my 9 hearts Haitang clan to give birth to a descendant capable of breaking the curse. Evil goddess, did you see that? This is my descendant. Your curse will one day be broken by my offspring. I may not be as good as you, but my descendants' future achievements will surely surpass you, becoming a powerful deity at the pinnacle of the divine realm. Haitang's eyes filled with tears of excitement, and she had no doubt about Yi Lingling's ability to successfully inherit the position of the goddess of life. Lingling, congratulations. Mo Wentian, who had been prepared for this moment, congratulated her with a calm smile. Yi Lingling had consumed 2 celestial great elixirs, and with the 9 hearts Haidang being a top-tier healing martial soul, her talent was certainly on par with Tang San after he consumed celestial great elixirs in the original story. Mo Wentian believed that the goddess of life would very likely pass on the divine position to Yi Lingling, and she might have been observing Yi Lingling's every move in secret for a long time. Of course, this was just Mo Wentian's personal feeling. Even with his current perception, he still could not detect the existence of a divine abode. The gap between the divine abode in the Douluo world and a title Douluo was simply too great. If title Douluo was at the level of martial arts, then the divine abode was definitely at the level of advanced fairy tales. What is the content of your assessment? Haitang, controlling her excited emotions, looked at the 2 with joy, specifically at Yi Lingling. If it weren't for the eye of breaking forgetfulness being able to discern good and bad in people, Mo Wentian would truly suspect that Haitang had ulterior motives. She was just too enthusiastic. It seemed that Yi Lingling obtaining the inheritance of the divine abode made her even happier and more excited than if she herself had obtained it. My assessment is a black level 3rd assessment. Although it's only 3 assessments, the content is quite strange. The first assessment is to help Yi Lingling successfully complete her first assessment, helping her clear the obstacles imposed by the evil goddess in the first round. The second assessment is to help Yi Lingling complete the 5th assessment, and the third assessment is to help Lingling inherit the divine position of the God King of Life. Mo Wentian said somewhat speechlessly, is this treating oneself as a tool? Mo Wentian absolutely has reason to believe that the goddess of life is secretly observing the relationship between the 2. In a grand hall in the divine realm, the god of destruction said, Xiao Lu, the heir you chose has a heart that is as pure and flawless as yours, and is also proficient in healing. Alas, what a good girl she is. Unfortunately, her man's talent is just too poor, which is really frustrating. Otherwise, inheriting my position as the god of destruction would indeed be a good choice. The god of destruction spoke with some regret, and the Xiao Lu he mentioned was naturally the goddess of life, and the two were husband and wife. I think that person is not simple, but his talent is indeed a bit lacking. Xiao Zi, have you felt that the negative emotions brought by the position of god of destruction have had a bad impact on you recently? The goddess of life looked at the god of destruction with some concern. It's already much better recently. It won't have a bad impact on me in the short term. Let me help your heir, the god of destruction said gently to the goddess of life, and at the same time, his right hand reached into the void, actually probing into the secret realm of Douluo continent. With a few taps of his hands, he destroyed the tricks that the goddess of sin had used in the goddess of life's assessment. In fact, the god of destruction has a good character, but due to the influence of the divine power in the end, he became paranoid and distorted, which led to his ambition. He is also an elder figure in the Douluo divine realm, just like the goddess of life. Yes, it should be that the god king has learned about your relationship and has been secretly observing us, which is why he set up the 3 assessments for you in advance. The demigod Haidang also guessed, feeling a deep sense of awe towards the goddess of life. After speaking, she clasped her hands together and solemnly bowed to the statue of the goddess of life, then looked at Yi Lingling with an expectant face. Lingling, what is the content of your first assessment? Mo and Tian looked at Yi Lingling, who was lost in thought and couldn't help but ask. No, it's nothing. Yi Lingling's face suddenly turned red. Oh, then what was the content of your first exam? Quickly tell us. Mo and Tian didn't know what Yi Lingling was thinking, but seeing her anxiously waiting for the results, he still asked. It's nothing, I just hate it. It was fine not to ask, but once he did, Yi Lingling became even more shy about the content of the first test. Is there anything difficult? Don't worry. With me here, you can definitely complete the first test. Montag Vencian vote confidently. Fool, idiot, moron. Yi Lingling looked at Mo Wentian, who was still relentlessly asking her about the content of the first exam, and couldn't help but huff. Lingling, is there something difficult about your first exam? The demigod Haidang also looked a bit puzzled and asked. It's not very difficult. It's a bit hard to say. Yi Lingling said awkwardly when she saw the demigod Haidang looking at her. Hee. Then come over and whisper it to me. Your little boyfriend definitely won't hear it. The demigod Haidang seemed to understand why Yi Lingling found it hard to speak and chuckled. I'll tell you quietly, but you mustn't tell Wentian. After saying that, Yi Lingling leaned over and whispered in Haitong's ear. What? Having a baby? The demigod Haidang completely forgot what she had just said and exclaimed in surprise. But Mo Wentian could tell from Haitong's teasing expression that she was definitely doing it on purpose. Ancestor, you. Yi Lingling was stunned. Where did trust between people go? Just like this? Since the goddess has asked you two to complete this task together, how can your little boyfriend not know? Besides, now that you are 18, there's no day like today. Why not let me, your ancestor, personally host your wedding today, so you can complete the first exam of the god of life as soon as possible? The demigod Haidang laughed heartily, completely not expecting the content of the first exam to be this simple, without any obstruction from the evil goddess. The first exam of the god of life is the truth of life. The hint is to let Yi Lingling and Mo Wentian unite and create new life. The reward for completing the first exam task is to break the curse of the Nine-Heart Haidang clan. This means there is no need to worry that the birth of a third Nine-Heart Haidang spirit will cause the first Nine-Heart Haidang possessor to die, because the child will awaken their spirit at the age of 6, and the curse will be broken after the child is born. Mo Wentian looked at Yi Lingling in confusion, wondering if this was to make him a father sooner. No wonder it was so difficult to speak. Chapter 97, 9 Leaf Grass. The first test of the goddess of life is difficult to say and easy to say, depending on who it is with. If it is between Mo Wentian and Yi Lingling, it is naturally excellent. Thank you, ancestor, I am willing. Mo Wentian directly agreed without giving Yi Lingling a chance to speak. Otherwise, with Yi Lingling's shy personality, it was uncertain whether she would refuse. However, Mo Wentian was mistaken. I'm willing to, Yi Lingling said firmly, which showed that her love for Mo Wentian was definitely no less than his for her. Good. Since that's the case, then follow me. The half-god Haidang took Yi Lingling directly to a grand hall, which was obviously an inner hall. Mo Wentian naturally followed along and arrived here as well. Yi Haidang pulled Yi Lingling into the room, and after a while, Yi Lingling unexpectedly appeared wearing a tight-fitting red long-sleeve top and a long skirt with a red overlay, adorned with a phoenix crown on her head, topped with a bright silver gemstone shaped like a nine-heart begonia flower. She was stunningly beautiful, with a touch of solemnity beneath her enchanting exterior. What else could this bright red attire be, if not a wedding dress? Mo Wentian found it a bit strange where Yi Lingling got the wedding dress, but now is clearly not the time to say such things. This is the dress my dad wore when he got married. I don't know if it will fit you, but you could try it on. Yi Lingling tossed a neatly folded stack of red dresses to Mo Wentian and said, "Okay, you look really beautiful." Mo Wentian took the clothes and couldn't help but praise Yi Lingling's stunning beauty. "Such a beauty, hurry up." Yi Lingling felt happy in her heart, but deliberately put on a serious face and said. Beside them, Haitang watched this scene with envious eyes, thinking what a wonderful couple they were, with both talent and beauty. From the details of their conversation, one could also tell that their feelings for each other were deep as the sea. Oh, Mo Wentian finished speaking, casually found a room, and changed his clothes in less than 2 minutes before walking out. At this moment, Mo Wentian stood at about 1.8 meters tall, with fair skin and handsome features, dressed in a red suit, looking vibrant and full of spirit. He bowed to heaven and earth, bowed to the high hall, and the couple bowed to each other. They were sent into the bridal chamber. According to Mo Wentian's request, Haidang, the demigod, served as the wedding host and high hall, calling out the etiquette that Mo Wentian taught her. To be honest, it really had a certain charm. The couple's new room was only simply decorated, with some red flowers placed above the head of the bed, but underneath the bed, Mo Wentian had arranged some red spiritual flowers and herbs into a heart shape, which deeply moved Yi Lingling. "Lingling, did you ever think you would marry me so soon?" Mo Wentian couldn't help but sigh, feeling that happiness came a bit suddenly. Not knowing what to do next, he could only change the topic and ask, "Yes, ever since I met Zhu Qing, I often fantasized about marrying you soon, afraid that she would take you away." "Bad guy, are you very happy and proud?" Yi Lingling answered honestly, without any shyness, lying in Mo Wentian's arms and playfully punched his chest. "Hee hee, today is our big day. How can I not be happy? Do you know what the 4 great joys in life are?" Mo Wentian chuckled, allowing Yi Lingling to pat his chest, wearing an expression of enjoyment. "What are 4 things?" Yi Lingling curiously asked. "The first is encountering sweet dew after a long drought. The second is achieving fame on the gold list. The third is meeting an old friend in a foreign land. And after the 4th, it's naturally the wedding night." Mo Wentian laughed. After finishing his words, his hands began to restlessly caress Yi Lingling's slender waist. Yi Lingling's figure was exquisite, her skin smooth as jade, and she had developed in all the right places, as those who understood would know. Here, 1,000 words are omitted, and the details are not to be described, similar to a cat washing its face, rubbing and rubbing. The specifics are left to your imagination. In the blink of an eye, nearly a year had passed. More than half a year ago, Mo Wentian had gone out once and successfully obtained the 4th soul ring, advancing to the soul master realm. The 4th leaf represented luck, and evidently, this limitation did not exist for Mo Wentian. The time and space divine fate ring was the best proof. The rewards brought by the 4th leaf left Mo Wentian astonished, and he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the 7-leaf grass martial soul. After the 4th leaf bloomed, it actually granted Mo Wentian a life. Yes, it was a reward of a life, which could be used to resurrect anyone, including himself. To revive others, one only needed to pluck the 4th leaf and hold it in their mouth to bring the dead back to life. Once this life reward was used, the soul ring would explode, and he would have to obtain the soul ring and soul skill again. Just think, if Mo Wentian became a god and used this life to reacquire the 4th soul ring, how many thousands of years would his 4th soul ring be? Mo Wentian reached level 43 and, with the help of the Sitang half-god, successfully contacted the poisoned Douluo and Yi Phoenix, who had forcibly opened a portal. He explained the situation to them and stated that he would take Yi Lingling out to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition in a year. As for the reason, naturally, it was due to some difficult-to-explain circumstances. After long efforts from Mo Wentian, Yi Lingling successfully gave birth to a daughter for him. Mo Wentian named her Xiao Xiao. And the reason? It's because Mo Wentian thought she was really too small when she was born, weighing only 8 pounds. Mo Wentian didn't think that 8 gene was considered small. Newborn babies are usually this small, weighing about the same as a kitten.
Now the baby is already 1 month old. On the first day after the child's birth, the first task was completed, and the curse of the Geo-Exian Haidang clan was completely lifted. The half-god Haidang was overwhelmed with joy and tears, fully suppressing the darker side of his heart, doting on the little one even more than Yi Lingling, the mother. Mo Wentian's first exam reward is to increase the SoulRing's age by 50 years. Mo Wentian chose to enhance the age of his first SoulRing, and now the colors of his SoulRings are purple, yellow, purple, and black, which can be said to be very powerful. The enhancement of the first SoulRing has also made the first soul skill, Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword, much stronger and more resilient. As long as Mo Wentian does not change his state, he can maintain it indefinitely, and even release any soul skill while keeping the sword body form of the Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword. Currently, Mo Wentian is in closed door cultivation, and as a level 44 Soul Master, he plans to directly enter the Soul King realm before leaving the Secret Realm, because the preliminary competition is about to begin. Taking out the treasured 9-leaf sword grass that he has kept for many years, Mo Wentian feels an undeniable excitement in his heart. Whether his martial soul can transform into the 9-leaf sword grass relies entirely on this immortal herb. Mo Wentian does not expect his martial soul to become one of the powerful 10 fiends in the perfect world, the 9-leaf sword grass. He would be satisfied as long as he could successfully produce 2 leaves. Mo Wentian picked 9 leaves of the immortal grass in order, consumed them one by one, sat cross-legged, and began to refine the medicinal power of the grass. The 9-leaf immortal grass must be taken in the order of the patterns on the leaves. Only in this way can the best effect be achieved. Otherwise, if the order is reversed, the maximum potency would only be 1/10 or 1/12. His ancestors never possessed the potential to advance to the title Douluo because they did not follow the correct consumption method. Chapter 98, Martial Soul Evolution. Mo Wentian felt as if his whole body was being burned by ordinary fire after swallowing the 9-leaf sword herb, and his physical constitution was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Outside the palace gate, Yi Lingling was holding a swaddled baby, a delicate little doll that was the fruit of her love with Mo Wentian. Although Mo Wentian had said that he did not need a protector and repeatedly assured her that no accidents would occur, Yi Lingling still felt uneasy and continued to wait outside the palace with their child for Mo Wentian to finish his seclusion. Mo Wentian never refused Yi Lingling's requests and could only let her wait in the main hall, striving to absorb the celestial grass faster to complete the evolution of his martial soul. The unnamed technique was operating at full power, and his soul power began to flow along the 8 extraordinary meridians, with the medicinal energy of the celestial grass circulating through his limbs and blood. Soon after, Mo Wentian's soul power began to change. Level 45, level 46, level 47, level 48, level 49. Just as he was on the verge of a breakthrough, Mo Wentian forcibly suppressed his desire to break through. He began to operate the unnamed technique to compress and purify his soul power. After the soul power turned into a liquid state, it continued to compress, and the soul power level began to drop to level 48, level 47, level 46. However, the medicinal effect of the 9-leaf sword grass was clearly more than that. After Mo Wentian absorbed the medicinal energy of the celestial grass, his soul power returned to level 49. He was just 1 level away from breaking through to the 50th level of the Soul King realm. If it weren't for Mo Wentian's forced compression of his soul power, the effects of the 9-leaf sword grass would definitely have allowed him to break through the 50th level with some energy to spare. The effects of the 9-leaf sword grass were evidently not limited to this. The 7-leaf grass martial soul automatically manifested as the last bit of medicinal energy was exhausted, or rather, it was more considerate to call it the 9-leaf sword grass. At this moment, the 9-leaf grass was a vibrant green, with blades sharp as swords, emitting a faint cold light. On the grass stem, 2 new leaves had grown in addition to the original 7 leaves. Currently, there were only 4,000 fully bloomed leaves. The remaining 5 were in a semi-bloomed state. After Mo Wentian stood up, he began to close his eyes, and his consciousness started to connect with the 9-leaf sword grass martial soul, wanting to obtain information about the 8th and 9th leaves. Mo Wentian was already certain that each leaf would bring him unknown rewards, and he clearly wanted to know the meaning and limitations of the 8th and 9th leaves. Now, the 9-leaf sword grass martial soul had surpassed the highest cultivation limit of 79 levels, and in terms of quality, it had already surpassed the continent's #1 support type martial soul,
the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Even compared to Ning Rongrong's martial soul, the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, there was a quality gap with Mo Wentian's 9-leaf sword grass martial soul. After the second awakening of the martial soul, 2 new leaves had emerged, and each leaf would bring different abilities. The information conveyed by the 8th leaf symbolized that with talent, one would find their most brilliant gift and become their truest self. The world would be proud of them. The 9th leaf represented the luck of survival against all odds, while others searched for 4-leaf clovers. Mo Wentian believed he would possess the happiness of a 9-leaf clover, having the luck to turn danger into safety and rise like a phoenix. It was time to leave this place. The preliminaries should have already begun, and he had to hurry back. Saint Sun Luo Sheng? I hope when we meet again, you won't regret not killing me with all your might back then. Remembering the last time he was besieged by the evil Soul Master Saint Sun and almost beaten to death, Mo Wentian muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Feeling the powerful energy within his body, Mo Wentian finally revealed the pride he should have had. Before he had strength, Mo Wentian never showed off. Without strength, forcibly saying things like 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't bully the young, and poor was very childish. Many enemies often would not give you time when you said such words, not to mention 30 years. They wouldn't even give you 3 years. Now, with the imminent promotion to Soul King, Mo Wentian felt he had the power to protect himself, and he could be considered a small expert on the continent. He believed that if he were to fight Zhao Wuji now, the outcome would likely be around 50-50. Mo Wentian was filled with resentment towards the evil Soul Master, who first caused the death of several uncles and aunts who had doted on him in his childhood, leading to the death of his father and old comrades who had been together since the same year. Then, in the Stardow Forest, they robbed him of his soul bone, and shortly after, they intercepted him in Soto City, almost costing him his life. How could he not hold a grudge? However, Mo Wentian had never spoken of these grievances. He merely kept them in his heart, planning to make Saint Sun Luo Sheng and others pay the price in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. With the enhancement of his strength, Mo Wentian's soul power had become incredibly pure, now entirely transformed into liquid soul power. In terms of soul power purity, Mo Wentian was undoubtedly the first in history at the Soul Sect Soul King level, even compared to those predecessors who had become gods. There was no one in the same era who could match him. After consuming the 9-leaf swordgrass, Mo Wentian also gained a new ability, a shallow connection with the 9-leaf sword grass martial soul. The 9-leaf sword grass martial soul had developed a faint consciousness, much like his daughter Xiao Xiao, connected to Mo Wentian by blood, sharing life and death. Through the information transmitted by the 9-leaf grass, he learned that the reason there were conditional restrictions on his absorption of soul rings every 10 levels was not because the 7-leaf grass martial soul was too weak, but because it was too strong, powerful enough that the will of heaven had to suppress the 7-leaf grass martial soul. Each time a soul ring was obtained, he would receive one or several rewards from the 7-leaf grass martial soul. So even the quality of the 7-leaf grass martial soul had been suppressed to its limits by the will of heaven, falling short even of ordinary intermediate martial souls. However, after Mo Wentian's long-term cultivation and the effect of the celestial grass, the 7-leaf grass, now the 9-leaf grass martial soul, could be considered one of the top martial souls on the Douluo continent. Even Tang San's Haoyan hammer could not compare to the current 9-leaf grass martial soul. Regarding the origins of the 9-leaf grass, Mo Wentian had no way of knowing. He had suspected whether it was related to the legendary 10 fiends, one of which was the 9-leaf swordgrass. However, he could not be certain, as in terms of current capabilities, the only connection to the 9-leaf swordgrass was that they both belonged to the grass category, one being true grass and the other merely a unique martial soul of the Douluo world. No wonder when he obtained the first 3 soul rings, after absorbing the rings, he always felt something running from the 7-leaf grass martial soul into his mind. It turned out to be the rewards given to him by the 7-leaf grass martial soul. Mo Wentian realized that the current function of a 9-leaf clover martial soul was surprisingly impressive. It turned out that the saying there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters was just a child's tale. He initially thought this saying held true, especially with his own experiences as evidence. However, it seems that things are not so simple. The 7-leaf clover martial soul is merely a product suppressed by the will of the heavens, and its foundation is inherently strong. Tang San is the same.
The quality of the Blue Silver Emperor is not inferior to that of the Haotian Hammer. The reward from the fourth Soul Ring is a life. Yes, you heard it right, a life, which surprised Mo Wentian. He had initially speculated that it was something related to luck. Mo Wentian couldn't help but think, after using this life for the reward, if he could still obtain new rewards by reacquiring the Soul Ring. At the same time, after the evolution of the martial soul, all aspects of soul power have been enhanced. The greatest benefit is the significant improvement in the quality of the martial soul. And Mo Wentian's talent has also undergone a tremendous change. Upon opening the palace door, he saw Yi Lingling happily holding their daughter and looking at him with joy. Chapter 99. Daughter Xiao Xiao Lingling, I'm sorry to worry you. I have successfully completed the evolution of my martial soul, and now there are no limitations on the martial soul's upper limit. In the future, when you become the goddess of life, I will be able to stay by your side and take care of you. Mo Wentian held Yi Lingling in his arms, gently ruffling her hair, and looked at his daughter in his embrace with a face full of happy smiles. This is just the beginning. It's still a long way from me becoming the Life God King. However, the assessment for the Life God King is quite strange. The tasks are not completed through combat at all. The second assessment is actually for me to be promoted to Soul Saint. Completing the task is not as difficult as Ancestor Hai Tang said at all. Yi Lingling said with a dazed expression, clearly feeling a bit strange about the simplicity of the assessment. Perhaps the Life God King doesn't like combat and is kind-hearted, which is why such simple assessment tasks were devised. Mo Wentian comforted, not knowing that he had inadvertently revealed the secret. However, the true gratitude should go to the God of Destruction for his covert assistance. Otherwise, even with the first trial, they would not have been able to complete it. This is because the content of the first trial was altered by the Goddess of Sin to require Yi Lingling to have a child with a stranger instead of being with her beloved, which could be considered extremely malicious. Since all the methods left by the Goddess of Sin were easily destroyed by the God of Destruction, only the assessment from the God of Life remained, which is why they were able to take it so easily now. Vincian, are we going to leave the secret realm today? Yi Lingling said reluctantly. This past year could be considered the happiest time of her life. What could be happier than living with her beloved husband? Yes, we must leave as soon as possible. I've already communicated with Senior Yi, and she has agreed to let us leave the secret realm. However, Senior Yi is a bit reluctant to part with our precious daughter. Come, let me hold my little treasure. Despite noticing the reluctance in Yi Lingling's eyes, Mo Wentian still firmly said they had delayed long enough. As the saying goes, the gentle village is a hero's grave. They must leave the secret realm, and once they become gods, they could indulge in this life endlessly. The world is vast, and Mo Wentian felt that while they were still young, they must go explore it well. Gulme, baby, let daddy hold you, Mo Wentian said as he reached to take their daughter from Yi Lingling's arms. However, their little daughter was not cooperative at all and began to cry loudly once she was in Mo Wentian's hands. Idiot, give her to me. After all this time, you still can't hold a child. Little one, don't cry, mommy is here, oh. Yi Lingling rarely called out to Mo Wentian and quickly took the child back, rocking her gently and patting her. The daughter quickly calmed down, closing her eyes and starting to sleep. Looking at their daughter's delicate little face, long eyelashes, rosy little mouth, and big eyes, Mo Wentian felt a surge of affection but could only watch, enviously observing Yi Lingling holding the child. All right, stop looking so glum. Once the child is a bit older, she won't fuss as much, and then you can hold her freely. I've already packed everything. Let's go home. Yi Lingling consoled, unable to help but notice Mo Wentian's sorrowful expression from not being able to hold their daughter. Okay, we don't need to say goodbye to Senior Yi, otherwise, she will be reluctant to part with the little one again. Senior Yi has already told me how to leave. Mo Wentian put away his playful demeanor and said seriously to Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling quickly nodded, fearing that the half-god of Haidang would take away their precious daughter. With their strength, even if the half-god of Haidang was not good at fighting, they would have no way to keep their daughter, Xiao Xiao, if he wanted to take her. The two set off directly, exiting the central hall and leaving the interior to arrive at the outer area of the Forbidden Land's secret realm. Mo Wentian took out a talisman, infused it with soul power, and threw it to a nearby spot. The reason for coming here was that this was the portal of the secret realm, where the spatial power was the weakest. Sure enough, as soon as the teleportation gate appeared out of thin air, Mo Wentian took Yi Lingling's small hand, while Yi Lingling held her daughter Xiao Xiao in one arm. They had come as one person, but now they were three,
2 adults and 1 child. A flash of light appeared, and within the Yi residence in Tiando City, the teleportation array in the backyard automatically activated. A strong beam of light flashed, and 3 figures. Oh no, 3 figures walked out from inside. It was indeed Mo Wentian and the mother-daughter duo of Yi Lingling. Brother Dogu. The backyard teleportation array is making a commotion. Let's go take a look. In the house, Yi Feng Huang, who was flirting with the poisoned Douluo, felt the spatial fluctuations in the backyard and pushed aside the shy Dogu, saying, "All right." The poisoned Douluo was very angry at that moment, thinking that he must teach a lesson to whoever disrupted his good time. After tidying up his clothes, he strode angrily to the backyard. "Old Poison, what's wrong with you? You look so angry. Who annoyed you?" Mo Wentian, seeing Dogubo's furious expression, couldn't help but tease. Little monster. Ahem. It turns out to be you guys, finally out. I came specifically to welcome you. How could I be angry? You misread me." Douluo, upon realizing it was Mo Wentian and the others, immediately stopped in embarrassment and said seriously, "Don't mind him, Lingling, you really came back. Did you complete your mother's task?" Who is the child in your arms?" Yi Feng Huang rushed over from behind Dogu, naturally understanding the poisoned Douluo's feelings, but still said with a bit of annoyance, looking at Yi Lingling and preparing to ask if she had found a way to break the curse, suddenly noticing the child in Yi Lingling's arms and asked in confusion, "Aunt, the curse of the 9-heart Haidang clan has been lifted. This is our daughter, and I discussed with Lingling to name her Yi Xiao Xiao." Mo Wentian was afraid that Yi Feng Huang would misunderstand something, so he couldn't help but answer for Yi Lingling. "What? It's already resolved. This is your and Lingling's child." Yi Feng Huang felt a sense of happiness that came too quickly, like a tornado. "Yes, Mom, when Tian is right. Before the baby was born, Brother Tian and I discussed it. He said that my Jushin Haidang lineage must not be cut off, and if it's a girl, she will take her mother's surname. If it's a boy, he will take his father's surname." Yi Lingling explained. "So, that means I'm going to be a grandmother. What a double joy, haha. Come, let me hold him. I didn't expect you guys to develop so quickly. Tell me how it happened." Yi Feng Huang looked happily at the two, took the child from Yi Lingling's hands, and turned to ask about their story. Mo Wentian and the other two concealed the truth, but they changed their wording to hide the existence of the Life God King, as this was also a requirement of the assessment, which they naturally had to comply with. 3 days later, the entire demon sect was in an uproar. The demon lord had become a grandfather. All industries related to food, accommodation, and transportation within the demon sect were open for free for 3 days. This caused a huge sensation across the continent, and the demon sect's glory temporarily overshadowed the ongoing preliminary rounds of the continent's high-level Soul Master competition. At this moment, the demon lord was affectionately holding his granddaughter Yi Xiao Xiao, completely setting aside the affairs of the demon sect and losing his usual authority. Mo Wentian then arrived at the preliminary competition's Soul Fighting Arena in Tiando City to watch the matches, where Shrek Academy was facing Chihua Academy. Both sides were familiar faces to him. By the time Mo Wentian returned, the preliminary competition had already begun. Fortunately, although the Demon Sect team had only sent 6 members to compete, they had maintained a perfect record without encountering strong teams like Shrek Academy or Chihua Academy. Chapter 100. The Strength of Shrek's Group Combined introduces the competition venue, the participating teams, the situation of the Spirit Hall, and the strength of the Evil Soul Masters. The competition venue selected for the preliminary rounds was within Tiando City, allowing Soul Masters, wealthy merchants, and commoners to watch, resulting in a crowded scene filled with the sounds of vendors and the shouts of the audience. Many of the snacks sold by vendors below were specialty snacks of the Demon Sect, marked with a special label featuring a bizarre magic herb design, which was strange because the little herb depicted was made of bones, imitating the design of Mo Wentian's martial soul. The venue was constructed very luxuriously. Even the arena was made from special materials, and even a small piece was worth a considerable amount of gold soul coins. Dozens of meters from the arena, rows of seats were arranged in ascending order, allowing the audience to clearly see the soul fighting matches on stage. The venue was newly built, perhaps to showcase the Empire's financial strength. This also demonstrated how wealthy the imperial family was. Although the Demon Sect claimed to be as rich as a country, there was still a gap compared to the Tiando Empire. However, in comparison, the Demon Sect's business was quite extensive, daring to venture into areas the Righteous Path would not. And they also engaged in businesses the Righteous Path dared to do. The Demon Sect was both righteous and evil, but its members were known for their integrity, never committing wrongdoings or crimes. If such parasites were discovered,
the Demon Lord would never be lenient, having dealt with many criminals. The current power of the demon sect was immense, with countless talented individuals. Even the so-called blind Su Yuntao was now a member of the demon sect, responsible for the awakening of the children in the sect, indicating that the strength of the demon sect was rapidly increasing. Yi Phoenix was now an 89th level soul Douluo, soon to become the continent's first strongest healing type title Douluo. On stage, Shrek Academy had also achieved several consecutive victories, and the strength of the Shrek's 7 monsters was as follows. Surprisingly, the highest ranked was not Dai Mubai, but the youngest, Zhu Zhuqing. It seemed that the effects of the celestial grade elixirs had greatly changed Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul, and even her cultivation speed had surpassed that of Dai Mubai, reaching level 42. The second was not Dai Mubai either, but Tang San, who had reached level 41. It seemed that after Tang San was taken away by Tang Hao, he must have had other opportunities, otherwise he wouldn't have reached level 41 so quickly. Although Dai Mubai had also advanced to the 40th level Soul Master Realm. According to Mo Wentian's observation with his piercing eyes, he had only just broken through and had not had time to acquire SoulRing yet. Following him were Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, both at level 39, while Ma Hongjun and Oscar were also at level 38, indicating that Dean Flender had put considerable effort into training them. The demon sect was still engaged in the business of selling ordinary elixirs, significantly speeding up cultivation. They had recruited many soul masters familiar with medicinal herbs, and after strict selection and elimination, they had chosen several knowledgeable soul masters to provide some ordinary formulas, making it somewhat self-sufficient. The formulas for the elixirs were naturally provided by Mo Wentian. The current scale of the demon sect could be attributed to his significant contributions. One should not underestimate the contributions of those who seem to do nothing. Often, they are the ones who contribute the most, while those who are busy working hard. Like the clowns. The clown is actually me, Tears. Tang San, you are really strong. You have given me an illusion of facing that person. However, I will not easily concede. I will unleash all my strength now. You should admit defeat quickly, or I won't hesitate to roast you like a pig. Huo Wu said with interest, looking at Tang San. Tang San's strength made her feel pressured. How could the strong Huo Wu tolerate losing again to someone younger than herself? Huo Wu was a stunningly beautiful girl with long, dark red wavy hair that reached her waist, a fair face with exquisite features, and a pair of large eyes that sparkled with a faint silver light. She wore a golden red team uniform, which formed a stark contrast to the peculiar attire of Shrek Academy. Huo Wu had been gifted since childhood, living in an environment surrounded by admiration, and her proud personality made it difficult for her to accept defeat. Besides Mo Wentian, Tang San was the second person she encountered who was younger and less powerful but still managed to outdo her. You flatter me. Although I am not talented, I will not concede so easily. I must lead the Shrek team to the finals and personally defeat Tiangu in the final. Tang San involuntarily expressed his thoughts, recalling the heavy burden on his heart. Hee, third brother, if you say that, Zhu Qing will get angry again. If you go easy on us in the finals, we still won't be able to defeat Tiangu. The fat man, having pushed back his opponent, joked with Tang San, who had paused to talk. Fatty, do you want to get beaten again? After the match, practice with me. Let you experience the power of my ghostly claw again. Zhu Zhuqing easily dealt with her opponent and said seriously to Ma Hongjun. Exactly. Zhu Qing is the strongest among us. How dare you tease her? You must be tired of living, Ning Rongrong interjected from behind, clearly having bullied Ma Hongjun together with Zhu Zhuqing. Wow, don't take a joke so seriously. I just haven't seen Tiangu for a long time and miss him a bit, right? I'm still your fourth brother. At least give me some face, hee. Ma Hongjun was startled and hurriedly explained, as he had been beaten up by Zhu Zhuqing during their usual training, especially after Tang San returned. Whenever he mentioned wanting to defeat Tiangu, Zhu Zhuqing would look for various reasons to make him a practice partner, which was just an excuse to use him as a human punching bag. Do you think I don't exist? You still have time to joke around here. Take this. The captain of the Chihua team, Huo Wushuang, suddenly rushed into the formation of the Shrek team with a flash of brilliance in his eyes. You fell for it. At this moment, Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu had also pushed back their opponents, forming a temporary 1-5 situation with 3 members of the Shrek's 7 monsters, surrounding Huo Wushuang. They aimed to eliminate Huo Wushuang first, deliberately luring him into their ambush. One could say their cooperation was extremely tacit. Seize the king before seizing the thief. Huo Wushuang, seeing this, remained calm and charged directly at Tang San, his flame leopard martial spirit pouncing forward with immense strength. He believed that Tang San, as a control type, could not be stronger than his offense type. Oomph, just waiting for you. Xiao Wu reacted quickly, stepping in front of Tang San and executing a flying kick to block Huo Wushuang's fierce strike. Huo Wushuang was once again surrounded by the five, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar hid behind them to prevent any sneak attacks from the members of the Blaze Academy. At this moment, only Huo Wushuang, and 4 other teammates remained on the arena for the Blaze Academy, while the Shrek Academy had all its members still in the fight. The scales of victory had already tilted towards the Shrek team. Mo Wentian, watching from the spectator seats, shook his head. He was very familiar with Huo Wu's soul skills. The third soul skill, Repelling SoulRing, could not only be used by herself and her enemies, but could also apply a rebound buff to teammates. It could reflect enemy attacks, and if the 5 fought Huo Wushuang separately, it would be manageable. However, if all 5 released their soul skills together, the reflected attack would be extremely powerful, and even he would have to exert all his strength to withstand such an attack. The spectator seats were not far from the judges' seats, allowing for a superior view of the battle below, facilitating analysis of tactics against opponents. Ordinary spectators could not enter the combat seats, and Mo Wentian was not analyzing tactics, but was purely concerned about Zhu Zhuqing's safety, fearing she might encounter an accident. After all, Huo Wu's 4th soul skill, Huo Wu Yaoyang, would greatly increase in power with the assistance of her 2 teammates. In the original work, even with Tang San using the 8 spider lances, he was severely injured, although there was a reason for Tang San's concern for his companions. It cannot be denied that Huo Wu's 4th soul skill was indeed very powerful. Therefore, Mo Wentian had previously reminded Zhu Zhuqing to be cautious of Huo Wu's 4th soul skill, but he had forgotten to mention the effect of the repelling fire ring that could rebound attacks. Indeed, Dai Mubai, thinking his scheme had succeeded, attacked Huo Wushuang. 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Golden light radiated from Dai Mubai, and a phantom of a white tiger appeared behind him. Web binding. Tang San followed closely behind. 2nd soul skill, Netherworld Hunter Claws. Zhu Zhuqing did not exert her full strength. It was not that she had discovered something, but she believed there was no need for 3rd or 4th soul skills. Teleportation, Waist Bow. Xiao Wu also followed closely, teleporting to Huo Wushuang's back and delivering a flying kick aimed at his back. 3rd soul skill, Repelling SoulRing. Not far away, Huo Wu indeed used the repelling fire ring on Huo Wushuang at the same time. Boom! A massive burst of energy erupted and rebounded from around Huo Wushuang. Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai did not have time to evade and were thrown out of the arena, sustaining serious injuries. Not good. It's a trap. Zhu Zhuqing also suffered minor injuries, but as she was about to fall off the arena, she quickly executed a backflip kick towards the wall below the arena and rebounded back onto the stage, although she still had blood at the corner of her mouth, indicating she was injured. Huo Wushuang also clearly did not completely rebound the attacks from the others and was swaying unsteadily, barely standing on the arena. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun in midair was sweating profusely, wiping his forehead. Good thing he had reacted a moment too late and did not follow up with the attack. Otherwise, with that powerful rebound force, it would not have been as simple as sustaining a few injuries. At this point on the arena, only Ma Hongjun and Tang San remained relatively uninjured. Zhu Zhuqing had sustained significant injuries, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar were support-type and food-type soul masters. Only 3 remained capable of fighting, while the Blaze Academy was not in a much better position. Their captain Huo Wushuang had lost his fighting capability. Zhu Zhuqing's opponent had long been eliminated, and only Huo Wu, Huiyun, and another fire-type soul master were left with fighting strength. This is so exciting. The strengths of both teams were closely matched, their cooperation was exquisite, and their power was very strong. The Blaze Academy had turned the tables using a scheme within a scheme, eliminating 2 key members of the Shrek Academy, and even the strongest competitor had sustained serious injuries. What visual experiences will they bring us next? The host of the match was actually a Soul King with a flying martial spirit, who had keen insight and briefly analyzed the current situation of the match for the audience. The supporters of both teams and the audience were instantly ignited by the host's words, all intensely focused on the rapidly changing situation on the field, afraid of missing a thrilling moment. Some supporters shouted the names of the teams they supported, and the supporters of Shrek Academy were no less enthusiastic than those of the Blaze Academy. It seemed that Principal Flander had managed Shrek Academy quite well. However, seeing the Shrek 7 monsters dressed in their greenish uniforms, Mo Wentian couldn't help but feel embarrassed, silently deciding to have a serious talk with Principal Flander when he returned. How could he have the audacity to design such team uniforms with that sense of aesthetics? Compared to the preliminary rounds in the original work, This grand tournament hosted by the Heaven Do Empire had clearly undergone changes, whether in terms of the venue or the status of the judges in the judges' seats. At this moment, Poison Douluo was sitting alongside Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, right behind the Snow Knight Emperor. Your Majesty, do you think the Shrek team can defeat the Blaze Academy? Which of these two teams do you favor? The Snow Knight Emperor politely inquired of Poison Douluo on the left. Your Majesty, you should ask Sect Master Ning. I think he would have more to say on the matter. Sect Master Ning's daughter, Ning Rongrong, is one of the Shrek 7 monsters. Poison Douluo was clearly not someone to be underestimated. He was very articulate and kicked the ball to Ning Fengji, evidently not wanting any discord between the Demon Gate and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Your Majesty, you are too polite. I believe the Shrek 7 monsters won't be defeated so easily. Not to mention, my daughter's Seven Treasure Glazed Tower has already broken through the limits of martial spirits and advanced to the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower, greatly enhancing her support abilities. Just Tang San and the Vice Captain Zhu Zhuqing alone are not so easy to deal with. Ning Fengji nodded at Poison Douluo, expressing his gratitude and sharing his views on Shrek Academy. Unlike in the original work, because Zhu Zhuqing had the highest soul power and Tang San was also quite strong with excellent command abilities, he naturally became the captain of the Shrek 7 monsters. While Zhu Zhuqing became the vice captain, Dai Mu Bai, not one to shy away from a loss, was naturally not inferior. Today's Shrek Academy was not a one-man show by the master. The Demon Gate had sent many members from the Demon Gate. If it weren't for Tang San's strong command ability and Zhu Zhuqing's voluntary retreat for the sake of the team, Zhu Zhuqing would definitely have been the best candidate for captain. After all, most of these new teachers were from the Demon Gate, and they were well informed. Knowing that Zhu Zhuqing was the daughter-in-law of the Demon Lord, naturally trying to curry favor. I wouldn't be so sure. Although Shrek Academy's strength is indeed not to be underestimated, they just fell for the Blaze Academy scheme within a scheme, wasting a great opportunity. Ning Fengji, the master of the Spirit Hall, said in a sarcastic tone, since both of you have differing opinions, why not just watch and see which side can achieve victory in the soul fighting competition? The Snow Knight Emperor appeared to offer a calm suggestion, but his words were laced with the scheming of a ruler. Your Majesty is wise. Both the Poison Douluo and Ning Fengji bowed in respect. On the arena, the two opposing teams clearly dared not act rashly, each searching for the other's weaknesses. Chapter 101. Water Narcissus Jade Skin and Bone Brother. Can you still fight? Huo Wu said, protecting Huo Wushuang, feeling extremely unwilling. Did she really have to use that move against Mo Wentian, which was originally meant for him? Hee. Huo Wushuang forced a bitter smile. He knew his sister had always been incredibly strong-willed, but at this moment, just standing was a problem, let alone fighting. Captain, you should step down. Leave the match to us. You've done very well already. His teammate Huiyin also noticed Huo Wushuang's condition and helped him to the edge of the arena. Thank you. Huiyin thanked Tang San and the others, clearly grateful that they had not taken the opportunity to attack them. Tang San and the others did not speak. Although they hoped to win, they would not resort to ambushing or taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Don't think that I'll show you mercy just because of this. Next, you will witness my forbidden soul skill. Its power is immense. You might as well admit defeat early to avoid losing your lives. Huo Wu said haughtily, but secretly intended to remind them. However, her proud demeanor clearly did not endear her to others. Enough nonsense. If you have the ability, bring it on. Zhu Zhuqing said coldly. Although she was equally eager for victory, she wanted to prove herself by entering the finals with the best results and defeating her sister from the Xingluo Imperial Academy. Only then could she gain her family's recognition. There was no way she would concede. However, her icy words still conveyed a sense of aloof power, making Mo Wentian nod repeatedly in agreement. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing only became soft and gentle in front of him. Then prepare to face my fourth soul skill, Forbidden Soul Skill, Fire Dance Radiance. Huo Wu's fourth soul ring lit up, and the soul skills of the two fire-type support soul masters from the Blaze Academy also fell upon her simultaneously, surrounding her with powerful red energy. Huo Wu was already a perfectly matched level 40 soul master, but her fourth soul skill, boosted by the two fire attribute support soul masters, showcased immense power. It's important to note that fire attribute soul masters already possess considerable attack power, and with the boost from two soul masters of the same attribute, the controlled difficulty of such a fourth soul skill had far exceeded that of soul master. Even Mo Wentian, at present, would find it difficult to withstand such a powerful strike unscathed. How strong? Whether it's the control of the soul skill or the command over the battlefield, it far exceeds my current level. Even my third brother probably can't match her. Zhu Zhuqing watched the massive red energy sphere gather before her and did not dare to attack recklessly. Otherwise, the backlash from losing control of the soul skill would be beyond their ability to manage, likely resulting in mutual destruction. Everyone be careful, stand behind me. Zhu Qing, Fatty, protect Rongrong and Xiaoao. Tang San remained calm despite the crisis, his expression grave as he decided to take on the hit alone. In the spectator seats of the participating teams, Mo Wentian also watched the arena nervously. The power of this move was not any less than his own fourth soul skill. With the assistance of two soul masters of the same attribute, the power of her fourth soul skill had surpassed that of a soul master, reaching a level comparable to that of an ordinary soul king. Seeing Tang San stand before Zhu Zhuqing, Mo Wentian finally breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of Xiao San, truly responsible. Since you're protecting Xing, I won't hit you too hard in the future. When we meet, I'll go easy on you. Mo Wentian thought to himself. Ning Fengji in the judge's seat also admired Huo Wu's control over her martial soul power. Although Ning Rongrong's martial soul had now advanced to become the only 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul on the continent, her control over the martial soul was far inferior to Huo Wu's. No wonder Ning Fengji was envious. The 7-treasure glazed tile school's distraction control method was inherently a soul skill that controlled soul power, allowing for superior control compared to other soul masters. Now witnessing a soul master who could achieve such a level without relying on self-created soul skills, how could he remain unmoved? Zhu Zhuqing's soul power exceeded that of Tang San, but she also knew that there was still a considerable gap between her strength and his. At this moment, although Tang San only had level 40 soul power, he possessed numerous techniques, having conquered them during training. Now, standing in front of them, none of them tried to show off. Ma Hongjun had even taken Oscar and hidden far away. Ma Hongjun's talent was undeniably strong. If he had been diligent in his training, he would undoubtedly have more than level 38 soul power. Zhu Zhuqing was also holding on to Ning Rongrong, who was busy providing buffs to both Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San. Feeling the enhancement in their physical abilities, Tang San was filled with confidence as he prepared to take on the powerful attack. Oscar also took out a small sausage and a large sausage to toss to Tang San. Without a second thought, Tang San bit through the small sausage and quickly swallowed it. With his physical state and soul power at their peak, the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, revealed itself the moment Huo Wu's soul skill was successfully condensed. External soul bone. The poisoned Douluo's eyes filled with surprise. This was only the second time he had seen someone with an external soul bone in nearly a decade, and a glimmer of green light flickered in his eyes before disappearing. He realized that Tang San's external soul bone had already fused with his body. Even if he killed to obtain it, the soul bone would be destroyed when separated from a host. Sigh, when will I ever have my own external soul bone? Mo Wentian not only questioned his luck, but also looked at Tang San, then at himself, feeling that he had only a 5,000-year-old right arm bone, which was truly disappointing. However, he was glad that his strength was even greater, and Tang San was no longer his opponent. Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. Tang San unleashed the unique skill of the Tang sect, circling behind Huo Wu and attacking her directly, clearly intending to eliminate Huo Wu first before blocking her attack. Bang! Huo Wu was kicked off the arena by Tang San, swiftly meeting her attack. Creak! The external soul bone and the red energy ball from the forbidden soul skill made a grinding sound as their soul powers clashed. But soon Tang San realized that his soul power was nearly depleted, while the forbidden soul skill Fire Dance Radiance had only consumed half of its power. He had underestimated the power of Huo Wu's soul skill. At this moment, the plot had deviated significantly from the original story, and Tang San's strength was not as formidable as it was in the original. Third brother, get out of the way. Third soul skill, Phoenix Wing Sky Soar. Ma Hongjun has already acquired the ability to fly ahead of time, and the defect of his martial soul has been compensated. His third soul skill ignites the second soul skill simultaneously, causing the Phoenix Flames to instantly increase by 100%, with an attack range amplification of 50%. The collision of flames generates tremendous aftershocks. Although Tang San dodges in time, he is still affected by the aftershocks of both, and having exhausted his soul power, he immediately loses his combat ability and collapses to the ground. It's up to you, Zhu Qing. Tang San points to Zhu Zhuqing, using his last bit of strength to speak before falling unconscious. Fourth soul skill, Fire Crane, scorching the plane. Seeing this, the remaining fire cloud immediately launches a soul skill at Zhu Zhuqing, wanting to take the initiative. However, Zhu Zhuqing's speed, under the same level, is now only beneath Mo Wutian, and even Tang San's Ghost Shadow Phantom is only on par with Zhu Zhuqing. Immortal Step, 4th Soul Skill, Netherworld Possession. Zhu Zhuqing uses her 4th Soul Skill, which has also changed compared to the original work. Her evasion chance increases by 50%, her resistance increases by 20%, and the piercing effect of her attacks increases by 30%, making it a supportive amplification skill. Zhu Zhuqing appears above Fire Cloud at an incredibly fast speed and ruthlessly kicks down at Fire Cloud's face. Fire Cloud cannot dodge at all and is kicked away by Zhu Zhuqing, being instantaneously defeated. The remaining 2 Fire-type Soul Masters, who are more support-oriented, see Fire Cloud's face swollen far larger than a toad's and immediately lose their will to fight, raising their hands to concede. In this soul fighting competition, Shrek Academy wins. The host announces Shrek Academy's victory while flying in midair. The members of Shrek Academy naturally show joyful smiles, with Ma Hongjun especially happy, jumping around with Oscar, clearly delighted to have defeated the much stronger Blaze Academy. Congratulations on winning the match. Zhuqing, are you okay? Mo Wutian comes to the waiting area of Shrek Academy and looks at the pale Zhu Zhuqing. I'm fine, but it seems Xiao San is seriously injured and can't participate in the match the day after tomorrow. Zhu Zhuqing clearly cares not only for Tang San, but also for her teammates and the importance of the competition. Don't worry, I've got your back. Although Mo Wutian feels a bit uncomfortable hearing this, he still takes out a healing pill and hands it to the already awakened Tang San. Xiao San, it's time to take your medicine. After taking this pill, you should be able to participate in Shrek Academy's match the day after tomorrow. Mo Wutian says with a hint of mischief, not particularly caring about the pill since Tang San is also fighting for Shrek Academy. It's just a healing pill, and he can afford it. Thank you. Tang San weakly accepts it, swallowing it down, showing his trust in Mo Wutian. Mo Wutian, of course, knows that with Tang San's cultivation of the purple extreme magic eye, he can tell if there is poison, so he doesn't expose it. Thank you, Brother Tian. I was the one at fault before. Please don't hold it against me. The Shai Xiao Wu also says to Mo Wutian, looking embarrassed. Mo Wentian looked over and found that the aura of the 100,000-year soul beast on Xiao Wu had actually disappeared, not knowing how Tang had managed to do it. No need, I don't want to hurt Tang San again later, and have someone curse me in their heart as a bastard. Mo Wentian intentionally revealed the shortcoming, clearly wanting to tease the little rabbit. Ugh, Brother Tian, you're so bad. What Zhu Qing often dreams about is really all fake. What good, Brother Tian? You're clearly a big bad guy. Xiao Wu's face turned red, and seeing Tang San sitting cross-legged recovering from his injuries, she couldn't help but seriously say to Zhu Zhuqing beside her, "Oh no, Xiao Wu, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I dream of Brother Tian?" Zhu Zhuqing, who had originally been coldly watching from the side, instantly turned red with embarrassment at Xiao Wu's words. I say it exists, of course. You can't hear it in your own dreams. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and playfully dodged Zhu Zhuqing's hands reaching for her ticklish spots. Mo Wentian silently looked at Xiao Wu, not expecting that the rogue rabbit from 100,000 years ago would be so good at teasing people, even daring to tease itself. Zhuqing, come here. I promised you something, and now I will give it to you. Eat this, and your soul power will experience a significant increase. Even when facing the members of the Douluo Academy, you will have an absolute advantage in soul power. Mo Wentian took out a white, exquisite flower from the space-time divine fate ring, which looked as pure as a blue lotus and a white yolk. What is it called? It looks so beautiful and pure. Zhu Zhuqing happily accepted the celestial herb that Mo Wentian handed over and asked. At this moment, everyone had gathered in the designated resting room of Shrek, and naturally, no one else would come in. The people present were all trustworthy individuals, so Mo Wentian did not hold back. Water Fairy Jade Skin Bone, you just need to eat the petals and finally suck the flower stamen, using your soul power to absorb it, Mo Wentian instructed. What? Water Fairy Jade Skin Bone, the legendary unparalleled celestial herb. How could it be here? No wonder your strength is so powerful. Tang San, who had just finished absorbing the healing elixir, was startled by the celestial item that Mo Wentian took out and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The Shrek's 7 monsters, who had originally been deliberately avoiding discussing love with Mo Wentian, also became curious about the celestial item in Zhu Zhuqing's hand. Third brother, what is an unparalleled celestial herb? What is its effect? Ma Hongjun asked with a curious look. Yes. Quickly tell us. Let us broaden our horizons. Oscar also looked at Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. I know.
Ning Rongrong quickly raised her small hand, proudly looking at everyone, and said, Rongrong, how do you know? When did you become so knowledgeable? Are you trying to deceive us because we don't know? Ma Hongjun suspiciously circled around Ning Rongrong and analyzed. Deceive you, big head. Ning Rongrong slapped Ma Hongjun's head, angrily saying, Ouch, I was wrong. Don't take a joke so seriously. Ma Hongjun dared not retaliate against Ning Rongrong. They were still in Heaven-Do City, and Ning Rongrong's father could come at any time. Moreover, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong had a very good relationship now. Offending her would not end well, so he quickly admitted defeat. Let's see if you dare to doubt me next time. Do you know why my martial soul evolved? I took the elixir refined from the Chuvulup celestial herb by Brother Tian, which is why my martial soul evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Ning Rongrong glanced at Mo Wenyan and, seeing that he had no intention of stopping her, proudly said, So that's how it is. No wonder both you and Zhuqing's martial souls have evolved. Tang Sen seemed to have figured something out, looking at the celestial item in Zhu Zhuqing's hand with a longing expression. Then Rongrong, do you know what effect this water fairy jade skin bone has? Can it also allow martial souls to evolve? Oscar asked awkwardly from the side. Ning Rongrong naturally stuttered and couldn't explain it clearly. All right, you don't need to put Rongrong in a difficult position. The function of this celestial item is to nourish tendons and bones, open the 7 meridians and 8 vessels. And after taking it, it can increase soul power by at least 5 levels and solidify the foundation without any side effects. However, this celestial item is the last one in the entire demon sect, so don't think about it. But if you want some second-rate existence, there are still quite a few. Of course, you need to join the demon sect for me to ask my father for training resources for you. Mo Wenyan took the opportunity to tempt them. What Brother Tian said is right. Just like the celestial item I know. Tang Sen echoed, but he felt a bit displeased with Mo Wenyan's attempt to recruit the Shrek 7 monsters. All right, Brother Tian, I'll join. Ma Hongjun was the first to happily shout that he would join, as his teacher, Flandra, had often told him about the good things of the demon sect. Mo Wenyan immediately gave Ma Hongjun a pill made from immortal-grade medicinal residues and top-tier spiritual herbs that could enhance soul power. He then looked at the others, but unfortunately, each of them had their own ideas, so it was naturally not easy to tempt them. In the end, only Ma Hongjun chose to join the demon sect. Although the others also wanted to, it was evident that Mo Wenyan would not give it to them for free. Zhu Zhuqing tugged at Mo Wenyan and pointed to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Mo Wenyan helplessly shook his head and tossed a pill to the 2 girls. The 3 girls and Ma Hongjun then began to absorb the pills they had obtained, while Mo Wenyan stood by Zhu Zhuqing, watching her take the immortal-grade pill. He believed that Zhu Zhuqing's strength would see a significant leap, and Xiao Wu, the 2 girls, and Ma Hongjun would also reach the 40th level Soul Master Realm. It was estimated that upon entering Wuhuan City, they would all be able to advance to the Soul Master Realm, with only Oscar still at 39th level. Chapter 102, Bringing Zhuqing to Meet Parents. I've broken through to level 48, Brother Tian. I actually increased my soul power by 6 levels. It's incredible. Thank you, Brother Tian. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in surprise, standing up and happily hugging Mo Wenyan. It's nothing. Who told you to be my little kitty? If I don't help you, who will? Mo Wenyan gently ruffled Zhu Zhuqing's hair and said tenderly. Ma Hongjun and the others turned their heads away, not wanting to see this scene. Now that Ma Hongjun had taken this top-tier spiritual pill, his soul power level had also increased. Naturally, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong successfully advanced as well. Oscar looked on enviously. Unlike in the original text, he had not captured Ning Rongrong as heart. In terms of talent alone, even though he was a food-type soul master with full innate soul power, he couldn't compare to Ning Rongrong's immense potential after taking the new immortal pill. Oscar also had great talent and the potential to become a title Douluo, but having missed the opportunity of the immortal grade pill, it wouldn't be so easy for him to become a god of food unless he chose to join the demon sect and become a soul master there. Otherwise, Mo Wenyan had no obligation to help him. Brother Tian, can't you pay attention to our feelings as single dogs? Alas, I'm so pitiful. Xiao Wu has Sangu, Zhuqing as Brother Tian, and I'm still all alone, boo-hoo. Ning Rongrong said with a slightly spoiled tone, looking at Mo Wenyan, and then pretended to be heartbroken and on the verge of tears, which was quite adorable. Mo Wenyan shook his head helplessly with a smile, saying nothing. Zhu Zhuqing was also blissfully nestled in Mo Wenyan's embrace. Ning Rongrong, you have us. Look at me, am I handsome? Ma Hongjun, who was already narcissistic, had lost quite a bit of weight and looked somewhat handsome. He rubbed his thumb against his nose and said to Ning Rongrong with enthusiasm, "Pooh, eat lotus roots. You're not as good-looking as Xiao Ao. I'm not that superficial. I don't just look at appearances." Ning Rongrong casually replied, while Oscar nearby mistakenly thought Ning Rongrong had developed feelings for him and posed in several exaggerated gun gestures with his fingers at his chin. "Oh he, Xiaowao, look at how smitten you are." Rongrong just said that casually. After all, she will be the future leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. We shouldn't have such high hopes. Dai Mubai seemed to understand women well and, not wanting Oscar to get too carried away, quietly reminded him in his ear. Okay, sure enough, as soon as Oscar heard this, he instantly looked like a frostbitten eggplant. "Zhu Qing, let us go. I'll take you to the magic door in the immortal realm of Penglai to meet our dad." Mo Wentian felt a bit guilty towards Zhu Qing and said, clearly wanting to clear her name. Zhu Qing shyly lowered her head, not refusing. She had long wanted to meet this legendary demon lord father. The demon lord had secretly instructed people to take care of her. And the new teachers at Shrek Academy were all trying to curry favor with her, because she had the demon lord backing her. The business at the Penglai Fairyland was as bustling as ever, with everyone entering and exiting being either wealthy or noble, most of them being soul masters above the soul respect level. Once they entered the back mountain, the scenery was breathtaking, with fairy mist swirling around. How could this be a demon sect? It clearly looked like a fairyland. Zhu Qing held Mo Wentian's hand and looked around. It was her first time here, and she was viewing the scenery with her beloved, naturally feeling joyful. People are like this when they're in a good mood. They might not find even a pig ugly, while when they're in a bad mood, everything seems off-putting. Moreover, the Penglai Fairyland was indeed extremely beautiful, worthy of being called a fairyland, with an environment that was naturally excellent, including fountains and streams, making it a place that combined natural beauty and artificial beauty. The two quickly arrived in front of the Demon Sect's Grand Hall. Zhu Qing looked at the solemn building and couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, clearly feeling quite anxious inside. On the way here, Lu Chao had already informed Zhu Qing about Yi Xiao, and apart from expressing her happiness, she had no objections. Since she chose Mo Wentian, she had naturally accepted Yi Lingling long ago. Their daughter was indeed her daughter, but she secretly wanted to have a child with Mo Wentian sooner, as girls always tend to compare, no matter how much they care for each other. "Don't worry, Zhu Qing. Dad is easy to talk to and won't have any objections. He already knows about our relationship," Mo Wentian comforted, patting Zhu Qing's delicate little hand. I know. I've heard many stories about this demon lord from the academy." Zhu Qing clearly had some understanding of this father figure, although she hadn't seen him. She already knew his name, and after hearing Mo Wentian's words, she felt less nervous. The two entered the grand hall and saw that 4 people were already waiting inside, clearly having been waiting for Mo Wentian's return. Yi Lingling, Mo Yudi, Dong Ruoling, and Mo Jun were there. No, there was also Yi Xiao in Mo Jun's arms. So it should be 5 people. "Zhu Qing, long time no see. Come here quickly to your sister and mom. Let us sisters have a good chat and meet mom." Yi Lingling was not surprised to see Zhu Qing, as it was still her suggestion for Zhu Qing to meet her parents. Although she had previously agreed to their relationship due to the curse of her 9-heart Sitang family, after learning about Zhu Qing's background and character, she was filled with admiration and affection for her younger sister, who was 5 or 6 years younger. "Yes, now that you're here, don't be reserved. Just treat it as your own home. Come on, let mom take a look." Dong Ruoling, who was next to Yi Lingling, clearly also adored this daughter-in-law, her face full of smiles. Her eldest daughter was nearing 30 and still unmarried, yet unexpectedly her son had achieved so much, finding an 18-year-old wife at just 16 and even bringing her a granddaughter. Although Yi Xiao had the surname Yi, she clearly couldn't call the demon lord and the demon lady grandpa and grandma. That's the benefit of having a high status. The current demon lord was not only high-ranking, but also a top-level soul saint at level 79, a powerful attack-type existence, possessing the lightness skill taught by Mo Wentian and an unnamed technique, making him extremely formidable. Zhu Qing shyly walked over to the 3 girls. Mo Jun also had a smiling face, clearly not wanting to scare his future daughter-in-law. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play, and now, with 4 women together, they quickly bonded and became familiar with each other. Mo Wentian looked at Mo Jun with emotion and said, "Dad, I have some extra elixirs here. This one is for you. I hope you can soon reach the soul Douluo realm. Being strong yourself is the true measure of power, no matter how strong outsiders are." There will always be outsiders. Being strong yourself is the way to go. Well, Dad won't be polite then. With a son like you, I'm really proud of you, Mo Jun said as he took the jade bottle from Mo Wentian's hand with gratitude. Naturally, there was no issue of giving or not giving between father and son. He knew that Mo Wentian had many celestial herbs in hand and that he had already consumed some. He also knew that Mo Wentian had successfully broken through the limitations of his martial soul. Now, the demon sect was particularly careful about collecting celestial herbs and had indeed managed to gather 2 celestial herbs. Thinking of this, Mo Jun took out 2 celestial herbs from his spatial soul guide and handed them to Mo Wentian. The 2 celestial herbs looked ordinary overall and were no different from regular spiritual herbs at first glance, but one was extremely cold and the other was extremely hot, surprisingly resembling the fire apricot and 8-angled ice grass celestial herbs. Chapter 103. Proof of the blind eyes Douluo. This is ice spirit Xianjing grass and flame condensing spirit mushroom. Where did you get these? Mo Wentian asked in surprise, staring at the 2 celestial herbs beside his daughter, unable to calm down for a long time. It is known that the growth of celestial herbs requires the accumulation of tens of thousands of years, and those growing in other places are often picked early and used as ordinary herbs. These 2 herbs are extremely rare and of a quality even above that of the fire apricot and 8-angled ice grass celestial herbs. If celestial herbs also had quality levels, the top notch would belong to the Flower King's Heartbreak Red. The fire apricot and 8-angled ice grass could only be considered above average when counted separately, while these 2 herbs are of a quality even higher than those 2. If these 2 celestial herbs are refined into celestial elixirs, the effect of one elixir would be no less than the sum of the effects of the fire apricot and 8-angled ice grass. This is the difference between high and low quality. However, it is clear that even if these 2 celestial herbs were refined into celestial elixirs, their effect on Mo Wentian would not be significant. It's the Su Yuntao you mentioned in your letter, who has the potential to be a titled Douluo. He is currently responsible for the awakening of the next generation in the demon sect. He said that these 2 herbs were passed down through his family's soul guiding artifacts. They matured a while ago, and he heard that the demon sect was collecting some rare herbs, so he contributed these 2 to me. He also mentioned that he has a lot of this kind of herb in his spatial ring, which scared me into checking. I found that it was just a soul guiding artifact that can cultivate herbs and store life, similar to the Rui Baobao bag sent to you by Poison Douluo. There were no other herbs found inside, and he didn't recognize what celestial herbs were. When he was short on money, he often sold the herbs inside. And because he didn't recognize these 2 peculiar celestial herbs, he had never used them, Mo Jun said, clearly unable to handle Su Yuntao's situation, wiping away non-existent sweat and speaking helplessly. Oh, I didn't expect he had this kind of opportunity. Ha! Don't look at his low soul power and older age now. He has a lot of potential. Yes, there is still room for improvement. Father must increase his training. Mo Wentian couldn't help but laugh. Unexpectedly, the reliable Su Yuntao this time didn't mislead outside, but started to look inward. It seems he truly lives up to the name of the blind eyes Douluo, being able to choose celestial herbs from so many without selecting ordinary ones. Of course, the demon sect is clear about rewards and punishments. With his contributions to the demon sect, the resources provided for his future cultivation will definitely be similar to those of core members. I'm very optimistic about him, Mo Jun said, clearly very supportive of the reliable Su Yuntao. Well, once I refine the new elixirs, I'll give them all to you, Dad. I still have a few celestial elixirs here that I need, and I've decided to give one to Fatty and one to Mo Chi to enhance their talent and soul power. What do you think? Mo Wentian looked at his father, seeking his opinion. After saying that, he casually took the celestial herbs from Mo Jun's hand while holding his daughter Xiao Xiao, his eyes anxious, clearly afraid that his precious daughter would cry. After putting the celestial herbs into the soul guide, Mo Wentian carefully held his daughter, not daring to move, fearing he would accidentally make her cry. Haha, silly. How can you hold a child like that? You'll tire yourself out. Zhu Zhuqing, not far away, couldn't help but laugh at Mo Wentian's clumsy appearance. Mo Wentian smiled awkwardly and looked at Yi Lingling, who was rolling her eyes at him at that moment. I didn't expect that you were so smart since childhood, but now you can't even hold your daughter. Let me hold her. Xiao Xiao is just too cute. Zhu Zhuqing had clearly relaxed after talking with the 3 girls and treated this place as her own home. Indeed, like father, like son, like sister, like brother, Mo Jun, in front of Mo Wentian, also rarely cracked a joke and laughed heartily. You guys,
You couldn't T hold you die when she was little, but you learned to hold her after having Wentian. If it weren't for Wentian being so obedient and sensible, not crying no matter how you held him, and even finding a comfortable position by himself, you probably wouldn't know how to hold him now. Dong Ruoling couldn't help but smile helplessly, exposing Mo Jun's past. You can say that, but why drag me into this? Mo Yudi shot her father a resentful glance and muttered, Why can't I say anything to my daughter? Mo Jun pretended to be stern towards Mo Yudi. How dare I? Lord Demon King, spare me, I know my crime. Mo Yudi also realized that her father was intentionally trying to scare her, so she cooperated, but it felt a bit awkward. Haha, sister, when are you getting married? I'm waiting to hold my nephew. Mo Wentian, seeing how warmly the family interacted, decided to add fuel to the fire. He knew that his parents had given up on marrying her off, and saying this had a hint of urging. Not marrying, not having children, go away. It'll all be very hard for you to hold a nephew in this lifetime. Mo Yudi wanted to punch Mo Wentian for bringing up the topic. However, soul masters on the Douluo continent are cultivators, and it is quite normal for cultivators to remain single until they are in their 50s or 60s. Flender, please don't mention my name. So the parents had no major objections. Otherwise, Mo Yudi would not have just told him to go away so easily. Sister, don't mind him. He is just asking for a beating. Later, I'll drag him for some practice. With me around, no matter how he gets beaten up, I can help him recover. Yi Lingling switched sides, comforting Mo Yudi while glaring at Mo Wentian. Okay, it's best to beat him when he is young. Now that he has grown up, I can't take advantage of him when he is small, so I should do it early. Otherwise, when his soul power surpasses mine, I won't be able to beat him anymore. Mo Yudi surely wouldn't really be angry. She was just joking with Mo Wentian. I've never seen you willing to hit your brother since you were little. You would even shield him when mom hit him. Now you're really willing to hit him. Dong Ruoling poked Mo Yudi's forehead, dotingly. Of course, if I don't hit him now, I want to have the chance later. Come on, Wentian, let me see how strong you are now. Mo Yudi said proudly. Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing both felt a tightening in their hearts. Seeing Mo Yudi's teasing gaze made them realize she was purposely trying to trick the two of them. Sister, it's best to beat your brother when he is small, but I'm already grown up. You're not my opponent now, although I'm only level 49. My strength is not weaker than a Soul Emperor's. Your lightness skill and techniques were all taught to you by me. Knowing this, who wins or loses is hard to say. Let us just forget it. Mo Wentian said helplessly. However, now Mo Wentian is not far from the Soul King realm, and for him, advancing a major realm is not difficult. I'm not interested in competing with you. I just want to see if my two junior sisters truly care about your well-being. It seems that if you really got hurt at my hands, my two junior sisters might just ignore me as their sister, After saying this, Mo Yudi couldn't help but laugh happily, which naturally brought a blush to Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing's faces. The family was harmonious and joyful, truly happy. Chapter 104. The Evil Soul Master's Conspiracy. On the night of the reunion, Mo Wentian naturally returned home to enjoy a sumptuous family dinner. Nowadays, the demon sect certainly doesn't lack ingredients, making the feast exceptionally lavish. Outside Tiando City, at the temporary encampment of Tianding Academy, a young man in white with white hair casually asked the black-clad masked figure behind him, "How is the arrangement? With our current strength, can we compete with the Spirit Hall? We are not yet the match for the Spirit Hall with our current strength, but we are not far behind. The number of title Douluo we have is not inferior to that of the Spirit Hall's Worship Hall. However, most of our title Douluo have been born in recent years and are not yet a match for the older generation of title Douluo from the Spirit Hall. But if the Spirit Hall dares to act against us, they won't fare well either." The black-clad masked figure replied confidently, exuding a powerful aura. Title Douluo. The aura from him made the president of Tianding Academy tremble with fear. What have you all been doing? With the techniques I have given you, how come we have only this few title Douluo after so long? When will our evil soul masters be able to stand in the open? I order you to ensure that the demon sect's team pays a price this time. How dare the small demon sect oppose us evil soul masters? They are courting death. This time, I will make sure the demon sect's team is halted in the preliminary rounds, spilling blood on the arena. The young man in white with white hair was none other than the saint son of the evil soul masters, Luo Shang. They were currently residing in the living quarters of Tianding Academy, originally planning to compete with the Tiando Royal team in Wuhan City. However, they received news that the demon sect's team would participate in the preliminary rounds. Compared to the Tiando Royal team,
Their greatest hatred was still towards the people of the demon sect. The death of the Shura team's Luo men was also closely related to the demon sect, and they had now learned that the Mo Wentian they previously blocked was the son of the demon sect's demon lord, so they had long set a trap, waiting for Mo Wentian to jump in. The strength of the Tiando Empire lies entirely in its military. We don't need to overestimate ourselves. As long as we block the tidal Douluo from the demon sect and the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the others are not to be feared. The black-clad figure nodded expressionlessly, seemingly unconcerned about the Saint's son's disrespectful words. Outsiders might not know that the evil soul master strength was originally scattered, but he knew that the current scale and strength of the evil soul masters relied entirely on the efforts of the current Saint's son, Luo Sheng. After Luo Sheng arrived at the Evil God Island, he was able to speak in 3 days and walk in 5 days. Being hailed as the son of the Evil God, he naturally possessed accelerated cultivation techniques for soul power, and moreover, he was a rare, innate, dual martial soul with full soul power. Both martial souls were top-grade, powerful, and after being brought to the Evil God Hall by his father, the Grand Offering, he gained the favor of the Evil God, who personally conferred upon him the title of the Saint's Son of the Evil Soul Masters. Thus, the Evil Soul Masters appeared unified on the surface, with the Saint's Son as their leader. Luo Sheng did not disappoint the other Evil Soul Masters, passing down the technique for accelerated cultivation of soul power, which raised the strength of the entire Evil Soul Masters by several levels. Hence, they now had tidal Douluo on par with the Spirit Hall, far surpassing the Demon Sect and the 7 treasure glazed tile school in strength. In fact, Saint's son Luo Sheng harbored a secret in his heart. He came from a world where the strong prey on the weak, a world without soul rings. Only various cultivation techniques to enhance the speed of cultivating vital energy. He was originally a top genius in the vital energy continent, renowned for his exceptional talent. An accidental exploration of a secret realm caused him to fall into a time-space turbulence. And when he woke up again, he had become a newborn baby. This is also why he could speak at 3 years old and walk at 5. His mother loved him dearly during his childhood, allowing him to experience a familial love he had never known before. However, his mother suffered a severe injury to her vital energy after giving birth to him, and eventually died due to the scarcity of medicinal materials on Evil God Island. Before her death, she entrusted Luo Sheng with the responsibility of leading the Evil Soul Masters into the continent. Thus, this was also the reason why Luo Sheng was eager to bring the Evil Soul Masters into the open and surpass the Spirit Hall in strength. The next morning, Shrek Academy was currently based in Tiando City at the Blue Lightning Academy. Wentian, why did the Demon Sect only request a preliminary round spot from the Snow Knight Emperor instead of directly asking for a spot in the finals? Zhu Zhuqing curiously asked Mo Wentian. In her understanding, the Demon Sect was certainly no less than the Empire, especially in terms of high-end combat power. You don't understand. Although the Demon Sect seems close to the Empire now, it's all due to interests. They are far from as close as they appear. If it weren't for the pressure from the Evil Soul Masters and the Spirit Hall, the two sides, along with the 7 treasure glazed tile school, would not act so closely. Mo Wentian gently touched Zhu Zhuqing's delicate nose and explained, "Don't touch my nose, it won't look good if you mess it up." Zhu Zhuqing rubbed her nose and said playfully, Aye. All right, Mo Wentian replied helplessly, feeling a bit confused by women's thought processes. Now that you mention it, I understand. It's all about interests in this world. We are only allies with the Empire because of mutual needs. Once our common enemy is gone, we will become a hindrance to the Empire. So, the Empire doesn't want the younger generation of the Demon Sect to participate directly in the promotion matches and become stronger, right? Zhu Zhuqing shook Missouri Wentian's arm and analyzed logically. That's pretty much it. The influence of the Demon Sect is on the rise and is already not weaker than the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Naturally, the Tiando Empire doesn't want the Demon Sect to grow even stronger, Mo Wentian said indifferently, as he never expected the Empire to protect them. Only becoming strong was the true way. Wentian, we will be competing against Songhui Academy tomorrow. What do you know about Songhui Academy? Zhu Zhuqing asked. Although Ma Hongjun, Dai Mu Bai, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong from Shrek 7 Monsters were already at level 40. They hadn't obtained their spirit rings yet because of the upcoming competition, so their overall strength wasn't strong. They naturally needed to work harder on tactics. Besides Zhu Zhuqing having privileges, the others were all taken by Yu Xiaojing to practice with Lu Erlong. It's worth mentioning that the master didn't marry Lu Erlong as in the original story. The current master was entirely focused on researching soul power,
hoping to teach Tang San and the Shrek 7 monsters well to prove himself. And they didn't have the opportunity to obtain spirit rings together. Tang San was currently devoted to becoming stronger and practicing, having eyes only for Xiao Wu. Flinder had become more confident due to his newfound wealth and didn't hold back. His appearance had improved, and he treated Liu Erlong exceptionally well. However, Liu Erlong only had eyes for Yu Xiaojing, who regarded her merely as a tool. Songhui Academy. I know a bit about that. Have you heard of the 7-in-1 fusion technique? Mo Wentian recalled Songhui Academy from the original story and reminded her. What 7-in-1 fusion technique? Where did you hear that? Tell me quickly. A voice came from behind them. A middle-aged man with a flat top and stubble on his chin looked surprised as he questioned Mo Wentian. Huh, master? You also study martial soul fusion techniques? Mo Wentian asked in surprise. Oh, it's you, young Master Mo. I apologize for my excitement just now. Zhu Qing, you're here too. That's great. Young Master Mo, please tell me where you heard about the 7-in-1 fusion technique. I'm currently researching this area, and if I succeed, the Shrek 7 monsters will definitely be able to fight for the championship in the finals. The master approached from behind Mo Wentian, initially thinking he was a student, but upon closer inspection, realized he was a shareholder of the academy and spoke politely. Songhui Academy. I'm sure you will encounter them tomorrow. But Zhu Qing, you should be careful too. By the way, just a reminder, there's no need to fight to the death on the arena. If you really find Songhui Academy displeasing, just tell me, and I'll have the poison Douluo deal with them privately. Mo Wentian said in a tone befitting a noble scion. Ugh, I won't tell you. You're acting like a spoiled noble. Wait, how do you know we have a grudge against Songhui Academy? Zhu Qing initially reacted playfully to Mo Wentian's words, but then suddenly asked with some confusion. Of course, I'm the all-knowing Jianghu Baixiaoxing. All right, master, we're leaving. If you want to research, just observe the match between Shrek Academy and Songhui Academy tomorrow, Mo Wentian said, pulling Zhu Qing away from the Blue Lightning Academy. Where are you taking me? Zhu Qing shyly asked, feeling embarrassed under the gazes of passing students. Nowhere special. Just taking you for a stroll, Mo Wentian said with a mischievous smile, completely unconcerned about the eyes of outsiders, and kissed Zhu Qing on her cherry-red lips. What? Stop it. Someone's watching. Zhu Qing pushed Mo Wentian away, her face flushed. Then let's go somewhere without people, Mo Wentian said, licking his lips shamelessly. I'm gonna find Rong. I'm ignoring you, Zhu Qing said, snorting coldly before running off. Mo Wentian did not stop them, as he had his reasons. Recently, Zhu Qing had received quite a few love letters from the male students of the Blue Lightning Academy. Although he was confident in Zhu Qing, having too many suitors around her was not good. It not only disturbed Zhu Qing's mood, but also made him feel uncomfortable, which is why he deliberately asserted his dominance here. Hey boss, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. It was Mo Chi, leading the fatty, wandering around the Blue Lightning Academy, and they were now approaching him. What are you two doing here? Mo Wentian was also puzzled as to why these two weren't watching the match and had come here instead. Boss, we came to challenge the Shrek 7 monsters. Mo Chi said with a playful grin. Yeah. We're not here to find beautiful women. We're here for a challenge, the fatty said, scratching his head innocently. All right, stop pretending. I know both of you too well. You must have heard about the high looks of the girls at the Blue Lightning Academy. So you came here to hunt for beauties, right? Mo Wentian took one look and immediately saw what the two were up to. Given that they were dressed in neat suits with their hair slicked back, they were either there to flirt with beautiful women or for something else. As expected. You can't hide anything from the boss. Alas, it's a pity for that kid Song Shui, always holed up in the demon sect managing business, unwilling to come out with the girl he likes. The boss is also a family man. Sigh. Look at us, the heavenly doe, 4 gods. And now only I and the fatty are still single, never having interacted with beautiful girls. The girls in our team, Yunxi and Aoshue, are too familiar with us and don't look our way. Sigh. Mo Chi said awkwardly, showing a sorrowful expression after he finished speaking. Finding a suitable partner is easier said than done. Why not pair up with a fatty? That way, you won't have to go through the trouble of finding a female soul master. Mo Wentian laughed, taking pleasure in their misfortune. In Mo Wentian's eyes, the 4 girls in the demon sect team were all proud and aloof, always giving off a stranger's keep-away vibe. Chu Yao was especially clever. Even Mo Wentian wouldn't dare to say he was smarter than her. How could a smart person like her be interested in someone like the fatty? Yet, nothing in this world is absolute. Fatty, why are you hanging out with Mo Chi?
Get back quickly. A fierce voice came from ahead. It was actually Chu Yao, one of the 7 heroes of the demon sect. Ah, fatty, good luck to you. Boss, I'm out of here. Seeing Chu Yao, Mo Chi took off running. He wasn't a match for her. If she caught him, he would definitely be beaten up. And it would be the kind of beating that would drive you to the edge. Chu Yao was adept at teasing people. Stop, don't run. Chu Yao shouted loudly, completely abandoning the distant demeanor Mo Wentian thought she had. Huh, Wentian, you're here too. What are you doing here? Chu Yao approached the fatty and looked at Mo Wentian with curiosity. Ah, don't get me wrong. I'm not with them. I just came to find Zhu Qing. Mo Wentian quickly responded, his gaze darting between the fatty and Chu Yao, intrigued. Chu Yao's face turned red from being stared at, clearly showing interest in the fatty, while the fatty seemed oblivious, like a wooden block. Pangren, you're not allowed to follow Mo Chi next time, got it? He brought you here with impure intentions. He wants you to be his green leaf. Chu Yao revealed the true reason why Mo Chi brought the fatty along. Mo Wentian glanced to the fat man's weight. Goodness, he didn't realize this connection existed. He couldn't help but sigh that the fat man was truly careless in choosing friends. However, seeing the fat man's silly smile made him even more amazed that a fool has his own blessings. It turned out that Chu Yao was usually interested in the silly fat man and always liked to tease him, although they seemed distant and cold on the surface. It was all just an illusion. Once they became familiar, she and the fat man Mo Chi had no reservations at all. During an experience to eliminate an evil soul master, Chu Yao was momentarily careless and almost got ambushed in the head by the evil soul master. It was the fat man who pushed her away and took the fatal blow for her. Fortunately, the fat man was tough and only needed to lie in bed for half a month before he was back to bouncing around. Since then, Chu Yao had taken an interest in the fat man, but he was completely oblivious to it, even lower in emotional intelligence than the previous Mo Wentian. Chapter 105. The new function of the Eye of Breaking Illusions, of course. Mo Wentian wasn't really low in emotional intelligence. Now, with his powerful mental strength, both his emotional and intellectual intelligence were online. The influence of sword intent had long been ineffective on him. His sword intent realm was already considered top tier in the Douluo continent, and in terms of swordsmanship, probably only Sword Douluo Qinshin could compare. Hee, you all chat. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Mo Wentian blinked, giving Chu Yao a mysterious smile as he spoke. Goodbye, boss. The fat man was still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, naively bidding farewell to Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian left the Blue Electric Academy. As for the friction that would occur between Pang Ren and Chu Yao next, Mo Wentian was curious but not enough to stay and gossip like a third wheel. After returning home, Mo Wentian went back to his room, while Yi Lingling stayed at home to take care of the family and did not train with the Heavenly Dual Royal team. After all, the two had already been married, so there wasn't much formality. Mo Wentian directly threw himself onto the bed without any image. Yi Lingling, who was nearby, shook her head with a smile and said, Did you finish seeing Sister Zhu Qing? Why do you look so listless? Hee, nothing could be hidden from you, Lingling. I'm not listless. I'm just relaxing. Mo Wentian naturally wouldn't admit it and changed his wording. All right, you make a good point. Sigh now that Mom is holding the little one. She won't let me have him. The time in the secret realm was the most comfortable. Yi Lingling said a bit unhappily. You don't know how to appreciate your blessings. How nice it is to have Mom taking care of the little one. We can still have our own little world. Come here, let me give you a kiss. Mo Wentian lifted Yi Lingling's chin and teased. Annoying, it's still daytime, Yi Lingling said, her pretty face turning slightly red as she looked at Mo Wentian. What's wrong with daytime? Oh, so you want to be during the day? Mo Wentian deliberately provoked. Don't say that. Annoying. I'm not talking to you anymore. Yi Lingling covered Mo Wentian's mouth to stop him from continuing. Come on. We've been married for so long. Why be shy? Mo Wentian kissed the jade-like hand in front of him and then pounced on the charming figure before him. It wasn't until the evening that Mo Wentian finally came out of the room, not knowing what indescribable things had happened inside. When he arrived at the guest room, it was clear that he wasn't kicked out. Rather, the Eye of Breaking Illusions had unexpectedly broken through to the initial peak of the third realm during Mo Wentian's heightened tension and excitement. Mo Wentian came out wanting to stabilize his realm, and his spiritual realm casually broke through to the level of a typical soul Douluo. When he opened his eyes, a golden light flashed in Mo Wentian's eyes, which surprisingly allowed him to see through the wall into the adjacent bedroom, where Yi Lingling was lying weakly on the bed, her face flushed with a captivating allure that enchanted the heart and mind. Mo Wentian quickly muttered his apologies, saying my fault, My fault as he diverted his gaze. Looking in another direction, he inadvertently glanced into a room that belonged to his sister, Mo Yudi. He saw that his sister had actually invited Gong Aoshue to the Mo residence, and they were sleeping in the same room. This moment piqued Mo Wentian's curiosity, and as he continued to observe, he discovered that the two women were not as he had imagined. Instead, they were sleeping side by side, whispering secrets to each other. Mo Wentian still thought that his sister Mo Yudi had some secret relationship with Gong Aoshue. He continued to look ahead, slowly imprinting every movement of the Mo residence into his eyes, as if those buildings did not exist at all. Powerful. These eyes are indeed powerful, but if used too much, will they develop styes? Mo Wentian muttered to himself, not knowing what he had seen. The next day, Mo Wentian and Yi Lingling arrived at the viewing seats of Shrek Academy early in the morning. Mo Wentian took back his precious daughter Xiao Xiao from her mother, Yi Lingling, who was currently overflowing with maternal love. This also showed that Mo Wentian held a high position in the family, but in front of Yi Lingling, he was nothing. He thought resentfully, I was the one who brought her back, yet I can't even hold her. All right, when our precious daughter grows a bit more, I'll let you hold her every day. For now, let's watch the match, Yi Lingling said to the resentful Mo Wentian beside her. Okay, that's what you said. Mo Wentian confirmed directly, showing no intention of letting Yi Lingling backtrack. The two turned their attention to the competition stage. Next up will be the Shrek 7 Monsters team from Shrek Academy versus the Sanhui Academy team. Let's see the strength of both teams' members. Shrek Academy, Captain, Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, 1 black, level 42 control system Soul Master. Mo Wentian didn't expect Tang San to progress so quickly, and even more surprisingly, he didn't expect Tang San to gain a 10,000-year Soul Ring without the Immortal Herb. The protagonist's halo is indeed powerful. It is estimated that Tang Hao's efforts over half a year contributed significantly to this. Shrek Academy, Vice Captain, Zhu Zhuqing, Martial Soul, Nethercat with 9 lives, Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, level 43 Agility Attack System Battle Soul Master. The name Nethercat with 9 lives is what Zhu Zhuqing's Martial Soul is called after its evolution. The level displayed is merely inflated by Zhu Zhuqing. With a miraculous, unnamed technique, she can disguise herself as any level below 48. Her true soul power has increased several levels due to absorbing the water fairy's jade skin bone, reaching level 48. Shrek Academy, Team Member, Dai Mu Bai, Martial Soul, Evil Eye White Tiger, Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, level 40 Strong Attack System Battle Soul Master. Dai Mu Bai's level remains 40 because he hasn't absorbed any Soul Rings. Shrek Academy, Team Member, Xiao Wu, Martial Soul, Soft Bone Charm Rabbit. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, level 41 Strong Attack System Battle Soul Master. Obtaining a Soul Ring in just 2 days is quite fast, and it doesn't raise suspicion from outsiders. Mo Wentian speculated that it might be Tang Hao who personally intervened to cover it up. It's great that a 100,000-year soul beast can transform into a human. Lu Chao expressed envy and jealousy, wondering why she doesn't need to obtain soul rings while she has to face various restrictions. Is it because she is too powerful? Shrek Academy, Team Member, Ning Rongrong, Martial Soul, 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, Soul Power, level 41 Auxiliary System Weapon Soul Master. Mo Wentian found this quite reasonable. With the strength of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, it wouldn't be hard to quickly find a soul beast under 10,000 years for Ning Rongrong to absorb. Ma Hongjun has soul power at level 40, while Oscar is at level 39. Ma Hongjun's strength, once again, sparked cheers from the audience. They didn't expect the strength of the Shrek 7 monsters to improve so rapidly. However, some well-informed people knew that Shrek Academy is affiliated with the Demon Sect, and with the supply of pills from the Demon Sect, it's indeed not difficult to raise 1 or 2 levels in a short time. This is the second time all members of Shrek 7 Monsters are on stage, aside from the Blaze Academy. The reason is certainly because Mo Wentian leaked the news about the Sanhui Academy's fusion technique involving 7 members yesterday, prompting their tactical reference, Master, to have all members take the stage. Originally, Master's words are not absolute in today's Shrek, but with the backing of Mo Wentian's reputation and Zhu Zhuqing's face, they could still gain some tactical autonomy. Chapter 106. 7-person fusion technique. Mo Wentian was secretly allowing the theoretical masters of the Demon Sect to study alongside the Master. His Demon Sect team also needed this knowledge,
So today's battle was destined to be extraordinary. There were not only the master and his disciples stealing knowledge, but all the theoretical masters of the demon sect who could attend. However, it was difficult to fully grasp the essence of their learning just by observing, so the master became the breakthrough point. The members of Tsanghui Academy had never seen such a lineup, and their faces turned pale. Besides Oscar, everyone was a soul master, instantly igniting the passion of the entire arena for the Shrek 7 monsters. This was the effect Mo Wentian wanted. In the original work, the Master's tactics of hiding and obscuring were truly frustrating for Mo Wentian. Now, as the true authority of Shrek, he naturally would not allow such a situation to occur. If he was going to do it, he would do it as the strongest. Moreover, what he sought was fame, not victory. It was better for his demon sect team to win. It was not unreasonable for Mo Wentian to be realistic, with his demon sect team present. Shrek's chances of winning the championship were extremely slim. The current Fatty Mo also broke through to level 40 under Mo Wentian's pills. Others had also reached level 40 early on with the supply of pills from the demon sect, especially the oldest Chengzi, who was already a level 45 soul master. Coupled with his ability to unleash a string of 7, Shrek Academy had no chance of winning, not to mention that, in Mo Wentian's estimation, the greatest obstacle was the evil soul master Holy Sun, Luo Shang. Although the evil soul masters were powerful, they dared not confront the spirit hall directly and could only hide in the shadows. The demon sect, however, had no such concerns and was developing at full speed, especially in terms of intelligence, surpassing that of the Empire. At this moment, Mo Wentian had received news that the evil soul masters were planning to ambush the demon sect during the preliminaries. Given the current strength of the demon sect, Mo Wentian could completely avoid the evil soul master Holy Sun, but he chose not to, deliberately manipulating the matches to place the competition between Tianqing Academy and the demon sect at the end. The evil soul master Holy Sun thought he had everything under control, unaware that as soon as he entered Tiando City, his movements were already exposed to the demon sect spies. This time, Mo Wentian even informed the Empire and the Spirit Hall, aiming to repay the humiliation of the previous ambush against him. However, on the surface, everything seemed calm and unchanged, while in reality, there were turbulent undercurrents. Currently, Mo Wentian's focus was not on the competition, but on the situation across the continent. He could feel that the limitation of the fifth spirit ring was meaningless to him. The demon sect's business spanned various industries across Douluo continent, and their wealth was absolutely enough to rival nations. The rare sixth spirit ring, which represented prestige, was what Mo Wentian was preparing for. If he could successfully inflict heavy losses on the evil soul master forces this time, and win the title of the senior soul master competition, it would not be difficult for the sixth leaf to bloom early. To Mo Wentian, the battles on stage were mere child's play. Tang Sen hadn't used his true abilities, and Zhu Zhiqing was also hiding her strength, quickly forcing the members of Tsanghui Academy into a desperate situation. Suddenly, the captain of Tsanghui Academy brought his fingers together, aligning with his eyes, and the other members followed suit, standing in different positions. All the soul power of the other soul masters was channeled into this captain. Each person radiated a different martial soul glow, but upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the 7 martial souls were extremely similar, indicating that their martial soul fusion skill must be based on closely related martial souls. The master was not without merit. He managed to develop a martial soul fusion skill that allowed the 7 completely different martial souls of the Shrek 7 monsters to fuse. This was an illusion-type martial soul fusion skill, which should not be difficult for Tang San to crack, and Zhu Qing was not a pushover either. Unfortunately, although their 7-in-1 martial soul fusion skill was powerful, they had encountered an opponent. Mo Wentian did not have high hopes for Tsanghui Academy, and the members of Tsanghui Academy's disdainful remarks clearly aimed to eliminate Zhu Zhiqing, and the assassination of Tang San was also no good. Remembering the assassination of Tang San, Mo Wentian suddenly recalled something and couldn't help but slap his thigh. What a pity! If only I had thought of it sooner. After all, it was a piece of good quality soul bone. Mo Wentian remembered the soul bone from that year and felt a bit regretful. He never expected that he, who once knew the continent like the back of his hand, would forget such an important plot point regarding the soul bone. How unfortunate. Poor Xinian, even in death. He was still on Mo Wentian's mind. What a pity. This was a 7-in-1 martial soul fusion skill. Could Zhu Qing and the others withstand it? Yi Lingling, holding her daughter Xiao Xiao, looked worriedly at Zhu Zhiqing on the arena. Don't worry, Their martial soul fusion skill targets mental power. From my observation, Tang San is capable of cracking it, and Zhu Qing should also have the ability to defend against this mental attack. Mo Wentian comforted, looking at the motionless Tang San. Mo Wentian guessed that Tang San was intentionally immersing himself in the illusion, returning to the Tang sect of his previous life. You and I are both of the Tang sect, born in an unparalleled world, holding the sun and moon to pluck the stars. There is no one like me in this world. Again holding the divine seal to slay all directions, only to protect the one in my heart. The past in Bashu may seem like a dream, but this life has no regrets in entering the Tang sect. He had to admit that when he first read this, he was indeed moved by Tang San's loyalty to the Tang sect. However, as more novels came out later, he couldn't help but question Tang San's character. You bring nothing at birth and take nothing at death. You come naked and leave naked. Perhaps the illusion lasted a long time, but in reality, it was just a fleeting moment. A dazzling purple light flashed in Tang San's eyes, instantly breaking through the spiritual domain limitations of the seven. Remembering Zhu Qing's instructions, Tang San did not launch a full force attack on their mental powers. He merely summoned the 8 spider lances soul bone, poisoning several of them and rendering them unable to fight. In the end, Shrek Academy won the match, and there was no pressure from the organizing committee members. Of course, given Shrek Academy's current background, they were not afraid of any inquiries. Mo Wentian was not surprised. Looking at the faint aura around Xiao Wu, he decided to help her once more. For her, he could sacrifice his life, even commit suicide for her bones. For him, she could burn her life and offer her soul ring. This is probably true love. If he could do the same, wouldn't that mean the 7th leaf would also fall apart without a fight? However, he didn't like eating rabbits. Rabbits were so cute, and he didn't like eating grass either. It was indeed a dilemma. Mo Wentian thought this way, but once Zhu Qing or Yi Lingling faced life-threatening danger, he would be able to put everything aside and sacrifice his own life for them. Mo Wentian thought to himself that the 7th leaf of the 9-leaf clover martial soul that had entered his body just trembled a bit. It really wasn't that easy. It seemed that merely thinking about it wouldn't make the 7th leaf of the 9-leaf clover martial soul bloom. Sigh, this is troublesome. Mo Wentian sighed. Chapter 107. The 5th spirit ring in the blink of an eye. 10 days had passed, and the preliminary rounds had concluded. During these days, Mo Wentian did not participate in any matches because he simply had no interest in the strength of his opponents. With the entire magic sect's 7 heroes being spirit masters, they could crush their opponents without Mo Wentian needing to step in. Although the magic sect advocated for using their full strength, they still held back, treating Mo Wentian as a trump card. Other than the match between Zhu Qing and the magic sect, Mo Wentian rarely went to watch the matches. And to avoid raising suspicions, he didn't even attend the matches of Tianxing Academy. He had been focused on diligently cultivating his spirit power, striving to break through to the Spirit King realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, with the current strength of the magic sect's 7 heroes, their chances against the evil Spirit Master Prince's team would still be low. It wasn't that Mo Wentian's strength was inferior to theirs. With his current strength, combined with the 5-character sword technique, he was confident he could achieve a 50-50 chance even against a Spirit Saint. However, Mo Wentian felt that the prince's strength shouldn't be weak either. Coupled with their other 2 Spirit Kings and 4 Spirit Masters, if they possessed some powerful spirit skills, it would be hard to say who would win. Therefore, Mo Wentian had been diligently training for the past couple of days. Finally, when there was still half a month left until the finals of the advancement matches, Mo Wentian's spirit power experienced a breakthrough, and the 5th leaf bloomed as expected. It seemed that the wealth of the magic sect was also a part of his fortune. Old Jack, Old Poison still has to attend the judges' panel, so please accompany me to obtain the 5th spirit ring, Mo Wentian said to Old Jack before him. He had no reason not to use the existing resources and foolishly go to obtain the spirit ring by himself. Of course, if the sect master commands, I will naturally handle it properly. Don't worry, I'm much stronger in this aspect than Old Poison, Old Jack confidently said, tapping his cane on the ground. Mo Wentian felt somewhat dissonant, not understanding why Old Jack, at his old age, could surpass the strength of the Poison Douluo. He also couldn't see anything special about this crooked cane. Could it be that it was my crooked cane? That is a treasure of virtue. The 2 quickly arrived at the Sunset Forest. 3 days later, Shrek would face the Magic Sect team, and then the 5 Elements Academy would meet one by one. Besides Shrek Academy and the Blazing Fire Academy, which had a preliminary encounter,
all the other powerful academies were pushed to the end. No one would believe that there was no manipulation behind the scenes. With old Jack taking the lead, they could walk through the sunset forest without any worries. They went straight to the deepest part, and Mo Wentian's goal was a spirit ring over 70,000 years old. Indeed, Mo Wentian's physical strength was now on par with a spirit saint, and he was not inferior to some ordinary spirit Douluo. Mo Wentian estimated that if everything went well, the sixth spirit ring could reach the level of absorbing a 90,000-year spirit ring, and the seventh spirit ring would definitely be able to reach the level of obtaining a 100,000-year spirit ring, both in terms of physical body and mental power. A day later, Master, there's a nearly 80,000-year ice-fired giant lizard ahead, which should be very suitable for your sixth spirit ring. What a pity, old Jack said with a hint of regret as he recklessly probed the surrounding spirit beasts with his mental power and saw the ice-fire giant lizard ahead. Well, there's nothing to regret, that's the one. Upon seeing the nearly 80,000-year giant lizard, Mo Wentian thought of the ice-fire Tuin Eye, gritted his teeth, and said decisively, "Isn't that a bit too high in age? Why don't we choose one with a slightly lower age?" Old Jack said somewhat awkwardly. He had completely regarded himself as a member of the demon sect. The demon sect had given him hope and allowed him to advance to a title Douluo. If it weren't for Douluo seeking him out, he might have exhausted his lifespan and died in about 10 years. The demon sect had given him a second life, greatly extending his lifespan as a title Douluo and further enhancing his potential, giving him hope for reaching the limit of Douluo. The demon sect made him who he was, and he also contributed to the reputation of the demon sect. He didn't feel particularly special. If he wasn't chosen, the demon sect could pick someone else. So he was extremely grateful to the poison Douluo. It's hard to make a flower into a tree, but it's not hard to make a tree into a tree. Everything relied on the trust of the poison Douluo in him, and he had not let down that trust, making the demon sect even stronger. No, there's a place where I might be able to absorb a spirit ring beyond my level. Time is tight, and I don't have time to find a spirit beast with an appropriate age. Perhaps if I encounter a suitable spirit beast again, its age might be higher or much lower. Compared to a 50,000 or 60,000 year spirit ring, I still want to take a chance and absorb this nearly 80,000 year spirit ring. Mo Wentian looked ahead at the ice-fire lizard, which had just finished hunting and had seemingly become his spirit ring. However, in the eyes of the ice-fire lizard, these two people had also become its prey, letting out hissing sounds as they charged towards them at incredible speed. Oomph. Old Jack didn't even use his spirit skills, coldly snorting as the dazzling light of his flat cane martial soul transformed into a giant like a tree, striking the ice-fire lizard on the head. Beep beep. The lizard let out a strange cry, crawling up from the ground, its eyes filled with anger, wishing to swallow the two humans alive. With a sound of energy colliding, two streams of ice and fire energy shot out from the mouth and tail of the ice-fire lizard, merging together like Taiji. Not bad. Martial soul, true form. Dragon grass cane. Try reading it backward. Old Jack's martial soul emitted an even more dazzling light, unlike the fleeting glow before. A dragon's figure coiled from below around the flat cane, sitting majestically on it and looking at the ice-fire lizard with authority. The ice-fire lizard also contained a faint dragon bloodline, and under the pressure of that imposing gaze, it trembled slightly, but was otherwise unaffected. 8th spirit skill. Pattern dragon dance staff. Old Jack released his 8th spirit skill, and the flat cane became smaller, but the energy on it grew stronger, breaking through the ice-fire lizard's defenses, with one end shooting out powerful energy attacks toward the ice-fire lizard. Old Jack stood still, pointing where to strike, swinging casually, leaving Mo Wentian dumbfounded. This scene felt somewhat familiar. Before long, the body of the ice-fire lizard was covered in wounds, being dragged by Old Jack's tail all the way to the ice-fire Tuin Eye. Naturally, Mo Wentian wanted to come to the ice-fire Tuin Eye to absorb the ice-fire lizard's spirit ring using the power of ice and fire. After all, this ice-fire lizard's age was still somewhat high for Mo Wentian. Even with the miraculous 9-leaf grass martial soul, Mo Wentian did not dare to be careless. Chapter 108. Old dreams of the past inside the ice-fire Tuin Eye. A lizard 5 meters long, with its tail making it 8 meters long, lay on the ground, surrounded by a circle of deep black spirit rings rising up. Mo Wentian sat cross-legged at the edge of the ice and fire Yin Yang Eye, beginning to absorb the soul ring. Half an hour later, the energy from the SoulRing was finally absorbed by Mo Wentian. Just when old Jack thought Mo Wentian was about to successfully absorb it, the ice and fire energies of the ice and fire yin-yang began to converge, forming a circle and merging with the deep black SoulRing, gradually wearing it down. Mo Wentian's face began to turn pale. The expensive clothes he was wearing also tore apart, and his muscles bulged. A look of pain appeared on his face. Where is this? There are brushes and sketch paper. Mo Wentian looked at the scene before him and said in confusion, could it be that my experiences in the Douluo continent were just a fleeting dream? Or have I crossed back again? Mo Wentian got up and looked at the brush in his hand, puzzled. Beep beep. A penguin sound rang out from his pocket. He opened his phone and found a message from Xiao Xiao, Mo Wentian's girlfriend. However, the two had broken up a long time ago in his previous life, and he wondered what message she had sent him. When he opened it, he found that the chat background was a photo of the two of them together, both smiling sweetly. She was his first love and a scar that had never faded from his heart. You are good, and you haven't done anything wrong to me. I'm the one who owes you. However, I really can't stand this life anymore. In 3 months, it will be the art college entrance exam. My mom watches me every day, watches me eat, watches me sleep, even watches me go to the bathroom. She said we must break up, or she will keep watching me and won't let us contact each other. I can't focus on painting at all. I also want to get one last try. I'm sorry, let's delete each other. Mo Wentian fell into a deep memory. She was his first love and the person he once deeply loved. But due to youthful recklessness and not knowing how to love, he lost her forever. Graduation season is also breakup season. After their breakup, Mo Wentian was engulfed in deep guilt, feeling anger, sadness, and countless nights of regret. Every night, her figure would appear in his dreams, along with all the little moments they shared, to the point where he lost his appetite and clarity of mind. Now, at this moment, she transferred schools, and he didn't know where she went. Mo Wentian also gave up painting and his studies. Every night, he would go out alone, walking through the streets they once walked together and the restaurants they visited, but unfortunately, she was no longer that familiar presence. Mo Wentian once knocked on her door, refusing to leave even when her mother threatened him with water and called the police, saying he was a thief. Fortunately, Mo Wentian had some connections in this small county, and the local police, upon understanding the situation, didn't make things difficult for him. They only advised him, still a high school student, to return to school early. However, at that time, how could Mo Wentian focus on his studies? He continued to ignore their advice, almost as if possessed, skipping class every evening to wait downstairs at her home, refusing to go back until late at night. Perhaps the fate between them had already run its course. Despite waiting every day on the road where she would return home, he never encountered her. After some time, Mo Wentian gradually let go of some burdens and completely left school, but he still came by her building from time to time, staring blankly at her window light. He wondered how she was doing now, if she had become happier after leaving him, and whether she had found another boyfriend. Did she still remember the words she had said? In the days leading up to their breakup, she had jokingly suggested that they should wait until after college to talk again, and that they should break up for now. Mo Wentian once said, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? By the time I graduate from university, I might not even be anyone's wife." Perhaps this statement hurt her, and not long after, the two broke up due to pressure. Whenever Mo Wentian passed by her house, his gaze would fixate on her window, hoping to catch a glimpse of her. As time passed, his visits gradually decreased, and his family pleaded with him to let go. He buried his feelings deep within and stopped thinking about her. After calming his inner turmoil, Mo Wentian sent a message. "All right, let's part ways peacefully, each of us well, and not disturb one another." Reflecting on those past events, he couldn't help but shed tears. However, the now matured Mo Wentian no longer yearned for a pure and flawless love like a child. Goodbye to the person I once loved deeply. Upon sending it again, he noticed a striking red exclamation mark at the end of the message. In the past, he would have thought her heartless, but now it seemed she was still waiting for news, indicating her heart wasn't as resolute as she portrayed. Yet, none of these illusions could deceive Mo Wentian. If he were in a scenario near his death, he might believe it, but unfortunately, he found himself in a time period he least wanted to return to yet also longed for. Nevertheless, Mo Wentian didn't immediately shatter the illusion. He still wanted to see her one last time. He had already let her go, but after such a long search and wait without seeing her, catching a glimpse of her had become an obsession. Art students do not attend school for regular classes. They only enter school for cultural courses after passing the unified examination. During this time, they continue to study painting in the studio. Mo Wintian kicked over the easel, feeling furious. What was the point of painting? Thinking back to the days as an art student, getting up early and staying up late with an endless amount of drawings to complete, sketching, still life. Watercolor. Mo Wintian felt a surge of anger. He hopped on his little donkey and arrived at the studio in less than 10 minutes. Why didn't you bring your homework? Did you forget it? If you forgot, you'll have to redo it 10 times and submit it tomorrow, the teacher said sternly, blocking the entrance and checking homework. Fine. 100 times is no problem, Mo Wintian replied with a mysterious smile, walking straight into the studio without even glancing at the teacher. If it weren't for her big mouth, how could her mother possibly know about their affairs? Although Mo Wintian, as a teacher, never held it against them, that didn't mean she would let bygones be bygones. In her past life, Mo Wintian had excellent grades. Even though she started painting relatively late, she ranked among the top. If she had continued to paint seriously, even if she couldn't get into an art academy, getting into a good university wouldn't have been a problem. It was all because of the breakup that she gave up her studies. In a society that values education, academics equate to future wealth. Indeed, future wealth. Having a degree doesn't necessarily guarantee money, but lacking one certainly means you won't earn anything and will only end up doing manual labor. Once inside, Mo Wintian looked at her spot, and sure enough, she was quietly painting there. She didn't have Yi Lingling's obedient beauty, nor did she possess Zhu Zhuqing's figure and temperament. However, she was still a pleasant presence in the crowd. It seemed she noticed something as she lifted her head and made eye contact with Mo Wintian with her big eyes before returning to her painting. Mo Wintian looked at the middle-aged fat woman following her and couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Why bother? Suddenly, Mo Wintian's eyes burst forth with intense golden light, shooting towards the people around him. The void seemed to shatter, and those familiar figures, classmates, teachers, and that exasperating aunt, ultimately shattered into the void as well. Surprisingly, Mo Wintian absorbed these images one by one, and in the end, it seemed he even saw the image of his wandering parents shatter before being absorbed by himself. Mo Wintian's eye corner was streaked with tears, and his martial soul uncontrollably manifested. The seventh leaf, representing true love, unexpectedly bloomed early before there was any sign from the sixth leaf. Did this mean that he could possess the true form of the martial soul and the seventh soul ring ahead of time? As his consciousness returned to his body, Mo Wintian checked his changes. He found that he had successfully absorbed the soul ring. The fifth leaf had fully blossomed, and the rewards he received included a significant enhancement in both his physical body and mental strength, as well as the ability to acquire the seventh soul ring early. Chapter 109. The reward for advancing to Soul King upon checking his internal soul power. Mo Wintian was pleasantly surprised to find that he had reached the 52nd level of soul power. In addition, he felt that he could actually acquire the seventh soul ring again. The acquisition of the soul ring, surprisingly, did not require a specific soul power level, meaning that Mo Wintian could obtain the soul ring at any time, bypassing the sixth soul ring to acquire the seventh directly. Powerful, indeed, it was a growth-type martial soul, with each leaf granting him different abilities, breaking the rules and limitations of Douluo continent. He wondered how things would change once he attached soul rings to all 9 leaves. Mo Wintian sensed the changes within him, as well as the rewards brought by the 5th soul ring of the 9-leaf grass martial soul. Although he was eager to know the changes that bypassing the 6th soul ring to directly obtain the 7th would bring, Mo Wintian did not act immediately. With the acquisition of the 5th soul ring, both his mental strength and physical body had improved significantly, but there was still a certain difficulty in obtaining a 100,000-year soul ring. According to the information conveyed by the 9-leaf grass martial soul, this reward was extraordinary. Only Mo Wintian could obtain the 9th soul ring ahead of time, allowing him to immediately become a level 91 title Douluo. What a powerful and special martial soul it must be to achieve such a miraculous feat. 1 leaf, 1 soul ring. Originally, Mo Wintian could only acquire soul rings in order. Now, after upgrading to the 9-leaf grass martial soul and obtaining the 5th soul ring, he did not expect such a great transformation. He was even more surprised that the rewards from acquiring soul rings through the 9-leaf grass martial soul would be so powerful and abnormal, even more special than the 4th soul ring. Feeling the abundant soul power within him, Mo Wintian felt an illusion of being invincible in the world. The reward from the 4th soul ring granted him a life in hand. The world was his. The reward from the 5th soul ring could even allow him to become a title Douluo instantly, albeit possibly the weakest one. However, these are just thoughts for now. To acquire the Soul Ring early, he still needed to lift the restrictions of that leaf. For now, he could only advance to Soul Sage ahead of time. In addition, the 9-leaf grass martial soul had another new change. If the 9 leaves were picked and eaten, they could not only restore soul power but also heal injuries. It was time to return and participate in tomorrow's promotion match, and the 8th and 9th soul rings needed to be prioritized in the morning. It seemed he had to accelerate his plans. Mo Wentian thought to himself, standing up and looking at old Jack, who was worryingly guarding him not far away, unable to help but show a hint of emotion. How did it go? Did you succeed? What soul ring did you obtain? Old Jack asked excitedly as he saw Mo Wentian get up. I succeeded. The 5th soul skill is an extremely powerful attack-type soul skill, which you can also understand as a control-type soul skill. The 9-leaf grass martial soul can form thousands of sharp, long swords that float in the air, merging into a sword domain. However, the range is only 10 meters. Enemies within this range will be attacked by the 10,000 swords, making it very difficult to evade. For every 10 levels I advance, the range will increase and the number of swords will also grow. I call it 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Mo Wentian explained the effect of the 5th soul skill, which he considered to be extremely manly. The reason it is called returning to the source of 10,000 swords is that this skill is the ultimate sword technique that swordsmen in the martial arts world have long dreamed of. With such a strong resemblance, it is only natural for Mo Wentian to borrow it. Mo Wentian still remembers the first few lines of the sword technique from 10,000 swords returning to the sect. 10,000 energies arise, swords pierce through the waist holes. Returning to the origin of martial arts, the sect's profound skills are long. However, it requires self-abandonment of martial arts. Mo Wentian has indeed walked further and further on the path of sword cultivation, unknowingly reaching a peak that ordinary people cannot touch in a lifetime. Impressive. The old man has never heard of such a powerful soul skill. Even a soul skill from 100,000 years ago might not be this remarkable. Old Jack said with admiration, shocked by Mo Wentian's ability to absorb soul rings beyond his level to acquire such a powerful soul skill. There are heavens beyond the heavens, and there are people beyond people. Who knows if even more powerful soul skills will appear in the future. Let's go. We have to participate in the soul fighting competition tomorrow. This time, I am confident I can take on 5 at once. I will definitely make the evil soul masters regret it. Mo Wentian modestly said, but suddenly he wanted to take on 5 opponents. It seems his heart is indeed swelling a bit. However, the current Mo Wentian does have quite a bit of capital, even in front of Pope Bibi Dong. He dares to act recklessly with 2 lives. But thinking of the city of slaughter, Mo Wentian decided it would be better not to act too recklessly in front of Pope Bibi Dong. Although Mo Wentian's soul power is about the same as Tang San's when he entered the city of slaughter, and he could easily defeat 2 Tang San's of that caliber, he still cannot guarantee he will come out safely and obtain the inheritance of the Shura King. He wants to rush to the city of slaughter before Tang San and seize the Shura God's divine sword from Grandpa Tang Hao and Tang Chun. Mo family residence. You're back. Get some rest early. You still have a match with the Blaze Academy tomorrow, and their strength shouldn't be underestimated. Just as Mo Wentian returned home and was about to go to bed, a gentle voice came from the bed, where his daughter Xiao Xiao was sleeping in the crib beside the bed. Don't worry. With me here, you can be assured of victory. Tomorrow's match. Just watch how I impress you with a string of 7. Mo Wentian said proudly, his confidence overflowing, although his expression clearly showed he wanted compliments. Don't be careless. I heard Mom say that the entire demon sect is secretly mobilizing their strength, preparing to ensure that the evil soul masters have no chance of returning from the Tianqing Academy. You should avoid revealing your strength too early. Fatty and the others should be strong enough to handle their opponents. Yi Lingling, who used to appear cute and innocent, had clearly become much more serious after becoming a mother, speaking conservatively. You can rest assured, I don't need to use much strength to deal with them. Besides having a team with Soul King-level experts, no other academy can compete with us now. Look, haha. After saying this seriously, Mo Wentian suddenly looked at Yi Lingling with a lewd expression. Stop it, Xiao Xiao is right here. Even though Yi Lingling had given birth, she was still easily embarrassed. It's worth noting that aside from the early days, when they were together every day, they had rarely engaged in such activities after having a child. After experiencing the past dreams during the acquisition of the 5th soul ring, Mo Wentian had completely released himself. Come on, trying it out doesn't mean you're still a child. Mo Wentian said mischievously
while looking at Yi Lingling in the blanket. Maybe not. We're not kids anymore. Let's do it another day. Yi Lingling se replied. Following Mo Wentian's words. There's no one here. What's inconvenient about it? I'm coming. After saying that, Mo Wentian directly dove into the blanket, playfully hitting Yi Lingling's thigh. And after that, he massaged her back. It wasn't until Yi Lingling comfortably fell asleep that Mo Wentian held her and lay down on the bed to sleep. Chapter 110. Flirting during the match. The next day, during the advancement match, Mo Wentian personally took the stage and, as expected, won the match without any suspense. Huo Wu was once again defeated by Mo Wentian, and she had become numb, no longer possessing the pride she once had. The appearance of Mo Wentian and Tang Sen made her realize a truth. There are always greater heights and stronger people beyond what one knows. Some people may indeed be inferior to you, but there are many others who surpass you. If she can overcome this setback, her strength will definitely elevate to a new level. If she cannot escape her psychological dilemma, she may never hope to achieve a title, no matter how great her talent is. Without confidence, success will remain elusive. Confidence is not arrogance. A tempest is bound to bring rain, and a reckless person will certainly face consequences. Mo Wentian understands this principle well. Even with absolute advantages, he remains cautious and does not underestimate his opponents, choosing to take the stage personally. Thus, their defeat is not in vain. In recent days, Mo Wentian has been personally participating in battles since several strong teams have been eliminated, and although he has concealed some of his strength, he has still revealed a portion of it. The news of Mo Wentian advancing to the Soul King realm naturally caused a stir, overshadowing all other teams in the competition for the championship title. During the battle against the Water Academy, Shui Binger as top-tier Ice Attribute B Spirit, the Ice Phoenix, was particularly impressive. When she and her teammate Shui Wu unleashed their spirit fusion technique, ice and snow falling, with the Ice Phoenix, it was truly formidable. Even Mo Wentian almost faced a significant setback. As for the other team members, the Fatty's Crimson Flame Exploding Bear has immense power and strong defense, while Chu Yao's Spirit, the Brain, is exceptionally intelligent and can analyze the weaknesses of opponents. Her Force Soul skill is particularly powerful, capable of using mental strength to disrupt enemy actions. Chengzi's Six-Eared Macaque is also extremely quick and agile, with considerable attack power, and Gong Aoshua's Spirit, the Ice and Snow-Proud Spirit Zither, is more focused on control and includes mental attacks. Coupled with Xia Yunxi's Support-Type B Spirit, the Colorful Crane, these are all exceptional or very unique spirits, making them all very powerful. Even Mo Chi's Spirit, the Measuring Ruler, has become of high quality due to the celestial grade elixirs. Not to mention that the Fatty Spirit itself is already considered top tier, even without Mo Wentian on the field. Aside from the evil Soul Master Saint Sun team from the Heavenly Star Academy, the Shrek 7 monsters pose some threat to the 7 heroes of the Demon Gate. But this is only under the condition that Mo Wentian does not participate. The battle against the Godwind Academy was even easier. Facing Feng Xiaoyan's 36 slashes of the Gale Demon Wolf, Mo Wentian effortlessly countered with the sword control technique, thrilling the audience. Even the Fatty showcased incredible prowess as a top-tier fire tribute beast spirit, the Crimson Flame Exploding Bear, achieving a 5-kill accomplishment all by himself against the Plan Academy. If it weren't for the Plan Academy's captain being particularly tough, Mo Wentian could have easily resolved it, and the Fatty could have achieved a 7-kill accomplishment. Let us not forget, this is a team competition, not an individual one. The advancement rounds are primarily conducted in a team battle format, while individual matches during the advancement rounds feature the 7 participating students competing against each other one by one, and the finals involve 33 teams in a draw elimination format. The Tiando Royal Academy has a seed team, which is Yi Lingling's team, with a total of 3 seed teams. The Tiando Empire has 6 preliminary round divisions, with over 100 participating teams competing for 15 advancement spots. The Xingluo Empire is similar, with a total of 33 teams, including seed teams, competing in the final matches. The Tiando City Division has gained 6 advancement spots due to the numerous advanced Soul Master Academies participating. Mo Wentian estimates that besides the Demon Gate team, the teams that can enter the promotion matches are the Shrek team, the Divine Wind team, the Heavenly Water team, the Blazing Fire team, and the Thunder Academy. As for the Elephant Armor Academy, they were directly eliminated after suffering 5 consecutive losses against the Shrek Academy, the Demon Gate team, the Heavenly Water Academy, the Heavenly Star Academy, and the Divine Wind Academy. The Heavenly Star Academy has already been ruled out by Mo Wentian. Following Mo Wentian's suggestion, when the Shrek Academy faced the Heavenly Star Academy, they chose to forfeit, which made Master quite unhappy. But it was a collective decision of the Shrek Committee, and Mo Wentian did not intend to explain the reasons to him. 8 days later, the Shrek Academy finally encountered the Demon Gate team, and currently, only the Demon Gate Academy and the Heavenly Star Academy are still on a winning streak. The Shrek Academy is ranked 3rd due to one forfeited match, while the other schools are the Divine Wind, Heavenly Water, Blazing Fire, and the Thunder teams. On the arena, Brother Tion, give it your all. I want to see what our gap really is, Tang Sin said, looking seriously at Mo Wentian. No, your current strength is not enough for me to go all out. Let's talk about it when we reach the finals. I still have other opponents to deal with. Zhu Qing, Rong Rong, come over and help me out, Mo Wentian said, pointing at Ning Rong Rong and Zhu Qing. It was clear he wanted to take the two out individually. Without them, the Shrek team would not stand a chance against the Demon Gate team. Unless Tang San erupted with all his strength right now, using his hidden weapons, the Haotian Hammer, the 8 Spider Lances, the Chaotic Wind Hammer technique, and other trump cards to contend with the others from the Demon Gate team. Alright, in that case, I'll defeat the fat guy and prove to you that I have the strength to make you pay attention to me, Tang San said, thinking Mo Wentian looked down on his strength, speaking boldly without knowing the danger. As you wish, Mo Wentian said lightly. Why does Tang San always have to go against me? I really have something to do, yet he keeps pestering me. Don't blame Brother San. He doesn't know about your situation. He's been working hard to cultivate these days just to defeat you. Zhu Qing stepped forward and said to Mo Wentian. Ning Rong Rong also trusted him and came out, silently watching Mo Wentian, waiting for him to show his true strength. It's fine, I don't mind. If I can defeat the fatty and the others, I wouldn't be opposed to revealing my strength. Giving him a chance isn't a problem, but before that, you and Rong Rong can play with me for a while. Mo Wentian waved his hand nonchalantly and said to the two girls. Great, great. How do we play? Brother Tion. You have to go easy on me. Don't attack me, Ning Rong Rong said excitedly, causing Zhu Qing to roll her eyes. She knew that Ning Rong Rong was interested in Mo Wentian, but she was confident in him. Okay, but you have to promise me not to assist anyone else. You can help Zhu Qing and me fight a match. Mo Wentian wanted to see how strong Zhu Qing was now. If she was strong, he would feel more at ease about her safety. All right. Anyway, we aren't opponents. Let's go. Zhu Qing, let's fight side by side and defeat Brother Tion. Ning Rong Rong sighed enthusiastically. Okay. Zhu Qing also got excited. Then a dramatic scene unfolded on the stage. The auxiliary Soul Master from Shrek was assisting the strongest attack type, Soul Master, to face the only young Soul King from the Demon Gate, who fought without any tactics, disregarding the support of the 9-treasure glazed tile Pagoda Soul Master, engaging in battle with the attack type Soul Master as if it were a game. While the other two teams fought intensely, giving it their all, they seemed to be playing house, enjoying themselves. The audience and the judges exchanged glances. Facing the puzzled gaze of the Snow Knight Emperor, Douluo awkwardly chuckled and said, Young people's matters I don't understand either. Ning Fengji beside him helplessly rubbed his forehead, clearly troubled by his daughter Ning Rong Rong's antics. Half an hour later, without Zhu Qing and Ning Rong Rong's assistance, Tang San and the others ultimately couldn't match the 7 heroes of the Demon Gate and were defeated badly. Dai Mubai looked dejectedly at the fatty, saying, this attack is too fierce, completely disregarding defense. When you hit him once, it's like hitting cotton. When he hits you, it takes a long time to recover. As for Chu Yao and Gong Aoshue's mental control soul skills, they gave everyone from Shrek, except for Zhu Qing and the other two, a headache. Moreover, there was no countermeasure. Even Tang San found it quite troublesome. All right, Zhu Qing, they've all lost. You and Rong Rong should admit defeat too, Mo Wentian said to Zhu Qing as he put away the Ghost Vine Parasite Sword, seeing that Tang San and the others had lost their fighting capacity. No, I won't go down unless you defeat me. Who knew Zhu Qing would act so stubbornly and refuse to leave? Is this what women are like? So changeable and hard to grasp. Be good, listen. Have you forgotten my plan? Your speed is too fast, and with Rong Rong's assistance, I can't defeat you unless I show my true abilities. Just let me win this time. Okay. Mo Wentian could only appeal to her emotions and reason, somewhat softening his tone towards Zhu Qing. All right, but what will you compensate me with after the match? Hee. Zhu Qing just wanted to find an excuse to extort Mo Wentian, her eyes twinkling with a scheming smile. You still have a bit of a cold demeanor, but you're really just a clingy little kitten.
Come on, what compensation do you want? Mo Wintian shook his head helplessly. What? Are we still fighting or not? You're flirting. I'm going to report you. The audience below was caught off guard and felt they had witnessed a wave of dog food, angrily pointing fingers, especially those single male soul masters who were particularly indignant. Meanwhile, some girls below the stage who had an eye on Mo Wintian showed disappointed expressions, while others looked at Zhu Zhuqing with envious eyes, fantasizing about how nice it would be if they were the ones up there. I haven't thought it through yet. Come find me tonight. Zhu Zhuqing didn't care about the envy and jealousy from the audience. After saying that, she realized such words could easily spark imagination. Her face flushed, and she jumped off the stage without looking back. Wow, so impressive. Ning Rongrong gave Mo Wintian a thumbs up and followed Zhu Zhuqing off the stage, leaving Mo Wintian standing there in a daze, wondering what this meant. Did I misunderstand? Are all girls this open? Just as Mo Wintian stepped off the stage, he saw Yi Lingling holding a child and was about to say something, but Yi Lingling coldly snorted and walked away without looking back. Mo Wintian felt very wronged. Did he do anything? Did he? No, right? Seeing Yi Lingling walk away with their daughter, he naturally couldn't just ignore it and quickly ran to catch up. Honey, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong again? Mo Wintian caught up with Yi Lingling and saw her face was cold, and he couldn't help but feel guilty as he spoke. What do you think? Yi Lingling still had a cold expression, glancing at Mo Wintian with a hint of disdain in her voice. Is it because of Zhu Qing? Didn't you already accept her? Mo Wintian stupidly asked this question. No. Yi Lingling's voice remained indifferent, not even looking at Mo Wintian. Honey, I'm sorry. Please don't be like this, okay? I really made a mistake. This was the first time Mo Wintian had seen Yi Lingling so jealous, and he couldn't help but soften his tone. What did you do wrong? Yi Lingling's tone carried a hint of emotion. I was wrong everywhere. Please forgive me, honey. Mo Wintian, being quick-witted, directly admitted his fault. After having a child, Mo Wintian truly loved Yi Lingling and didn't want to see her upset. Although he was a swordsman, he had no arrogance in his personality. His pride was deeply rooted in his bones. That's more like it. Let's see if you dare to show off your affection on the arena next time. Not to mention Yi Lingling. Any woman would find it unbearable to see her husband flaunting love on the arena, especially when she was watching with their child from below. Then let's go home. The finals are the day after tomorrow, and we need to rest well tomorrow. Mo Wintian chuckled, finally feeling relieved. You don't need to come home. Go find Sister Zhu Qing and see what she wants from you. Yi Lingling said understandingly. How should I respond at this time? I'm anxiously waiting online. I think I won't go this time. Nothing is more important than you, Lingling. Mo Wintian, seeing that Zhu Qing was not around, cheekily joked with Yi Lingling. With his mental strength having improved again, his emotional intelligence had also risen significantly, allowing him to think more flexibly, reaching a level akin to that of scoundrel. Smooth talker, just go. I don't want Sister Zhu Qing's relationship with you to worsen because of this. Although Yi Lingling said this, she felt sweet as if honey had been spread in her heart. Such women are referred to as innocent and sweet in the blue star, beautiful and with high soul power. Mo Wintian must have saved the whole world in his past life to marry such an understanding wife. All right then, I'll take you back first and then find Zhu Qing. Let's go. Mo Wintian took the child with one hand, held his daughter in one arm, and held his wife's hand as they returned to the Mo residence. Under the evening glow, the silhouettes of the three of them grew longer, causing many people to stop and admire. Happiness might just be this simple. At Blue Electric Academy, Mo Wintian arrived as scheduled and found Zhu Qing had been waiting at the dormitory entrance for a long time. Just as he was about to approach and speak, he noticed two little heads peeking out from behind a large tree not far away, watching Zhu Qing and him sneakily. Shoo! Seeing Mo Wintian come over, Zhu Qing happily stepped forward, about to say something, but was interrupted by Mo Wintian shushing. Mo Wintian secretly pointed at a big tree 10 meters away. Following his finger, Zhu Zhuqing also noticed that Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were peeking at them. The weather is really nice today. The two exchanged glances and quietly moved to 3 meters beside the big tree. Montag Wenxian suddenly exclaimed loudly. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who were hiding behind the tree, were startled and almost cried out, covering their mouths to avoid making any sound. Yes, look, the sun is almost setting. I wonder where Xiao Wu and Rongrong are. Otherwise, we could call them out to watch the sunset together. Zhu Zhuqing replied playfully, unable to suppress her amusement. I bet Xiao Wu is busy doing something inappropriate with her third brother. There is no time to accompany you to watch the sunset. Mo Wintian said with a sly smile. That Rong must have time. How about I go call her to join us? Zhu Zhuqing, having followed Mo Wentian for a while, had also developed a bit of a naughty sense of humor. Xiao Wu behind the tree was so angry her pretty face turned red. It's clearly you two who want to do something inappropriate, yet you're dragging me into this. I can't take this anymore. If it weren't for Ning Rong holding her back, she would have rushed out to argue with Mo Wentian. Then, seeing Zhu Zhuqing mention her, Ning Rong's ears perked up, wanting to hear what they would say about her. Rong is probably busy looking at handsome guys. She doesn't have time to accompany you. That girl can't stand handsome guys, unlike Zhuqing, who only likes strong and handsome guys like me. Mo Wentian patted his chest and said narcissistically, "What's the difference? Aren't they all handsome?" Zhu Zhuqing asked doubtfully, genuinely puzzled. Of course it's different. This shows that Zhuqing has better taste and discernment. Unlike Rong, who only focuses on appearances and not on the inner qualities. Mo Wentian deliberately said this for Ning Rong behind the tree to hear. Wow, that's a backhanded way of saying Rong lacks taste. Ning Rong couldn't help but want to jump out and argue. Am I such a superficial person? But this time, it was Xiao Wu who held her back. Sure, if you let Rong hear, they'll be furious with you. Zhu Zhuqing was on the verge of bursting into laughter. Well, they've already heard it, right? Ha! Mo Wentian suddenly slammed on the brakes. Ning Rong and Xiao Wu exchanged confused looks, realizing they had been discovered. Hello, what a coincidence. You're also here to watch the sunset. Mo Wentian smiled playfully at the two behind the tree, thinking about how they would dare to peep at him next time. Ah, what a coincidence. It is quite a coincidence. Haha, Rong. I just remembered that my third brother is looking for me for something, so I'll take my leave. Knowing they had been found out, Xiao Wu quickly made up an excuse to escape, leaving Ning Rong awkwardly standing there, wondering if she was just going to be left behind. I just remembered, I need to go see some handsome guys. Yes, see handsome guys. You guys chat. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After saying this, Ning Rong's face turned red, and she quickly disappeared in front of Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing. Ha! Tiange, you're getting worse, even bullying Rong and Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing finally couldn't hold back and laughed, saying to Mo Wentian, "It's unfair. Who told them to eavesdrop on us? I'm just giving them an unforgettable lesson. Montag Vencian Iso Laukit Hapidi." After this little commotion, both of their moods inexplicably improved a lot. Well, Tiange, I want to tell you that after the competition is over, I need to go back to the Zhu family. Can you accompany me? Although there is still some time before the competition ends, Zhu Zhuqing felt uneasy about facing her family, despite not having much affection for that family anymore. It still had her parents who raised her. What girl doesn't want her parents' blessings for her marriage? What girl doesn't want her partner to get along with her family? So I thought it was something important. Even if you don't say it, I'll take you back to the Xing Luo Empire to propose to the Zhu family and have them lift the engagement on you. Mo Wentian said somewhat disappointedly, expecting something extraordinary to happen. Well, that's the compensation I wanted. Who told you to be so flirtatious? Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have acknowledged Yi Lingling's existence, but women can be jealous too. No matter how good the relationship is, it's no exception. Mo Wentian left her for a year and came back already holding child. Anyone would feel uneasy about it. Okay, no problem. I thought you wanted me to come over tonight because you want a little one too. Mo Wentian said cheerfully, then pretended to act shy. What are you thinking? You bad boy. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red, her hands gripping her clothes shyly. Of course, I want to have a baby with you. Mo Wentian finished speaking and didn't wait for Zhu Zhuqing to react before hugging her and planting a kiss on her. They hadn't been this intimate for over a year. Zhu Zhuqing also embraced Mo Wentian in a moment of passion, but they didn't notice that two girls were peeking from a nearby girls' dormitory, their faces flushed as they watched. In the end, Mo Wentian's wishes were not fulfilled. The two had already developed a closer relationship, but they had not taken the final step. Although Zhu Zhuqing was still young, her figure and appearance were no less than that of an 18-year-old girl. Of course, this does not mean that Zhu Zhuqing looked old. At 14, she had a youthful appearance. Although 14 is considered an adult on the Douluo continent, where development is accelerated, Mo Wentian still held to his inner line and decided to wait until they were a bit older. In Tiando City, at the venue for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition preliminaries, the place was packed with people, with shouts and calls echoing throughout the open square. The butterfly effect brought by the demon sect had made this competition highly anticipated. Everyone wanted to see if the younger generation of the demon sect, the new commercial power on the continent, could claim the top spot in the Tiando City qualifiers. After all,
The potions that the demon sect used to enhance soul power had even made the Spirit Hall envious. But since the exposed potions were only effective for low-level soul masters, the demon sect remained within the Spirit Hall's tolerance range. However, if BB Dong cleansed the forces on the continent, the demon sect would certainly be the first to suffer. Of course, as long as the evil soul masters existed, the demon sect would not disappear. With BB Dong's cunning, she would not let the demon sect and the evil soul masters have it easy. Mo Wentian estimated that the Spirit Hall would likely want the demon sect and the evil soul masters to fight until both sides were severely weakened, allowing them to reap the benefits. Therefore, Mo Wentian was willing to go along with the Spirit Hall's intentions. The main purpose of this plan was to show the Spirit Hall the strength of the evil soul master forces and the irreconcilable conflict between the demon sect and the evil soul masters, which would buy the demon sect more time for development. Currently, BB Dong's strength had not yet reached its peak, and she was likely still troubled by the assessment of the Rakshasa god. However, due to the butterfly effect, Mo Wentian had made preparations to ensure that the evil soul masters suffered heavy losses. Even if he couldn't inflict damage on them, he could still change the Spirit Hall's attitude and strategy towards the demon sect. However, this was only Mo Wentian's internal reasoning for the demon sect. The real reason was that he wanted to personally take revenge for the last defeat. It would not be gentlemanly to let go of a grudge. Mo Wentian was determined to make the evil soul master, Saint, pay a heavy price. The last incident with the soul bone had angered Mo Wentian, but it hadn't driven him to fury. However, the ambush had nearly cost him his life in Suatawa City, which was a significant grudge. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a life-and-death enmity. Moreover, he had received news that the evil soul master saint had reached the level of 56, a soul king, which was even stronger than Mo Wentian. Regardless of who triumphed in the competition between the demon sect, the Tiando royal family, and the evil soul master forces, there had to be a fierce battle between Mo Wentian and the saint, Luo Sheng, to determine the victor. Chapter 113. SoulRing matching. Are you ready to retreat? Luo Sheng's expression was extremely serious. He had a premonition that the final match would not be peaceful. However, the arrow was on the string and had to be released. Looking at Mo Wentian, who had already taken his position on the ring, he understood Mo Wentian's intention. It was a blatant provocation. Although they all wore masks during the competition, he had reason to believe that Mo Wentian, who was staring intently at him on the stage, had already recognized him and had laid out a trap. He harbored no hatred towards Mo Wentian, but he also felt no goodwill. The previous ambush was merely a coincidence. Although he now knew that Mo Wentian was a member of the demon sect and the son of its leader, it was already too late to matter. And he showed no sign of resentment on his face. Since he wants to play, then let's play with him. A small demon sect can't stir up much trouble in front of me. Luo Sheng sneered, completely dismissing Mo Wentian and the demon sect, filled with pride and arrogance. With his character, even if he knew Mo Wentian's plan, he wouldn't just back down. As a genius from a higher-level world in his past life, how could he look up to someone like Mo Wentian, whom he regarded as an indigenous person? Mo Wentian is equally confident, believing that this time he can definitely teach this proud, evil soul master, Saint, a memorable lesson. Mo Wentian certainly wanted a one-time solution to completely eliminate Luo Sheng from the evil soul master faction. However, he understood that the current strength of the demon sect could only barely contend with the evil soul masters by relying on the Empire and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. They were not yet strong enough to confront the evil soul master, Holy Sun, directly. The title Douluo of the evil soul master faction still had the ability to leave with a few people. After all, if a title Douluo wanted to leave, ordinary title Douluo would not be able to stop them. What the Empire and the demon sect needed to do was to try their best to retain members of the evil soul master faction when Mo Wentian defeated their battle team, ideally capturing one or two title Douluo, and if not, at least inflict serious damage on the evil soul master faction. Although the strength of the demon sect might not be the most powerful, their intelligence capabilities were absolutely the strongest, especially in terms of information confidentiality and transmission. No one could surpass them. With Mo Wentian's numerous methods of communication, even if intercepted by other factions, they wouldn't be able to recognize the message, allowing them to grasp the situation and movements of the evil soul masters. Let's go. Join them in their game and see what tricks they can pull. The evil soul master Holy Sun had noticed the strangeness of the competition, but it was too late to realize it now. It was better to take the initiative on the stage. Usually, there would be some wealthy, ordinary people present during competitions. But now the number had decreased by more than half, and all that remained were Soul Masters. Only a fool wouldn't notice the abnormalities of this grand competition. Although the evil Soul Master faction was strong, they were universally despised. Each of the remaining Soul Masters wanted to stay and block the evil Soul Masters, all of them being high-level Soul Masters, hoping to ensure success and deal a heavy blow to the evil Soul Masters. For ordinary evil Soul Masters, escaping was as difficult as climbing to the sky. With so many Soul Masters present, as long as they didn't encounter a tidal Douluo like the Poison Douluo, known for their powerful area attacks, there wouldn't be any life-threatening dangers. After all, according to the Demon Sect's information, there was no Poison Douluo among the evil Soul Masters. This was also the reason the Empire dared to leave so many Soul Masters behind. The finals of the preliminary competition officially began. The team that won this match would receive a personal award from the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiendo Empire, granting them the first-place medal. And participating team members would also receive titles and lands from the Empire. After all, this was the finals of the Empire selection, and the necessary procedures had to be followed. Otherwise, it would damage the Empire's reputation. The strength of both teams was displayed on the big screen as follows. Demon Sect Team. Captain, Mo Wentian, Martial Soul. 9-leaf Swordgrass. Level 52 Control System Soul King. Soul Rings. Purple, yellow, purple, black, black. Compared to Tang San's yellow, yellow, purple, black, it was even more striking. Mo Wentian summoned his Soul Rings. Marking the first time he revealed the level and age of his Soul Rings in a competition, showing his importance placed on the evil Soul Master Holy Sun, Luo Shang. What? This is a Soul King. The members of the evil Soul Master team, led by Su In and Lin Hao, were all taken aback. They knew that a little over a year ago, Mo Wentian was merely a Soul Zune, while they had already reached the rank of Soul King. Yet now, Mo Wentian was about to surpass them. Demon Sect Team. Vice Captain, Chu Yao, Martial Soul. Human Brain, Level 43 Control Command System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple. This was also the introduction that Chu Yao insisted on writing. She was not only a control system, but also a command system, a result of internal discussions within the Demon Sect to create momentum. Look at how our genius in the Demon Sect is so unique, pioneering a new system for Soul Masters. Demon Sect Team. Member, Chengzi, Martial Soul. 6-eared Sensitive Monkey, Level 46 Agility Attack System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple. Chengzi was 2 or 3 years older than Mo Wentian and had reached Level 46 before the age of 20, which was attributable to the Demon Sect's elixirs and training, but also to her own talent and effort. She and Chu Yao were the only two who had not consumed Divine Grade elixirs. Demon Sect Team. Member, Gong Aoshue, Martial Soul, Ice and Snow Proud Spirit Zither. Level 42 Control System Weapon Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple. She had consumed a Divine Grade elixir refined by Mo Wentian when she was at level 30. Although she was not as gifted as the original 7 who consumed celestial herbs, she was certainly not weaker than the current 7. Demon Sect Team. Member, Xia Yunqi, Martial Soul, Colorful Crane, Level 41 Support System B Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple. She had the same opportunities as Gong Aoshue. Her level was not lacking in talent compared to Gong Aoshue, even for a difficult-to-cultivate support system. Demon Sect Team. Mo Chi, Martial Soul, Mutated Ruler. Level 41 Control System Weapon Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple. Originally, his talent was not considered strong, but being able to cultivate to the Soul Sage realm was already impressive. Mo Wentian had used 2 Divine Grade elixirs to enhance his martial soul qualifications and soul power level. And now his talent was not inferior to Gong Aoshue, a naturally gifted soul master. Demon Sect Team. Pang Run, Martial Soul, Crimson Flame Exploding Bear. Level 46 Power Attack System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple. Pang Run was indeed a fat man, as his name suggested. He was naturally gifted and had consumed 2 Divine Grade elixirs, so his strength was naturally greater than the others. The levels and Soul Ring configurations of the Demon Sect Soul Masters were truly astonishing. It should be noted that they were the youngest team in the entire competition besides the Shrek 7 monsters, a rare talent in the continent for 100 years. Their opponents must be trembling in fear at this moment. Ha ha ha. The hosts seemed oblivious to the levels of the evil Soul Master team, speaking passionately without any aura of a Soul King, praising the Demon Sect team and showing a clear bias. Damn, is he blind?
Our soul power is clearly higher than theirs. Lin Hao's face turned red with anger, wanting to argue with the host. Shut up. Can't you see that the high-level soul masters around us have already locked onto us with their aura? If we dare to attack before the competition starts, their Douluo experts will no longer care about the Empire's reputation and will not hesitate to strike us. Suan, being more composed, quickly pulled Lin Hao back. And seeing the Holy Sun still expressionless, he couldn't help but reprimand him with the authority of a vice-captain. If it were a normal situation dealing with ordinary evil soul masters, the Empire would naturally not care about reputation. However, this was the platform for the entire continent's high-level soul master competition, drawing everyone's attention. Moreover, they were not ordinary evil soul masters. If the poisoned Douluo were to bully the weak, no one could guarantee that the titled Douluo of the evil soul masters would act the same way. Chapter 114. A match of equal strength. All right. Since you want us to continue the competition, we shall comply with your wishes. However, don't be angry if your genius encounters an accident later. Ha ha. Suddenly, Saint Sun Luo Sheng looked at the poisoned Douluo, Jian Douluo, who was leaving the judging panel, and laughed heartily. At the same time, countless figures sprang up at the edge of the arena, dividing into two camps. One side was led by a masked titled Douluo with the strongest aura, consisting of a total of 6 titled Douluo and 20 soul Douluo. The other side was led by the poisoned Douluo and Jian Douluo, 2 super titled Douluo, with a total of 2 Douluo and 40 soul Douluo. Although it seemed that the demon sect and the Empire were at a disadvantage, if you counted the Soul Saints, Soul Kings, and the Hidden Bone Do, Saint Do, Old Jack, and others, the Empire still held the upper hand. Moreover, the most important trump cards were Ning Fengji and Yi Phoenix. With the two of them present, there would absolutely be no casualties. However, these arrogant and self-important evil soul master forces, which only knew how to hide in the dark, were unaware of this. These evil soul masters seemed to have lost their minds. Not only did they occupy the Heavenly Star Academy, but they also dared to name their battle team the Evil Soul Battle Team, showing no regard for the intelligence of the demon sect. Of course, it was also possible that they were confident in their ability to retreat unscathed or for other reasons. Evil Soul Battle Team, Captain Luo Sheng, Martial Soul Dark Sacred Dragon, 56th level attack system Soul King, with 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings. The best soul ring configuration for feelings is that the 4th ring has become 10,000 years, right? Such rare geniuses are appearing all at once. Am I out of touch? This is just the qualifying round of Heaven Do City. This is the voice of the crowd at the moment. The crowd did not know that this was only Luo Sheng's first martial soul. He had a more mysterious second martial soul, which was what the evil soul master Saint Sun relied on so recklessly. Evil Soul Battle Team, Vice Captain Su In, Martial Soul Hurricane Sword, 53rd level attack system Soul Master, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul ring. Although he was also a Soul King powerhouse, he did not cause much of a stir. Firstly, his age was close to exceeding the limit for the competition, and secondly, the soul masters present all knew that they were geniuses of the evil soul master forces. Mo Wentian, however, did not dare to underestimate this person, as he had suffered a loss at his hands. Evil Soul Battle Team, member Lin Hao, Martial Soul 4-Winged Fallen Angel, 52nd level attack system Soul Master, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul ring. Mo, when surprise in his eyes, flashed away. It turned out to be a martial soul similar to Qian Rinchue's 6-Winged Angel, but one was light and the other was darkness. Moreover, it wasn't even 6-winged. One must know that even a 6-winged angel wouldn't have a martial soul of as high a quality as Qian Rinchue's. A 6-winged angel isn't necessarily powerful. Qian Rinchue's martial soul is considered god level because of its high quality, which grants her innate soul power of level 20. This can be seen from how the previous pope, Qian Xuanji, was nearly killed by Tang Hao, who had just been promoted to a title. The Evil Soul Team, member Lu Ruyin, Martial Soul 3-Tailed Spirit Fox, level 44 Control Type Battle Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Mo Wentian's lips curled into a faint smile. The attacks of Fire-type Soul Masters are not only ineffective against themselves, the Fat Man and Mo Chi also possess some fire resistance abilities. Of course, there is no absolute fire immunity. If there were, it would mean the fire isn't powerful enough. The remaining 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, are triplets with Hellhounds as their martial souls, and their soul power levels are only at level 43, but they have the best soul ring configuration. However, Mo Wentian didn't dare to underestimate them in the slightest. It is said that the trio possesses an extremely rare three-person martial soul fusion. Although the evil sect has learned the method of the 7-in-1 fusion technique from a master, they have not fully mastered it yet. Only Mo Chi, Chu Yao, and Chang Zi, who are all control-type soul masters, can execute the 3-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. Hee hee, it's been a long time, Saint Sun Luo Shang, right? How's it going? Surprised, are you? Did you think that by bringing people to ambush the evil sect team, you could prevent them from entering the finals and eliminate the new forces of the evil sect? Do you think we wouldn't know? At this moment, the entire Heavendo City has already been set up as a net. If you're sensible, you should surrender quickly. Mo Wentian erupted with a powerful soul power fluctuation, and others also summoned their martial soul spirit rings, directly shattering the evil soul team's illusions through action. In terms of momentum, they were not at all inferior to the evil soul team. You thought we were weaklings, but you didn't expect that we are combat machines among the weak. Our strength far exceeds your imagination. Very good, impressive strength. But do you really think you can keep us here with your current power? Luo Shang sneered, clearly full of confidence both in himself and in the evil soul masters behind him. What if we join in? A dignified voice sounded, as Bon Douluo appeared holding a human head, accompanied by Holy Soul Douluo. Bang! The head was thrown onto the arena, and both sides instantly felt their hearts rise to their throats. This was actually the head of the president of Tianqing Academy. Although the president of Tianqing Academy was only a soul sage level expert, he was a loyal follower of the evil god and highly valued by Luo Shang. Hee hee, how about it? Now do we have the strength to keep some of you here? Mo Wentian kicked the bloody head to Luo Shang's feet, mocking. What? Are you still planning to bully the weak? Even if your Douluo experts make a move, what can they do? I can still retreat unscathed. However, if anyone among us is attacked by your Douluo experts, I guarantee that the young soul masters of your faction will face reckless assassination from my evil soul master faction the next day. Although Luo Shang was furious, he did not show it on his face, threatening the newly arrived old Jack and others. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Our poisoned Douluo and others naturally disdain to bully the weak. We'll handle you yourselves. Yunshi, assist me, and I'll hold back their Soul King experts while you all quickly deal with your opponents. Mo Wentian was not arrogant enough to think he could take on 7 by himself, as he sensed a faint threat emanating from the evil Soul Master Saint Sun. However, he was still very confident about holding off 3 Soul King experts, possessing the 5th soul skill, 10,000 swords returning to the nest, and the 5-character sword technique. As for the 4th soul skill that had never been revealed, it was extremely special and powerful. Mo Wentian had never used it before, keeping it as his trump card. Now he had no choice but to release his 4th soul skill. The 4th soul skill could simultaneously create 2 shadow doppelgangers with 60% of his own strength. The 4th soul skill, 1 Chi, transforms 3 purities. Mo Wentian's 9-leaf sword grass martial soul, due to the presence of the 9-color sword sheath, could maintain the form of the ghost vine parasitic sword for an extended period. 3 Mo Wentians, each wielding a ghost vine parasitic sword, appeared simultaneously on the arena. Only the one in the center was Mo Wentian's true body. This feeling was very wonderful. All 3 Mo Wentians were him, viewing the world from 3 perspectives. What could be more marvelous than this soul skill? It was as if he had 2 additional bodies, each possessing 60% of his combat power. All right, boss, be careful. We will definitely take down our opponents quickly, don't worry. Seeing this, Mo Chi and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. With Mo Wentian holding off all the strong opponents, if they still couldn't deal with their enemies, it would truly be a disgrace to the cultivation the demon sect had provided them. Instantly, they all became filled with confidence. Chapter 115. Encircling the Evil Soul Masters. The Colorful Soul. Xia Yunshi cast a soul power enhancement on Mo Wentian, increasing the soul master's power by 10%. And Mo Wentian instantly felt his soul power significantly boosted. Even his doppelgangers seemed to possess about 70% of his true body strength. Mo Wentian was secretly pleased to see that the Evil Soul Battle Team did not have a support-type Soul Master, thinking he had struck a great deal. However, he overlooked one issue. The Evil Soul Master Holy Sun did not possess only one martial soul, the Sword of the Flying Blade. Seeing that Luo Shang had no intention of attacking first, Mo Wentian decided to take the initiative, wielding the Ghost Vine parasitic sword in his hand and swiftly stabbing at the 3 opponents. 3 Mo Wentian's 3 Ghost Vine parasitic swords. Each sword in Mo Wentian's hand transformed into countless, resembling artworks,
elegantly swaying as they danced, extremely pleasing to the eye. A small trick, daring to show off in front of me. A ring of wind element energy instantly appeared around Soren's hurricane sword martial soul. And Mo Tian's attack from one of his clones was redirected with a wave of his hand. The other two bodies moved like lightning. Their ethereal sword moves were also blocked by the Holy Sun and Lin Hao, but it was clear that Soren was not as relaxed as he appeared. The other 6 members of the demon sect, except for the support type Xia Yunqi, all found their own opponents, while Chu Yao was responsible for assisting and interfering, momentarily gaining the upper hand. Ultimate Wind Attribute. Mo Tian was taken aback, not expecting Soren to have held back last time. Indeed, you have some knowledge, knowing about ultimate attributes. Soren nodded in surprise, as ultimate attributes were practically non-existent in the Douluo realm. Just a bunch of country bumpkins, don't be soft-hearted. Quickly deal with him. Luo Sheng coldly reminded. Holy Sun Luo Sheng, right? Watch how I strike with this sword. Annihilation, sword technique. Mo Tian's main body sensed the powerful aura emanating from Luo Sheng and dared not be careless, directly using his strongest sword move. The Ghost Vine parasitic sword's aura surged. A sword descended from the sky, containing endless sword intent, its power incredibly strong. Initially, Luo Sheng did not pay it much mind, but by the time he reacted, it was already too late. He was sent flying 10 meters away by this powerful move, nearly falling off the stage. What kind of sword move is this? Its power is so immense. Such an impressive self-created soul skill. I underestimated you. From now on, I will take this seriously. Blood trickled from the corner of Luo Sheng's mouth. He did not expect what had just been a normal sword move to suddenly become so powerful. A brain is a good thing. Too bad you don't have one. Mo Tian's main body sneered, satisfied with the damage caused by his sword move. Cough, cough. You seem to be a bit too happy too soon. Succulent martial soul, healing. Just then, Luo Sheng, who had just sustained injuries, instantly recovered. He summoned a special martial soul resembling a lotus platform, but with fuller leaves. Almost forgot, you also have a dual martial soul. A succulent plant? You are actually a dual-type soul master, both support and strong attack. On Douluo continent, there are indeed such plants, but they are rare and powerful. Although it is a support type, it can heal and assist. Third soul skill, all attribute enhancement. Haven't seen this before. This is the blessing of the evil god. I can assist myself and also support my teammates, which is why we don't need a support type soul master in our team. 3 purple soul rings appeared around Luo Sheng's succulent martial soul. The third soul ring lit up, and he laughed. The other members of the evil soul battle team, who had originally been at a disadvantage, managed to regain the situation and stabilize the battlefield. It clearly wasn't going to be so easy to resolve. Since that's the case, I can't hold back anymore. Third soul skill, I sense no delay. Mo Tian's main body looked grave, directly unleashing the domain soul skill of his third soul skill. Now at the Soul King level, Mo Tian's domain had grown to 50 meters, almost the size of half the arena. A small trick, first soul skill, Great Will of the Sky. The Holy Sun Luo Sheng's dark holy dragon martial soul actually detached from him, transforming into a physical form, surrounded by a black energy shield that moved with him, unaffected in the least. Is that so? Then try this second soul skill, Medusa's Glare. The other 2 Mo Tian clones actually forced Soren and Lin Hao back simultaneously and unleashed the second soul skill at Luo Sheng. Oh no, the Holy Sun can't move. Soren, who was nearby, reacted quickly and rushed to the Holy Sun's side. However, it was already too late. The 3 Mo Wenshins simultaneously released their 4th soul skill, creating 9 Mo Wenshins, all unleashing the Annihilation sword technique at once. The 2 were instantly wounded by the powerful sword aura, with Soren pushing the Holy Sun Luo Sheng in front of him, wielding his hurricane sword to block some of the sword aura attacks. But it was futile, and he was blasted off the stage. Get out of the way. 5th soul skill, Dragon God's Might. However, at that moment, the Holy Sun Luo Sheng regained his ability to act and directly unleashed his strongest soul skill, the Dark Divine Dragon, radiating a powerful pressure. He managed to block the remaining force of the 9 Annihilation sword techniques. But after all, it was Mo Tian's strongest self-created sword move. And being hit by it left the Holy Sun Luo Sheng seriously injured. Second soul skill, Self-Heal. Luo Sheng's succulent martial soul appeared again, and he surprisingly healed a lot of his injuries. Healing himself? This is quite troublesome, but it's just complicated and not refined. I overvalued you. If that's all you have, You might as well admit defeat early. My 9-leaf sword grass martial soul can also heal and enhance. Mo Wintian sneered, casually plucking a leaf from the 9-leaf sword grass martial soul and eating it, instantly restoring the soul power he had consumed. Damn, how can you progress so quickly? How can there be anyone more talented than me on this continent? I have a natural dual martial soul, and with the evil god's blessing, I can summon 2 martial souls at once. With my succulent martial soul assisting me, I still can't match you. Who are you? You can't be an indigenous person from Douluo continent. Who are you? Luo Sheng could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor, instantly breaking down. Although he seemed proud and disdainful, he was also the type to easily fall into madness when faced with setbacks. Enough nonsense. Are you out of your mind? 5th soul skill, all swords return to the origin. Mo Wintian naturally would not admit it, instantly unleashing his most powerful 5th soul skill. All swords return to the origin. The entire arena was filled with ghost vine parasitic swords, creating a spectacular scene. The spectators from both sides were astonished. We admit defeat. At that moment, a dignified voice echoed throughout the arena. A massive hellish 3-headed dog martial soul appeared, roaring. An attack rushed towards Mo Wintian with incredible speed. It shattered the thousands of long swords. Fortunately, at that moment, a giant sword filled with killing intent descended from the sky, blocking this powerful attack, allowing Mo Wintian to retract his martial soul. 7 killing sword. Swat Douluo Jian Xin. He truly lives up to his reputation. Holy Son, I will take him away. Do you have any objections? A man in a black robe descended from the sky, chuckling. Level 97 Super Title Douluo. Who are you to possess such powerful soul power and even know my name? Sword Douluo, Chen Xin, said with a solemn expression. Currently, he was only at level 96 soul power, stuck at the threshold of level 97 and unable to progress. Evil God Island's second worship, Evil Moon. In this match, my evil soul master admits defeat. The black-robed man looked to be about the same age as Sword Douluo. Admit defeat? Fine. Second soul skill, Medusa's Glare. Breaking Sword Technique. Mo Wintian's 8 clones simultaneously unleashed the second soul skill at the level 97 title Douluo. Good boy, well done. If you can move. Don't talk nonsense. That suits my temperament. 7 killing true body, 9th soul skill, God and Demon Dual Slash. Jian Douluo, Chen Xin reacted extremely quickly, and his soul skills kept up with incredible speed, launching 2 astonishing sword energies directly at the second priest of the Evil God Island. Yahei! Foof! At the last moment, the second priest of the Evil God, Xiaoyu, finally managed to break free from control half a second early with his powerful soul power. But he could only grit his teeth and take the 2 powerful sword energies head-on. Damn it! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Xiaoyu glared coldly at Mo Wintian. But Mo Wintian didn't even glance at him. In an instant, he unleashed several more sword techniques, severely injuring all the members of the Evil Soul team on the arena. Especially Lin Hao, whom Mo Wintian particularly targeted, with sword energies striking his face, making his handsome face swell up like a pig's head. Saint Sun Luo Sheng was not having it easy either. His clothes were tattered and in shambles. Enough. Stop. Another deep shout echoed, and unexpectedly, another man in a black robe stepped out from the shadows. Mo Wintian did not dare to act forcefully this time. The pent-up anger in his heart had been somewhat released. He directly took the space soul tool from the few incapacitated individuals and stored them in the time and space divine fate ring. Rest assured, Demon Lord. I'll take care of this old man. Old Jack stepped forward and chuckled. It's you, Holy Spirit Douluo, someone exclaimed in surprise. That's right. It's me. Do you still recognize this old man? Old Jack looked at the figure in the black robe with confusion, as the face was not someone he was familiar with. I don't know you, but you must be very familiar with my elder brother, Luo Feng. I used to follow him around and heard about the prowess of Holy Spirit Douluo when he was young. I didn't expect that he has now broken through to the title Douluo realm. From what you said, that kid in the arena is actually the Demon Lord, who is said to be elusive like a dragon. That's right. It's me. Am I being accommodating enough? You said to stop, so I stopped. Mo Wintian looked at the old man who popped up and felt anxious. How many more are there? Why are they still coming out one by one? They should have come out together if they were already here. This was part of the strategy that Mo Wintian and the others had discussed in advance. The outcome was not important. What mattered was that they could gain fame. Now the strength of the Evil Soul Masters in the Tianqing Academy had been wiped out. With dozens of Evil Soul Masters and Soul Saints captured,
which was a significant gain. As for why these evil soul masters did not appear together, it was due to internal divisions among them. The second offering stayed on the mainland, leading a part of the evil soul masters, while the triplet with Hellhound martial spirits from the evil soul battle team were his grandchildren. He had high hopes for the holy son Luo Shang, which is why he allowed them to follow him. However, he had disagreements with the great offering, even to the point of irreconcilable conflicts. The third offering also left the evil god island for various reasons, and Lin Hao was his grandson. If danger truly arose, he would not stand by and do nothing. We should be able to take them away, right? The third offering, Lin Yi, approached the second offering, Xiaoyu, and stood with the few titled Douluo from the evil god island heading towards the arena. Yes, only a finger from those below titled Douluo can leave. If you are above titled Douluo, we can't stop you from leaving. Mo Wentian said directly. All right, since the demon lord has spoken, I'll give you face. What are you all waiting for? Should I come and take you? The third offering, Lin Yi, seemed more sociable but also colder. After the third offering arrived, the second offering fell silent, standing there with a thoughtful expression. Yes, third offering. Although more than 10 soul Douluo did not want to leave a finger, they did not dare defy the third offering's words. Even after leaving the evil god island, the third offering's coldness instilled fear in them. He old three. You're still as cold-blooded as ever. Let's go. The second offering, Xiaoyu, glanced coldly at the third offering, Lin Yi. Isn't the second brother equally unconcerned? The two tried to appear calm on the surface, but inside they were also tense. Although they had the advantage in numbers of titled Douluo, this was still the territory of the Heaven Do Empire. The hidden old monsters of the Heaven Do Empire had not yet appeared, so they did not dare to be too reckless. They could only compromise, especially since the second offering, Xiaoyu, had also sustained serious injuries. Their Douluo strength was far inferior to that of the Heaven Do Empire and the Demon Sect, and they would undoubtedly lose in a battle unless reinforcement arrived. The Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School of the Empire also feared that more evil soul masters would come to support, and both sides harbored suspicions. Now was not the time for a decisive battle. Otherwise, they would allow the Spirit Hall to reap the benefits. Of course, the third offering, Lin Yi, shared the same thought and did not want the hidden presence of the Spirit Hall to gain from the situation. Damn it, why aren't they fighting? Fight already! In the shadows, the master of the Spirit Hall, Sax, roared, followed by Ghost Law and several offerings of the Spirit Hall. If Mo Wentian were to see this, he would certainly regard the intelligence capabilities of the Spirit Hall with newfound respect and would elevate his vigilance towards them. Montak Vencian, Demon Lord, interesting. This is the first time I've seen such an outstanding peer. His talent is not inferior to mine. Could he also possess a divine-level martial soul? On the high platform, Xueqinghe watched this scene, growing increasingly impressed with Mo Wentian. Xueqinghe was not truly Xueqinghe. She was actually the only existence on the continent with innate full soul power of level 20, the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, Qianren Xue. In the end, each titled Douluo took one seriously injured genius from the evil soul battle team and left Tiando City. 3 days later, do not ask about the name of the heavens. The name of the demon lord shakes the world at the age of 17. He strongly controls a 97th level titled Douluo and, together with the Sword Douluo, severely injures a peak 97th level Evil Soul Master. Chapter 116. Renowned in the Douluo continent. Do not ask the vast sky, do not ask the heavens, do not ask the demon sect and its master. The name Mo Wentian resonated throughout the entire Douluo continent in an instant. This was also the result of Mo Wentian taking advantage of the opportunity presented by the Evil Soul Masters and the high-level Soul Master competition on the continent. However, even so, the leaves of the 6th 9-leaf sword grass martial soul had not fully bloomed. It was possible to apply a SoulRing, but it cannot be done perfectly. Mo Wentian felt that it might be because his reputation had reached or even exceeded the requirements for the 6th spirit ring, but his status still fell a little short. Unlike the other leaves, the conditions for the 6th leaf to bloom are reputation. What is reputation? Naturally, it consists of fame and status. Although the position of the Demon Lord is not weak, he does not have the corresponding strength to match it, which has led to doubts from some with ulterior motives, who believe that Mo Wentian's position as Demon Lord is hollow and that it was pushed up by the actual controller of the Demon Sect, the Demon Sovereign, Mo Wentian. Although he successfully cooperated with Sword Douluo to severely injure the peak Douluo this time, still felt a bitter smile on his face, as it was not his own doing. Thinking of this,
He originally believed that his plan could achieve 3 goals with 1 arrow. Not only to reassure the Spirit Hall about the demon sect, but also to avenge his previous humiliation by defeating the Holy Sun, Luo Sheng. These 2 points were achieved to some extent, but the most important condition of the spirit restriction was not fully completed as expected. It seems that he still needed to compete for the championship of the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. This left Mo Wentian somewhat disappointed as he muttered to himself. Although he had single-handedly acquired Shrek Academy, it was not enough to prove himself. Only by winning the Soul Master competition could he demonstrate his strength. He wondered if he could defeat those geniuses of the Spirit Hall alone by leveraging the special abilities of his 4th soul skill. Thinking of this, Mo Wentian stroked his chin. If it were someone else with such a soul skill, they would definitely not have the ability to release the 5th soul skill after using the first 2 together to transform into the 3 pure ones. However, Mo Wentian was still able to release it, which was naturally due to his practice of the nameless technique and the prior compression of his soul power. Every action has its destiny. Every effort will yield a return, just a matter of time. Mo Wentian believed that the reason why the soul skill 1 Qi transforming 3 clear was so powerful was definitely not because of the soul beast. Although it was his 4th soul ring skill, the 10,000-year soul beast he hunted was merely a 20,000-year illusory soul beast. The illusory soul beast clone was just a shadow, but after absorbing it, the 7-leaf grass martial soul directly transformed into the divine level soul skill 1 Qi transforming 3 clear, which not only had a physical form, but also possessed 60% of its own strength. With his current strength, participating in the Advanced Soul Master competition, Mo Wentian would undoubtedly secure the championship. But did Mo Wentian want the championship? What he wanted was to prove his own strength, definitely not to show off. The chubby members of the Demon Gate team were still unaware that they had already been mocked by Mo Wentian for their qualifications to compete, having secured a championship position. He wouldn't let go of the individual competition championship either. This time, he wanted to see who would still doubt his strength. Mo Wentian was brimming with confidence, believing that the championship was a foregone conclusion. Brother Tian, what were you thinking about, lost in thought? It turned out that Zhu Zhuqing was holding grapes in her hand and offering them to Mo Wentian's mouth. Mo Wentian, lost in his thoughts, didn't respond. So she playfully said, at this moment, Mo Wentian had a smug expression, lying on an armchair, soaking up the sun. Zhu Zhuqing was beside him, peeling grapes, while Yi Lingling was behind Mo Wentian, giving him a back massage, truly enjoying life like a celestial being. Having won, Mo Wentian's fame spread far and wide. And with the exposure of his identity as the Demon Gate Master, he rarely went out, not because he was afraid of being assassinated, but because he feared being surrounded by those crazy girls, becoming the object of their competition. I was thinking about you, thinking about when I could eat you, Mo Wentian said as he bit Zhu Zhuqing's delicate finger, leering. Disgusting, shameless. Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face turned slightly red, and she quickly withdrew her finger. It hurts, Lingling, I was wrong, be gentle, be gentle. Before Mo Wentian could savor his words, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Does it hurt? Then I'll be gentler. Yi Lingling pretended not to know, looking innocent. However, the pressure from her hands grew heavier. Those who often go for foot massages know that there is a sensitive point under the shoulder that, when pressed hard, can be very painful. Although Yi Lingling was a healing-type soul master, don't forget she was also a soul king. Shortly after emerging from the secret realm, she obtained her soul ring. Now she was a level 51 healing-type soul king, just 1 level below Mo Wentian, and the pressure from her hands could make even Mo Wentian wince in pain. Indeed, how obedient and lovely she was before marriage, and how variable her character became after. Should I press even lighter? After saying this, Yi Lingling prepared to increase the pressure again, causing Mo Wentian to instantly go limp. This was such a painful realization. Mo Wentian suddenly missed the obedient and understanding Yi Lingling before they got married. Sister, just let Brother Tian off this time. Look, he is already yielding. Zhu Zhuqing said with a heartache upon seeing this. Good gracious, another gentle and considerate woman before marriage. Since my sister Zhuqing is pleading for you, I'll let you off this time, but let us see if you dare to talk big next time. Yi Lingling said haughtily, but secretly exchanged a smile with Zhu Zhuqing. Mo Wentian was thoroughly controlled by Yi Lingling, but this also showed that he cared for her. Otherwise, if he released even a little soul power, his physical strength wouldn't be in such unbearable pain. 2 days passed in a flash. It was time for us to set off for Spirit City. Lingling, Zhuqing, I'll take you to Spirit City.
This time, it's just the three of us going together. With a smaller target, it's actually safer. We'll meet up with your mother and the others once we get to Spirit City. Mo Wentian wasn't particularly interested in the current high-level Soul Master competition on the continent. What intrigued him was the Soul Ring Age and the Soul Rings from 100,000-year soul beasts. With the help of Mo Wentian's ultimate elixir, Yi Phoenix had successfully advanced to the title Douluo level, becoming the continent's #1 healing soul master. The magic sect had overshadowed Haotian sect for a period, becoming the #1 sect in the world. Although he urgently needed a 100,000-year soul ring, Mo Wentian had no intention of targeting Xiao Wu. In his eyes, since Xiao Wu had already transformed into human form, she was considered human. Moreover, she was so cute and beautiful. He, who always cherished the delicate, would never choose to kill a rabbit for its ring. If it weren't for Zhu Qing and Lingling, Mo Wentian couldn't say for sure whether he would choose to eat a rabbit. After all, rabbits are so cute. Making spicy rabbit heads would be quite delicious. Furthermore, 100,000-year soul beasts weren't uncommon in Mo Wentian's view, and he planned to head to the extreme north when the opportunity arose. Once he obtained the 7th soul ring, he wouldn't fear the Ice Emperor at all. Of course, he wasn't afraid, but there was still a significant gap between him and the Snow Emperor. He only had the ability to escape. Moreover, neither the Snow Emperor nor the Ice Emperor were the type to kill indiscriminately. So even if he encountered them early, they probably wouldn't strike directly. With his eloquence and talent, he might not be weaker than Tianming and Huiyu Hao. If he could persuade the two girls to sacrifice themselves as his soul rings, he would have the capability to contend with any super Douluo he encountered. Chapter 117. Is a clone considered cheating? On the way to Spirit City, Mo Wentian and the two girls walked slowly, enjoying the scenery along the way. The air was free of gasoline smells, and there was no industrial or chemical scent. All that remained was a refreshing spiritual energy that invigorated the spirit. Zhu Qing, your soul power cultivation is improving so quickly, you're almost catching up to me. Did Wentian secretly give you some elixir? Yi Lingling suddenly thought of something and asked while holding Zhu Qing's arm. Huh, sister, did Tiangu also give you elixir? Zhu Qing seemed to understand and asked in surprise. Yes. What elixir did he give you? It wouldn't be the Heartbroken Red, would it? Yi Lingling looked at Mo Wentian suspiciously. Unjustly accused, my dear wife. There is only one Heartbroken Red. My affection for you and Zhu Qing is unique, so the elixir I gave you must also be one of a kind. Mo Wentian felt wronged as he shouted. No, it's the water fairy jade bone. After consuming it, I increased my soul power by 6 levels. So now I can reach the 49th level soul master realm. Zhu Qing couldn't bear to see Mo Wentian wronged and explained seriously. See, if you had consumed the Heartbroken Red, your soul power would definitely be above Zhu Qing's. Mo Wentian teased with a strange expression. Oof. In your dreams, you won't trick me into taking that little red one. Although I now hate you, the Heartbreaker, I can't help that you're little Zhao's father. Yi Lingling expressed her reluctance to consume the Heartbroken Red, but felt like she was confessing her love to a Heartbreaker, so she forced herself to explain. However, Mo Wentian didn't believe her words at all. What? Child's father? It's clearly my own charm. I'm just using my skills to flirt. Thinking of this, Mo Wentian couldn't help but gaze intently at Yi Lingling. No flowers, but you are more beautiful than flowers. And Zhu Qing? Just as beautiful as you. Which one is more beautiful? Yi Lingling kept pressing, and women were indeed strange creatures. Sometimes you couldn't tell what they were thinking. Well, if you really want me to say it, Mo Wentian felt it was a matter of life and death. If he said both were beautiful, it would force him to choose a higher ground. If he said one was more beautiful, it would definitely hurt the other's feelings. Lingling like a celestial being, with a pleasant temperament, cute and clever, kind and understanding, in my heart, you are naturally a heavenly beauty. But Zhu Qing is also not bad, equally beautiful, with excellent temperament. And most importantly, a perfect figure. Any man would love her, let alone me. Mo Wentian's emotional intelligence at this moment was far superior to when he was younger. He had a set of skills for flirting. You scoundrel. Annoying. Scoundrel was what Yi Lingling called him, but from their expressions, it was clear that both girls were moved. Mo Wentian embraced the two girls and began to kiss them passionately, even releasing an avatar technique that created 2 copies of himself, both holding and kissing the girls. Slap. The 2 girls, realizing what was happening, instantly exploded in anger and slapped their own clones. Hey, why are you hitting me? Mo Wentian blinked his big eyes and said, looking quite aggrieved. What's going on with him? In the end, it was Zhu Qing who managed to ask. suppressing her embarrassment. What do you mean him? He is me, transformed from my physical essence. Otherwise, do you think I would allow anyone else to touch you? Mo Wentian said helplessly. Oof. I don't care. You're not allowed to use your clones to touch me. If you want to touch someone, go touch Zhu Qing, Yi Lingling said, sounding a bit upset as she struggled with her feelings. All right. Zhu Qing, do you agree? Mo Wentian looked at Zhu Qing with a pitiful expression. Wanted to experience the feeling of simultaneously holding two girls and doing naughty things. The avatar technique still belonged to Mo Wentian's body. It just split off from his body. And when his soul power was exhausted, it would automatically return to his main body. Really, is it really you? Zhu Qing asked, still somewhat in disbelief. And then she sniffed the scent on Mo Wentian. How about it, right? It smells exactly the same. Mo Wentian's clone stepped forward and hugged Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing responded in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, allowing Mo Wentian to hold her in his arms, while Mo Wentian's main body hugged Yi Lingling. Not doing anything naughty anymore, just simply holding the two girls as they traveled. If this scene were seen by someone they knew, it would certainly seem extremely absurd, and it might even be mistaken for identical twins. 3 days later, the three finally arrived at Wuhan City. Mo Wentian was not worried at all about the comfort of the members of the Demon Gate team. After all, Bibi Dong did not have much energy to manage the disputes on the continent, and the worship hall was not under her control. The powerful title Douluo of the Wuhan Palace, except for the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo, were all people of the worship hall. With the poison Douluo and the sword Douluo present, the chrysanthemum ghost and the ghost Douluo, could hardly stir up any waves, especially since Shrek was now his property. As expected, the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo went to trouble Tang San, knowing that Tang San would eventually establish the Tang sect. But his pride would not allow him to hand over the Shrek Academy students to the Wuhan Palace. When the sword Douluo and the ghost Douluo appeared, the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo immediately turned and fled back to the Wuhan Palace. This was not cowardice, but from the heart. In Wuhan City, at the Penglai Inn, in the backyard, the poison Douluo sat across from Mo Wentian with a serious expression and said, "Little monster, we are now in the territory of the Wuhan Palace. So you need to restrain yourself a bit. You have become quite arrogant compared to before. Remember, there are always people stronger than you out there." The two spoke privately without any reservations, addressing each other informally, without any hierarchy. Got it, old poison always nagging. At least my mother-in-law is better. She just tells me to go for it, that she has my back. Although Mo Wentian sounded indifferent, he suddenly felt vigilant. Yes, he had indeed become quite proud recently. If this continued, how was he any different from the evil soul master saint's son, Luo Sheng? Of course, she would say that. Do you know what her next sentence would be? Based on my understanding of her, she would definitely say that even if you were seriously injured or had your legs broken, she could heal you. Ha! The poison Douluo recalled Yi Phoenix and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The two of them, though old, were still in love, once again becoming a couple. Chapter 118, Bibi Dong. All right, stop joking around. Have you gathered any news? Has Tang Hao secretly arrived at Wuhan City? Mo Wentian cut to the chase and asked a crucial question. Tang Hao was an excellent ally. Once things soured with Bibi Dong, he would definitely be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Not only because he possessed the explosive ring soul skill and was powerful, but also because of the Hao Ian sect behind him. I have received news about Tang Hao. He is currently staying in a small hotel under our Demon Gate's secret control, the poison Douluo said, his smile fading as he became serious. The Demon Gate's influence extended to all aspects of Douluo continent, especially in terms of food, drink, housing, and transportation, both in the open and behind the scenes. Countless in number. Now, the Holy Soul, Douluo, Old Jack, had also advanced to a 95th level title Douluo under the effect of Mo Wentian's celestial great elixirs, and his single combat ability was not inferior to the sword Douluo. One could imagine the scene of a hunchbacked old man wielding a cane battling against a peak title Douluo. Mo Wentian did not send the two women back to his battle team after arriving in the Soul Master City, but instead took them to the location where the demon sect was stationed. Here, there was a titled Douluo from the royal family of the Tiando Empire, 3 titled Douluo from the demon sect, and the Old Jack, the poison Douluo, and the 9 Hearts Douluo. Adjacent to them was the station of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, also home to the Swordbone Douluo. In the hall of the Pope of the Spear Hall, a stunningly beautiful woman with an aloof and noble demeanor was holding a gemmed staff, taller than a person, symbolizing power. Bang! The sound of the staff striking the ground echoed. Oomph! Useless, You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What use do I have for you? Not only did you alert the snake in the grass, but you also allowed the relationship between the demon sect and the Empire's 7-treasure glazed tile school to become closer. The woman's expression suddenly turned cold as she coldly snorted with the staff in hand. Your subordinates deserve death. I didn't expect both the poison Douluo and the sword Douluo to be secretly guarding. We're not their match, so. The chrysanthemum Douluo immediately knelt and begged for mercy, beads of sweat dripping down his face, filled with fear. Enough. I didn't call you here to listen to your explanations, but to accept punishment. How do you want to bear the consequences? Bibi Dong directly interrupted impatiently, her tone icy. If it weren't for her still seeing some usefulness in the two, it would have been too wasteful to kill them. With her personality, she definitely wouldn't have said so much. Pope, spare us. We know our crimes. We know our crimes. Please forgive us, Pope. Seeing this, the ghost doll also couldn't bear it anymore and quickly knelt down with the chrysanthemum Douluo to plead for mercy. Thud. Plop. Bibi Dong took a few steps forward, and upon seeing her long legs, the kneeling chrysanthemum and ghost couldn't help but breathe rapidly before they could speak. Bibi Dong kicked one against the wall of the hall, who then slid down. Thank you, Your Holiness, for your mercy. We will not have it next time. The two quickly got up and respectfully saluted, thinking that after making such a grave mistake, they would surely face severe punishment. They didn't expect it to be such a trivial punishment. Of course, if the two saw the footprints on their faces, they wouldn't feel this way. The chrysanthemum ghost Douluo was a peak existence on the continent. Apart from this pope, there was probably no one else they feared as much. No next time. Get lost. Bibi Dong turned around, not wanting to see the two bowing so lowly. Bibi Dong had a great relationship with the two in her youth, but after being involved with Qian Xuanji, her personality became increasingly difficult to approach. As her power grew, the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo became this way before her. She didn't know whether to feel heartbroken or to feel sorry for herself. No one on the continent could understand her loneliness. Though she was high and mighty as the Pope, wielding tremendous power, this was not what she wanted. What she wanted were two things: to destroy the spirit hall of the Qian family and to inherit the divine position. She knew that after being promoted to the divine position, there would be an opportunity to transform her body, at which point she could completely rid herself of this body that made her feel utterly filthy. United, huh? Hee. It seems it should deal a considerable blow to the spirit hall, but now is not the time for reckoning. Assessment is more important. Bibi Dong thought to herself, knowing that as long as Qian Douluo of the Qian family was alive, the spirit hall would never perish. Furthermore, the spirit hall's status in the eyes of ordinary people on the continent was deeply entrenched and unshakable. Meanwhile, in the offering hall, a stunning golden-haired woman, even more noble and beautiful than Yi Lingling, could only be described as flawless. Her figure was not inferior to Zhu Zhuqing's at all. Grandpa, do you think the demon lord of the demon sect is also a genius with innate level 20 like me? Qian Renshu asked somewhat absent-mindedly, as she had been thinking about Mo Wentian for days. Proud as she was, it was the first time she had encountered someone more talented than herself. If she hadn't known that Mo Wentian had a wife, and not just one, she might not have been able to resist her curiosity and approach him. Currently, she had just recently advanced to the Soul Emperor realm, and she was 3 or 4 years older than Mo Wentian, so it was no wonder she felt insecure. Silly child, you must remember that there can only be one divine-level martial soul in the continent, which is the angel martial soul. Moreover, not all angel martial souls are divine-level martial souls. Even the Hao Ian Hammer cannot break this limitation. This is a gift from the angel god to his descendants. Only those whose ancestors were divine-level powerhouses and must also be above level 1 divine rank have hoped to break the limit and reach innate level 20 full soul power. Other gods either did not leave behind descendants or have already become extinct. Only my angel lineage is favored by our ancestors, passed down through the ages. Qian Douluo said lovingly as he looked at Qian Renshua. Then, Grandpa, why does the demon lord of the demon sect cultivate so quickly and possess such powerful strength? Without any sense of superficiality in his soul power? Qian Renshua asked Qian Douluo, puzzled. Perhaps there are other opportunities, although I don't inquire into worldly affairs. I am quite interested in them and know something about the demon sect. I heard that the pills of the demon sect are extremely special and precious. I think it should have a lot to do with these pills. I have also studied their ingredients, and they do indeed help in improving soul power and have the effect of consolidating the foundation. If it weren't for the demon sect's actions that I admire, I might have personally visited the demon sect. Qian Douluo was quite pleased with the demon sect's actions of exterminating evil soul masters and their stronghold, which made his attitude towards Mo Wintian relatively friendly. Although the demon sect is named the demon sect, its strength far surpasses that of some self-proclaimed righteous soul masters, and its contributions to the continent are evident. However, I fear she might not be able to resist her greed and take action against such a force. Qian Renshue expressed her purpose for returning this time. Now, she still had to complete her plan of infiltrating the Tiando Empire. Her dream was to establish a powerful empire to unify the continent and end the conflicts. If she could have a force like the demon sect to assist her, her difficulty would be reduced by countless times. She had already decided to win over Mo Wintian and naturally could not let any accidents happen. She is quite pitiful. It's our Qian family that has wronged her. You don't have to worry. Go do what you want to do. She currently has no energy to manage these matters. As long as it doesn't affect her plans, she won take action now. Qian Douluo sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. I understand, Grandpa. I will leave first. I'll come and see you again next time if I have a chance. Otherwise, if too much time passes, something might go wrong. Qian Renshue heard that she wouldn't be managed for now and knew she would definitely be managed later. However, she didn't say anything. As long as she could successfully win over the demon sect before then, everything would naturally not happen. If she fails to win them over, no matter how much she appreciates them, she wouldn't allow such a force to obstruct her progress. Chapter 119, A String of 7. Cough cough. This competition will start with an individual competition, with 7 members taking turns to battle. I will be your strategic deployment teacher. The poisoned Douluo said solemnly in front of Mo Wintian and the 7 others. Yes, the fatty and Mo Chi both showed extreme excitement, and even the 4 women had serious expressions. This is the poisoned Douluo, a level 95 super titled Douluo, the Grand Elder of the Demon Sect, which Academy's force is guided by a titled Douluo as tactical advisor. Don't ask, just know it's the rich, the ruthlessly rich, and it's the Demon Sect. On the other hand, Shrek is rather shabby, with Master Yu Xiaojiang serving as the tactical advisor. All right, old poison, don't scare us with that stern face. Hurry up and tell us how to set things up. Mo Wintian said helplessly. Although he had no problem as a tactical advisor himself, he was just too lazy. For this match, the Star Luo Empire, the Star Do Empire, and the Spirit Hall, you 5 major elemental academies don't need to participate. Just leave it to the Demon Lord alone. Poison Douluo said expressionlessly. No way. Wasn't it agreed that this would only apply to the Spirit Hall? Mo Wintian said with a somewhat ugly expression. He didn't expect that asking Poison Douluo to be the tactical advisor would end up being a trap for himself. A total of 33 teams entered the finals, and he alone had to deal with 8 teams. How could he slack off like this? As the Grand Elder of the Demon Sect, I now have the important responsibility of being the tactical advisor, naturally for the future of the Demon Sect, and you, Demon Lord, so that we can ensure a flawless victory and let the prestige of the Demon Lord spread far and wide. Poison Douluo said with a face that said he was only thinking of Mo Wintian and not try to trap him. This is typical revenge. But you do have a point. Let's do it your way. After all, you are the tactical advisor. Mo Wintian emphasized the words tactical advisor to deliberately provoke Poison Douluo. Poison Law didn't want to be any tactical advisor. Mo Wintian prettily named it a plan for fame, but he had a compromise. Mo Wintian trusted Poison Douluo immensely, privately. Poison Douluo was still Mo Wintian's old father-in-law, and even the limitations of the 6th leaf of the spirit didn't tell anyone but Poison Douluo. I am the Grand Elder of the Demon Sect, naturally different from other tactical advisors, so don't mock me. Slacking off is not an option. Poison Douluo snorted coldly. Fine, I'll endure it for the spirit ring. Title Douluo advisor. Mo Wintian and Poison Douluo exchanged barbs, but in the end, it was Mo Wintian who took a step back. The competition was held as scheduled, and since the individual matches were held first, Mo Wintian basically didn't get a chance to step in. In the absence of encountering any strong teams, the Demon Sect team advanced smoothly to the top 8. Next, it was the genius demon Lord Mo Wintian from the Demon Sect against Huo Wu from the Shinkong Academy. Huo Wu was indeed unwilling to accept defeat. Although she couldn't do anything against Mo Wintian, she still wanted to join forces with Shinkong Academy to defeat Shrek Academy. I know I'm not your opponent, but I won't admit defeat easily. Huo Wu looked at Mo Wintian and felt a wave of powerlessness, unwilling to back down. Whatever you say. The 3 simple words from Mo Wintian once again angered Huo Wu's pride. Damn it. Huo Wu was so furious at Mo Wentian's indifferent expression that she couldn't even articulate her words. She wanted to say something harsh, but was afraid Mo Wentian would be merciless, leaving her somewhat stuttering. Having repeatedly lost to Mo Wentian, combined with his ruthlessness against evil spirit masters, made her a bit afraid of him. What are you stuttering for? If there's nothing else, hurry up and admit defeat. I'm in a hurry. Mo Wentian said impatiently. Hadn't she lost to him enough times already? Fourth soul skill, Fire Dance Radiance. Proud Huo Wu couldn't bear this grievance and instantly unleashed her fourth soul skill. Mo Wentian's current strength is naturally incomparable to the past. With a casual use of a sword control technique, he easily blocked Huo Wu's fourth forbidden soul skill. Although there was no one to assist him, his power was still immense, with fiery red energy filling the arena. However, it was a bit like making a big noise, but producing little rain. Seeing that Mo Wentian easily blocked her fourth soul skill, and feeling the lack of half of her soul power, Huo Wu immediately gave up the thought of resisting, leaping off the stage. In the first match, Mo Wentian from the Demon Sect won. In the second match, the Shenkong Academy sent out Huo Wushuang from the Qihua Academy. The host, with an excited expression, said he was also a soul master from Tiando City, and naturally felt proud of Mo Wentian's victory. Why bother? My soul power is something you can't exhaust. I don't need much soul power to deal with you. Mo Wentian felt a bit annoyed watching Huo Wushuang, who walked onto the stage with a serious expression but showed no sign of surrender. I have to try. Even if I lose to you, it wouldn't be embarrassing. Huo Wushuang's face was extremely solemn. He also felt that facing the Demon Sect team would undoubtedly lead to defeat, but still said seriously, well, since that's the case, let me show you my strength. If anyone is still ignorant after this, don't blame me for being ruthless. Mo Wentian appreciated Huo Wushuang's character, so he suppressed his annoyance and said, okay, thank you. One Horn Fire Violent Dragon, fourth soul skill, Fire Dragon Binding Spirit. A red fire dragon, similar to Lu Erlong's martial spirit, appeared behind Huo Wushuang, quickly binding toward Mo Wentian, trying to entangle him. Celestial Step by Tao Han. Mo Wentian finally used the self-created soul skill he hadn't used for a long time. It wasn't that he didn't want to use it, but rather it wasn't needed. Compared to Mo Wentian's other soul skills, its power was somewhat lacking, but it was perfect for dealing with Huo Wushuang now. Second soul skill, Flame Dragon Armor. A layer of fiery red armor instantly appeared on Huo Wushuang. He took Mo Wentian's palm strike head-on. Flame Dragon Armor? Is that it? Mo Wentian was speechless and kicked Huo Wushuang's unarmored head with great speed. Bang! Huo Wushuang was sent flying off the stage. Bang! 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 Soon, all members of the Shenkong Academy were ruthlessly kicked off the stage by Mo Wentian. With Mo Wentian's current speed, these Soul Sect and Soul Master level opponents couldn't keep up at all. They couldn't even see his movements clearly, as if there were countless Mo Wentians standing on the stage. This was the power of the third layer of Celestial Step. In terms of speed, it was no weaker than a Soul Douluo. The last to appear was the captain of the Shenkong Academy, Feng Xiaotian. Let's see if the Demon Lord Mo Wentian can achieve a streak of 7 in the top 8 matches. The host's bias toward Mo Wentian was obvious, yet he faced no questioning from others. Unlike the preliminaries and advancement matches in Tiando City, only Soul Masters could watch the finals in Wuhuan City, and even the final match, only members and teachers of the participating teams could watch. Chapter 120. The Pinnacle of the Dog-Licking Realm, I Concede. Watching Mo Wentian's increasingly ruthless attacks and his soul power showing no signs of weakening, Feng Xiaotian called out casually, congratulations to the Demon Sect's Mo Wentian for achieving a streak of 7 and successfully advancing to the top 4. The host was momentarily stunned, not expecting Feng Xiaotian to concede directly, and then announced the Demon Sect's advancement to the individual match top 4. You are indeed perceptive. Good. Good. Young man has a bright future. I have high hopes for you. Mo Wentian walked over to Feng Xiaotian, patted him on the shoulder, and said, I won't concede. Do I have to be like them? Feng Xiaotian looked at his teammates below the stage, who were bruised and battered, and said to Mo Wentian, no way. Mo Wentian replied firmly. Really? Feng Xiaotian asked doubtfully. Really? You will only fare worse than them. Before Feng Xiaotian could regret it, Mo Wentian added lightly. Feng Xiaotian's smile immediately froze on his face. Without saying another word, Feng Xiaotian jumped off the stage and, feeling guilty, came to Huo Wu's side and said, Huo Wu, I'm sorry for disappointing you. I couldn't avenge you. I never expected anything from you, Get lost. Get lost. Just seeing your turtle-like appearance annoys me. Huo Wu was already in a bad mood, and seeing this made her even angrier, scolding him. All right, got it. Feng Xiaoyan's face showed no signs of joy or anger, but his tone seemed very sad. You. Huo Wu felt she had spoken too harshly and was about to apologize. But upon seeing Feng Xiaoyan's actions, she became even angrier as he lay on the ground and rolled away 10 meters, then rolled back. Huo Wu, I rolled back. Is there anything else you need? Feng Xiaoyan had truly reached the pinnacle of being a dog licker, as the concept of face was foreign to him. After all, he had always worn a mask and didn't need a face. Yes, Godi. Huo Wu's remaining sympathy vanished without a trace. Looking at Mo Wentian, who was off the stage and enjoying the scene, she was immediately furious and stomped her foot, leaving the arena. Huo Wu, wait for me, don't go, wait for me. Seeing Huo Wu leaving, Feng Xiaoyan immediately chased after her. Hey, this isn't how you chase women. Although your name is quite annoying, sharing the Tian character with me, I'll still teach you a few tricks because of your infatuation. Mo and Tian called out to Feng Xiaoyan with a serious expression. Really? Forget it. I don't have your strength. Feng Xiaoyan was first surprised, then thought of something and said dejectedly, Are you sure you don't want it? Why would I teach? Doesn't T require you to have much strength? As long as you do as I say, you will definitely win the beauty's heart. Mo Winian naturally didn't think it was because of his infatuation, but rather because he considered that in the future, Feng Xiaotian and the others would bring the 5 Elements Academy to join Shrek Academy. At that time, with this bond, wouldn't it be easier to bring them into the demon sect and expand its influence? All right, just tell me what conditions you have. As long as it makes Sister Huo Wu not dislike me, I'm willing to do anything, Feng Xiaotian said seriously. Mo Winian thought to himself that this guy wasn't stupid, but he was missing a few screws. As for conditions, forget it. Let's just be friends since I find you agreeable. Mo Winian certainly wouldn't reveal his true intentions now. Okay, I acknowledge you as my brother from now on. You're my big brother. Feng Xiaotian climbed the ladder without any hint of the foolishness he showed in front of Huo Wu. Well, you must understand that to capture a woman's heart, you first need to capture her purse. First, you must have money. I believe your father, as the president of the Divine Wind Academy, should have plenty. Second, you should know that a woman cannot be spoiled. The more you spoil her, the more willful she becomes. You also need to understand that the more unattainable something is, the more one desires it. This applies to both men and women, just like Huo Wu feels about you. Therefore, behaviors like the one you just showed, being a sycophant, must be avoided. You need to make her feel that you dislike her, that you don't want to be close to her. This sense of disparity will definitely make her insecure. And with that insecurity, won't your opportunity arise? Third, you'll need your father's help. Let him go directly to the Blazing Fire Academy to propose. As long as her father agrees, it will be a natural progression for you two to be together, right? Also, even if the engagement is successful, don't show her a good face. You should act reluctant and make it clear that this proposal wasn't your idea. Mo Wentian began to pour poisonous chicken soup into Feng Xiaoyan's ears. Of course, Mo Wentian wasn't just talking nonsense. He had some of his own experiences and an understanding of Huo Wu's character. Oh, how did I not think of this? I was only worried that proposing would make Huo Wu angry, but I didn't realize it could be said this way. Big brother, your experience is truly rich. I admire you, Feng Xiaotian said with a lewd smile, although one couldn't see his appearance under the mask. The upper half was not bad and could be considered a moderately handsome guy. Of course, ahem. This is common sense, do you understand? Montauk Vencian. Seeing Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing approaching, quickly shut up and disdainfully looked at Feng Xiaotian. What common sense? Wentian, I just saw you two whispering about something sneaky. Did you forget we were still waiting for you? Yi Lingling said, hugging Mo Wentian's arm, but a devilish hand was now on Mo Wentian's waist. Oh, wifey, let us go. Little brother, just follow my instructions, you can't go wrong. Big brother is leaving first. Mo Wentian gritted his teeth to endure the pain and said shamelessly. It's worth noting that Mo Wentian was several years younger than Feng Xiaotian, and he still dared to call Feng Xiaotian little brother. Wasn't he that shameless? Zhu Zhuqing was behind, suppressing her laughter as they quickly exited the arena since all the matches for the day had ended. Wentian, you've really become more and more annoying. You even learned how to teach people to chase girls. Listening to you, it sounds like you've done this with other girls too. Yi Lingling said with a huff, looking at Mo Wentian angrily. This is unfair. I've hardly talked to any other girls besides you and Zhuqing. You can't slander me like that. Mo Wentian said with a wronged expression. Thinking about it, it was true.
he was already a father. Yet apart from a mother of his child, he had only had friendly conversations with Zhu Zhuqing. Compared to Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, he was indeed more innocent, though he still fell a bit short compared to Tang San. I doubt you dare. You, a wooden block, teaching people to chase girls? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Yi Lingling teased, then pulled Zhu Zhuqing away, and Mo Wentian hurriedly followed. Soon, the three returned to the room at the Demon Sect's base to rest. Chapter 121. One person competes in individual matches for safety reasons. Mo Wentian decided to let Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling stay at the Demon Sect's base. Of course, the Shrek Academy and the Tiando Royal Academy were also stationed here, but Mo Wentian claimed his place was safer, so he brought the two girls to stay with him. The room had 2 beds, each about a meter apart. Don't get the wrong idea. Mo Wentian tragically went to his bed to start cultivating his soul power. The 2 girls lay together, clearly excluding Mo Wentian, who could only let it be. However, the downside was that Mo Wentian couldn't calm down at all. He could only suppress the burning desire in his heart through soul power cultivation. The 2 girls were now only wearing white underwear. Although still relatively conservative, their stunning figures made them look perfect in anything, causing Mo Wentian to nosebleed. Seeing but not touching. The next morning, Mo Wentian arrived at the arena with panda eyes, looking exhausted as if he had a kidney deficiency from not resting well all night. Sister, are we being too much? Zhu Zhuqing looked at the listless Mo Wentian on the stage and said to Yi Lingling beside her, It's fine. We need to keep him in check. This is to prevent him from fooling around outside. I heard that men shouldn't be spoiled. The more you spoil them, the worse they become. The more he can't have, the more he wants. Yi Lingling said seriously to Zhu Zhuqing. If Mo Wentian heard Yi Lingling's words, he might just want to slap himself for talking nonsense all day long. Now he had dug his own grave. Next, we invite Mo Wentian from the Demon Sect to face the captain of Xingluo Academy, Davis. The host knew that the upcoming matches would be a solo show for Mo Wentian, so he didn't waste words, directly introducing Mo Wentian. One could only wonder how many benefits he had received behind the scenes. So you're Dai Mubai's brother? Not much to talk about. Just admit defeat. Or, I won't mind taking care of you on behalf of Dai Mubai. Mo Wentian said blandly. Regardless, Dai Mubai was a genius from his academy. If Davis was being unreasonable, Mo Wentian wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Especially since Zhu Zhuqing had suffered so much unfair treatment because of him when she was younger. In your dreams, kid, I admit your strength is formidable. But as the Grand Prince of the Xingluo Empire, I won't just give in. You think you can make me surrender without asking if the Xingluo Empire behind me agrees? Davis knew he was no match for Mo Wentian, whose performance had stunned everyone the day before, so he brought up his backing. Oh, is that a threat? I, Mo Wentian, have never feared threats. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the royal family of the Xingluo Empire. So you know I'm not someone you can provoke. Mo Wentian sneered and said dismissively. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger's divine destruction. Davis snorted coldly and attacked before Mo Wentian finished speaking, showing a complete lack of martial ethics. However, no one criticized him for it. Having the courage to attack in front of the leader of the demon sect was commendable. 10,000 swords returning to origin. Mo Wentian, seeing Davis's lack of martial ethics, didn't bother with reasoning and went straight for his strongest attack. Swish, swish. The thousands of swords shot out. Mo Wentian only controlled them to graze Davis's skin. Otherwise, he could have turned him into mush in an instant. Davis quickly became disheveled. His golden hair, once handsome, was shaved to a bald head by Mo Wentian. No need to thank me. Just call me Teacher Tony. Seeing Davis's appearance, Mo Wentian thought of Tang San. He had indeed become a barber, doing free haircuts for others. Davis, humiliated and angry, ran off the stage, and Mo Wentian easily claimed victory. An hour later, Mo Wentian walked off the stage looking relaxed, having ruthlessly defeated the Xingluo Academy, turning them into a string of 7, like candied hawthorns, especially showing no mercy towards Zhu Zhuqing. He had truly crushed flowers, and seeing Zhu Zhuqing's satisfied gaze, Mo Wentian breathed a sigh of relief. Now, even if he made some outrageous requests, he probably wouldn't be refused, right? Mo Wentian was uninterested in the other matches. It felt like a child playing house. In the final battle against the Tiando Royal Academy, after defeating 6 familiar opponents, including De Guyen, Mo Wentian fell back in his old habits. In front of everyone in the hall,
Mo Wentian hugged Yi Lingling, wanted to start a romantic conversation. But Yi Lingling stomped on his foot and didn't budge, continuing to chat shamelessly. Damn, this is so persistent. In the end, it was Yi Lingling who couldn't withstand the gazes of the crowd and ran off the stage alone. And Mo Wentian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He dared not offend Yi Lingling again, or he might not even be allowed to enter the room. Congratulations to Mo Wentian of the Demon Sect for winning the match. Tomorrow will be the finals of the individual matches. Let's all look forward to the Demon Sect's leader bringing us another string of sevens. The host had just finished speaking when he felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him, quickly landing beside the watching Poison Doa. If you dare make noise again, there will be no mercy, Bibi Dong said coldly, without a trace of emotion. It turned out that she had just walked out of the spirit hall and happened to overhear this sentence. Tomorrow is the duel between Mo Wentian and the spirit hall. Isn't saying this asking for death? Yes, your holiness, please forgive me, said the Soul King, bowing his head, but there was no sign of fear, clearly having some backing. In my opinion, although this referee's words were somewhat biased, it shouldn't be considered a crime. The Poison Douluo fearlessly retorted to Pope Bibi Dong with a domineering voice. The Poison Douluo had to step in because this referee was someone from the Demon Sect, and doing so was naturally under the orders of Douluo to create momentum for Mo Wentian, ensuring that Mo Wentian's sixth martial soul leaf could fully bloom. Even offending Bibi Dong for this was of no concern. The Demon Sect has secretly allied with the three upper sects and the two great empires. As long as Qian Douluo does not appear, the Spirit Hall has nothing to fear. Mo Wentian, knowing the Soul Hall's soul hunting plan and being the leader of the Devil Sect, has intelligence capabilities that no other force can match besides the Soul Hall. So what he says naturally has a certain degree of credibility. Goodness, this kid Mo Wentian has been up to quite a lot behind the scenes. Reader, is there anything we haven't seen? Just say it all at once. Since the Grand Elder of the Devil Sect has pleaded for you, we'll let you go this time. Go on. Bibi Dong does not want to be enemies with the Devil Sect right now. The Devil Sect can still help block the evil Soul Masters, allowing her plans to proceed smoothly. However, she does not know that her plans have long been exposed by Mo Wentian. Chapter 122, Team Competition Champion 1. A confrontation with no real danger made Mo Wentian wipe a cold sweat. The strength of the Poison Douluo is still somewhat weaker than Bibidon's, but he is definitely not without the ability to fight back. With Yi Phoenix's support, a battle is not impossible, but for now, it's better to develop quietly. After all, the Soul Hall still has Canopy. Although he hasn't appeared in the early parts of the original work, he cannot guarantee that there won't be any accidents. The finals were held as scheduled the next day, and surprisingly, the Soul Hall chose to forfeit the individual competition and go straight to the team competition. It seems that after returning, the Soul Hall discovered the Devil Sect's intention to gain fame, so they devised this strategy. This way, as long as they can win the team competition, Mo Wentian's influence will be greatly reduced. One must say, Bibi Dong is indeed a woman accustomed to scheming. Her mind is sharper than ordinary people. In the first team match, the Shrek 7 monsters faced the Xingluo Academy. Mubai, so you went to Shrek Academy to cultivate. No wonder you dare to stand in front of me now. Do you think that with the protection of the Devil Sect, I won't dare to touch you? Davis, who bought a wig from somewhere, looked just as handsome as the real thing, and at this moment, he said with a face full of disdain, Xiao-san, his hair looks quite nice now. Dai Mubai did not refute, but casually said to Tang, sitting beside him, You. Davis instantly exploded with rage. This was his humiliation. Dai Mubai actually dared to bring it up in front of him. Insulting someone without revealing their shortcomings. Hitting someone without hitting their face. Dai Mubai had to reveal his shortcomings. How could he not be angry? Boss Dai, I think you're hinting at me. All right, I don't need it anymore. Tang Sin regretted not thinking of bringing a wig at that time. Sorry, I forgot. Dai Mubai scratched his head awkwardly. All right, stop messing around. Let's finish them quickly, Tang San said helplessly, looking at the students from the Xingluo royal team in front of them. Sister, you never thought this day would come, did you? You couldn't kill me back then, and you definitely can't now. Zhu Zhuqing said coldly, looking indifferently at Zhu Zhuyan. Yeah, now you're Mo Wentian's little lover. How could you dare to provoke me? Zhu Zhuyan said enviously. A few days ago, she was beaten so badly by Mo Wentian. Although it was just some superficial wounds, she was still a beauty, and getting beaten up left her bruised. She naturally inquired about the reason. Zhu Zhuqing's relationship with Mo Wentian was no secret, and she easily found out. Right now, you're not my opponent. You don't need to be envious. I'm just better than you in every aspect, whether it's strength, or anything else. Zhu Zhuqing, who had spent a long time with Mo Wentian, had also learned how to provoke others. Zhu Zhiyan looked at her chest, and then at the High Soul Guide display showing Zhu Zhuqing's strength. Shrek Academy, Vice Captain, Zhu Zhuqing, Martial Soul, Dark 9 Lives Cat. Level 49 Agility Attack System Soul Master, 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. Not only has her martial soul evolved, but her soul power is also significantly higher than mine. After all, I'm 6 or 7 years older than her. However, thinking of Zhu Zhuqing's engagement with Daimu Bai, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What is there to be proud of? No matter how strong the Devil Sex leader is, can he still meddle in the affairs of my Xingluo Empire? Zhu Zhiyan said proudly, looking at Zhu Zhuqing with a cold snort. That may not be the case. Although the Devil Sect has always advocated cooperation and win-win situations for the sake of the Devil Sect's leader's wife, exceptions can be made. Xiao Wu quickly supported Zhu Zhuqing when she saw her expression was not good. Xiao Wu, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhu Zhuqing said with a playful pout, revealing a shy expression. Deep down, she was even more convinced that choosing Mo Wentian was the right decision. Although Mo Wentian had a bit of a wandering eye, he never actively sought other women and cared deeply for both her and Yi Lingling. Even Ning Rongrong was extremely envious of their relationship and had some feelings for Mo Wentian, but he remained exceptionally aloof and distant. This was also one of the main reasons she was willing to be with him. She didn't mind him having other women because growing up in that kind of family, polygamy was common. However, she despised men who were fickle and lingered in brothels. Are we still going to fight? If not, just admit defeat quickly, Davis said irritably. He had no mood to participate in the competition now. He no longer wanted to see or hear anything related to Mo Wentian. With Toad puffing up, you're quite arrogant. You don't even consider what strength Xiao San and Xiao Wu have, yet you dare to be so brazen. Ma Hongjun walked out carelessly, saying disdainfully, You fatso, what does their strength have to do with you? If you have the ability, come on. Zhu Zhiyun still understood the strength of the Shrek team. After all, they had fought their way into the finals without hiding their strength at all. Then let you taste my power. Zhu Qing, I'll hold this sly-eyed guy. This little girl is up to you. Ma Hongjun signaled to a guy observing Shrek as strength. Coincidentally, this person's strength was at the bottom of the Xingluo Academy. Xiao Wu, you handle that one. Boss Dai, do you have confidence in dealing with him? Tang San quickly selected another opponent with a lower soul power level for Xiao Wu, then looked at Daimu Bai. No problem, same soul rank. I've survived before even with such a big difference in soul power, let alone now. Daimu Bai said confidently. He was full of confidence in his 4th soul skill, although the first 3 soul skills were the same due to family inheritance. The 4th soul ring was chosen by the master to be more suitable for him. All right, I'll take care of the others. Oscar and Rongrong will assist us. After Tang San said this seriously, he arranged the Shrek team S formation and faced off against the Xingluo royal team. Wentian, will Zhuqing be okay? Can she defeat her sister? Yi Lingling said worriedly, hugging Mo Wentian, clearly very concerned. Yi Lingling's personality is gentle, cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. However, when it comes to Mo Wentian, she probably only shows her vulnerable side when something happens. After giving birth, she became fierce towards Mo Wentian, but he did not mind. On the contrary, he found it quite cute. Mo Wentian didn't know that Yi Lingling completely misunderstood him with his words, the more you can't get, the more you want. Silly Yi Lingling really believed that everyone was like this. Chapter 123, Team Competition Champion, Part 2. Mo Wentian didn't realize that Yi Lingling was completely misunderstanding him with his words, the more you can't have it, the more you want it. Silly Yi Lingling really thought everyone was like that. If it were another man, she might lose her most important position in his heart and easily be taken advantage of by other women. Fortunately, Mo Wentian truly loved her and understood Yi Lingling's character, always accommodating her. It'll be fine. Zhu Zhiyun's strength is not even on the same level as Zhu Qing. As long as we pay attention to not let them successfully use their martial soul fusion technique, there won't be any major issues. I've already instructed Zhu Qing on what to do before going on stage, so you can rest assured. Mo Wentian comforted as he patted Yi Lingling's shoulder confidently. After the competition ends, you should accompany Zhu Qing to the Star Luo Empire. Zhu Qing's background is really pitiful, Yi Lingling said with some sympathy. Having learned about Zhu Qing's background yesterday, she had grown up in a peculiar family where each generation's inheritors, the 2 sisters, had to marry 2 princes to assist in the throne, essentially fighting for the right to survive. After all,
Those who lost in the struggle for the throne either died or were rendered useless, with their martial souls confined and expelled from the family. Don't worry, I will not let you suffer anymore. From now on, with me around, you won't have to worry about anything. Mo Wentian said as he noticed Yi Lingling's mood was a bit low and hugged her. Both sides revealed their martial souls. Tang San's black soul ring caused a stir among the audience. Both sides consisted of soul masters above the soul zone level. Even Oscar had managed to break through and acquire a soul ring on the way. Is everyone eager to witness the exciting match between both sides? I declare the match between Shrek Academy and Star Luo Academy begins. The familiar voice of the Soul King spoke with calm authority. This match is not just a contest of soul skills for me, but a duel of life and death. Xiao San, Zhu Qing, I will hold off Davis. It's up to you two now, Dai Mubai said solemnly. Okay, let's proceed as planned. First soul skill bind, Tang Sen said seriously, as the control type soul master needed to lay out the entire battlefield. After responding, he was the first to activate his soul skill. Don't worry with me here. Nothing unexpected will happen, Zhu Qing replied confidently. Before her words faded, she had already vanished, leaving only an afterimage behind. Zhu Qing, who practiced the celestial step, was the most talented among her relatives, aside from Mo Wentian, and had now reached the second perfected layer of the celestial step. It's worth noting that even Mo Jun, who was at the Soul Saint level, was only at this level and had obtained this technique first. Mo Wentian originally had an average martial spirit talent, but his innate soul skills were not bad. His martial arts talent could be called a genius, as the gifts conferred by martial spirits are bestowed by heaven, while martial arts talent is innate. Although both have the word heaven in them, they cannot be confused. After all, the paths of cultivation are different, and so are the roads taken. One can only say that the martial spirits in the Douluo world are truly special. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda is famous for its soul skills. Ning Rongrong recited the spell seriously and cast auxiliary enhancements on Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Zhu Qing. The fourth soul skill excited Pink Sausage. Oscar's soul skill was still lewd, summoning a pink sausage that he threw to Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai took a bite and felt a surge of excitement. His soul power increased significantly, and his body was filled with strength. The third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai smiled confidently and charged directly at Davis. Just that. The third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Davis also used his third soul skill and engaged in battle with Dai Mubai. The third soul skill, Torrential Waves. The female support of the Xinghua team also added auxiliary soul skills to Zhu Qing and Davis. However, although her martial spirit amplification was quite good, it was still far from the innate full soul power of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda and Oscar's food-type martial spirit. For a moment, Dai Mubai was actually in a stalemate with Davis, who had soul skills 4 or 5 levels higher than him. The second soul skill, Ghostly White Claw. Zhu Qing dodged Zhu Qing's soul skills a few times, but felt quite strenuous. She released her soul skill. If it weren't for the speed enhancement from their support soul master, she might have been defeated by Zhu Qing in an instant. A trivial skill. Second soul, skill Dark Ghostly Claw. Zhu Qing sneered disdainfully and released her second soul skill after her martial spirit evolved. After the evolution of her martial spirit and the consumption of celestial herbs, the direct change was the enhancement of her soul skills. Zhu Qing's strength can be said to far surpass that of the original work, if it were a life and death battle. Under the condition that Tang San did not use hidden weapons, she would be much stronger than Tang San. What? Your martial spirit has indeed evolved. Is this your current martial spirit? Zhu Qing looked at the martial spirit behind Zhu Qing, which was several circles larger than her own, and exclaimed in surprise. However, Zhu Qing did not hold back. Dark energy manifested on her fingernails. In an instant, there were hundreds of dense attacks. The third soul skill, Ghostly Spring Falls. Zhu Qing quickly used her third soul skill, momentarily confusing Zhu Qing, allowing her to escape Zhu Qing's attack range. On the other side, Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun were also not at a disadvantage against their opponents. Tang San single-handedly dealt with 2 opponents effortlessly, while only Dai Mubai found himself momentarily at a disadvantage. The third soul skill, Ghost Shadow. Zhu Qing used her celestial step in conjunction with her third soul skill, instantly making Zhu Qing disappear from the arena, leaving only an afterimage in place. Not good. Zhu Qing gasped in shock, just as she was about to dodge. Zhu Qing had already appeared behind her. The fourth soul skill, Ghostly 10,000 Stabs. Zhu Qing used her fourth soul skill for the first time,
which was similar to a soul skill that summoned 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Though it was not all physical damage, it was single target damage. Once it attacked one place, it would disappear elsewhere, but there was no distinction anymore. Just a group damage skill and a single target one. Davis, help me. Zhu Zhuqing cried out in panic to Davis, who was dominating another battlefield. Suddenly, several cards appeared out of thin air, protecting Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing vanished and reappeared beside Davis, but the attacks landed on the cards, which instantly dimmed. Although they could absorb attacks, Zhu Zhuqing's type of attack was not physical damage, and it far exceeded the card's capacity to withstand. Damn it! Radiant Cutting Line. Davis angrily unleashed his self-created soul skill. A golden ray shot from his eyes, sweeping back and forth towards Dai Mubai and the pursuing Zhu Zhuqing. The third soul skill. Ghost Shadow. Zhu Zhuqing instantly vanished from her position. White Tiger Shield. Dai Mubai chose to take the hit head-on. Just that? Self-created soul skill. I could do it too. White Tiger Meteor Fist, Reverse Meteor Shower, Comet Explosion. Chapter 124. Team Competition Champion, and, self-created soul skill, Ghostly Cross Slash. Zhu Zhuqing was not to be outdone, taking the opportunity to attack, instantly unleashing two powerful cross attacks, following Dai Mubai to attack Davis. Davis, unable to dodge in time, could only cross his arms to block the two attacks. The two powerful attacks directly sent Davis flying, crashing into the arena wall, which shattered and kicked up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Davis's miserable figure was revealed, blood at the corner of his mouth, clothes torn, and wig fallen. You are indeed strong. I admit I underestimated you. However, since you haven't come together, you are destined not to defeat us. Zhuqing, Martial Spirit Fusion Skill, Ghostly White Tiger. Davis wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a slight smile on his lips, suddenly turning to run towards Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing also rushed towards Davis. But just as the two were about to execute their Martial Spirit Fusion skill, several circles of vines appeared around their waists, instantly pulling them from a distance of mere inches to several dozen meters apart. If you want to execute the Martial Spirit Fusion skill, did you ask me first? Mubai. Zhuqing. Tang San, extremely imposing, retracted the blue silver grass in his hand, while his two opponents were also taken down by Zhu Zhuqing, who had dealt with the most troublesome space card soul master, the other one being easily resolved by him. Good. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Dai Mubai, like in the original work, obtained the same fourth soul skill and immediately launched it at the vulnerable Zhu Zhuqing. The fourth soul skill, Ghostly 10,000 Stabs. Zhu Zhuqing chose Davis, clearly defining their roles and acting within their limits. Sure enough, the two who had already been injured could not release their soul skills in time and were instantly knocked off the stage, not knowing what hit them. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu also resolved their opponents at the same time, leaving the remaining support soul master with no choice but to surrender. Congratulations to Shrek Academy for winning this soul fighting match. It was indeed a wonderful showdown. Since Shrek faced the Spirit Hall, Shrek Academy's upper management declared a forfeit. Next, please welcome the Tiendo Royal Academy to face the Spirit Hall Academy, where they bring us an even more exciting and different performance. The Soul King host announced Shrek Academy's victory and then revealed the teams for the next match. Liling, since you don't want to admit defeat, be careful. If it doesn't work out, just concede. Don't push yourself. Leave the Spirit Hall to me, understand? Mo Wentian said seriously, clearly very worried. Ye Liling, seeing that Mo Wentian finally agreed to let her participate in the match, quickly responded affirmatively. Although she also felt that Mo Wentian's Demon Gate team was even stronger than the Spirit Hall Academy, she was still somewhat worried about him going alone. Therefore, she wanted to test the strength of the three Soul Kings of the Spirit Hall to prevent any accidents for Mo Wentian. She didn't want to just be a useless vase for him. Additionally, the Tiendo Royal Academy would not agree to concede directly, as they represented the dignity of the Empire. Thus, Yi Liling superficially agreed to Mo Wentian's request. The three powerful Soul Kings of the Spirit Hall are Hulaina, Xieyu, and Yan. Seeing Yi Lingling as a healing-type Soul King was indeed surprising. Your name is Yi Lingling, right? How about leaving the Demon Sect and joining the Spirit Hall? I would like to request the teacher to appoint you as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. What do you think? Hulaina was very interested in Yi Lingling. Such an exceptionally talented healing-type soul master was extremely valuable to any force. Thank you, but I think you are overthinking it. As the wife of the Demon Lord, isn't it better than being your Holy Maiden? She won't join you. Duguyan protected Yi Lingling and said to Hulaina, Actually, this is all the teacher's intention. The teacher has said that as long as you are willing, you can still be the wife of the demon lord and can make an exception to serve as the holy maiden. The spirit hall can form an alliance with the demon sect to jointly eradicate evil soul masters. Hulaina thought for a moment and directly expressed her intention. If you just want to form an alliance to eliminate evil soul masters, I think Tian would be happy to participate. But joining the spirit hall is out of the question. I just want to stay by Tian's side and won't join any other forces. Yilingling calmly refused, with no room for negotiation in her words. Since that's the case, what a pity. All right, the competition can begin. Remember, don't hold back on damage. Quickly deal with the others. Hulaina sighed and spoke to her teammates, but her eyes subtly glanced at Yin. The teammates nodded one after another. Only Yin nodded quietly. They also had another purpose, which was to test the reaction of the demon sect. Yilingling was not foolish. The Spirit Hall's ambitions were evident. They just wanted to use her to intervene in the affairs of the demon sect. On the stage, Mo Wentian's eyes flashed with a cold light. How bold to target Yilingling. This had already raised his vigilance. At the same time, he labeled the Spirit Hall with ambitions. Although the Spirit Hall was genuinely commendable to the common people, when it came to offending him and the demon sect, Mo Wentian was not afraid at all. If Tang San could defeat them, there was no reason he couldn't. Once the sword god inherits and becomes a deity, he would immediately awaken. At that time, he wouldn't be weaker than the God King, right? Although he didn't know if there would be other realms for the God King in the future. Mo Wentian had a feeling that the Void Sword God was many levels stronger than the divine realm above Douluo continent. The divine residences of Douluo continent were far from those ancient great deities he had heard of in his previous life. Thinking of this, Mo Wentian felt a bit more anticipation for his future realm. Could it be that outside Douluo continent, there really exists a more powerful world? Could it be that the world of Douluo is just a tiny speck in the vast ocean of the universe? As expected, the Tiando battle team was no match for the Spirit Hall. Even though Du Guyan's strength far exceeded the original work, she ultimately hadn't reached the Soul King realm. And relying solely on Yilingling, a support-type Soul King, was not enough. Soon, only Yilingling remained standing on the stage. As usual, the Spirit Hall was brutal. Almost everyone except Yilingling was heavily injured and kicked off the stage. What a bunch of weaklings. Is this the level of the Tiando Empire and the wife of the Demon Lord? Pathetic. Huh. Will you surrender? If you do, I can spare you some embarrassment for the sake of the Demon Lord's wife. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yin said coldly with disdain. I won't. A soldier can be killed, but not insulted. I will not lose the face of the demon sect. Yilingling replied stubbornly. With all her teammates knocked off the stage, even if she could heal their injuries, they had already been eliminated. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Second soul skill granted. Yan's martial soul was the Flame Lord, a dual attribute martial soul of fire and earth. After releasing his second soul skill, a circle of rock gathered around his thigh, and he kicked towards the unprepared Yilingling's chest. Yilingling was instantly kicked off the stage. Fortunately, although the healing type had low attack power, their soul power defense was decent. However, even so, Yilingling was still seriously injured. After coming down from the stage, she healed herself and her teammates, but seeing Yilingling kicked in the chest by Yin, whose soul skill was granted, Mo Wentian couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He didn't care whether it was because Yilingling refused to admit defeat or for the glory of the Empire. Nor did he care about losing the face of the demon sect. Mo Wentian naturally understood Yilingling's thoughts. Although Yilingling was not without combat power, with her Soul King realm and the soul skill she created with Mo Wentian's guidance, she could barely reach the level of a soul zone. However, this level of strength was obviously still far from enough for Yin. Very well. Dugu Bo, in the name of my demon sect, request the finals to be held early. I am willing to face 7 contestants from the Spirit Hall alone. Execute it immediately. If refused, I will immediately cut off all business dealings with the Spirit Hall and, upon returning, unite various forces to fight to the death against the Spirit Hall. Mo Wentian was completely enraged. Good for you, Yin. Claiming to show mercy while still being heavy-handed. If I don't take you down this time, I will change my surname to yours. Mo Wentian had touched the reverse scale, which not only embarrassed him as a man, but also challenged the promise he made to Yilingling. He was willing to declare war immediately if necessary. With the celestial great elixirs in Mo Wentian's hands, he could quickly recreate 3 or 4 tidal Douluos. Additionally, with the support of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan,
and Tang Hao. Even the Spirit Hall would have to kneel before these forces. Although it seemed irrational, it contained deep meaning. It was a signal from Mo Wentian that no one around him could be harmed. If they did, it would lead to a situation of no return. Yes, Demon Lord. Douluo had never seen Mo Wentian so furious. Although he wanted to advise him, it would indeed be a loss of face, so he could not back down on this point. The Spirit Hall dared to kick the Demon Lord's wife off the stage in front of everyone, knowing who she was. If the demon sect did not respond, their reputation would be tarnished. Therefore, Douluo did not try to persuade him, but directly summoned his martial spirit to pressure the 7 students of the Spirit Hall on the stage. Old Poison, what are you doing? Why not let this misunderstanding pass out of consideration for them? The Chrysanthemum Douluo and Old Ghost suddenly appeared on the stage, clearly having premeditated this to guard against unexpected events. Your face isn't worth this price. Get lost. The Poison Douluo snorted coldly, not wasting words and directly summoning his martial spirit's true form. In the shadows, Old Jack also stepped out, each step accompanied by a SoulRing. The oppressive aura from the 2 Super Douluos made the Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluos feel weak, and they could not help but look towards Bibi Dong, who was meditating on the high platform. The Sword Douluo, Chan Xen, the Bone Douluo, and the Jade Yuan Jun from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan also released their martial spirits, their intentions clear. Speak. How can we resolve today's matter? Bibi Dong seemed completely unconcerned, but her inner fury had reached its peak. However, she did not dare to start a war, as even though Qian Douluo might not be defeated, she could very well be besieged to death by these people. These powers would make even Qian Douluo think twice. This was merely the surface. Coupled with the titled Douluos from the 2 major empires and the evil soul masters of the Haotian sect, Bibi Dong was not foolish. Engaging in war with the demon sect was clearly unwise, so she could only endure. Let's start the finals, witnessed by many forces. Life and death don't matter. Our demon sect only needs the demon lord to take action. Douluo conveyed Mo Wentian's words directly. Good, Bibi Dong calmly replied, her eyes seemingly devoid of emotion, as if victory was already in her grasp. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the finals of this continent's high-level Soul Master competition will be held early. Now, let us welcome the Demon Lord Mo Wentian to bring us a match of 7. The Soul King host did not care about Bibi Dong's gaze and blatantly promoted Mo Wentian. He had already decided to retreat into the demon sect to cultivate after the competition and would no longer come out, showing no fear of retaliation from the Spirit Hall. Thus, the competition dramatically reached the finals. The audience's eyes were sharp, and the rankings for the top 5 had been arranged. It was well known that Shrek ranked 3rd without dispute, while the strength of the Tiendo Royal Academy was slightly inferior to Shrek, placing them 4th. The final 1st and 2nd places would be decided between the Spirit Hall and the Demon Sect, and most people were filled with confidence in the Demon Lord Mo Wentian. Even if he was enraged for the sake of a beauty, no one thought he was wrong. They admired the Demon Lord's magnanimity. Wentian, it's all my fault. Had I known it would come to this, I shouldn't have participated in the duel with the Spirit Hall. I should have listened to you and surrendered earlier, Yi Lingling said with guilt, tears in her eyes, clearly moved by Mo Wentian's actions. It's fine. I will support whatever you want to do. Since the Spirit Hall dares to test the limits of the demon sect using you, we naturally cannot disappoint them. Mo Wentian gently comforted her, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes when mentioning the Spirit Hall. Then, you must be careful. Xiao Xiao is still waiting for us to go home. Yi Lingling did not stop Mo Wentian, but kissed his forehead shyly before returning to the side of the demon sect. Don't worry, I might spare the others, but Yin's martial spirit is not something he can have anymore. That's what I said, Mo Wentian muttered to himself. Exuding an impressive aura, though a bit pretentious, but he indeed had the strength. The match begins. 2nd soul skill, Medusa's gaze. 4th soul skill, unity into 3 pure ones. 5th soul skill, 10,000 swords returning to the origin, breaking the illusionary light as soon as the host finished speaking. Mo Wentian unleashed his soul skills as if they were free, without any nonsense, just attacking. Yan's face changed dramatically. He did not expect Mo Wentian to control the others and directly approach him. Before he could release his martial spirit, all of Mo Wentian's attacks landed on him. The 3 avatars simultaneously unleashed their soul skills. Even a soul emperor could not withstand it, let alone him. In an instant, his martial spirit was shattered by the mental attack of the breaking illusionary light. His limbs were crushed by the intense assault, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. We concede. Hu Laina shouted surrender without hesitation, but no one laughed at them. They were all silent, overwhelmed by Mo Wentian's attack and speed. Chapter 125, BB Dong's Pro Good. Truly good, the Demon Lord of the Demon Sect is quite impressive. Someone take Yin down for treatment. Although BB Dong had given up on Yin, she still needed to maintain a facade, otherwise it would be disheartening. Same here. My Tiando Empire has also been severely injured by you. The poisoned Daw squinted his eyes and said lightly, as if he had not seen Yan's miserable state at all. The Tiando team was indeed tragic, but after Yi Lingling's healing and some time to recuperate, they would be fine. However, Yin would likely be useless for life, even if the Spirit Hall spent resources to save him. It must be said that Mo Wentian's methods were indeed ruthless. This was the first time he had shown such a side. This competition saw the Demon Lord Mo Wentian emerge victorious. Let us congratulate him on winning both the individual and team championships of this elite competition for high-level soul masters on the continent at such a young age. Now, we invite the Pope of the Spirit Hall to present the award for the team championship. The Soul King host excitedly announced, having thrown caution to the wind and likely planning to cultivate until he reached the Soul Sage realm without intending to step out again. Although BB Dong wanted to immediately strangle this Soul King, she did not dare to act recklessly now. She could only temporarily endure and save her anger for later. Calmly saying on the surface, "Please, Demon Sect S. Mo Wentian, come up to receive the award." BB Dong's tone was cold, her face showing no emotion whatsoever. Mo Wentian showed no signs of fear. This situation did not allow him to retreat. He walked step by step to the stage to receive the award. After all, these were 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones, all of excellent quality, naturally worth the risk. Mo Wentian felt a slight excitement as he took the soul bones, thinking that at worst he would break a life. After all, the 4th soul ring was his life, and dying and reviving could allow him to obtain a higher quality soul ring. In the end, Mo Wentian safely took the soul bones and returned to the side of poisoned Douluo without looking back. Who would wish to die if they could avoid it? Lingling, this soul bone is for you. Zhu Qing, this one is for you. I want this one. Mo Wentian did not care about the opinions of others and directly intercepted the 3 soul bones for himself. BB Dong felt a surge of joy at this. She initially thought Mo Wentian had courage and determination, but it turned out he was someone who valued wealth over life. With such a person, how could he treat his subordinates well? All the good things were given to his women. BB Dong secretly plotted against the other members of the Demon Gate battle team. On the way back, little monster, do you think BB Dong will come ambush us? Douluo still had some concerns and couldn't help but ask Mo Wentian. I don't think so. Unless she leaves the Hall of Offerings, her strength is not enough to keep us here. However, after suffering such a significant loss this time, some probing is inevitable. Mo Wentian knew that BB Dong had not yet gained the authority to command the Hall of Offerings, so he was not worried at all. Moreover, the team still had Old Jack, the Swordbone Douluo, and Ning Fengji, the Leaf Phoenix, 2 super supports. Suddenly, the horses in front became restless, and the sound of wind and cries echoed. "Since you're here, there is no need to hide anymore, Your Holiness." Ning Fengji stepped forward and shouted towards the entrance of the canyon ahead. Indeed, as the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, her demeanor was extraordinary. Compared to the one from the Demon Gate, she was much more pleasant to look at. BB Dong spoke in a friendly tone, descending from the sky to block the path of several people. It seemed she was not here to cause trouble, but to send them off. "I truly apologize. It's not my intention to make Your Holiness uncomfortable. It's better if we don't meet. After all, Your Holiness feels uncomfortable looking at me, and I feel uneasy looking at Your Holiness too." Mo Wentian is not someone who easily suffers losses. Now, the restrictions on his 6th and 7th leaves have been lifted, and he only needs to obtain a soul ring to advance to the Soul Sage realm. His demeanor is naturally not inferior to that of Ning Fengji, who is also at the Soul Sage level. No need for that. I'm just here to witness the strength of the Poison Douluo and the Holy Soul Douluo, to see if they really have the power to deal with evil soul masters. Although BB Dong said this, everyone knows what she truly thinks. It is clear that BB Dong cannot swallow this anger and wants to regain her face. After all, women and petty people are difficult to deal with. BB Dong may not be a petty person, but she is indeed a woman, and a very beautiful one at that. Since Your Holiness wants to play with you, then you should entertain her. Looking at the Jew Guo standing behind BB Dong, along with several other unnamed powerful Douluos, Mo Wentian does not wish to conflict with them. After all, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the Star Luo Empire have already distanced themselves from them.
Your Holiness, with your powerful soul power, how about adding my humble self? A woman with an elegant demeanor, who is also extremely beautiful, walked out of the carriage and spoke softly. She radiated circles of soul rings, and she is Mo Wentian's mother-in-law, Yi Fengwang. A healing-type title Douluo. Bibi Dong's expression changed drastically. Not expecting the demon sect to have such a trump card, Ning Fengji beside her also narrowed his eyes, realizing that a healing-type title Douluo is much stronger than an ordinary title Douluo, especially for a force. That's right, this is our demon sect's third elder, Yi Fengwang, and also my esteemed mother-in-law. I wonder if she can catch the eye of your holiness, Mo Wentian said with a faint smile, appearing quite natural and showing no signs of concealment. I'm too old to be active anymore. I wonder if your holiness must distinguish a winner and a loser? It's much better to shake hands and make peace. There's no need for fighting. Old Jack also stepped out of the carriage, with 9 soul rings on him as well. It's not that it must be a fight. I just wanted to have a little spar. However, since you have no intention of sparring, then it's fine. But if you want to leave Wuhuan City safely, I would still ask this friend with a 9-heart sea buttercup martial soul to heal my useless Wuhuan Hall disciple. Bibi Dong initially only wanted Yi Lingling to heal Yan's physical injuries, but she did not expect the demon sect to hide a title level 9-heart sea buttercup martial soul. With a healing type title Douluo in the demon sect, Bibi Dong naturally should not initiate conflict with them, as it would only disadvantage Wuhuan Hall, possibly escalating to an irreconcilable situation. Hence, she followed Old Jack's words. Healing is not impossible, but that martial soul called Yin is already shattered. Even if you bring him back to life, it won't be of any use to Wuhuan Hall. Why go to such lengths, your holiness? Mo Wentian said lightly, also fearing that Qian Douluo might suddenly come over. It was not that he was afraid of not being a match. After all, there was still a Hao Qian Douluo in the shadows. But he was worried about Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing getting hurt. You don't need to worry about the Demon Lord. I only ask you, will you save him or not? Bibi Dong said coldly. She naturally knew that Yin had lost his function, and now that Mo Wentian mentioned it, she was furious. Save? How can I not save him? Mother-in-law, could you please treat her? Mo Wentian dared not provoke Bibi Dong further, fearing she might go crazy without regard for anything, and turned to Yi Fengwang. Have you brought the person? Yi Fengwang naturally would not go to Wuhuan Hall herself, and said nonchalantly, bring him here. Bibi Dong said expressionlessly to Zhu Douluo. She had made 2 preparations when she came. If the demon sect was powerful, she would heal Yan's injuries, so Wuhuan Hall would not lose too much face. If their strength was lacking, it was unnecessary to say more. Yes, your holiness. Zhu Douluo vanished in a flash and reappeared with a half-dead person, all limbs missing. Absolutely heal. Yi Fengwang summoned her martial soul and gently tapped. The wound that had just stopped bleeding began to heal, but in the end, it only grew back halfway and then lost strength. However, most of the injuries on the body were already healed. Everyone returned safely to Tiando City, and after Mo Wentian got home, he took the opportunity to refine the immortal herbs he obtained from Su Yuntao into 9 immortal-grade pills. Mo Wentian left behind 3 tokens, one of which he crushed and combined with some top-tier spiritual herbs to refine into high-quality elixirs, intended to enhance the talents and strengthen the foundations of the members of the demon sect. Naturally, Mo Wentian would not neglect his teammates. He gave all the elixirs to his father and asked him to find peak-soul Douluos who were close to breaking through, also recommending Long Gong and Shi Po to his father. In the end, the Demon Lord successfully invited Long Gong and Shi Po to join the demon sect, with the Demon Lord and Poison Duo facilitating the invitation. Long Gong was originally a peak soul Douluo at level 87, and with the demon sect's strong support, he would soon reach level 89 and then take celestial-grade elixirs to advance to the soul Douluo realm. Although Shi Po's talent was slightly inferior with proper training, she could also advance to the soul Douluo realm. At that time, the power of their martial soul fusion technique would undoubtedly increase significantly, making them a super title Douluo with combat power above level 95. Meanwhile, the deans of Tianshui Academy, Qihua Academy, Shunfeng Academy, and Plan Academy were also at the soul Douluo level, and the Demon Lord was currently negotiating with them. Mo Wentian, having nothing to do, decided to take care of the children and eventually went alone with Zhu Zhuqing to the Star Luo Empire. Tang San and Xiao Yu did not encounter any accidents due to Mo Wentian's intervention, and in the end, Tang San and Xiao Wu, under the guidance of Tang Hao,
also went to the Stardow Forest for training, possibly heading to the City of Slaughter as well. Mo Wentian was uncertain about whether to go or not. If it was just a realm of slaughter, it certainly wasn't worth his trip. However, if it was the Shura God inheritance, it would be worth the risk. Unable to think it through, Mo Wentian decided to take Zhu Zhuqing back to the Zhu family first to resolve the marriage contract issue concerning her. Although Ma Hongjun ultimately did not agree to join the demon sect, he did agree to join Shrek Academy, helping his teacher Flinder manage the academy for Mo Wentian. In the city of Tiando, Lu Erlong's Blue Lightning Academy was merged into Shrek Academy as in the original story, and because there was an existing simulated training environment, it became the main campus, while the former village was turned into a branch campus. Oscar chose to go out alone for training, while Ning Rongrong returned to her sect to learn how to handle sect affairs from her father. Dai Mubai also returned to the Star Luo Empire, and Zhu Zhuqing stayed at Mo's residence. It had been over half a year since the competition ended. Mo Wentian's daughter, Xiao Xiao, could now call him dad, which made Mo Wentian extremely happy. However, due to Zhu Zhuqing's matter, he had to leave his daughter Xiao Xiao and head to the Star Luo Empire. Star Luo Empire. Star Luo City. After half a month, the two finally arrived in Star Luo City. On the way, Zhu Zhuqing surrendered herself to Mo Wentian. They did some things that required a mosaic effect, and let's just say they kept the volume to a minimum, so I won't elaborate further. Although Star Luo City was not as grand as Tiando City for cultivation, it was not inferior in terms of prosperity. The strength of the Tiando Empire was actually not as strong as that of the Star Luo Empire. The reason it had not been devoured by the Star Luo Empire was partly due to the balance maintained by the Spirit Hall, and partly because the Tiando Empire had strong defenses. After arriving in the Star Luo Empire, they did not immediately return to the Zhu family, but went to the Demon Sect's stronghold first. After some discussions, they settled down at a hotel. Let's not do it today. Zhu Zhuqing shyly pushed Mo Wentian away, her face slightly red, her hair elegantly styled, looking exceptionally charming. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Zhuqing, I just want to rest for a bit. Where are your thoughts going? Mo Wentian looked at Zhu Zhuqing with some confusion. If she hadn't noticed the smile at the corner of Mo Wentian's mouth, she would have thought he truly had no ulterior motives. Then I'll go open another room. Zhu Zhuqing angrily stood up to go to the front desk to change rooms. Wait. I was wrong. Zhuqing, don't be angry. Let's cultivate soul power together instead. Mo Wentian accidentally discovered that when he entered a special state while practicing an unnamed technique, if a man and woman practiced together, they could enter a special emotionless state that would quadruple their cultivation speed. Fine, I'll stay for the sake of improving my soul power. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a bit proud, turned around and sat back down. Don't think too much. We don't need to be like Yonghua and Xialong, completely exposed. We're just taking off our outer garments. The two sat cross-legged on the bed, palms facing each other, and spiritual energy began to gather towards them. Zhu Zhuqing was able to benefit from Mo Wentian's aura, achieving the same cultivation speed as him. With their thoughts and intentions aligned, their soul power quickly circulated through a large cycle. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power became chaotic, indicating a sign of a breakthrough. Mo Wentian did not withdraw his palm, continuing to practice palm-to-palm cultivation, with the spiritual energy being transmitted to Zhu Zhuqing, then transformed into soul power to enhance her soul power. Half an hour later, great. Wentian, I have broken through. I have become a 50th level Soul King. After obtaining the 5th Soul Ring, I can officially step into the realm of Soul King. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in surprise, opening her eyes and joyfully hugging Mo Wentian. Yes, after you advance to Soul King, our martial soul fusion technique will become even stronger. Let's merge and practice our coordination, Mo Wentian said as he pulled Zhu Zhuqing to start familiarizing themselves with their martial soul fusion technique. The next morning, the leader of the demon sect in the Star Luo Empire, a powerful soul sage, arrived at the hotel with a group of people, bringing along various gifts, with an abundance of red and purple items, attracting the attention of passers-by. Mo Wentian led Zhu Zhuqing out, and the soul sage stood behind him after giving him a nod. Mo Wentian took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and started heading towards the Zhu family mansion. Chapter 127. 8 palanquins carried inside the door. The demon sect master Mo Wentian, with 8 palanquins carried in, had already been informed by the Zhu family about the royal family of the Xinghua Empire's request, although they knew their daughter had been taken away by Mo Wentian. They dared not show any signs of defiance. The demon sect, with its 3 Douluos, held immense power,
controlling the economic lifeline of the entire continent, forcing the Wuhuan Hall to make concessions. Even the Xingluo Empire considered befriending the demon sect. The empire only thought of its own interests and naturally would not offend such a force for the sake of an heir's fiancé, his son-in-law. Come in, come in. A beautiful middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 30s with an excellent figure, was looking around at the door. Upon seeing Mo Wentian, she quickly grabbed him and stared at him, saying politely, "What are you doing, Mom? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Zhu Zhuqing playfully clung to the beautiful woman's arm, her ample bosom pressed against her mother. If anyone in the Zhu family could make Zhu Zhuqing reluctant to leave, it would be this somewhat frivolous mother. The beautiful woman, named Dai Yunqing, was a side princess of the royal family. Unlike Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyan, who were so aloof, she was always carefree. This puzzled Mo Wentian. He couldn't understand why the Zhu sisters were so cold, and finally realized why Zhu Zhuqing wasn't as cold in front of him. It sounded contradictory, but it was the truth. Zhu Zhuqing was icy in public, but became incredibly warm when alone with him. What's wrong? This is my son-in-law, and you want to even come out to greet him because of your pride? Dai Yunqing, being the matriarch of the Zhu family, was well informed. Upon hearing that the demon sect master Mo Wentian was approaching with 8 palanquins, she understood the situation. Moreover, her family had already instructed her regarding Zhu Zhuqing, stating that if Mo Wentian brought her to break off the engagement, they should not make things difficult for him, and even mentioned their relationship. This was, of course, in reference to the alliance formed between the Xingluo Empire and the demon sect during the Soul Master competition when Mo Wentian made his request. Although it was somewhat embarrassing, at that time, the heir was still Davis. Even now, the rivalry between Dai Mubai and Davis for the position of heir had not ceased. Although Dai Mubai defeated Davis, he lost Zhu Zhuqing and Face, which led the emperor of the Xingluo Empire to hesitate over whom to choose as the heir. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened slightly. Mo Wentian noticed, but did not comment. However, he was curious to see how much her father valued his pride, even refusing to come out to greet his own daughter's wedding after not seeing her for years. "Aunt, this is my gift, 666 gold soul coins, 888 silver soul coins, and 666 copper soul coins." Mo Wentian smiled slightly, pointing to the boxes on the palanquins. The soul sage in charge gestured, and his subordinates opened the boxes, revealing a sight full of gleaming gold and silver coins. This was, of course, intentional on Mo Wentian's part. He wanted the Xingluo Empire and the Zhu family to see the financial strength of the demon sect. Dealing with ordinary people required ordinary methods. And based on the demon sect's intelligence, he knew what kind of character his father-in-law had. He valued profit over righteousness, prioritizing money over life, and would sacrifice his own daughter's happiness to curry favor with the powerful. How could he expect to make him yield without showing some financial strength? Although the gold soul coins weren't a lot, they amounted to over 100,000 when converted, which was quite substantial. This was the perfect way to deal with him. Such a person could only be crushed with money. There was no need to ask why he included silver and copper soul coins. It was simply to save costs. While there were many across the continent who could produce 200,000 gold soul coins, very few could produce such amounts of gold, silver, and copper soul coins together. The visual impact created was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. "Good, Wentian. I was wondering why you were so hesitant to tell me what was in those carts." "This is 2. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't continue and shot Mo Wentian a fierce glare. "What are you talking about, you brat? Wentian is being thoughtful. There's nothing wrong with using this method to deal with your father. It shows you understand." Dai Yunqing scolded Zhu Zhuqing, praising Mo Wentian for being considerate. Zhu Zhuqing glared in anger, but had no way to retort, deciding in her heart that she would make Mo Wentian pay for this later. "Hee, aunt, you flatter me." Mo Wentian ignored Zhu Zhuqing's murderous gaze and said sweetly to Dai Yunqing. This mother-in-law seemed quite nice, though her husband would be a bit harder to handle. As Zhu Zhuqing's father, Mo Wentian couldn't use force, so he had to come up with this method. "Ha, you're Mo Wentian, right? You're quite famous across the continent now, truly a young achiever. Someone, quickly report to the master, saying that Zhu Qing has returned, along with the gifts from the demon sect, and inform him." Dai Yunqing understood her husband's greedy nature and instructed accordingly. "I came this time to propose to Zhu Qing, and I believe the royal family of the Xingluo Empire has already agreed to annul the engagement. Right, aunt? You should be aware of this." Mo Wentian stated his purpose,
noticing that Dai Yunqing showed no surprise, indicating she was already aware of Zhu Zhuqing's situation. Yes, I agree to your marriage, but Zhuqing's father is a bit. Dai Yunqing said hesitantly, her pretty face flushing, resembling a young girl. It seemed Zhu Zhuqing inherited her tendency to blush from her mother-in-law, not only easily embarrassed, but also sharing her beauty and figure. Cough, cough. The demon sect master has arrived. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. May I ask what brings you to the Zhu family? A middle-aged man with a thick beard and a very masculine appearance, sharp eyes darting between Mo Wentian and the gold soul coins, appeared at the gate. Mo Wentian couldn't help but sigh at the sight of a beautiful flower growing from cow dung, feeling unjust for his pretty mother-in-law. Having met his uncle, he came this time as a junior to propose, unsure of his uncle's thoughts. As long as you agree to our marriage, all these gold soul coins will be yours. Mo Wentian said directly, pointing at the gold soul coins behind him, too lazy to engage in pleasantries with such a person. Ahem. Since you're not here, as the demon lord of the demon sect, I have to say something about you, Wentian. Zhu Qing has been raised by us since childhood, and the resources spent on her cannot be compared to these gold soul coins, Zhu Qing's father said, looking at the gold soul coins with eyes that were no less greedy than Flanders. But upon hearing Mo Wentian's words, a greedy expression unconsciously emerged in his eyes. Mo Wentian did not speak. He did not expect that this old man was not only greedy for money, but also greedy in nature. Such a person should not be indulged. Originally, he did not want to measure love with money, but reality did not allow him to use anything else for comparison. Chapter 128, The Wedding Night, Part 1. This is a misunderstanding. I am not here to buy Zhu Qing, but to marry her. I hope Uncle can understand this clearly. How about this? I can use my identity as the Demon Lord to help the Zhu family reach a business cooperation with the demon sect. Whatever gold soul coins they can earn will be considered your ability. What do you think? Mo Wentian didn't think it was possible to raise the price. First, Zhu Zhuqing was not a commodity. Second, people like him were inherently greedy and would never be satisfied with any amount given. After pondering for a moment, Mo Wentian came up with a compromise. Oh, how embarrassing. What my son-in-law said makes sense. It's my fault. I didn't consider it thoroughly. Look at this. Zhu Yukai rubbed his hands while looking at the gold soul coins behind Mo Wentian. Zhu Zhuqing and her mother couldn't bear to look directly and turn their eyes away, pretending not to know him. Well, Wei Yang, Mo Wentian gestured to the Soul Saint powerhouse behind him. Yes, someone take these soul coins to the Zhu residence. The Soul Saint of the demon sect responsible for Xinglua City, named Wei Yang, respectfully responded and ordered his subordinates to start transporting the betrothal gifts to the Zhu residence. 3 days later, Mo Wentian directly took Zhu Zhuqing back to the Tiando Empire, accompanied by his beautiful mother-in-law. As for Zhu Zhuqing's father, as an important member of the Xinglua Empire, he could not leave Xinglua City and therefore could not attend Zhu Zhuqing's wedding. Yes, that's right, it was a wedding, including Yu Lingling's wedding, which also had to be held together. Mo Wentian prepared a grand wedding for both women. Now, his daughter was already 7 or 8 months old, and he estimated that when they got home, she wouldn't just be babbling, she would probably be able to call him dad. Naturally, he couldn't let Yu Lingling down. A month later, the wedding was held as scheduled. Old Poison, which forces are coming to attend my wedding? Mo Wentian asked the leisurely sitting Poison Douluo in his armchair. Fortunately, now that Yu Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing had separate rooms, they couldn't meet before the wedding, which made Mo Wentian quite bored. The Wuhuan Temple sent Hulaina as a representative. The Tiando Empire sent Prince Xueqinghe. The Xinglua Empire sent Dai Mubai. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School sent Ning Rongrong. The Haotian School sent Tang San, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family sent Yutianeng. All were outstanding peers, indicating that the major forces still cared about the status of the demon sect. Poison Douluo said casually, as if he were quite familiar with the younger generation of these major forces. The current Poison Douluo had long forgotten the agreement made when he joined the demon sect, diligently managing the information system of the sect. How was the gathering at Father S. place? How many title Douluo do we have in the demon sect now? Mo Wentian had been busy with lifelong matters recently, and naturally had no time to pay attention to the changes in the demon sect. Besides me and old Jack, there are a total of 5 title Douluo combat powers, and there's also Huang, a healing type title Douluo. When Poison Douluo mentioned this, his face was filled with joy. Over the past 6 months, his soul power had also increased to the level of a 96th level title Douluo. Well, not bad. It seems Father S. methods are indeed extraordinary, having quickly recruited those existences. Mo Wintian knew, without guessing, that among these people, there would definitely be Long Gong and the 4 deans from the 5 Elements Academy. This coincided perfectly with his and his father's plan. However, according to the intelligence from our demon sect's secret agents, the evil soul masters have also sent people over. It must be that the weasel is wishing the chicken well, which is not a good sign. It seems we need to be cautious. Douluo Bo's expression suddenly became serious. It shouldn't be a problem. As long as the evil soul masters still want to stand openly on the continent, they won't act irrationally against the demon sect. Otherwise, they would just be letting the yellow bird catch the cicada. Mo Wintian analyzed based on the situation of the evil soul masters. Well, the demon lord also thinks so he just asked me to remind you. It's always good to be cautious. After all, no one can guarantee that the evil soul masters won't suddenly go mad. Poison Douluo nodded in agreement, but still felt some worry. So he reminded with a heavier tone. Yes, being cautious is no harm. You can rest assured. After this wedding, take me to the extreme north to obtain my 7th soul ring, and let old Jack stay in charge of the demon sect. Mo Wintian also felt it necessary to be more careful. No one knew if the evil soul masters had any schemes. Thinking of this, Mo Wintian couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency and said directly to Poison Douluo, "The 7th soul ring? Did you sneak a drink at the wedding? Why are you talking nonsense?" Poison Douluo looked at Mo Wintian in surprise and walked over to pat Mo Wintian's head. "Get lost. I'm not drinking. Forget it. It's pointless to explain it to you now. You'll understand later. It really is the 7th soul ring, and of course, the 6th soul ring needs to be put on the agenda." Mo Wintian naturally wouldn't tell Poison Douluo that this was a special reward he received when he promoted to Soul King, because even if he explained, no one would probably believe it. Who would have thought that the 7-leaf grass Wuhuan could break the rules of Douluo continent and skip 10 levels to obtain a soul ring? It was completely unreasonable. All right, as long as you're not talking nonsense. After all, you're just a monster. You don't need to tell me all your secrets. Even if you suddenly tell me tomorrow that you've advanced to title Douluo, I wouldn't be too surprised. Douluo Bo knew Mo Wintian's mystery and how terrifying his cultivation speed was. Everyone had their own secrets. He was just curious and didn't mean to pry too deeply. Haha, who knows? Maybe that day will come. Don't be surprised then. Mo Wintian didn't know why the 8th and 9th leaves had been silent until now. But he understood that with his current status in Douluo continent, the restrictions of these soul rings were becoming increasingly irrelevant to him. Okay, then I'll wait for that day. I hope you can advance to title Douluo soon, and then our demon sect can rightfully become the #1 sect in the world. No, we are already the #1 sect in the world now. Haha, but your strength as the demon lord is a bit weak. I assent it. Poison Douluo didn't understand the meaning behind Mo Wintian's words, thinking that Mo Wintian was just referring to the normal rapid cultivation to the level of title Douluo. Mo Wintian did not explain and was about to speak when a light and pleasant voice came from outside the door. "Young master, the old lady asked me to come and dress you up, saying that the auspicious time is approaching and you should get ready." The person who came in was Mo Wintian's maid, Douluo, who is now the housekeeper of the entire Mo residence, responsible for the daily needs of Mo Wintian, Yi Lingling, and Zhu Zhuqing. "All right, come on. Old Poison, why are you still here? Are you waiting to see me put on makeup?" Mo Wintian said when he saw that Poison Douluo had not left after Douluo knocked and entered. "Alas, you really don't respect me, old man. When can I wear a wedding dress like you?" Poison Douluo said with some envy, although he and Yi Phoenix had already broken that layer of glass. Yi Phoenix was unwilling to marry into the Douluo family. "Haha, that's easy. You can go over and become a son-in-law. I'm sure your mother-in-law won't refuse." Mo Wintian couldn't help but laugh. Douluo beside him also couldn't help but chuckle, but she didn't dare to laugh out loud like Mo Wintian. To let the dignified titled Douluo become a son-in-law, it's a wonder Mo Wintian could think of that. Chapter 129, Wedding Night, Part 2, I'm leaving. Douluo Bo snorted coldly, feeling quite embarrassed. He hadn't yet decided whether to become a son-in-law. After speaking, Douluo Bo vanished in a flash. Mo Wintian shook his head with a smile, thinking that whether he could become his father-in-law depended on his own ability. "Hee, young master, you're really bad. Actually wanting the Grand Elder to become a son-in-law." After Poison Douluo left, Douluo finally breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but laugh heartily. "TCH, what's wrong with being a son-in-law? He just doesn't know how to appreciate his blessings." "Douluo, have the ladies finished dressing up?" Mo Wintian changed the topic and asked. "Yes, they're all ready." "All right, young master, you're really handsome." Douluo finally styled Mo Wintian's hair, and his long black hair was also tied up, topped with the groom's bright red hat.
The young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong, presented gifts on behalf of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Several pieces of top-grade gold stones, several spirit-level herbs, and 888 gold soul coins. Tang San, representing the Haotian School, presented exquisite hidden weapons, several Zhuge crossbows, and 600 pounds of Millennium Cold Iron, along with 333 gold soul coins. Yu Tianheng, representing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, presented top-tier Thunder Attribute Spirit Herbs and 222 gold soul coins. The Spirit Halls Hu Laina presented a gift of 100,000 gold soul coins and a Millennium Soul Bone. The royal family of the Heaven Do Empire, represented by Xue Qinghe, presented 100,000 gold soul coins and a Millennium Soul Bone. The royal family of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai, presented 200,000 gold soul coins and several top-tier spirit herbs. These forces have spent a lot to win over the Demon Gate, but the Shrek 7 monsters are likely here for Zhu Zhuqing's sake. Yes, the Demon Gate is currently at its peak, and various forces are vying to collaborate with the Demon Gate on pills. As long as they can associate with the Demon Gate, their new generation's soul power will far exceed their peers. All the attendees of the wedding were soul masters of Soul Sect and above. Seeing so many forces presenting gifts, they couldn't help but discuss. The evil Soul Saint Sun presented a gift of a Millennium Dark Spirit Cat Tiger Soul Bone. Another voice rang out, and everyone from the major forces stood up in surprise. Even Mo Wentian, who was preparing to worship heaven and earth on the high platform, narrowed his pupils and looked toward the door at the evil Soul Master Saint Sun. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. Although I am the evil Soul Master Saint Sun, I am not an evil Soul Master. I have not used any wicked methods to enhance my soul power. I am here purely to congratulate my brother Wentian on his big day, with no other intentions. You all don't need to pay me any special attention. The evil Soul Master Saint Sun said with a faint smile, his expression teasing. Guests are welcome. I hope nothing bad happens today. Otherwise, don't blame the Demon Gate for being ruthless and unscrupulous. Mo Wentian said coldly, his voice chilling, but no one said anything. The representatives of the various forces present, especially the top-tier forces, were all familiar with Mo Wentian or had had contact with him. Rest assured, Demon Lord, even if there are some people with ulterior motives in my evil Soul Master faction, they wouldn't dare to make a move at the wedding of the Demon Lord. The evil Soul Master Saint Sun hinted, his expression still indifferent, looking incredibly proud as if Mo Wentian had defeated him last time. That's good. Everyone, please take a seat. I apologize for any shortcomings in hospitality. Mo Wentian returned to his smile and said, Brother Tian, you're too polite. Anyone who dares to cause trouble at your wedding, my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will not let them go. Ning Rongrong quickly said politely, clearly the most suitable for such occasions among the younger generation. Yes, Brother Tian, don't worry. With my Haotian School here, no one would dare to cause trouble at your wedding with Zhu Qing. Tang San also added. Seeing this, other representatives from various forces naturally echoed, which made some fading forces realize the connections of the Demon Gate. Even Hu Laina from the Spirit Hall and the evil Soul Master Saint Sun showed a hint of apprehension towards the Demon Gate. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the high hall. The couple bows to each other. Enter the bridal chamber. The wedding ceremony was naturally requested by Mo Wentian. Although he was in another world, Mo Wentian felt he was always a Chinese person at heart. Mo Wentian did not see the astonishment and surprise in Tang San's eyes. Even if he had, he wouldn't care about how Tang San felt. Although he couldn't be sure if the Tang sect from Tang San's previous life was the same as the Tang sect in his own world, Mo Wentian was certain that Tang San and he did not exist in the same world. It was just that Tang San's previous world was more similar to the ancient times of his own previous life. After the banquet dispersed, Mo Wentian arrived at the newlywed room. Looking at the two adjacent new rooms, he found himself in a dilemma about which one to enter first. Suddenly recalling his fourth soul skill, Mo Wentian had a clever idea. He decided to summon a clone to engage in conversation, buying some time. And then when it was time to act, he could switch back to his original self when the two were not paying attention. In fact, Mo Wentian's clone could be considered as his original self. The only difference was a matter of primary and secondary, and their strengths were different. Whether in soul or body, they were still Mo Wentian himself. However, no matter what, it was the day of his grand wedding, and using a soul skill clone might seem a bit cheap. So, Mo Wentian decided that the clone would only be responsible for flirting, and he would ultimately switch back to his original self. Once he thought of it, he acted.
He activated his fourth soul skill and created another identical Mo Wentian. It was as if he had gained another perspective on the world. At this moment, Mo Wentian could freely control his fourth soul skill and summon several clones at will. However, Mo Wentian clearly did not have the power to transform like Sun Wukong. He could only summon a maximum of 9, including his main body. Compared to the Monkey King from Eastern mythology, Mo Wentian had the advantage that these clones were still himself. It seemed that the soul skills in Douluo were indeed special. This soul skill was incredibly powerful. Mo Wentian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Mo Wentian never thought about why others didn't have such powerful and special soul skills. This is also a case of being blinded by the situation. The secret of the 7-leaf clover martial soul is not as simple as it appears on the surface. The hidden elements within it can cause the entire universe to tremble. Mo Wentian is able to traverse, but he cannot be separated from the 7-leaf clover. This is why Mo Wentian is so carefree, not considering this aspect. With such a special and powerful martial soul, which also has a high growth potential, how could it possibly be just an ordinary martial soul? Mo Wentian was the first to push open the door of Yilingling, while at the same time, he pushed open the door of Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 130, Wedding Night, and Wentian, you're here. The same words, the same scene happened simultaneously in both new rooms. And this difference in perspective made Mo Wentian feel a bit insecure. Zhu Zhuqing and Yilingling both had joyful expressions, clearly happy that Mo Wentian entered their new rooms first. Without thinking, it was clear that both women were thinking, it seems Wentian likes me a little more. Indeed, Mo Wentian felt this scene was quite wonderful. Why don't you go to Zhu Qing first? Why don't you go to Sister Lingling first? The two women surprisingly synchronized, and Mo Wentian secretly thought that it was a good thing he had his own tricks, otherwise he would definitely offend one of them. Women, after all, are all like this, saying one thing, but meaning another. Of course, I want to see you first. I'll go see Zhu Qing later, Mo Wentian said meaningfully. Husband, you should go to Sister Zhu Qing first. I'm afraid she'll be lonely by herself. After all, she just got married, Yilingling said, though she was happy. She still showed understanding. Don't worry, Mo Wentian whispered something into Yilingling's ear. You bad guy, don't tease Zhu Qing like that. Go accompany her, or else you can forget about coming into my room. To Mo Wentian's surprise, after hearing this, Yilingling's face turned cold, and she pushed him out of the door with a kick. Mo Wentian had no choice but to find an opportunity to switch back to his main body and enter Zhu Zhuqing's room. Meanwhile, his other body shamelessly returned to Yilingling's room. That night was quite eventful, and Mo Wentian was busy on both sides until he finally fell asleep holding both women. If one looked closely, they would find that both women had their own unique features. Yilingling's figure was quite full, her proportions close to perfect, and even after having a child, there was no sign of sagging. As for Zhu Qing, she was beyond perfect, a scale that only existed in the two-dimensional world. One could say that Mo Wentian finally understood what it meant to have a double blessing that night. As for what happened among the three, naturally, it was the kind of thing that needed to be toned down and blurred out, so it can't be explained in detail. Those who understand, understand. The next morning, Mo Wentian took both women to his mother and father to serve tea, a custom that also exists in Douluo continent, where filial piety is paramount. It seems that no matter where it is, filial piety is highly valued. 6 months later, Mo Wentian chose not to go to the city of slaughter, but instead opted for a leisurely life at home. Watching his daughter, Xiao Xiao, chasing butterflies in the garden, Mo Wentian's heart suddenly felt much calmer. Over a year old, Xiao Xiao had become as cute as a doll. Daddy, why are you so big? And still need mommy to hold you to sleep? Xiao Xiao can sleep without mommy holding her. Daddy is so silly. After chasing butterflies until tired, Xiao Xiao came to Mo Wentian's side, blinking her beautiful big eyes as if she remembered something, and asked with some confusion. At the same time, Yilingling and Zhu Zhuqing, who were basking in the sun in the garden, suddenly blushed, their heads hanging low like wilted cucumbers. Yes, Xiao Xiao. Your daddy is really silly. Come here, let Annie hold you. Mo Yudi was also there soaking up the sun. The family liked to bask in the sun together when they had nothing to do. Mo Yudi had no interest in men and still had no crush, which was quite different from her brother Mo Wentian. Annie is not silly either. The day before yesterday morning, I saw Auntie coming out of Aunt Dodo's room, and at night, she bullied Aunt Dodo. Aunt Dodo said no, but Annie kept pressing on her. Auntie is bad. Xiao Xiao doesn't want to play with Annie. Xiao Xiao said seriously,
her little face not showing any signs of joking. Wentian, how'd you teach Xiao Xiao? I'm going to fight you. Mo Yudi was furious as Xiao Xiao exposed her secret, her pretty face turning red as she glared at Mo Wentian, reluctant to scold her only little treasure. Sister, Xiao Xiao doesn't understand and is talking nonsense. You want to take it seriously, right? Xiao Xiao quickly apologized to Annie. Mo Wentian quickly comforted, and after speaking, he shot a fierce glare at his daughter. Under Mo Wentian's glare, Xiao Xiao immediately stood up straight and bowed to Mo Yudi, saying softly, Annie, Xiao Xiao was wrong. Xiao Xiao one peek at the adults matters again. Adults are so strange. Xiao Xiao doesn't quite understand what you are doing. Shut up. Have you finished your homework today? Hurry up and go back to your room to do your homework. Yi Lingling knew she couldn't let her silly daughter continue talking. If she did, there might be no secrets left in the Mo family. At just 1 year old, their daughter, Yi Xiao Xiao, unexpectedly awakened a special martial soul, which turned out to be Mo Wentian's 7-leaf grass martial soul. However, her martial soul had 3 leaves instead of 7. Calling her the 3-leaf grass was more appropriate. The 3-leaf grass martial soul possessed an innate domain, the concealment domain, making it so that even a titled Douluo would not be able to detect her presence if they did not carefully observe their surroundings. Mo Wentian was quite envious. He couldn't help but wonder if he had gone in the wrong direction, trying to evolve the 7-leaf grass martial soul into a 9-leaf grass martial soul, as it seemed his daughter's 3-leaf grass was even more miraculous and powerful. Mo Wentian did not know that the origin of the 3-leaf clover martial soul was not as powerful as his original 7-leaf clover. So the force suppressed by the world's rules was much weaker, which was why it appeared so miraculous. Currently, Mo Wentian was not in a hurry to obtain a soul ring. He wanted to wait until he reached the 60th level Soul Emperor realm before acquiring a 70th level Soul Sage's soul ring, jumping 10 levels at once. Otherwise, he was afraid it would affect his future foundation. Although Douluo continent did not emphasize foundational issues, Mo Wentian placed great importance on them. Having received the inheritance of the Void Sword God, his vision could not be limited to the small Douluo continent. As his soul power increased, the secrets of the 7-leaf clover began to be revealed, but the last 2 leaves remained incredibly mysterious, seeming to be out of place with the other 7 leaves. They contained great danger and secrets. With 4 years until the Spirit Hall's soul hunting plan, Mo Wentian was unsure if the Spirit Hall would carry out the soul hunting plan as in the original work. After such a long period of development, the demon sect strength was no longer what it used to be. Based on the analysis of the demon sect, Mo Wentian felt that the early emergence of the powerful evil soul masters was all related to the evil soul master saint, Luo Shang. All right then, Dad. I'm going back to my room to write. You must bully Mom more tonight. Make her scold me, Yi Xiao Xiao said seriously, and after finishing, she shot a fierce glare at Yi Lingling. Mo Wentian felt a bit embarrassed and said to Mo Yudi, don't take it to heart, okay? Children speak without thinking. Although he liked his daughter very much, he thought the term little cotton-padded jacket didn't quite fit her. If he had to make a comparison, he felt that little rascal was more suitable for his daughter, Xiao Xiao. Chapter 131, The Extreme North. Well, my sister has other matters to attend to, so I will leave first. Mo Yudi didn't know whether to cry or laugh, feeling helpless about this mischievous little niece. After Mo Yudi left, Yi Lingling curiously approached Mo Wentian and whispered, is the little story true? Did Sister and Dodo really do that? Which one? Mo Wentian pretended not to know. That one, Yi Lingling said angrily, her pretty face turning red all of a sudden. However, after being married for so long, she knew Mo Wentian's personality and that he was just teasing her on purpose. Hee, I don't know either, but you could try with Zhu Qing. As the ancient said, same-sex love is true love. There's nothing to be shy about, Mo Wentian said mischievously to Yi Lingling. Zhu Qing, who was eavesdropping nearby, also showed a hint of blush on her cold face, clearly having heard what Mo Wentian said. Go to hell, you're such a bad guy, still unchanged from before, Yi Lingling said, playfully punching Mo Wentian's chest, then suddenly reminiscing. The 3 of them quietly watched the sunset without practicing, creating a warm atmosphere. Their daughter had unexpectedly awakened her 3-colored grass martial spirit 3 months ago, becoming increasingly clever. She could sleep in her own room and manage simple self-care. So there was no need for the 3 of them to worry. Zhu Qing, why are you blushing? Did you think of something? Mo Wentian said with a sly smile at Zhu Qing, who was admiring the garden view on a nearby bench. Get lost.
Zhu Qing glared at Mo Wentian, still easily embarrassed even after being married for so long. The next day, Mo Wentian secretly left Tiando City with poisoned Douluo heading north. A month later, the two finally entered the extreme north. Fortunately, poisoned Douluo knew the exact location of the extreme north. The temperature here is extremely low, making it difficult for ordinary soul masters to cultivate, but for ice-type soul masters, it is an excellent training environment. As they traveled, they saw some small market tribes not far from the outer forest, likely preparing for ice-type soul masters to enter the ice and snow soul beast forest, selling warm clothing and tools. However, ice-type soul masters are few, so the number of these gathering tribes is not large, as very few soul masters from other elements come to such harsh environments to obtain soul rings. Only a handful of dedicated practitioners would come here for soul ring trials, as the consumption of soul power and the burden on the body in this environment are significantly greater than in ordinary conditions. However, for Mo Wentian, these were not problems. With the nameless technique, he could maintain his maximum combat power regardless of the environment. The temperature here was about minus 50 degrees. How cold must it be in the inner regions? Mo Wentian tightened his thick cotton coat and couldn't help but exclaim, although it did not affect his combat power. Mo Wentian's sense of touch was normal, and he naturally felt the cold. The soul beasts in the outer area were mostly weak, and only in the inner or core regions could there possibly be soul beasts that were over 100,000 years old. Along the way, they encountered quite a few ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts, but upon seeing the two, they all roared from a distance and fled. Clearly, they sensed the powerful aura emanating from Douluo Old Poison. We're about to enter the inner region. You should restrain your aura. I have a method to conceal your presence. Try it out. Given the relationship between Mo Wentian and Douluo, there were naturally no taboos. The soul power within Douluo's body operated along a special route for 2 cycles using the aura concealing part of the nameless technique. Not bad. Much better than my own concealment method. Why didn't you give me this good thing earlier? I even regarded you as my own grandson, Douluo said, feeling that it was indeed much stronger than his own method, pretending to be nonchalant. Don't take advantage of me. Do you believe I'll go back and tell my mother-in-law that you want to be my grandfather? Mo Wentian replied, not buying into his act, threatening him. I was just joking. No need to take it so seriously. All right, check if there's any aura left on me, Douluo said, revealing an awkward expression and quickly changing the subject. Yes, of course there's an aura. How could you stand here without one? But indeed, there is no stronger aura anymore, Mo Wentian said, slightly speechless. The two walked on the somewhat soft snow, which was about 6 to 7 centimeters thick, and each footstep left an imprint of about 5 to 6 centimeters. After entering the inner region, the temperature dropped even lower and continued to get colder. Fortunately, they had prepared plenty of thick clothing before arriving, not wearing the thin clothes from the Tiando Empire. Although Mo Wentian could withstand this cold, and it had minimal impact on his combat power, he still felt some discomfort in this temperature. After going a certain distance, the two chose not to go deeper. Mo Wentian drew the ghost vine parasite sword from the 9-color sword sheath, chopped down several trees, and cut them into many wooden planks. Mo Wentian decided to stay here with Douluo for a while, as hunting a 100,000-year soul beast is not an easy task, so they naturally needed to establish a shelter. The ghost vine parasitic sword split into countless blades, cutting at the surrounding snow-covered trees, which were adorned with snowflakes and draped in a layer of silver. However, Mo Wentian showed no interest in admiring the scenery, quickly turning the trees into countless wooden planks. The two then built wooden houses. This amount of work was not difficult for them, and soon 2 wooden houses took shape. Mo Wentian certainly wouldn't share a house with that old man Douluo. After all, who knows if some snakes or poisonous frogs would crawl on him in the middle of the night. Fortunately, having each other around provided some companionship, preventing them from feeling lonely. The wooden houses made from these trees had surprisingly good insulation. After a month of observation and exploration, they finally found suitable soul beasts. During this month of training in this icy environment, Mo Wentian's physical strength also improved, and he was now absolutely confident in absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring beyond his current level. Opportunities and dangers coexisted. Even with Douluo nearby, Mo Wentian encountered considerable danger during the exploration. Where there are treasures, there are powerful soul beasts. During this time, Mo Wentian found quite a few top-tier ice spear herbs and refined many body-enhancing pills. This was also the reason for the further enhancement of Mo Wentian's physical body. Chapter 132. The Nether Emperor E. This Northern Nether Emperor E. is a dominant level existence in the ice river between the outer and inner areas. Its bloodline comparable to that of the Titan giant ape in the Stardow forest, making it the perfect choice for your 7th soul ring. You're really lucky. No wonder you insisted on coming to the extreme north. Douluo, hidden behind a concealed ice boulder, spoke to Mo Wentian using soul power to communicate. Of course, I have a firm grasp on luck, but it seems the water in the ice river ahead is not simple. It not only covers the inner circle area, but also includes many places in the outer circle. Mo Wentian replied proudly, as he was not in a hurry to wait for the Nether Emperor E to come out to hunt. He secretly mixed some powders to attract soul beasts and sprinkled them on the shore. The Nether Emperor E is powerful. If it were in the ice river, even I wouldn't be a match for it. However, if it's on land, its strength diminishes significantly, and with your assistance, capturing it shouldn't be too difficult. Douluo analyzed, based on observations over the past few days. You, being a landlubber, naturally can't compete with a waterland amphibious old beast like it. Although the Nether Emperor E is stronger in water, it is not much weaker on land, so don't be careless. Mo Wentian replied irritably, somewhat speechless at Douluo's deliberate exaggeration. It felt like a situation where it wasn't that I was weak, but the enemy was too strong. It wasn't that I was foolish, but that you were too clever. Don't worry, Shu. It's coming. Be careful not to speak. Douluo suddenly mourned, his expression tense. Generally, a 100,000-year-soul beast is equivalent to the strength of an ordinary title de law, but Douluo is clearly not an ordinary title de law. However, this Nether Emperor E is also quite extraordinary, comparable to a 95-level super title de law. Even Douluo at 96-level super title de law found it quite tricky. If it weren't for Mo Wentian's assistance, Douluo would definitely have turned and left upon encountering such an existence. The Nether Emperor E slowly emerged from the ice river, revealing its enormous eyes, looking towards the shore for the scent of the powders Mo Wentian had mixed, showing a satisfied expression. Clearly, it was quite pleased with these soul beasts that came to its door for free. The two held their breath, and, finally, the Nether Emperor E swiftly charged out of the ice river, opening its gaping mouth and swallowing 2,000-year ice snow giant wolves in one bite. Montak Vencian. Douluo. The two expressed that this 100,000-year soul beast was a bit fierce, but it was just a bit foolish. Go, don't hesitate. Second soul skill. Medusa's gaze. Mo Wentian first released the control skill, and with his current strength, he had no fear of backlash. He was very confident in his soul skills and strength. The second soul skill, Phosphor Snake Emperor Formation. The Poison Doll also first released a control-type soul skill to prevent the Nether Emperor E from returning to the ice. However, the two were clearly overthinking it. As soon as the Nether Emperor E saw someone secretly attacking him, he instantly went into a rage, staring fiercely at Mo Wentian and the others, with veins bulging on his skin. 8th soul skill, Time Freeze. The Poison Doll and Mo Wentian used one soul skill after another in coordination, all control-type soul skills, before the Nether Emperor E could react. He had already been attacked several times by Douluo and Mo Wentian, finally breaking free from their combined control. 4th soul skill, 1 Chi transforming 3 purities, transform, transform, transform. After transforming 3 times, 9 Mo Wentian appeared at once. 2nd soul skill, Medusa's gaze. 2nd soul skill, Medusa's gaze. Good heavens. Another dozens of attacks came, unable to move. The Nether Emperor E felt extremely frustrated and overwhelmed. 7th soul skill, Phosphor Snake Emperor Martial Soul Avatar. The Poison Doll was initially surprised, not expecting Mo Wentian to be so unreasonable, able to control even a 100,000-year soul beast to the point of immobility. Mo Wentian felt a sudden loss of 1/3 of his soul power within his body, and he also sensed a hint of difficulty. He thought to himself, no wonder it's a 100,000-year soul beast. The backlash is indeed powerful. Fortunately, his soul power was nearly crystallized and of extremely high quality. Otherwise, he might have been forced to break free. Roar. The Nether Emperor E, just breaking free from its restraints, let out a roar and charged towards Mo Wentian. In its eyes, Mo Wentian was even more annoying than Douluo, rendering it unable to move. One attack? Have you asked the old man? The 3rd soul skill. Phosphor Confusion Formation. Douluo said lightly, casually activating his 3rd soul skill. Give it a fatal blow. I'll come in for the finishing move. Feeling the rapid depletion of his soul power, Mo Wentian said anxiously. All right, not worthy of your play, little crocodile. Ninth soul skill, Phosphor Holy Light. The poison Douluo directly unleashed his strongest soul skill, with Mo Wentian's bug-like soul skill assisting in control. The poison Douluo felt that the 100,000-year soul beast was surprisingly easy to deal with for the first time. Boom! The poison Douluo's martial soul, the Phosphor Snake Emperor, first emitted a huge green light towards the Nether Emperor, E, then performed a tail sweep, sending the Nether Emperor, E, flying in Mo Wentian's direction. The soul beast struck by his ninth soul skill would either die or be severely injured, many times more serious than the COVID toxin. It was simply the gaze of the new coronavirus. Whoever was stared at would become pregnant. Oh no, I misspoke. It's whoever is stared at will die. Fortunately, the poison doll concentrated the toxin into one point. His ninth soul skill was not a single target attack, but a group one, capable of easily poisoning everyone in a city after use. The effect was even greater than that of the COVID virus. So it wouldn't be accurate to call it the gaze of the new coronavirus. It would be more appropriate to consider it a new coronavirus raid or arrival. Annihilation Sword. All swords return to their origin. 9 Mo Wentians simultaneously exhausted all the soul power within their bodies, delivering the strongest full power strike. 8 of the Mo Wentians instantly transformed into energy and dissipated, turning into light points that returned to Mo Wentian's main body. Mo Wentian quickly stuffed a soul recovery pill into his mouth and sat cross-legged to meditate. Looking at the appearance of the underworld Emperor, E, it was truly a sight of misery, with countless bloody wounds opened on its tough skin, extremely tragic. After recovering a bit of soul power, Mo Wentian approached the underworld Emperor, E, and was about to pick up the dagger to finish it off. Suddenly, the anxious voice of the poison Douluo rang out beside him. Be careful. Mo Wentian couldn't react in time. He only felt the darkness before his eyes as a massive blood-red mouth lunged at him. In an instant, Mo Wentian was swallowed into the belly of the Nether Emperor, E. The poison law dared not attack any further and could only use control soul skills to buy time, hoping that Mo Wentian could find a way out on his own. His attacking soul skills were all related to toxins, and he was afraid of harming Mo Wentian inside the belly, which is why he refrained from attacking. He never expected that this seemingly foolish and violent Nether Emperor E would be so insidious, pretending to be dead to conserve strength. Chapter 133. The Shocking Secret of the Seventh Leaf. Mo Wentian could only smell an unbearable stench around him and found himself covered in saliva. He realized he had been ambushed by that damned Emperor Yumming, E. The body of Emperor Yumming was enormous, its belly as big as a room. Mo Wentian activated his breaking illusion, I, and easily located the heart of Emperor, feeling a sticky layer on his body along with a corrosive green smoke. Exhausted of soul power, Mo Wentian couldn't care less and bit down on the heart, which was the size of 2 basketballs. Emperor Yumming, already severely injured, lost all its strength with Mo Wentian's bite. After a frenzied gnawing, Mo Wentian finally felt that Emperor Yumming had stopped moving, and he let out a sigh of relief before fainting. 10 minutes later, Mo Wentian groggily opened his eyes and saw Poison Douluo looking worried while feeding him warm water, which moved him deeply. You're awake, so hurry up and absorb the soul ring. If you don't absorb it soon, it'll disappear. Poison Douluo quickly pretended to be nonchalant and stood up. Mo Wentian didn't say the word thank you, as it felt too distant. Instead, he sat cross-legged to begin recovering his soul power. Only by keeping his soul power at its best could he absorb the soul ring more perfectly without any mishaps. After half an hour, Mo Wentian finally recovered his soul power and arrived early at the side of the soul ring of this 100,000-year soul beast to begin absorption. The red soul ring was enormous, like the round one on Gohan's head in Dragon Ball, but it was red, indicating that this soul beast was indeed a 100,000-year soul beast. After a soul beast dies, its soul ring exists for 1 hour or 2 hours in total, and without special methods to preserve it, it will dissipate after 1 hour. As Mo Wentian absorbed the massive red soul ring, it began to shrink until it ultimately turned into nothingness, and there were no further unexpected events during the process. Mo Wentian directly absorbed the 7th spirit ring from a soul king of over 50 levels, completely ignoring the spirit power level restrictions of the Douluo system, which undoubtedly set a precedent. The power of the 7-leaf grass martial soul goes beyond this. Looking at the 7th spirit ring, which is the most important martial soul true body soul skill, along with the rewards brought by the 7th leaf, and Mo Wentian felt as if his worldview had been overturned. The seventh leaf actually rewarded him with a large world. No, rather than a reward, it is more accurate to say that the seven-leaf grass martial soul comes with its own world, and Mo Wentian merely gained a right to enter and exit freely. From the information transmitted by the seven-leaf grass, Mo Wentian learned that the seven-leaf grass martial soul originated from Blue Star, which is the ancestral land at the center of the universe. It fused with that large world due to an unintended collision. As a reward for obtaining the seventh spirit ring, he gained the right to freely enter and exit this world, although it is not entirely free. Rather, he can use this right once every 3 years. Through the transmission of information, Mo Wentian discovered that this world is actually the Douluo world, the world of the young Yin emperor during his youth, where 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west do not bully the youth for being poor. Mo Wentian couldn't help but sigh. Is it because they all have the character Do in their names that he could gain the right to enter the neighboring Douluo world when he arrived at Douluo continent? He didn't understand, so he decided not to think about it. Mo Wentian felt that having time to go to the Douluo world to improve his strength would be quite good. He couldn't say he liked Tang San, but he only had admiration for the decisive Xiaoyan. Although both of them had been raising wives since childhood, which was quite contemptible, putting himself in their shoes. Anyone in that environment would probably not be idle. The information provided by the seven-leaf grass martial soul was that if he could grow into the strongest being above the Douluo continent, he could separate the seventh leaf of the seven-leaf grass martial soul from the Douluo world, allowing the Douluo world and the Douluo world to merge and become Douluo Divine Star. Mo Wentian thought it was good. In this way, the rules of Douluo continent would definitely change in the future, no longer following the somewhat distorted world model of hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings and enhance strength. Mo Wentian was curious to see the clash between the future Flame Emperor and Sea God Tang San, to see what the legendary little medical sage looked like, and to see what the difference was between Queen Medusa and an ordinary woman. Of course, Mo Wentian was a devoted person and would never actively provoke other women. However, if it was just for appreciation, he wouldn't mind, as everyone has a love for beauty. It's amazing. I can't believe you actually have the aura of a soul saint. But your soul power is still at the level of a soul king. It's really strange. Poison Doll looked at the 6 spirit rings on Mo Wentian with surprise, noticing that the first 5 spirit rings were closely connected, while the 6th spirit ring was separated from the first 5 by a gap of 1 spirit ring. Mo Wentian summoned the martial soul 9-leaf grass, and the soul rings attached to the leaves of the 9-leaf grass in order, with the 7 soul rings skipping the 6th leaf and attaching to the 7th leaf. Due to the advanced absorption of a 100,000 year soul ring, and it being an extraordinary level up, Mo Wentian's soul power reached level 58, rising 3 to 4 levels in one go, which can be considered an unprecedented improvement. I can now use the 7th soul skill of the 9-leaf grass, Martial Soul True Body, in advance. Although my soul power level hasn't changed, in terms of strength and aura, I can now be considered a soul sage. Moreover, once I obtain the 6th soul ring, I will be no different from a true soul sage. Mo Wentian said arrogantly, clearly very happy. This kind of unearned improvement not only did not make his foundation become unstable, but also greatly enhanced his strength. No wonder Mo Wentian couldn't help but feel proud. Then doesn't that mean you might have the potential to possess all soul ring configurations at the Soul King level, reaching the level of a title Douluo? Poison Douluo exclaimed in shock as if he had thought of something. It's not that exaggerated, Mo Wentian said, a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. Oh, I knew it. Even if your martial soul is special and powerful, you can't just surpass the achievements I have cultivated over many years, right? Young people should still focus on solid cultivation. Poison Douluo let out a sigh of relief and began to take on the demeanor of a title Douluo. However, I think before level 70, I should still be able to obtain 9 soul rings. After all, I definitely need to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring, and absorbing 2 more should at least require me to be over level 60. Mo Wentian deliberately paused, saying something that was infuriating. This is outrageous. What kind of monster are you? How could heaven send down such a monster to challenge me? Poison Douluo instantly felt as if his heart had been stabbed with countless knives, realizing that the fool was actually himself. Chapter 134. Comparison of strength between Douluo and Do. Don't compare yourself to me. My situation is quite special. Why compare with me? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Mo Wentian said helplessly. Forget it. The fact that I can advance to the level 96 title Douluo is already thanks to you, kid. It seems I won't be able to compare with you in this lifetime. Poison Douluo sighed, half jokingly and half seriously. Definitely, no need to look. Not only in this lifetime, but in your next life and the one after that. You won't have talent like mine. Mo Wentian said with a playful smile. He and Poison Douluo had already become familiar with this way of conversing. He never acted like a master, and Poison Douluo never flaunted his title Douluo status. It was just like a friendship across generations, and who knows, they might become family in the future. Mo Wentian did not immediately go to search for the next 100,000-year soul beast. After obtaining the soul ring, he felt that his physical body had improved significantly, possibly due to consuming the heart of the 100,000-year soul beast. Knowing the reward of the seventh leaf, he was no longer satisfied with just a 100,000-year soul ring. He had already decided to head to the Douluo world to cultivate, but he was somewhat concerned about his family. However, thinking that the soul hunting plan of the Spirit Hall still had 4 years left, he figured that spending 3 years there would just give him enough time to return. Moreover, the strength of the demon sect was not something that could be easily dismissed. Mo Wentian counted the in his time and space divine fate ring and found that there were still 5 left unused. Thinking of this, he pushed open the door to Poison Douluo's room and walked in. Old Poison, the situation has changed. I want to cultivate the 6th spirit ring for a while and obtain it myself, so I no longer need to search for spirit beasts. Mo Wentian said slowly to Poison Douluo after entering the room. All right, since that's the case, let's head back to Heaven Do City first. The environment here is beautiful, but it's not suitable for cultivation, Poison Douluo said casually, not fully understanding Mo Wentian's meaning at that moment. Old Poison, what I mean is that you should go back by yourself. I want to focus on my closed-door cultivation for a while and need to sever contact with the outside world. There are 3 here. You keep one to break through to the peak of title Douluo and give the other 2 to my father. They should be able to add 2 more title Douluo to the demon sect. I should be out in 3 years, so don't send anyone to look for me. When the time comes, I will naturally return. Mo Wentian said with determination, his tone serious. No way. Did something go wrong with your cultivation? Tell me. I will definitely find a way to help you. Xiao Xiao is still waiting for you at home. How will I explain to the Demon Lord and the others when I return? Poison Douluo, who had not been too concerned about when to obtain the spirit ring, immediately stood up and asked worriedly upon hearing Mo Wentian's words. No, you're overthinking it. How could there be a problem with my cultivation? Don't worry. I will return in 3 years. Just pay attention to the movements of the evil spirit masters in the spirit hall. If anything changes, don't force it. We'll discuss everything when I come back. Mo Wentian had a feeling that after going to the Douluo world, his strength would definitely reach the level of title Douluo when he returned. Mo Wentian estimates that the gods in the divine realm of Douluo continent are likely not as powerful as the Do emperors in the Douluo world. Based on this reasoning, the god kings are equivalent to the Do saints in Douluo. A first-level Lord God is equivalent to a third-level Lord God, which corresponds to the 9th transformation of Dozun. The title Douluo is probably only at the strength of a Dozone. Mo Wentian believes that he should have the strength of a Dowan by now. With this thought, he looks towards the even more mysterious 8th and 9th martial soul leaves, one representing talent and the other representing life. Mo Wentian did not know what conditions were needed for the leaves to bloom. Originally, after the 3rd leaf, the conditions for the martial soul's subsequent leaves to bloom would be very clear. However, after obtaining the 7th soul ring, there was still no reaction from the 8th and 9th leaves. Mo Wentian had a feeling that these 2 leaves might be even more mysterious than the 7th one. Just the faint yet powerful and mysterious aura emanating from the leaves made Mo Wentian feel a sense of unease. Perhaps the opportunity to start the 8th leaf lay within the Douluo world. This was also the reason why Mo Wentian was eager to enter the Douluo Sangxion world, because even if he obtained the 6th soul ring, his strength could at most make him invincible below the title Douluo level, which made him somewhat overshadowed when facing the Spirit Hall and the Evil Soul Masters. In the end, Poison Douluo still believed Mo Wentian's words, but Mo Wentian was also thoroughly checked by Poison Douluo inside and out. Only after confirming that there were no issues with his cultivation did Douluo feel at ease to leave. That day, Mo Wentian summoned his martial soul true form, and the 9 leaves grass martial soul became enormous. The 7th leaf began to emit a fiery red light at Mo Wentian's will. Gradually, a mysterious portal appeared in the void around the 7th leaf. Without hesitation, Mo Wentian stepped inside with determination. In a moment of daze, he fainted, and when he woke up again, several days had passed. Douluo continent. Here, there are no dazzling magic or unique martial souls, only fighting spirit that has evolved to its peak. Unlike the soul power martial souls of Douluo continent, the method of distinguishing strength here relies on three conditions. First is naturally one's own strength. Regardless of the place, strength is always the top priority. In Do Chi continent, if one's own strength is only at the one-star Do disciple level, even if you cultivate a high-level heavenly technique, it will be difficult to defeat a Do master who practices a yellow-level technique. Second is the technique itself. If the technique level is higher, it naturally has an advantage within the same rank, and even challenging higher ranks is not just a dream. The last type is similar to the soul skills of Douluo continent, but here it is called Do skills. Unlike soul skills, the classification of Do skills here is very clear, generally divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. However, high-level Do skills mostly exist within sects and Do Chi academies. To obtain high-level Do skills, one must join an academy. Mo Wentian came to the Duki continent for 2 reasons. First, he sought a cultivation system without the restrictions of soul rings, aiming to acquire a new cultivation framework. Second, he wanted to witness some of the extraordinary figures in the Dupo world. Finally, he hoped to find the opportunity for the 8th leaf to bloom in a place filled with geniuses and treasures. After all, this is a continent known for its miraculous encounters, where one can become powerful just by jumping off a cliff or falling into a cave. In short, this is a land full of miracles, constantly creating wonders. Since Mo Wentian had the chance to enter here, he naturally had no reason to give it up. Chapter 135, Little Dr. Xian, Qingshan Town. It is also known as Beastmaster Town because it is close to the Beastmaster mountain range. Mo Wentian woke up to find himself lying on a bed. In front of him stood a stunning woman dressed in a white dress. Although her beauty couldn't be considered breathtaking, she was certainly a rare sight to behold. Compared to Yi Lingling, she was slightly lacking, but her demeanor was very similar to Yi Lingling's. With a faint smile on her face, she exuded a refreshing and ethereal charm, rivaling Yi Lingling without a doubt. Looking at her slender waist, Mo Wentian was even more astonished. Her waist was delicate and slender, cinched with a green ribbon. Among the women known to Mo Wentian, the most beautiful without a doubt is Yi Lingling. After all, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But Yi Lingling indeed possesses an impeccable beauty that can be described as celestial. Zhu Zhuqing can be considered temptress. Her appearance is exquisitely beautiful, and her figure is the best and most seductive among all women, definitely a favorite for most men. Ning Rongrong is also very beautiful and charming, with a celestial aura. But upon getting to know her, one would find that Ning Rongrong belongs to the lively and adorable witch type. Xiao Wu, while also delicate and fair, can't yet be called stunning, perhaps because she hasn't fully matured. One can only say she has the potential in that regard. Sister Mo Yudi can indeed be called extremely beautiful, but since Mo Wentian is used to it, he doesn't find it remarkable anymore. The other women from the Demon Gate battle team, though each has their own unique features and are all exceptionally beautiful, still fail to catch Mo Wentian's eye. "You're awake," the girl in the white dress asked in surprise. 3 days ago, when she was collecting herbs on the mountain, she happened to encounter Mo Wentian, who had fainted in the monster beast mountain range. If she hadn't carried him back, he might have been eaten by some powerful monsters. "Did you save me?" Mo Wentian asked. He knew that when he entered the Duki continent, he had exhausted his soul power and mental strength during the space-time transition, which caused him to faint after falling into a forest. Before losing consciousness, he vaguely heard the roars of monsters and bitterly thought he might lose his life. "I can't say it was a rescue. I just happened to come across you. Seeing you seemed to be fainted on the ground. I brought you back to the town. I didn't expect you to be unconscious for 3 days," the girl in the white dress said gently. "Thank you. What is your name? Where's this place?" Mo Wentian expressed his gratitude and looked around, puzzled. "This is Monster Beast Town. Did you enter the Monster Beast Mountain Range from somewhere else?" This place is also called Qingshan Town, but it's usually referred to as Monster Beast Town because it mainly hosts mercenaries who come to hunt monsters in the mountain range. "This is my residence in the Wan Yao Zhai," the girl in the white dress curiously asked, not minding Mo Wentian's rudeness in directly asking for her name, and then explained in detail where they were. Her warm attitude was naturally not due to kindness, but because Mo Wentian was dressed exquisitely, his looks were outstanding, and his strength was inscrutable with a space ring on his hand. Thinking that Mo Wentian was either powerful or had a significant background. She had been attentive and taking care of him these past few days, hoping to connect with someone influential and see if anyone could help break the curse on her. Mo Wentian asked the woman to explain where she was from, but she did not tell him her name. Mo Wentian felt a bit abrupt, realizing that he had forgotten basic etiquette due to his high position. He awkwardly said, "Sorry, my name is Mo Wentian. May I know your name, miss? I will definitely repay you in the future." "It's fine. You must be used to your high position. I have been wandering since childhood, and my parents have passed away, so I have no name. Everyone calls me Little Medical Sage. You can call me that too," the woman in the white dress said softly, her words sounding very ordinary and showing no concern. "What? You are Little Medical Sage?" Mo Wentian exclaimed in surprise, never expecting that the first person he would meet after entering the Dookie continent would be the Little Medical Sage, the kind woman burdened with a poisonous body, who could unintentionally kill others with poison. "Yes. Have you heard of me?" Little Medical Sage asked with a hint of disappointment, realizing that if he had heard of her, he couldn't be someone of great power and influence. "No, I just think that name suits your aura very well," Mo Wentian quickly explained. "Oh, I see." Little Medical Sage's fair face flushed slightly, feeling a bit shy, but her heart also reignited hope. "Yes, that's exactly it," Mo Wentian affirmed, his gaze once again scrutinizing the woman before him until she turned red all over. He then said seriously, "You must often consume poison, right? You are filled with a calamity aura. You have a rare poisonous body that is extremely hard to come by. Would you be willing to take me as your master?" Mo Wentian's current alchemy method, although different from that of the alchemists in the Douluo continent, is still capable of refining pills around the 6th rank. After all, Mo Wentian's soul power is now strong enough to rival that of a titled Douluo and is in peak condition in a period of growth, only slightly weaker than the peak state of Yaolao. His strength is also comparable to that of an ordinary Do Wang, making him qualified to take Xiao Yixian as his disciple, which is also the way Mo Wentian can think of to repay her. How do you know? You're so young. You look about my age. How can you say such things? It's a bit embarrassing." Xiao Yixian was feeling shy under Mo Wentian's gaze, thinking about how to refuse his request, but unexpectedly, Mo Wentian astonishingly revealed her secret. Just as she was worried and afraid, she found that Mo Wentian didn't care at all. He just wanted to take her as a disciple, which made her face blush slightly as she spoke. Xiao Yixian's feelings at this moment were quite tumultuous due to Mo Wentian's words. "I'm an alchemist, and also a Do Wang powerhouse. Why should I feel embarrassed?" Mo Wentian looked at Xiao Yixian in confusion and said, although Mo Wentian had not yet tried the alchemy methods of the Douluo continent, he was confident that he could quickly become a 6th rank alchemist. The compatibility of the 7-leaf grass martial spirit is extremely strong, and it should be able to encompass any attribute. So even ordinary beast fire can be used for alchemy in Mo Wentian's hands, and what attributes would be even less of a problem for the 7-leaf grass. Chapter 136. Mo Wentian take the disciple what? You are an alchemist. Xiao Yixian didn't hear the latter part of Mo Wentian's words clearly and was completely shocked by his identity as an alchemist. Her lifelong dream had been to become an alchemist, and because of this dream, she had loved medicine since childhood. Seeing rare medicines brought her far more joy than obtaining hundreds of thousands of riches, which is why she was so fond of the medicines when she and Xiao Yin entered the treasure cave in the original work. Yes. So, are you interested in becoming my disciple? Mo Wentian felt that his last sentence was in vain. Shouldn't such a young Do Wang powerhouse be surprised? But I am the so-called evil poisoned body you mentioned. Aren't you afraid of me? Xiao Yixian hesitated as she spoke, realizing that Mo Wentian really wanted to take her as his disciple. Silly girl, since I know about the evil poison body, I naturally have a way to deal with it. You don't need to worry about poisoning me. Mo Wentian comforted the kind-hearted woman before him. Kind people will always be treated gently by the world. Although Mo Wentian himself is not a good person, he cannot help but admire such individuals. Really? Xiao Yixian's eyes glistened with tears of emotion. Mo Wentian was the only one who knew about her evil poison body and still did not despise her. His words made her feel warmth she had never experienced before. Of course, Mo Wentian, never lie about such matters. Hurry up and pay your respects to your master. Mo Wentian said in a serious tone. I pay my respects to my master. Xiao Yixian, excited and at a loss for words, bowed deeply. Mo Wentian is actually a pill master, and a 6th rank one at that. She has no doubt about it. As Mo Wentian exudes an air of high status and possesses an astonishing aura, since Mo Wentian was able to see her cursed poisoned body at a glance. It made the emotionally sensitive little medicine fairy understand that what Mo Wentian said was true. Well, I don't have anything good to give you, but here is a rather special pill that should be much stronger than an ordinary 6th grade pill, so I'll give it to you. Mo Wentian took out a transparent, celestial-grade pill from the time and space divine fate ring and handed it to the little medicine fairy. Sixth grade? The little medicine fairy stood up, surprised as she looked at the crystal-clear, transparent pill in Mo Wentian's hand, stammering. You call this nothing good? Yes, to be precise. Its effects are even more powerful than a 6th grade pill, but its quality is equivalent to that of a 6th grade pill. Its effects are to strengthen the foundation, enhance the soul, and boost fighting spirit. Mo Wentian wanted to sound profound, but almost choked on his words. Am I too used to talking about soul power? I almost forgot this is the Dookie continent. Mo Wentian thought to himself. He sensed that he could also absorb the fighting spirit of the Dookie continent for cultivation. However, it was completely different from soul power cultivation, as if they were two different cultivation systems that did not interfere with each other, each having its own advantages and disadvantages. The cultivation of soul power could elevate the spiritual power, especially for Mo Wentian, who possessed the 9-leaf clover martial soul, where the enhancement of spiritual power was more than double that of an ordinary soul master. The unnamed technique could also absorb this fighting spirit for cultivation, but it needed to be cultivated from the beginning. Just casually operating the unnamed technique, the fighting spirit in the air rushed into his body. Is this cultivation speed because I've cultivated the unnamed technique to the 7th level, making it equivalent to the cultivation speed of a Do Wong strongman? Mo Wentian speculated in surprise, noting that the Do Wong strongman's cultivation speed he referred to was certainly not that of an ordinary Do Wong practicing regular techniques, but rather the cultivation speed of techniques comparable to the unnamed technique. This is so precious, I can't take it. Master, you should take it yourself. With you by my side, even if my strength is a bit lacking, it doesn't matter. The little medicine fairy felt that such a valuable item would definitely have a greater effect on Mo Wentian. Although she was reluctant, she still firmly handed it back to Mo Wentian. Take it, you should accept it. I have more here. As my disciple, how can your strength be lacking? Beat it, open your mouth and eat it, Mo Wentian said, as if coaxing a child. Huh? The little medicine fairy opened her mouth in surprise and looked at Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian swiftly grabbed the pill from Xiao Yixin's hand and stuffed it into her mouth. Quick, sit down and cultivate. After absorbing the medicinal power, you should be able to reach the strength of a high-level fighter, Mo Wentian said, looking at Xiao Yixin in a way that left no room for refusal. Xiao Yixin, who was already a 1-star fighter, naturally had the methods for cultivating fighting energy. Upon hearing Mo Wentian's words, she realized that since she had already taken the pill, she couldn't waste its effects. Otherwise, the medicinal power would be wasted. Without time to return to her room to cultivate, Xiao Yixin directly kicked off her white cloud shoes, jumped on a bed where Mo Wentian was sitting, and began to meditate and cultivate her fighting energy. Watching the fine beads of sweat appearing on Xiao Yixin's forehead, Mo Wentian felt a moment of daze. It was almost too similar to his wife, with a temperament very much like Yi Lingling's. He glanced at Xiao Yixin's delicate little feet, fair and exquisite, and quickly diverted his gaze to look out the window, reminding himself that she was his disciple, not Yi Lingling. 3 hours later, after a series of fluctuations from the breakthrough of fighting energy, Xiao Yixin finally finished absorbing the power. She stood up and joyfully hugged Mo Wentian, saying, "That's great. Master, I have advanced to a 9-star fighter. This is amazing. Thank you, Master." Mo Wentian only felt a chill pass over him, which quickly disappeared without a trace. He thought it should be his own poison resistance ability that offset the uncontrollable poison emanating from the little medicine fairy as her fighting spirit increased. Not good. Huh? Master, are you okay? The little medicine fairy, realizing what had happened, was instantly taken aback and hurriedly left Mo Wentian's embrace. However, when she looked at him, she found no signs of surprise and couldn't help but ask in astonishment. Shouldn't I have something wrong? Mo Wentian teased this kind-hearted yet somewhat lonely girl. The little medicine fairy was speechless. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Show me the cultivation technique you have been practicing. Seeing that the little medicine fairy was so easy to tease, Mo Wentian said helplessly, "Okay, Master, are you going to modify my fighting technique?" The little medicine fairy didn't hear what Mo Wentian said and immediately responded without hesitation. But then she realized and excitedly asked, Then Master, you can touch my Dantian.
Use your fighting spirit to enter my body and feel it. Huh? Where's your technique? Burned. Well, fine, then I'll go in. Master, you can come in now. I'm ready. Master, your fighting spirit is so gentle and mild. Is this your fighting spirit? Why is it so different from mine? After getting familiarized, the little medicine fairy gradually turned into a curious little one, asking Mo Wentian questions left and right. Mo Wentian patiently answered her questions, and after understanding the cultivation method of Douqi, he felt that the Douqi cultivated from the nameless technique was gentler and purer. Therefore, he directly taught the first 5 layers of the cultivation method to Xiao Yixian. Chapter 137, Flying Dough Technique. 3 days later, in the Monster Beast Mountains, having familiarized himself with the Douqi transformation into a horse, Douqi transformation into wings, Mo Wentian still did not succeed in learning to fly as he had hoped. He was unsure if one must reach the Do Wang level to fly. While chatting, he happened to hear that Xiao Yixian had inadvertently discovered a cave, which brought back the deepest memories buried in Mo Wentian's heart. Consequently, he took Xiao Yixian directly into the Monster Beast Mountains. If he guessed correctly, there was a flying dough technique there that could allow Mo Wentian to learn to fly in advance. In fact, compared to Douqi transformation into wings, Mo Wentian preferred flying with a sword. However, his current strength was obviously not enough. He could manage low-altitude, short-distance flying on a sword, but he was clearly not satisfied with mere low-altitude gliding. What he wanted was to enlarge the sword and have it carry people to fly on it. That would be true sword flying. However, so far, Mo Wentian had not gained this ability. Being able to transform Douqi into wings in advance was still good. That was why they appeared here. After Mo Wentian took the little medical fairy out, he noticed that someone was following him. However, he remained calm until they entered the Monster Beast mountain range. Although he could easily deal with these people, he preferred to avoid trouble and wished to eliminate them without anyone noticing. At this moment, the little medical fairy gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Her delicate appearance, slightly panting, made Mo Wentian shake his head. Her physical body was still too weak. In contrast, Mo Wentian had not a single drop of sweat on his face. Seeing her like this, he felt a bit pity. If he had not started a family or taken her as a disciple, he might have carried her. However, now he still had some sense of gender distinction. The mountain path was rugged, with towering peaks, making it difficult for ordinary people to traverse. Even though the little medical fairy was already a 9-star fighter, she couldn't avoid panting while traveling in this hot weather. Little master, why don't you want to sit with me on Shaolin to enter the mountain range? It's so tiring to walk, the little medical fairy complained delicately to Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian felt a bit helpless. Ever since Xiao Yixian learned that she was also 17 years old like her, she refused to call him master and insisted on adding a little prefix. Mo Wentian really wanted to tell her that she was no longer a child. Considering his past life, he was already quite grown up. All right, really quite grown. Of course, he needed to deal with some bugs for her. Master was starting to doubt how she had grown so big without noticing that someone had been following her for so long. Mo Wentian whispered irritably in Xiao Yixian's ear. Xiao Yixian felt a rush of warm air hit her face, causing her to shiver. However, upon hearing Mo Wentian's words, she began to sense her surroundings. As a 9-star battle master, her hearing and keen insight had greatly improved. Naturally, she easily discovered the presence that was secretly tracking her. She had felt an unprecedented sense of security while following Mo Wentian, which led her to let her guard down and not check her surroundings at all. You've noticed, right? Leave these people to you. Consider it a test from your master. Mo Wentian said, and a 9-leaf clover martial soul in his hand appeared and began to grow wildly. Whoosh! 9 vines instantly extended to the large trees 30 meters away, capturing 9 masked figures in black. Before these black-clad individuals could react, they were bound by the suddenly appearing vines. Just as they tried to break free, the surrounding space rapidly advanced, and they suddenly appeared in front of Mo Wentian and Xiao Yixian. The black cloth covering their faces was easily removed by Mo Wentian. It's you, Muli, Xiao Yixian exclaimed in surprise. Muli, the vice-captain of the Wolf Head mercenary group, had provided information to Xiao Yixian about the treasure cave in the original work. Misunderstanding, Xiao Yixian, it's a misunderstanding. I was just curious why you brought this adult here to the Monster Beast Mountains. I was afraid you would encounter danger. So I was secretly protecting you all the way. Muli quickly put on an innocent look and feigned pity. Speak plainly, or you could die right now. Mo Wentian's cold voice echoed,
and the nine-leaf clover martial soul in his hand transformed into a long whip. Xiao Yixian watched with interest, arms crossed, as Mo Wentian taught a lesson to this bully who usually acted tyrannically in the Monster Beast town. "Oh, my lord, spare me. I'll tell you. It was Liffy, that wretched person, who informed me of Xiao Yixian's whereabouts. She said Xiao Yixian had picked up this pretty boy." Before Mu Li could finish, the small whip in Mo Wentian's hand struck his shadowy face. Mo Wentian just wants to say, if you can't speak, then don't speak. If you're ugly, don't speak either. It's her, Mu Li doesn't understand why Mo Wentian is hitting herself. Just as she wanted to continue speaking, another whip mark appeared on her face. Do not ask the world if one's hands can be clean. This is a whip imbued with soul power. Yes, with a flick of the wrist. Another whip strike followed. I came out with you, my lord, so I sent someone to follow. Please spare my life, my lord. Finally realizing his mistake, Mu Li quickly knelt and begged for mercy, appearing respectful on the surface, but secretly wishing to devour Mo Wentian's flesh and drink his blood. Secretly deciding to take all members of the Wolfhead mercenary group to eliminate Mo Wentian once he returned. Is it my assistant Liffy who betrayed me? Little medical fairy said with anger flashing across her delicate face. Yes, it is her. She said you eloped with this lord, which is why I came to check. Just consider us a fart and let it go. Mu Li quickly knelt and begged for mercy from Little Medical Fairy, while the other 8 black-clad individuals, trembling in fear from Mo Wentian, also seized the opportunity to plead with her. You can deal with them as you wish. Consider this a test of my apprenticeship to you. I hope you won't disappoint me. I must remind you to think about what would have happened today if I weren't here. Mo Wentian said indifferently, with the eye of breaking illusions, which allows him to see the good and evil in people's hearts. Mo Wentian naturally knew the hatred Mu Li harbored for him and others at that moment. From the moment he showed hatred, his fate was already sealed. No matter how Little Medical Fairy dealt with him, Mo Wentian would not spare such a person. In the end, the kind-hearted Little Medical Fairy let a few people go, but just as they were leaving, a golden light flashed in Mo Wentian's eyes, shooting a beam into Mu Li's mind. This was Mo Wentian's mental attack. He could now unleash spiritual attacks. When Mu Li returned, he would likely become muddle-headed within 2 days, and even if he survived, he would become a fool. Seeing that the tale had been dealt with, Little Medical Fairy summoned her partner, Xiaolan, a first-level magical beast, the Blue Eagle. Mo Wentian and the Little Medical Fairy sat on top, feeling a bit crowded, sensing the warmth of their points of contact and the fragrance of a woman's body wafting towards them. Even though she was his disciple, Mo Wentian couldn't help but feel a shiver in his heart. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a steep cliff, finally reaching their destination. And Mo Wentian secretly let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 138. Mo Wentian will ask the heavens. With a flip of the ghost vine parasitic sword in his hand, the hidden rock serpent was easily dealt with by Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian held the waist of the Little Medicine Fairy and leaped onto the stone platform on the cliff, entering the cave. As they walked through the quiet and dark interior, both felt a chill creeping over them. They could hear each other's breathing clearly. Suddenly, the Little Medicine Fairy reached out and held Mo Wentian's hand. Mo Wentian hesitated for a moment, but then tightened his grip on her cold, jade-like hand. The Little Medicine Fairy followed the young man before her eyes filled with happiness. Having never experienced familial love before, it was her first time feeling the warmth of kinship. After walking for about 10 minutes in this atmosphere, the Little Medicine Fairy felt an unprecedented warmth and wished time could stay still at that moment. However, that was clearly impossible. No one would stay for anyone forever. Mo Wentian suddenly stopped. Little Master, why aren't we moving? The Little Medicine Fairy asked with a hint of confusion, completely unaware that there was no path ahead. There's no way forward. Mo Wentian pointed to a stone door ahead that emitted a faint yellow light. The Little Medicine Fairy frowned slightly, looked around the stone door, and after pondering for a moment, said, it should be that the treasure cave is beyond this stone door. Since the ancients built this cave, there must be a way to open it. Why go through all this trouble? Watch me, breaking sword technique. Drawing the ghost vine parasite sword from his waist, Mo Wentian unleashed the highly destructive breaking sword style. A massive sword light attacked the corner of the stone door. Boom! The stone door opened with a resounding sound. Mo Wentian couldn't be bothered to look for the mechanism. This stone door could at most block a Dosher-level warrior, and even a Duelings would find it difficult, let alone the even more powerful Mo Wentian. Master's really amazing. Little Medicine Fairy happily lifted her snow-white chin and gave a thumbs up. Mo Wentian shrugged, indicating that it was nothing, just a basic operation. After the two entered the stone door, their view opened up significantly. The stone chamber was quite large and appeared somewhat empty, with some moonstones embedded in the walls, resembling little moons that illuminated the stone chamber brightly. In the center of the stone chamber, there was a seat, and on the seat sat a skeleton. In front of the skeleton was a green stone platform with 3 boxes on it. These 3 stone boxes, locked up, were the very purpose of Mo Wentian's visit. In other corners of the stone chamber, piles of golden coins and other precious items were stacked up. Mo Wentian estimated there were at least several 100,000 coins. In another corner, there was a small flower bed filled with unique spiritual herbs from the Duki continent. Compared to the spiritual herbs in Mo Wentian's previous space ring, they were not inferior at all, although there was still some difference in quality compared to the current ones. After Mo Wentian obtained the spring water of the Fountain of Life in the 9-Heart Begonia secret realm, the spirit herbs planted in the ring underwent an upgrade. Although they have not yet reached the level of a mortal grade, they are not far off and can be compared to rare high-quality spirit medicines. Mo Wentian looked at the metal lock on the stone box with a look of surprise in his eyes. When he touched it, he found that it was surprisingly warm. Mo Wentian frowned slightly. The fact that it could retain warmth after such a long time clearly indicated that it was not an ordinary metal lock. Relying on brute force would not work. Mo Wentian was a bit troubled. He was clearly not as familiar with the plot of Do Put Song Qiong as he was with Douluo, and he couldn't recite it fluently. Master, look, there are 3 keys on this withered bone. Xiao Yixian suddenly exclaimed with excitement, pointing at the bones of the withered hand. Oh, right, I forgot what step I was on. Mo Wentian slapped his forehead as he remembered something. Quickly going to take the 3 keys from in front of the withered bone and then bowing deeply. Master, why are you bowing to the withered bone? It's been who knows how many years since it passed away. It won't know if you bow to it, Xiao Yixian asked curiously as she looked at Mo Wentian. The deceased deserve great respect. Remember, no matter who it is in the future, as long as they are of our human race and have no grievances with us, we must maintain respect. Moreover, everything they left behind will be ours in the future, so we should thank them to show our respect. On the path of seeking the Tao, no one knows if the next one to turn into a withered bone will be themselves or their loved ones. Mo Wentian took the opportunity to start teaching his disciple. In fact, since Mo Wentian embarked on the path of cultivation, the number of people he had killed could be counted on one hand. It wasn't because Mo Wentian was too kind-hearted, nor was it due to indecisiveness, but rather because he had an innate sense of affection for the human race. He always felt that in the future, the human race would face a great disaster. Moreover, as the childhood legacy of a void sword god gradually fused and became comprehensible, Mo Wentian was already showing signs of inheriting the void sword god's legacy. Oh, fine. Little medical fairy pouted slightly, feeling a bit wronged. Sigh, forget it. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. Just go and open these 3 stone boxes. One of them contains a cultivation method that is extremely suitable for you. Mo Wentian helplessly stuffed the key in his hand into Little Medical Fairy's hand and said mysteriously. He then looked at a small scroll nestled within the gaps of the skeletal remains, knowing it was a map showing the location of the pure Lotus Demon Fire. Clearly, it wasn't the right time to check it. He collected all the surrounding items, precious objects, and gold coins into the time and space divine fate ring. Mo Wentian smiled and said to Little Medicine Fairy, "Good disciple, what have you gained? Tell me about it." Little Medicine Fairy looked at Mo Wentian with her head held high and playfully said, "Guess, master. If you guess correctly, I'll give you everything." Mo Wentian knew that Xiao Yixian was deliberately teasing him. They had only known each other for a few days, and even with the time spent in a coma, it was no more than 10 days. Yet, they seemed as close as long-lost relatives. Especially after dealing with Mu Li, Xiao Yixian trusted and felt closer to her cheap master. I guess it's a high level, or perhaps a flying. Am I right? Mo Wentian pretended to ponder. How did you know? You must have peeked at me, master. If that's not it, guess again. Xiao Yixian playfully pouted. 7-colored poison scripture. Mo Wentian replied without any hesitation. Mo Wentian still remembers this point, which is another reason for him to come to the cave. Although the nameless technique is powerful, the 7-color poison classic is more suitable for Xiao Yixian. Sometimes, high-level things may not necessarily be good for oneself. What is suitable is the best. Huh, master. How did you know? I clearly saw you not looking this way just now. Xiao Yixian said with a frustrated expression, clearly puzzled about how Mo Wentian knew. My name is Wentian, so naturally, it was the heavens that told me, Mo Wentian joked. You're lying. Master,
Quickly tell me, how did you know? You didn't come here before, did you? Xiao Yixian playfully tugged at Mo Wentian's hand, which made him feel a chill run down his spine. He didn't expect the gentle and kind-hearted Xiao Yixian to have such a clingy side. Wentian, it told me. Chapter 139, Young Xiao Yinhunf. Bad master. If you won't say it, then forget it. Xiao Yixian pouted angrily. All right, it's because my spiritual power is strong that even if I'm not looking at you, I can still see what's inside. Mo Wentian had no choice but to casually make up a reason to brush it off. Oh, so that's how it is. Master is so bad, supervising me like this. No, I'm tired. I want to punish you by carrying me out. Xiao Yixian completely let go of herself in front of Mo Wentian, treating herself like a little girl. No way. There are differences between men and women. I can't let down your master wives. Mo Wentian directly refused, joking aside. He genuinely appreciated Xiao Yixian's beauty and thought it best to avoid any romantic entanglements, as he was quite conservative. Huh, I have master wives? Xiao Yixian said in surprise, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. After all, Mo Wentian's appearance was indeed exceptional, and at her youthful age, it was inevitable to develop feelings for the opposite sex. Well, not only do you have master wives, but you also have a little junior sister, my daughter Xiao Xiao. If I get the chance, I will take you to meet them, Mo Wentian, unaware of the disappointment in Xiao Yixian's eyes, said with a blissful and somewhat nostalgic expression. Oh, Xiao Yixian became much quieter, but Mo Wentian didn't pay much attention to this. He had promised Yi Lingling not to provoke other women, and he naturally would keep his word. This 7-colored poison classic is for you. It is extremely suitable for your cultivation method. You can cultivate it alongside the nameless technique, and the two energies can coexist. Mo Wentian knew that the nameless technique had a very strong compatibility. Due to its uniqueness and the world's rules, the two could coexist. Xiao Yixian said softly. After learning that Mo Wentian already had a wife, she returned to her original self. Although she still respected and was close to Mo Wentian, she stopped being playful. Hee, what isn't out of the box? I didn't look. Mo Wentian said with an awkward smile, as the original work didn't introduce the contents of the third stone box. It's a beginner-level Do-Chi cultivation method, along with a high-level Do technique, Roaring Lion, which should be useful for you. Master, Xiao Yixian said softly, no longer calling him Little Master. Although she did have feelings for Mo Wentian, it hadn't reached the level of liking yet. Mo Wentian's statement of having a wife and child seemed to have completely extinguished any budding feelings. Mo Wentian happily took the Flying Do technique and the earth-level cultivation method. Then he eagerly sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation. As the Do-Chi continuously entered his body, the Do-Chi within him began to condense and strengthen. From Do-Chi first stage to second stage, then to third stage, and up to the 9th stage. After half a day, Mo Wentian was already close to the Do Master Realm. This was the effect brought by the simultaneous operation of the nameless technique and the earth-level Do-Chi method. Mo Wentian did not convert it into soul power, but transformed it all into Do-Chi, which is why he achieved such results. In the Do-Chi continent, the levels of Do-Chi techniques are divided into 4 tiers and 12 levels, namely, Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, each tier further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. Under the same talent, the higher the level, the higher the achievements. Seeing this, Xiao Yixian's little mouth opened in shock, unable to close. What kind of freak is her little master? Clearly, his strength is so powerful, yet he isn't even a Do Master. He can break through 9 levels in just half a day of starting to train Do-Chi. 10 days later, Wutan City. There are 3 major families here. The Jiaya family, the Xiao family, and the Aoba family. They benefit from each other, yet secretly, they are in constant conflict. This place is also famously known for the saying 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Do not underestimate the youth. Being the novice village of the young Emperor Yin during his early years. 3 days ago, Mo Wentian brought Xiao Yixian here and rented a shop in the Xiao family's market. With Mo Wentian's Do, Wang, level strength, he is undoubtedly the top existence in Wutan City. He came here mainly because he knew that the Jialan Academy would be recruiting students, and he wanted to enter the academy to safely learn Do-Chi cultivation for a few years. Otherwise, even with his Do Wang strength, he would just be a slightly larger ant in the Do-Pa world. Moreover, the legendary Emperor Yin was born here, so he naturally wanted to experience it for himself. Mo Wentian is not afraid of death, but he is relatively laid back. He hasn't decided whether to directly enter the Jialan Academy or to go through some experiences before joining. compared to the fierce struggles and life-and-death battles in the Douluo world, where it's often a matter of kill or be killed. The Douluo world feels like a beginner's village in terms of stability. Besides the Spirit Hall and its subordinate forces, the only threat to Mo Wentian comes from evil soul masters. Master, can the pills you refined really enhance fighting spirit? Why don't we keep them for ourselves instead of selling them for gold coins? Don't we have plenty of gold coins already? Xiao Yixian asked curiously. While Mo Wentian was lying in an old armchair at the door, basking in the sun, and Xiao Yixian was behind him, massaging his back and shoulders. Sigh, why do you have so many questions all day long? These pills are special pills that I refined. They can indeed enhance fighting spirit without side effects. However, you must remember that all medicine has its toxicity. Unless I can refine pills with cloud energy one day, I can't let you use them without restrictions. And you must stop sneaking my poison, Mo Wentian said helplessly, looking at the remnants of black liquid at the corner of Xiao Yixian's mouth. Since Xiao Yixian practiced the seven-colored poison classic, she has become obsessed with consuming poison to enhance her cultivation, and she has already reached the level of a fighting master. The identity of a pharmacist is extremely noble and holds significant status in the Douluo continent, possessing unparalleled charisma, as everyone hopes that a pharmacist will owe them a favor. Although Mo Wentian's soul power is strong enough to turn fighting spirit into flames, he lacks the formulas for pills. The pills that enhance fighting spirit were derived from his calculations and research based on the formulas of immortal-grade pills. Compared to Douluo, the level of strength and alchemy in Douluo is not on the same level. Mo Wentian's alchemy method uses soul power to transform into soul fire, which is relatively gentle and mild. In contrast, the Douluo continent uses fighting spirit flames, beast fire, and even powerful exotic fire to refine pills, resulting in purer and higher quality products. He wants to catch up with his master, who is already a Do Wang, fighting king, while he is still just a little Do Shi, fighting master. Xiao Yixian said somewhat shyly after being caught sneaking a taste. Once I find a suitable alchemy flame that can produce higher quality pills, I'll make poison for you to eat enough of it. Mo Wentian said helplessly. Unlike the immortal grade in the Douluo continent, immortal grade herbs are extremely pure, so the pills produced do not have pill toxins. Although Xiao Yixian can use poison to enhance her fighting spirit, she cannot absorb pill toxins, which are not strictly considered poison. They only damage a person's foundation. So even Xiao Yixian's special physique cannot endlessly consume pill toxins. Chapter 140. Young Xiao Yin too okay. Xiao Yixian replied happily. She loves the feeling after consuming poison, and the thrill of enhanced strength is irresistible to her. Little foodie, Mo Wentian couldn't help but mutter, feeling a bit envious of his disciple's physique. The two opened for 3 days but still had not had a single customer. The reason, of course, was that Mo Wentian's pills were so obscure that even he couldn't name them, and they were extremely expensive. Mo Wentian secretly scolded these people for being blind to the treasure before them, not recognizing the value of what was being offered. Of course, he only thought about it. He wasn't in a hurry to make money. The gold coins he had obtained from the treasure cave were already enough for him to use for a while. He was just doing this for the leisure of it, mingling under the name of an alchemist. So, these matters were optional. It wasn't that he couldn't manage the operations, but rather he was lazy. He could speak eloquently about it, but when it came to actual practice, he was far behind his father, the demon lord. Master, why don't we lower the price and sell a few to test the waters? At this rate, when can we sell anything? Xiao Yixian, seeing that passers-by didn't even enter their shop, let alone buy anything, expressed her concerns. If it weren't for being in the Xiao family's market, ordinary people wouldn't dare cause a scene. Otherwise, Mo Wentian's shop would have been smashed by those with bad tempers long ago. Why be in such a hurry to sell? There are only so many pills. As long as they can be sold, what does it matter when? Mo Wentian replied with a faint smile, unbothered. If they don't buy, it's their loss, and I'm not in a hurry for money. That seems to make sense. Xiao Yixian tilted her head in thought, looking quite adorable as she spoke. In a courtyard of the Xiao family, a girl dressed in a purple dress with a cool and serene demeanor ran in and gently called out, Brother Xiao Yin, are you there? Can you accompany me to the market? I heard that a strange new shop has opened in the Xiao family's market, selling pills that can enhance cultivation. I want to go see. Yes, sooner. You came to find me again. I still need to practice, but all right, I'll tidy up and then go. A tall and handsome young man in black clothing, Xiao Yin, walked out with a helpless expression. However, seeing the frown on Xiao Sunera's face, he couldn't help but change his mind. I heard there's a new shop that specializes in some strange pills that can enhance fighting energy cultivation. I want to see if it's true, and if it is, I plan to buy a few for Brother Xiao Yin, the purple-clad girl, Xiao Suner, who was actually the little princess of the ancient clan from the 8 great clans, said. Enhanced cultivation? Strange pills? Xiao Yin asked with some surprise. Suddenly intrigued by the shop, Xiao Suner mentioned. At this moment, his golden finger, the old man Yao, had already awakened and was helping him refine some gathering chi pills. He thought that with Yao's knowledge, if those pills could indeed enhance fighting energy, he would definitely recognize them, so he naturally wanted to take a look. As for money, selling a few gathering chi pills would be enough. He had made a small fortune recently. Yes, but I heard it's secondhand, so I want to check it out. If it's true, I'll buy some for Brother Xiao Yin, Xiao Suner said softly, showing her thoughtfulness, as she was aware of Xiao Yan's recent efforts. No need, Suner. I still have some money of my own. You don't have to buy them for me, Xiao Yin replied lightly, as his masculine pride wouldn't allow Xiao Suner to buy cultivation pills for him. All right then, let me help you tidy up. Let's hurry to the market, Xiao Suner said, wanted to go inside to help Xiao Yin pack. Oh no, don't go in, please. Xiao Yin seemed to remember something and hurriedly grabbed Xiao Suner's clothing from behind. Xiao Suner immediately stopped, her face turning red. Xiao Yan's hand was awkwardly positioned, unsure whether to let go or not, as he had grabbed a part of her clothing that he shouldn't have. My room is a bit messy. Let's just go to the market first. It can wait until we come back. Xiao Yin finally broke the awkward atmosphere, as he was worried that his messy room might expose his secret of being able to refine pills. Although Xiao Yin was already a genius in the pill refining world, with a naturally powerful soul force, he still couldn't avoid the occasional explosion. Moreover, it was indeed not convenient for a girl to enter a boy's messy room, which made Xiao Yin feel anxious. Okay, let us hurry. Xiao Suner quickly regained her composure, acting as if nothing had happened. The two soon left the Xiao family and arrived at the Xiao family's market. There were only 3 large markets in the entire Wutan city, all owned by the 3 main families. But there were also some individual businesses that only needed to pay rent to the Xiao family and share a small percentage of the profits. Compared to the other 2 families, the Xiao family's rent was relatively fair, and since Mo Wentian wanted to see the youthful charisma of the Flame Emperor, he chose to settle here. Little medical immortal, we have customers, go attend to them. Mo Wentian, who had not seen Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner, spoke casually to the little medical immortal who was giving him a back massage. Master, although she felt that the young man and woman in front of her had extraordinary qualities, the little medical immortal still thought they wouldn't buy anything because they looked too young, especially the cool purple dress girl, who seemed even younger than herself. Hello, welcome, good morning. Following Mo Wentian's instructions, the little medical immortal respectfully greeted the two. A sudden look of surprise appeared on Xiao Yan's face as he looked at the little medical immortal and began speaking in a language that only he could understand. Is this person crazy? The little medical immortal looked at Xiao Yin with a strange expression, as if she were looking at a fool. How many drinks did he have to act like this? Xiao Suner also looked at Xiao Yin with confusion, clearly not understanding what was wrong with him. Sorry. My throat is a bit uncomfortable. I apologize for the laugh. Xiao Yin awkwardly explained, revealing a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He had thought he encountered one of the 4 great joys in life, but it turned out to be just a coincidence. The 4 great joys in life are meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, the joy of rain after a long drought, and the moment of being listed on the gold list. Can you show me your best pills? Xiao Suner politely returned a greeting and changed the subject. Yes. This way, please. The little medical immortal led the 2 to the counter. Meanwhile, Mo Wentian, who was basking in the sun at the entrance, turned around in surprise to look at Xiao Yin, having formed a guess in his heart. Chapter 141. Selling medicine strange, what kind of pill is this? The grade isn't high, but it contains a lot of energy components that can enhance fighting energy. How could I not have seen it with my knowledge? I've never even heard of it. Truly strange. An old voice that only Xiao Yin could hear echoed in his ears. Xiao Yin was quite surprised upon hearing this. After all, from his understanding, Yao Lao was the top alchemist in the fighting energy continent, and since Yao Lao said it could enhance fighting energy, it definitely could. As for the other things Yao Lao mentioned, he didn't even listen. As long as it could increase fighting energy, that was enough. So, Xiao Yin excitedly pointed at the pills and asked, hello, how much is this pill? Does it have side effects? And how much is it per piece? This was a 2nd-grade pill, and it was used to enhance fighting energy, which was an enormous temptation for Xiao Yin, who was bound by a 3-year agreement. There are no side effects. These pills are personally refined by my master. However, my master said that medicine is 3 parts poison, so he set a rule that each person is limited to 1 pill priced at 300,000 gold coins each. No bargaining. The little medicine fairy smiled professionally and said that she had received quite a few guests in the past 3 days, gradually getting into character. However, those guests were not there to buy pills, but to see the little medicine fairy herself. After all, while 300,000 might not be much in terms of the value of the pills, very few people in this small Wutan city could come up with that amount of money. At that moment, a white-robed old man suddenly appeared in midair behind Xiao Yan, with flowing sleeves and an aged face, yet his eyes were very wise, as if he had experienced many hardships. However, apart from Xiao Yan, it seemed that no one else could see him. Outside, Mo Wentian sat up and returned to the room, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally sizing up the suddenly appearing medicine elder. This little girl's master is not simple. You should ask her what her master's name is. This white-robed old man was indeed medicine elder Yao Chun, who was now looking at Xiao Yan with a serious expression and said, "Your master?" Unaware of the esteemed title of her master. Who could refine such a powerful second-grade pill? Xiao Yan subtly nodded and then pretended to be surprised as he asked the little medicine fairy, not forgetting to compliment her. A clever woman cannot cook without rice. Although Mo Wentian had the strength of a 6th-grade alchemist, he lacked the corresponding spiritual materials and pill recipes. The formulas passed down from Guhong's lineage were not applicable in the Dochi continent and needed to be modified by Mo Wentian. The pills sold by Mo Wentian can indeed only be classified as second-grade pills, because only precious spiritual herbs can be used to refine higher-grade pills. Although Mo Wentian has countless herbs in the medicinal garden of the time and space divine fate ring, they cannot compare to the alchemy continent of the Dochi continent, which specializes in. The spiritual herbs come from Douluo, but they are indeed a very special existence among the second-grade pills and have never appeared in the Dochi continent. The spiritual herbs from the two continents have some similar attributes and similar medicinal properties. But the grade of the top spiritual materials from the Douluo continent can only be considered as first-grade spiritual materials. However, after being nourished by the fountain of life, they have now reached the standard of second-grade spiritual materials. The Douluo world also has high-level spiritual materials, such as Mo Wentian estimates that an average is roughly equivalent to 8th-grade spiritual materials, while it's at 9th grade, and maybe even higher. Mo Wentian used such good spiritual materials to refine a 6th-grade elixir. It can't be said to be a waste. After all, Mo Wentian has no master and has not systematically studied alchemy. To be able to refine a 6th-grade elixir already demonstrates his powerful soul strength and exceptional talent. My master said that he is not well known on the Duki continent, just a medicine seller. If someone asks him what his name is, he just says he is a medicine seller. The little medical fairy said earnestly in a soft voice, looking harmless. However, a hint of pride could be seen in her glance towards Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian said nothing, and the goddamn seller of medicine. When did I ever say that? All right. Mo Wentian recalled that he indeed said that the day before yesterday. The little medical fairy asked him whether he was from a top force on the continent, whether he had any fame, and Mo Wentian just casually replied that he didn't, that he was just a seller of medicine now. Mo Wentian did not expect Xiao Yixin's revenge to come so quickly, and he couldn't help but glare fiercely at his beloved disciple. Selling medicine? That's really special. Hee. How effective is this elixir? Although Xiao Yin knew that it could indeed enhance his fighting energy, he was unsure about its effectiveness, so he asked with some skepticism. Well, it's not that great, but it should easily allow you to break through from the 9th stage of fighting energy to a fighter. Xiao Yixin could see Xiao Yan's strength at a glance and said nonchalantly. Xiao Yan was suddenly shocked, his pupils contracting sharply. He had hidden his strength, and it had only been a short time since he had risen from the 3rd stage of fighting energy to the 9th stage. How could this seemingly harmless little girl see through it? Don't be surprised, this little girl is a fighter-level warrior, and it seems she practices some kind of technique. Although she is not very proficient yet, seeing through your concealment should be no problem. The medicine elder floating behind Xiao Yan explained to him. However, he didn't notice that Mo Wentian had been secretly observing them for a long time. Although his spiritual power was slightly stronger than Mo Wentian's, he was not at his peak, so it was not surprising that he did not notice Mo Wentian's scrutiny. Here are 300,000 gold coins. I'll buy it. Xiao Yan concealed his expression very well, suppressing his surprise as he calmly took out 300,000 gold cards from his spatial ring. Sorry, we don't accept gold tickets here, only gold coins. Please exchange them for gold coins before buying. Xiao Yixin was also speechless about Mo Wentian's rules. Who could withstand this? If it were an ordinary person, they would surely walk away angrily and not buy anything. but Xiaoyan was clearly not that type. Suner, do you have any gold coins? Xiaoyan looked at Xiao Suner with some difficulty. I don't have any, but I have a way to solve it. Brother Xiaoyan, wait a moment, I'll be right back. Xiao Suner was also curious about the shop owner, secretly thinking he was quite an odd person. Xiao Suner, being well-traveled, could tell that this was a second-tier elixir, and although she didn't know what it was, she recognized that it was meant to enhance fighting energy, so she didn't say much. However, she thought to herself that the temper of alchemists was indeed quite peculiar. The medicine elder was innocently caught in the crossfire. Well, that's great. Thank you, Suner. Xiaoyan did not stand on ceremony. He knew that Xiao Suner had a distinguished identity and would be able to exchange for gold coins quickly. Brother Xiaoyan, you don't have to be so polite with Suner. I'll be right back. After speaking, Xiao Suner went out and inadvertently made eye contact with Mo Wentian, secretly thinking that his gaze was similar to Brother Xiaoyan's, both deep and profound. Soon, Xiao Suner disappeared around a corner. P.S. There should be tens of thousands of people watching on QQ browser. The results are pretty good. I just hope you can watch more videos without spending money to support me. Thank you very much, and even more thanks to the readers who subscribe to Chidian, supporting the original, starting with me. Chapter 142. Call me Appa. Xiao Yin quietly observed the shop, and looking at Xiao Yixian, he inquired, "Is that handsome friend also your master's disciple?" "No." Xiao Yixian replied softly. Your master is really amazing. He must be a powerful alchemist." Seeing that Xiao Yixian did not seem to mind, Xiao Yin praised her. You're right, very good. What is your name? If you can speak, say a bit more." Mo Wentian could no longer hold back and walked over, looking at Xiao Yin with a somewhat imposing demeanor as he laughed heartily. Being praised by the future renowned Flame Emperor made Mo Wentian feel quite pleased, and he joked, "Hello, my name is Xiao Yin. May I ask your esteemed name?" Seeing Mo Wentian's extraordinary demeanor, Xiao Yin also had the intention of getting to know him. "Montak Vencian," Mo Wentian said cheerfully. "Oh, your name is indeed fitting. It sounds powerful and must have an extraordinary background." Xiao Yin began to exchange pleasantries with Mo Wentian, and the two hit it off very well. Compared to Tang San from the ancient Tang sect, Xiao Yin was more to Mo Wentian's liking, and the two chatted with great interest. Before long, Xiao Suner returned from outside. "Brother Xiao Yin, here are 300,000 gold coins. Take it," Xiao Suner said elegantly, directly tossing a spatial ring to Xiao Yin. This, after Xiao Yin received it, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. This spatial ring was quite sizable, a full 5 cubic meters. It should be known that Xiao Yin made quite a bit of gold coins from the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid, which could sell for 40,000 gold coins per bottle. But this second-tier elixir was sold for 300,000, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. Just as he was contemplating whether to repay Xiao Suner for the spatial ring, Mo Wentian snatched it away, then politely said, Brother Xiao Yin is really too polite. Come, Xiao Yixian, quickly help Brother Xiao Yin pick out the best quality elixir. Getting a free spatial ring was just right to give to Xiao Yixian. Mo Wentian adopted a shrewd merchant's demeanor, secretly thinking. In fact, there were not many elixirs, only about 20, and their quality was roughly the same. However, Mo Wentian's words were clearly meant to shut Xiao Yin up. After all, a spatial ring was worth quite a few gold coins. Okay. Xiao Yin did not expect that the seemingly harmless and brotherly Mo Wentian was actually a merchant. Xiao Yin thought to himself that when he returned, he would study the elixir's recipe and definitely practice making more to recoup his costs. However, Mo Wentian's advantages were not so easy to take. Mo Wentian had long known about the existence of the medicine elder in this small place, so when refining elixirs, he included many misleading behaviors and deliberately improved the methods of spiritual power refinement. Young master, can I also buy one? I only have a purple gold card and can't exchange for so many gold coins in a short time. Seeing Xiao Yin get the elixir and looking so happy, Xiao Suner felt happy for him. However, Xiao Suner was also a proud woman. Hearing that Xiao Yin was about to advance from the 9th stage of fighting energy to a fighter, she naturally did not want to be easily surpassed by him. A purple gold card? Huh? That is fine too, but you have to say something nice for me to hear. If I'm satisfied, I'll sell it to you. Mo Wentian wanted to see Xiao Yan's reaction, to see if he had long had ulterior motives towards Xiao Suner, so he said this on purpose. No one knew if Xiao Yan had already valued Xiao Suner's identity and had been deliberately approaching her since childhood, visiting her room to nurture her meridians when they were 3 or 4 years old. However, seeing that Xiao Yan showed some jealousy but did not change his expression much afterward, Mo Wentian secretly thought,
It seems he is a bit slow. He must have been single in his past life. This. Xiao Suner looked at Xiao Yixian with some difficulty, but Xiao Yixian deliberately turned her head away, indicating that Mo Wentian had the final say. At this moment, although Xiao Suner was already 14 or 15 years old, she had developed quite well. Although she didn't develop as quickly as the girls from Douluo continent, she was still considered quite good in the Dupo world. All right, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Just call me Appa. Mo Wentian deliberately revealed his relationship with Xiao Yin as fellow townsman, smiling as he said, Appa? What does that mean? Xiao Suner looked confused, wondering why this person was so similar to brother Xiao Yin, always saying things that felt novel. He means brother. Just call him brother. Xiao Yin looked at Mo Wentian with surprise and delight, realizing that this brother he had been chatting with was actually his fellow townsman. Mo Wentian and Xiao Yin exchanged a smile. Everything was unspoken. All right, what is your name? Xiao Suner thought that the man in front of her, who bore some resemblance to her brother Xiao Yin, wasn't too unpleasant. He seemed a bit older than her, so she decided to call him brother. Montak Vencian. Brother Wentian, can you sell it to me? Xiao Suner said gracefully as usual. Oh, not bad, really good. Here, this pill that enhances fighting spirit. I won't charge you for it. I'll give it to you as a gift. Mo Wentian felt that Gu Suner wasn't as cold as he had imagined. The Flame Emperor wasn't as bloodthirsty and heartless as the legend suggested. Mo Wentian was quite satisfied with this. He didn't really care about gold coins. He just wanted to use this shocking approach to promote himself a little. He wanted his name as an alchemist to spread, attracting some powerful individuals to trade with him, only accepting pill formulas and high-grade spiritual materials. Moreover, now he had encountered Xiao Yin, a human-shaped treasure trove. Mo Wentian directly took out a third-grade pill added with remnants of immortal-grade elixirs from the ring and said, a fourth-grade pill. The transparent figure, Yao Lao, exclaimed in surprise. Besides Mo Wentian, both Xiao Suner and the little medical fairy turned their gazes toward the space behind Xiao Yin, but found no one there, leaving them puzzled. Only Xiao Yin broke into a cold sweat, casting a reproachful glance at the space behind him. Yao Lao chuckled awkwardly and immediately dove back into Xiao Yin's storage ring. Brother Xiao Yin, who was just speaking? Xiao Suner asked with confusion. I think I also heard an old voice mentioning a fourth-grade pill. The little medical fairy said curiously. Ahem, my throat is a bit uncomfortable. It was me who said that Brother Mo's pill is a fourth-grade pill. Xiao Yin said with a pale face, lying through his teeth, but Mo Wentian was too lazy to expose him. Brother Xiao Yin, are you saying this is a fourth-grade pill? This, Xiao Suner exclaimed in surprise, her cherry lips opening wide. Although she could also obtain fourth-grade cultivation pills due to her status, such pills that could enhance fighting energy were extremely rare and precious even for her. Yes, it should be. Brother Wentian, why would you give such a precious item to Suner? Xiao Yin asked Mo Wentian with some confusion. It's nothing. Just for the sake of brother Xiao Yin. Who told us we have such a good rapport? Mo Wentian replied casually, blinking at Xiao Yin while maintaining eye contact. I understand the underlying meaning of brother Mo, that we are from the same hometown. However, Xiao Yin couldn't help but inwardly complain, wishing that Mo Wentian would also give him a fourth-grade pill for his sake. Thank you, brother Xiao Yin and brother Wentian. Xiao Suner expressed her gratitude without suspicion, graciously thanking them, unlike some ungrateful women. When she returned, she saw Xiao Yin and Mo Wentian chatting happily, with their arms around each other's shoulders. I want one too, give me one. The little medical fairy said, unhappily, coldly huffing while looking at Mo Wentian. All right, here you go. Mo Wentian said helplessly, pouring out a fourth-grade pill from a jade bottle and handing it to the little medical fairy. The little medical fairy showed no disdain as she took the pill and immediately tossed it into her mouth, then found a spot to sit cross-legged and began to absorb it. Seeing this, Xiao Yin instantly felt that the second-grade pill in his hand was no longer appealing. Xiao Suner blushed slightly and then said to Xiao Yin, Brother Xiao Yin, shall we trade? Miss Suner, this is given to you for the sake of brother Xiao Yin. You wouldn't be ungrateful, would you? I believe brother Xiao Yin won't agree to a trade. Rest assured, all the pills have been refined by me, and they're absolutely clean and hygienic. Mo Wentian said with a slight smile. Yes, Suner, don't let brother Wentian's kind intentions go to waste. There's no need to be polite between us. I've always regarded you as my little sister, and besides, I have given you 30,000 gold coins, haven't I? Xiao Yin shrugged helplessly. He never really intended to trade with Xiao Suner, and with Mo Wentian saying that, it was even less likely to happen. All right. Hearing their words,
Xiao Suner obediently replied, but in her heart, she secretly thought that she wasn't just a compliant little sister. She was quite a greedy girl. She had always listened to her brother Xiao Yin without question. Although I don't know what background or identity you have, you're my sister, Xiao Yan's sister. No matter what happens in the future, your brother will stand in front of you to shield you from the wind and waves. Xiao Yin whispered in a voice he thought only the two of them could hear. Xiao Suner's beautiful and lively big eyes sparkled as she looked at the somewhat masculine Xiao Yan, a gentle smile appearing on her delicate face, making her look extremely alluring. Mo Wentian, who was nearby, felt a bit overwhelmed. With a not-so-good expression, he moved to guard the little medical fairy, and just then, a strong wave of fighting energy surged from her, easily promoting her to a 2-star Douluo. However, it didn't stop there. The fighting energy whirlpool around the little medical fairy continued to condense, reaching 3 stars, 4 stars, and 5 stars. Compress your fighting energy. Do not let the breakthrough's power confuse your mind. Mo Wentian shouted seriously. The affectionate exchange between Xiao Yin and the two drew the attention of the little medical fairy. It seemed she understood Mo Wentian's intention, and her fighting energy began to compress, returning to 2 stars, 3 stars, and 4 stars. The foundation during the early stages of fighting energy cultivation is crucial. If the foundation is unstable, it becomes very difficult to break through later on. Mo Wentian didn't expect the little medical fairy to be so ruthless, directly compressing back to 2 stars. The cultivation levels on the Duqi continent begin with Douluo, which is considered intra-level, followed by Doshi, Doshi, Douling, Douwang, Douhuang, Douzong, Douzun, Dousheng, and the legendary Dodi realm. From the Douzun realm onwards, the power of fighting energy begins to surge, almost reaching the strength of the Douluo continent's divine realm, especially at Douzun's 9 revolutions, where each revolution brings earth-shattering changes in power. Heavens, what kind of pill is this? Its effects are so powerful that even Doshi experts can increase by so many levels. Xiao Yin exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Brother Xiao Yin, stay calm, all right? I have plenty of such pills, but it's better for you to cultivate steadily. The reason I'm not giving you this kind of pill is that your current strength is too low. Relying solely on shortcuts in cultivation won't work. You also need to develop a strong heart during the cultivation process. I'm doing this for your own good, so that you can experience this process and comprehend the heart of a strong person. Mo Wentian said with a serious expression, looking at the enviously shocked Xiao Yin, portraying a demeanor of being good for him. Brother Mo, our meeting on this continent is a great fate. I'm already very grateful that you could give Suner a 4th grade pill, but you might be underestimating me a bit. Although my strength is weak, I know that only by being fearless can one soar in the skies. I may be envious, but I absolutely won't ask you for it like you do, so don't worry. Xiao Yin expressed passionately and sincerely. He truly lived up to the future title of Flame Emperor and was indeed the Xiao Yin who had experienced the ups and downs of life, unafraid and ambitious. Mo Wentian couldn't help but show admiration toward Xiao Yin, while Xiao Suner beside him looked at Xiao Yin with a face full of infatuation. Mo Wentian felt a bit ashamed of his somewhat ostentatious behavior in front of Xiao Yin. However, these pills were nothing to him at this moment. Mo Wentian did not want to use pills to enhance his Doqi, although his Doqi cultivation was close to breaking through to the Doji realm. Similar to Xiao Yan's current state, his Doqi was not inferior to Xiao Yin, who had regressed from the Doji realm. In fact, his foundation was even more solid, with limitless potential for the future. His goal was also to become a Dodi. According to his calculations, the Dodi was definitely more powerful than the Divine King realm experts from the Douluo world existing above the Divine King realm. Xiao Yan's future was not comparable to Tang San's. He was destined to be one of the 3 supreme beings in the highest world of the Great Ruler. That was a being whose true name was inscribed on the Supreme Sky rankings, standing alongside Wu Zhu Lindong and Great Ruler Mu Chun as guardians of the Great Thousand World. The Douluo world had no passage to higher universes, or if it did, Mo Wentian was unaware of it. Therefore, he placed great importance on Doqi, but he would not neglect the cultivation of soul power either. The 7th leaf of the 7-leaf grass could bring Mo Wentian into the world of Dopa, indicating that the 9-leaf grass martial soul definitely harbored a great secret. Combined with Mo Wentian's intuition, it was even comparable to the Void Sword God's inheritance. Mo Wentian estimated that the Void Sword God was likely a powerful being in the ruler realm. Brother Xiao Yin, you truly deserve to be from the same place as me. Your ambitions are indeed grand, and I can't help but admire your broad-mindedness.
Mo Wentian thought to himself. Feeling inspired by Xiao Yan's demeanor, I'm not unwilling to part with the pills, as long as you understand my good intentions. Feel free to come to me for any troubles you can't solve in the future. Mo Wentian was also inspired by Xiao Yan's spirit and thought to himself that he still needed to learn from him. P.S. A bonus chapter for the readers on QQ Browser. Chapter 144. The miserable Galio, seeing Xiao Yan's proud demeanor. Mo Wentian couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The Xiao Yan I know has finally returned, Xiao Suner said with a happy smile, her brows slightly curved, as if she were the one being praised rather than Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan shrugged helplessly, raising his hands to Mo Wentian, indicating that it was nothing. At this moment, Little Medicinal Fairy finally stabilized her Do Qi cultivation and stepped out from her training, having directly advanced from the initial stage of Do Shi 1 star to the peak of Do Shi 2 stars, which was a significant shock for both Xiao Yan and Xiao Suner. How could there be such a powerful effect from a 4th grade pill? And its foundation is so stable. It's truly incredible. Little Yin, you must befriend this person. It will have immense benefits for your future. An ancient voice that only Xiao Yin could hear came from the ring. It was the medicine elder. Master, I've broken through to Do Shi 2 stars again. Little Medicinal Fairy excitedly said as she hugged Mo Wentian, clearly thrilled with her power increase. Master? Brother Mo, are you a master? Did you refine all these pills? Xiao Yan exclaimed in surprise, unable to close his mouth in shock. Even Xiao Suner beside him looked at Mo Wentian in disbelief, her eyes filled with astonishment. Oh no, stupid, you've exposed it. Mo Wentian tapped Little Medicinal Fairy's forehead, feeling as if he had been caught in an affair. Really, Brother Mo, what is your current strength? Although he knew it was inappropriate to ask someone else's strength, Xiao Yan, being a modern person, clearly had no such scruples about Mo Wentian. 9 segments of Do Qi. As for my strength, an average Do Wang shouldn't be my opponent, Mo Wentian revealed truthfully, having no intention of hiding it since he had been exposed. Whether they believed him or not was not his concern. Seeing this, Xiao Yan didn't pursue the matter further, thinking that Mo Wentian was unwilling to disclose his strength. However, being able to refine 4th grade pills clearly indicated that his strength was not low. Hey, isn't this Miss Suner? Haha, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. A bright voice came from outside the door. Suner frowned slightly and looked towards the sound, seeing a group of people surrounding a young man dressed extravagantly at the entrance. The young man appeared slightly older than the others, around 20 years old. Although he looked quite handsome, his complexion was somewhat pale, clearly a sign of excessive indulgence. At this moment, the young man was staring at Xiao Suner with burning eyes, showing no concealment of his admiration for her. However, when Xiao Suner saw the newcomer, she didn't even glance at him and ignored him, directly walking to Xiao Yan's side and hugging his arm, as if to say, I already have a master. Oh, isn't this young Master Xiao Yan? What a coincidence to see you here. Galio suppressed his anger in front of the beauty and said with a forced smile. Xiao Yan simply responded indifferently, not wanting to engage with the person in front of him. I just bought this with spirit bracelet at the market. Although it's not a precious item, it does have a first-level wood attribute magic crystal that can restore Do Qi. It would be perfect to give to Miss Suner as a token of my appreciation. Please don't refuse. I wouldn't want to embarrass myself in front of you. Galio said humorously yet gracefully, presenting a bracelet to Xiao Suner, but his eyes inadvertently showed a hint of yearning when glancing at Little Medicinal Fairy beside her. Xiao Suner looked at Galio's demeanor and felt somewhat annoyed. Just as she was about to refuse this clingy person, she suddenly noticed that the magic crystal was exactly the type of magic crystal Xiao Yan needed. Playfully thinking that her brother Xiao Yan needed this would attribute magic crystal, she considered accepting it, then removing the magic crystal to give to him and discarding the rest when he wasn't looking. Her expression softened considerably as she prepared to step forward to take it, only to find that a hand had already grabbed her small hand a moment earlier. Just as she was about to struggle or retaliate, she realized it was her brother Xiao Yan who had caught her, causing her cheeks to flush as she allowed him to hold her. Young Master Galio's kindness, we appreciate it, but we don't need this would attribute magic crystal, so you should give it to someone else. Xiao Yan seemed to understand Suner's intentions and rejected Galio while emphasizing the 4th grade pills. Looking at Xiao Yan, who had spoiled his good intentions, Galio couldn't help but feel angry. However, he still suppressed his anger and politely said, Young Master Xiao Yan, you are mistaken. While wood attribute magic crystals are indeed precious, what I am offering is not the magic crystal, but the bracelet. Miss Suner is so beautiful but lacks any jewelry. Don't you think that's a bit of a flaw? Are you saying that Miss Suner
isn't beautiful enough? I think she is even more beautiful like this. Where in the world can there be any accessory that can compare to Sunur's beauty? Wearing accessories would only lower her attractiveness. Don't you understand this simple logic? Young Master Galio? Xiao Yin retorted sharply, realizing that Galio was far from being able to spar with him in words. You're right. My choice of words was inappropriate. Miss Sunur's beauty is certainly beyond these mundane things, but to say that someone gave you fourth-grade pills is a bit of an exaggeration. Isn't it? Galio, unable to match Xiao Yin, seized on Xiao Yan's words for a counterattack. Then you don't need to worry about it, brother Xiao Yan. Since it's not needed, I won't keep it. Xiao Sunur blushed at Xiao Yan's compliment, and upon hearing Galio mention the fourth-grade pill, she feared that exposing Mo Wentian's existence would provoke his displeasure, so she coldly rejected him. If that's the case, then forget it. Alas, what a pity for this bracelet. Although Galio was angry, seeing another beautiful girl, the little medical fairy, by his side, he didn't lose his temper. He glanced back and forth at the little medical fairy, pretending to be somewhat sad as he spoke. It's not a pity. You can give it to me. I won't mind. The little medical fairy, unlike Xiao Yan's male chauvinism, understood the intentions of this scumbag in front of her and cooperatively said, What is this young lady's name? Her looks are not inferior to Miss Sunur. Only a beauty like her deserves such a bracelet. It's just a small token of appreciation. I hope the beautiful lady can accept it. As soon as Galio finished speaking, the bracelet in his hand was already taken by the little medical fairy. Then, without even looking at Galio again, she ran in front of Mo Wentian and happily said, Master, is it beautiful? This person is so silly. He gave me such a pretty bracelet for free. And Mo Wentian was left speechless, with a black line on his forehead. Young lady, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? This is someone expressing their affection, not something given for free. However, Mo Wentian didn't care too much. After all, Galio wasn't a good person. How could he not leave something behind after daring to target his own disciple? This was the first time Galio had been humiliated in front of beautiful women, and hearing the little medical fairy call him stupid made him completely furious. Chapter 145, Canaan Academy, how dare you? Someone, catch that little girl for me. I want to teach her a lesson and let her know whether this young master is a fool or not. Galio finally tore off his facade and said angrily, embarrassed and furious, I'll see who dares. Who in my Xiao family's market can be so audacious? Come here. Before Mo Wentian could get angry, Xiao Yin was the first to shout in anger. In just a moment, many guards from the Xiao family entered from outside the shop. The captain of the Xiao family's guards was personally appointed by Xiao Yin's father, Xiao Zhan. They belonged to Xiao Yin's direct subordinates. So it was not surprising that Xiao Yin had these guards secretly with him in the market. After all, managing the market's guards had to be done meticulously. Brother Xiao Yin, let your people go out. I want to see how he can act wildly in my shop. He doesn't even dare to take a good look at himself, looking like a prostate patient, and still dares to cause trouble. Mo Wentian couldn't tolerate the insult to his disciple. Although these worthless people couldn't do anything to his disciple, if he didn't step in to resolve it, the little medical fairy would find trouble with him in private. Women are really troublesome. Puffed. Haha, cough cough. Well then, that Polly, right? You all go out first and wait for orders outside. Xiao Yin couldn't help but laugh like a pig. But seeing the little medical fairy and Xiao Sunur looking at him in confusion, he suppressed his laughter and said, he was just putting on a show. He knew that with the little medical fairy's strength as a 2-star Do master, handling these mere Do fighters was a piece of cake. Yes, third young master. The few who entered were also Do fighters, and upon seeing this, they all retreated. Galio calmed down, his face turning quite ugly, his fists tightening and loosening repeatedly. He wasn't a fool, since they were confident enough to let those guards out, and Xiao Yin had made it clear he would protect them. It indicated that Mo Wentian and the little medical fairy were not simple. Oof, let's go. Galio inadvertently saw the price tags of the elixirs in the shop. His pupils constricting, and with a wave of his hand, a group of people left in a dejected manner. Brother Xiao Yin, what kind of illness is a prostate problem? Why are you laughing? Once these people had left, only 4 remained in the shop, and she curiously asked, Yes, master. Can Do fighters also get sick like ordinary people? Is it an incurable hidden injury? The little medical fairy also asked Mo Wentian, looking puzzled. Xiao Yin and Mo Wentian exchanged glances, both shrugging helplessly. In the end, Xiao Yin spoke up and fabricated, right? It's an incurable hidden injury. If it's not treated when young, it becomes even harder to treat when older. Cough cough, don't mind that fool anymore. In the future, you girls should stay away from such people, Mo Wentian said awkwardly to the 2 girls. I'm not going anywhere, just following master. You can rest assured. We wouldn't play with fools, the little medical fairy giggled, her pretty face full of playfulness. However, Wentian was left with a black line on his forehead, thinking, is this a joke? 10 days later, Xiao family. During this time, Xiao Yin successfully broke through to the Dough fighter realm ahead of schedule. One day, the Xiao family's market faced a challenge as the Galio family began selling cheap rejuvenation pills to seize the Xiao family's market, capturing most of the popularity in Wutan City. The Xiao family's market also became quite desolate, but Wentian remained unconcerned, still enjoying his few leisurely days. Once he entered Canaan Academy, it would no longer be this easy. As for the accelerated training tools at Canaan Academy, if it weren't for waiting for enrollment, Wentian would have wanted to go there immediately to engage in hard training. Wentian also gave the spatial ring that Xiao Suner had given him to the little medicine fairy. It is known that a spatial ring is worth at least 80 to 90,000 gold coins. The reason he gave Xiao Suner a 4th grade pill was also related to this aspect, as wealthy women often gain the favor of men. Moreover, Xiao Suner is a wealthy woman with a powerful background, who knows when he might encounter difficulties and need her help to solve them. Xiao Yin casually brought Xiao Suner into Wentian's shop and sat down in an armchair without any courtesy. The person sitting in another armchair nearby was Wentian, who was squinting his eyes and comfortably swaying back and forth. Brother you're too relaxed. I've been so busy these past few days that I can hardly find my footing, yet you can still guard your shop with so few customers every day. Xiao Yin said helplessly to Wentian. Meanwhile, Xiao Suner was whispering with the little medicine fairy beside her. In recent days, Xiao Yin had been frequently visiting the market with Xiao Suner, chatting with Wentian, which made the little medicine fairy and Xiao Suner become close friends who could talk about anything. Yes, there are indeed few people, but I'm making money. I've already earned several million gold coins. Wentian said nonchalantly. So you're like someone who doesn't open for 3 years, but when you do, you eat for 3 years. It's really infuriating to see someone from the same hometown doing so well. Xiao Yin sighed helplessly, expressing his feelings. Now, Wentian's name had spread, and the pill for enhancing fighting energy had become synonymous with this shop, but the number of customers remained few. It was simply too expensive. Only a few people in Wutan City could afford it. However, occasionally, fighters from other places would come to ask Wentian to refine pills. Wentian even took the time to assess the identity of a 4th grade alchemist, which can be considered a coveted position sought after by major forces. However, for those major powers that wanted to invite him, Wentian only had one word: roll. Because of his relationship with Wentian, the Xiao family naturally did not fall into this category. Brother can I invite you to my Xiao family for a visit? These are some pills refined by my master. You can sell them to my Xiao family at a low price. How about we split the profits 30 to 70? With Wentian's endorsement, Xiao Yin clearly had no intention of pretending to be a masked old man anymore. He took out dozens of bottles of pills from his storage ring and said, "That's unnecessary. I'm not short on money right now. I can make this trip for free. However, I assume your master is also a high-level alchemist? If you have time, Brother Xiao, could you introduce me? I'd like to discuss pill refining methods with your master." What do you think? Wentian did not intend to expose Xiao Yin's secret, but instead spoke tentatively. He wanted to see if he could coax some 6th grade pill formulas out of the old alchemist. Well, okay. I'll ask my master for his opinion when I get back, Xiao Yin replied. Recently, his relationship with Wentian had grown closer. After all, they were both from the same hometown, and they got along well. They were not narrow-minded individuals, so he naturally found it hard to refuse, but also did not fully agree, only saying something ambiguous. Then I thank you, Brother Xiao. Let's go to the Xiao family now, Wentian said, putting away the pills and standing up. P.S. I hope everyone continues to read seriously. Do you want to see the future encounter between Xiao Yin and Tang San? Do you want to witness legendary figures like martial ancestor Lin Dong, dominator Mu Chun, death god A Dai, and wine god Ji Dong gathering in a vast world? The low martial power of Douluo and the regret of being unable to break free from the framework will be addressed in this book. Please fully subscribe and support. Chapter 146. Xiao Yin is quite good. Xiao family. Reception hall. Patriarch Xiao, consider these pills as a gift for your Xiao family. I hope they can help you get through this tough time. Wentian pulled out the pills refined by Xiao Yin from his divine fate ring, filling the table with jade bottles. Then, may I ask if you have any requests that only my Xiao family can fulfill? A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious gray clothing, with a pair of thick eyebrows that gave him a dignified and imposing appearance, asked, "Patriarch Xiao is overthinking. I don't have anything that requires the Xiao family." Mo Wentian deliberately pretended to act aloof. Xiao Zhan fell silent, knowing that as a fourth-grade alchemist, Mo Wentian really had nothing that he could use the Xiao family for. The terrifying aspect of alchemists does not lie in direct combat. They can refine incredible pills that make people go crazy. Having these pills means possessing unparalleled influence. And those high-ranking powerhouses are quite fond of heeding the calls of these alchemists. After all, everyone gets injured, and seeking an alchemist's help is something that many people find deeply moving and impossible to obtain. Now, an alchemist had come to the Xiao family to sell healing pills at a low price, which made Xiao Zhan extremely excited as well. Alas, Master Mo is right. My Xiao family is indeed too weak now. I feel guilty for failing my ancestors, which has led to the Xiao family becoming weaker and weaker. Xiao Zhan recalled the glory of his ancestors and spoke somewhat despondently. That's not what I meant. I really don't have anything right now. If there is, it's that I want to enter the Jialan Academy. Mo Wentian said helplessly. He was just speaking the truth. He really didn't need the Xiao family right now. But that might not be the case in the future. He didn't see the Xiao family, one of the ancient 8 clans, as weak. Jialan Academy? It would be quite troublesome without a recommendation. My clan also has members studying and cultivating there. How about she recommends you? Xiao Zhan didn't immediately put away the healing pills on the table, clearly showing a reluctant attitude. All right, then I will take your kindness. Thank you, Patriarch Xiao, for your assistance. Mo Wentian said politely, feeling somewhat awkward since these pills belonged to Xiao Yan. If he guessed correctly, the person Xiao Zhan referred to should be the tall and elegant Xiao Yu. Not wanting to cause trouble, he naturally agreed to Xiao Zhan's goodwill. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to keep refusing the healing pills. Only then did Xiao Zhan put away the pills and handed Mo Wentian a few bags of gold coins. It was only because the other elders of the Xiao family were not present that Xiao Zhan could be so generous. Otherwise, these inexpensive pills would have been snatched up long ago, and Xiao Zhan would not have such a temperament. Master Mo is being too polite. It is my Xiao family that is fortunate to have you. You are so young, yet have achieved such accomplishments. You are one of the most talented individuals I have ever seen. Now you can lower yourself to come to my Xiao family to help. The Xiao family will remember this great kindness. If there is anything in the future, the Xiao family will do everything possible. Please allow me to bow to you. Xiao Zhan said respectfully, and then stood up to express his gratitude to Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian hurriedly supported Xiao Zhan, as he had come this time to make Xiao Yin owe him a favor, not the other way around. Xiao clan leader, you are too polite. I have a 4th-grade elixir, the Ascension Pill, which I will give to you. I see that you are already at the peak of a 5-star grade fighter. So this should help you break through 2 levels and enter the realm of a high-level grade fighter. Mo Wentian took out a pill radiating a silver-white light from the time-space Divine Fate ring and handed it to Xiao Zhan. He wasn't down to his last 4th-grade pill. He just said that to emphasize the rarity of the elixir, so the cunning Mo Wentian knew how to handle the situation. This kind of elixir could be made in any quantity as long as he had the materials. He didn't need these pills to strengthen his foundation of fighting spirit. The celestial grade items in the time-space Divine Fate ring, after being nurtured by the spring of life, were now slowly sprouting and producing finished products, although their efficacy had not yet reached the celestial level, only having about 1,000 years of effectiveness. What? I don't know why you are so kind to my Xiao family, which truly surprises me. I believe in the principle of no reward without merit. And accepting Master Mo's cheap healing elixir already makes me uneasy. Xiao Zhan was taken aback and did not doubt Mo Wentian's words, but he still suppressed his greed and spoke with sincerity. Mo Wentian nodded repeatedly. Indeed, Xiao Yan's future achievements are inseparable from the help of Medicine Elder. But the influence of this father of the Flame Emperor on Xiao Yan's character is still greater than that of Medicine Elder. Xiao Yan's future achievements are also related to his firm will and beliefs, being able to stay true to his original intentions. And only by not forgetting the original intention can one achieve the end. No need to be polite. Xiao Yan is quite good. I have high hopes for his future, and his future achievements will definitely not be inferior to mine. Mo Wentian glanced at Xiao Yan, blinked, and humbly said to Xiao Zhan, since that's the case, I will accept it. In the future, anyone who is an enemy of Master Mo will be an enemy of my Xiao family. Xiao Zhan took the pill and said seriously. Just then, 3 elders entered from outside, and the one at the front was the great elder of the Xiao family. I don't know what business the clan leader has been discussing privately, but he has to avoid us old folks.
The great elder of the Xiao family said with some dissatisfaction, followed by a young man, his grandson Xiao Ning. Xiao Yan, who had been silent, felt a chill in his eyes, as this kid must have revealed the secret. The great elder was overthinking it. This negotiation is crucial for my Xiao family. And I didn't have time to notify the three elders, but since the three elders are here, please take a seat. Xiao Zhan discreetly put away the pill in his hand and said gravely to the three elders, Clan leader, who is this? The three elders looked surprised at Mo Wentian, who was sitting in the deputy master position. The great elder, as the representative of the three, was also the highest authority after Xiao Zhan, and naturally looked at the two with dissatisfaction. However, seeing Xiao Zhan being so respectful, he did not get angry, but decided to ask for clarification first. Great elder, this is Master Mo, who just settled in our Xiao family's market not long ago. You should have heard of him. Xiao Yin stood up, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He wanted to see the expressions of these elders of the Xiao family. Oh, so it's Master Mo. Could it be that Master Mo is willing to cooperate with our Xiao family to jointly resist the Jali family and the Odin family? The great elder immediately relaxed his brows and said with surprise and respect, not cooperation, but Master Mo is helping my Xiao family through a tough time. Xiao Zhan emphasized seriously. Oh, right, it's assistance, you see my mouth. I don't know how the clan leader discussed it. The great elder showed extreme humility, but when it came to discussing matters, he became serious. Although alchemists are indeed noble, when it comes to issues of profit, everyone takes them seriously. Chapter 147, Xiao Yu. A total of 823 bottles of healing medicine, named blood condensation powder, which is more effective than the Jali family's revitalization powder, and the price is only half of the revitalization powder. Xiao Zhan confidently tapped his fingers on the table, looking quite imposing at the great elder and the others. With a wave of his hands, he took out over 1,000 small jade bottles from his storage ring. In the silent hall, beside Xiao Yin and Mo Wentian, all eyes in the hall were fervently fixed on these pills. This, Master Mo's great kindness. The Xiao family will definitely remember it. Xiao Yin, who allowed you to sit next to Master Mo, do you not understand respect and hierarchy? The second elder. Seeing Xiao Yin sitting beside Mo Wentian with a leisurely and calm demeanor, couldn't he help but scold. Xiao Yin helplessly glanced at Mo Wentian. This person just had to keep coming up to slap his face, not allowing him a moment of peace. This one has quite a bit of power. It seems I'm not welcome to stay here. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. All right, for the next transaction, let us have Xiao Yin come again. Before I leave, I want to say one more thing. Xiao Yin is very good, and I'm a close friend of his. Mo Wentian did not want to get involved in Xiao Yin's family disputes, and took the opportunity to stand up and say, deliberately mentioning his relationship with Xiao Yin as he approached the hall door. The implied meaning was that Xiao Yin is under my protection. Master Mo, please don't blame me. We will definitely treat Yin'er well, you can rest assured. Xiao Zhan quickly stood up to see him off, and the three elders looked at Mo Wentian's back with different thoughts, but all showed smiles. Xiao Yin couldn't help but feel very satisfied with the act of inviting Mo Wentian to the Xiao family, and coupled with the 4th grade pill given to his father, Xiao Yin felt even more grateful towards Mo Wentian. While feeling grateful, Xiao Yin couldn't help but feel a bit dissatisfied, secretly thinking, this brother Mo really is something. He can give a 4th grade pill to those close to him, but I have to spend 300,000 in a storage ring to buy a 2nd grade pill. After all, with many lice, one does not fear worry. Currently, Xiao Yin's strength is still very weak, although he has the potential of a strong person. He has not yet developed the ambition of a strong person. Mo Wentian is certainly doing it on purpose. He doesn't want to change history because of his help. What if Xiao Yan's strength is advanced too early and doesn't develop according to the original plot? Wouldn't that be his fault? This wouldn't just be detrimental to Xiao Yan, but it would also be of no benefit to his grasp of the storyline. In this brutal Do Chi continent, Mo Wentian follows the principle of sticking to his choices. He won't do anything to sabotage what he has chosen. Mo Wentian had barely settled down in the Xiao family market when Xiao Yin walked in with a tall and beautiful woman. Mo brother, this is my cousin Xiao Yu. She is back this time to handle the admissions for the Jialan Academy, and the mentor in charge is actually Xiao Yu's teacher. What do you think? I'm quite generous, right? Xiao Yin swaggered into the shop, not treating himself as an outsider at all, and said to Mo Wentian with a playful expression. Mo Wentian did not pay attention to Xiao Yin, who seemed to be selling his sister, but instead looked at the tall woman who was slightly restrained and following Xiao Yin. Although the woman appeared a bit shy,
she was extremely beautiful, with a slender figure that was almost as tall as his. Most importantly, her delicate jade-like legs, half exposed, looked like perfect artworks that had been meticulously sculpted. This was Xiao Yu, who almost played a scandalous game with the Flame Emperor. Just right. Although Mo Wentian was lost in thought, he maintained a graceful demeanor on the surface. Hello, Master Mo. My name is Xiao Yu. Thank you for helping the Xiao family. In the future, if you have any requests, no matter what it is, Xiao Yu will definitely do my best to assist. Xiao Yu blinked her bright eyes, looked at Mo Wentian, and smiled sweetly, expressing her gratitude. Does that mean you'll help with anything, cousin? Xiao Yan, for some reason, always enjoyed teasing his cousin and only revealed his lewd side in front of her. Bah, Pevet, Godi. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's face turned red, instantly breaking her composure, and her long legs kicked towards Xiao Yan's vital spot. Haha, it's nothing. No need to get angry, just joking. You two don't need to argue, cough cough. And Mo Wentian quickly blocked the kick with his hand, feeling the warmth on his palm, and quickly let go while awkwardly coughing a couple of times. Xiao Yu's pretty face flushed slightly, and she knew she had struck first, making her even more furious. Although her grandfather had repeatedly reminded her of Mo Wentian's identity as an alchemist when they came, even the words she just said were instructed by her grandfather. She was completely unaware of the implications behind it. Since he had never touched a woman, his conservative nature made him feel embarrassed and angry now. Miss Xiao Yu, please don't hold it against us rough people. Brother Xiao Yan, hurry and apologize to Miss Xiao Yu. All you do is talk nonsense every day. Seeing this, Mo Wentian quickly expressed his apologies and subtly gestured at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yu, I'm sorry for overthinking it. Brother Mo is right. You really shouldn't hold it against a crude person like me. Please don't entangle with me in the future. I truly didn't mean to offend cousin Xiao Ning. Recently, Xiao Yan had been troubled by Xiao Yu because he had a grudge against her younger brother, Xiao Ning, after teaching him a lesson. Well, this time I'll give Master Mo some face and not hold it against this pervert. Xiao Yu noticed that Mo Wentian seemed to be oblivious and did not take it too seriously, instead diverting the topic to scold the future Flame Emperor. Cough cough. Xiao Yan awkwardly coughed repeatedly. Master, what are you doing? Our stock of elixirs is running low. If this continues, we will have to close down. A weak voice of reproach came from the storeroom, looking at Mo Wentian with a guilty expression. Mo Wentian saw the remnants at the corner of Xiao Yixian's mouth and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly, then secretly ate the poison he had prepared. You've even learned to accuse others first. I told you not to steal and eat it, yet you steal poison every day. Let's see if you still have time to eat it when things get busy. Mo Wentian shrugged helplessly and said, Steal? Poison. Xiao Yan's gaze swept back and forth between Mo Wentian and Xiao Yixian. Are these two normal people? Xiao Yixian has a special constitution. Eating poison can make her stronger and immune to all toxins. I can tell you, but you wouldn't understand. Just know that she's special and don't follow her to eat poison. Mo Wentian joked with the two of them. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan exchanged glances. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary evil poison body, cultivating through poison, immune to all toxins, with poison coursing through her body that kills anyone who touches her. But why didn't I detect any toxins in this girl? It's really strange. A voice that only Xiao Yan could hear echoed in his ears. Mo Wentian subtly sensed a wave of soul power fluctuations without intentionally listening, guessing that it must be the medicine respecter and Xiao Yan communicating in a special way. After cultivating the unnamed technique, the little medicine fairy's control had significantly improved, completely suppressing the toxins in her body through dual cultivation. Chapter 148. Chapter 145. Exchange of combat techniques. Boring. Who would be idle enough to secretly consume poison? Xiao Yu coldly turned her head, but her gaze frequently glanced at Mo Wentian, curious about how such a humorous and easygoing person could be a fourth-grade alchemist. In fact, even Mo Wentian did not realize that his smooth journey had made his personality increasingly gentle, lacking even a hint of the aloofness typical of sword cultivators. So it seems I've been too kind. The young ladies are no longer afraid of me, Mo Wentian secretly thought to himself. This was also the reason why Mo Wentian's powerful mental strength, influenced by the foundational inheritance of the Void Sword God, could remain unchanged in essence, not distinguishing between good and bad. Even the young leader of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, Mu Li, who had committed many crimes, was merely turned into a fool by Mo Wentian. It really was just that. Mo Wentian believed this was a sign of mercy. Little did he know that at this moment,
The leader of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps had learned of his news and spared no expense to invite a Do Wong-level expert with some connections to his ancestors, who was on the way to Wutan City, determined to kill Mo Wen-Tian to avenge his son, who had turned into a fool. Oh, I often sneak a bite. My master is fine with it. Even when I sneak a bite, he doesn't scold me, just mutters a few words, The little medicine fairy quickly licked the remnants at the corner of her mouth with her fragrant tongue and said playfully, Brother Mo, in half a month, my cousin Xiao Yu's mentor will come to Wutan City for recruitment. You can come with us then. Xiao Yin, having learned the secret of the evil poison body, did not want to dwell on the topic, so he changed the subject. Well, you guys want to just be saying this, right? Mo Wen-Tian nodded and said helplessly, as expected, nothing can be hidden from you, Brother Mo. It's like this. You know that my Xiao family is currently in a fierce competition with the Garrett family and the Odin family. My cousin Xiao Yu wants to break through the bottleneck of her fighting spirit, but the family is a bit tight on funds, and she can't stay at home for too long. So there isn't enough money in the short term. You see, Xiao Yin awkwardly looked at Mo Wen-Tian, pointing at the second-grade pills on the counter, rubbing his hands as he spoke. I said, what does your Xiao family's financial difficulties have to do with me? Are you treating me like a charity hall? Mo Wen-Tian pretended to not understand. Brother Mo, don't pretend to be confused. On behalf of the Xiao family, I'd like to buy a second-grade pill from you. Please show some mercy and lend us one. Xiao Yin said looking troubled. Don't think I don't know. Someone privately sold quite a bit. Before Mo Wen-Tian could finish, Xiao Yin covered his mouth, looking at him with a pleading expression, not wanting Mo Wen-Tian to reveal it. Otherwise, his private funds would definitely be taken by the family. He currently had no good feelings towards the Xiao family. If forced, it would only lead to a falling out with them. Besides Xiao Yu, Xiao Suner, and his father, he felt no warmth from the other members of the Xiao family. If he hadn't exposed his wealth in front of his father, who asked him to buy a pill for Xiao Yu to ease relations with the Grand Elder, he wouldn't want to come here to ask Mo Wen-Tian for help. Brother Mo, cough, whatever conditions you have, just mention them. Sister Xiao Yu is one of the futures of our Xiao family. As long as you can sell her a pill, I will listen to you as long as it doesn't violate principles. Xiao Yin said with righteousness. But the underlying meaning was essentially a hush fee. He was asking how much was too much. Well, considering how beautiful Miss Xiao Yu is, I'll waive the debt. But I do have something I'd like you to help with. After saying this, Mo Wen-Tian straightforwardly tossed a second-grade qi-enhancing pill to Xiao Yu. Okay, I will definitely help if I can. Xiao Yin nodded seriously, knowing that Mo Wen-Tian had helped him too much with his character. He naturally wouldn't want to owe too much. Thank you. I won't take it for free. When I have money, I will pay you back. Xiao Yu accepted the pill and kept it close, gratefully saying to Mo Wen-Tian, do as you wish. Mo Wen-Tian waved his hand nonchalantly. Brother Mo, if you have something to say, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. We don't need to care about those formalities between us. Xiao Yin said seriously, having truly regarded this generous fellow from the countryside as a brother over this period. He had suspected Mo Wen-Tian's intentions, but he could still distinguish whether someone was good to him out of sincerity. With Mo Wen-Tian's strength, if he wanted to harm him, he would have no ability to resist at all. Well, since that's the case, I'll speak frankly. Little medicine fairy, you take Miss Xiao Yu to the backyard for a walk. Mo Wen-Tian said to the curious little medicine fairy, who was staring wide-eyed. Oh. The little medicine fairy replied somewhat reluctantly, but still obediently took Xiao Yu to the backyard. Both of them were sensible. While their personalities couldn't be described as obedient, they didn't have any princess syndrome either. They understood the major principles well enough. After sitting down in the old armchairs by the square table, all right, can we talk now? Xiao Yin realized that what Mo Wen-Tian was about to say was likely related to his secret. Otherwise, he wouldn't be making such a big deal out of it. He felt a bit nervous, his expression complex yet somewhat serious. Brother Xiao Yin, there's no need to be nervous. This matter will be beneficial for both of us. Seeing Xiao Yin's misunderstanding, Mo Wen-Tian explained. Oh, let us hear it. Xiao Yin's expression relaxed significantly upon hearing there was a benefit. He certainly didn't want anything unpleasant to happen between him and this fellow from the countryside, who was also a confidant. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Xiao Yin must have your own golden finger, right? I want to exchange some pill formulas and combat techniques with you. Mo Wen-Tian said with an innocent demeanor. Xiao Yin's expression instantly changed, becoming extremely serious. Sigh, I really can't hide anything from you, Brother Mo, can I? Can I trust you? After all, the gap in strength between us is so significant.
Xiaoyan said helplessly. What do you think? With my strength, these things are not essential for me. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. It won't have a significant impact on me. But for you, Brother Xiaoyan, that is not necessarily the case. Mo Wentian said truthfully, knowing he had intercepted an important opportunity for Xiaoyan. The flying combat technique and the map of the pure lotus demon fire in that cave were now in his possession. If Xiaoyan lost that opportunity, it was uncertain whether he could become a Dou Emperor. All right, I trust you. You guessed correctly. I'll exchange. Xiaoyan felt an indescribable premonition in his heart. If he hesitated this time and didn't exchange, he would definitely regret his future. Well, indeed, I did not misjudge you. Mo Wentian looked at Xiaoyan with approval. To have such decisiveness, he truly deserves to be the future ruler of the vast world. A dominating expert whose name will be recorded on the celestial rankings. Chapter 149, Still Master S. Big. Sigh, I really don't understand why at the same age. Brother Mo, you are so impressive, as if you understand everything. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. Xiaoyan sighed a little dejectedly, saying that being with a freak like Mo Wentian made him unable to control his size. If he could talk, then say more, he added. Mo Wentian chuckled shamelessly, instantly easing the serious atmosphere between the two. The highest fighting technique I have here is only at the low level of the Earth rank. I don't know what Brother Mo wants to exchange. Xiaoyan thought for a moment and then spoke directly. Everything. And you also need to find a way to get me all the pill formulas from rank 1 to rank 9, dozens of each, and as many of the 9th rank as you can get, as well as the Bone Spirit Cold Fire subvariant fire. Mo Wentian directly made a bold request. What? How do you know? Why don't you just go and steal it? Brother Mo, that is a bit unreasonable. Xiaoyan exclaimed in surprise, standing up from his armchair, excitedly saying, What are you so excited about? It's not like I'm asking you for it. Besides, you can listen to what I want to exchange first, and then refuse me if you want. Mo Wentian helplessly stood up and patted Xiaoyan's shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Let him speak. This kid must have sensed my presence. Xiaoyan heard the ancient voice of Yao Lao in his ear. Huh. Well, Brother Mo, go ahead and tell me. Xiaoyan calmed down, sitting back in his chair and exhaling a breath of turbid air. 1 6th rank pill that can restore soul power, and it has a significant effect on enhancing qualifications for soul bodies. Its efficacy is even above that of an ordinary 7th rank pill, the map to the location of the 3rd ranked, the pure lotus demon fire. The advanced fighting technique roar of the Mad Lion, the flying fighting technique Eagle's Wings, and a technique comparable to the initial level heavenly rank fighting technique, the Green Wave Hand. Mo Wentian quickly listed many items he could trade, although he wanted the complete Bone Spirit Cold Fire. He knew it was impossible to obtain and would create a rift with Xiaoyan. After all, he was only focused on alchemy and didn't really need the original. Alchemy wasn't his main business, so Mo Wentian naturally wouldn't abandon his path as a sword cultivator. Moreover, these items didn't have much use for him, and the fighting techniques were all things he felt were not very useful. He thought it was worth it to exchange for most of the formulas of a 9th rank alchemist. He also didn't have time to seek the pure lotus demon fire, feeling it was a bit tasteless to consume, but a pity to discard. So it was better to exchange pill formulas with Xiaoyan instead. As for the subvariant fire, it was just an afterthought. Mo Wentian easily promoted himself to a Dou Emperor strongman with the unnamed technique and the inheritance of the Void Sword God, which is also the reason why he did not exchange for the Burning Decision. What suits oneself is the best. After all, the number of different fires is limited, and he does not need to learn the Burning Decision and compete with Xiaoyan for different fires, becoming an enemy of the future Flame Emperor. Recover your soul power, Xiaoyan exclaimed in surprise, having only heard the first sentence of what Mo Wentian said, his eyes burning with intensity as he looked at Mo Wentian. Right? If I'm not mistaken, your master should really need this. Mo Wentian casually glanced at Xiaoyan's spatial ring and said, I consider my soul power to be far superior to yours. When did you discover me? A phantom of an old man in a white robe appeared behind Xiaoyan, looking at Mo Wentian with a serious tone. Master, how did you come out? Xiaoyan looked at Yao Lao in surprise. It's fine. Since this kid has already discovered me, it wouldn't matter where I am if I had malicious intent. Yao Lao did not show any fear upon being discovered by Mo Wentian, calmly stating that he was still very confident in his strength, even as a soul entity. With the eye technique, besides, this kid's soul power is not much weaker than that of the predecessors. Mo Wentian smiled respectfully as he spoke, and an invisible mental energy appeared around him. Such strong soul power. Your innate soul power should be significantly stronger than Xiaoyan's. But why do you have two different energies within you? And your Do Chi cultivation is still like this. Yao Lao looked at Mo Wentian in surprise. But after sensing Mo Wentian's Do Chi cultivation, he couldn't help but ask in confusion. Weak, right? I have been practicing Do Chi for less than a month. As for my other strength, that's my secret, not convenient to disclose. Mo Wentian said casually. Well, everyone has their own secrets, so let's leave it at that. I wonder if what you just said is true. Yao Lao suppressed his excitement and asked with a kind, old grandpa demeanor. Of course it's true. All right, we have made the exchange. In the end, the two successfully completed the transaction, both believing they had gained a great advantage, each getting what they needed. Finally, Yao Lao and Mo Wentian worked together to use a special method to separate a bit of the origin of the bone spirit cold fire. The transaction between the two was successfully completed, and then they each returned to their closed-door cultivation without further mention. 3 months later, in the morning, Xiao Yin, Xiao Suner, along with the Xiao family disciples and Xiao Yu, arrived at Mo Wentian's shop. Are you ready? Mo Wentian said helplessly, having heard that they were leaving. And early in the morning, the little medical fairy started packing various things, unwilling to throw anything away, and even now had not finished packing. Not at all like a little fairy, the silly aura is getting stronger. Soon, we will be leaving here. These things naturally cannot be left behind. A busy voice from the little medical fairy came from the room in the backyard. Brother Mo, no need to rush. We can wait a little longer. Xiao Yin said with amusement, looking at Mo Wentian, who had a face full of helplessness. Mo Wentian was really helpless, apart from Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing. He had never waited for other women like this. But who let Xiao Yixian save his life? Finally, after 10 minutes, Xiao Yixian came out of the backyard with a big bundle of things. You're not even leaving. Why are you bringing so many things? Where's the storage ring I gave you? Why didn't you put them in? Mo Wentian looked at Xiao Yixian, who was covered in fragrant sweat, speechlessly. It's full. The storage ring space is too small. It's not useful at all. It's still better to use Master S. Xiao Yixian said somewhat unhappily. All right. Next time I'll get you a bigger one. Let us hurry up, or we'll miss the assessment test. Mo Wentian said as he took Xiao Yixian's big bundles and casually tossed them into the time-space divine ring, affectionately patting Xiao Yixian's little head. Don't touch my head. It'll make me less smart. Xiao Yixian playfully dodged Mo Wentian's hand. Okay. Mo Wentian awkwardly withdrew his hand. Then, Xiao Yin and the others brought Mo Wentian and Xiao Yixian to the city gate, the enrollment location of the Jialan Academy. The sun was already high in the sky. It was June, and the weather was hot. When Xiao Yu wanted to take everyone through the back door to meet her mentor for the assessment, a group of people, led by a boastful man, blocked their way. Who allowed you to come in? Hurry up and go to the enrollment square to line up. The boastful, muscular man sneered as he blocked the group. It's me. I've already communicated with Mentor Roland in advance. Mentor Roland has agreed to personally assess the strength of my younger clan members. Xiao Yu stepped forward, glanced at the man with disgust, and then explained. Without Mentor Roland's identity token, you can't pass. Hurry up and go line up at the enrollment square, the man named Rob said. The few people behind him were his lackeys, all members of this enrollment team, and he came this time to pursue Xiao Yu. It's worth noting that the enrollment square ahead was crowded with people. It would take until dark for them to get their turn, and with the weather so hot. Even though everyone was a fighter, they would still have to suffer a bit. This was clearly intended to make things difficult for them, especially for the girls. With their delicate skin, if they got tanned, they wouldn't look good. Mo Wentian didn't care. It didn't affect him at all. But he also didn't want to waste time waiting in line for the assessment. Xiao Yu had already said it was a privilege allowed by the mentor. Yet these senior students were still deliberately not letting them through. Mo Wentian was extremely annoyed by such people. What do you want? Xiao Yu's pretty face darkened as she coldly looked at Rob. As long as you agree to have dinner with me, I'll let you pass. What do you think? Xiao Yu? Rob said, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Yu's disdain for him, wearing a false smile. In his heart, he thought, let us see if you'll still be so cold after I use this precious item I exchanged from an alchemist. No need. I have a boyfriend. Please stop bothering me, Xiao Yu said coldly, turning to look at Xiao Yin, then at Mo Wentian, and finally, almost instinctively, walked toward Mo Wentian and hugged his arm. Mo Wentian helplessly tugged at his arm, but instead rubbed it a few times, failing to pull it out. To outsiders, it seemed as if they were showing off their affection. Mo Wentian awkwardly glanced at Xiao Yu, who was looking at him with a pleading expression. Mo Wentian, who was always soft-hearted, had no choice but to comply. Rob, opposite them, noticed their intertwined arms, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Oh, what a handsome young man. Is this your boyfriend? Or your brother? Not a biological brother, right? Is there any theft going on? Haha. It's been 2 months. And you filled out a lot. Honestly, is it?" A beautiful woman approached Xiao Yu, wrapping her arm around her and teasingly touching her chest. "Go away and make a scene. Don't drag me into it." Xiao Yu quickly pushed the voluptuous woman away. Just then, several women suddenly appeared behind Rob, all of whom approached Xiao Yu to greet her warmly. They were Xiao Yu's classmates. "So, Rob, you have no objections to us coming to pick up you as instructed by Mentor Roland, right?" The beautiful woman named Shui and I, who was Xiao Yu's close friend, said smugly while looking at Rob. "Since it's Mentor Roland's order, I naturally should let you go. However, as the head of the admissions team, I have the obligation to filter out unqualified students from Mentor Roland. I happen to have a testing crystal given by Mentor Roland. You can test it. There are no other testing crystals left. They've all been taken to the square, and this is the only one remaining. If you're unqualified, there's no need to waste Mentor Roland's time," Rob said with a forced smile as he took out a crystal ball from his storage ring. "Kid, you're even more pretentious and annoying than the holy son of the evil soul master I've encountered. Let me test if your crystal is really genuine." Mo Wentian pulled his arm away from Xiao Yu and stepped forward, looking at Rob disdainfully. I'm enforcing the law impartially. If you dare to speak disrespectfully again, I'll make you understand that Jilon Academy is not a place where freshmen can be arrogant." Rob looked at Mo Wentian with a grim expression and snorted coldly. If it weren't for maintaining his composure in front of Xiao Yu, he would have already taught this kid a lesson. However, Mo Wentian was a person he could never reach, someone from a completely different world. Mo Wentian directly input his soul power into the crystal ball, which instantly lit up brightly and then developed a few cracks before shattering. It should be noted that this crystal ball was extremely expensive and of very high quality. It would light up as long as the input exceeded the 8th stage of Do-Chi. However, even mentors at the Do-Ling realm couldn't break it unless they used techniques of higher Do-Chi, ignoring the astonished gazes of others. It seemed that you had a fake crystal. You should think about how to compensate the academy for a new testing crystal. Get lost, Mo Wentian shout, infused with soul power, caused Rob to feel a piercing pain in his ears and a severe blow to his mental strength, making him roll on the ground in pain. Holding his head, this was too fragile. Everyone saw it. I didn't even touch him. He just wants to frame me. Let's leave. We don't need to care about him. He'll probably be fine soon, Mo Wentian said innocently to the crowd as if nothing had happened. The few lackeys looked at Mo Wentian with terror, as if they were facing a prehistoric beast, stepping back one step at a time, no longer daring to block Mo Wentian and the others. The group was then led by several senior sisters to the temporary residence of the mentors, and the female alchemists like Xiao Yixian were finally no longer worried about being burned by the flames. Hey, brother Mo, do you really have the strength of a Douwang? Xiao Yin whispered to Mo Wentian, clearly shocked by the earlier situation. No, I'm only at the 9th stage of Do-Chi. Otherwise, why would I need to enter Jialan Academy to study? Mo Wentian blinked and said honestly, then how did you make that Rob, who was deliberately making things difficult for us, roll on the ground holding his head? Xiao Yin clearly didn't believe Mo Wentian's words. He knew that high-level alchemists also required Do-Chi cultivation to support them. So Mo Wentian couldn't possibly be as simple as just being at the 9th stage of Do-Chi. It's a secret you'll know in the future. Just focus on your cultivation. Otherwise, in 3 years, when you're beaten up by Nalan Yanran, don't blame me for not helping you. I never hit women. Mo Wentian patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and said earnestly, Stop with that. I don't believe you've never hit a woman. Xiao Yan scoffed, looking unconvinced. I really haven't. At most, I've just bullied them a bit. Mo Wentian said helplessly, not caring as he noticed Xiao Yan looking at him with disdain. The tense atmosphere among the crowd quickly dissipated as the two chatted and laughed, and soon they arrived not far from Mentor Roland's temporary residence. Chapter 151. Poor Rob was still rolling on the ground, and none of the women went to check on him. They all looked at Mo Wentian with sparkling eyes. In the end, Rob was carried back to the temporary residence by a few lackeys. Rob had a bit of influence at Jialan Academy, so his subordinates didn't dare to really abandon him under the scorching sun. However, they followed at a distance behind Mo Wentian and the others, not daring to get close. Those lackeys of Rob are usually arrogant and reckless. I didn't expect them to be so afraid of your cousin. Your cousin isn't a Do-Ling expert, right? Shui and I said, holding Xiao Yu's arm, looking at Mo Wentian, who was chatting and laughing with Xiao Yan with starry eyes. Xiao Yixin followed closely behind Mo Wentian, deliberately blocking the view of the other women to prevent them from approaching her master. He's not my cousin. He's a friend of my cousin. I don't know his background. I only know he's a powerful alchemist, and he's very easygoing. He must have used some alchemist technique just now. Xiao Yu looked at Mo Wentian, her face slightly flushed, thinking about her bold action of hugging him earlier, feeling a bit shy as she spoke. If she had known Mo Wentian had a way to deal with that clingy pest, she wouldn't have used him as a shield. Very easygoing? Really? Does that mean I can? Shui and I said excitedly. Don't even think about it. Did you see if he even looked at you? Although you're very well endowed and have many men pursuing you, he's not from our world. With his talent, only a true woman of destiny would be worthy of him. Xiao Yu said, looking a bit desolate as she gazed at Mo Wentian and Xiao Yin, who were chatting happily in front of her. How do you know unless you try? This isn't like your style. If you like him, go after him boldly. That's the Xiao Yu I know. Sister has no hope. But you err. You're so beautiful, and your figure is no worse than mine. Besides, with those beautiful legs, which man wouldn't be moved, right? Shui and I seemed to comfort her, casually touching Xiao Yu's long, slender leg. You err. I didn't expect you to come here so quickly. That Rob didn't make things difficult for you, did he? A gentle voice, which made Mo Wentian's heart soften, came from the front tent. In the shadow of the tent, a woman in green stood there smiling at the crowd, her beautiful face adorned with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling, making one unable to help but be enchanted by her graceful charm. The woman appeared to be about 25 years old, with a voluptuous and delicate figure, exuding a mature allure refined by the passage of time. Such mature beauty was rare even for Mo Wentian. Even Rob's timid lackeys in the back forgot their fear, their eyes fixated on the woman. Mo Wentian understood these boys well. If he didn't already have two beloved women in his heart, he would also be moved by her. Okay, Mo Wentian admits he has a bit of a thing for mature women. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up with Zhu Zhuqing and even married her. Minter Wolin, you missed you so much. Wasn't that Rob, lying on the stretcher behind us? Xiao Yu affectionately hugged the woman in green and said, did you do this? The woman in green looked at Mo Wentian and the others with some surprise. This has nothing to do with us. He just suddenly fell to the ground in pain and rolled around. He probably has some hidden injuries, Xiao Yu said playfully, smiling at the woman called Minter Wolin. Well, never mind him. How about it, Yuero? Did you have a pleasant holiday? Minter Wolin gently patted Xiao Yu's hair. Pretty good. After saying that, Xiao Yu leaned close to Minter Wolin's ear and teased softly. Minter Wolin, you're getting more and more gentle. Do you know that gentle women are like water? In the future, Minter Wolin's man will definitely be captured by this gentle water. Are these all the people you brought? They all seem quite good. Minter Wolin helplessly patted Xiao Yu's head, raising her beautiful chin to look at Mo Wentian and the others. Of course. How about it? This time, I brought several genius students to the academy. Minter Wolin, how will you thank me? Xiao Yu said with a charming expression, acting cute in front of Minter Wolin. What do you want to do? You have to wait for me to test their do qi before talking. Minter Wolin rolled her eyes at Xiao Yu, still looking gently at Mo Wentian and the others. Then should we start now? Xiao Yu eagerly looked at Mo Wentian and the others, wanting to see what Mo Wentian's true strength was like. Wait for me a moment. Although Rob is mischievous, he's not a bad person. I want to check on his injuries first. The kind Minter Wolin showed no airs of superiority as she gently looked at Mo Wentian and the others. Approaching Rob, who wore a pained expression, she reached out to touch his arm. A faint water blue energy flowed from Rob's arm into his body, calming the chaotic fighting spirit and mind within him. Her fighting spirit was of the water attribute, which is gentler compared to other types and is most suitable for healing injuries. Many mercenary teams have members with water attribute fighting spirits, as it is the only attribute that can heal injuries besides the wood attribute. Under the nurturing of the water attribute fighting spirit, Rob finally felt a bit better and fell into a deep sleep. Minter Wolin glanced curiously between Mo Wentian and the others, but did not find anything unusual. Dear students, although you're brought by Yuer, and I believe what Yuer says about you being talented students, the academy still needs to distinguish potential levels. Therefore, I need to know your exact strength. Minter Wolin said gently after not paying attention to Rob. Please explain the classification of potential levels to them, she said, feigning seriousness as she looked at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu became a bit more serious when discussing important matters, looking at Mo Wentian and the others. 8 segments of fighting spirit are classified as F-level potential, which is the standard for entry into the Canaan Academy. Those below this standard cannot enter the academy. 9 segments of fighting spirit are E level, 1-star fighters are D level, 2-star are C level, 5-star are S level. As for those above, there are no such geniuses in Canaan Academy, and they cannot be over 20 years old. Even among S-level potential freshmen, there's only been one woman in the past decade. Xiao Yu continued with a hint of lamentation, her expression darkening when mentioning that woman. Chapter 152, Breaking Through with the Slightest Disagreement. What do you think that handsome guy's potential level is? Shui and I leaned over and whispered gossip in Xiao Yu's ear, while the other girls also crowded around, looking curiously at how Xiao Yu would respond. I don't know, but I feel he might be around A level. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment, not speaking too confidently. In her feeling, it wouldn't be surprising if Mo Wentian was S level or even higher. Because of Mo Wentian, Xiao Yan also did not have too much conflict with the members of the Xiao family and had already advanced to the 5-star fighter level ahead of time. The speed of improvement after becoming a fighter was much faster than when he was at the fighting spirit level. In just 3 months, Xiao Yan had risen from a 1-star fighter to the level of a 5-star fighter. Mo Wentian has only just reached the point where he can break through to the fighter realm at any time, but his foundation is quite solid. He has been cultivating for nearly 4 months with the top-tier techniques of a Do Wong, which is unprecedented in the Do Chi stage. Haiyan, Do Chi 9th layer, age 28 rank. Linli, Do Chi 8th layer, age 19, F rank. Wang Shun, Do Chi 9th layer, age 19, D rank. E rank, D rank. Xiao Ning, Do Chi 8th layer, age 16. Yuer, your brother has good talent. At such a young age, he already possesses the strength of Do Chi 8th layer, so let's make an exception and consider him D rank. Minter Roland praised as she glanced at Xiao Yu, but it didn't stir any emotion in her heart. For her, this level of genius was something she had seen countless times before. Because Xiao Ning is relatively young, Minter Roland raised his potential by 1 rank out of consideration for Xiao Yu. There were also some students who had entered through assessments outside the square, so there were still a few people queuing before them. After another dozen people, it was finally Mo Wentian and the others' turn. None of those people had broken through to the fighter realm, so the highest rank among them was only D rank. Xiao Yan, fighter 5 stars, age 17. S rank potential. What? A genius with S rank potential. This is unbelievable. I didn't expect Yuer's cousin to be this extraordinary. That person with him must be even more powerful. Shui and I also looked at Xiao Yan and the others in shock. The examiners from the Jialan Academy began to discuss among themselves. However, the order of testing did not stop. Although Minter Roland was excited, she remained patient and continued the assessment. Master, is fighter 5 stars very impressive? What does that make my potential? Little Dr. Fairy tilted her head and whispered in Mo Wentian's ear. I don't know, but it should make you the most talented genius in the history of Jialan Academy. Mo Wentian said somewhat helplessly. This girl always seemed to mention his fighter 3 stars cultivation intentionally or unintentionally. Xiao Suner, fighter 1 star, age 16. Before Minter Roland could recover from the shock brought by Xiao Yan, she heard Xiao Suner's Do Chi level, causing her pen to drop to the ground in shock. My God, is this real? Are all the geniuses in your family like this? Although Minter Roland couldn't believe it, the energy fluctuations on the testing crystal clearly told her it was true. Minter Roland, it's my turn now. Don't be surprised. Just help me record first, or else I'll get numb later. Little Dr. Fairy excitedly stepped forward, pressed her hand on the testing crystal, and playfully said, Mo Wentian's good disciple. Little Dr. Fairy, fighter 3 stars, age 17. Fighter 3 stars. Well, the people around were truly stunned. Is this even human? It should be noted that even among the top forces in the Eastern continent, there has never been such a genius at this age. Taking a deep breath, Minter Roland wrote SS rank genius next to Xiao Suner's name, and next to Little Dr. Fairy's name, she also wrote SS rank genius but added a sign. The people around were shocked as they looked at Xiao Suner and Little Dr. Fairy. Were these people going to break their academy's records? Is fighter 3 stars very impressive? Strange. Why does my master say that fighter 3 stars are also weaklings on the continent? Little Dr. Fairy seemed genuinely confused, curiously asking Minter Roland. And if Mo Wentian hadn't noticed the mischievous smile at the corner of her mouth, he would have thought she truly didn't understand. Mo Wentian privately said many words to undermine Xiao Yixin's pride, such as calling Do Wang a chicken and Do Ling nothing at all. Do Wang a chicken? Your master? Montak Vincian? The people from Jialan Academy present were shocked by Xiao Yixin's words. Yes, master, it's your turn. Hurry up and test your Do Wang strength.
Let them see what invincibility is, what true power is, what a real genius looks like. Goodness. Xiao Yixian didn't give Mo Wentian a chance to respond and directly pushed him forward. Everyone indeed woke up from their shock at Xiao Yixian and were drawn to Mo Wentian, the master with a Douluo 3-star rank. Mo Wentian helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said silently, "Everyone, don't misunderstand. My foolish disciple is not joking with you. I'm not a monster, nor have I ever said that." Mo Wentian didn't want to provoke hatred. He knew that even Minter Wolin was just a doling strawman, and those accompanying her didn't know that she was just a teacher. You're Mo Wentian, right? Please report your Dookie level, Minter Wolin said gently. Her gaze as soft as flowing water. Mo Wentian, Dookie level 9, age 17. The potential should be D rank, right? Mo Wentian didn't care about the gazes directed at him and thought to himself that he wished he could immediately take little Dr. Immortal and lock her in a small dark room, making her understand why the flowers were so red. This classmate, do you really only have Dookie level 9? I still don't believe it. Did you use some method to hide your strength? Minter Wolin sensed a certain dignity and a faint threat emanating from Mo Wentian, and she couldn't help but look at him with suspicion. Oh really? Why don't you believe me? Mo Wentian said helplessly as he looked at Minter Wolin and Xiao Yu, Xiao Yan, who all had expressions that seemed to say they didn't believe him at all. Xiao brother, it's not that I don't believe you, but please take a look around next time before you show off. Who here doesn't know you? Xiao Yan had an expression that seemed to say he would rather believe in ghosts than trust Mo Wentian's words, which was quite a blow to him. Okay, wait a minute, watch closely, I'm not lying. Seeing that everyone didn't believe him, Mo Wentian directly sat cross-legged and began to operate the nameless technique along with the earth-level technique, gathering a massive amount of Dookie energy around him, which then entered his body. Mo Wentian did not intend to hide this fighting spirit energy. Suddenly, a wave of energy fluctuations indicating a breakthrough in combatants came, and the surrounding energy dissipated. Mo Wentian stood up and said, "Now do you believe it? I am indeed at the 9th level of fighting spirit. Oh no, I am now a 1-star combatant." This action left everyone around him dumbfounded. Breaking through just because of a disagreement? Chapter 153. The Flame Emperor sends the little snake. I believe it now. I'm envious, Brother Mo. I didn't expect you to be so strong-willed. Breaking through with just a disagreement? Impressive. I admire you. Xiao Yan was the first to step forward and respond. Mo Wentian, 1-star combatant, 17 years old. A grade, right? Instructor Wolin no longer doubted and gave Mo Wentian an A grade rating. Master, you are clearly very strong. Why is your fighting spirit so weak? Xiao Yixian looked at Mo Wentian innocently, feeling a bit guilty. Strength is not only measured by fighting spirit rank, but also by the person. Just like me, born to be an emperor, even if I were at 0 level of fighting spirit, I could still easily defeat an ordinary Douwon. Montak Vencian Comfortet Xiao Yixian, who felt guilty due to the strange looks from those around them. This sentence was also meant for everyone, implying that they could not provoke him. He was someone who could not be measured by fighting spirit different from them, except for Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan. The others looked at Mo Wentian as if he were a pretty boy, like a strange uncle deceiving a talented girl to take him as a master, which made Mo Wentian quite displeased. Brother Mo, I want to go out alone to train and cultivate. Would you like to come with me? Xiao Yan said to Mo Wentian with a serious expression. You haven't even entered the academy's gates, and you're thinking of skipping school already? And you want to drag me along? Don't think I don't know your thoughts. You want to take leave to go alone. Instructor Wolin shouldn't refuse you. But I won't go with you to train. Otherwise, any opportunity won't fall to you. Mo Wentian decisively refused, as he found Xiao Yan too cunning. Fearing that he wouldn't be able to take leave on his own, he wanted to take Mo Wentian along. After all, Xiao Yixian was his disciple, and Xiao Suner listened to Xiao Yan very much. Dare he not give him leave? Xiao Yan thought the same way. If he dared not give leave, the 4 extraordinary geniuses would have no connection to the Jilon Academy. Of course, Xiao Yan underestimated their status in Instructor Wolin's eyes. As soon as Xiao Yan mentioned wanting to take a year off, Instructor Wolin didn't even ask for a reason. She just arranged for him to return to school on time. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her. Such a beautiful woman's request, let alone Xiao Yan. Even Mo Wentian couldn't bear to refuse. Finally, Mo Wentian pulled Xiao Yan over and arranged, Brother Xiao Yan, you will definitely encounter a powerful woman during this training. You must not get involved with her. Don't provoke her. Otherwise, you will surely regret it for a lifetime. This, Brother Mo, you must be joking. How do you know who I will meet? Xiao Yan looked at Mo Wentian with a serious face, doubting.
You can understand it as my kind of superpower, a golden finger. You must control your restless heart and not forget that sooner is still waiting for you. Oh, by the way, I want to raise a little snake to play with. If you get one, you must consider selling it to me. I will pay a high price for a pretty and cute little snake. Mo Wentian, having arranged things for Xiao Yin seriously, suddenly remembered something and showed a strange uncle's expression. Can you predict the future? Xiao Yin asked in surprise, looking at Mo Wentian. Seeing Mo Wentian smile without speaking, Xiao Yin became more certain of his guess in his heart. Since that's the case, when I really get a pretty little snake in the future, it wouldn't hurt to give it to Brother Mo when we meet next time. Xiao Yin said generously, feeling indebted to Mo Wentian. Forget it. I think this is not good. When you see me next time, I will give you a 4th grade pill in exchange, otherwise my conscience will not be at peace. Mo Wentian said awkwardly upon seeing Xiao Yin being a bit overly generous. It's just a little snake, no matter how precious it is. It can't compare to the brotherhood between me and Brother Mo, Xiao Yin said nonchalantly, completely unaware of what kind of little snake he was going to give. All right, just based on your generosity, Brother Xiao Yin, we are now brothers. If any enemies bully you, just come to me. I can't help you against Do Huang and above. But those below Do Huang are not a problem at all. Mo Wentian was moved by Xiao Yan's generosity, patting his shoulder and speaking passionately. Big Brother Mo, Brother Xiao, the two big men embraced, and their friendship began here, unchanged even as the world merged and they advanced to the realm of dominance. Is this the friendship between men? Zistaksunia? Xiao Yixin looked at the deeply bonded Mo Wentian and Xiao Yan, and couldn't help but turn to Xiao Suner beside her. Maybe it is. Xiao Yan's character is somewhat similar to your master's. It is only natural for them to become brothers. In the future, Sister Xiao Yixin should get closer to Suner. Xiao Suner said to Xiao Yixin, glancing at Xiao Yin not far away with a hint of brilliance in her eyes. When we go to that Jilan Academy, we sisters will dominate it. With Suner and I entering, we should have the strength of Douluo, which should allow us to dominate the outer academy. Xiao Yixin, not very clear about the situation at Jilan Academy, looked at Xiao Suner excitedly and said softly, once we have the academy's resources for cultivation, it shouldn't be difficult for Sister to dominate the outer academy. Even the inner academy is not impossible. Suner will definitely help Sister achieve her goals. Xiao Xunia, rarely taking the initiative to talk to Xiao Yixin, took off her cold mask and spoke gently and elegantly. Xiao Yixin was originally a weak girl, but after following Mo Wentian, she opened up and became much more lively and cute. Anyone could see that this little girl had some inappropriate thoughts about her master, but no one pointed it out. Finally, the group entered the city and went to the largest restaurant in Wutan City. The few of them, along with Shui and I and Instructor Wolin, had a big feast. Knowing that Xiao Yin was leaving, Xiao Suner, who usually didn't drink much, also pulled Xiao Yixin along, continuously toasting. Affected by this atmosphere, Xiao Yu and Shui and I also kept drinking with Instructor Wolin. When everyone had drunk quite a bit and collapsed on the table, Xiao Yin, who had already drunk enough, went out to the restroom. After coming out, he suddenly felt clear-headed, not knowing what method he used to sober up. Without disturbing anyone, Xiao Yin prepared to leave alone. Just leaving like this? Aren't you going to say goodbye to Suner? Brother Xiao. A voice entered Xiao Yan's mind. It was naturally Mo Wentian pretending to be drunk. Wow, you scared me. Brother Mo, you weren't really drunk. Huh? I thought my drinking ability was the best. Xiao Yin said with a sigh of relief upon seeing that the women in the private room had no reaction. Of course, I am the little prince of the drinking scene, capable of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk. How could I get drunk so quickly? Mo Wentian walked out of the private room and casually closed the door behind him. Neither of them noticed that after the door closed, the small medical fairy and Xiao Suner both subtly twitched their eyebrows, as if unconsciously. They both underestimated women's drinking capacity. Chapter 154. Changes in the Douluo world. The small medical fairy and Xiao Suner were just pretending to be drunk, with the small medical fairy cleverly cooperating with Xiao Suner. Brother Mo, you must take good care of Suner while I'm away. A year from now, I will go to the Jialan Academy to meet you all. I won't say goodbye to them. Farewell. Xiao Yin cupped his hands at Mo Wentian and turned to leave without looking back. Mo Wentian looked at the boy dressed in black, carrying a heavy ruler on his back, and felt a surge of emotions. This is one of the future rulers of the vast world. He is starting from here. What will his own future be like? Mo Wentian didn't know, but he was confident that he wouldn't be worse than Xiao Yin. After 7 days, Mo Wentian and the others left here with the enrollment team of the Jialan Academy, beginning their journey to the Jialan Academy. Wutan City was the last stop for enrollment, but it didn't mean they were only recruiting students from Wutan City. They were also attracting talented Dochi practitioners from several surrounding cities. Douluo World. Mo Wentian has been gone for half a year. During this time, the Demon Lord has managed the demon sect meticulously, and its overall strength has surpassed the Haotian sect, which is known as the #1 sect in the world, becoming the first sect on the continent. Moreover, with the successful alliance with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, even the Spirit Hall does not dare to act rashly and can only wait for Pope Bibi Dong to be able to take action. The Spirit Hall feels an unprecedented crisis. If the Haotian sect, which has a blood feud with the Spirit Hall, joins in, the Spirit Hall's high status is likely to be in jeopardy. If everything were to develop according to the norm, Bibi Dong should now be at the 7th trial of the Rakshasa God 9 tests, and when she reaches the 8th trial, she would probably be unable to resist the alliance led by the two major empires. However, the alliance of these forces is destined to prevent things from continuing to develop normally. If that were the case, the Spirit Hall would be close to annihilation. On this day, Pope Bibi Dong suddenly brought dozens of titled Douluo to the seaside of the continent. After drifting for half a month, they arrived at a moderately sized hidden island by boat. This time, Bibi Dong somehow invited the Grand Elder of the Offering Hall, the stabilizing force of the Spirit Hall, the 99th level ultimate Douluo Qian Daolu. As soon as they landed on the Evil God Island, they felt a wave of pressure coming towards them. Who dares to intrude on Evil God Island? A dignified voice came from the central hall of the small island. A middle-aged man dressed in white with white hair walked out from the central hall and quickly approached Bibi Dong and the others. At the same time, powerful title Douluo appeared from all directions, standing behind the white-haired man, who is the grand offering of Evil God Island, Luo Feng. You must be Luo Feng, the grand offering of the Evil Soul Masters. I am here to represent the Spirit Hall to seek reconciliation with Evil God Island. Are you interested in cooperating with the Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong did not show an overbearing demeanor, as she knew that with her current strength, she might not be a match for the middle-aged man in front of her. The grievances between the Spirit Hall and Evil God Island have a long history. Evil God Island has always been the oppressed side. Since the establishment of the Spirit Hall, its purpose has been to suppress the evil soul master forces. This has even led to a struggle among the gods in the divine realm, resulting in a covenant that states as long as the Spirit Hall exists, the strongest evil soul master will be forever prohibited from leaving Evil God Island, where they will be personally sanctioned by the gods, unless one day the Spirit Hall agrees to let Evil God Island emerge. Oh, what do you mean by that? Have you forgotten that the evil soul masters and the Spirit Hall have been enemies for generations, with a feud of life and death? Luo Feng said dismissively, seemingly unconcerned about Bibi Dong's words. You have no choice but to take the path of reconciliation. Otherwise, don't blame the Spirit Hall for immediately suppressing Evil God Island. Qian Daolu, who could not stand others showing off in front of him, unleashed the imposing aura of a 99th level ultimate title Douluo, pressing down on the people of Evil God Island. Although the number of title Douluo on both sides was not significantly different, the Spirit Hall had more title Douluo above level 95 than Evil God Island, so Qian Daolu spoke without any courtesy. With his six-winged angel martial spirit, he had enough confidence to say such things. Well, then you can try. The worst that can happen is that we both perish, Luo Feng sneered, his own aura also bursting forth, daring to be so arrogant on his own territory. He was not a fool and was naturally aware of the current situation on the continent, understanding the Spirit Hall's intentions. The Spirit Hall merely wanted the evil soul master forces to appear above board as a buffer, to restrain the development of the demon sect and its allied forces, ideally leading to mutual destruction. However, he really had no way to refuse. If the Spirit Hall agreed to tear up the covenant, it would mean he could leave Evil God Island, and the Spirit Hall would temporarily abandon its oppression of the evil soul masters. In the end, the two sides did not come to blows, and what happened is unknown to anyone. All that is known is that half a month later, the forces of the evil soul masters on the continent would begin to surface. At the headquarters of the demon sect, the high-ranking officials of the demon sect gathered in the meeting hall. The Demon Lord sat in the central position at the top, followed in order by the Poison Douluo, the Holy Soul Douluo, the Nine-Heart Douluo, and others. If Mo Wentian were here, he would certainly notice that there were also the deans of the 4 elemental academies seated at the bottom, all of whom were peak Soul Douluo. The deans of the 4 elemental academies and the dean of the Plant Academy had all submitted to the demon sect. With the supply of elixirs from the demon sect, their strengths had all improved. Since everyone is here, I will share the latest news obtained by our demon sect spies. Currently, we are facing a situation where a small mistake could lead to total defeat. The evil soul master forces have reached some kind of agreement with the spirit hall, and they are about to surface. What are your thoughts? The demon lord said with a serious expression, clearly expressing his disdain for the evil soul masters, but still remaining patient to discuss strategies with the high-ranking officials of the demon sect. Demon lord, why don't we let a few elders break through their current levels and advance to title Douluo? With stronger individual strength, we won't fear powerful enemies. And the demon sect won't be in danger of annihilation. The poisoned Douluo said after pondering for a moment, being the first to express his opinion. What you say has some merit. Holy Soul Douluo, what do you think? The demon lord looked towards old Jack and asked, I think we can also strive to unite with the Haotian sect. The strength of the Haotian sect is not much less than that of our demon sect. And I happen to have some connections with Tang Hao that I can use to convey this, old Jack said, recalling what Mo Wentian had instructed. Notification, continue writing, but not 1 or 2 chapters a day, because I haven't been consistent. I have no motivation, sob XX, the editor rejected it, sigh. Chapter 155, continuous breakthrough because Xiao Wu did not expose herself. Tang San and Xiao Wu were still training together at this time. Tang Hao did not say anything about how women affect training speed. In his heart, he actually hoped that Tang San and Xiao Wu would have a little Tang San. However, fate is always difficult to fathom. Escaping one disaster may only be temporary, and no one can predict the future. In the Stardow Great Forest, in an open-air canyon, waterfalls flowed, and the landscape of high mountains and low valleys was very beautiful. First hammer, second hammer, 36th hammer, 80 hammer, 99 returns to 1. Chaotic wind, hammering method. Tang San was seen holding a wooden hammer, enduring the powerful upstream current under the 100-foot waterfall while practicing the chaotic wind hammering method. Again and again, failures led to new beginnings. Tang San's indomitable spirit was vividly demonstrated here. Not far from the waterfall's edge, Xiao Wu was also diligently cultivating her soul power, occasionally opening her eyes to look at Tang San, who was working hard. Xiao San, this child has been so obedient and diligent since he was young. You are truly blessed to have a child like Xiao San, sigh. On the mountain, 2 figures sat facing each other, one of whom was the Haotian Tang Hao, while the other who was speaking was the Holy Soul, old Jack. Yes, this child Xiao San has been different from other children since he was young, understanding and filial. Even with my behavior, he has never blamed me as a father. Thinking about it, I truly feel guilty for Yin's entrustment. Tang Hao did not argue with old Jack, but spoke with emotion. I came to find you this time, and you should have heard about my intentions. Do you remember the agreement regarding that elixir? I am here on behalf of the Demon Lord to fulfill the promise. Old Jack didn't engage in much small talk. Seeing that Tang Hao had almost recovered, he directly got to the point and said, I knew you, old man, wouldn't come here without a reason. Just tell me what exactly you want me to do. Tang Hao's injuries had mostly healed, but he was not fully recovered. It seemed that he hadn't consumed all the pills he had obtained from forging the 9-color sword sheath for Mo Wentian. Return to Haotian sect. Unite with the demon sect to fight against Evil Soul Island and Spirit Hall. A month later, there will be the Tiendo City Alliance Conference. I hope you can represent Haotian sect, old Jack said faintly, not giving Tang Hao a chance to refuse, and turned to leave. After half a month of travel, Mo Wentian finally arrived at Jialan Academy with the enrollment team led by Minter Wolin. Jialan Academy is located at the center of the eastern continent, ancient and powerful. While the academy itself may not be top tier in strength, countless peak powerhouses have emerged from here, each a renowned figure. Therefore, even top-tier powers would think twice before offending Jialan Academy. The strength of an academy is not measured by the power of its faculty, but by the strength of the students who graduate from it. If Jialan Academy ever faced a crisis, the return of those powerful figures who once studied here would equate to a force that rivals any top power. Moreover, as far as Mo Wentian knew, the president of Jialan Academy had close ties with the Lei clan of the ancient 8 clans, which is an important reason for the academy's enduring strength. In any world, it's difficult to grow strong without a solid background, except for those with luck and advantages, like Mo Wentian, who established his own power shortly after entering Jialan Academy. Jialan Academy also has an organization similar to a student council. Initially, Mo Wentian, who had just entered the academy, was only an A-level talent. While still decent, he wasn't considered top tier. However, Xiao Yixian and Xiao Sinner had astonishing potential and naturally received many invitations from internal factions within the academy.
Even powerful figures from the inner academy made exceptions to take the two girls as disciples, allowing them to directly enter the inner academy for training. But both girls refused without hesitation, claiming they were waiting for a man. Xiao Suner said she was waiting for her brother Xiao Yan, while Xiao Yixian stated she wanted to stay in the outer academy to serve her master. Somehow, this news spread quickly, and the two exceptionally talented beauties, who were rare gems, were already taken, and both were just low-level Do fighters. Xiao Yin and Mo Wentian quickly became targets of envy and hatred. However, with Xiao Yin absent, all the jealousy and resentment naturally fell upon Mo Wentian alone. As a result, there were often some unwise students who sought trouble with Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian, not daring to use his soul power within the academy, could only respond with Do Qi. After all, this place was filled with strong individuals, and if others discovered that he had ulterior motives for entering the academy or that he possessed the strength of Do Wang, he would surely be captured and treated as a test subject. Frustrated, Mo Wentian directly established his own faction, the Demon Sect. The first to join his faction were naturally Xiao Yixian and her close friend Xiao Suner. Eventually, even Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning took the initiative to join. Knowing that the Xiao family members all possessed the bloodline of a Do emperor and would likely become strong figures in the future, Mo Wentian did not refuse. After cultivating Do Qi, he also understood the difference in strength between Douluo and Dupo. Even peak Do Huang experts were stronger than ordinary title Douluo from Douluo continent. Mo Wentian even felt that ordinary Do Zong experts could match up to extreme title Douluo. Jialan Academy was not lacking in Do Zong experts, and Mo Wentian acted with great caution, not daring to expose his soul power cultivation, only displaying his Do Qi cultivation externally. In a secluded courtyard, Mo Wentian sat cross-legged, cultivating Do Qi. The Do Qi energy in the air here was much denser than in the Gamma Empire. Mo Wentian's soul power level had reached level 59, but he was at the rank of Soul Sage. This was the benefit of obtaining the 7th soul ring early, which could only be achieved with a special martial soul like the 7-leaf grass, breaking the rules of Douluo continent. As long as the restrictions of the 8th and 9th soul rings were lifted, Mo Wentian could even immediately break through to the level of title Douluo without affecting his foundation, as his level was still in the 50s and 60s. He could first advance and then solidify his foundation. After the promotion, his strength would also be that of a title Douluo. Such an extraordinary martial soul could only be the 7-leaf grass that had evolved into 9-leaf grass. The surrounding Do Qi energy began to converge into Mo Wentian's meridians. After a short while, Mo Wentian, who had just advanced to Do fighter less than a month ago, experienced a violent fluctuation in Do Qi and advanced to the 3-star Do fighter level. Master, have you broken through again? An incredible voice from Xiao Yixian came from the doorway. On the way here, Mo Wentian had a breakthrough midway. Now, breaking through again naturally shocked Xiao Yixian. In this independent small courtyard, there are a total of 4 houses, with Xiao Suner and Xiao Yixian each occupying one, leaving one room empty that many people wanted to move into but couldn't. This room was specifically reserved for Xiao Yin by Xiao Suner. In this valuable land of the Jialan Academy, very few outer disciples could have an independent courtyard. Only the top 10 from the outer courtyard were qualified for it. However, these were rewards specially given to Xiao Suner and Xiao Yixian by the Academy, and Mo Wentian naturally benefited from their presence, which allowed him to live here. Chapter 156. Inner Courtyard Selection Competition. The outer courtyard of the Jialan Academy is filled with hidden talents and complex forces, and Mo Wentian did not dare to underestimate anyone without using his soul power and spiritual power. The strongest force is the law enforcement team, and there are quite a few talented individuals in this generation, some of whom are not weaker than Xiao Suner and Xiao Yixian. For example, there's a little demoness who made both Mentor Wulin and Xiao Yu feel a bit complicated, and a guy named Baishan, who has been persistently pursuing Xiao Suner recently. Mo Wentian had no time to manage it and had no confidence in defeating Baishan, a 5-star Do master, without revealing his physical soul power and soul energy, relying solely on fighting energy. He even heard of someone who grew up in a law enforcement team, filled with killing intent, who has been training in the chaotic and murderous Blackhorn region as if it were as routine as eating and drinking. However, these matters have little to do with Mo Wentian for now. He continued to practice fighting energy day by day, and with the resources provided by the Academy, his progress was rapid. A month later, Mo Wentian broke through several stars and advanced to the 6-star Do fighter. 2 months later, he broke through 2 more stars and advanced to the 9-star Do fighter. 3 months later, he finally broke through to the Dome Master realm. Having cultivated for less than a year, Mo Wentian easily ascended to the Dome Master realm with an incredibly solid foundation. There are hardly any fighting energy cultivators on the entire continent who could be compared to him. This is the cultivation speed of the 5th layer of the Nameless technique. And Mo Wentian could not help but scoff at any Do techniques from the Do Chi continent, considering them beneath him. With such a cultivation speed, he didn't need overly powerful Do techniques. He only needed to focus on learning fighting skills. The role of Do techniques for Mo Wentian was merely to convert energy into fighting energy more quickly. The primary cultivation still relied on the Nameless technique. Perhaps the 12th layer corresponds to the level of Do Emperor. Mo Wentian's comparison of strength with Douluo was merely his personal speculation. The lower levels might be accurate, but anything above the divine level was just his imagination. From the perspective of rarity, the peak of Do Saint represents the highest realm of strength on the Do Chi continent, likely on the same level as the Douluo God King. Knock knock. Kumein. Hee, Master. The inner courtyard selection competition will be held in 3 days. Are we going to participate? Suner said she wants to wait for Xiao Yin to come and participate in the next inner courtyard selection competition together. Xiao Yixian, with a smile on her face, came to Mo Wentian's room and asked, "And you?" Mo Wentian asked succinctly, "I want to accompany Suner. What do you think, Master? Can you wait until the next session to participate?" "Of course, if you insist on going to the inner courtyard, I will definitely accompany you." Xiao Yixian spoke shyly. "I knew you wanted to be with that girl Suner, so go ahead. After all, anyone who can enter the inner courtyard is a powerful Dome Master. And I'm just a Dome Master. It's better not to go, otherwise it might bring many inconveniences." Mo Wentian thought for a moment and affectionately patted Xiao Yixian's head. Master is the best. Mentor Ruolin asked me when you would return to class to report. She has been waiting for you for 3 months. Xiao Yixian said happily to Mo Wentian, recalling Mentor Ruolin's instructions with a smile. "Let's go see tomorrow. Take the opportunity to meet those classmates." Mo Wentian reminisced about the time he first entered the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, feeling a bit emotional. Those classmates were probably the best batch of students with talent, all of whom had been brought into the demon sect by him. This is the effect of luck. Geniuses who would not be seen in 100 years appeared as if they were just passers-by around Mo Wentian, not seeming remarkable at all. "Then I'll go tell Mentor Ruolin." Once Xiao Yixian saw there was nothing else for her, she returned to class to study fighting energy knowledge. She was still thinking about learning it and coming back to teach Mo Wentian, not wanting to miss a single class. Mo Wentian had privately sought her out many times to learn and inquire about fighting energy cultivation knowledge. Since Mo Wentian joined the Jialan Academy, he had not attended any classes other than enjoying the resources of fighting energy knowledge provided by the academy. The 3 of them, being recruited by Mentor Ruolin, were considered her students. The mentors at Jialan Academy were divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The Outer Academy had mentors of the Profound and Yellow levels teaching fighting energy cultivation. Mentor Ruolin was merely a Yellow level mentor, and the number of Yellow level mentors who envied her for having talents like Mo Wentian and the others was countless. Once they entered the Inner Academy, Mentor Ruolin would also benefit and be promoted to a Profound level mentor, gaining access to better cultivation resources. Therefore, she was extremely tolerant of Mo Wentian. Fortunately, the little medical fairy and Xiao Suner were relatively obedient and rarely skipped classes. However, although Mo Wentian did not plan to enter the Inner Academy, after the little medical fairy left, he still chose to sign up for the competition. He had 2 purposes. One was to enter the library, and the other was to gain some practical experience. Only the top 5 in the Inner Academy selection competition would qualify to enter the library, which contained various Earth-level fighting techniques, and the power of Earth-level fighting techniques was definitely no less than that of SoulRing skill. 3 days later, the Inner Academy selection competition officially began. Those who ranked in the top 5 would not only obtain a spot in the Inner Academy, but also have the chance to select techniques and fighting skills from the library. Even high-level Earth-level fighting techniques were not absent from the library, and it was even rumored that some had obtained Heaven-level techniques from it. The judges hosting the competition did not waste words. They directly announced the best rewards of the competition to boost the morale of the participating students. "Next, please welcome Long Duo to the stage for the match against Shilong." After the judge called out, 2 young men walked up from the audience. They were not new students, but rather older disciples from the outer academy. Once on stage, the two immediately began to fight without any unnecessary words, and their exciting duel drew cheers from the audience. The tall and strong student named Douluo displayed earth yellow fighting energy, appearing extremely heavy and steady, indicating his earth attribute. In contrast, the smaller student named Shilong wielded wind attribute fighting energy, focusing on agility and lightness. Shilong launched a fierce attack right away, while Douluo was forced to defend passively, enduring the blows. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of rounds. Mo Wentian looked at the senior students from these academies and couldn't help but nod in appreciation. Compared to the geniuses of Douluo continent, the combat experience of these students from Duki continent was evidently much better. Master, that big fool is so dumb. He can only passively take hits. It looks like he is about to lose. Since all the students, even those not participating in the competition, came to watch, Xiao Yixian and Xiao Sunner naturally followed Mo Wentian's side. Otherwise, I actually think that big fool might win. Mo Wentian shook his head seriously and said. Xiao Sunner next to him also nodded in agreement. Why is that? Isn't he always on the defensive? Xiao Yixian asked in confusion. Although she had made rapid progress since the beginning of her training and had a wealth of theoretical knowledge, her practical experience and perspective were still somewhat lacking. Sister Yixian, sometimes you can't just look at the surface of things. That big fool may be on the defensive, unable to keep up with the speed of that wind attribute Do Master, but he hasn't consumed much Do Chi. He has been standing there defending, using stillness to respond to the changes. The ring under his feet has noticeable depressions, indicating that most of the attacks have been directed into the ground. After a while, when the wind attribute Do Master S Do Chi is nearly depleted, who do you think will have the greater advantage then? Xiao Xunya, coming from the ancient clan of the 8 ancient clans, had a perspective that was certainly not comparable to that of a grassroots character like Xiao Yixian. Yes, what Sunner said is correct. Although the attacks of the wind attribute Do Master seem fierce, the earth attribute Do Master is actually the best for defense. Moreover, that big fool also knows a method of gravity to reduce Do Chi consumption. In just a few rounds, the situation will likely reverse. Mo Wentian glanced at Xiao Sunner and explained, clearly surprised by her insight, but recalling her background, it was not unexpected. These students were all recruited from various empires in the eastern continent, so the levels of their Do Chi techniques were not high. Such fierce attacks could not last long without the support of high-level Do Chi techniques. Sure enough, in less than 15 minutes, the wind attribute Do Master realized his Do Chi was running low and began to slow down his attack intensity. However, by then, it was already too late. The big fool Duo, though appearing foolish, was extremely shrewd. The moment Shilong slowed his attack, he launched a fierce counterattack without hesitation. The earthy Do Chi surged out, transforming into a fist like a rock, striking at the back of the wind attribute Do Master. Caught off guard by the sudden attack from the big fool, Shilong could only muster the little Do Chi he had left to form a defensive barrier, with predictable results. Before long, without the support of Do Chi, the wind attribute Do Master Shilong was quickly knocked off the stage. In the next match, Mo Wentian faced by Su. Mo Wentian had planned to continue watching, but didn't expect the second match to be his own duel. Since the venue needed to be adjusted, Mo Wentian had some time to prepare. Master, you must be careful. Young Master Bai Su is one of the top 3 strong contenders in our outer academy. A strong competitor for first place. How could the academy let you face such a person so soon? This is really outrageous. They even want me to leave Master and enter the inner academy. What a dream. Xiao Yixian said worriedly, looking at Mo Wentian. In her heart, she had never truly believed that Mo Wentian was a Doang strongman. Seeing him face such a formidable opponent in his first match, she couldn't help but glance at the old judges with dissatisfaction. All right, when soldiers come, I will block them. When water comes, I will cover it with earth. Since I can be your master, my strength is certainly not as simple as it appears. It's understandable for the academy's higher-ups to test me like this. Mo Wentian thought quite openly and comfortingly patted Xiao Yixian's little head. Ahem, in front of so many people. If you don't want to be beaten up by those thousands of envious male students, it's better to pay attention. Not far away, Roland walked over. Her face slightly red as she reminded them. Teacher Roland, you misunderstood. Anyway, it's my turn to compete now. Mo Wentian looked at Teacher Roland and Sunner, both of whom had expressions that said they didn't believe him, and he was too lazy to explain. Looking at Xiao Yixian beside him, he found that she was only shyly lowering her head, making it difficult to get her to explain a few words, so he helplessly shook his head. As for the envious gazes of those around him, Mo Wentian didn't care at all. If Yi Lingling were here, Mo Wentian would dare to openly show affection without fear of the world's disapproval, without the spirit of "I will go even if there are thousands against me." How could he dare to say "I love you"? Bai Su, known as Young Master Bai Su, was one of the most powerful students in the Outer Academy, possessing the strength of a 5-star Great Dough Master. Although I know your strength is not as simple as it appears, you should not be careless. He has trained alone for over a year in the Black Corner region, a place that devours people without spitting out bones, and his practical combat ability is extremely strong. You must be careful, Teacher Wulin said gently, looking at Mo Wentian seriously. I will. Mo Wentian replied casually as he stepped onto the competition stage without a care. Mo Wentian's appearance on stage attracted countless gazes, but most people had expressions that seemed to be watching a joke, and most of them were male students. Although Mo Wentian had only been here for half a semester, he had already become well known in the Outer Academy, not because of his impressive strength, but because he was weak yet managed to become the master of the Little Medical Fairy and had a good relationship with Xiao Sin'er, which naturally sparked jealousy among other men. However, among the crowd, there were still some supporters of Mo Wentian. Although his looks could not be compared to Pan and or Song Yu, he was still considered handsome. Moreover, in the past 3 months, Mo Wentian had defeated some senior students who had troubled him, so he naturally garnered some attention from girls. Having looks without strength would definitely not attract the opposite sex, but having both made it easy for him to be pursued by girls. As some new female students cheered for Mo Wentian, it indeed attracted quite a few women to support him. I didn't expect that even though Wentian rarely comes out, he's quite popular with the girls, Minter Wulin said with a smile while watching the girls cheer for Mo Wentian. Of course, my master is so handsome. It's normal for him to be popular with girls. The Little Medical Fairy proudly raised her head and said, not forgetting to ask Xiao Sin'er beside her. Well, Wentian's personality is quite similar to Brother Xiao Yan's, and being even gentler should make him more popular with girls. Xiao Sin'er nodded in agreement. So I wonder how those male students in the academy would feel if they knew that their goddess is already taken. Minter Wulin shook her head helplessly, not denying what the two girls said. Just as Mo Wentian was getting a bit impatient, a flamboyantly dressed man with kidney deficiency finally walked up from the arena. He wore all white, had a white hat on his head, and held a folding fan in his hand, resembling the Void Prince from Journey to the West, conquering the demons. Are you the little white face who can only hide behind women's skirts? Mo Wentian, fighting with you really makes me feel disgusted. Just admit defeat. The kidney deficient man said disdainfully as he looked at Mo Wentian. Are you the kidney deficient, Bai Su Prince? I've heard that your practical combat ability is quite strong, so I want to see if you're as weak as you look, Mo Wentian retorted without backing down. Don't think you can gain an advantage with your words. We'll see the truth in strength, Bai Yun Prince snorted coldly, shaking his folding fan in a flamboyant manner. Well said, then let us see it in action. I'll give you 3 moves first. Mo Wentian looked at Bai Yun Prince with some surprise, not expecting his verbal skills to be so strong, and thus spoke disdainfully. Then let me see what abilities you have to allow me 3 moves to win the favor of the Little Medical Fairy and Sister Sin'er. Come on, Bai Yun Prince said angrily, glancing at the girls in the audience supporting Mo Wentian. Feeling even more furious, golden fighting spirit erupted from his body, transforming into a golden sharp giant sword, roaring fiercely as it charged straight towards Mo Wentian's vital points. Advanced Xian-level fighting skill, Golden Sword. This was also an important reason why Bai Yun Prince's strength ranked among the top 3 in the Outer Academy. Mo Wentian looked surprised, not expecting that young Master Bai Yun would come at him with such a grand display of power, as if he wanted to solve the battle in 1 move, leaving no room for resistance. However, Mo Wentian's immortal step was not to be underestimated. His figure floated like an immortal, appearing slow, but in reality, it was not. No matter how young Master Bai Yun controlled the giant sword to stab at Mo Wentian, it never touched the hem of his clothes. You can't do this. You can't hit me. Your speed is too slow. It's really empty. After 3 moves, I'm going to attack. Let you see what a true sword cultivator is. Mo Wentian sneered, reminding him without a care. The Ghost Vine parasitic sword in the 9-colored sword sheath at his waist flew out like a swimming dragon, swiftly dancing in the sky. All swords returned to their origin. Mo Wentian did not hold back, unleashing his 5th soul skill with his fighting spirit. He found that using fighting spirit of the same level to unleash soul skills not only did not weaken their power, but actually strengthened them considerably. Countless ghost vine parasitic swords emitting a cold gleam appeared in the air, surrounding young Master Bayun. What? Is this an advanced, Earth-level fighting skill? Its power is so strong. Young Master Bayun looked at the countless ghost vine parasitic swords emitting cold light from all directions. His legs trembled slightly in shock. He knew that Earth-level fighting skills were already among the highest on the Douluo continent, while Heaven-level skills only existed in ancient forces or ruins, being legendary existences. So he did not dare to think further. Young Master Bayun's expression was serious, yet he did not immediately surrender. Proud as he was, he knew he might not be Mo Tian's opponent, but if he did not dare to take even one move, not only would he be laughed at, but he would also lose his fighting spirit as a fighter, which would definitely affect his future cultivation progress. He certainly would not let that happen. With a serious expression, he took out a pure white pill and stuffed it into his mouth. A surge of majestic fighting spirit erupted from within him. As a 5-star great fighter, his fighting spirit surged, almost reaching the peak of a 9-star great fighter. Fighting spirit turns into a shield, a mid-level Xian-level fighting skill, transforming into a golden shield. Bang, bang, bang. Countless powerful ghost vine parasitic swords emitted a sharp cold light, rushing towards the shield wrapped in fighting spirit. Soon, the massive protective aura began to crack under the impact of these fierce attacks. The ghost vine parasitic swords crashed into young Master Bayun's protective barrier as if they were free of charge, and even the mid-level defensive fighting spirit could not withstand Mo Tian's swords. Crack! The protective aura shattered, and more than half of the ghost vine parasitic sword's phantoms remained. I surrender. Young Master Bayun's face turned pale upon seeing this, and he said without hesitation, being struck by the phantoms of these ghost vine parasitic swords. He wouldn't just lose face, his life would be in danger. What use was face when he could lose his life? Dozens of phantoms of ghost vine parasitic swords accurately hovered 3 centimeters in front of young Master Bayun. Such precise control. This kid named Mo Tian is extraordinary. An elderly figure on the high platform nodded in approval as he looked at Mo Tian. Vice Dean Hu Qian, this kid's soul power is clearly extremely strong. I've heard that this student named Mo Tian is also a pharmacist of no low rank, coming from Wutan City and has sold second-grade pills. Beside the elderly figure stood an old man in a red robe, who said meaningfully, "Old Fire, just say what you want, don't play tricks on me." The elderly man was indeed Hu Qian, the vice dean of the Outer Academy of the Jialan Academy, a person of high authority within the Outer Academy, with few who could rival his power. However, at this moment, he showed a level of equality and even respect towards the old man he referred to as Old Fire, which was only seen with old friends. "This Mo Tian, I want him in the pharmacy department," Old Fire said after a brief contemplation, his tone leaving no room for doubt. I've heard he doesn't even want to enter the Inner Academy. Are you sure he will agree to join the pharmacy department?" Vice Dean Hu Qian said with a somewhat helpless tone. "That may not be the case. He is a pharmacist himself. Joining the pharmacy department can only benefit his cultivation. His reluctance to join the Inner Academy may also be because his current strength is not enough to crush those prodigies in the Inner Academy. So he should not refuse to join my pharmacy department," Old Fire said with some confidence. "Then it's up to you. As long as you can convince him, I have no objections. But I must remind you, I've already met this kid in private, and he is quite stubborn. He is unwilling to enter the Inner Academy under any circumstances. If he can join the pharmacy department, that would be great. I've been looking for that." Hu Qian shook his head helplessly and smiled. Old Fire nodded, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He had long heard of this student named Mo Tian and had secretly gathered detailed information about him. So he was absolutely confident he could successfully invite Mo Tian to join the pharmacy department. Besides not knowing Mo Tian's background, he was well aware of everything Mo Tian had done, including the pills he had refined and his relationship with Little Physician. He also admired Mo Tian's character of repaying kindness with kindness and sincerely wanted him to inherit his legacy, without any ulterior motives. Due to the higher status of pharmacists in the Douluo continent, the pharmacy department of Jialan Academy was also independent of both the inner and outer academies, wielding great power, and no one dared to offend him, the head of the pharmacy department. Being valued by him, Mo Tian could be considered very fortunate. At this moment, Mo Tian was still unaware that his background had already been thoroughly investigated. I will try to update more tomorrow. I've been busy opening a new Douluo recently. The subscription results of this book are not very good. Only the free results are decent. So I've reopened a Douluo fanfic and the outline is almost done. I will try to update more tomorrow.
I hope everyone will support the subscription and give recommendation votes and monthly tickets. Chapter 159. In this match, Mo Wentian wins. With Mo Wentian's victory, the female students who supported him erupted with even more intense cheers. The male students looked on with envy, their eyes turning red. But they did not dare to trouble Mo Wentian anymore, as his strength was sufficient to silence the doubts from the outer academy. Mo Wentian did not pay much attention to the already exhausted by Yun Gongzi, a defeated opponent not worthy of his concern, as he stepped down from the stage. Mo Wentian, the vice president is looking for you. A clear and gentle voice suddenly came from behind him while he was conversing with Xiao Yixian and Xiao Suner. It was the voice of Mentor Ruoro. Huh? Didn't you say not to join the inner academy for now? What does he want with me? This is puzzling. Although he thought this way, Mo Wentian still went over, as the vice president's strength was far above his actual capabilities. He didn't bother with today's matches, as he had already fought one and had no more matches for the day. Upon arriving in office, Mo Wentian saw two old men by the desk. One of them, in a fiery red robe, had 6 stars prominently displayed on his chest, indicating he was a 6th-rank alchemist. The other was naturally Hu Qian, the dean of the outer academy of the Jialan Academy, whose strength had reached the Do Huang level. Although a peak Do Huang might not surpass an elder in the inner academy, to Mo Wentian, he was still very strong. A peak Do Huang could already match an average title Douluo, and even if Mo Wentian used all his means, he might not necessarily defeat him. Of course, this was based on the experience of age. It was certain that Mo Wentian's combat experience was not as rich as his. If Mo Wentian's combat experience could keep up, he would not be without a fighting chance. With a flash of golden light in his eyes, Mo Wentian subtly noticed that the old man in red was not only a 6th-rank alchemist, but also a Do Huang with 8 stars. Dean, what do you need from me? Mo Wentian asked humbly. His tone was polite, but there was no trace of fear in his expression. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to join the inner academy this time. The other day, I wanted you to enter the inner academy for your future. I would rather you stay in the outer academy. It's that old firehead who wants to see you, and I'm just here to relay the message. Hu Qian said with a hint of annoyance, looking at Mo Wentian. This kid was polite in speech, but his attitude was stubborn, making it useless for him to say anything. Oh, Mo Wentian looked puzzled at the person referred to as Fire Old Man, not understanding why he wanted to meet him and putting on such airs to specifically see him. Indeed, not arrogant nor impatient, a good seedling. If I'm not mistaken, you should be an alchemist, right? I am the dean of the alchemy department of Jialan Academy. The alchemy department is independent of both the inner and outer academies, and its status should not require me to elaborate. I want you to join the alchemy department and inherit my knowledge. What do you think? The Fire Old Man said directly, stroking his beard with satisfaction as he looked at Mo Wentian. I'm afraid that's not possible. I don't want to inherit or manage any alchemy department in the future. I'm used to being free and lazy, and I don't want to be constrained. Mo Wentian hesitated for a moment, but still answered truthfully. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. I think you might not be very clear about the special status of the alchemy department in Jialan Academy. Moreover, joining the alchemy department does not require you to do anything, nor can anyone constrain you. All the resources of formulas and spiritual medicines in the entire Jialan Academy can be provided to you unconditionally. I'm cultivating you, wanting to take you as my disciple. You can consider it. The Fire Old Man couldn't help but feel a bit defeated, glancing at the gloating Hu Qian, then looking back at Mo Wentian. I already have a master. Mo Wentian recalled his cheap master and couldn't help but say helplessly, you brat, you wouldn't be lying to me, would you? I see that your pill-making technique is nothing like traditional alchemy methods. Although the quality of the pills is good, it is evident from the roughness of the technique that you definitely haven't undergone systematic learning. The Fire Old Man finished speaking and took out a 2nd-rank pill. Looking at Mo Wentian, Mo Wentian took a glance and found that it was indeed the Ascension pill he had refined. He couldn't help but think that it must have been exchanged for poison by that gluttonous little disciple of his. He never expected it to end up in the hands of such a person. Yes, I do have a master, although he passed away early and didn't teach me personally. I cannot be ungrateful and switch to them. Seeing that the old man in front of him had seen through him, Mo Wentian didn't hide it and spoke half-truths. Good. Haha, you are loyal and righteous. I indeed did not misjudge you. Since you do not wish to be my disciple, I won't force you. However, I still want to formally invite you to join the alchemy department to learn systematic refining methods. The conditions remain unchanged. What do you think? The old man,
known as Fire Old Man, shouted a hearty good, startling Mo Wentian, who felt a tremor in his heart, and his martial soul almost unsheathed. He never expected to be praised. Fire Old Man, why are you so dramatic? I thought you, an old geezer, wanted to bully my talented students from the outer court. The dean of Huoqian said, seemingly understanding Mo Wentian's thoughts, and looked at Fire Old Man with a reproachful gaze. I'm just happy. My eyes have never misjudged people. So, what do you say? Are you willing to join the alchemy department? Joining the alchemy department won't affect your cultivation in the outer court. And even if you enter the inner court, it won't have any impact. Fire Old Man rolled his eyes at Huoqian and added, looking at the silent Mo Wentian. Since that's the case, if you refuse again, it would be a bit ungrateful. I am willing to join the alchemy department. Seeing the situation, Mo Wentian finally agreed to Fire Old Man's invitation. He came to the Duki continent to improve his strength. Although the profession of an alchemist couldn't directly enhance his power, it could assist in cultivation and allow for faster improvement. He had initially refused because he didn't want to take a master, as he was technically a disciple of Guhong. It would be somewhat against ethics to take another master. Here, this is my identity token. With it, you can freely enter the alchemy department. If you need any medicinal materials or spiritual herbs, you can use this token to access the treasury. However, if the quantity is large, you'll still need to come to me personally to retrieve them, Fire Old Man said, taking out a black token from his storage ring, which had the word Jelon written on one side and a fire character on the other. It was indeed the dean's token of the alchemy department. Thank you. Mo Wentian examined it and stored it in his divine fate ring, respectfully bowing to Fire Old Man as a junior. All right, you can go now. Prepare for tomorrow's competition. Some elders are restless and want to see your true strength. You must perform well to show them the strength of our alchemy department, proving that we are not only good at refining, but also not weaker than others in Duki. Fire Old Man arranged happily, casting a proud glance at Dean Huoqian, as if to say that this is the genius of our alchemy department. Huoqian rolled his eyes at him, but did not argue, as no matter how well Mo Wentian performed, he was still a student from the outer court and had nothing to do with the inner court. After Mo Wentian left, the two elders began discussing something again. Upon returning to his independent courtyard, he found that both Xiao Yixian and Xiao Suner were waiting for him, which made Mo Wentian feel somewhat moved. However, his keen perception noticed a slight difference. The protective force behind Xiao Suner was gone. Master, you're back. Did the dean have something to discuss with you? It wouldn't be that he wants you to enter the inner court again, would it? Xiao Yixian asked happily as she ran over, with Xiao Suner also looking over at the sound. No, it's nothing major. He just forced this token on me. After I give it to you, if you need any medicinal materials, just take this token to the alchemy department to acquire them. Don't exchange my pills for them anymore. Mo Wentian said, looking at Xiao Yixian with fondness, as he greatly admired his kind and lovely little disciple. Xiao Suner beside him couldn't help but show a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. Thank you, Master. You're so good. I love you so much. From now on, I won't lack for poison. I won't lack for medicinal materials for cultivation anymore. Xiao Yixian said excitedly, eager to go to the alchemy department to collect poisons for cultivation. All right, don't be too happy yet. I still have something to assign to you. While you're at it, look for Fire Old Man, the dean of the alchemy department, and have him give you a few fourth-grade pill formulas, saying they are for me, Mo Wentian said seriously. He had previously been reluctant for Xiao Yixian to cultivate with poison because he was afraid she would lose herself in the thrill of rapidly improving her strength. However, after such a long time of training, he felt that Xiao Yixian should be able to stay true to her heart and work hard on her cultivation. Now that he had this token from the alchemy department, he might as well use it. Mo Wentian is not an old-fashioned person, but since he accepted the token from the old firehead, he naturally bears some responsibilities of the Jialan Academy. If the Jialan Academy encounters any disaster in the future, he will definitely not stand idly by. All right, I'm off. The little medical fairy hurriedly bounced towards the alchemy department. Miss Suner, I know your identity is not simple. The existence behind you should be protecting Brother Xiaoyan, right? Mo Wentian said seriously after the little medical fairy left. Brother Tian, you really know my background. Suner was shocked in her heart. But seeing that Mo Wentian did not have any malicious intent, she spoke truthfully. She had heard from the Do Huang Guing, who was secretly protecting her, that Mo Wentian had likely discovered him and was unwilling to leave her to protect Xiaoyan. However, she insisted that Guing go protect Xiaoyan in secret because she believed Mo Wentian would not harm her, and most importantly, she felt safe within the Jialan Academy. Xiaoyan, who was out training, was different.
He faced life-and-death situations every day. Therefore, she sent her bodyguard to protect Xiao Yan. I naturally know about the ancient 8 clans. Don't ask me why I know. I'm not from the ancient 8 clans. But the force behind me can become friends with the ancient clans in the future, so you don't need to worry. And Mo Wentian had already decided to take the alchemy formula prepared by the little medical fairy and then go out alone to train, which is why he was being honest with Sunner. He might go directly back to the Douluo world after his training. It's been almost a year since he arrived at the Dochi continent, and he didn't come to the Jiao Lan Academy for this strange fire. Although he is powerful, it is not suitable for him. He just wanted a legitimate identity so that if he offended someone in the future during his training, he could escape to the Jiao Lan Academy. There are too many people he cares about in the Douluo world. Although the Jiao Lan Academy is comfortable, what he lacks now is training. Having not gone out to train for long since he was young, Mo Wentian's experience is still too lacking, and he understands this himself. Now that he has learned the basics of Dochi cultivation in the Jiao Lan Academy, it is time for him to leave. However, before leaving, he still wants to enter the Treasure Pavilion once, so it is inevitable for him to be among the top 5 in the competition. I believe you, Brother Tian. Sunner said softly. Where's Brother Xiao Yan now? I want to take leave to go train and see if I can meet Brother Xiao. This time may take a long time or may be quick, but I will return to the Jiao Lan Academy. So please don't tell the little medical fairy about this first. Otherwise, I'm afraid this little girl will worry. Although you are younger than her, you are very rational. So I hope you can take good care of the little medical fairy in the future. Mo Wentian looked at Sunner with some concern and requested. Don't worry, Brother Tian. The little medical fairy and I are good sisters. Even without you saying it, I will take good care of her and won't let her suffer any harm. You can rest assured. Now, Brother Xiao Yan has gone to the Taggart Desert Serpent Tribe in the Gamma Empire to find something. If you also want to go, that'll be great. I know your hidden strength should be strong, so I hope you can look after Brother Xiao Yan. Xun er comfortet naturally. And, thinking of Xiao, Yan made her look at Mo Wentian with some worry. If I encounter him, I will help Brother Xiao Yan obtain the items he needs. Mo Wentian nodded, and the two had thus been open and honest with each other. 7 days later, Mo Wentian faced opponents who could not withstand 10 moves from him. He successfully entered the top 5 of the internal academy selection competition, and his name became well known throughout the outer academy of the Jiao Lan Academy. No one dared to question Mo Wentian's strength anymore, as he practiced swordsmanship, and with his graceful movement reminiscent of an immortal, he earned the nickname Sword Immortal. Mo Wentian himself naturally had no objections. His practical experience in fighting had improved significantly while battling these students, and over the past 10 days, Mo Wentian had once again made a breakthrough, reaching the level of a 2-star Dome Master. Those outstanding students at the Great Dome Master level were no match for Mo Wentian, who was at the Dome Master level, and he was prematurely crowned as the top student of the Outer Academy, since the elders wanted to see Mo Wentian's true strength. His opponents in these days were all at the 9th level of Dome Master and Great Dome Master level. In the end, Mo Wentian undoubtedly secured first place in the competition. Although he couldn't use soul power, his physical strength was not to be underestimated, and that was undeniable. Congratulations to Mo Wentian for winning first place in the Inner Academy Selection Competition. The competition ends here, and in half a month, the top 50 will proceed to the Inner Academy. As for the top 5, they will receive an opportunity to enter the Treasure Pavilion 7 days later. Regardless of whether they enter the Inner Academy or not, there's only one chance to enter the Treasure Pavilion. I hope you can seize this opportunity and not take any chances. The results of the competition were announced by an elder from the Inner Academy, who glanced at Mo Wentian and said meaningfully, "Yes." The top 50 students responded excitedly. Meanwhile, those who were eliminated looked enviously at the top 50 students, with most of their gazes focused enviously on the 5 individuals at the forefront of the high platform. 7 days later, Treasure Pavilion. Chapter 161, The Two Elders. After Mo Wentian received the title of first in the outer courtyard, even going out became troublesome, as he was entangled by those crazy fangirls. Since you all are here, I don't need to say much. You should already know the purpose of calling you here. Now let's go in and try our luck, shall we? Dean Huoqian said to the top 5 of the competition in a calm manner. As Huoqian pushed open the door, he led everyone into a passageway, with walls embedded with luminous pearls that emitted a hazy glow, adding some light to the passage. However, for Mo Wentian and the others, it was already sufficient. Half an hour later, a glimmer of light appeared before them. After exiting the end of the passage, it seemed they had entered a valley. In the middle of an open space stood a tall pavilion. A plaque above it boldly displayed the 3 characters, Library Pavilion.
Mo Wentian looked at these ancient characters, and his spiritual energy involuntarily sank into them as he carefully examined them, feeling as if they contained a very archaic artistic conception. No wonder it's the Jialan Academy. Its heritage is indeed profound. Just a single sign can draw me in. Mo Wentian, feeling a slight increase in his spiritual energy, couldn't he help but marvel in shock. The leading Huoqian stopped under the plaque of the library pavilion, humbly bowed, and then respectfully clasped his fist towards the open space, saying, "The top 5 of this inner courtyard selection competition have been determined. According to the rules, I have brought them here, and I ask the elders to grant us some convenience." Mo Wentian's gaze was fixed on an empty space between the two sides of the door, and a flash of golden light appeared in his eyes, as if something was there. Indeed, 2 old men in gray robes suddenly appeared out of thin air on either side of the door. Countless other gray-robed figures also appeared in the shadows. Mo Wentian quickly lowered his head. He couldn't see through any of these gray-robed people. It should be noted that even ordinary titled Douluo were discernible to him. And although there were hidden techniques in the Duki continent, for Mo Wentian to be unable to see their realm meant they were at least titled Douluo level. These gray-robed figures seemed to be led by the first 2 who appeared. Calm Duki, strong spiritual power. Not bad, young brother. What is your name? You've reached the Douwang level at such a young age. An old, gentle voice came from one of the 2 elders. However, the last sentence seemed to be heard only by Mo Wentian. Younger generation Mo Wentian. Under the envious gazes of others, Mo Wentian respectfully bowed and said, "It should be known that these gray-robed figures were the guardians of the academy, whom even the outer academy director, Huqian, treated with great respect. For them to take an interest in him was a great honor." Very good. You may enter. I hope you can obtain something satisfactory. If you achieve success in the future, please do not forget the kindness of the Galan Academy. The gray-robed man did not look at Director Huqian, but rather spoke to Mo Wentian with a hint of meaning. "Yes, senior, rest assured." After Mo Wentian and the others bowed again in front of Huqian, the door of the library opened. "Thank you, elders. I will take these young ones in to try their luck." Until this moment, the outer academy director, still holding his fists in salute, finally put his hands down respectfully. Upon entering the library, Mo Wentian looked curiously at the folds of space in midair, secretly thinking that this was the space lock that only Douzun experts could arrange, as mentioned in the legends of Dopar. The other 4 students also looked at this scene with curiosity. Seeing this, Director Huqian merely explained lightly, "This is a space lock that only Douzun experts can set up. Even Douzong experts cannot forcibly open it. In Galan Academy, aside from the director, only elders Qianmu and Bai Lai have the special techniques to open it. Could it be that these space locks were set up by the legendary director who is said to be elusive?" One of the female students among the 4 asked curiously. "No, they were set up by our Galan Academy's other Douzun predecessors 100 years ago. The foundation of our Galan Academy is not as simple as it seems." Although Huqian was the outer academy director, his real status was not high, even lower than an elder of the inner academy, and he spoke with a hint of pride on his face. Indeed, Galan Academy lives up to its reputation. Mo Wentian also agreed, knowing that what he saw was just the tip of the iceberg of Galan Academy. "All right, to avoid suspicion, I will go outside to wait for you to obtain items. Remember, you only have half an hour and can only take 1 item. What you can obtain relies entirely on luck. The space lock will randomly open and spray out items, which could be powerful dough techniques, might also be formidable cultivation methods, magic nuclei, spiritual herbs, etc." After briefly explaining the rules to everyone, Director Huqian left the library, without mentioning what happened inside with Mo Wentian and the others. Huqian stood respectfully in front of elders Qianmu and Bai Lai outside, appearing very humble. That kid named Mo Wentian should be accommodated if he has any requests in the future. Such strength at a young age means his future achievements are limitless. Elder Qianmu said to Huqian indifferently, "Rest assured, senior. Our Galan Academy has always been quite lenient towards geniuses and will certainly not let such a genius harbor hostility towards the academy. However, some elders in the inner academy are somewhat testing him." Director Huqian respectfully replied, and did not forget to show a bit of cleverness. "Old Qian, I think you're overthinking. Look at Huqian's protective heart for his students. It's already good if those outer academy students do not develop a sense of alienation towards the academy, let alone hostility. Moreover, no matter how talented that kid is, can he ever compare to the director in the future?" Bai Lai said, somewhat dissatisfied. "My old eyes have never misjudged a person.
His future may not be inferior to the director's. I have a strong intuition that this kid is extraordinary. He has two types of Dookie within him, one weak and one strong. The weak Dookie seems to be cultivated from an earth-level technique, extremely pure. As for the strong one, even I have never seen it. Dookie should have attributes, but his Dookie seems to be attribute-less, as if it involves every attribute. Such an unusual Dookie is truly unheard of. Elder Chinmu said with a serious expression, but even so, he had no intention of asking Mo Wentian about his secrets. Even you haven't seen it? Do you think it could be cultivated from a special Dookie technique, or is it due to a special constitution? Bai Lai, another gray-robed elder, said in surprise. He knew that Elder Chinmu was very knowledgeable, and since even he had not heard of it, it showed how extraordinary Mo Wentian was. Regardless of the reason, his future is not something we can foresee. It's truly interesting. I haven't seen such an interesting junior in a long time. Let me help him once more. Elder Chinmu said, then pointed towards the direction of the library in midair. Meanwhile, Mo Wentian, who was searching for something in the library, suddenly saw the space locks around him wide open, and a scroll emitting a strong golden light shot out towards him. Chapter 162, Low-Level Heavenly Do Technique. Mo Wentian quickly grabbed the scroll with his keen eyesight and swift hands. At this moment, the other four students had all obtained treasures or combat skills that satisfied them, while he had nothing to show for it. With his soul perception ability, it was naturally easier for him to acquire good treasures, but those treasures did not meet his expectations. The scroll before him, which had inexplicably shot out and happened to fly directly toward him, was something he would not let slip by. Upon opening the scroll, the first 6 large characters that came into view filled Mo Wentian with immense joy, akin to receiving a soul ring that greatly enhanced him. Although mastering combat skills required long-term training, it did not diminish the ecstatic feeling in Mo Wentian's heart. After practicing the unnamed technique, Mo Wentian had a strange feeling. Even training in heavenly tier combat skills was not a difficult task for him. While others might take years to achieve even minor success, he felt that he would reach great mastery within 2 years. Thus, he was certain that although the unnamed technique might not be very powerful and was merely a basic training method of the Void Sword God, it allowed one to become more familiar with and master other combat skills. His rapid success in training was also related to the fact that the 9-leaf clover martial soul had previously doubled his comprehension. His innate comprehension was already good, and with the enhancement from the 9-leaf clover martial soul, it was only natural for him to master heavenly tier combat skills in a fraction of the time compared to others. Dragon Roar, Tiger Howl Break. It turned out to be a sound wave combat skill. Indeed, as expected from the library of the Gallon Academy, Mo Wentian was taken aback when he saw the name of the combat skill and immediately tossed it into his spatial ring without a second thought. At the same time, a voice rang in Mo Wentian's ears. Little brother, are you satisfied? This is our goodwill from Gallon Academy. Elder Chinmu spoke kindly to Mo Wentian within the Great Hall through a sound transmission. Thank you, Elder Chinmu, for your kindness. I will certainly remember your grace, senior. Mo Wentian respectfully clasped his fists towards the 2 gray-robed guardian elders outside the Great Hall. I do not seek anything in return. It is enough for you to remember that you are a member of Gallon Academy. Elder Chinmu's aged voice echoed in Mo Wentian's ears once more. Mo Wentian nodded heavily, but did not respond further. After a few people were teleported out of the library and returned to the valley, the door automatically closed once again. 10 days later, Mo Wentian quietly disappeared within the Jia Lan Academy, and it was 2 months later when he reappeared. Aside from the dean of the Outer Academy, Hu Qian, and the old man Hua, only Xiao Sun knew of Mo Wentian's whereabouts. He didn't even dare to tell Xiao Yixian and chose to leave without saying goodbye. Gamma Empire. Tagore Desert. Mo Wentian followed the special positioning method provided by Xiao Sunner to arrive here. It seems he came just in time. Xiao Yin should be preparing to seize the now. Looking at the map and the special positioning method showing Xiao Yan's location, which is indeed within the Serpent Man tribe, Mo Wentian couldn't help but murmur to himself. Dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit, with long hair cascading over his shoulders and a 9-colored sword sheath at his waist that was both exquisite and eye-catching, the Ghost Vine parasitic sword was prominently included as well. With his handsome and elegant appearance, paired with a neatly tailored black outfit, Mo Wentian looked like a wealthy young master wandering the martial world, exuding a carefree demeanor. Mo Wentian pushed off the ground with his feet, soaring several dozen meters into the air,
Using the ladder cloud ascension technique, he shot straight up, and behind him appeared a pair of wings with a hint of green veins amidst the purple, a high-level flying combat skill, the purple cloud wings. I hope he can catch up with Xiao Yin as he absorbs the strange fire. With wings on his back, Mo Wentian sped towards the direction of the Serpent People tribe on the map. Mo Wentian was not looking to snatch the. Instead, he was thinking about the promise made between him and Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin had promised to give him the little snake that the Queen Medusa had transformed into. The evolved seven-colored sky-swallowing python had the strength of a dozone, which would be an excellent helper for Mo Wentian. Although it was a bit risky, he still wanted to take a gamble. If he could bring the Queen Medusa back to the Douluo world, it would be equivalent to adding a peak super Douluo to his ranks. Moreover, due to the Queen Medusa's bloodline and powerful Do-Chi, dealing with extreme Douluo and demigod-level experts like Candelia Wun-Ti be a difficult task. Following the special positioning method provided by Xiao Suner, he finally encountered Xiao Yin half an hour later. However, as the sky darkened, a stunning beauty, who only existed in legends, appeared slowly undressing in a pond ahead. Mo Wentian quietly approached Xiao Yin from behind, seemingly uninterested in the stunning beauty in front of them. Xiao Yin, don't speak. It's me, Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian communicated to Xiao Yin using a special method of sound transmission, playfully tapping Xiao Yin, who was intently trying to sneak a peek. Xiao Yin's expression changed drastically, nearly stumbling in shock, but quickly calmed down upon hearing Mo Wentian's words. However, his slightly handsome face turned red, clearly embarrassed at being caught peeping at a woman bathing. What are you doing here? Did you come to find me, Brother Mo? A white, transparent energy shield appeared around Xiao Yin, enveloping Mo Wentian as well, indicating that they could speak without being overheard. Sort of. So, is the woman in front of you worth it? Mo Wentian grinned mischievously, giving Xiao Yin a knowing smile, but when he looked towards the pond, he discovered that the beautiful woman was actually a snake woman. This must be a member of the Serpent Clan, probably Queen Medusa. I've been observing her for a few days. She possesses something I really need. Brother Mo, can you stay and help me? Xiao Yin said to Mo Wentian, clearly having figured out his purpose for coming. That thing should be the strange fire, right? I can help you, but if we encounter any pets, they belong to me. Mo Wentian cunningly replied with a charming smile. All right, no problem. Xiao Yin breathed a sigh of relief and readily agreed, fearing that Mo Wentian might backtrack, completely unaware that his caution had cost him something. Since you are in such distress, I won't be polite. I have a scroll of Do technique that should be the type you need, so I'll give it to you. Seeing that Xiao Yin was willing to offer his wife as a helper, Mo Wentian naturally couldn't be stingy and casually threw the already memorized heaven-level low-grade Do technique, Dragon Roar, and Tiger Howl to Xiao Yin. Heaven-level Do technique. Heaven-level Do technique. Xiao Yin was stunned upon receiving it, and even Yao Lao couldn't hide his surprise, appearing in his spirit form with a shocked expression as he looked at Mo Wentian. Xiao Yin gazed at Mo Wentian with gratitude, torn between accepting and refusing, mainly reluctant to turn it down. Since I've already mastered it, keeping it would be a waste, so I'll give it to you. Mo Wentian was indeed this noble, not wanting to take advantage of others, especially his brothers. Brother Mo, you are the most generous and grand person I've ever met. You've been so good to me, even giving me such a precious heaven-level Do technique. Xiao Yin said emotionally, looking at Mo Wentian with gratitude. Meanwhile, Yao Lao was carefully observing Mo Wentian's performance, noticing two different types of Do-Chi within him. One was similar to Xiao Yan's, while the other could rival a Do Wang expert, and it was even purer. This discovery shocked him. After consuming the celestial grade elixir he traded with Mo Wentian, his soul power had significantly increased and recovered, allowing him to exert the strength of a mid-level Do zone. Unconsciously, he developed a sense of trust towards Mo Wentian and even regretted in his heart that he hadn't let the ring fall into Mo Wentian's hands. You're quite generous too, Mo Wentian thought to himself, considering that Xiao Yin had generously offered his wife to him, and if he were to be stingy, it would be too disrespectful to his brother. Although Medusa was not Xiao Yan's wife at the moment, Mo Wentian still felt a bit awkward about taking someone else's wife without reason. Well, those pill formulas and Do techniques are of no use to me. After giving them to you, I can still cultivate, so it's nothing. Besides, what you gave me is even more precious. Xiao Yin assumed Mo Wentian was referring to the previous exchange of Do techniques and felt a bit embarrassed. He never imagined that Mo Wentian's generosity referred to him offering his wife as a helper. Since Xiao Yin hadn't encountered Xiao Yixian, Many events in between did not occur. He merely trained in the magical Beast Mountain range, fought against the Wild Wolf mercenary group, stumbled upon Yun Yun to obtain the purple fire crystal flame, and then went to his brother's place, encountering Ice Emperor Hai Donpa, and was then discovered by Mo Wentian while investigating the Serpent Clan situation. Be careful. That woman ahead seems a bit extraordinary. Is she dancing for some sort of ritual? Mo Wentian did not look at Xiao Yin, but instead spoke to Yao Lao, who thought no one could see him. You can see me? Yao Lao asked in surprise, looking at Mo Wentian. I noticed your presence the first time you appeared before me, but I was afraid of causing misunderstandings, so I didn't mention it. Now, considering my relationship with Xiao Yin, I don't think there will be any hard feelings, so there's no need to pretend anymore. Young man, I pay my respects to you, Elder Yao. Mo Wentian explained and then respectfully cupped his fists. Yao Lao was a Dozun expert in life, equivalent to a level 3 deity in the Douluo continent's divine realm, naturally deserving of Mo Wentian's respect. Not bad, meticulous and generous, but still lacking in experience. Aren't you afraid we might be bad people? Yao Lao calmed down, thinking that Mo Wentian had only sensed his existence, but didn't see his location ability, not realizing he had already seen him. Elder, you're joking. I practice a unique eye technique that lets me discern good from evil and right from wrong. Naturally, I trust that you and Xiao Yin are not those kinds of people worthy of my friendship. Montag Vencian ansviet truthfully, addressing Yao Lao's concerns while also dispelling Yao Lao's suspicions about him. However, Yao Lao wasn't entirely wrong. Mo Wentian did lack experience. Though he had experienced quite a bit due to his high status, his understanding of human nature had become overly reliant on the Eye of Forgotten. Xiao Yin smiled faintly, remaining silent. He finally understood why Mo Wentian treated him so well and was so generous without ulterior motives. The feeling of being seen through and trusted was oddly comforting. There are indeed such miraculous Do techniques in the world. I must be quite ignorant. Yao Lao adjusted his beard, somewhat astonished. But looking at Mo Wentian's serious words, he had no choice but to believe. Teacher, you're being modest. Brother Mo's background is mysterious and cannot be judged by common sense. It's normal for us not to know. Xiao Yin thought this was Mo Wentian's golden finger and couldn't help but explain for him. Mo Wentian touched his nose, gave a bitter smile, and did not respond. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the snake woman beauty who had just completed the ancient ritual. The snake body of this beauty did not detract from her overall aesthetic. Rather, it added a unique charm to her. Her upper body was only covered by a zizi woven from unknown blue straw, and her skin was as smooth as jade, with a flat and delicate abdomen and an unparalleled beauty that captivated everyone. She was Queen Medusa. As far as I know, the green lotus earth fire was taken by her, but she must have also sustained serious injuries. Therefore, the teacher said that if she wanted to swallow she would definitely wait until her injuries had healed before starting. We should still have time to plan. Xiao Yin also came to Mo Wentian's side and said seriously. Perhaps because Mo Wentian was feeling shy, he did not look at Queen Medusa's enchanting figure. A sudden sound of someone swallowing saliva came from behind. Who is it? At that moment, Queen Medusa, who had just draped a thin red veil over herself, suddenly shouted towards the direction of the boulder where Xiao Yin and the others were. Sorry, we were just passing by. Xiao Yin awkwardly walked out from behind the boulder and waved his hand. Idiot, didn't we say that we? The old pharmacist scolded Xiao Yin for being useless. Whoosh, whoosh. Two masked figures, one male and one female, appeared with incredible speed in front of a giant tree not far behind Mo Wentian and the others. The night is beautiful today. That little Yin, let's go explore other places. Mo Wentian's mouth twitched as he looked at the man in black clothes with a mysterious measuring stick on his back, as Xiao Yin said nonchalantly. He realized that the two who had just appeared were actually a Do Huang and a Do Wang, along with the peak Do Huang powerhouse, Queen Medusa, who was close to Do Zone. They were effectively surrounded by wolves and tigers, and even he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. I didn't expect so many powerful figures to descend upon the territory of my snake people today, including a soul entity powerhouse. Very well. May I ask why you have come to my snake people? Queen Medusa looked at Mo Wentian and the others, then glanced at the newly arrived Do Huang and Do Wang with a charming smile. Since we have been discovered, I will speak frankly. I am Dan Wang Guhi, and I have come to the snake people for the green lotus earth fire. I wonder if Her Majesty the Queen could part with it. I am willing to exchange it for 3 6th-grade spiritual pills, and I'm also willing to promise Her Majesty a request that does not violate principles. What do you think? The male Do Wang removed his mask and spoke gracefully, revealing that he was the renowned Dan Wang Gu He from the Gama Empire. And you too? Little ones. Queen Medusa did not speak, but instead looked at Mo, Wentian, and the others, clearly aiming to provoke a conflict between the two parties and reap the benefits. However, no one noticed the hint of surprise in the eyes of the masked female, Do Huang, when she looked at Xiao Yan's back. Chapter 164. Grassroots Heroes. The old pharmacist was innocently caught in the crossfire. After living for so many years, being called a little one by Medusa made his old face flush. He also did not want to get involved in these verbal disputes, turning into a breeze and entering the ring in Xiao Yan's hand, ready to control Xiao Yan's body for battle at any moment. The Soul Clan was quite strong in capturing soul entities, but the old pharmacist was not too worried now, because he knew that in places like the Gama Empire, even if the Soul Clan sent people, they would not dispatch Do Zun-level powerhouses. As long as they were not Do Zun, there was a chance to fight back. This was also the confidence that Mo Wentian gave him. If not for that special 6th-grade pill from Mo Wentian, his soul entity would never have recovered to this extent. This beautiful sister, what is? You must be mistaken. My brother and I just happened to hear about the legendary Queen Medusa's unparalleled beauty and immense strength. So we came to admire and seek refuge. I wonder if this beautiful snake woman sister knows the legendary Queen Medusa? Mo Wentian naturally understood her meaning and pretended not to know that the stunning woman in front of him was Queen Medusa, appearing naive as he spoke. Little one, your words are really sweet, but sister doesn't believe in nonsense. Don't worry, sister will be gentle later, Queen Medusa said in a charming tone, not appearing to be pretentious, as if it were all very natural. She naturally did not believe that Mo Wentian and the others had truly come to seek refuge with the impoverished snake people, but as the saying goes, flattery often works. Medusa really felt much better when she was praised, even if she thought Mo Wentian did not know she was Queen Medusa. What woman does not love beauty? Even Queen Medusa was no exception. Brother Mo, can you have some backbone? If you want to fight, just come at us. I, Yin Xiao, am not afraid of you, Xiao Yan said with a clueless expression. However, Xiao Yan's words still made Mo Wentian's mouth twitch. Could you be any more shameless? If you have backbone, just reveal your real name. With Xiao Yan's words, the masked female, Do Huang, revealed an unusual look in her eyes. Montauk Vincian, who noticed the scene, naturally knew that the female Do Huang, following Gu, he was definitely Yun Yun, the master of Yunlan sect, and also the Yun Ji whom Xiao Yin saved in the Monster Mountain range. Who are you two kids? Why don't you quickly leave? Dan Wang Gu, he looked disdainfully at the young Mo Wentian and the others. Sure enough, he had successfully shifted his attention with Queen Medusa's words. However, as a Do Wang, he naturally could not see the strength of Mo Wentian and the others. He couldn't even see the old pharmacist. Only Medusa and Yun Yun vaguely sensed the presence of a soul entity and could not clearly discern its appearance. This was also the effect of the old pharmacist's recovery of soul power, preventing the spirit hall from discovering that it was the old pharmacist himself, making it less likely for them to send out powerful individuals. Who are you calling a kid? You idiot, old medicine jar. Do you think just because you're a 6th-grade alchemist, you're superior? Dunwang? What's that? Nonsense, I can casually refine 6th-grade pills. What's there to be proud of? Mo Wentian did not indulge this self-righteous person and hated it when someone put on a high and mighty expression in front of him. Hee, kid, you can refine 6th-grade pills? Do you know what an alchemist is? Haha, you're really killing me. A kid around 18 years old, and you tell me you're a 6th-grade alchemist? If you're a 6th-grade alchemist, I'll never touch a pill furnace for the rest of my life. Dan Wang Gu, he said with a look of disdain, not taking Mo Wentian's words seriously, but he did not immediately attack the two. Idiot, Xiao Yin and Mo Wentian said in unison. Not to mention Mo Wentian, even he could refine 6th-grade pills with the help of the old pharmacist. He could also refine 4th-grade pills by himself. Boasting so boldly without knowing the opponent's background was simply foolish. Xiao Yin absolutely believed that Mo Wentian had that strength, and he could not stand someone being so self-righteous while showing a high and mighty attitude. You're looking for death. Gu He's expression darkened instantly, and he spoke coldly. As one of the top 3 alchemists in the Gama Empire, Dan Wang Gu, he had always been the object of many people's admiration. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Gu He, don't forget our purpose. The female, Do Huang Yun Yun, sternly reprimanded, knowing that one of the boys in front of her was Yi Yin, naturally not wanting a conflict to arise between Mo Wintian and the others. You two quickly leave. I won't hold it against you two young kids. Otherwise, you won't leave here alive. Guhua let out a long sigh and, recalling the exotic fire, looked at Mo Wintian and threatened, I'm not afraid of threats, but if we fight, won't that just benefit the serpent people? Mo Wintian shrugged indifferently and then looked at Queen Medusa, returning to a harmless demeanor, saying, Don't you agree, beautiful queen? Ah, so you know my identity. It seems you also came for the... But he is not with my sister. What should we do? Would you like to return with my sister? How about I give you the... Queen Medusa looked at Mo Wintian with a seemingly enlightened expression, not angry, but rather temptingly suggested. No, just let this so-called pill king go. I'm not Su Xian. Mo Wintian repeatedly waved his hands, helplessly replied. Su Xian? Who is that? Queen Medusa asked with a puzzled curiosity, not even glancing at the pill. Don't tell me you've taken a liking to Big Brother Mo. Your Majesty, I've heard of Su Xian. He is a very famous figure from our hometown, well known to everyone, a celebrated grassroots hero. Xiaoyan looked at Queen Medusa in surprise and then, without loyalty, betrayed Mo Wintian. Grassroots hero? Is he a hero without any background? I would like to see this for myself. Since you don't want to be a guest in my Serpent People tribe, I'll one team make things difficult for you. You may leave. Queen Medusa did not grasp the deeper meaning and found Mo Wintian increasingly mysterious. Mo Wintian, although somewhat capable, did not pose a significant threat to her. Even Yao Lao was not taken seriously by her. However, seeing how young the two were, she abandoned any thoughts of offending them and turned to look at Yun Yun and the others with a serious expression. These two were the ones who truly made her feel somewhat challenged, especially since her injuries had not fully healed yet. Whoosh whoosh. Several sounds of air being cut came through. We pay our respects to your majesty. Several figures of the Snake People tribe approached Medusa respectfully and spoke. Mo and Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling a bit tricky as all of them were Do Wong level experts. The development of the situation seemed to have exceeded his expectations, slipping out of his control and completely different from what was written in the plot. Chapter 165. The Avatar Shakes the Serpent People. Mo Wintian did not know that their arrival was quite unfortunate. The leaders of the 8 major tribes of the Serpent People had just finished a secret meeting regarding the injury of the Medusa Queen, and the appearance of these unfamiliar powerful beings naturally caught their attention, prompting them to rush over. To little brothers, how about we join forces? Otherwise, it may be quite difficult for us to leave the Serpent People today. Yin Yin said softly as she looked at Mo Wintian and his companion. She naturally knew about Xiaoyan's strength and could sense a bit of Mo Wintian's soul power, so her tone was not overly condescending. Xiaoyan felt that the voice of this Do Huang expert sounded somewhat familiar, but he did not recognize her as the woman he had seen undressed. Yin Yin. What can these two kids help us with, Sect Master? Let's go. The Serpent People won't dare to stop us. As a 6th grade alchemist, my connections are not something they can provoke. Gui frowned and said unhappily to the masked woman, Yun Yun. If you don't listen to me, then let's each go our own way. Yun Yun coldly snorted in anger at him, then looked at Xiao Yan with some concern and said, I hope you can forgive me, two little brothers. Gui is used to being high and mighty and speaks without thinking. Please do not stoop to his level. Master Gui, the Serpent People indeed wouldn't dare to touch you. Even a Do Huang expert can be invited, which is truly extraordinary. However, you barged into my Serpent People territory without permission and want to leave. You must at least give me an explanation, right? Otherwise, in this wild and desolate place, even if one person goes missing, I believe no one would know. The Medusa Queen said amiably, but her words did not sound as harmonious as they appeared. As her words fell, the leaders of the 8 major tribes of the Serpent People spread out and blocked the path of the 4. I think your Majesty the Queen must have been injured quite severely when taking the, right? I followed the trail of thee and encountered quite a few bloodied scales. As far as I know, these can only be shed when your Majesty is fighting with all her strength and is injured. Gui stepped forward, thinking highly of himself. The Medusa Queen's eyes instantly turned cold, and a hint of frost appeared in her gaze as she looked at Gui. Gui quickly retreated a few steps, hiding behind Yun Yun, and respectfully said, Your Majesty, please don't misunderstand. I have no other intentions. It's just that thee is of immense importance to alchemists. I am willing to offer 2 6th-grade Doling pills and 1 7th-grade transformation pill in exchange for your Majesties. What do you think? A 7th-grade transformation pill cannot even be refined by a 7th-grade alchemist. This Gui really knows how to make empty promises. Mo Wentian thought to himself with a sneer, but did not expose him, as the current situation was indeed unfavorable for them. Hee, Master Gu He, your offer is indeed tempting, and I really need it. However, I still cannot exchange with you because the current is of greater importance to me. Since you are so sincere, I will treat this matter as if it never happened. As long as you swear never to set foot in the Serpent People again, I will let you leave. The Medusa Queen said with a faint smile, then seemed to soften her tone a bit. Your Majesty, why waste words with them? Let's attack together. They definitely won't be able to escape. A burly leader of the Serpent People said, his temper very volatile. Shut up. The Medusa Queen shouted coldly, and the man immediately fell silent, not daring to speak further. Queen sister, will you really let us go? Mo Wentian turned to the Medusa Queen and said lightly. After swearing, you can naturally leave. The Medusa Queen said in a detached tone, clearly implying that even someone she was interested in, like Mo Wentian, was no exception. Then it can't end like this. That should be the sect master of Yunlan's sect. Yin, right? Let's join forces and leave this place. Mo Wentian's expression also turned cold as he quickly approached Yun and said. Xiao Yin followed Mo Wentian's actions and formed a formation with Yun, simultaneously exuding a strong aura. 4 soul skill, 1 chi transforming 3 clears. Instantly, 8 avatars of Mo Wentian appeared, making a total of 9 when counting Mo Wentian's main body. Each avatar of Mo Wentian released an aura equivalent to a Douluo. So, are you still not letting us leave? Mo Wentian said without any courtesy. Such a move not only shocked the Medusa Queen and the others, but even Xiao Yin was equally astonished, his eyes darting back and forth between Mo Wentian's avatars. This, little guy, you really surprised me. Since that's the case, you may leave, but those two cannot simply let it go. The Medusa Queen was stunned for a few seconds before finally reacting. Her gaze towards Mo Wentian filled with more interest. Then we shall take our leave. Mo Wentian said without any sense of loyalty as he pulled Xiao Yin and attempted to leave. Wait a moment, little brother. As long as you can stay and help me obtain I will help you refine 3 6th-grade Douluo pills. You provide the materials. What do you think? At that moment, Gu He's gaze towards Mo Wentian finally changed, and he said with a polite expression, sorry, I can refine 6th-grade Douluo pills as well, and the quality will definitely be higher than yours. Mo Wentian said with a hint of amusement as he looked at Gu He, not holding back at all. Huh, could it be that what you said is true? Are you really a 6th-grade alchemist? Gu He said in disbelief, but feeling the strength of Mo Wentian that was not inferior to his own, he couldn't help but believe it a bit. Little brother, are you really a 6th-grade alchemist? Do you think your sister is beautiful? Would you consider joining the Serpent People? I am willing to appoint you as the Grand Elder of the Serpent People, and if you perform well, even I could be yours. The Medusa Queen's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of allure, and without waiting for Mo Wentian to respond, she looked at him with a charming expression. Mo Wentian couldn't help but shiver. The Queen Medusa was indeed beautiful, but she wasn't human before she advanced to the 9-colored sky-devouring python. He didn't want to follow in Su Xian's footsteps. The leaders of the 8 tribes of the Serpent People, including that irritable middle-aged man, all looked at Mo Wentian with serious expressions. The auras emanating from these avatars clearly indicated that they all possessed the strength of a Douluo. Yin also didn't say much. With her strength, it was extremely easy for her to leave, suffering at most some injuries, but it would be more difficult for Gu He. Just joking, don't take it too seriously. Since we have nothing to do with you, we'll take our leave. Brother, you too. Mo Wentian pulled one of his avatars and rushed out of the encirclement with Xiao Yin, and those Serpent People leaders didn't dare to stop them. Chapter 166. Mysterious Butterfly Powder. Brother Mo, your move is really too fierce. None of the leaders of the Serpent People dared to stop us. I think we don't even need to leave. We could directly take those leaders hostage and force them to hand over. After leaving the territory of the Serpent People, Xiao Yin still wore a shocked expression. He didn't expect Mo Wentian to be so powerful. Just now, he had even asked Yao Lao. During his peak, Yao Lao didn't possess the avatar techniques that Mo Wentian had. That was the strength of a Dozun, a technique that even Dozun experts lacked. In fact, if it weren't for the powerful restrictions imposed by the heavenly Tao of the small 1,000 worlds on such reverse sky skills of the 9-leaf grass martial soul, Mo Wentian could very well split off thousands of avatars. Of course, the strength would decrease in turn, but even so, it was still incredibly against the heavens. The saying, one person can become an army, was precisely like this. It's not that easy. Even if Queen Medusa is injured,
She's not someone I can deal with right now. She's a peak Do Huang expert. If it were just an early or mid-stage Do Huang, I would have a fighting chance. Xiaoyan, remember, you should use your master Yao Lao's power as little as possible. That is his soul power. Use a little less if you can. Relying solely on self-recovery cannot keep up with the demands of battle. Mo Wentian reminded seriously, not wanting Xiao Yan to regret it later. Is that so? Master. Xiao Yan's expression suddenly stiffened, and he looked at the spatial ring in his hand, saying seriously, Yes, right. For the soul body to recover, apart from needing Do Qi to nurture and accelerate recovery, it can only rely on pills that restore soul power. Yao Lao's soul body emerged, sighed, and said helplessly, Slap. A loud slap rang out. Xiaoyan fiercely slapped himself and said remorsefully, I'm sorry, master. I didn't know using your power would harm you so much. It's all my fault. Fortunately, Brother Mo reminded me. Master, why didn't you tell me earlier? Now Xiaoyan understood why Yao Lao didn't tell him. He was afraid that using his power would make him feel guilty. Actually, you should have told Xiaoyan earlier. Sometimes a moment of guilt is much better than prolonged discomfort. Mo Wentian inexplicably said something that left both of them puzzled. Yao Lao just sighed, gave Xiaoyan a reassuring glance, and then returned to the spatial ring. All right, you don't need to feel guilty. Your master is fine now, right? The little bit of power you used before didn't mean much to him. Just pay more attention in the future. Avoid using Yao Lao as power unless it's a matter of life and death. Mo Wentian patted Xiaoyan's shoulder to comfort him. Xiaoyan nodded heavily, looking at Mo Wentian with gratitude, and the desire to become stronger within him intensified. The two looked at each other for a long time, both filled with admiration for each other, considering each other as confidants. Brother Mo, are you planning to let them fight while we come in to reap the benefits? Xiaoyan broke the awkward atmosphere first, asking with some confusion. Not all. Don't worry. Queen Medusa 1T immediately absorbed the. We'll come back in a few days. Mo Wentian smiled mysteriously, speaking confidently. He had secretly placed a colorless and odorless tracking powder called Mysterious Butterfly Powder around Queen Medusa, which was difficult to detect even for Dozong experts. This was a very rare, special magical beast he had encountered while searching for Xiaoyan. He spent a lot of effort to successfully subdue the mysterious butterfly, which was incredibly fast. Even with Mo Wentian's top-tier lightness skill, he was still much slower. It was only after using his fourth soul skill, the method of splitting, that he successfully caught it, which also took a lot of time to subdue. This was why it took Mo Wentian so long to arrive here. Yes, I trust Brother Mo. Since she 1T absorb it now, with our strength, it's impossible to forcefully take it. Let's go back to Shimo City and wait. Xiaoyan nodded with trust, then said with a mischievous smile, Haha, you little rascal, you really know how to take advantage. Waiting until she absorbs it when she is at her weakest to strike. Mo Wentian couldn't help but laugh at Xiaoyan's words. The two shared a knowing smile and left the territory of the Serpent People. However, within the Serpent People territory, a shocking battle erupted after they left. The outcome was unknown to anyone. The next day, news spread throughout the entire Gamma Empire that Dan Wanggu he had summoned powerful individuals to gather at the Tagore Desert, intending to annihilate the Serpent Clan. It seemed that Gu he had no intention of exposing the existence of the. After hearing this news from his subordinate mercenaries, Xiaoyan revealed a look of I knew it. Didn't Ti say so? Xiaoyan, my method is still quite effective. Mo Wentian also walked in at this moment, saying seriously, Yes, Brother Mo. Actually, I also have a way to know the of the. Look at this. Seeing that there was no one around in the hall, Xiaoyan took out a blue lotus platform from a spatial ring and said, The lotus platform of the blue lotus earth heart fire. It can indeed sense the of the. With this, it's foolproof. We'll set off in 3 days and infiltrate the Serpent People to wait for our opportunity. Mo Wentian wasn't surprised. He had long known that the blue lotus earth heart fire's lotus platform was with Xiaoyan. However, if Medusa absorbed the and entered that underground space, this sensing would become extremely weak, far less useful than his mysterious butterfly. After returning to Shimo City last night, Xiaoyan took him to his brother's mercenary group, the Mo Tai mercenary group, to stay temporarily. At the same time, Mo Wentian also met a sealed Do Huang expert, Ice Emperor Habadal. Taking the opportunity, he cleared up some miscellaneous matters for his brother, which also resolved many difficulties for the mercenary group in advance. Brother Mo is indeed well informed. Here, Brother Mo, this is for you. Xiaoyan handed over a lotus seed casually. This is the lotus seed of the blue lotus earth heart fire lotus platform. It's quite good, a 1 TB polite.
Mo Wentian didn't hold back, tossing it into his time and space divine fate ring. Thinking that bringing it back to the Douluo world should help fire-type soul masters around level 50 increase their soul power by a few levels. The only fire attribute soul masters that Mo Wentian knows are his sister Mo Yudi and the chubby Ma Hongjun. For Mo Yudi, who is already a soul emperor and about to reach the soul saint realm, her role is not significant. However, for Ma Hongjun, it still has a great effect. Mo Wentian thought that after returning, he could use it to win over Ma Hongjun to officially join the demon sect. 3 days later, Mo Wentian and Xiao Yin secretly infiltrated the central tribal area of the Serpent People in the Tagore Desert. Chapter 167, Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Upon arriving at the central tribe of the Serpent People, Mo Wentian and his companion chose not to reveal themselves, but instead disguised themselves as members of the Serpent People to blend in. They knew that the best opportunity to seize the strange fire would be when Guhi led a group to snatch it away. The two knocked out a pair of Serpent People guards who were having an affair, changed into their clothes, and, after a simple disguise, successfully mixed into the patrol team of the Serpent People. Sure enough, within half a day, the plot unfolded as they had set. With Guhi leading 9 Do Wang strong fighters along with Yun Yun, the leader of Yunlan sect, a Do Huang, to launch an attack on the central city of the Serpent People's tribe. A shocking battle ensued, one that even Mo Wentian had never witnessed before in such intensity. After several exchanges of blows, the battle concluded with Medusa being pierced through the heart by a sword from Yun Yun. However, everyone soon discovered that this was merely an energy avatar of Queen Medusa, similar to Mo Wentian's 4th soul skill. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin and Mo Wentian had already entered the depths of the underground after evading the Serpent People guards. Following the perception of Yao Lao and the tracking of Mo Wentian's Misty Butterfly, after shaking off the intercepting Serpent People guards, they fell into a vast space deep underground. Queen Medusa should be not far from here. Look at how excited my Misty Butterfly is. Medusa's main body must be nearby. It only gets this excited when it's close to her pollen. Mo Wentian pointed at the colorful butterfly fluttering rapidly in front of him and said to Xiao Yan, I really envy you, Brother Mo. This little creature is so much better than those talented treasures. Such a rare magical beast is even rarer than. Xiao Yan said enviously, looking at the colorful butterfly dancing elegantly on Mo Wentian's shoulder. All right, no more envy. Let us hurry over. Medusa should already be devouring the. As far as I know, if Queen Medusa successfully absorbs she is very likely to advance to the ancient 9-colored sky-devouring python. Mo Wentian took the lead and headed in the direction indicated by the Misty Butterfly. Xiao Yin cast a deep glance at Mo Wentian and resolutely followed him towards the direction of Queen Medusa. When Mo Wentian saw a small green lake, he couldn't help but stop, looking warily at the water. Why aren't you moving, Brother Mo? Xiao Yin asked, puzzled. Shoo, look at the small island in the center of the lake, and then look at the water. After Mo Wentian finished speaking, he tossed a piece of rag into the lake, which was instantly corroded to nothing. Xiao Yin gasped, following Mo Wentian's gaze to a small island about 100 meters square in the center of the lake, where thunder and lightning flashed. A beautiful large snake was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with these thunder fires, which seemed to have a life of their own. Wrapping around the snake, no matter how it dodged, burning it severely. Then, a powerful bolt of thunder fire descended from the sky, making things even worse for it. To become powerful, one must first endure pain that ordinary people cannot withstand. Queen Medusa's current achievements are not solely due to her bloodline. Her fighting spirit is also something we should learn from. Mo Wentian observed without a hint of compassion, only admiration, and said with some emotion, Are you saying that beautiful large snake is the main body of Queen Medusa? Should we go over and catch her off guard? At this moment, Xiao Yan's eyes were only on with no mood to care about these minor details. You're still too young, Brother Xiao. If you give me half of your purple fire, it will be useful. Mo Wentian looked at Xiao Yan helplessly. All right, I'll keep 2 bottles. And you can have these. Consider it part of the reward for helping me obtain. Xiao Yan said generously, with a hint of joking in his tone, fully aware that the value of the purple fire was far less than that of. However, these were indeed the only things he could offer aside from the burning decision. No problem. Haha, brothers should be clear about accounts. In the future, we will travel the vast world together and must support each other. Mo Wentian accepted the several jade bottles handed over by Xiao Yan without any concern. During the few days he spent with Xiao Yan,
He also mentioned that there were other higher worlds beyond the Duki continent. Although Xiao Yin had crossed over relatively early, he still understood some concepts about the vast world. Good. Xiao Yin nodded heavily, thinking that as long as Mo Wentian truly wanted to help him obtain this time, he would wholeheartedly acknowledge this big brother. At this moment, Queen Medusa in the center of the lake had successfully overcome the thunder calamity and also noticed Mo Wentian and Xiao Yin. However, she did not stop her steps to devour the transforming into a half-human form and unsteadily moving towards the high platform at the center of the small island. Don't rush. With the current power of unless we rely on your teacher's soul power, we won't be able to subdue it. Let's wait until she fails to absorb it before we act. Mo Wentian said with certainty. Xiao Yin nodded heavily, and the message from Yao Lao was the same. It could be said that Mo Wentian and Yao Lao were the two people he trusted the most besides his father. Even if he felt anxious and eager to become stronger, he had to suppress the excitement in his heart when both of them said so. Sure enough, half an hour later, Medusa's evolution failed. She did not absorb and it could not be considered a failure, just that her soul fell into a deep sleep. The two surrounded themselves with soul power and easily reached the small island, while the guardian beast in the lake was naturally dealt with effortlessly by Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian pulled out a small, harmless, beautiful snake the size of a finger from the big pit and said, "This little snake belongs to me. It should be the juvenile form of the ancient beast, the seven-colored sky-devouring python. The soul of Queen Medusa should be trapped in a deep sleep. The current soul of this little snake should be a soul instinct that was accidentally born from the struggle with the strange fire. Good. The strange fire belongs to me. The seven-colored sky-devouring python belongs to you." Xiao Yin waved his hand dismissively and then looked at the now much weaker strange fire. Mo Wentian fed a little bit of purple fire essence to the little snake, which happily coiled around his finger. "Take out your lotus platform. I'll help you subdue it and put it in. We should leave here first. Otherwise, Gu He and the others will surely come looking for us one by one when they realize they're heading in the wrong direction." Mo Wentian said to Xiao Yin with a serious expression. All right. Xiao Yin knew that Queen Medusa had created several false fire auras to attract Gu He and the others' attention, delaying the absorption of but they would eventually find the correct direction, so it was better to leave early. Mo Wentian's 9-leaf grass martial soul began to emit a soft glow, wrapping around the azure heart fire like a lotus flower and entering the lotus platform, which he then handed to Xiao Yin. Gratefully, Xiao Yin took it, and the two quickly left the underground world, heading directly to a monster mountain range to start absorbing Chapter 168, a 3-year appointment 1 year later. At the summit of Yinlan sect, the weather was fine, with clear skies and snow-white peaks standing proudly at the top of the Gamma Empire. Xiao Yin came for the 3-year appointment, and Mo Wentian naturally accompanied him to oversee the situation, along with the Ice Emperor, Hai Buodong, who had been freed from a seal. In this past year, Mo Wentian's cultivation had made remarkable progress, reaching level 60, and the restrictions of the 8th Soul Ring had also been lifted ahead of time by him. Mo Wentian didn't do much. He simply broke through to the doling level through fighting spirit, and then quietly and automatically unlocked the restriction of the 8th Soul Ring. After a year of training, both Xiao Yin and Mo Wentian had matured significantly, and their relationship had advanced by leaps and bounds. Mo Wentian had almost become a closer presence than Xiao Yan's elder and second brothers. After successfully absorbing Xiao Yan's level of the burning decision also reached the intermediate level of when the two practiced the heavenly level Do technique, Dragon Roar, and Tiger Howl. It was truly a scene of ghostly wails and wolf howls. Xiao Yin even practiced to the point of losing his voice, yet he had only reached the minor success stage. Mo Wentian had advanced his training ahead of time and had a higher level of comprehension, allowing him to reach a state of great achievement. This sonic wave attack technique was incredibly powerful, far stronger than ordinary soul skills. The two participated together in the Alchemist Conference for a year, where Mo Wentian emerged as the champion, and it was no surprise that Xiao Yin claimed the runner-up position. Their reputations in the Gamma Empire had naturally spread far and wide, earning them the nickname Monster Duo. Anyone who offended them had not survived. Of course, for the safety of the Xiao family, Xiao Yin used the alias Yao Yin, while Mo Wentian had no such concerns and kept his real name. Young Master Tian, Young Master Yin, do you need me to call Elder Xing from the royal family to join us? Ice Emperor Hebedong respectfully asked Mo Wentian and his companion. Currently, Mo Wentian's strength was on par with Ice Emperor Hebedong,
The only difference was the additional soul rings, which would allow him to directly reach the soul Douluo level, equivalent to the strength of an ordinary Do Huang. Once he advanced to the titled Douluo level, it would mean reaching the pinnacle of Do Huang. And the peak title Douluo realm would correspond to Do Zone 1 star, while Do Zone 3 stars and above would represent the level of limit Douluo. No need. We're not here to cause trouble this time. We're here for an appointment. You don't need to intervene. With my current peak strength of a great Do Master at 9 stars, I can easily defeat that arrogant woman, Nailin Yanran. Xiao Yin interrupted directly. Well, the two of us will stay here to support you. You've grown quite a bit over the 3 years of training, but it's best to avoid certain matters if possible. Otherwise, you might regret it in the future, Mo Wentian said, recalling the ambiguous relationship between Yun Yun and Xiao Yin with a hint of meaning. Understood. Brother Tian, let's settle the past grievances once and for all with this 3-year appointment. Xiao Yin roared and suddenly unleashed the purple cloud wings, heading straight for the Yunlan Sect's gate. The 3 years of training and humiliation had caused Xiao Yin to explode with determination at this moment. Eager to reclaim his honor from Nailin Yanran, Mo Wentian and the other person closely followed Xiao Yin without saying anything. Because if it were Mo Wentian himself suffering such grievances, he would have exploded long ago. At this moment, Xiao Yin completely confirmed the saying that 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. With his imminent advancement to the Douling realm and the presence of the strange fire, Xiao Yin was definitely not someone Nailin Yanran could stop at this moment. It is important to know that Xiao Yan's fighting techniques, whether they are of the heavenly or earthly tier, are not lacking. And the speed of improvement when the two train together is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. At this moment, Xiao Yin, dressed in black, stood proudly on a square at the entrance of the Yunlan sect, with a huge black heavy ruler on his back, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. These people included members of the Xiao family, members of the Nailin family, and those who came to watch the excitement. Here comes that kid from the Xiao family. An elder of the Yunlan sect at the Douling realm called out from a high platform in the square, looking in Xiao Yan's direction. I am Xiao Yan of the Xiao family. I have come today to fulfill our 3-year agreement. Nailin Yanran, come out and accept the challenge. Xiao Yan exuded a powerful aura, ignoring the elder and directly shouting angrily at the entrance of the Yunlan sect. With Xiao Yan's angry shout, a group of people walked out from the direction of the Yunlan sect's entrance. And, at the center of this group, a beautiful woman in a green dress with a stern expression walked out. She had never expected that her 3-year agreement with Xiao Yan would become known to everyone. Nor did she expect that the so-called ways from back then would have such a powerful aura. I have to admit that your current strength indeed surprises me. I didn't expect you to catch up to my level, Nailin Yanran said, unwilling to back down, as the aura of a great Do Master burst forth from her as well. Ha ha ha. You didn't expect this, did you? Do you still remember the humiliation you inflicted on my Xiao family back then? Do you know how much effort I put in for today's agreement? Do you know what a great humiliation and harm it is for a man to have a woman come to cancel their engagement? Come, let us fight to the death. The anger that had been suppressed in Xiao Yan's heart completely erupted at this moment. I didn't expect to cause you such harm. I'm sorry, but today I will not let you win the bet because I am representing the face of the Yunlan sect now. Nailin Yanran said somewhat apologetically, looking at Xiao Yan, and then took out a slender sword pointing at him. 3 years ago, a waste from a Xiao family has actually grown to this level. Just as you said, 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Yes, who would have thought that a kid who couldn't hold Do-Chi in his body would become a genius in Do-Chi cultivation? I bet the Nailin family is regretting it deeply right now. The two stood apart in the arena, and the crowd of onlookers began to discuss. Both Xiao Yin and Nailin Yanran displaying the Do-Chi armor that represents the Great Do Master Realm. Do-Chi armor. Didn't he expect you, Nailin Yanran, to also reach the Great Do Master Realm? Unfortunately, it is still not enough to withstand a single blow from me. 8 extremes crash. Upon seeing Nailin Yanran also donning Do-Chi armor, Xiao Yin was slightly surprised. But thinking of the humiliation he had suffered and the hardships he had endured over the years, he attributed all of it to Nailin Yanran's cancellation of their engagement and shouted as he unleashed his most skilled fighting technique. 8 extremes crash. The terrifying gusts of wind rushed towards Nailin Yanran's back at an incredible speed, and she had not anticipated that Xiao Yan would be so violent. With such a powerful move, right from the start, the ground was instantly filled with dust, creating a deep pit.
Chapter 169. The Monster Duo 1. As the dust settled, Nalan Yinran appeared on a nearby open space beside the deep pit. There was a hint of red at the corner of her mouth as she licked her lips, biting her lower lip, her eyes glimmering with tears. It was not because she was beaten, but because of Xiao Yan's attitude. His determination to kill her made her feel wronged and chilled. Was she really that incompetent? Was she so worthless? Her former fiancé looked as if he wanted to kill her. But would T feel heartbroken in that situation? Did I really do something wrong? No, I didn't T. If given another chance, I would still want to control my own marriage matters. Nalan Yinran muttered to herself. But as she thought of Xiao Yan's cold gaze towards her, she instantly firmed her resolve. There was now a hint of coldness in her eyes as she looked at Xiao Yan. Since Xiao Yan wanted to kill her, she naturally wouldn't just surrender. If she had known that Xiao Yan would achieve what he has today, she would never have gone to cancel the engagement. But she didn't know. Any woman would be unwilling to entrust herself to a waste. If she had to say where she was wrong, it was that her method was too radical, which is why she felt a little guilty towards Xiao Yan. Nalan Yinran, is this all the strength you have? Is this your lofty capital? It's just that simple. Xiao Yan, emotionally agitated, looked at Nalan Yinran coldly and said disdainfully. In the distance, Heibadong and Mo Wentian, watching the duel between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yinran from high in the sky, couldn't help but show a worried expression. It seems that my brother Xiao Yan has been holding back for too long. He has shown some signs of going berserk, which is detrimental to his future cultivation. Mo Wentian said with concern. Yes, for now, the only thing to do is to let him vent his frustrations. I hope he can control the demon within himself and step further into the Douling realm. Heibadong nodded in agreement. As a Do Huang expert, although he was not a match for the peak Do Huang Medusa, he was still one of the 10 famous experts in the Gamma Empire. So he certainly knew about these cultivation obstacles. I don't know whether you were wrong or not, but I don't want to argue about this. In such a situation of disparity, anyone might not choose to marry a waste. But the mistake lies in you coming to publicly cancel the engagement with the Yunlan sect's power, ruthlessly insulting the Xiao family, insulting my father, and more importantly, it is the greatest humiliation to a man. Show me your true abilities, Nalan Yinran. Xiao Yan's expression softened slightly, but he still looked at Nalan Yinran coldly. Truly worthy of the future Flame Emperor, clearly distinguishing between grievances and grievances, the master of the 3,000 fire domains has managed to awaken from his anger so quickly. Compared to Xiao Yan, Tang San is much weaker, both in character and strength. There is a certain gap between them. Montag Vencian smiled faintly. Xiao Yan did not disappoint him. He couldn't help but think back to when he first started his cultivation, when he would compare himself with Tang San. But now, even the future Flame Emperor Xiao Yan was not as good as him. It was undeniable that the miraculous 9-leaf grass allowed him to be a step ahead of these people. Along the way, he had ample opportunities and was not inferior to those protagonists at all. He had never thought of himself as the main character. All his achievements could only be attributed to luck. The 9-leaf grass was essentially a lucky grass, or rather, a 4-leaf clover, naturally bringing good fortune. Then he obtained the time-space divine fate ring, a divine artifact of fortune, and under the combination of the two, Mo Wentian reached the current level of Soul Douluo strength without experiencing any major setbacks. I deeply apologize for causing you such great harm. 3 years ago, I was young and reckless, and I did lack consideration in my actions. However, today, for the face of Yunlan's sect, I will not easily lose to your wind spirit fractal sword. Hearing Xiao Yan's heartfelt words, Nalan Yinran looked at Xiao Yan with a hint of regret in her beautiful eyes. But thinking about how they were at the peak of Yunlan's sect, she couldn't afford to lose face for her sect or let her master be shamed. However, she was unaware that at this moment, her master was secretly watching their duel with a conflicted expression. The one who was Yao Yin was Xiao Yan. From the moment Xiao Yan rushed to the top of Yunlan's sect, Yun Yun sensed Xiao Yan's familiar aura. However, seeing Xiao Yan's aggressive demeanor, and with today being the deadline for her disciple's 3-year agreement, Yun Yun found it inconvenient to appear. Feeling secretly pleased, Yun Yun stayed hidden to observe. But the development of the situation surprised her. She did not expect that the so-called Wei Xiao Yan, who had made a 3-year agreement with her disciple, was the person she had been thinking about daily. Nalan Yinran flipped her longsword, wind attribute Do Qi enveloping the area. Her figure instantly disappeared from its original spot, reappearing behind Xiao Yan. The longsword in her hand suddenly trembled rapidly, then slowly moved, leaving behind a series of sword-shaped afterimages with each movement. On a hot summer day, with heat waves assaulting,
Fortunately, Yunlan Sec's mountains were high and layered. As the wind, attribute, do, qi gathered, a cool breeze began to blow around. Surely it won't be that simple. No wonder you are a top disciple of Yunlan Sect. However, I'm no longer that waste from before. To turn the tables, this is not enough. Dragon roar, tiger howlbreak. Xiao Yan's expression slightly tightened as the wind spirit, sword energy condensed by Nalin Yinran shot towards him. His face showed no signs of panic, but being cautious as always, he directly unleashed the Heaven Tier Do technique, Dragon Roar, Tiger Howlbreak, which consumed the most Do Qi. This Heaven Tier technique was one that he and Mo Wentian cultivated together. Its power was immense, and when mastered to a high level, it could directly affect the soul. Even at the initial stage of Heaven Tier, with Xiao Yan's current realm, he could only unleash it once. Its might was extremely powerful, and only someone like Mo Wentian, who cultivated both soul power and Do Qi, could release it multiple times. During their training, even without using Do Qi, they could stun passing small animals like rabbits and squirrels, let alone a full force attack containing most of the Do Qi from a peak Great Do Master. Roar. A sound resembling a dragon's roar and a tiger's howl suddenly rang out, the powerful sound wave causing the distant spectators to cover their ears and retreat, let alone Nalin Yinran, who was at the center of the sound wave attack. Nalin Yinran's swift and graceful form came to an abrupt halt, and the energy sword blades shooting towards Xiao Yin shattered upon impact. Nalin Yinran, enduring impatience, wanted to force an attack, but as the continuous sound waves persisted, she ultimately couldn't hold on, screaming in pain as she collapsed to the ground, clutching her head as if her mind was being torn apart. You've lost. Xiao Yin stopped his attack. Although he had little Do Qi left, he still had the strength to fight, while Nalin Yinran had completely lost her combat ability and fainted. Chapter 170. The Freakish Duo, 2 Hiss. Nalin Yinran was actually no match for the waste from the Xiao family, which was truly shocking. If it weren't for witnessing it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that the top disciple of Yunlan Sect was not at all a match for the former waste of the Xiao family. This child from the Xiao family is truly terrifying. A strong observer at the Great Do Master level could not help but exclaim, "Shoo, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Didn't you see that standing behind Xiao Yin is the Ice Emperor, Haibuodong? It's rumored that the freakish duo has close ties with the Ice Emperor. That figure in midair behind Xiao Yin, radiating ice attribute Do Qi energy, must be one of the top 10 strongmen of the Gamma Empire, the Ice Emperor, Haibuodong. The other one, if I'm not mistaken, should be the older brother of the freakish duo, Mo Wentian." The companion quickly hushed him, then glanced at Mo Wentian and Haibuodong hovering in the air behind Xiao Yin. What? Does that mean Xiao Yin is very likely the other Yao Yin of the freakish duo? The Great Dome Master was astonished, covering his mouth. The companion nodded, affirming his guess. Instantly, the identity of Xiao Yin as Yao Yin spread among the onlookers. Above Yunlan's sect, the hidden Yin Yin could no longer sit still. She instantly appeared next to her disciple, feeding her a pill before looking at Xiao Yin with a complex expression. "I didn't expect you to be the fiancé, Xiao Yin, who has a 3-year agreement with my disciple. Yao Yin, you have kept this from me so well." Yin Yin looked at Xiao Yin with tear-filled eyes, her tone extremely complex. It's you, Yinji. She is your disciple. You are the master of Yunlan's sect." Yun Yun. Xiao Yin pointed at Yun Yun in disbelief. After obtaining the Xiao Yin and Mo Wentian encountered Yun Yun's pursuit on their way to the Monster Beast mountain range. The two played out a long-awaited reunion scene, and they both used false names. The mischievous Mo Wentian did not tell his good brother Xiao Yin that Yun Ji was actually Yun Yun's disciple, so Xiao Yin naturally had no way of knowing. It's me. Truly a twist of fate. Now that your goal has been achieved, quickly leave Yunlan's sect. I don't want to see you again." Yin Yun's words seemed cold, but the hint of plea in her gaze was clearly meant to prevent Xiao Yin from being harmed in Yunlan's sect, intentionally finding an excuse for him to leave. Even Mo Wentian, not far behind Xiao Yin, could see this clearly, let alone Xiao Yin himself. "Do you really want me to leave?" Xiao Yin didn't know what to say, but the words in his heart slipped out uncontrollably. It must be said that Xiao Yin indeed developed a considerable affection for Yun Yun, which was only half as weak as his feelings for Xiao Suner. "Please behave yourself." Yun Yun glared, her tone indifferent. "All right, brother Xiao Yin, since the matter is done, let's leave." Mo Wentian was not afraid of Yunlan's sect, nor was he afraid of the soul hall behind it. Although Do Zong experts were terrifying, he also had countermeasures. If he couldn't win, he could at least run away. The reason he wanted Xiao Yin to leave directly was that he didn't want Xiao Yin to misunderstand Yun's good intentions, doing something that would hurt those close to him. Hearing Mo Wentian's call, Xiao Yin looked at Mo Wentian in confusion but did not refuse. Wait a moment. I still have one more thing to do. Xiao Yin responded with a sound, no longer looking at Yun, as if he had come to terms with it. He took out a piece of white paper and a brush from his storage ring. With the brush in hand, he began to write, starting with the two large characters divorce letter. I, Xiao Yin, today fulfill the 3-year agreement, having defeated Nalan Yanran at the peak of Yunlan's sect. She is no longer worthy of being my fiancée. Today, I specially present this divorce letter. Xiao Yin gathered the remaining few strands of dou qi, wrapped it around the white paper, and accurately threw it beside Nalan Yanran. Everyone present was a dome master and naturally had keen eyesight. Seeing the divorce letter thrown by Xiao Yin, they exchanged glances in fear. What a display of dominance, and what a mockery. Everyone knew the backstory. 3 years ago, Nalan Yanran, backed by the Yunlan sect, pressured the Xiao family and Xiao Yin in public to break off the engagement, forcing that stubborn, wasteful youth to utter the words 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not bully the young and poor, maintaining the last bit of his face. 3 years later, that wasteful youth rose to power and wrote a divorce letter in front of the sect master of Yunlan's sect. This was bound to cause a huge sensation, enough to shock the entire Jia Ma Empire. If Yunlan's sect allowed the youth to leave safely, their authority would be utterly diminished. Just as everyone was thinking that a great battle was about to erupt, the sect master of Yunlan's sect showed no signs of anger, only looking even more displeased. Are you satisfied now? This matter is the fault of my Yunlan sect. Leave quickly and do not let me see you again. Or do not blame my Yunlan sect for being ruthless, even if you have the Ice Emperor behind you. Xian Yue Muntak Vien Xian. My Yunlan sect will not hesitate to fight. Although Yun appeared extremely angry and spoke coldly, her words were all excuses to let Xiao Yin go. Among those present, only Mo Wentian understood the meaning behind Yun's words. The Yunlan sect was not solely her decision. She did not want to confront Xiao Yin, nor did she want to be enemies with him. Xiao Yin, let us go. Mo Wentian called out again with a serious tone. He truly did not want to see this cold-hearted yet warm-hearted beautiful woman take a stand and completely oppose Xiao Yin. All right, I'm leaving. Xiao Yin glanced at Yun, as if he understood something, and swallowed a recovery pill, quickly restoring a significant amount of dou qi. Just like that, a young man dressed in black, carrying a heavy ruler on his back, grew a pair of dou qi wings and flew down from Yunlan's sect. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Tian. Otherwise, I might have done something I would regret later. Xiao Yin no longer harbored the desire to devour Nalan Yanran. Leaving early also allowed for some leeway in his relationship with Yunlan's sect. However, Mo Wentian shook his head and said nothing. There would definitely be a confrontation between Yunlan's sect and Xiao Yin in the future. Retreating today would not lead to reconciliation. This was because the Yunlan sect was backed by the Dozong expert Yinshan, as well as the strongest of the ancient 8 clans, the Soul Clan, or rather, the Soul Hall, which belonged to the Soul Clan. 3 months later, Xiao Yin successfully broke through to the Douling realm. However, Mo and Tian had to tell Xiao Yin something. What? You are leaving? Brother Tian, but have I done something wrong? Can we go to Jia Lan Academy together? Xiao Yin looked at Mo when Tian in surprise and asked excitedly. During these nearly 3 years of interaction, he had genuinely accepted Mo when Tian as a gentle elder brother, even considering Mo when Tian's status to be above that of his biological brother. My wife is still waiting for me at home. I can't accompany you on your journey anymore. But remember this, the Yunlan sect is not the enemy you need to eliminate. The existence behind them is your enemy in the future. I hope that by the next time we meet, you will have become a peak expert on this continent. Tell Xiao Yixian that I will come back to find her in no more than 8 or 9 years, and at least 2 or 3 years. After giving his instructions, Mo and Tian did not hesitate and directly headed towards the suddenly appearing space passage. He had a bad premonition that the situation on Douluo continent was likely heading in a bad direction, and he had to return immediately. The 3-year period had passed. When else would he return if not now? Along with him back to Douluo continent was a cute little snake from the space-time Divine Fate Ring. P.S. New book, Douluo Grassroots Phoenix. Chapter 171, Return to Douluo. As he took a step forward, Mo and Tian suddenly appeared in a vast white space. Is this still the extreme north? It seems I have a fate with this place. Then, let me get a soul ring before leaving. Mo and Tian's lips curled slightly as he first found a safe spot to recover the soul power consumed in the space passage. Mo Wentian opened the time and space divine fate ring and found that the little Medusa snake had fallen into a deep sleep. He couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that it's about to complete its evolution? After all, he had been feeding it good things for over a year. Great treasure. You need to wake up soon. I'm counting on you to help me deal with those evil soul masters and the Spirit Hall. Mo Wentian thought to himself. He wondered if the name he gave to Medusa would make the awakened Queen Medusa come after him for revenge. Initially, Mo Wentian had a purpose in getting close to her, but as time passed, the seven-colored sky-devouring python seemed to become a spiritual support for him. Therefore, the relationship between him and the seven-colored sky-devouring python was now very good. The little creature could sense the goodness and evil of people. When Mo Wentian treated it well, it would be close to him. Mo Wentian understood that even if the Queen Medusa awakened, given their relationship, she wouldn't be able to bring herself to harm him. This was also the reason he dared to bring the Queen Medusa back to the Douluo continent. With his current strength, ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts were no match for him. So he should be able to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring on his own. After recovering his soul power, Mo Wentian stood up and thought to himself. Indeed, as Mo Wentian had expected, his realm could no longer be simply summarized by the level systems of the Douluo and Dopa worlds. He was dual cultivating both Do Chi and soul power, which did not interfere with each other, and his combat power was not simply a matter of addition. Based on Mo Wentian's estimation, his strength was roughly comparable to a Do Huang in the Dopa world, equivalent to a newly entered title Douluo in the Douluo world. Confident, Mo Wentian made his way into the depths of the extreme north, keeping a low profile. Although he had means in the hands of powerful beings like the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, that didn't mean he wanted to escape. It was better to avoid encounters. He didn't think he could persuade the two women to willingly grow their soul spirits or martial souls based on Huoguo's rhetoric. Even with the luck artifact, he didn't dare to try, and he wasn't in a hurry to obtain the 8th and 9th soul rings before encountering suitable soul beasts. Even with the current soul power limit of level 89, it would take him several years to cultivate. And the cultivation of Do Chi was not affected by the rules of the Douluo continent. As long as he had enough resources and time, he could continue to advance. Currently, he had no clue about the limitations of the 9th soul ring, so he wasn't in a hurry to obtain it, thinking to take it step by step. With his luck, he felt he would definitely not stop at the 89th level soul Douluo realm. Based on his current strength, once all 9 leaves were applied with soul rings, he could not only cover the stars with a single sword but also cut down title Douluos, overpowering peak Douluos. In the Heaven-Do Empire, Heaven-Do City, Yi Mansion. At this moment, the Yi Mansion had gathered most of the experts from the demon sect, because today was the day the demon lord's wife, Yi Lingling, returned from the forbidden area of a Yi family. A year ago, Yi Lingling entered the secret realm to complete the 8th trial of the Life God King, spending a whole year in the secret realm, while the members of the demon sect anxiously watched the exit of the secret realm. The current situation in the Empire was urgent, with the Spirit Hall and evil soul masters relentlessly pressing in. If Yi Lingling could complete the 8th trial and advance to title Douluo, it would be immensely beneficial for the entire demon sect. Currently, the demon sect had allied with the 3 major sects and the experts from 2 empires, all gathering in Heaven-Do City, while the Star Luo Empire had already been breached by the Spirit Hall and many small kingdoms. Fortunately, the demon sect was well informed and had prepared in advance to provide aid, allowing them to save most of the strong from the Star Luo Empire. In the end, they allied with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the Haotian sect to station in Heaven-Do City, forming the Justice Soul Master Alliance. They used public opinion to label the Spirit Hall and the Evil Soul Masters as evil. And with the strong defenses of Heaven-Do City's walls and many powerful beings stationed there, the loose alliance of the Spirit Hall and Evil Soul Masters had their own agendas, giving the Heaven-Do Empire a chance for self-preservation. According to news from the demon sect, Qian Daolu of the Spirit Hall and Luo Feng of Evil Soul Island were both 99 level limit title Douluos. Even with the assistance of the strongest support type Soul Master, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and the strongest healing type Soul Master, the 9 Hearts Begonia, they could only barely ensure their own safety. The situation was not optimistic, but fortunately, the Demon Lord was in charge, and the overall strength of the Justice Alliance could still barely compare with the Spirit Hall. However, at the very top level of combat power, they were lacking significantly. Last time, the Spirit Hall's attack almost broke through the defenses of Heaven-Do City, but fortunately, the combined strength of the Sword Bone Douluo, Holy Soul Douluo, and Hao Qianluo successfully repelled the invasion of the Grand, offering Luo Feng from Evil Soul Island. Qian Daolu did not personally attack, but sent some offerings from the Spirit Hall for support. The high-ups of the Spirit Hall were also struggling, as Bibi Dong was busy with the God Test and had no time to attend to the affairs of the Spirit Hall, while Qian Daolu was occupied with Qian Rinshua's assessment and couldn't focus on it either. There were also many voices within the Spirit Hall opposing the alliance with the Evil Soul Masters, which was why the Spirit Hall was unwilling to exert its full strength. Otherwise, if both limit-titled Douluos were to appear with the current strength of the Heaven Do Empire, there would be no way to escape disaster. It is worth mentioning that Old Jack, due to taking another top-grade immortal pill, seemed to have awakened the hidden talents within his body. In terms of one-on-one capability, even the strength of Hao Qianluo Tang, Hao could only be considered a 50-50 match against him. At the entrance of a room within the Yi Mansion, many familiar faces came out one after another, including Sword Bone Da, Hao Yendo, Poison Douluo, and Yumi Douluo, among others. If Lingling could come out of the secret realm, she would surely grow into a healing-type titled Douluo powerhouse. So I wonder where Tian went, still not back. I don't know how long Heaven Do City can hold on. A stern-looking man watched the titled Douluos leaving, his face not showing happiness, but rather a worried sigh as he spoke to himself. Just now, those people were representatives of various forces, thanks to Ning Rongrong. Both the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Heaven Do Empire were fully supportive of the Demon sect. But the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family were not as supportive, including the Star Luo Empire, all thinking about their own interests. Although this was understandable. Given the current situation, they had to unite to resist the goals of the Spirit Hall and the Evil Soul Masters. The Evil Soul Masters wanted to live on the continent again, no longer treated like rats crossing the street, while the Spirit Hall aimed to unify the continent. Over the past 3 years, Qian Rinshue had early on detected the intelligence capabilities of the Demon Sect and left Heaven Do City, even playing a trick on the Heaven Do Empire and the Demon Sect before leaving. The ambitions of the Spirit Hall were evident. With their alliance with the Evil Soul Masters, all the territories they conquered belonged to the Spirit Hall's influence, which anyone could see through. Author's note: the updates for this book will pause for now. The author is focusing on writing Douluo, the Grassroots Phoenix. Once the Grassroots Phoenix stabilizes, both books will be updated together. I hope everyone can go and support it. Chapter 172, Demigod Body Inside the Inner Area of the Extreme North Forest. Mo Wentian cautiously watched the great battle ahead, where 200,000-year soul beasts were fighting each other for territory. These two soul beasts were indeed both at the 100,000-year level, proving that he was truly favored by the goddess of luck. Mo Wentian looked at the battle with joy on his face, secretly delighting in his fortune. His 6th and 7th soul rings now had a chance, and to his surprise, not all of the 100,000-year soul beasts in front of him were of the ice attribute. One of them actually emanated the aura of a fire-type soul beast similar to Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Mo Wentian was unsure of his current strength, but having been promoted to level 60 for quite some time, he felt that after obtaining the soul rings, he could at least reach a soul power level of 63 or higher. If he were to obtain the soul rings from these two soul beasts together, he could definitely reach the high-level soul emperor level of 65 or above. Upon returning to Douluo's time, Mo Wentian noticed that the current martial soul restrictions seemed to have become insignificant to him. Now, he could directly obtain the 6th and 8th soul rings, and he had a hunch that he might soon unlock the restriction of the 9th soul ring as well. At his level of cultivation, such instincts were often quite accurate, and it was not surprising that Mo Wentian, who practiced both fighting spirit and soul power, had such a premonition. The Nether Cold Flame Beast and the Ice Kirin Armor Beast were two extremely rare soul beasts, both being 100,000-year soul beasts. Very few soul masters ventured to the extreme north to obtain soul rings, so the soul beasts there were not only numerous but also stronger. Currently, apart from the 7th soul ring, which was a 100,000-year soul ring, the other soul rings were only around 80,000 years from the Ice Fire Lizard. Additionally, within Mo Wentian's Spacetime Divine Fate Ring, there was a right-leg tiger from the 100,000-year soul beast, the Nether Emperor, that he had not absorbed yet. Soul bones from 100,000-year soul beasts were naturally very complete. Unlike soul rings, the more complete the soul bone, the stronger the enhancement it provided to the soul master. For example, a very complete 40,000-year soul bone would enhance a soul master more effectively than an incomplete 60 Year Soul Bone. 3 days later, Mo Wentian successfully broke through to level 65 soul power and also possessed 3 pieces of 100 Year Soul Bones. However, he did not rush to absorb them. Instead, he wanted to wait a bit longer. His current soul ring configuration had changed to yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, red, 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 with 8 soul rings. His level had completely deviated from the conventional levels on Douluo continent. Typically, soul masters with 8 soul rings would need to be above level 80. But he was still in his 60s. However, correspondingly, the purity of his soul power was absolutely incomparable to an ordinary soul Douluo. This was also due to his effort to compress his soul power. Mo Wentian estimated that if he raised his soul power to level 70, it could very likely solidify and form a soul crystal within his body. Furthermore, his fighting spirit cultivation had also advanced to the Do Huang level with the absorption of the 200 Year Soul Rings. These 200 Year Soul Rings were naturally from the 2 soul beasts he fought last time, and in the end, Mo Wentian benefited from their conflict. 3 months later, Mo Wentian did not return immediately, but lingered in the Arctic for 3 months. The reason, of course, was to find the Snow Empress and see if there was a way to cooperate and absorb her as his 9th spirit ring. Unfortunately, Mo Wentian was unable to find any trace of the Snow Empress. This was also related to his reluctance to search widely. If he were to be discovered and besieged by several powerful soul beasts of the extreme north, even with his current strength, he would not fare well. Mo Wentian's strength was undoubtedly not below that of an ordinary title Douluo, especially in terms of attack power, which had become even more fierce and powerful. Combined with the enhanced stealth ability of his 9-leaf grass martial soul, it was still an easy task to ambush 2 severely injured 10,000-year soul beasts. 3 months ago, those 2 10,000-year soul beasts had, as expected, become his soul rings. With his current physical strength, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring posed no problem. But he did encounter significant difficulties when trying to absorb 2 at the same time, resulting in considerable internal injuries. This was another reason for his 3-month stay. Now, 3 months later, his injuries had finally healed completely. He was at the Do Huang realm, a 66th level soul Douluo, completely defying the norm. While others were at 80th level soul Douluos, he was only at 65th level. At the same time, his 6th and 8th soul rings provided him with the rewards he deserved. The 6th soul ring granted him a demigod body, and the 8th soul ring granted him the ability to unlock the last soul ring's restrictions. In fact, the 8th soul ring had 2 options. One was to gain demigod consciousness, and the other was to unlock the last soul ring. Weighing the pros and cons, Mo Wentian chose without hesitation to lift all restrictions on the soul ring. With the demigod body, Mo Wentian was not exactly invincible, but he was close. Even Douluo could not kill him now, and of course, Mo Wentian had no way to deal with him either. At this time, the Spirit Hall had disappeared from this continent, replaced by the Spirit Empire. Yes, the Spirit Hall had preemptively launched a war against the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. In the 3 years since Mo Wentian's absence, Tang San has gone to the City of Slaughter to obtain the Slaughter Domain. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling has smoothly passed the 8th assessment of the Life God King, just 1 step away from the final assessment, and will succeed in advancing to a God-level powerhouse with the inheritance of the Divine Examination. Now, Yi Lingling has become a 99-level ultimate title Douluo, possessing strength no less than that of a title Douluo. Jialing Pass is the last fortress checkpoint of the Tiando Empire. In these 3 years, the Wuhuan Empire has not only gained the support of evil soul masters, but has also received the backing of numerous kingdoms and principalities, significantly increasing its strength and forming the Wuhuan Empire. Devil Lord, the sect master's wife, has arrived. When will we notify His Majesty to launch an attack? Poison Douluo asked respectfully, slightly bowing as he entered tent. Under Du Gu Mian, when there are no outsiders, we don't need to be so formal. Your help to Tian is no less than mine as a father. The current scale of the demon sect is largely due to your contributions. Mo Jun helplessly shook his head and said, showing little concern for the impending war. The Devil Lord is being polite. As the actual leader of our demon sect, it is only right that I show you respect. Besides, you are about to become a title Douluo, and your actual combat power is not much inferior to mine. So I deserve this respect, Du Gubo said with a smile. Since Lingling is here, we can launch the attack. What does it matter if there is an ultimate Douluo? With Lingling's support,
Our title Douluo is an immortal existence, capable of wearing down even Douluo. The Devil Lord said with a calm smile, turning to the main topic. Indeed, although the little monster is not here, his wife has helped our demon sect immensely. Douluo couldn't help but express his feelings. At this point, it has been 2 months since the Wuhuan Palace and the Tiando Empire declared war. During this time, Yi Lingling has long since emerged from the land of inheritance and has advanced to the realm of 99-level ultimate title Douluo. Many disciples and powerhouses of the demon sect have been injured, but no matter the severity of their wounds, as long as they can be brought to Yi Lingling, they can be instantly healed. Chapter 173. I will take care of you. At night, under the moonlight, before the great battle begins, the entire Jiaoling Pass is peaceful. When will you come back? I miss you so much. In a boudoir, Yi Lingling, now a beautiful young lady, looks even more enchanting and has become more mature and noble. At this moment, the peak ultimate title Douluo Yi Lingling is sitting alone by the window, appearing melancholic and lost in thought. In front of her is a portrait, and she is sketching the figure in her mind. Lingling, I'm back. A familiar voice filled with longing suddenly sounded outside the window. As the voice rang out, the pen in Yi Lingling's hand fell on her white dress, leaving small black ink spots, unaware of it. She stared blankly at the figure floating in midair outside the window, the one she yearned for. Mo Wen held Yi Lingling without any unusual thoughts, only endless longing and heartache. He held Yi Lingling all night without doing anything else. When Yi Lingling talked about her experiences over the years, and when she mentioned going to meet Xiao Yan for their 3-year appointment, even Yi Lingling, as a woman, couldn't help but feel a surge of blood and excitement. Mo Wen had no secrets from Yi Lingling, even explaining clearly about Xiao Yixian and Queen Medusa. You mentioned whether Xiao Yixian would face any danger on the Duqi continent. After all, according to you, the Duqi continent is a world countless times more dangerous than the Douluo continent. Kind-hearted Yi Lingling not only didn't blame Xiao Yixian, but also worried about her safety instead. She believed that Mo Wen would not betray her or Zhu Zhuqing, as he had promised her not to cause trouble, and he would definitely keep his word. She should be safe while cultivating at the Jialan Academy, unless Mo Wen didn't continue, unless a soul clan appeared with the Dou Emperor, a powerful being who could destroy the whole world, or if that Xiaoyan caused some huge trouble. Otherwise, Jialan Academy would be safe. After all, Jialan Academy has cultivated countless strong individuals throughout its history, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it could rally many to its cause. Unless what? Yi Lingling asked curiously. It's nothing. You should tell me about the general situation on the Douluo continent in the past few years, Mo Wen replied, changing the subject. In the past 3 years, several major events have occurred on the continent. First, the emergence of evil soul masters, who secretly reached some cooperation with the Wuhuan Hall. Secondly, there was the incident with Prince Xue Qinghe of the Tiando Empire a year ago. After the Wuhuan Hall and the evil soul masters reached an agreement, the Furious Father, based on the information you provided, resolutely chose to confront the Wuhuan Hall, not only exposing Qianrenqiu's disguise, but also severely injuring her, successfully leaving behind the Poison Douluo and the Serpent Spear Douluo, who were quite effective against her. Yi Lingling said in a rather calm tone. However, Mo Wen knew that things were definitely not as simple as Yi Lingling described. The process must have been extremely dangerous, and the fall of 2 title Douluos would certainly have made the demon sect go all out. During the battle, the Poison Douluo nearly lost her life, and fortunately, her mother used all her strength to save her, allowing her to recover and even improve her strength, reaching the level of a 97th ranked title Douluo. Yi Lingling's relaxed expression changed slightly at this point. What else? Mo Wen, relieved to hear that the Poison Douluo and his mother were safe, continued to ask. Another thing is that after Qianrenqiu's mission of infiltrating the Tiando Empire failed, she returned to the Wuhuan Hall in anger and began gathering forces to attack the Tiando Empire. In the dark, she also consolidated those kingdoms and principalities that belonged to the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire to form the Wuhuan Empire. I heard all of this from my mom. I'm not very clear on the details. Yi Lingling answered Mo Wen questions, snuggling tightly in his arms, showing none of the dignity expected of a limit Douluo. You must have completed the first 8 tests of the Goddess of Life, right? I can't even tell your current realm. How did you finish so quickly? Mo Wen asked in confusion. It's because of Tang-san. He said he didn't want to owe you a favor and wanted to thank you for helping his father. So he personally sent me a crystal blood dragon ginseng. saying it would help absorb the medicinal power of the Heartbreak Red. After taking it, my strength skyrocketed, and in just 2 years, I went from the peak of Soul Emperor to Soul Douluo level, and then I chose to take the test of the Goddess of Life early. At this point, Yi Lingling hesitated to look into Mo Wentian's eyes. Clearly, she was afraid that her reckless behavior would anger him. "Sai, you're being too reckless. Didn't T, the half-god Haidang, say it would be safer to advance to title Douluo first? Besides, I promised to take you with me. Be careful next time. I want mind showing you what living spring work looks like," Mo Wentian said helplessly, then pretended to be angry and patted Yi Lingling's rear. It's okay. The test of the Goddess of Life is very simple. I didn't exert much effort to complete the first several tests. Only the 9th test hasn't been conducted." Yi Lingling shyly grabbed Mo Wentian's big hand, blushing as she said, "We're already an old couple, and you still blush so easily. Tell me why you didn't conduct the 9th test of the Goddess of Life." Mo Wentian didn't continue, but instead press further. "Because I heard you say that once the 9th test is conducted, accepting the divine inheritance, the half-god Haidang who holds the inheritance ceremony for me will die due to the sacrifice, and I don't want that." Yi Lingling said with a hint of sadness, then very firmly added, "Sai, you're just too kind-hearted. But this is also fine. Otherwise, if you became a god, and I was just a soul Douluo, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing?" Mo Wentian sighed, and then joked. "What does it matter? Even if you're an ordinary person, you're still my man. If worst comes to worst, I'll support you," Yi Lingling said very seriously while hugging Mo Wentian. "Hey, can you two not be so mushy? I can barely stand it. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so infatuated. No wonder you've been indifferent to me. It turns out you have such a beauty at home." A purple light flashed, and another stunning figure appeared in front of the couple's bed. It was the transformed Medusa Queen, who at this moment showed no hostility towards Mo Wentian and seemed to be very familiar with him. "Why are you out again? We are a couple. Do you need to come here to point fingers? Hurry back, or I want mind showing you what a living spring work looks like." Mo Wentian scolded without any politeness. He found his pet snake that popped up from time to time quite troublesome, but he knew that although the Medusa Queen seemed bold, she was actually very shy. Sure enough, after hearing Mo Wentian's words, the Medusa Queen's delicate face blushed, and with a flash of red light, she transformed into a thumb-sized little white snake, coiling in Mo Wentian's long hair as a hairband. Chapter 174. The title Douluo wore the next morning. Mo Wentian had just taken Yi Lingling to pay respect to his father and hadn't had time to visit his mother in Tiando City when the war drums began to sound in front of Jialing Pass. Although the empress of the Wuhuan Empire is Bibi Dong, the actual leader of the Wuhuan Hall camp this time is someone else. On the surface, it is led by the former pope's daughter Qianren Shua, but in reality, Qian Douluo is secretly stationed, which is also an important reason why Wei Haven acted rashly. However, now that the Wuhuan Empire is recklessly attacking the city, since Lingling and you have already arrived, we have no worries. Would you all dare to join me in this battle? The Demon Lord said spiritedly on the city wall. The main general of Jialing Pass stood behind the Demon Lord, also looking eager to move. "No, Demon Lord, you're the actual controller of the demon sect. You must not take risks. Let me, the old man, inspire the morale instead." Old Jack appeared in front of the Demon Lord with his cane, blocking the Demon Lord's path. "Long time no see, holy Soul Douluo." Mo Wentian immediately stepped forward to greet Old Jack upon recognizing him. "I've seen the Demon Lord." It was only at this moment that everyone noticed Mo Wentian's presence. At this time, Mo Wentian seemed to be surrounded by a thin mist, making his entire aura appear quite ethereal, giving people a sense of profundity. Standing at the back of the crowd, no one had noticed his existence. "Everyone, there is no need for formalities. I just came back from seclusion and am not very familiar with the situation here on the continent, so I want to participate in the tactics. However, everyone has a responsibility to protect the Empire, and now that a great enemy is at hand, no one can retreat. Both the Demon Lord and I will directly participate in this war." Seeing everyone paying attention to him, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but say helplessly. He originally didn't want to get involved, wanting to remain an invisible presence, but if he didn't step forward at this moment, it would inevitably affect morale. However, Old Jack also had good intentions, and the Demon Lord couldn't directly refuse his sincerity. So Mo Wentian was the most suitable person to speak up. War is brutal, especially the war among soul masters, which is even more cruel by 100 times. Losing hands and feet can still condense soul power into arms to continue fighting. It is simply a fight to the death, bloody to the extreme. Oomph. Ha, stop the pointless struggle. No one can stop the Spirit Hall from unifying the continent. And no one can stop the brilliance of us evil soul masters from descending upon this continent once again. A man in a black robe appeared beneath the city wall. The second elder of Evil Soul Island. Poison Douluo exclaimed, not expecting that the evil soul masters would almost fully mobilize to assist the Spirit Hall. Old Poison, long time no see, don't be anxious. Your opponents this time are me and Old Ghost. So what do you say? Are you brave enough to come down and play with us? A middle-aged handsome man with a charming face descended from the sky, looking at Poison Douluo with an ambiguous expression as he twirled his fingers. Mo Wentian felt a chill and looked meaningfully at Poison Douluo, realizing that there was some underlying connection. He didn't believe that Zhu Huaguan was an irredeemable person. As long as one is sincere and good to friends and family, can such a person truly be called irredeemable? However, his friends might not agree. Who could define right and wrong? Good and evil are open to interpretation. Mountains are mountains, waters are waters. Mountains are not mountains, waters are not waters. After seeing through everything, after understanding the essence, what do all things matter? After seeing through, what does the so-called good and evil mean? What does it matter? Everything one does is merely to survive, living according to what one has seen and understood. Unfortunately, the trouble lies in the fact that he is not his friend. So Mo Wentian will not hold back against the Spirit Hall. He has now unlocked the 8th soul ring limit of the 9-leaf sword grass martial soul, greatly enhancing his talent. The 8th leaf of the 4-leaf clover represents unparalleled talent, becoming the truest version of oneself, and the world will be proud of you. The predecessor of the 9-leaf sword grass martial soul ultimately still traces back to the 4-leaf clover, which is also known as the lucky clover. His strength is unfathomable. Ordinary title Douluo are simply not his match. Even Zhu Douluo, who has reached level 95 and possesses a powerful martial soul fusion skill, he does not regard with high esteem. His current strength, combined with the fighting spirit from the Do-Pa Song-Qion world, is far more complex than just 1 = 2. The fighting techniques of the Do-Chi continent are far beyond what the Douluo continent can compare with. Ma Hongjun might reach the peak of the Do-Sheng realm without entering the God King realm, but his strength might closely match that of a God King in the Douluo world. Enough of the nonsense, Zhu Huaguan. Since you are willing to be a dog and refuse to let go of my Tiando Empire, then let us fight. My demon sect is not a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. Poison Douluo snorted coldly and first released his martial soul pressure. 9 soul rings lit up in sequence. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. 100,000-year soul rings. The experts from the Spirit Hall and the evil soul masters who had just arrived widened their eyes in disbelief at the pressure emanating from Poison Douluo. Although he was only at the level of a 95 title Douluo, he was not far from level 96, and with the 100,000-year soul rings. Even a 97-level super title Douluo could only contend for a while. Sword name 7 Kill. As long as the sword exists, so do the people. If the sword perishes, so do the people. I, Chun Exen, vow today by the way of the sword. When the city falls and the people die, as long as the city exists, so will the people. Another astonishing and sharper aura approached from afar. An elderly man with white hair, a face like jade, and a figure like a sword stepped forward on a sword, followed by 3 figures. It turned out to be the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, bringing only 2 super title Douluo, Jian Dao Chun Xian and Gu Douluo Gurong, to assist. I've met Sect Master Ning, Sword Douluo, Gu Douluo, Rong Rong. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. What brings you here? Mo Wentian looked at Sword Douluo and was the first to step forward to greet him. Mo Wentian had long anticipated that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School would send someone over, but he didn't expect Ning Rongrong to come along with Ning Fengji and the others. Well, Brother Tian, it's not just me. Besides Big Brother Dai needing to protect the Star Luo Empire and resist the evil spirit masters from the Spear Hall there, Zhu Qing is also coming, as well as Ma Hongjun, Xiao Ao, and third brother Xiao Wu. They should be arriving soon. Ningrongrong Smilet Priktli. Well, I underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to reach the Soul Sage realm so quickly. Not bad, not bad. Mo Wentian nodded and said with emotion. I encountered a bit of good fortune, and my strength has indeed improved quite a bit, but I'm still not as good as you, Brother Tian. Ning Rongrong's pretty face flushed red as she shyly said. Mo Wentian's dismissive attitude towards the Spirit Hall completely infuriated the title Douluo on the opposite side. They were all quite angry. Damn, are you the demon Lord Mo Wentian? Arrogant as expected. Do you dare to come down to the city and fight me? The fifth elder of the evil soul island couldn't help but step forward to mock him. You are not worthy. Mo Wentian wanted to respond with this phrase, but after thinking for a moment, he still said, come on, I, a humble person, would like to experience your esteemed skills. After saying that, he boldly walked down from the city, each step accompanied by a soul ring, with 8 soul rings dazzling the eyes of everyone present. Although the fifth elder of the evil soul island was surprised by Mo Wentian's stunning soul ring configuration, seeing that there were only 8 soul rings made him happy. But he quickly concealed it. In fact, the gap in soul rings was very difficult to make up for, especially between title Douluo and soul Douluo, where the gap was even more unbridgeable. But that was for others. Mo Wentian wasted no time, stepping into the void, giving no one a chance to react. And in the blink of an eye appeared before the fifth elder of evil soul island, Xiefeng, without giving anyone a chance to react. He launched his strongest 8th soul skill. The last 100,000-year soul ring glowed with a brilliant red light. It began the 8th soul skill moment of glory. The void froze. Mo Wentian flashed underfoot, with wings formed from fighting spirit behind him, appearing before Xiefeng at an incredible speed. Xiefeng didn't even have time to unleash his soul skill before being struck in the throat by the ghost vine parasitic sword formed from his martial soul. Title Douluo fell. Everyone present was astonished. Even Jian Dao Chenxin showed a look of surprise in his eyes, because this speed was such that even he could only defend himself, having no time to unleash a soul skill. The 8th soul skill, Moment of Glory, ignores the enemy's level and restrains the enemy for 3 seconds, during which the enemy cannot release any skills or fighting techniques. As a growth-type soul skill, for each level increased, the restraint time increases by 1 second. Don't underestimate the brief increase of just 1 second. This is almost the pinnacle of divine skills. When Mo Wentian obtained the soul ring, he also felt it was incredible. The special ability of the 8th soul skill is quite ordinary, yet not ordinary. It enhances the effect of the soul skill, making the 8th soul skill a growth-type soul skill. Mo Wentian was very satisfied with the abilities granted by the 8th spirit ring of the 9-leaf sword grass martial soul. Such a powerful soul skill, even when not directed at me, still made me feel a sense of confinement. The demon lord of the demon gate truly lives up to his reputation. He is indeed a figure capable of establishing a formidable power. I am not worthy. On the city tower, Jian Daochen's pupils contracted, secretly amazed. Now, Mo Wentian's identity had long been revealed, and the prowess of the younger generation on the continent was almost completely overshadowed by him. Even Tang San, with his dual martial souls, was still just a younger brother in front of Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian, armed with only his sword, single-handedly blocked numerous title Douluo from the spirit hall, instilling fear in the hearts of the title Douluo. In the end, the sword Douluo, titled Chen Xian, personally took to the field, causing the spirit hall forces to retreat completely. In a short time, both the spirit hall and the evil soul island retreated, and the Tiando Empire achieved victory in this war. Mo Wentian led the members of the demon sect back to Tiando City. The world began to show signs of peace. But Mo Wentian knew this was just a precursor to an approaching storm. However, he was not afraid. He had been diligently cultivating, though progress was slow. With the company of Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing, Mo Wentian enjoyed a carefree life, just as he started to set aside his cultivation and embrace a simple life. A message finally arrived from the Shrek 7 monsters. On that day, Tang San and the others came to find him, preparing to take Zhu Zhuqing to Sea God Island. Mo Wentian naturally would not block Zhu Zhuqing's opportunity and immediately decided to take her along. Although Tang San was unwilling in his heart, he felt it was inappropriate to refuse because the 7 monsters were united. With the support of Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong, he had no choice but to agree to let Mo Wentian take everyone along. It wasn't that Mo Wentian wanted to search alone, but he simply couldn't. Although he was confident that his talent far surpassed Tang San's, he knew that Tang San was the one favored by the sea god. Without Tang San's guidance, even he would not be able to leave Sea God Island. Simply put, it was a one-way trip. His semi-divine body ensured that he wouldn't die below the god level. But being imprisoned was still inescapable. As for Yi Lingling, aside from her own insistence on coming along, there was also a unanimous agreement from everyone. With Yi Lingling present, they hardly needed to worry about injuries, alleviating all concerns, which was definitely advantageous for the trip to Sea God Island. Moreover, with the sudden retreat of the Spirit Hall and the forces of the evil God Island,
everyone knew it wasn't as simple as a surface defeat. There was a pervasive sense of conspiracy, and only Mo Wentian knew that it must be because the Pope of the Spirit Hall, BB Dawn, had reached a critical moment in her divine assessment. Of course, it was also possible that there had been a dispute between the Pope's faction and the Elder Hall, led by Qian Renxue. As Mo Wentian had anticipated, the direction of Bibidon's divine assessment suddenly changed, forcing the Spirit Hall to retract its forces. Due to Bibidon's influence, Qian Renxue also entered the Angel God assessment early. This triggered a series of butterfly effects, causing even the Shrek's 7 monsters to enter Sea God Island ahead of schedule to participate in the divine assessment. Naturally, Mo Wentian would not miss the opportunity to rapidly enhance his strength. Additionally, the Queen Medusa in the storage space also awakened, but to Ma Hongjuan's surprise, she had lost her memory. Fortunately, her strength was not greatly affected, and under Mo Wentian's guidance, her power had almost reached the limit of level 99. Even against Qian Douluo, she could resist to some extent and would not be crushed. However, if she faced the more powerful Poseidon, the Grand Priest of Sea God Island, who could harness the power of the ocean, Mo Wentian felt there was still some distance to go. It should be noted that even among level 99 titled Douluos, there were significant gaps, let alone against Poseidon, whose strength was suspected to reach demigod level. Mo Wentian hardly manages affairs in the demon sect, as it is mostly handled by his father, the Demon Lord. Therefore, after briefly explaining the situation and leaving his daughter in his mother's care, he took Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing to Sea God Island. During this time, Mo Wentian also handed over the treasures he obtained from the Tiando royal family to Tang San. Mo Wentian naturally has his own plans. Although Tang San is not particularly likable, he does not have any major flaws at the moment. If he becomes a god first, he definitely won't harm him or the demon sect. He is still an important force against the Spear Hall. Moreover, Mo Wentian is confident that he can become a god even without the divine test. Brother Mo, where have you been for the past 3 years? I never see you when I come to find Zhu Qing to play. On the way, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu continuously inquired about Mo Wentian's whereabouts over the past 3 years. Ever since the Continental Soul Master Elite competition ended not long ago, Mo Wentian had gone to the Dopa continent, and 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye, leaving Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling quite saddened. Fortunately, with the daughter Xiao Xiao around, the two women's hearts had something to rely on. During their spare time from cultivation, playing with their daughter also brightened their moods. A month and a half later, on Sea God Island, 3 consecutive red top-level 7 tests appeared, shocking Sea God Island. Chapter 176. The mutated top-level 9 test, the first to be tested. Ning Rongrong. Top-level 7 test. Zhu Zhuqing. Top-level 7 test. Yi Lingling. Top-level 7 test. 3 beams of red light shot straight into the sky, astonishing the entire Sea God Island. Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling's talents had far surpassed their counterparts in the original story, and with their current strength also well above that of the original. This was all within Mo Wentian's expectations. Among the Shrek's 7 monsters, besides Ning Rongrong achieving the red top-level 7 test, Xiao Wu's talent also reached the red level 7 test. Xiao Wu, exempt from sacrifice, enjoyed top-tier talent due to the immortal product she consumed. Due to the immortal product, an elixir that Mo Wentian had given to Tang Hao, Tang San's talent barely reached the level of the original story. However, as if it were fate, Tang San still obtained the Sea God 9 test, instantly stirring the entire Sea God Island. The High Priest Poseidon was so surprised that she directly appeared before everyone. She appeared to be about 1.8 meters tall, with a slender figure, cloaked in a bright red robe. Her sea blue hair flowed down her back, nearly reaching the ground when spread out. Her beautiful face seemed to be around 30 years old at most, with her beauty coming more from her noble and elegant aura, warm and gentle. In her right hand, she held a 3-meter-long staff, which was golden, resembling the kind of gold that had just appeared in the sky. The entire staff was carved with magic patterns, and at the top of the staff was a diamond-shaped protrusion resembling a spear, with a golden diamond embedded about 5 inches below the tip. At this moment, Poseidon was astonished as she looked at this group of young people, secretly wondering how Sea God Island had not seen many outsiders for years. And now suddenly there were so many, each with powerful talents, several of whom were not inferior to her own. Among them, only Dai Mubai had strong enough talent. Even without consuming the immortal product, his talent reached the black level 6 test. Ma Hongjun and Oscar, having decided to stay and serve in Shrek, were also granted immortal products by the demon sect to enhance their talents, both also reaching the Black Level 6 test. Mo Wenien's final stage test began only after the High Priest Poseidon appeared. As soon as he stepped onto the holy pillar, the color of the sea god's light beam instantly turned red, showing no signs of stopping. The beam of light continued to rise in the astonished eyes of the crowd, breaking through to the 8th test, then the 9th test, finally stabilizing at the full score of the red level 9th test, shining brilliantly with a golden hue amidst the red, more dazzling than Tang San's sea god 9th test light. The holy pillar began to creak under Mo Wenien's talent, as if it were about to shatter. What is this? Impossible! How could there be a 9th test beyond the sea god 9th test? Poseidon quickly waved his staff, emitting a blended energy to stabilize the seahorse holy pillar. At this moment, the other guardians of the 7 holy pillars also arrived, all looking at Mo Wenien in shock. There is nothing impossible. Perhaps my strength is too great, which is why this situation occurred. Red level 9th test. Mo Wenien's aura unique to a Do Huang erupted, possessing the strength of a tidal Douluo above level 95 at the early stages of Do Huang. Tidal Douluo, I wonder what brings you to Sea God Island. With your strength, it seems that passing the test is not a difficult task for you. Please, clarify your intentions. Poseidon looked at Mo Wenien coldly, as if facing a great enemy. I come simply to enhance my strength, with no malicious intent. What you should be concerned about now is not me, but rather the person who will inherit the Sea God's legacy. Mo Wenien retracted his aura, directing everyone's attention to Tang San. Sure enough, everyone's gaze was drawn to the sea god's trident on Tang San's forehead. Me? The sea god's legacy? Tang San looked shocked, glancing at High Priest Poseidon. Yes, the sea god's test consists of 9 tests. Yellow level 1st test, purple level 3 tests, black level 5 tests, and red level 7 tests. Your talents are all very powerful, with the weakest being the top-tier black level 6 test. So your test content will be personally released by me through the sea god's guidance. Poseidon's expression calmed down, seeing that Mo Wenien indeed had no malicious intent, and then explained to everyone. What is the difference between the red level 9th test and the sea god 9th test? Tang Sen looked at Mo Wenien and then asked Poseidon. The sea god 9th test is a test for the inheritor and can only be taken by one person. Perhaps because you took the test first, you gained the sea god's recognition, which is why it only became the red level 9th test. Poseidon explained after some thought. Indeed, it is the first time in history that both the sea god 9th test and the red level 9th test have appeared simultaneously. Once you inherit the sea god position, you will be our king. Although your talent seems inferior to that of this young title lord. Perhaps it is because you appeared before the sea god first that he chose you. The seahorse Douluo also explained nearby. I see. After hearing this, Tang Sen secretly rejoiced that he had taken the stage first, while also looking at Mo Wenien with a guilty expression. Can we start? Mo Wenien said nonchalantly. He had long suspected this, but he did not want to inherit the sea goddess power to ascend to the heavens in one step. Instead, he wanted to rely on his own efforts to cultivate and become a deity. Otherwise, perhaps the peak of the God King would be the end of cultivation. After discovering a way into the Douluo world, Mo Wenien naturally could not limit himself to just the peak of this world. As a foundational existence in the fantasy Douluo world, compared to the ceiling of Douluo, the upper limit is indeed far inferior. It can begin. Poseidon reverently bowed to the statue of the sea god, then emitted a special wave of energy. Several beams of light shot up into the sky, enveloping everyone. Corresponding cards appeared on each person. Mo Wenien flipped over his card, surprised to see the writing on it. Red level 1st test. Cross 5 times the sea god's light and ascend to the 330th step. If you remember correctly, the first test of the sea god S9 test was to cross double the sea god's light and ascend to the 333rd step. What he faced was more than just a few times harder. The higher he went, the more difficult it became to walk. Moreover, Mo Wenien noticed that his card was significantly larger than others, with much more writing. It not only displayed the first test, but all 9 tests at once. Second test. Break through the circular blockade and reach the opposite shore without killing any sea spirit beasts or blockers. No SoulRing or Soulbone skills may be used. Similar to the second test of the sea god, but several times more difficult, as even Soulbone skills were prohibited and blockers were added. Just by thinking about it, he knew it had to be the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god. Third test, tidal body training.
requiring him to persist on the silver pillar for 12 hours every day without using any soul power. Fourth test, Battle of the Whale Extinction, where he must individually slay the evil demon tiger whale, king among the evil demon tiger whale group. Fifth test, simultaneously defeat the 7 sacred pillars guardians. Only by defeating all 7 guardians at the same time can he pass. Sixth test, defeat the sea god's grand offering, Poseidon. Seventh test, find the heart of the sea god. Eighth test, slay the deep sea demon whale king. Ninth test, become a limit title Douluo. Time limit for the 9 tests, 5 years. Failure of the task, annihilation.